He awakens the universe's only, infinite, word entry at the start, allowing him to endlessly stack and upgrade any trash tier entry in his hands. While others are bankrupting themselves for a single blue grade entry, he has already smashed 10 billion to forcibly upgrade the worst white grade entries into world-destroying purple grade divine skills. Don't ask him why he's so strong. The answer is, he's rich, and he can cheat. In front of a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror in a luxurious villa in Xianfeng City, Ling Feng stared at the handsome young man in the reflection, nearly moved to tears. I've been reborn, and into a rich second-generation kid. In his past life, he had died from overworking during a national holiday. Now, his memories awakened, and he found himself reborn in a futuristic world, 100,000 years later. This was an era of all-people word entries. Every adult could awaken the ability of word entries. These abilities, like the words of a god, could be extracted from oracle stones dropped by beasts killed in God's domain spaces. The entries had grades from white, green, blue, up to gold, but each person had a limited number of fusions in their lifetime. A bad draw could ruin one's entire life. His parents in this life were martial emperor level experts but had unfortunately died in a demon beast attack, leaving him a massive inheritance. Looks like I can't just lie flat after all. Ling Feng sighed. This world wasn't safe. Without strength, wealth would only become someone else's prize. He opened his oracle's backend to check his stats. Name, Ling Feng. Level, Iron Rank 1 star. Qi and Blood, 1. 2. Word entry, infinite, unique grade. Identical entries can be infinitely stacked and upgraded. Number of fused entries is infinite. Seeing the last line, Ling Feng was utterly stunned. A unique grade entry? Infinite stacking? Infinite fusions? Holy crap! Is this my golden finger? Ling Feng's breathing quickened. Others had limited fusions, but he had infinite. Others were ruined by a bad draw, but he could stack countless trash entries into a god tier 1. He rushed to the family's massive safe, passed through layers of biometric security, and the door swung open. Inside were a blue oracle stone, a dozen green ones, and dozens of white ones scattered on the floor. High-grade entries are hard to come by, but white ones should be easy, right? Without a second thought, Ling Feng picked up a white oracle stone. Ding! White oracle stone detected. Use it. Use. A lottery wheel with 4 white entries appeared: toughness, charge, mighty, blood cow. He casually spun it and got mighty, white, instantly gaining a 130% strength boost. Again, he picked up a second one and got toughness, white. He didn't stop, picking up a third. Ding! You have obtained the entry, toughness, white. Commencing fusion and upgrade. Ding! Fusion successful. Entry, enhanced toughness, defense asterisk 160%. It really works. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. A crazy plan formed in his mind. He immediately opened the Federation Mall, sold the high-value blue and all the green oracle stones from the safe, and instantly cashed out 1.01 billion. Then, with 1 billion of that massive fund, he placed an order for 20,000 white oracle stones from the Wind Spirit Beast. These stones could yield top-tier basic entries for strength, speed, defense, attack speed, and cultivation talent. Beep, you have a video call. Just as Ling Feng was about to go all out, a girl's projection appeared before him. It was his classmate in the white moonlight he had simped over for 3 years, Yin Shiyun. Ling Feng, what about the blue oracle stone you promised me? Tomorrow is brother Yi Zhao's birthday, don't you know? Bring it to me right now, the girl commanded arrogantly. What the hell are you barking about? With his past life's memories awakened, Ling Feng's eyes turned cold. Getting a gift for your side piece and asking me for it? Who the hell do you think you are? Give back everything I ever gave you, or I'll report you to the military for defrauding the property of a martyr's child. Ling Feng's parents were martyrs who had died for the country, a status that served as his protective charm. You dare to curse me? How can you ask for things back after giving them away? Yen Shiyun trembled with anger. Ling Feng hung up and immediately called his father's sworn brother, a gold rank expert named Zhao Wu, and explained the situation. What? Someone dares to scam my brother's son? They're courting death. A furious roar came from the other end of the line. Don't worry about it, Xiao Feng. Uncle will handle this for you. They'll spit out every single penny. With all his troubles resolved, Ling Feng's eyes held nothing but manic determination. In the warehouse, boxes of white oracle stones had arrived. Let's see just how high 200,000 oracle stones can elevate my entries. For the next 10 plus hours, Ling Feng stayed in his house, embarking on a frenzied lottery spree. When the sun shone into the warehouse the next day, 20,000 white oracle stones had turned to dust, and his attribute panel had undergone a world-shaking transformation. The 5 most basic white entries had been forcibly stacked by him to the purple grade. Indestructible diamond body. Purple, defense asterisk 1375%. Godspeed Force. Purple, movement speed asterisk 1405%. Innate divine strength. Purple, strength asterisk 1404%. Phantom hands. Purple, attack speed asterisk 524%. Martial arts prodigy. Purple, cultivation speed increased by 1450 times. Ling Feng went to his private training ground and began practicing the advanced body tempering art left by his parents. With a 1450x cultivation speed, his comprehension of the art sword, a technique he couldn't master in years, was now as smooth as silk. In just a few hours of cultivation, his chi and blood value shot up from 2.1 to 2.6, a base strength increase of 500 kilograms. With the innate divine strength multiplier, that was a staggering 7,500 kilograms boost. But with it came an all-consuming hunger and weakness. He realized he needed to solve his energy supply problem. If my digestion is slow, I'll just boost my digestion speed. He opened them all again and found the white entry, nourishment by eating, from slime oracle stones. With his remaining 100 million, he bought another 10,000 slime oracle stones. Another all-nighter of frenzied lottery draws. When the last oracle stone was used up, a brand new purple entry appeared on his panel. Abyssal Maw. Purple devour items to drastically restore stamina and drastically strengthen oneself. Looking at this new entry, Ling Feng smiled. With infinite entry fusion and now infinite energy supply, there were no longer any shackles on his path to becoming the strongest. Finally, 4 brand new purple attributes appeared before him. The addition of these 4 attributes was enough to greatly enhance Ling Chen's endurance. Ling Chen felt that his current stamina was 10 times what it used to be, and previously, eating to full could increase his vitality by 0.5. Now, it could increase by 5 points. Moreover, with the attribute of Abyssal Giant's Maw, his digestion speed had absolutely skyrocketed. Although he didn't know to what extent, he was certain that he could finally enhance his strength without any reservations. Let's try the effect of this Abyssal Giant's Maw on strengthening the body. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, then directly heated a 10-kilogram piece of 4th-tier beast meat and took a big bite. Instantly, the rich flavor of the meat filled his mouth, bringing him immense satisfaction. As a large piece of meat was swallowed into his stomach, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. The previously withered stamina was now rapidly recovering. Ling Chen didn't stop, taking big bites until he finished the entire chunk of meat. In the blink of an eye, the meat was completely digested. Ling Chen felt his stamina quickly restored, soon reaching its peak. Once his stamina was fully restored, the excess energy began to nourish every cell in his body. Ling Chen could clearly feel his strength increasing at an astonishing speed. After a few minutes, once the 10 kilograms of meat was completely digested, his strength had increased by more than 10% compared to before. He glanced at the background. Vitality, 3.25. Vitality had increased by 0.5. And this was only after a few minutes. Damn, if 10 kilograms can increase by 0.5 vitality, what if I eat 10 tons? Wouldn't that directly increase my vitality by 500 points? Thinking of this, Ling Chen was instantly excited. 500 points of vitality, that was the realm of a silver martial king. Of course, the stronger the strength, the weaker the effect of the 4th-tier beast meat might be, but it was undeniable. In a short time, Ling Chen's strength would definitely skyrocket. Continue, I wonder if I can really reach that level. Without hesitation, Ling Chen began to eat like crazy again. The Abyssal Giant's Maw truly lived up to its purple talent. Ling Chen's eating speed couldn't keep up with his digestion speed. Almost before he could take the next bite, the previous one had already been digested. Moreover, as his strength increased, Ling Chen's digestion speed was also improving. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 10 points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Realm First Layer. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 20 points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Realm Second Layer. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 30 points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Realm Third Layer. After that, every hour or so, Ling Chen's realm would increase by one small level. Although the beast's blood and flesh were rapidly decreasing, the increase in strength made Ling Chen feel ecstatic. Ling Chen consumed 10 tons of flesh over more than 10 hours, and by noon the next day, he had finished it all. Ding! Your vitality has increased to 205. Realm upgraded to Silver Realm Second Layer. Name, Ling Chen. Race, Human. Profession, None. Level, Silver Second Layer. Vitality, 205. Soul, 0.5. Cultivation Method, Advanced Body Refinement Technique, Mastered, 3rd Tier, Martial Skill, Basic Fist. Technique, Great Accomplishment, 1st Tier, Attributes, Infinite, Unique Level, same type of attributes can stack and upgrade infinitely, unlimited number of fused attributes. Indestructible. Purple. Defense asterisk 1375%. Godspeed. Purple, movement speed asterisk 1405%. Phantom hand. Purple, attack speed * 524%. Martial Dao Genius. Purple, cultivation speed increase, 1,450 times. Endless, purple stamina. * 1260% True Man. Purple pain tolerance * 1255% innate divine strength. Purple strength * 1580% abyssal maw. Devours items to significantly restore stamina and greatly enhance oneself. With the abyssal maw, it seems that Ling Chen no longer needs the talent of a martial arts prodigy, but that is not the case. The abyssal maw can only rapidly enhance Ling Chen's physical strength, while the martial arts prodigy allows him to quickly master various martial arts. This makes his combat power even stronger. After all, the abyssal maw cannot directly teach Ling Chen martial arts. His strength has also stabilized at the silver second heaven. Although it did not reach the originally expected fifth heaven, achieving this level still surprised Ling Chen. It should be noted that this is just a part of the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier ferocious beast. If he were to devour a few more, his realm could even rise to the same fourth-tier golden martial emperor level. With this realm combined with his current attributes, there are probably not many people in the entire Xianfeng city who can match him. Although this devouring of flesh and blood has the highest cost-effectiveness, the process is still too slow. I heard that high-grade nutritional agents are made from the meat of ferocious beasts above the fifth tier. Moreover, the energy contained in a single nutritional agent is equivalent to a ton of ferocious beast meat. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive, costing over 10 million for one. I wonder how much difference there is between its effects and the 10 tons of flesh I just devoured. Ling Chen stroked his chin, feeling a bit curious. His 10 tons of flesh sold for exactly 10 million. High-grade nutritional agents are not meant for ordinary martial artists. An ordinary martial artist could die from just licking it. Only those above the martial sovereign level can handle it. This stuff is meant to replenish energy for martial sovereigns, allowing them to go weeks without food. Of course, some might ask, if a nutritional agent costs over 10 million, wouldn't those martial sovereigns be unable to afford food? Naturally not. What does a martial sovereign represent? At least a 6th tier or higher powerhouse. This level is already the ruler of a planet. Their net worth is at least in the hundreds of billions. With such assets, even living off interest would allow them to easily purchase nutritional agents. Even if they run out of money, casually killing a 5th-tier ferocious beast would provide them with food for several months. The situation of being unable to afford food is impossible. Ling Chen thought it over and finally gritted his teeth to purchase a high-grade nutritional agent. He was prepared to test the effects of this nutritional agent. However, after buying it and glancing at the shipping time, he felt a bit speechless. It would take a day for delivery. He then remembered that no one in Xianfeng City actually needed high-grade nutritional agents. He might be the first person to buy one in nearly 100 years. Forget it, I'll wait. First, I need to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, the money I have now won't last long. Ling Chen thought helplessly. Right now, he only had a few tens of millions left. Once it's spent, it's gone. However, making money doesn't seem too difficult with his current strength. He just needs to go to the divine domain space to hunt ferocious beasts for profit. The only problem is that to enter the divine domain space, he must first leave the city, and there are strict restrictions on leaving the city. Ordinary people cannot leave at will. The simplest way to leave the city is to join the Chosen Alliance. The Chosen Alliance is an organization created to protect humanity. It is currently the most powerful force in the human alliance. The so-called Chosen refers to those selected by attributes. Of course, not everyone can join the Chosen Alliance. Only those with powerful attributes or those whose strength reaches the bronze level or above are qualified to join. After all, although the black iron level has already surpassed ordinary people, there are simply too many people at the black iron level in this world, making it nothing remarkable. Joining the Chosen Alliance has many benefits, such as housing allocation and a guaranteed salary, which can be received just by completing basic tasks. Moreover, the salary is quite decent. There are also some privileges that exceed those of ordinary people. For almost all ordinary people in this world, their lifelong pursuit is to join the Chosen Alliance. This is far more appealing than the so-called iron rice bowl of civil servants in the past. Of course, aside from joining the Chosen Alliance, one can also join the military. However, the military has strict management in many tasks. Although the benefits are much better and Ling Chen has acquaintances in the army, it is truly not suitable for him at the moment. Let's go take the assessment for the Chosen Alliance first. If we pass, we can go outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts and make money. Right now, Ling Chen only has money on his mind, he doesn't want anything else. He then approached the safe again and took out a fist-sized crystal from inside. After that, Lin Feng pressed his hand on the crystal. Beep. Beep beep. Identity verification successful. Black warrior armor activated. A cold electronic voice suddenly rang out, and the next moment, the fist-sized crystal began to melt. A layer of nanomaterial started to spread across Ling Chen's entire body. Soon, a sleek black armor appeared on him. He moved his body a bit, feeling almost as agile as if he weren't wearing anything at all. This black warrior armor was a 4th-tier battle armor left to him by his father. With this set of armor, Ling Chen's combat and survival abilities would see a significant boost. Crack! Crack! Then, the nanomaterial armor retracted again, ultimately transforming into a black glove that appeared on Ling Chen's hand. The technology of this era is indeed powerful. This kind of nanomaterial armor would absolutely be a treasure for humanity in the 21st century. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. With that thought, he walked towards the main entrance. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Chen arrived in front of a magnificent building that stood 1,000 meters tall and covered several square kilometers. It lay on the ground like a giant ferocious beast. Ling Chen walked in through the main entrance. Immediately, he was greeted by a large number of martial artists. These people were either chatting or collecting materials. There were many of them, at least 1,000. Of course, with a population of over 10 million in the entire Xianfeng city, it is normal to have so many martial artists at the bronze level. However, when these people saw Ling Chen, they all looked over with curiosity. Where did this kid come from? Can anyone just walk into the Chosen Alliance? Is he here looking for his dad? Maybe. It can't be that he's also a chosen one, right? Some people couldn't help but tease Ling Chen, who was only 17 or 18 years old. To become a chosen one, the minimum level must be at the bronze stage. In an ordinary high school class, there are usually no more than 3 students who can reach the black iron stage to become martial artists, let alone reaching the bronze stage. Ling Chen's original talent was already considered quite good. Therefore, there are almost no chosen ones at his age. At least, in Xianfeng City, they are extremely rare. It might take over a decade for one to appear. Ling Chen naturally knew their thoughts, but he ignored them and went directly to the chosen certification point. I want to certify as a chosen one, I don't know what to do. Ling Chen asked the staff inside. Opposite him was a freshly graduated college student, and the reason he called her a college student was that her clear eyes gave her away. You want to certify as a chosen one? Little brother, you must be mistaken. We are the Chosen Alliance, not the Martial Artist Alliance. Martial Artist certification is next door. Lu Yuan said, helplessly, wondering how she encountered a lost child on her very first day at work. The Martial Artist certification requires one to reach the first level of Black Iron, which means the vitality value must reach 1 before one can be certified. Successfully certifying as a martial artist also comes with some rewards, such as a martial artist medal and a subsidy of 1,000 coins. If the individual is a student, they can receive an additional 1,000. However, the chosen ones are treated differently, their benefits are dozens of times better, and their status is not low either, as chosen ones genuinely need to leave the city to fight against other races. I didn't take a wrong turn, I've already reached the bronze level. Ling Chen was speechless but still explained. What? You've already reached the bronze level? As soon as he said this, Lu Yuan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Her voice immediately attracted the attention of those around them. The chosen ones all changed their expressions. Ling Chen is actually at the bronze level? This kid looks only 17 or 18. In no time, many people gathered around, curiously sizing him up. Can I start the certification now? Ling Chen glanced at the crowd of over 100 people and felt a bit helpless. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit surprised. I'll register you right away. Lu Yuan finally reacted and hurriedly began to register Ling Chen's information. Upon seeing that Ling Chen had just turned 18 and was still in high school, Lu Yuan was shocked. If Ling Chen could really pass the Chosen One certification, he would definitely be prioritized for training. As long as he doesn't fall, he would surely become a martial emperor in the future. Alright, the last batch of Chosen One assessments will be in an hour. Please wait in the rest area, you'll be notified when it's time. Lu Yuan handed a card to Ling Chen. Thank you. Ling Chen smiled slightly, then walked towards the waiting area. The waiting area was filled with martial artists participating in the assessment. These individuals had just reached the bronze level or had been at it for several years but had not passed the assessment. Ling Chen took a rough glance and saw more than 20 people, each at the first or second level of bronze, with one at the third level. The one at the third level hasn't passed the assessment, he can't be a person without attributes. Right? Seeing this person, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. The third level individual was a pale-faced young man. The people around were also momentarily stunned upon seeing Ling Chen to come to the Chosen One certification. At such a young age, his talent must be extraordinary. Little brother, are you here for the certification too? Your talent is impressive. At that moment, a jovial uncle walked over. "You flatter me." Ling Chen nodded. "This is your first time here, right? You should be a bit careful, the Chosen One certification is not simple." The uncle spoke to Ling Chen in a familiar manner. "Oh? What's so complicated about it?" Ling Chen asked. Somewhat puzzled. He didn't know much about the Chosen One certification, after all, it felt too distant from his past self. "Did you see that kid? His talent isn't bad either, he was only 20 when he first came. He was hailed as a future martial emperor, but unfortunately, during his first certification, he encountered a succubus, and not only was he drained, but he also triggered a negative attribute. It's said to be vitality depletion, where all attributes can only exert 30%. Moreover, before the attribute disappears, his cultivation speed is significantly reduced. This is a green negative attribute, if there's no blue attribute to offset it. He'll probably be ruined for life." The uncle sighed as he spoke to Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Negative attributes? Right, there are such things as negative attributes. To put it simply, negative attributes are adverse states, illnesses, severe injuries, curses, etc., can all occur. Generally, these attributes are temporary, but there are also permanent ones, like this young man, who has likely been truly drained, hence becoming permanent. Ahem, thank you for the reminder, uncle, I will be careful. By the way, how should I address you, uncle? Hearing this, the succubus Ling Chen roughly understood the situation. Succubus, huh? This kid is quite lucky, at least he can be considered to have died under the peony flower. Just call me old Zhang. You talented ones are the future flowers of our country, it's always good to be a bit cautious. Old Zhang smiled, having achieved his goal. His aim was simple, to become familiar with Ling Chen, after all, who knows what achievements such a genius might attain in the future. As long as he could be remembered for his previous guidance and gain some benefits, it would be immensely useful. Subsequently, old Zhang introduced Ling Chen to a lot about the certification process. There are 2 assessments in total. One is the basic data, which includes vitality, explosive power, attributes, and so on. The other is practical combat. The most troublesome part is the practical combat. Old Zhang had failed 3 times in this assessment and was even seriously injured once, requiring over a year to recover. Moreover, it is said that those who perform well in the final assessment will receive additional rewards and some special treatment, which made Ling Chen somewhat expectant. Special treatment, huh? I wonder if it comes with money. If so, should I showcase more of my talents? Soon, an hour passed. Ding! Please have the warriors participating in the God-chosen assessment enter the testing area. Your number is 15, please line up according to your number. A prompt sound came from everyone's cards. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen and old Zhang all stood up and walked towards the open passage not far away. Entering the passage, everyone arrived in a closed space. A huge machine stood before them. This machine is called the Combat Power Detector, capable of testing a person's vitality, soul value, explosive power, and other data. Boom! However, just as everyone stood still, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire space. Everyone was directly suppressed by an invisible force. Except for Ling Chen, the others almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The weak young man even rolled his eyes back and collapsed, fainting from the pressure. Then, amidst everyone's pale faces, an old man with a sinister expression flew out with his hands behind his back. A gust of fresh wind swirled around him. Behind him were several figures clad in God-chosen battle armor. With such physical quality, how can you join the God-chosen alliance? Throw him out. The old man glanced at the young man lying on the ground and snorted coldly. Then, a God-chosen stepped forward and directly lifted the young man, tossing him out of the testing space. This old man's attribute must be wind control, right? The silver third heaven realm, not particularly strong, but he does have a certain presence. Ling Chen couldn't help but comment as he looked at the old man. However, the silver third heaven is still quite powerful. A single big move could destroy a street. The old man also noticed Ling Chen. After all, Ling Chen's age was too conspicuous. Of course, the main reason was that Ling Chen showed no signs of discomfort under his wind pressure. Could this kid already be above the bronze fifth heaven? How is that possible? Could his attribute be blue? The old man thought of this and his eyes lit up. A blue attribute, that's a genius. If I can recruit him into the God-chosen alliance, that would be quite an achievement. With this thought, he retracted his wind pressure. I am your examiner for this assessment, you can call me old Zhao. The assessment is divided into 2 parts. The first is the basic data test. As long as you meet the standard of a normal bronze first heaven, you can pass the test. Now, number 1, please come forward. Old Zhao slowly began to speak. After finishing, a middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and directly entered.
the huge machine. Next came a series of basic tests. These included tests for vitality, strength, speed, and defense. Only a small number of those with soul type talents needed to test their soul value. This tree, of course, did not have that, as the soul type entry levels were not low. Ding! Basic data test completed. Name, Lu Dayu. Age, 48. Vitality, 11. Explosive power, 21,458 kilograms. Speed, 34 meters per second. Defense, 13,541 kilograms. Entry, white asterisk 4. Overall rating, 3 stars. Soon, all the tests were completed. Explosive power is the ultimate combat strength that can be unleashed using entries, techniques, and martial skills. Therefore, it is generally much stronger than basic strength. The same goes for speed and defense. Can this also detect entries? Ling Chen was taken aback. Naturally not, entries can only be displayed by oneself. You can showcase any entry you want. You can hide entries, but you cannot fabricate more entries out of thin air. So the actual number of entries is at least not less. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the old Zhang in front smiled and said, his ranking was just ahead of Ling Chen. I see, so does this entry have to be displayed? Ling Chen asked. After all, his entries were all purple, and just bringing one out might cause a stir. Of course, he was just asking. Displaying them was definitely necessary, as where would the resources come from if not displayed? Who would know how impressive one is if not shown? It can be, after all, there's no difference between having a white entry or not. Of course, I see your talent is good. If you can have a strong entry, it's better to showcase it, as it can bring more benefits. Old Zhang said, also giving advice to Ling Chen. Got it. Ling Chen nodded. Next, the people in front took turns to be tested. The people present were all considered to have decent talent, so among 7 or 8 people, one managed to test a green entry. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it might take 30 or 40 people to find one with a green entry. Old Zhang was the highest so far, surprisingly testing 3 green entries, one of which was a combat entry, and the other 2 were support entries. This talent was definitely considered good, and he even had the chance to become a martial king level powerhouse in the future. This made Ling Chen look at this boisterous man with new eyes. Next, Ling Chen. At this moment, the elder Zhao above spoke. Ling Chen stepped out of the crowd, and at this moment, everyone was jolted awake. It was finally Ling Chen's turn. At his age, being able to reach the first level of bronze showed that his talent was definitely not weak, and he was very likely to possess a blue entry. If he really had a blue entry, his future achievements would definitely be at the martial emperor level. Ling Chen then walked directly into the huge instrument. Inside the instrument was an independent space. As soon as he entered, a 1-meter-high pillar extended from the ground, with a palm print on top. Ling Chen pressed his hand onto it. Put! In an instant, his fingertip was pierced. Blood flowed directly into the pillar. Ding! Vitality, 208. Realm, Silver Martial King. 2nd level. Soon, a prompt sound came. Having waited here for an hour, his vitality had increased by 3 points, which was enough to show how strong Ling Chen's talent was now. This is quite accurate. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Then the pillar sank back into the ground. Crack! The next moment, a huge punch force tester rose from the ground. Ling Chen took a deep breath. He clenched his right fist tightly and then smashed it down hard. Boom! In an instant, a loud noise echoed throughout the testing space. The loud noise instantly startled everyone outside. What happened? What exploded? Damn, what's that sound? There was no noise when we were testing just now. It sounds like the power tester was blown up. No way, didn't they say this tester could withstand a force of 1 million kilograms? The participants in the assessment were all frightened by the loud noise. Even Zhao Lao's expression changed. He received a malfunction alert from the tester. Beep beep. Beep. The power tester is severely damaged and has lost its testing capability. Beep beep beep. The power tester is severely damaged. The urgent alert sounds echoed in his mind from his biological brain. It exploded. It really blew up? How is that possible? Zhao Lao murmured in shock, knowing that even he couldn't blow up this testing device. Crack! At that moment, the tightly closed door of the tester opened. Ling Chen awkwardly walked out. I used a bit too much strength just now and accidentally blew up the tester. What should I do? Ling Chen was a bit flustered. He hoped he wouldn't have to pay for it. No way, he had no money and no life to spare. Everyone looked inside through the open door after hearing his words. Sure enough, the power tester that had been fine just moments ago was now shattered into pieces. Gulp! At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard. Did it really explode? Just how strong is Ling Chen? Could he really have an explosive power of 1 million kilograms? Good heavens, what realm is he in? Young brother, what's your blood value test result? And could you share your attributes? Zhao Lao, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance, smiled broadly as he spoke to Ling Chen. It was no joke, the power Ling Chen had just unleashed was enough to kill him with a single punch. 208. As for the attributes, I don't think it's necessary to reveal them for now, Ling Chen said helplessly, looking at the expressions of the people present. However, as soon as he spoke, everyone there froze. 208? Silver second heaven? Goodness, you're already at the silver realm and only just came for the assessment? Considering Ling Chen's age and his ability to blow up the tester, it meant his attributes were definitely blue. Blue attributes, combined with being 18 years old and at the silver second heaven. What kind of monster is this? So, can I still take the assessment next? Ling Chen quickly asked. Yes, of course. Zhao Lao nodded eagerly. He then hurriedly led the remaining people away, and soon, they took the elevator to the third floor. The Guild Hall of the Chosen Alliance only has 4 floors. The first floor is the Task Hall and Assessment Hall, the second floor is the Activity area for formal members, and the third floor is a place only accessible to Silver Martial Kings. As for the fourth floor, only Golden Martial Emperors are qualified to go up. Wow, is this the third floor? I never expected I would get to come here one day. Yeah, all thanks to young brother Ling Chen. It's worth it. Damn, so many martial kings. A group of assessment martial artists began to discuss quietly upon seeing the powerful martial kings around them. These people might become their captains or even commanders in the future. When Zhao Lao brought so many people to the third floor, the martial kings there were stunned upon seeing them. Old Zhao, isn't the assessment point on the first floor? What are you doing bringing them up to the third floor? A middle-aged man frowned upon seeing Zhao Lao leading a group of martial artists who were not yet chosen. Ordinary chosen ones didn't even have the qualifications to come here. The 3-tier power tester was destroyed, so I brought them to use the 4-tier tester. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, old Zhao chuckled. However, as soon as he spoke, the surrounding martial kings were left dumbfounded. The tester was destroyed? Wait, could it be that a strong individual from the military or another faction is coming to join our chosen alliance? A martial king asked curiously. Such job-hopping incidents were not uncommon. If you're interested, just follow along. Just don't get scared later. Old Zhao grinned, offering no explanation, and directly led Ling Chen and the others to the testing space where the martial kings usually assessed their strength. There, a massive machine, several times larger than the previous tester, loomed in the room. Ling Chen, why don't you give it a try? Old Zhao said with a smile. Ling Chen didn't hesitate and walked right in. This kid looks so young, he must have just started college, right? And he's here for martial artist certification? Wow. Didn't expect a genius to show up, but who exactly destroyed the tester? It seems like no one here has that kind of strength. Who knows? To destroy a 3-tier tester, you'd need at least the strength of a silver 3. It looks like everyone here is just bronze martial artists. The martial kings, who had come to join the excitement, began discussing among themselves. What are you talking about? What do you mean by destroying the tester? Just then, a clear voice rang out. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look, their expressions changing. They saw a stunning woman, stepping on flames, flying over. President! Greetings, President! President, you've arrived? All the martial kings hurriedly greeted the enchanting woman. The newcomer was none other than Sikong Shuayun, the newly assigned president of the Chosen Alliance in Xianfeng City. A powerful individual at the Golden 4 level. Rumor had it that she was a super genius with a purple entry. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was still very young. It was said that she was a student at the Imperial University of Blue Water Star, assigned here for a few years of internship after graduation. Although it was called an internship, it was essentially a period of guarding these weaker regions. Once the guarding mission was over or her strength increased, she would be assigned to a more powerful city. President, here's the situation. I encountered a genius during the certification assessment who destroyed the 3-tier tester before even entering college, so I brought him here for testing. Old Zhao, facing the president, dared not hide anything and quickly spoke up. Oh? He destroyed the tester before even entering college? As soon as old Zhao's words fell, a spark of curiosity lit up in Sikong Shuayun's beautiful eyes. Not having entered college meant that the awakening of his entry had been less than a year ago. To possess such strength in just a year either indicated a natural martial arts genius or an exceptionally powerful entry. Of course, she leaned more towards the former. After all, the richest person in Xianfeng City could only afford 1 or 2 purple oracle stones at most. The probability of awakening a purple talent was minuscule. Moreover, if it were to happen, she, as the president, would definitely be the first to know. Boom! Just then, a loud noise erupted from inside, and the entire power tester shook violently. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted. To make a 4-tier tester tremble, the power must be at least over 3 million kilograms. B. Basic data test completed. Name, Ling Chen. Age, 18. Vitality value, 209. Soon, the test data began to be announced. Boom! However, as soon as the first item was announced, everyone present was in an uproar. It's not high, but lower than they expected. 3 million kg of strength, and the blood energy value is only 209? This explosive power must be over 15 times, right?
15 times, excluding the enhancement from martial arts techniques, means that the inherent explosive power must reach at least 10
times or more.
Of course, if the understanding of martial arts techniques is particularly strong, then only 8 or 9 times of explosive power is
needed, but even so, this attribute must at least be a blue quality.
At 18, possessing the realm of Silver Second Heaven signifies that this
young man has exceptional cultivation talent. If he also has the enhancement of blue quality or even purple attributes, then he is undoubtedly a super
genius, a super genius that can be recognized throughout Blue Water Star.
Genius, super genius.
When did our Xianfeng city produce such a genius? It's been decades. The last time our Xianfeng city had such a genius was the previous commander of the city defense army, Ling Xian, right?
Unfortunately,
Commander Ling sacrificed too early, otherwise, he would definitely be a super powerhouse at the martial sovereign level now.
In an instant,
all the martial kings began to discuss in shock.
Wait, Ling Xian, Ling Chen?
I remember when Commander Ling sacrificed, his child had just been born.
Not long ago. Now that I think about it, he's exactly 18. Suddenly, one of the martial kings raised an eyebrow, speaking with disbelief.
As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present changed.
Holy crap, is it true? Could this Ling Chen be the son of Commander Ling? I was saved by the commander back then.
It's very possible. I just saw this kid and felt he looked somewhat familiar. Turns out it's because
of the commander.
The commander's son has finally grown up, and he has inherited the commander's talent. That's amazing.
Ha ha ha. In an instant, some martial kings couldn't help but shed tears.
Ling Xian, he was the strongest prodigy in Xianfeng City in nearly 100 years.
It was rumored
that he might have a purple attribute, but it just hadn't been revealed.
And now, Ling Chen might actually be his son. In that moment, the martial kings present were even more excited.
It wasn't just because of Commander Ling's identity, but because that was Ling Xian, the idol of almost everyone in Xianfeng City. Brother, I've only been in Xianfeng City for a few years and don't quite understand. This Xianfeng City has been established for hundreds of years, and there have been dozens of commanders. Why is Ling Xian so beloved? One martial king looked at the other martial kings, who were excited and moved to tears, completely bewildered.
That's Commander Ling, not someone else.
20 years ago, when Xianfeng City faced a 5th-tier beast tide, it was Commander Ling who turned the tide, single-handedly resisting 3 5th-tier ferocious beasts, saving our
Xianfeng City.
After that, Ling Xian became the commander of our Xianfeng City. I was only 25 at that time, having just graduated from university.
Not long ago. If it weren't for Commander Ling, I would have died. Also, the name Xianfeng City was changed 18 years ago, on the very day the commander's son was born.
A nearby martial king began to explain excitedly. As soon as this was said, the expressions of several other martial kings who were unaware of the situation changed slightly.
Ling Xian, Ling Chen, Xianfeng City. Now he understood why it was changed to Xianfeng City.
The world thought that the name of Xianfeng City came from a secret realm of a wind-type alien race, but only those who knew the inside story
understood the origin of the name Xianfeng City. Ling Xian? Senior? He's actually from Xianfeng City? However, upon hearing this, not only were they shocked, but even Sikong Shuayun beside them was also astonished.
Ling Xian, of course, she knew him. He was undoubtedly the best in the Longtung Tower of Blue Water Star University to this day. His record has yet to be broken.
Sikong Shuayun had challenged Ling Xian's achievements during her university
years, but by the time she graduated, she was still 10 places behind Ling Xian. The gap between the second place and Ling Xian was staggering, which shows just how powerful Ling Xian's talent was. However, it was unclear why such a genius had vanished after leaving university. Now she learned that Ling Xian had actually died, and it was only 2 years after graduation. How could Xianfeng City possibly have a genius capable of killing Ling Xian? It was said that Ling Xian had already reached the martial sect level upon graduating. Wait, it shouldn't be just one person, the commander they mentioned is only at the martial emperor level. Ling Xian was on a completely different level. However, it didn't take long for Sikong Shuayun to realize it must be a case of having the same name. Just as everyone was still in shock, the remaining results for Ling Xian slowly appeared. Explosive power, 3.65 million kilograms. Speed, 354 meters per second. Defense, 388 kilograms. Attribute, purple asterisk 1. Overall rating, 7 stars. As the test results came out one by one, although everyone was prepared, they were still shocked by the terrifying data. An explosive power of 3.65 million kilograms for an ordinary martial emperor at the first level, a single punch would be enough to shatter them if they only had a green attribute. And Ling Chen had just reached silver 2 stars. This level of power was somewhat terrifying. Moreover, what shocked everyone the most was that Ling Chen actually had a purple attribute. Seeing this, even Sikong Shuayun was excited. Those who possessed a purple attribute were the top geniuses on the entire Blue Water Star. Only a few emerged each year. Crack! At this moment, the door of the testing device slowly opened, and Ling Chen walked out. The martial kings and the martial artists participating in the assessment instinctively compared Ling Chen's appearance to that of Commander Ling Xian. Ultimately, they were horrified to find that the resemblance was about 80%. Ling Chen was undoubtedly Ling Xian's son. However, after stepping out, Ling Chen immediately directed his gaze towards Sikong Shuayun. Not for any other reason, but her figure was simply stunning. Such a captivating figure, along with those long, white legs. Of course, Ling Chen's legs were secondary, the main thing was the powerful aura emanating from Sikong Shuayun, which was definitely at the martial emperor level. And not just any ordinary martial emperor. When did Xianfeng City gain such a super genius? Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, he soon found himself a bit dazed by the excited gazes of the surrounding martial kings. Why are these people so excited to see me? Although I know I'm a bit handsome, is it really necessary to react like this? Ling Chen thought to himself, feeling a bit narcissistic. Hello, Ling Chen, I'm Sikong Shuayun, the president of the chosen alliance of Xianfeng City. Do you have time to chat with me privately? At this moment, Sikong Shuayun descended and approached Ling Chen, smiling as she extended her right hand. President? Sikong Shuayun? When did this president change? Ling Chen was a bit confused upon hearing this, but he still reached out to shake her hand. I do have time, but my assessment isn't over yet. Shouldn't we wait until it's finished to talk? Ling Chen asked. With your strength, the practical assessment is actually unnecessary. But if you want to give it a try, that's fine too. The Chosen Alliance has several levels of assessment, and even with your current strength, you won't find it boring. Sikong Shuayun said with a smile. Indeed. With Ling Chen's combat power, there was no way he could fail a serious assessment. Let's give it a try. I haven't hunted any alien races yet. Ling Chen smiled and didn't skip over it. He also wanted to see what the alien races in this world were like. Alright, since that's the case, I will personally oversee your assessment. However, your ordinary strength assessment might not be impressive enough, so I'll directly conduct the Martial Emperor's certification assessment for you. What do you think? Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Sikong Shuayun pondered for a moment and then spoke directly to him. What? Martial Emperor's certification assessment? That's not acceptable, President. Yes, the Martial Emperor's certification assessment can only be conducted at the Martial Emperor level, and young Master Ling Chen has just reached the Martial King level. However, as soon as Sikong Shuayun's words were spoken, the martial kings present immediately became anxious. Are you kidding? This is Ling Xian's son, although he has exceptional talent, what if something goes wrong? Why are these people more worried about me than I am? Seeing their anxious expressions, Ling Chen was somewhat baffled and could only sigh that the Chosen One Alliance is quite united, protecting him even without him being a member. With me here, nothing will go wrong. It's just a mere Martial Emperor's certification assessment. If Ling Chen is truly the son of the great leader Ling Xian, then he will definitely pass with ease. If you're afraid of such a small risk, wouldn't that be embarrassing for great leader Ling Xian? Seeing that many elderly martial kings were about to rush at her, Sikong Shuayun could only go along with their words. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, these martial kings suddenly realized. Yes, since he is the great leader's son, there should be no problem. Exactly, and besides, with the president here, it's just a martial emperor's certification. That's right, that's right. In an instant, a group of martial kings nodded in agreement. Of course, it wasn't that they truly believed the martial emperor assessment was trivial. They just didn't want Ling Chen to back down and damage his martial spirit. Ha! How does everyone know I'm Ling Xian's son? Isn't my father just an ordinary martial emperor? Why does it seem like he's quite popular? Was he a nice guy in his lifetime? Ling Chen was completely bewildered. At this point, In his previous memories and understanding, Ling Xian was just an ordinary martial emperor. But now that he thought about it carefully, something felt off. His parents had him when they were 24. By that time, both of them were already martial emperors. A 24-year-old martial emperor couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. In the future, at the very least, they would achieve the martial sect level, and it was even possible they could reach the martial venerable level. Damn it, it seems that the me without awakened memories is not only a sycophant but also a fool, unable to comprehend such a simple truth. Ling Chen felt somewhat speechless. But then again, it made sense, he had no parents growing up. Although others took care of him, they were ultimately not his family. A child without family or parents, no matter how well people around him treat him, the inherent inferiority complex wouldn't disappear. Naturally, he would think his parents were not strong. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. What mattered was that this martial emperor certification assessment seemed to have some significance. Ling Chen, follow me. I'll take you to the assessment. At this moment, Xikong Shuiyin also said to Ling Chen. After speaking, the two walked towards the floating elevator. 4th floor. Only martial emperor level experts are qualified to come here. In the entire Xianfeng city, there are only about 20 martial emperor level experts. Among those who joined the Chosen One Alliance, there are 5, but currently, only Xikong Shuiyin happens to be present. Xikong Shuiyin directly brought Ling Chen to a huge domed room. This domed room has a diameter of a full kilometer. Its height is also several hundred meters. It occupies more than half of the entire headquarters of the Chosen One Alliance. This is the battle space, and it is the only place in Xianfeng City where the Martial Emperor Certification Assessment can be conducted. The Martial Emperor Assessment has 2 stages. You have already passed the basic strength certification. Now it's time for the practical combat. As long as you pass the practical combat assessment, you will become the 18th Martial Emperor of Xianfeng City. At the same time, you will have all the rights and privileges of a martial emperor. Of course, this is just the basics. With your immense talent, the Chosen One Alliance will also provide additional rewards. Xikong Shuiyin spoke directly. Is there money? Or can all the rewards be exchanged for money? Ling Chen suddenly interjected. Upon hearing his words, Xikong Shuiyin was clearly taken aback. There is money. If you pass the Martial Emperor certification at your age, plus having a purple entry, the one-time financial reward will be at least 1 billion. And there are also blue oracle stones. And a series of other rewards. If you were to exchange everything for money, it would be at least 3 billion. Of course, the most important thing is the privileges and treatment. These are things that money can't buy. Xikong Shuiyin elaborated. So much? Can I also sell the ferocious beasts I kill later for money? Ling Chen asked, even more excited. At this, Xikong Shuiyin's mouth twitched. How could this kid only think about money? Don't others care about privileges and treatment? Yes, alright, the certification is about to begin, so get ready. Xikong Shuiyin quickly interrupted Ling Chen's questioning, feeling speechless. Buzz. Then, her entire body ignited in flames, and she shot up into the sky. TSK, for 30 billion, it looks like I need to perform well. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, the black battle armor rapidly covered his entire body starting from his arms. An imposing set of armor enveloped him completely. At the same time, as he clenched his right hand, a black spear materialized. Clang! Ling Chen casually swung the spear in the void, producing a piercing gunshot. Sound. Crack. Just then, the ground around Ling Chen began to crack open with fissures. From these cracks, enormous energy prisons rose up. Inside these prisons were ferocious beasts, towering over 10 meters tall. These beasts were all above the 3rd tier, 7 stars. Their auras were incredibly terrifying. There were a total of 10 of them. Crack. 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 As the cages slowly opened. Roar, 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 roar. One by one, the ferocious beasts charged out, rushing towards Ling Chen. Come on. Seeing these beasts, Ling Chen snorted coldly, his innate divine power erupting. Holding the spear, he struck down fiercely at one of the beast's chests. Over 3 million kilograms of terrifying force directly slammed into the chest of that beast. Puff! The violent force caused the beast to explode from its chest. Blood splattered instantly. Witnessing this scene, Xikong Shuiyin in the sky frowned. Completely lacking technique, only relying on brute force. Doesn't this kid fear exhausting his strength? Xikong Shuiyin felt somewhat speechless. Ling Chen really didn't understand combat. At this rate, even the strongest power wouldn't last long. Moreover, the biggest drawback of these geniuses who could kill enemies above their level was their weak endurance. After all, their total vitality was the same as ordinary people, but exerting even greater power naturally consumed more stamina. At this rate, Ling Chen probably wouldn't last until the appearance of the 4th-tier Beast Emperor. Come again. However, Ling Chen completely ignored this, directly wielding the black spear to smash down at the next ferocious beast. Boom boom boom. Another earth-shattering roar echoed as yet another beast was smashed to pieces, scattering debris that knocked back the surrounding beasts. Before they could react, Ling Chen had already charged in, smashing their heads one after another with his spear. The 10 third-tier, 7-star ferocious beasts fell to the ground in less than a minute at Ling Chen's hands. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's black armor was stained red with blood, but soon the armor trembled slightly. Blood spilled all over the ground. Buzz. However, at that moment, a sudden surge emanated from these ferocious beasts, and then white oracle stones began to coalesce and fell to the ground. Unfortunately, they were all white, which held little value. For 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, dying would guarantee the formation of white oracle stones. There was less than a 10% chance of producing green oracle stones. Sadly, the value of a white oracle stone was only 10,000. Meanwhile, the corpse of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, even at its cheapest, was worth hundreds of thousands. So, these white oracle stones were practically given away. But for Ling Chen, white oracles were good things. He directly collected them. That was at least 100,000. Adding the value of the corpse, it totaled at least several million. One must admit, making money as a high-level warrior was indeed easy. It's a bit few, President, can't you bring a few more? Ling Chen said, somewhat reluctantly to Sikong Shuayun in the sky. Sikong Shuayun twitched her lips. She naturally understood what Ling Chen meant by few. He was complaining about the low amount of money. She had seen through this greedy kid. You think it's few? Then I'll give you more. Just right, when I arrived at Shinfeng City, I caught some alien beings, so let this kid practice his skills. Sikong Shuayun's lips curled slightly. Then, she tapped her smart wristwatch. Click, click, click. The ground cracked open again, but this time Ling Chen noticed that the cracks were not large, but there were many of them. Could it be weak ferocious beasts? Then I won't be able to earn much money? Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, he soon realized he was wrong. One by one, cages over 2 meters high rose up. Each cage contained a burly orc. These orcs wielded massive cleavers in their hands. Each orc exuded an aura of 3-tier 5 stars. Although they were weaker, their numbers were substantial. There were a full 100 of them. At the same time, Ling Chen also saw that many of them had various attributes above their heads, although most were white. But each one had a green attribute. These green attributes were roughly the following 4. Robust, green, strength bonus 200%, beginner swordsmanship, green, swordsmanship power bonus * 200%, iron skin, green, defense bonus 300%, endurance, green, stamina bonus * 200%. Of course, the ferocious beasts Ling Chen had just killed also had a green attribute. Generally, 1st and 2nd tier ferocious beasts had white attributes, while 3rd and 4th tier had green ones. 3rd tier had 1 green and 3 to 4 white attributes, while 4th tier had 2 to 4 green attributes. 5th tier would have blue attributes, with the rest being green. 6th tier would have more than 2 blue attributes, and 7th tier would have purple attributes. 8th tier would have more than 2 purple attributes. Only those above 9th tier would have silver attributes. This was the biggest difference between these alien beings and humans. For aliens, once their strength reached a certain level, their attributes would upgrade. Humans, on the other hand, were different. It depended on the combination of attributes and talents. If the attributes were weak, even if the cultivation talent was strong, they could still be killed by lower-tier ferocious beasts. Of course, these green attributes would only appear if one was extremely lucky to obtain a green oracle stone. Generally, only weakened versions of white attributes would drop. However, Ling Chen was attracted to the attribute of beginner swordsmanship. Weapon-type attribute, if I absorb this, wouldn't I instantly become a weapon master? Moreover, this attribute seems to be able to stack with other attributes. For example, if it stacks with robust, that would be 200% plus 200%. A full 400% bonus. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Overlay type entries, huh? This is a good thing. Once I get to purple, I can stack at least 1000%. If I add the 1500% from innate divine strength, that's a full 2500% boost. Calculating it out, purple talents are even stronger than silver talents. Crack. 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 However, at that moment, all the orc prison cells opened. Human, die. Kill. Kill this human. In an instant, all the orcs excitedly rushed out of their cells. All the orcs wielded large blades and charged at Ling Chen. Having green entries has already made you quite powerful, but unfortunately, you're up against me. Ling Chen's lips curled slightly, and in the next moment, the black spear in his hand transformed into a long knife.
Then, with a push of his foot, boom! In an instant, his figure shot out explosively. With his speed reaching its peak, he transformed into a shadow, weaving through the orcs at a terrifying pace. The moment the shadow passed by an orc, that orc's head fell to the ground. In the sky, Sikong Shuayun's pupils constricted sharply at this scene. What incredible speed! This is definitely a speed-type purple talent. This kid actually possesses 2 purple talents. Sikong Shuayun was shocked. Unlike the popular strength talents like Dali, speed-type talents are far more powerful. After all, increasing speed is much more difficult than increasing strength. If your speed is fast enough, even if your strength is 10 times greater, the opponent only needs a slightly better weapon to easily kill you. Therefore, high-level speed-type talents are extremely rare among all entries. Now that Ling Chen has displayed a purple-level speed entry, his talent level will rise another notch. After all, 1 purple entry is not the same as 2. Puff! 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 The sounds of weapons piercing through bodies echoed wildly. In the blink of an eye, all 100 powerful orcs had their heads shot into the sky, lying dead on the ground. Ling Chen, standing amidst the pile of orcs, looked at the corpses and fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, speaking of which, it seems these orc corpses can't be sold, right? Ling Chen thought of this serious matter. After all, although orcs are not the same species as humans, they still resemble humans. The thought of consuming their flesh is quite chilling. Of course, there are some small factories that produce nutritional agents using materials that large factories dare not use. After all, small factories are quite aggressive with their materials. The prices are also affordable. Buzz! 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 At that moment, a wave of fluctuations suddenly surged from the orcs. Then, a large number of white oracle stones began to coalesce. Among them were 10 green oracle stones. Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A green oracle stone is at least 1 million, but most are priced even higher. After all, trash entries are not very common. These orcs all have combat-type entries, so these oracle stones are worth at least 20 to 30 million. If converted to flesh, it would significantly boost Ling Chen's vitality. President, isn't it time for the 4th-tier ferocious beasts to appear? The 3rd tier strength is too weak. Ling Chen then looked up at Sikong Shuayin in the sky. As for the entry for basic swordsmanship, he naturally wouldn't merge it in front of Sikong Shuayun. Right away. Seeing that Ling Chen indeed had that strength, Sikong Shuayin felt relieved and then directly tapped on her smart wristwatch. Crack! In the next moment, a huge rift slowly opened several hundred meters away from Ling Chen. Roar! As the crack opened, an angry low roar erupted from within. Soon after, a giant beast with fiery red fur slowly rose from the fissure. The beast resembled a massive flaming lion, and upon emerging, it glared furiously at Sikong Shuayun in the sky, clearly indicating that it had been captured by her. This is a Tier 4, 1-star fire cloud lion. I originally planned to capture it as a mount, but unfortunately, it would rather die than submit. Since that's the case, let's see how you handle it. It possesses 3 green attributes, so be very careful. Sikong Shuayun spoke slowly from the sky. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen also looked up at the beast. Beast King. Green suppresses beasts, reducing their combat power. Fire control. Green mastery over fire, enhancing fire-type skills. By 300% robust green, strength bonus of 200% thick skin white, defense bonus of 180% blood bowl white, stamina bonus of 180%. A total of 5 attributes, 3 of which are green. I must say, this talent is indeed impressive. Fire control, this attribute is also quite good. It seems I need to buy some green oracle stones to stack this fire control attribute when I get back. Elemental attributes are naturally favored by Ling Chen. What man doesn't like to play with fire? Of course, if conditions allow, he wants to master all elemental attributes. After all, once the level reaches a certain point, upgrading white attributes to higher level attributes becomes much more difficult. So, instead of struggling to upgrade to high level attributes, it's better to upgrade a bunch of purple attributes to enhance his strength. Of course, the prerequisite is that his strength must be sufficient. Crack! At this moment, the massive iron door slowly opened. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the fire cloud lion's mouth. In an instant, a violent heat wave swept out in all directions. The temperature in the entire space began to rise rapidly. Under the cover of flames, the fire cloud lion walked out of its cage like a proud deity. It cast a disdainful glance at Ling Chen. Then it looked up at Sikong Shuayun in the sky, but in its gaze towards her, a hint of fear emerged. The terrifying power of Sikong Shuayun was something it could not withstand. To put it bluntly, even a breath from her could unleash a terrifying heat wave that would roast it into a charred lion.
However, becoming a mount for a mere human was absolutely out of the question.
Big Lion, you look pretty badass. Ling Chen, noticing the disdain in its eyes, couldn't help but feel speechless. Roar! Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Fire Cloud Lion let out a low growl, affirming that it indeed was badass. Boom! However, just as its growl ended, Ling Chen suddenly erupted.
With terrifying speed, his figure transformed into a shadow and charged towards the Fire Cloud Lion, causing its pupils to constrict sharply.
Yet, before it could react, Ling Chen had already appeared beneath its head. Die!
In the next moment, with a deep roar, Ling Chen's long knife
shot up into the sky and slashed down.
Roar! Sensing the threat of death, the Fire Cloud Lion quickly roared and retreated.
Puff!
But its speed was still a fraction too slow, and a 1-meter-long gash was opened on its neck by Ling Chen.
Puff, puff, puff.
A large amount of blood sprayed from its neck, scorching the ground and creating numerous pits. However, before the Fire Cloud Lion could react, Ling Chen had once again transformed into a shadow and appeared beside it. Another knife came crashing down.
The Fire Cloud
Lion was taken aback, and then it suddenly spewed a jet of flames towards Ling Chen. The raging flames transformed into a pillar of fire that slammed fiercely into Ling Chen's body. However, what shocked the Fire Cloud Lion was that the armor on Ling Chen completely blocked the flames from reaching him. Meanwhile, the long knife had already struck directly
at its belly. Puff!
Blood gushed out violently.
The Fire Cloud Lion's internal organs were all expelled. Roar! After suffering consecutive heavy blows, the Fire Cloud
Lion howled in pain.
It swiped a paw at Ling Chen.
Just as it was about to hit him, Ling Chen had already vanished. This time, Ling Chen appeared directly above it at an incredible speed. The long knife in his hand transformed into a spear and stabbed fiercely at the Fire Cloud Lion's forehead.
Puff!
In an instant, the spear pierced through the Fire
Cloud Lion's skull, embedding itself in its head. Ling Chen's right hand suddenly shook. Puff, 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 puff.
The next moment, a torrent of blood and brain matter erupted from the Fire Cloud Lion's 7 orifices.
Its massive body trembled and then crashed heavily to the ground. Boom!
The enormous body struck the earth with a thunderous sound.
In the sky, Sikong Shuiyin watched the battle in shock.
Just moments ago, she thought Ling Chen was merely a brute relying on sheer strength, but now it seemed this kid was a combat
genius.
Although Ling Chen won due to his incredible speed and the formidable defense of the Black Warrior armor, every step he took was calculated. It was also the fastest way to kill the Fire Cloud Lion given his current strength.
Buzz!
However, at that moment, a dazzling light burst forth from the Fire Cloud Lion.
To the astonishment of both Sikong Shuiyin in the sky and Ling Chen, the light turned out to be blue.
Then, under the gathering of this blue light, a blue oracle stone slowly descended to the ground.
Damn, a big explosion. It actually dropped a blue oracle stone. Ling Chen was immediately stunned.
Although the Fire Cloud Lion did not have a blue attribute, it could still drop high-level
attributes, not to mention blue, even purple or silver ones could be dropped.
This was normal, after all, only 7th and 8th tier beasts had purple attributes, while
silver attributes belonged to 9th and 10th tier beasts.
This meant that among the beasts that humanity could currently defeat, there were no golden attributes. Where would those
golden attributes come from? They could only be obtained from low-tier beasts with an extremely low probability.
Of course, that probability was incredibly low. So low that humanity currently controlled around 7 to 800 million life planets, and they could barely count all the golden attributes combined.
What kind of luck does this kid have? Sikong Shuiyin in the sky was also speechless.
Of course, if she saw the attributes of this blue oracle stone, she would probably be even more speechless.
Beast Emperor. Blue has an extremely powerful suppression effect on beasts. Greatly reduces the combat power of beast enemies. Flame control. Blue mastery over the power of flames, fire-type skill power increased, 700% giant strength blue, strength bonus, 700% iron skin green, defense bonus, 300% endurance green, stamina bonus asterisk 200%. This blue oracle stone contained 3 blue attributes, and all 3 blue attributes were top tier. Ordinary blue attributes usually provided a 5-fold increase, while these provided a 7-fold increase. Even the other 2 attributes were green. What does this mean? This oracle stone, aside from lacking a purple attribute, was already much stronger than an ordinary purple oracle stone. After use, there is a 60% chance of obtaining blue attributes. Just this one, the price of this blue oracle stone cannot be less than 2 billion, its value comparable to dozens of ordinary blue oracle stones. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Ling Chen looked at the entry, somewhat shocked. It seems he didn't even add any lucky entries, yet he suddenly got such a top-tier oracle stone? Of course, no matter how top tier it is, it still has to be sold. Using it himself?
Don't joke around, with that much money, he could easily stack the same entry to at least a silver.
1. Why would he need this blue entry? I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. The president really is a good person. He let me kill such a top-tier beast.
Ling Chen quickly tucked the oracle stone away, unable to help but marvel at Sikong
Shuayun's kindness. Congratulations, Ling Chen.
I didn't expect that your first kill of a 4th-tier beast would actually drop a blue oracle stone.
Your luck is unmatched.
At this moment, Sikong Shuayan also flew down from the sky, looking at
Ling Chen with admiration.
Just luck, just luck. Ling Chen replied with a smile. You have now passed the certification of the Martial Emperor. I have already uploaded everything to the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance on Blue Water Star. They have approved your Martial Emperor qualifications. Congratulations, you are now a certified Martial Emperor level powerhouse of our human federation.
Sikong Shuayan changed the subject and congratulated Ling Chen.
Ling Chen's combat power was, beyond doubt, absolutely reaching the Martial Emperor realm. After all, an ordinary first-tier Martial Emperor might not even be able to defeat the Fire Cloud Lion he just faced.
So when will the rewards be issued? Ling Chen asked his most concerned question.
Within today, I suppose.
But speaking of which, are you really short on money? You didn't take out a loan online, did you? Sikong Shuayan couldn't help but ask her question.
However, as she spoke, her gaze glanced at Ling Chen's body. It was clear that the online loan she mentioned was of the dubious kind.
Of course not.
It's just that I have an entry that requires a lot of resources to enhance my strength.
Otherwise, do you think I could have raised my realm to this level? Just a few days after awakening my entry? Seeing Sikong Shuayun's gaze, Ling Chen quickly explained, while also presenting the entry of the Abyssal Maw.
His future strength would definitely increase dramatically, and the best excuse was naturally the uniqueness of the Abyssal Maw. Although some might find the Abyssal Maw a bit terrifying, they wouldn't doubt it too much, at least not to the extent of suspecting he had an outrageous entry like Infinity.
Sure enough, upon seeing Ling Chen's
entry, Sikong Shuayun's pupils immediately constricted. She wasn't shocked by the terror of the Abyssal Maw entry, but rather by the quantity.
3 purple entries. Ling Chen already had 3 purple entries. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this?
On Blue Water Star, 1 purple entry is enough to be considered a top genius, and 2 would make one a super genius not seen in 100 years.
What does 3 mean? 3 purple entries are top geniuses even in the Xintian star domain,
which has millions of life planets.
Are you still human? Sikong Shuayan couldn't help but complain to Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Although he had the Abyssal Maw entry, he was still a genuine person, okay? Of course. The greatly impacted Sikong Shuayan didn't say much more to Ling Chen. After giving him the Martial Emperor medal, she left. As for Ling Chen, he wandered around the
Chosen Alliance for a bit, found nothing of interest, and then went home. Originally, he had planned to leave the city to hunt beasts. Now he realized it was unnecessary. After all, with the 3 billion federal coins that might be obtained later, plus the least 2 billion from this blue oracle stone, I can guarantee myself at least 5 billion.
To hunt ferocious beasts and earn this much money, I would need to kill at least over 100 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Even if I could defeat them, I wouldn't be able to find that many.
When Ling Chen returned home, he also put the blue oracle stone up for sale in the marketplace.
However, just after listing it, the staff of the federal marketplace quickly contacted Ling Chen.
Dear customer, your blue oracle stone has been rated as a
top-grade oracle stone.
The federal marketplace is willing to offer you a purchase price of 2.5 billion.
What do you think?
A full 2.5 billion, which is 500 million more than Ling Chen had expected. Of course, Ling Chen also knew that if he listed it at the auction house, the price could at least rise by another 1 or 200 million, but the selling time would take at least 6 or 7 days. I'll sell it, but I need to buy some supplies, so I need to spend the money quickly. Ling Chen said directly. Detected that you are a certified Martial Emperor, the marketplace agrees to this request. We will give you a temporary credit of 2.5 billion, which will reset once the blue oracle stone is received by the marketplace.
Shall we proceed? The staff
quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Instantly, he found that his account balance had increased by a
full 2.5 billion.
With this much money, I should be able to get a lot of silver attributes this time.
Seeing this, Ling Chen immediately smiled.
Then, he began to place orders frantically. Previously, a minor talent attribute cost 50,000, and the progress bar was already nearly halfway when he upgraded to silver last time.
This time, spending around 1 billion should be enough to elevate the martial talent to silver. That means spending a total of 2 billion. I have to say, this price is not cheap. As for the Abyssal Maw, it only requires 1/5 of the price, so it would cost 400 million to upgrade to silver. After spending
I would still have 1.1 billion left. I need to get a weapon attribute, and I also need to get a fire control attribute. However, the fire control attribute is a bit expensive, starting at least at a million, but it comes as a green attribute, which is equivalent to 100,000 white oracle stones. By this calculation, upgrading to silver would cost at least 4 billion. I should just get a purple one to use for now. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless. He then began searching for the oracle stones he needed. He first bought enough of the abyssal maw and martial talent oracle stones. As for the weapon attribute, after thinking it over, Ling Chen ultimately chose a spear. Why? Because it looks cool. Anyway, the prices are similar, and money is not a concern. Looking cool is a lifelong matter. However, during the search, Ling Chen suddenly discovered an attribute. This attribute instantly left Ling Chen dumbfounded. Friction heat. White, you can rapidly heat objects, and it may even ignite them. This attribute seems like a low-tier fire control. The flames that emerge are just ordinary flames with no power enhancement at all. Moreover, the speed is extremely slow. Ling Chen specifically searched for a video, and in the video, users of this attribute were usually lighting fires in the wild. It is almost useless in daily life, at least not useful in combat. Furthermore, this ability can be easily mastered just by watching 2 episodes of Survival in the Wild. Who needs an attribute for that? Could it be that these fire control, electric manipulation, and so on all have low-tier white attributes? Just because they are too low-tier, no one considers them to be on par with those powerful elemental attributes? Ling Chen was suddenly shocked by this thought. If that's the case, I could save 10 times the money to obtain elemental attributes. Let's buy a few dozen of them and see. After all, I'm not short. On this, Ling Chen directly placed an order for 40 oracle stones with the friction ignition attribute. These oracle stones were considered quite useless, so their price was the lowest at 10,000, and if bought in bulk, there was even a 5% discount, as hardly anyone was purchasing them. Soon, the items arrived. Ling Chen picked one up and activated it immediately. Toughness. White, defense * 130%. Friction ignition. White, can quickly ignite by rubbing fingers together. Strength. White, strength * 130%. Blood ox. White, stamina limit * 130%. This oracle stone had a total of 4 attributes, and without hesitation, Ling Chen extracted them. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, friction ignition. White. Ability gained, can quickly ignite by rubbing fingers together. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, friction ignition. White. Ignition speed increased. Ding. You have extracted the attribute, friction ignition. White. Attribute upgraded to fire control. Green. Can manipulate flames, and flame power increased to 200%. As Ling Chen extracted 4 white attributes at once, the attribute level directly upgraded to green. Moreover, just as he had imagined, this attribute was indeed fire control. It's actually true, that saves a lot of money. Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh upon seeing this. If fire control can have a white attribute, could wind control and water control also have similar white attributes? If they all do, I could gain control over some powerful elemental forces in the future. With this thought, Ling Chen began searching again. Soon, he found several attributes that all seemed related to elements. Water play. White friction electricity. White mud mixing. White wind blowing. White. These attributes were as useless as they could get. However, if they could be enhanced, there was a good chance they would become powerful elemental attributes. If elemental attributes can all be white, I wonder if luck attributes can have them too? Ling Chen pondered, considering the possibility that any white attribute could upgrade to those super powerful special attributes. Sure enough, under his quick search, he really found a luck-related white attribute. Love to laugh. People who love to laugh usually have good luck. This attribute hardly provided any special ability and had already been classified as one of the worst attributes. Ling Chen had even seen some attribute testing bloggers spend a lot of money to find people to test whether this attribute was indeed a luck-related white attribute. They had 10 people who could barely afford a meal, each given 100,000 to merge this love to laugh attribute. Before merging, they had them flip a coin 100 times. According to normal results, the probability of heads was around 50%. However, after acquiring this attribute, everyone's luck did indeed improve. But the improvement was dismal. It only increased from a 50% probability to about 53 or 54, with the highest being just 55. Therefore, this attribute was directly classified as one of the top 10 useless attributes. TSK. This era really has all kinds of people, but it costs 100,000 and can merge 4 white attributes. Although it might result In a useless love-to-laugh attribute, for those with low talent who can't even afford white oracle stones, this blogger is probably considered a great benefactor.
Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh at this thought.
However, that wasn't the important part. The important thing was that this attribute was indeed a luck-related white attribute. Since that was the case, he decided to buy it. Ling Chen directly spent 500 million in one go, purchasing 50,000 oracle stones with the love-to-laugh attribute. I wonder if having this silver luck-related attribute will make it easier for me to obtain the attributes I want. Ling Chen thought of this. He definitely had to give it a try. After all, a white oracle stone worth 10,000 was equally valuable, considering he needed all 4 attributes himself. However, for an attribute like some talent, the value of the same white attribute was several times that of other attributes. If he could increase the probability of drawing some talent, he could save a significant amount of money. So, Ling Chen directly purchased the oracle stone for the attribute, loves to laugh, planning to buy the rest once he had spent a bit more. The attribute, loves to laugh, was practically unsold, so the oracle stones were all from squeezed inventory. As soon as someone placed an order, the Alliance Mall immediately shipped it out, fearing Ling Chen might change his mind. Therefore, in less than half an hour, 50,000 oracle stones were delivered to Ling Chen's warehouse. Whether I can become a luck master depends on this round. Ling Chen took a deep breath and then began to draw wildly. Ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White. Luck slightly increased. Ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White. Luck slightly increased. Ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White. Luck slightly increased. Ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White. The attribute upgraded to small luck. Green, sure enough, after just drawing 4 attributes, the attribute successfully upgraded. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. This attribute was indeed lucky. Ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White, asterisk 30. The attribute upgraded to continuous good luck. Blue, ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White, asterisk 500. The attribute upgraded to great luck. Purple, ding! You drew the attribute, loves to laugh. White, asterisk 10000. The attribute upgraded to child of luck. Silver. You possess protagonist level luck. Finally, after using more than 20,000 oracle stones, Ling Chen's luck attribute finally reached silver. As for why it was more than 20,000? Naturally, as his luck increased, the probability of drawing the loves to laugh attribute also improved significantly. Towards the end, he could almost draw whatever he wanted. As for upgrading to the silver level child of luck, Ling Chen estimated that even with green, blue, or even purple oracle stones, he could draw whatever he wanted. Whether it could affect the silver oracle stones remained unknown. Of course, while he couldn't specify, the probability of drawing was definitely on the rise. No wonder these luck-type oracle stones are so expensive. The later it gets, the more expensive they become. There's a reason for this price. Since that's the case, I can spend less on drawing the oracle stones for some talent. Based on the current probability of hitting every time, I only need a little over 5,000 oracle stones, which means just 260 million. Wow, that saves me 8 or 900 million compared to what I expected. If I had known, I would have stacked luck-type attributes earlier. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of pain. Right, let me see how many white attributes I need to upgrade to. Increase the bonus by 1% after upgrading to a silver attribute. Ling Chen remembered this. However, since the loves to laugh attribute didn't have a percentage, he could only first upgrade to one that had a bonus, like great strength. He then started drawing the great strength attribute, as he still had nearly 30,000 oracle stones left unused. He could upgrade all 3 remaining attributes to silver. Ding! You drew the attribute, great strength. White, asterisk 4500. The attribute upgraded to power of the mighty elephant. Silver. Strength. Bonus, 2000%. After upgrading to silver, the great strength attribute also changed. Ling Chen had heard of the mighty elephant. It was a 9th tier ferocious beast, and its silver attribute was the power of the mighty elephant. Its strength was extremely terrifying, it was said to have been discovered on a 3rd tier planet when it first appeared. A 3rd tier planet is 1,000 times that of Earth, equivalent to a terrifying planet as massive as the Sun. However, as soon as it appeared, it crushed that planet with a single step. That video is still fresh in Ling Chen's memory. It is said that with this entry, a genius's future strength could reach a terrifying level capable of destroying stars. Subsequently, Ling Chen began to stack entries. However, the more he stacked, the more speechless he became. After 100 stacks, the
Increase still hadn't risen by 1%.
Finally, when Lingchen stacked the entry to 1000 times, the increase finally went up by 1%.
What does this mean?
It means that to upgrade this silver entry to a golden entry with a 4000% increase, one would need to stack the white entry 2 million
times. That's at least 20 billion.
Money is a trivial matter. After all, 20 billion is practically a giveaway compared to a golden entry.
20 billion could at most buy 2 purple oracle stones.
Meanwhile, the cheapest silver oracle stones are priced at over 10 trillion.
As for the golden oracle stones, their price is astronomical.
One would cost at least 10 trillion or more.
This is still considering that the human
race has now entered the era of the great universe, with nearly a billion planets.
Otherwise, selling the original Earth wouldn't even be enough to buy one.
And this is just the price of golden oracle stones. The probability of extracting one is also extremely low.
Golden oracle
stones have at least 10 options, while the probability of drawing a golden entry is less than 1%.
Generally, a person can only possess
3 or 4 entries, with only a few rare individuals managing to reach 7 or 8.
The most extraordinary can have 10 entries.
This means that each person can only draw 10 times. Even if they use golden oracle stones each time, the probability of drawing a golden entry
is only 1 in 10. Therefore, this is why it is said that having a golden entry among the human race today is an extremely extraordinary feat. Possessing a golden entry means limitless future achievements.
Not to mention 20 billion for a golden entry. Even if it were 200 trillion,
countless people would rush to buy it.
But the problem is that it requires stacking entries 2 million times, which means a lottery draw
of 2 million times.
Based on how quickly Lingchen clicks to draw and then puts it down to pick up the second one, the fastest he can manage
is 1 per second.
At most, he can draw over 80,000 entries in a day. This means that to stack out a golden entry, Lingchen would need to
spend over 20 days. This time consumption is a bit long.
Gaining a golden entry in a month, while worth it, still makes Lingchen reluctant
to waste so much time.
After all, he has become accustomed to rapidly increasing his strength. Slowing down is something he can't easily
accept.
I wonder how long it would take to increase proficiency by 1% if I were to draw a green talent.
Suddenly, Lingchen thought of this.
For green talents, if the level increases by 1 degree, if he guessed correctly, the number needed to upgrade to gold should be similar to that required for white entries to upgrade to silver, right? In that case, he would only need to draw 10,000 times.
Although some
green entries might cost 2 to 3 times more than white ones, with the luck of a child of destiny, green is guaranteed.
If it's a bit
more expensive, so be it. Increasing strength makes earning money much simpler. Immediately, Lingchen purchased 100 oracle stones with the
green entry, giant strength. He spent only 100 million. It seems that the giant strength oracle stone is quite common. After all, the 4
basic physical entries, strength, speed, defense, and stamina, have the highest coverage.
Almost every fierce beast has 1 or 2, or even all of them. Ding.
You have drawn the entry, giant strength.
Green.
Asterisk 10, entry, mighty elephant power bonus plus 1%, as expected, just as Ling Chen had anticipated. After only 10 draws, the bonus had already increased by 1%. At this rate, it would only take 20,000 draws to
upgrade to gold. This saved 100 times the time. In other words, it would only take a few hours.
And the money spent was not a single
cent more.
It seems that if I want to continue upgrading to gold in the future, I will need to use blue talents.
But that's fine, the prices
are about the same, so using blue talents it is.
Lingchen smiled as well. Although blue oracle stones were rare, their quantity was simply abundant for the entire human race.
Even the stock of purple oracle stones combined would be at least trillions. So there was no need to worry
about running out of high-level oracle stones in the future. As for money, once Lingchen's strength increased and he went hunting those high-level ferocious beasts, wouldn't he have as much money as he wanted?
Now that we have the Child of Fortune, let's get more elemental
entries. After all, each elemental entry only costs 100 million, with money, it's already done. With this thought, Lingchen couldn't help but smile.
The next moment, without hesitation, he opened the shop and began to buy frantically. Fortunately, what he wanted were all white oracle stones, so the stock in Xianfeng City could provide them. Once the items arrived, Lingchen began to crazily stack and upgrade.
Ding. You drew the entry, friction generates heat.
White, asterisk 10530. The entry upgraded to Vermilion Bird Divine Fire.
Silver.
Can control Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, and the flame power is increased to 2000%.
Ding. You drew the entry, nutritional supplement.
White, asterisk 10,000. The entry upgraded to Devouring Earth.
Silver. Can devour everything to strengthen oneself. Ding. You drew the entry, some talent. White, asterisk 10,000. The entry upgraded to Heavenly Genius. Silver. Cultivation talent asterisk 10,000 times. Ding. You drew the entry, Gunslinger Apprentice. White, asterisk 10530. The entry upgraded to Supreme Gunway. Silver. Gun talent is extraordinary. Learning gun techniques greatly increases comprehension. At the same time, enhances gun power, 2000%. Can stack with other talents. Every 3 hours or so, Ling Chen could fuse a brand new silver entry. Without exception, these entries were extremely terrifying existences. Possessing any one of them would easily allow one to become a planetary-level powerhouse. At this moment, Ling Chen had stacked more than 10 such silver entries. By the time all the entries were completed, it was already the morning of the third day. Ha! Finally done! After opening the last oracle stone, Ling Chen collapsed to the ground, exhausted. His body wasn't tired, but his heart was. At this moment, he had finally stacked more than 10 silver entries. Then, he clenched his right hand in the air. Boom! Instantly, a ball of purple flame erupted from his palm, and in an instant, the temperature around him began to rise wildly. Seeing that it was about to catch fire, Ling Chen hurriedly extinguished the flames. Looking around, the entire house was slightly charred. This vermilion bird divine fire is a bit terrifying. According to the description, the temperature can easily reach millions of degrees Celsius in the later stages of cultivation. Who can withstand that? Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This thing couldn't be used carelessly, otherwise, this building would probably turn to ashes in seconds. Then Ling Chen snapped his fingers. Snap! Instantly, a blue-black lightning flashed at his fingertips. This was another elemental entry, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Silver, control 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, thunder power asterisk 2000%. The power of this thunder was also extremely terrifying. However, at present, Ling Chen's strength is somewhat weak, and he can only stimulate a trace of power. Of course, even a trace is enough to easily annihilate those golden martial emperors. If Ling Chen were to encounter the previous Fire Cloud Lion now, he could instantly eliminate it with a snap of his fingers from 1,000 meters away. These 2 items are still sufficient for the time being. The remaining money should be used to purchase nutritional agents. But speaking of which, did Sikong Shueyun deceive me? The money that was supposed to arrive the same day still hasn't come? Could it be that someone has blacked my money? At this moment, Ling Chen's expression darkened. This woman really is unreliable. However, now is not the time to discuss this. He opened his Federal Mall and then purchased a total of 50 high-grade nutritional agents. He spent 500 million in one go. The remaining money quickly dwindled. Fortunately, the benefit of buying in bulk is that the Federal Mall accelerates shipping, and it can be delivered in 4 to 5 hours at most. During these 4 to 5 hours, Ling Chen also took a nap. Although with his strength, not sleeping for dozens of days is completely fine. After all, there are stamina-related silver items in play. A few hours later, the intelligent butler also notified him that the nutritional agents he purchased had arrived. Ling Chen, waking from his slumber, went to the warehouse. Let's first test the effect of that previous nutritional agent. I bought it and still haven't used it. Remembering this, Ling Chen went to the corner of the warehouse and took out a tube of blood-red liquid from the refrigerator. He then gulped down the liquid in one go. Boom! In an instant, the devouring item erupted. An endless stream of power surged into Ling Chen's limbs and bones like a flood. Without hesitation, Ling Chen quickly began to practice the advanced body refinement technique frantically. It must be said that even though Ling Chen hadn't practiced in the past few days, he had comprehended the advanced body refinement technique and the basic fist technique to a perfect realm. He could even find dozens of improvement methods for the basic fist technique with just a little thought. Any casual modification could meet the standards of a Tier 3 martial skill. As for the advanced body refinement technique, Ling Chen also discovered a lot of discrepancies while practicing. By slightly modifying the incorrect parts, the speed of refining this energy surged instantly. A notification sound followed. And this was just Ling Chen's initial idea. As he continued to practice, he found many flaws in this technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have improved the advanced body refinement technique. Level upgraded to Tier 5. After modifying according to his thoughts, the level of the advanced body refinement technique increased again. The new body refinement technique could no longer be called advanced. A Tier 5 technique is among the top techniques in the entire Blue Water Star. However, Ling Chen didn't care about any of this. With the devouring item, his training speed was simply at the speed of light. With sufficient energy now, Ling Chen could almost increase his vitality by 10 points every second. A single high-grade nutritional agent was completely digested in less than a minute. At this moment, Ling Chen's vitality had already reached 454 points, which is the realm of Silver Tier 4. A single high-grade nutritional agent can now give me over 100 points of vitality. That's not bad. I wonder if using all 50 will elevate my realm to Martial Emperor Tier 2? Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt a bit of anticipation. The Martial Emperor is already the most powerful existence in the entire Xianfeng city. And with his silver items, his realm among the Martial Emperors is definitely the most terrifying existence. Even an ordinary Tier 6 Martial Master might not be his opponent. Subsequently, Ling Chen drank all 50 newly purchased high-grade nutritional agents in one go. If someone saw a Tier 3 martial artist consuming high-grade nutritional agents like this, they would probably be scared to death. This high-grade nutrient solution, an ordinary martial emperor can only take a sip at a time, and even that requires a week to digest before they can eat anything else. Is Ling Chen not afraid of overloading himself by downing 50 of them at once? However, soon, the nutrients he ingested began to digest rapidly. A violent power started to spread through Ling Chen's limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. Every bone, muscle, and even cell in Ling Chen's body trembled. His vital energy surged through his veins at an astonishing speed. In that moment, Ling Chen's strength skyrocketed at an incredible rate. During the time Ling Chen was in seclusion for cultivation, an important discussion regarding him took place in the capital of Blue Water Star. The Central Council of Blue Water Star. The Central Council is the highest authority in all of Blue Water Star. The speaker and other members of the council gather here to discuss and decide the development strategies of Blue Water Star. However, today, they convened the Central Council for the sake of a young boy. The first speaker of the council was a middle-aged man in black armor. His aura was exceptionally profound. He was none other than the speaker of Blue Water Star, Si Kongjun, who had just returned from the battlefield. At the same time, he was also Si Kong Shueyun's father. Despite his youthful appearance, he was already over 60. It was just that after reaching the 6th rank of Martial Sovereign, his aging process had slowed significantly. Below him were the council members of Blue Water Star, each at least at the lowest rank of Martial Sovereign. In the center of the council table, a projection displayed the scene of Ling Chen battling the Fire Cloud Lion. What terrifying speed! He must be the owner of the Purple Speed attribute. And it seems this boy also possesses a Purple Strength attribute. Although both attributes are ordinary basic ones, when combined, the combat power they can unleash is no less than that of an ordinary silver attribute. Indeed, fast speed and high attack power, he is simply born for battle. But, have you noticed? This kid looks somewhat familiar. Isn't it written below? He is Ling Xian's son. What? Ling Xian from over a decade ago? His son is already this big? Hiss, this talent is already on par with the original Ling Xian. It's a pity that according to the records, Ling Xian is dead. Otherwise, if he were alive, he would probably be one of us now. The council members gazed at the boy in battle, all of them filled with astonishment. Their surprise only grew upon learning he was Ling Xian's son. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main purpose of today's council meeting. This Ling Chen has another talent, the Abyssal Maw, a purple devouring talent. Coupled with these two combat-related purple talents, this kid's growth rate will definitely be rapid. Perhaps in just a few days, he could reach Martial Emperor. As long as resources are sufficient, reaching Martial Sovereign within 3 years will absolutely not be a problem. At this moment, Si Kongjin spoke calmly. What? He actually has the rare devouring talent? Hiss, with this talent, reaching Martial Sovereign within 3 years is definitely not difficult. It's a pity that this kind of talent overdraws potential. In advance, the maximum achievement afterward will be Martial Sovereign. Otherwise, with such a fast cultivation speed, he might even reach the Martial Saint realm in the future. Nonsense. What do you mean by overdrawn potential? That's just reaching the appropriate realm ahead of time. With the same talent, he reaches his peak at 20, while others take 70 or 80 years. In the next 100 years, he can slowly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, others only have a few decades, and their ultimate realm will definitely be lower than someone with a devouring talent. That's true. But what do you mean, speaker? Are you planning to fully cultivate this young man? After the discussion, the council members looked at Si Kongjin with confusion. My goal is very simple, that is the Xiantian Divine Domain. I am preparing to fully cultivate Ling Chen, so that he can represent me, Lan Shuixing, in the competition. And you all know the registration requirements for the Xiantian Divine Domain, which is to reach the Martial Sovereign realm before graduating from university. Si Kongjin spoke calmly, but as soon as his words came out, the pupils of the martial venerables present shrank. The Xiantian Divine Domain? Calculating the time, isn't it only a little over 10 days away? This year should be impossible to make it. Could it be that he is preparing for Ling Chen to participate next year? Next year, he would indeed be able to make it. And by then, Ling Chen's realm would at least be at the 3rd or 4th level of martial sovereign. He might really pass the assessment. The Xiantian divine domain is a powerful divine domain, discovered within the Xiantian star system. This divine domain possesses an extremely rich source of heaven and earth power, which can significantly enhance the cultivation speed of practitioners. Originally, this Xiantian divine domain was an otherworld, similar to a fantasy world. Therefore, there are many powerful martial artists and sects inside. At the same time, there are also many rare, ferocious beasts, all of which possess extremely powerful attributes. One can even see many talented individuals with golden attributes. As long as one joins the Xiantian divine domain and can gain benefits within it, it will definitely be of great help to future achievements. It is precisely because of this that the Xiantian divine domain is regarded by the Xiantian martial god as the highest level inheritance secret realm in the Xiantian star system. To enter, only the most talented group of students within the Xiantian star system can qualify. Therefore, the quotas each year are extremely sought after. Since everyone agrees, I will approve it for Ling Chen. His resources will be provided at the highest level. Additionally, Master Lu, please prepare some easily digestible potions for him during this time. As for the funding, I will allocate it from the public funds. For now, let's focus on raising his realm, and as for martial arts, I will trouble all the teachers for guidance once I bring him to the imperial capital. Seeing that no one present had any objections, Sikongjin smiled at an old man. The old man is the only 7th-tier alchemist in the entire Lan Shui Xing. Sikongjin did not dare to offend him. Rest assured, Chairman. I will try to reduce the toxicity of the potions and see if we can help this kid advance to martial saint. Master Lu also smiled upon hearing Sikongjin's words. If he could cultivate a martial saint, it would be a matter of pride for him. Good, since that's the case, everyone just needs to wait at the Imperial Capital University. Thank you all for your hard work this year. Sikongjin looked at the present council members with gratitude once more. The council members naturally exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, in Xianfeng City, Ling Chen finally refined the power of 50 potions completely. Ling Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the next moment, his gaze turned to his background attributes. Name, Ling Chen race, human profession, none level, martial emperor 2nd layer vitality, 2984 soul, 3.5 cultivation method, top tier body refinement technique, great perfection, 5th tier, martial skill, basic fist technique. Great perfection, 3rd tier, attributes, infinite, unique level, same type of attribute can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of attributes. Golden armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2000%. Phantom hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 1000%. Heavenly talent. Silver, cultivation speed increase 10,000 times. Endless vitality. Silver, stamina asterisk 2000%. Vermilion bird divine fire. Silver, flame. Asterisk 2000%. 9 heavens divine thunder. Silver, thunder asterisk 2000%. Devour the earth. Silver, devour everything to enhance oneself, child of fortune. Silver, protagonist like fortune, supreme spear path. Silver, gunpowder asterisk 2000%. A series of silver entries nearly blinded Ling Chen's eyes. Of course, the most important thing was that at this moment, his realm had already risen to the martial emperor level. Although it was only the 2nd layer of martial emperor, with a host of powerful entries, his combat power was now 40 to 50 times what it was before. Unfortunately, I'm out of money. Again. It's tough. Ling Chen sighed helplessly. He then walked out of the warehouse and glanced at his smart wristwatch. He found 2 video calls. One was from Sikong Shueyun. The other was from Zhao Wu. Uncle Zhao is looking for me urgently? Ling Chen was taken aback upon seeing this. However, he still called back. Buzz. Soon, a burly middle-aged man appeared. In the projection. It was Zhao Wu, a close friend of his father during his lifetime. Uncle Zhao, you were looking for me? Ling Chen asked curiously. Yes, Xiaofeng, there's something a bit difficult to handle. You mentioned a couple of days ago that you were deceived, right? Hearing Ling Chen's words, Zhao Wu's brows furrowed, and his expression turned somewhat grim. What happened with that? Ling Chen was also taken aback. It's a bit complicated. Do you know the current Grand Commander? That grandson of Wang Anhua. Zhao Wu said. Oh, that old thing, I know him. I remember I used to beat up his son every day when I was a kid. Ling Chen recalled this matter. The Wang family used to be his neighbors. Here's the thing, Wang Anhua was originally the Grand Commander.
But because he was ineffective and was reprimanded by your father, he lost his position and has held a grudge ever since. After your father passed away, he regained the position of Grand Commander. I originally thought this kid had been behaving well over the years, but who knew that in the past few days, while investigating your affairs, I found out that almost all the inheritance your father left you has been embezzled by him. Zhao Wu said with a grim expression. However, upon hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned. What the hell, he dared to touch my money? This old thing wants to die. Ling Chen exploded upon hearing this. It was one thing to touch other things, but to dare to touch his money? But speaking of which, how much did my old man leave me that this old thing embezzled? Ling Chen was somewhat curious. At least 100 billion. However, as soon as Zhao Wu's words came out, Ling Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? 100 billion? Damn, 100 billion? Embezzled by Wang Anhua? Of course, that's the total value, not cash. Because your father left you 2 purple oracle stones among the things. Not to mention the quality, just at that level, the cheapest is 500 billion each. As for the others, I haven't figured them out yet. Xiaofeng, it's Zhao Uncle's negligence, I'm sorry for you and Ling Xian. Zhao Wu took a deep breath, his expression extremely grim. His friend had entrusted him to take care of his child, and who knew the inheritance had been embezzled without him knowing. However, this wasn't entirely his fault. According to legal regulations, the assets of martyrs' orphans are managed by the state. They are only released after turning 18. And Ling Chen had just turned 18 a few months ago. During this time, Zhao Wu had been in a city that was conquering a 5th-tier divine domain, and if Ling Chen hadn't contacted him, he wouldn't have remembered this matter. However, who would have thought that in just a few months, Wang Anhua had actually embezzled Ling Chen's assets? That's not a problem, but now that it's been discovered, can Wang Anhua still deny it? Ling Chen asked with some confusion. Can't they just take it back? But looking at Zhao Wu's expression, it seemed not that simple. Sai, it's not that he won't give it back, it's that he can't anymore. Those 2 purple oracle stones have already been used by his grandson Wang Tang. Moreover, that kid actually got lucky and awakened a purple entry. It is said that he has already been admitted to the Imperial Capital University. We may have quite a few martial emperors among us, but this matter is beyond our ability to resolve. Zhao Wu sighed deeply. Although the martial emperor is the strongest presence in a city, their words hold no weight against a genius with a purple attribute. Moreover, Wang Anhua himself was once the strongest in the entire Xianfeng city. Now, with a grandson possessing a purple talent, his arrogance is naturally overwhelming. Although there are laws, in the face of the strong and the talented, those laws are indeed rendered meaningless. In the end, even if Wang Anhua causes a ruckus, the worst that could happen is a few years in prison or being sent to the divine realm to fight. But as for money, don't even think about getting it back. Goodness, is that kid really that lucky? 2 purple oracle stones and he hits a purple attribute? Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at this. Ling Chen, don't worry. I will report this to the military of Blue Water Star. If they don't resolve it, I'll escalate it to the military of the Xiantian star system. I refuse to believe that there's no law in this matter. Zhao Wu thought Ling Chen was feeling discouraged and quickly offered comfort. No need, Uncle Zhao. I can handle this myself. By the way, I'll come find you in a couple of days. For now, I'll hang up. Hearing Zhao Wu's words, Ling Chen smiled slightly and hung up the phone before Zhao Wu could say more. TSK, the inheritance my old man left me isn't something just anyone can touch. Wang Anhua, oh Wang Anhua, I haven't forgotten how you laughed at my father's funeral. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door now. Very well, since that's the case, you and your grandson can go to hell and repent properly. With that thought, Ling Chen strode out of the Ling family home. Xianfeng City, Wang family Wang Anhua was originally a rich second generation, with his family engaged in business for generations. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, and for several generations, no one had awakened a blue attribute. Until Wang Anhua appeared, successfully awakening 1 blue attribute and 3 green attributes after consuming 7 blue oracle stones. Coupled with his decent talent, he became a martial emperor in his 40s. By the time he was 60, he had become the top commander of the military. However, as a rich second generation, he naturally could not understand the hardships of the impoverished masses. Once he became the commander, he began reforms, turning the military into a chaotic mess, while the upper echelons of the military were feasting well. Thus, his position as commander was extremely stable. Until 20 years ago, when the beast tide erupted. 3 5-tier ferocious beasts swept through Xianfeng City. As the commander, Wang Anhua was so frightened that he fled, and by the time the chosen ones and the military reacted, the situation was already out of control. There was no time to call for reinforcements. Fortunately, at that moment, Ling Xian happened to pass by. Under Ling Xian's powerful
strength, the beast tide was quelled, and Wang Anguo was captured and brought back for trial.
In the end, this old man spent all his wealth
to avoid punishment. However, from that day on, Wang Anguo held a grudge against his benefactor, Ling Xian.
He believed that if Xianfeng City were destroyed, he wouldn't have to face trial. After Ling Xian died, he returned to power. Through maneuvering and the support of the martial emperors who had once benefited from him, he became the commander again. This tenure lasted a full 10 years.
During this time, many martial emperors left in anger.
Xianfeng City, which was on the verge of becoming a second-tier city, declined due to the loss of talent.
And today, the entire Wang family was festooned with lights and holding a grand banquet.
The martial emperors of Xianfeng City came to
congratulate them. The reason was simple: Wang Anguo's eldest grandson, Wang Tong, had awakened a purple attribute and had now become a hotshot
genius, with a minimum achievement of becoming a martial sect master. There was a great probability of reaching martial venerable.
Such a genius
was naturally courted by many.
As for the origin of this purple oracle stone, many people know about it, but so what? Ling Xian is already dead.
Who would offend a future martial sovereign for a child with no parents, no background? After all, the oracle stone has already been used, and it's impossible for Wang Tong to spit it out. Wang Xiao, thank you so much for saving me this time.
If it weren't for you, I would have probably been bullied to death by that Ling Chen. In a corner of the Wang family, Yan Shiyun, dressed in formal attire, looked at a pig-headed boy with a face full of grievance. Just Ling Chen, a wild child with no parents, how can he compare to me, Wang Deshao? Don't
worry, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to bully you in the future.
Wang Tong grinned at Yan Shiyun. He had always been in the same school as Ling Chen and Yan Shiyun. Moreover, he had secretly had a crush on Yan Shiyun.
It was just that before, his talent was lacking, his strength was insufficient, and he had always been overshadowed by Ling Chen since childhood, so he naturally didn't dare to compete for women
with Ling Chen.
But now, with his purple talent, Yan Shiyun had to please him. At this moment, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Looking at Wang Tong, whose face was covered in acne like a pig's head, Yan Shiyun suppressed the disgust in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that he saved her and was an awakener of purple talent, she wouldn't even look at him no matter how rich he was. In her eyes, only Yi Xiao was her true destined partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to my grandson Wang Tang's graduation banquet today. Just then, a powerful voice from an elder filled the entire Wang family villa.
In the future, in Xianfeng City, my grandson will rely on all of you for support. Wang Anguo then brought Wang Tang to the front and introduced him to the gathered martial emperors.
Commander, you're too polite.
We've always believed that Wang Xiao has the potential to become an emperor.
Yes, just look at Wang Xiao, he's truly a dragon among men. From now on, isn't Xianfeng City going to be ruled by the Wang family?
A group of martial emperors and martial kings began to flatter Wang Anguo and Wang Tong. Meanwhile, Yan Shiyun was also being courted by some martial kings. At that moment, as she watched the once unattainable martial king smile obsequiously at her, she felt a sense of elation. The pig-headed Wang Tang suddenly became exceptionally pleasing to the eye. In her heart, Yi Zhao's handsome appearance was now covered in a layer of dust.
Ling Chen, did you see that?
This is the circle you can never reach in your lifetime, while I, through my efforts, have successfully arrived at this step.
Yan Shiyun sneered inwardly.
Ling Chen dared to let the military capture her, she would definitely settle this score later.
President of the Chosen Alliance, Lord Sikong Shuayun has arrived.
Just then, an excited voice rang out.
What? Sikong Shuayun?
Why is she here? Of course, she must
have been invited by the commander. It's said that Sikong Shuayun possesses purple talent and is a top genius from the imperial capital university.
She has only just arrived in our Xianfeng city, and the commander has already established a connection with her. The strong were all shocked to hear that Sikong Shuayun had come. Wang Anguo was even happier, he had indeed invited her and didn't expect her to give him such face. It seemed that his grandson Wang Tang truly had the potential of an emperor, even Sikong Shuayun had to show him respect.
Yan Shiyun
was stunned, the president of the Chosen Alliance had come, and Wang Tang actually had such great face. At that moment, she even thought about dedicating herself to Wang Tang, firmly grasping this golden turtle son-in-law in her hands.
However, under everyone's gaze, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in with a graceful stride.
Her appearance instantly made everything around her seem dull in comparison.
Wang Tang looked utterly stunned, realizing at that moment what true beauty was. Compared to Sikong Shuayun, Yan Shiyun was practically no different from excrement.
When Yen Shiyun noticed the gazes of those around her, her face darkened with anger. Yet, looking at Sikong Shuayun's appearance, she felt both jealous and ashamed. "Welcome, President, your presence brings glory to the Wang family," Wang Anhua quickly stepped forward to greet her. However, to everyone's shock, Sikong Shuayan completely ignored Wang Anhua and directly took her seat at the main position above the Wang family, looking down at everyone without a hint of politeness. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Sikong Shuayan was clearly not here for a friendly visit. The Wang family is quite impressive, spending someone else's inheritance without a care. Sikong Shuayun's eyes narrowed slightly, her red lips parting to deliver a merciless taunt. As expected, her words silenced the entire venue, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. "What does Your Excellency mean? The money of the Wang family was all earned through hard work. We will all be working together in Xianfeng City in the future, so let's not make things unpleasant for everyone." Wang Anhua's face darkened. But he dared not offend Sikong Shuayun, knowing her formidable background. Even with his grandson possessing a purple talent, he could not afford to offend her, as she herself was a purple talent holder. "Ha ha! What qualifications do you have to work with me, you parasite who only knows how to seize the inheritance of martyrs?" However, as soon as Wang Anhua spoke, Sikong Shuayun burst into laughter. Her unrelenting words instantly wiped the smile off Wang Anhua's face, leaving it completely darkened. "What do you mean? What do you mean by spending someone else's inheritance? What qualifications do you have to criticize the Wang family? You're just the president of a third-tier city's chosen one association. I am a genius with a purple entry. One word from me could make you kneel and beg for mercy, do you believe it?" At that moment, Wang Tang stepped forward with his hands behind his back, speaking proudly. At that moment, he felt incredibly handsome. Yen Shiyun, who was unaware of the situation, was dazzled. Is this the demeanor of someone with a purple entry? However, neither of them noticed that as soon as he spoke, not only did the martial emperors present turn pale, but even Wang Anhua's face went white. "Commander, I have something to attend to, I'll take my leave." "Yes, Commander, just pretend we were never here." A group of martial emperors and martial kings hurriedly took their leave, not stopping for a moment. The once lively venue was suddenly left with only the Wang family. This sudden change left the somewhat arrogant Wang Tang bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. "A bunch of spineless fools, what are they afraid of? With me here?" Realizing they were afraid of Sikong Shuayun, Wang Tang immediately cursed. "Shut up, you brat!" Wang Anhua finally reacted and shouted at Wang Tang. Wang Tang was startled. "President, my grandson knows nothing, please don't hold it against a child. Look, he has already been accepted by the Imperial Capital University, so he will be your junior in the future." Wang Anhua quickly apologized to Sikong Shuayun. "Grandpa, why are you apologizing to this woman? She's just a martial emperor. I will become a super strong martial emperor in the future." Wang Tang was displeased to see his grandfather being so humble. "Martial emperor? Wang Anhua, is this how you deceive children? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Him? A waste who awakened a trash purple entry, and he thinks he can become a martial emperor?" As soon as these words were spoken, Sikong Shuayun above burst into laughter. As soon as this was said, Wang Anhua's face turned a mix of green and purple. A trash purple entry, indeed. Wang Tang's purple entry was strong, but among purple entries, it was considered trash. This entry was named Divine Martial. Purple, Divine Martial activation can enhance all attributes by 400%. Of course, it's not that this attribute is weak, but rather that Wang Tang himself is weak. His other attributes are all trash. There are only 3 green ones, and none of them enhance his own strength. Moreover, the number of attributes is already full. This divine martial attribute is definitely among the top tier of all purple attributes, but it must be used in conjunction with other attributes. If you pair it with just one blue attribute, it adds 500% power, and once divine martial erupts, the boost directly quadruples, instantly reaching 2000% enhancement. At that time, this purple attribute could even rival an ordinary silver attribute. However, Wang Tang doesn't have any other combat-related attributes. They are all irrelevant support attributes that cannot stack with divine martial. This means that the strength of this purple attribute is actually weaker than a blue attribute when it comes to Wang Tang. However, the benefit is that those who possess attributes generally see a portion of their talent enhanced during attribute fusion. Even if this attribute is quite trash on Wang Tang, it won't be a problem for him to become a martial sovereign in the future, but becoming a martial venerable will be difficult. As for martial emperor, there are still 2 levels below martial emperor, martial saint and martial venerable. So, is what Wang Anhua said about the demeanor of a great emperor not a joke? Trash? My purple attribute is trash? At this moment, Wang Tang also regained his composure. He had looked up the divine martial attribute, which is known as the most top-tier purple attribute. However, it clearly only enhances strength by 400%. Other purple attributes can enhance strength by over 1000%. Sorry, I misspoke, it's not the attribute that's trash, it's you who's trash. Sikong Shuiyin also corrected him with an apologetic expression. Boom! However, the next moment, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Wang family. Paul. Just a moment ago, Wang Tang was still acting tough, but he was suddenly crushed to the ground by this force. Puff! At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tonger! Wang Anhua exclaimed. I almost forgot, you, a mere trash, dare to make me kneel? At this moment, Sikong Shuiyin's expression also turned cold, looking at Wang Tang as if he were a corpse. Is the president preparing to stand up for Ling Chen? Wang Anhua's eyes were filled with rage, and he had already confirmed that the other party was indeed standing up for Ling Chen. He never expected that even after Ling Xian had been dead for so many years, someone would still stand up for his son. Ling Chen? As soon as this was mentioned, both the prostrate Wang Tang and Yen Shiyun were stunned. How did it get back to Ling Chen? I merely can't stand an old dog bullying a child after their parents have died. Will you hand over all the inheritance left by Ling Chen's parents, or should I take it myself? Let me calculate, 2 purple divine oracle stones and 3 billion in cash. As for the other assets, let's just say it's 2 billion. Sikong Shuiyun spoke calmly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Yen Shiyun's head exploded. 2 purple divine oracle stones, both belonging to Ling Chen? And the Wang family had occupied the other party's assets? Wasn't Ling Chen just an ordinary rich second generation? Where did all this money come from? So, does that mean the purple attribute Wang Tang awakened is Ling Chen's? Thinking of this, Yen Xian looked at Wang Tang with a murderous intent. If all of this belonged to Ling Chen, then wasn't it her own? As long as she spoke, wouldn't Ling Chen obediently offer it to her? A purple talent, yet it was given to such a trash. Don't go too far. The purple divine oracle stones have already been used by my son Wang Tang, and not a single cent of the other assets. If you have the guts, go ahead and make a move against me. I know your background is impressive, but don't get too arrogant. My grandson Wang Tang has already been accepted as a disciple by the martial lord of the imperial capital, Lord Zhang Wuquang. If you lay a hand on my Wang family, he won't let you off. Realizing that things wouldn't end well, Wang Anhua snorted coldly and revealed his own background. With a martial lord backing him, he naturally felt bold. So your support is old Zhang? When did he become so blind as to take in such a waste? However, upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun merely smiled disdainfully. After saying that, she directly opened her smart wristwatch and sent a video call. Buzz. The next moment, a tall and imposing old man projected onto the ground. Oh, isn't this little Shuiyun? What a surprise to get a call from you. Upon seeing Sikong Shuiyun, the old man quickly smiled obsequiously. The moment Wang Anhua saw the old man, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed to his knees. Zhang Luzuan, he murmured in disbelief. Old man, have you recently taken in a disciple? There's a divine martial entry. Sikong Shuiyun asked directly. Ha? You mean that waste? No, I just helped him enroll. Zhang Wuquang was instantly confused. Looking around, he quickly spotted Wang Tang, who was sprawled on the ground like a pig, and Wang Anhua. In an instant, he understood. Damn it! When did I ever take this waste as a disciple? He's been drained by wine and women since his teens and looks so ugly, aren't you just humiliating me? Zhang Wuquang immediately exploded in anger, and if it weren't for the projection, he would have likely taken action himself. Alright, old man, stop cursing, I'm hanging up. Sikong Shuiyun was also speechless and directly ended the video call, causing Zhang Wuquang, who was still cursing, to vanish instantly. So, how is it? Your support is gone now, do you have anything to say? Sikong Shuiyun then turned her gaze to Wang Anhua. President, I was confused about this matter, but now that it has come to this, I will gather the money to exchange it as soon as possible, but those 2 purple divine orbs really can't be produced. How about waiting for my grandson to grow up and work slowly to pay it back? Even if he can't become a martial lord, becoming a martial sovereign is still quite simple. At this moment, Wang Anhua, who understood Sikong Shuiyun's terrifying identity, finally felt fear. Are you saying that you want Ling Chen to wait for you to slowly pay him back for decades? Sikong Shuiyun snorted coldly. There's no other way, the total assets of my Wang family are only over 600 billion. Wang Anhua directly gave up. Among that, 500 billion was still Ling Chen's. This statement left Sikong Shuiyun silent.
Indeed, now that the Wang family was drained, they couldn't produce anything, and as for Wang Tang, although he was a waste with purple talent, they couldn't really kill him, right? Moreover, if they killed him, they would truly never get that money back. Return 600 billion first. As for the purple divine orbs, you can forget about them. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the door. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone present turned to look outside the door. They saw Ling Chen slowly walking in. Ling Chen? Everyone present knew Ling Chen. Ling Chen, those purple divine orbs are the most valuable. How can you just give them up like that? Sikong Shuayan frowned. If I say I don't want them, then I don't want them. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Haha, thank you, young brother Ling Chen. I thank you on behalf of my grandson Wang Tang. Wang Angui laughed heartily upon hearing this. He knew very well that this was definitely Ling Chen not daring to take them. After all, Sikong Shuayun was Sikong Shuayun and couldn't protect him every day. Humph. Useless Ling Chen, just wait. Once I become powerful, I will definitely take back every penny of my Wang family's money. Wang Tong, who had just crawled up from the ground, wiped the blood from his face and coldly stared at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, what exactly do you want to do? However, Sikong Shuayan knew Ling Chen's strength. Could it be that Ling Chen was planning to settle scores after the autumn? President, if the Wang family is gone, how can I still get my 600 billion? At this moment, Ling Chen suddenly spoke to Sikong Shuayan. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Anghua, who had been laughing wildly, abruptly stopped. The other members of the Wang family looked at Ling Chen in confusion. What did he mean by the Wang family being gone? It's possible, but it will be a bit troublesome. Sikong Shuayun, who understood instantly, took a deep breath and said solemnly. Then it's settled, the last thing I fear is trouble. Ling Chen smiled slightly. What do you mean, kid? Don't think that just because the president is backing you, you can humiliate my Wang family. Wang Anghua snorted coldly. Clang. However, Ling Chen did not respond. He simply grasped the air, and a black long spear instantly appeared in his hand. Swish. Before Wang Anghua could react to what Ling Chen was about to do, Ling Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Puff. The next moment, Wang Anghua's pupils constricted as he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He incredulously looked down. To his shock, a black long spear had pierced through his chest without him noticing. No, this is impossible. Wang Anghua murmured, a stream of crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Puff. However, in the next moment, the long spear was swiftly withdrawn. Wang Anghua's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, all the members of the Wang family were stunned. Yan Shiyun, like them, looked in disbelief at Ling Chen, who had pulled out the spear and disdainfully kicked Wang Anghua. One spear, just one spear. Wang Anghua, a fourth-level martial emperor, was taken down just like that? How could this be possible? Grandpa. Wang Tang was the first to react, screaming in terror. Dad. Old man. Damn it, don't let this kid escape. The other members of the Wang family also reacted, shouting in grief and anger. Some, still unclear about the situation, rushed over to attack Ling Chen. A bunch of fools. Ling Chen scoffed, then suddenly pushed off the ground, his figure vanishing from the spot. Puff 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 puff. In the next moment, wherever Ling Chen went, one by one, the members of the Wang family were instantly pierced through the head, dead beyond recovery. In less than a minute, the entire Wang family hall was filled with the bodies of the Wang family members. Only Wang Tong stood in shock, staring in horror at this scene. They were dead. His family had been killed by Ling Chen in just one encounter. At this moment, Ling Chen turned his gaze towards him. After killing so many people, Ling Chen had no blood on him at all. If it weren't for witnessing it with his own eyes, who would believe that the one who acted was this 18-year-old boy? You, don't come over here. I'm a student of the Imperial Capital University. If you kill me, the university won't let you go. Seeing Ling Chen walking towards him, Wang Tang was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His gaze towards Ling Chen was filled with terror. Puff. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a black long spear pierced through his forehead. Wang Tang trembled all over, then collapsed to the ground. Dead beyond recovery. Killing him like this will cause a lot of trouble later, even though it was provoked. Seeing this scene, Sikong Shuayan felt somewhat helpless. After all, the other party was a purple talent user. Kill or be killed, whoever wants to find trouble with me can come. Ling Chen was completely unconcerned. At worst, he would reveal his silver entry. Once the silver talent was out, even if he killed the entire Wang family for no reason, nothing would happen. This is reality, and this is also why the Wang family dares to brazenly covet Ling Chen's property. Buzz. At that moment, a surge of light erupted from the members of the Ling family. This was the signal that the Oracle Stone was about to condense.
The Oracle Stone could condense not only on the bodies of the alien races but also on theirs. As long as there were entries, it could potentially explode after death. The other Oracle Stones were normal, either white or non-existent. Only Wang Ongwa had a green Oracle Stone condensing on him. However, when the light began to gather around Wang Tong, the three people present were shocked. Because this light was actually purple. Oh, it seems my purple Oracle Stone has returned. Ling Chen laughed upon seeing this. How is this possible? What kind of luck is this? You can't possibly have a fate entry, right? And the lowest is purple one. Sikong Shuayin couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this scene. Previously, he had condensed a blue Oracle Stone, and now it was directly purple. Maybe. What do you think? Ling Chen replied with a smile instead of denying it. This made Sikong Shuayin speechless. This kid was getting cocky. At the same time, she was astonished by Ling Chen's rapid increase in strength. Although there was the abyssal giant's mouth, this was still too fast, right? Now, she didn't know why, but looking at Ling Chen made her feel that her strength seemed to be no match for his. Of course, she quickly shook her head. How could that be possible? Even if Ling Chen's purple talent was powerful, in just a few days, he could at most reach the peak of silver. However, at that moment, Yan Shiyun was excitedly looking at the purple Oracle Stone that had just condensed. A purple Oracle Stone. If I use it, I will definitely gain a purple talent. By then, I will be a super genius. Even the Martial Emperor will have to bow to me. Thinking of this, her breathing became rapid. Seeing Ling Chen and the others chatting, she cautiously moved towards the purple Oracle Stone. Closer, closer. The purple entry is mine. Yan Shiyun's breathing grew more and more hurried. At the same time, she carefully reached out her hand to grab the purple Oracle Stone. As long as she touched the purple Oracle Stone, she would use it immediately, and by then, Ling Chen wouldn't be able to stop her. Just as her hand was about to touch the purple Oracle Stone, clang! A black light suddenly tore through the void. The black light was Ling Chen's spear. Puff! The spear shot forward with immense power, directly piercing through Yan Shiyun's arm and pinning it to the ground. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Yan Shiyun's mouth. It hurts, my hand. Yan Shiyun cried out in pain. TSK TSK TSK, Yan Shiyun. Oh Yan Shiyun, what's this? You couldn't get any benefits from licking Wang Tong, so you came here to steal from me? My things aren't that easy to take. Ling Chen's mocking laughter rang out. What are you talking about? I just wanted to help you pick it up. How could you think of me like this? Ling Chen, I misjudged you. Yan Shiyun ignored the pain in her arm and looked at Ling Chen with a wronged expression. Alright, stop putting on that disgusting act. Do I need you to be so sneaky to help me? I know you better than anyone. Ling Chen directly mocked upon hearing Yan Shiyun's words. After saying that, he picked up the purple Oracle Stone and instantly pulled out the spear that was embedded in Yan Shiyun's arm. Puff! In an instant, blood gushed out. Ah! Yan Shiyan let out a miserable scream and fainted on the spot. You little brat, you really have no pity for the fairer sex. Sikong Shuayin couldn't help but comment on Ling Chen's actions. What is she, a precious gem? Just a broken shoe. Ling Chen kicked Yan Shiyun, who was lying on the ground, with only disdain in his tone. Oh? What does brother Ling Chen think counts as jade? Sikong Shuayin immediately asked curiously. The look of anticipation on her face was almost as if she was pointing at herself. Naturally, it would be a big beauty like President Chang. Ling Chen smiled and flattered. Horror. It must be said that Sikong Shuayin not only had top-notch looks but also an extremely hot and perfect figure. You're quite perceptive, kid. Alright, I will help. You handle the Wang family matter, and I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Just go back and wait for the news. Sikong Shuayin said to Ling Chen with a smile. Then thank you, President. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Ling Chen expressed some gratitude. The fact that she was helping him out for free and taking care of things for him was worth his thanks. There are quite a few people who want to invite me to dinner, so you'll have to wait in line. By the way, my dad might come looking for you tomorrow. Do you have time? You kid, you don't even answer my calls, Sikong Shuayin complained as she looked at Ling Chen. Your dad? Is the president planning to introduce me to the family? Isn't that moving too fast? Ling Chen couldn't help but tease upon hearing this. My dad is the speaker of Blue Water Star. Of course, if you dare to mention meeting the family in front of him, I wouldn't mind. Sikong Shuayin squinted her eyes and teased Ling Chen. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Ling Chen was dumbfounded. Ahem. Forget I said anything. I'm free, just contact me when the speaker arrives. Ling Chen said awkwardly. What a pity. My dad has always wanted me to find a boyfriend.
Sikong Shueyun said with a hint of regret. This made the corners of Ling Chen's mouth twitch.
At this moment, he remembered that the speaker of Blue Water Star was
named Sikongjian, a super martial arts fanatic. Moreover, he was said to have a bad temper. If he really brought this up with him, goodness, he might just explode his head.
By the way, after Wang Onghua died, the position of the Grand Commander became vacant.
Do you have any interest? If you take over, I think the military would be quite
willing. After all, the previous Grand Commander was your father. Suddenly, Sikong Shueyin recalled something and looked at Ling Chen with burning eyes.
Through confirmation.
With her father, she already knew that her idol, Ling Xian, from Imperial Capital University was actually Ling Chen's father. Although she didn't know what had happened after Ling Xian graduated, his realm had actually regressed.
Grand Commander? My dad was the previous Grand Commander?
Ling Chen was stunned upon hearing this. It was the first
time he learned about it. This is your dad's information, take a look for yourself.
Seeing that Ling Chen seemed to be unaware of his father's situation, Sikong Shueyin
sighed inwardly.
The orphan of a martyr had actually fallen to this extent. This could be considered a dereliction of duty on her father's part as speaker.
If it weren't for
Ling Chen encountering this matter today, she would have made the same choice.
Ling Chen quickly took out the information and skimmed through it. After reading it, he was dumbfounded. Goodness, my old man is actually a genius? A few owners of purple entries achieved martial sect at 22?
Wow, this talent is much stronger than yours.
President. Ling Chen was shocked.
Indeed, your dad is recognized as the #1 genius of Blue Water Star in hundreds of years.
It's just that I don't know what he experienced
after graduation that caused his strength to decline so much, but there's no doubt that before graduation, he was hailed as a future martial saint-level powerhouse.
Sikong Shueyun said with some admiration. Mainly because Ling Xian's achievements were quite terrifying. In that case, I'll take the position of Grand Commander of Xianfeng City. Anyway, with you around, even if I go to school, it won't be a problem.
Ling Chen chuckled, and upon hearing this, Sikong Shueyun was somewhat speechless.
It turned out this kid had this idea. However, what he said was indeed reasonable. With her around, Xianfeng City would not encounter any problems.
This was her confidence.
I will communicate
with the military side, and the appointment should be announced tomorrow.
In the meantime, you can continue to improve your strength. My father sent me a message. He is preparing to let you participate in next year's Tianxian Divine Domain selection.
So the sooner you reach the martial sovereign realm, the better.
Sikong Shueyun said seriously. To Ling Chen. Tianxian Divine Domain selection? Let me participate? Ling Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. It seemed that his father had participated in the Tianxian Divine Domain selection.
And it was when he was about to graduate from university.
However, the outcome was not recorded.
Then let's go take a look. The fantasy world
is indeed interesting. Ling Chen did not dwell on it. This world has all kinds of divine domain worlds, including magical worlds, fantasy worlds, and even cultivation worlds.
The realm divisions differ across worlds, but roughly they can be converted. Similarly, other worlds also have various entries. In this world, entries are everything. After finishing the chat with Sikong Shueyun, Ling Chen returned home. As for the Wang family's assets, Sikong Shueyun had already instructed the chosen
Alliance and the Alliance store personnel to come for the settlement.
They would first assess the value and then settle with Ling Chen at the most appropriate
price.
Of course, the time required for all this would take at least a few days. Back at home, Ling Chen took out the purple oracle stone that had dropped from
Wang Tong.
Originally, a purple oracle stone was quite valuable to Ling Chen, but it wasn't a big deal. However, the attributes within surprised Ling Chen.
Divine Martial.
Purple, Divine Martial activated, can enhance all attributes by 400%.
Annihilation. Purple, Annihilation type entry, can manipulate the power of annihilation to destroy anything in sight. Power enhancement, 1200%. Limitless strength. Blue, Strength asterisk 800%. Star of Speed. Blue, Speed asterisk 800%. Iron Cloth Shirt. Blue, Defense asterisk 800%. Healing. Blue, Healing Power, can quickly heal any injury.
A total of 6 entries, each one extremely powerful.
Moreover, there were 2 purple entries. Both purple entries were exceedingly rare.
This entry should have been enhanced from Wang Tang. He should only have Divine Martial.
Ling Chen quickly realized. The 3 major physical entries can be dropped by any creature after leveling up. As for healing and annihilation, they should have evolved from his original green entries.
The Silver Luck entry is somewhat against the odds. Does this mean that in the future, I can casually kill a
6th or 7th tier ferocious beast and still drop a purple oracle stone?
Ling Chen felt a bit emotional upon seeing this.
Of course, Wang Tang might have just had an unexpected stroke of luck. After all, he hadn't dropped anything when he killed Wang Ongwa and the others. However, one thing could be confirmed: it would be very simple for him to obtain the corresponding oracle stones from ferocious beasts in the future. Perhaps I can be self-sufficient now and no longer need to buy oracle stones from the mall. Thinking of this, Ling Chen pondered, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The fastest method now was still to spend money to buy them. No matter how high his drop rate was, what he needed were low-level oracle stones, not these high-level ones. After all, high-level oracle stones required high-level ferocious beasts, and there weren't many of those. If he were to hunt first-tier, second-tier, or third to fourth-tier ferocious beasts to upgrade his golden entries, he would need at least over 1 million of them. With that many, even if he just waited in place for them to be killed, it would probably take a long time. So, the best method nowadays is to hunt high-level ferocious beasts and exotic races myself, then sell the high-level oracle stones that drop to exchange for low-level oracle stones. By the way, I almost forgot, tomorrow morning is the college entrance examination. Suddenly, Ling Chen remembered this matter. After obtaining the infinite entries, he had been so immersed in farming entries that he forgot he was still a senior in high school. But this Sikong Shuayin said that his old man seems to be the president of the Imperial Capital University and the speaker of the Blue Water Star. The main reason he came to find me tomorrow is to let me attend the Imperial Capital University. If that's the case, does that mean I'm being recommended? Ling Chen felt a bit emotional thinking about this. Being recommended means he wouldn't need to take the college entrance examination, but after cultivating for over 10 years just for this exam, not participating felt like something was missing. Let's go take a look. After all, every year in the human race, there are plenty of geniuses taking the college entrance examination and becoming famous. With this thought, Ling Chen stopped dwelling on it. The next morning, after getting up, Ling Chen left home directly. A few minutes later, he arrived at Xianfeng City's first high school. As soon as he entered the classroom, Ling Chen saw a group of classmates gathered together discussing. Have you heard? That Wang Tang from our school awakened a purple entry. Last night, the Wang family held a family banquet, and that guy, I could hear the noise from several kilometers away. I heard about it too. I don't know where the Wang family got the purple oracle stone from, but it said that Wang Tang awakened some of the top purple entries. Sigh, who can blame him? His grandpa is the Grand Commander, the top brass of the military, the most powerful person in the entire Xianfeng city. A group of classmates were gossiping about the Wang family, but of course, they had no idea that the Wang family was already gone. This news had been sealed by Sikong Shuayin and should not spread in the short term. Ling Chen didn't mind hearing this, but the next moment he was speechless because their conversation was getting more and more absurd. Do you know the most explosive news? It seems that our class's Yen Shiyun has been taken by Wang Tang. I just don't know if that Wang Tang is a pervert. My family lives in the same neighborhood as Yen Shiyun, and this morning I saw her being carried back home. What the hell, Yen Shiyun? The one Ling Chen has been crushing on for years? TSK, this is the benefit of having power, influence, and talent. The goddess you've been chasing for 3 years is being played with by someone else. Hearing that Yen Shiyun was carried back home, a group of boys immediately thought of something else. Suddenly, someone noticed Ling Chen walking in, and their expression changed instantly. Ahem, what's Ling Chen doing here? He quickly coughed twice and greeted Ling Chen with a smile. The others immediately fell silent upon hearing this. This kid Ling Chen had been absent for the past few days. Why was he back? I came, how could I not come for the college entrance examination? Ling Chen replied calmly. That's not what I meant. The person suddenly felt awkward. Indeed, if he took another day off today, Ling Chen could forget about going to university. Ling Chen ignored these boys and went straight back to his seat. Soon, other classmates arrived one after another. The only one who didn't come was Yen Shiyun. Ling Chen didn't care whether she came or not, but there was one person who surprised Ling Yan a bit. That was Yi Xiao. After he came in, he sat silently in the corner. He looked a bit pale, seemingly in a bad mood. At this moment, Ling Chen remembered that he had been chasing debts from this kid, who had taken quite a few things from Yen Shiyun. It was likely that the military had been urging him these past few days. If it weren't for the college entrance examination, he would have been detained long ago. Of course, his parents were taken in, but not because they owed money. It was because they not only failed to repay their debts but also dared to lay hands on the military personnel who came to collect. It would be a miracle if they weren't caught. Sure enough, when Yi Xiao saw Ling Chen, his already grim expression darkened even further. Yi Xiao then strode over, looking down at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, I hope you won't involve my family in our matters. Let the military release my parents right now. If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. If you lose, we'll wipe the slate clean, and you'll let my parents go. How about that? Yi Xiao said coldly.
As soon as these words were spoken, the students present were left dumbfounded. They had no idea what Yi Xiao meant. However, some students with vivid imaginations quickly concocted a dramatic scenario. For instance, Ling Chen, frustrated after failing to pursue Yan Shiyun, used his family's influence to attack Yi Xiao's family. After all, everyone knew Ling Chen was the child of a martyr. The military must have connections. Yi Xiao has always been the top student in our school, with a bloodline level above 3. Ling Chen is also in the top 5, but the gap is still significant. Ling Chen is definitely going to lose. Yeah, I think so too. But who told him to bully others? A group of classmates immediately began to mock Ling Chen. Tis. However, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yi Xiao's face darkened immediately. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Chen suddenly grabbed his hair. Bang! In the next moment, before Yi Xiao could react, Ling Chen casually flung him away. Yi Xiao, caught by the hair, was sent flying. Boom! With a loud crash, Yi Xiao slammed into the wall, creating a dent. The tremendous force left his body half broken, and his hair was flattened into a receding hairline due to the impact. Ugh! The excruciating pain made Yi Xiao vomit, filling the entire classroom with a foul stench. Wow! Ling Chen, how can you hit someone like that? Yeah, why did you just go for it? It's Yan Shiyun's choice. To like Yi Xiao, isn't that a bit excessive? Damn, Ling Chen, just because you have a little money, you forget who you are? Exactly, Yi Xiao's family isn't poor either, they have resources worth millions. Do you think you're the only one with money? Several students who were close to Yi Xiao turned pale at this scene, and one by one, they couldn't help but express their righteous indignation towards Ling Chen. Hearing their words, Ling Chen said nothing more and stepped towards the nearest foul-mouthed boy. What do you want? Are you going to hit me too? The foul-mouthed boy was taken aback, stepping back in fear. They were all elite students from the first high school, but none were even Black Iron Level 1 warriors. Now that even the 3-level Yi Xiao had been taken down by Ling Chen, they were no match for him. Slap! However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Chen slapped him across the face. Puff! The tremendous force made the foul-mouthed boy spin around and then collapse to the ground, losing 4 or 5 teeth in the process. At this point, the students who had just been standing up for him were too scared to speak. Ling Chen scanned the crowd. A bunch of ignorant fools trying to act righteous here? Do you have the strength to stand up for others? Yi Xiao's family is wealthy? What a joke! His father is disabled, and his mother is an unemployed worker. He's just a useless brat who relied on the cultivation resources given by Yan Shiyun to barely reach Black Iron Level 3. Holding the money I was cheated out of by that bitch Yan Shiyun, you all still act like you're better than me? Do you know why his family got arrested? Yan Shiyun's family owes me several hundred million, over 10 million. Of which was spent on this pretty boy. Now that I've realized I've been scammed and am trying to get my money back, his family not only refuses to pay but also attacked the city defense forces, which got them caught. And you all are here making excuses for him. By the way, Yi Xiao still hasn't returned my money, so I guess the military will be coming for you soon. Make sure you're ready, don't come crying to me when the military enforces their demands. Looking at this group of foolish dogs, Ling Chen cursed back without any hesitation. These foolish dogs usually flatter Yi Xiao when he flaunts his money, and Yi Xiao is generous. His father only needs a little over 2 million for treatment, but he's reluctant to spend it, while he's been lavishly spending on these classmates, probably $1 million or 2 over the years. As soon as this was said, the small group of students who had just been standing up for him turned red with anger. They had always flattered Yi Xiao and benefited from it. Who would have thought that Yi Xiao was actually using the money Ling Chen gave to Yan Shiyun to show off to them? Now, if the military really comes knocking, their parents would kill them. After all, each of them had spent at least 100,000. That's astronomical for their families. Impossible, I don't believe it, it's fake. Ling Chen, you must be lying. And you broke my teeth, I'm going to report you to the school, just wait for the compensation. Finally, the student who had just had his teeth broken trembled as he got up from the ground. Right, whatever you say goes? I could say the money you've spent since childhood is mine. Exactly, who are you trying to scare? If you have that much money, why don't you spend it on yourself? This group of classmates, unwilling to accept the truth, immediately began to shout indignantly at Ling Chen. Bang! Just then, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Li Da, you little brat, where are you? A burly man stormed in angrily. Dad? What are you doing? The person called Li Da's face changed instantly. Upon seeing Li Da, the burly man rushed over and slapped him several times. How dare you even say that? Did you take 25,000 from your classmate named Yi Xiao? That kid got his money from being a pretty boy, and the rich woman who supports him is also being supported by someone else. Now that
The sugar daddy found out he was scammed and came looking for us. You dare to take that kind of money? Are you also being supported by Yi Xiao? How did I end up with such a beast like you? 25,000. It would take me 5 years to earn that. You spent it, and we didn't even see a penny. The burly man continued to scold while dragging Li Di out of the classroom by his ear. As his words came out, the other students who had been watching were instantly dumbfounded. What Ling Chen said was actually true. Goodness, this relationship of being supported is so complicated? I said Li Di and his group had the lowest entrance scores. How come they've all been at the top these years? Turns out it's all because of Yi Feng. Yi Xiao is the same, he was second to last in entrance scores, but ever since he started having ambiguous relations with Yan Shiyun, his strength has skyrocketed. Goodness, he actually spent over 10 million. If I had over 10 million, I would have been a black iron 7 or 8 stars long ago. Yi Xiao is really a waste. In an instant, the truth was revealed. All the students looked at Yi Xiao, who was lying on the ground, with changed expressions. This guy was actually a pretty boy, and with what he just said, it sounded so righteous that one might think Ling Chen owed him. The other classmates who had taken Yi Xiao's money also turned pale. Payback, the money had long been spent, and the family had no idea. If they found out, they would really be finished. Finally, a classmate broke down. Ling Chen, I was wrong. I was brainwashed by Yi Xiao too. I really didn't know that money was yours. Just spare me, it shouldn't mean much to you, right? This classmate quickly knelt in front of Ling Chen, begging for mercy. Yes, Ling Chen, we were really wrong. We've already spent the money. If our families find out, we're done for. We just didn't want to be at the bottom. Yeah, I just wanted to improve so badly. Brother Feng, please be magnanimous and forgive us. Yeah, you don't lack this little bit of money. Just consider it a kind deed, I beg you. The remaining few saw this and also knelt in front of Ling Chen, crying bitterly. However, in their words, Ling Chen only saw 4 characters: moral coercion. Sorry, but I really do need this little bit of money. You all can go back and wait for the military to come knocking. If I want to do good with my money, I have plenty of channels. Why should I give it to you fence-sitters? Ling Chen chuckled. Buzz. After saying that, a scorching heat erupted from his body, instantly burning this group of sycophants, making them howl in pain. After doing all this, Ling Chen left directly. He originally wanted to take the college entrance exam to see how many points he could score, but now it seemed he was really just bored after eating his fill. With this time, it would be better to go home and cultivate. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Chen returned home. However, as soon as he walked through the gate of the villa, he saw a supersonic fighter jet parked in his estate. Uncle Zhao is here? Seeing the fighter jet, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. This was Zhao Wu's fighter jet. He then walked directly into the living room. But as soon as he entered, he heard 2 voices conversing. So, Zhao Wu's brother is Ling Chen's young friend? I am honored. Ling Chen's future is limitless. You are blessed. Haha, my brother, you truly have an eye for talent. My nephew is just like my brother, a child of destiny, destined to be a dragon among men. By the way, he is also my future son-in-law. What? This kid already has a fiancé? Hiss, what a pity. What a pity. My daughter Xue Yun isn't married yet. I was planning to match them up, but it seems there's no hope now. Haha, my brother, you don't know. My daughter has the figure, the looks, and the talent. She's even a student recommended by the Imperial Capital University. Your daughter doesn't stand a chance. I see, that indeed is a good match. But speaking of which, my brother, you look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere? Is that so? Maybe I just have a common face. One of the voices was Zhao Wu, while the other, with a strong voice, was someone Ling Chen didn't recognize. However, hearing the mention of his daughter Xue Yun, Ling Chen could guess that the other party was the speaker of the Blue Water Star, Si Kongjun, a powerful martial artist of the martial sovereign level. Wow, Uncle Zhao is so bold? Calling someone brother right off the bat? Damn. Are you older than him to be calling him brother like that? Ling Chen was stunned and quickly walked in. Sure enough, he saw 2 burly men. It was no wonder they could chat so well, their dressing styles were quite similar. Uncle Zhao, when did you arrive? You didn't even notify me. Ling Chen quickly interrupted Zhao Wu, who was still boasting. You brat finally came back. How dare you say that? Last night you said you were going to deal with the Wang family's matter, then hung up the phone. I rushed over overnight and just arrived. Seeing Ling Chen, Zhao Wu quickly stood up and only after checking that Ling Chen was fine did he feel relieved. The Wang family's matters have been resolved, so you don't need to worry. Ling Chen said helplessly, then turned to Si Kongjun. You must be Senior Si Kong, right? My uncle may have offended you earlier, please forgive him. Ling Chen said to Si Kongjun.
There's no offense at all, I was having a great chat with your uncle. Right, little brother? However, Zhao Wu, the blunt one, boldly walked over to Si Kongjin and threw an arm around him, acting as if they were the best of friends. What Zhao Wu said is true, there's no offense here. By the way, the reason I came, Xu Weiyun should have already told you, right? Si Kongjin smiled, seemingly unbothered. The two were quite amusing, both wanting to be the other's older brother. Perhaps this is how camaraderie works among strong men? She mentioned it briefly. I also want to see the Divine Realm, but there's a bit of an issue with the timing of entry. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow and said slowly. Indeed, going next year is a bit rushed. You're still young, if it doesn't work out, you can go the year after. As long as you go before you graduate from university, it's fine. Si Kongjin nodded after hearing this. He had indeed been a bit impatient. No, what I mean is, I'm planning to try this year. However, Ling Chen suddenly smiled and spoke up, and as soon as he said that, Si Kongjin was taken aback. This year? The time for the Divine Realm to open is less than half a month away. Even if you can reach the standard, your martial arts seem a bit rushed. Si Kongjin said with a furrowed brow. Ling Chen's growth rate for devouring type entries was indeed fast. If they trained him with full effort, reaching martial sovereign in just over 10 days was not impossible, but that could potentially harm Ling Chen's foundation. Moreover, if his martial arts level wasn't sufficient, his combat power would be at the bottom among peers. It's important to note that those who could go to the Shintian Divine Realm for assessment were all geniuses with purple entries, some even possessing 3 or 4. And there were also quite a few with silver entries. If they encountered a generation of such prodigies, they might even meet super prodigies with golden entries. Zhao Wu, listening to their conversation, was completely confused, but he wasn't the reckless type. He quietly listened. Si Kongjin didn't seem weak either. His strength might be on par with his own, so he probably wasn't a fraud. At worst, he could ask Ling Chen about the situation after Si Kongjin left. I know all that you're saying, but I can definitely reach the required level. As for combat power, to be honest, my 4th entry is a weapon type. The level is decent, comparable to the other entries. Ling Chen smiled slightly and then revealed another trump card. As soon as he said that, Si Kongjin's pupils constricted sharply. Comparable? That means it's a purple weapon type entry? This kid actually has a weapon type entry. If combined with strength and speed types, his combat power would be no weaker than ordinary silver entries. Moreover, the most important point is that the learning speed for the corresponding weapon training with a weapon type entry is extremely fast. If it's a purple entry, mastering a 6th tier technique could take just over 10 days. Even if the technique level isn't sufficient, it wouldn't be a big problem. Haha, Ling Chen, you really know how to surprise me. In that case, let's try this year. If you don't pass, it's no big deal. With your talent, the probability of passing next year is definitely over 70%. After I go see my girl, I'll set off. Don't worry, our university will fully support you. More than 10 days is enough. Si Kongjin laughed heartily. All of Ling Chen's entries complement each other. Such entries are rare, and they are all purple, for purple entries. Stacked together, even ordinary silver entries would pale in comparison. In the thousands of years since the establishment of Blue Water Star, not a single owner of a silver entry has appeared. After all, just a silver oracle stone costs trillions for one. This is still the most worthless silver oracle stone. At this price, there really aren't many people on Blue Water Star who can afford it. Moreover, those who can afford it are even less likely to be able to open it. As the strongest existence at the level of the speaker, he actually can't afford it either. Alright, just in time, I have something to discuss with my uncle Zhao as well. He doesn't know my current situation yet, so I'll go find you at the Chosen Alliance. Ling Chen nodded. Good. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you, Si Kongjin said with a smile. Not at all, I apologize for not taking care of you properly. Ling Chen said apologetically. Hey, little brother, why not stay for lunch before you go? Zhao Wu quickly tried to keep him. At least he should find out what kind of identity this little brother has before letting him go. He can't let his own nephew be deceived. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I won't bother you any longer, I'm leaving now. Si Kongjin smiled slightly and left directly. He didn't linger at all. This is the decisive nature of a martial artist. After seeing Si Kongjin leave, Zhao Wu finally couldn't hold back. Xiaofeng, what were you just talking about? What divine realm? You want to go to the divine realm? Which inherited divine realm? And is this person reliable? Is he a university teacher? Zhao Wu hurriedly asked a series of questions. Reliable, definitely reliable, he's the university president. By the way, you should have heard of his name. Ling Chen said, with a smile. Ha? He's actually the university president? Then he must at least be a martial sovereign level expert?
Oh no, I just called him. Little brother? And what's his name? I haven't heard of many university presidents.
Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Zhao Wu was immediately shocked. He was only at the 4th level of martial emperor. The distance to martial sovereign is something he could never reach in a lifetime.
His name is Si Kongjin. Do you think he looks familiar? If it looks familiar, it's right. Is this the person? Ling Chen chuckled and slowly pulled up Si Kongjin's Baidu encyclopedia entry online.
However, looking at Si Kongjin's image in the projection and then at the description below.
Si Kongjin, President of the Blue Water Star Supreme Council, President of the Imperial Capital University.
Also the Supreme Commander of the Blue Water Star Military. A super strong expert at the martial venerable level. Looking at the description, Zhao Wu's body gradually stiffened, then began to tremble.
Uncle Zhao, are you alright? Seeing old Zhao like this, Ling Chen was startled. He hoped Zhao Wu wouldn't be scared into a problem. Did I just call him little brother?
Zhao Wu's face changed. Yes, you did, and you called him that many times.
Oh, and you even put your arm around his shoulder. Ling Chen nodded. Damn it.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu stumbled and collapsed onto the sofa. Finally, after half an hour, Zhao Wu managed to calm down. Then he also heard Ling Chen talk about the recent situation, which was that Ling Chen had awakened a purple attribute, and not just one, and was preparing to enroll in Imperial Capital University.
He also mentioned the matter of the Xiantian Divine Realm and the destruction of the Wang family.
Of course, after finishing, Zhao Wu was once again
greatly shocked. It took him another half an hour to recover. Damn, so you now have 4 purple attributes, which combined give you a talent comparable to a silver attribute. And most importantly, you are already at the martial emperor level? That old dog Wang Anghua has been killed by you? Zhao Wu exclaimed. Keep it low-key, it's just a bit of talent, no need to be so shocked, Uncle Zhou.
Ling Chen was rarely humble.
Low-key my ass, with this talent, if I were your father, I would announce it to the world, ha ha ha, Ling. Xian, little brother, your son is way more promising than you. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Zhao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tears streaming down his face as he laughed. Most of their old brothers had already passed away. It was truly the old dog Wang Anghua who had persecuted them too severely. Zhao Wu had always held on until 3 years ago when Wang Anghua threatened his daughter, prompting him to leave. He had originally planned to take Ling Chen with him, but Wang Anghua accused him of coveting Ling Chen's inheritance, claiming that Ling Chen had an estate to inherit. With that heavy accusation, Zhao Wu found it impossible to take Ling Chen away. Moreover, once Ling Chen arrived in Kaiyun City, inheriting that estate would become troublesome. Helpless, he could only leave first, secretly. Looking after Ling Chen over the years, he had intended to take Ling Chen away after he inherited the estate. Who would have thought that? At a critical moment, a beast tide would occur in the city he moved to, and a new divine realm would need exploration? In the midst of all that busyness, he forgot Ling Chen's birthday. It was only when Ling Chen contacted him that he remembered and hurriedly sought out old friends to investigate, only to discover the inheritance had been embezzled. Now, seeing Ling Chen thriving, he was naturally overjoyed. Uncle Zhao, I've thought about it, and I don't have time to take on the position of Grand Commander for now. You're the most suitable for it, and it would be perfect to bring back those uncles from back then. Seeing Zhao Wu so happy, Ling Chen couldn't help but speak up. As soon as he said this, Zhao Wu was moved, but not because of the Grand Commander's position. It was about bringing back his old comrades. They were all natives of Xianfeng City, forced to leave due to Wang Anhua's persecution. Over the years, Zhao Wu had been training frantically, hoping that one day he could return and crush that old man Wang Anghua. Let's put the Grand Commander matter aside for now, but since that old dog Wang is dead, we don't need to hide anymore. I'll notify them to come back, they must have been waiting for a long time. Zhao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I'll come back before I head to the Xiantian Divine Realm to have a good chat with you all. I haven't seen Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, and Brother Zhang in a long time. Ling Chen said. Definitely come back. Let them see a martial sovereign level powerhouse under 20. By the way, I forgot to tell you, that girl Shuya has also started studying at the Imperial Capital University. This is all thanks to Brother Ling Xian for giving me the purple divine oracle stone back then. Shuya is quite lucky, she actually awakened a purple entry and was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital University. If you get to the Imperial Capital University, you must take care of her, her personality is nothing like mine, she's quite reckless. Zhao Wu said helplessly to Ling Chen. This made Ling Chen's mouth twitch, who else would she follow if not you? Of course, leave Shuya to me. Ling Chen nodded, and at that moment, the image of that carefree girl floated in his mind. In his memories, Zhao Shuya had always been his little
Shadow, although she had a tendency for violence, she was extremely cute. Her appearance was completely at odds with her personality. After sending Zhao Wu off, Ling Chen also arrived at the Oracle Alliance and found Sikong Shueyun's office. Alright, I get it, you're so annoying, Dad. I won't be taken away by a yellow-haired guy. Besides, which yellow-haired guy would dare to pursue me here? As soon as he walked in, Ling Chen heard Sikong Shueyan complaining to Sikong Jin. The two immediately noticed Ling Chen. Ahem, did I come at a bad time? Ling Chen felt a bit awkward. You came at just the right time, I actually have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Sikong Shueyun's expression improved a bit. This is the asset list compiled by the Wang family. The total amounts to 68.7 billion. However, if you need the money urgently, we can process it at a lower price, 60 billion flat. All the money is in this credit point card. Sikong Shueyan said as she took out a black card and handed it to Ling Chen. Thank you, President. Ling Chen immediately smiled. 600 billion, enough for him to stack 6 golden entries. This matter was also due to the military's inadequate supervision. I have thoroughly investigated and imprisoned everyone involved. Here are 400 billion, as compensation from the military for you. However, Si Kongjin also took out another card. Is there more good news? Ling Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. His luck was indeed good. However, last night he had also estimated the value of the 2 purple entries he had obtained from Wang Tang's explosion. They were worth 1,000 billion. 1 purple entry was 500 billion. If added to the current 1,000 billion, that would be a total of 2,000 billion in funds, allowing him to instantly stack all his silver entries into gold. Of course, this would require a considerable amount of green oracle stones. He could only wait until he arrived in the imperial capital to purchase them slowly. By the way, regarding the Grand Commander, I thought about it, and I probably won't have time in the next few years. Since that's the case, I don't intend to occupy the position without doing anything. I was wondering if we could find someone more suitable? Ling Chen also recalled this matter. Like Zhao Wu? Si Kongjin suddenly smiled. The speaker is perceptive. My uncle Zhao's strength and character are both sufficient, and he was previously the deputy commander. If it weren't for Wang Angwa's underhanded tactics, he would have been the Grand Commander long ago, Ling Chen said. I've checked his information, and he is indeed suitable. Then it's settled, I'll issue the appointment notice. As for you, since you've decided to go to the Xiantian Divine Domain this year, focus on improving your strength. The assessments in the Xiantian Divine Domain are fraught with danger. If you can enter the Xiantian Divine Domain, it will be even more perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to being killed and having your entries plundered, so you must not let your guard down. Si Kongjin said to Ling Chen with a serious expression. I understand, speaker, don't worry, I'm more afraid of death than anyone. Ling Chen nodded earnestly. Good, then let's set off. After Si Kongjin finished speaking, he directly patted Ling Chen's shoulder. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible wave enveloped Ling Chen's entire body. Boom. Suddenly, the windows of Si Kong Shueyun's office exploded, and the next moment, Ling Chen and Si Kongjin shot up into the sky, rapidly flying out of the window. Old man, if you're in such a hurry to reincarnate, can't you use the front door? Only Si Kong Shueyun's angry shout could be heard from behind. In the sky, watching the rapidly passing scenery below, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. This was his first flight. However, with the Zhuke Divine Fire and the Zhouxiao Divine Thunder, he was actually capable of flying. It was just that there was no need to reveal these 2 entries yet. After all, he needed to keep some trump cards for himself. That being said, the 2 entries that exploded from Wang Tang are quite good, especially that Divine Martial 1, which can enhance all attributes of combat power. This is definitely the most valuable. If I can stack it with my other entries later, my combat power will surely have a qualitative leap. Ling Chen thought to himself and decided that once he arrived in the imperial capital, he would see if he could get the Divine Martial entry. After all, an all-attribute boost was too tempting. As for the other entry, Annihilation, it was an extremely rare element. He had never even heard of this type of destruction entry. He would have to search thoroughly when he got back to see what the situation was. By the way, Ling Chen, did you explode a destruction entry? I received feedback from the Alliance store yesterday. Just then, Si Kongjin curiously spoke to Ling Chen. Yes, it was obtained by killing that Wang Tang by accident. Ling Yan nodded. That Wang Tang had a green attribute called Shatter, which could make items break. Of course, with his strength, he could probably only shatter tempered glass. However, this attribute was not weak. On the contrary, it was quite strong. After all, it was a good attribute chosen for him by Wang Angwa. Who would have thought this kid could successfully obtain the Divine Martial? Otherwise, even getting the most common giant strength attribute would
have elevated Wang Tang's talent by several levels. This attribute is quite good. My major is the Annihilation attribute, and the price of the purple Oracle Stone for the Divine Martial attribute is not low. You can't just sell it for 100 billion. With both of these attributes, the price of the Oracle Stone should at least double. Moreover, this Oracle Stone is a good item. If you haven't filled your attributes yet, you should use it yourself. Don't sell it, that would be a shame. Si Kongjin quickly advised Ling Chen. Double? That would be 200 billion. The Federal Store is too greedy, right? Didn't I lose tens of billions before? Hearing this, Ling Chen was immediately shocked. 100 billion. This was simply extortion. You can't say that. It's just that your item's price is too high. The highest price our Blue Water Star's Federal Store branch can offer is 100 billion. If you want to sell it for 200 billion, you can only sell it to other planets. But that would take a longer selling period. It would take at least 7 to 10 days for the funds to arrive. If it's something even more valuable, it would take even longer. Si Kongjin explained. Hearing this, Ling Chen finally realized that he hadn't lost anything before. It's good that I didn't sell it. 100 billion is worth waiting a few more days. If I had sold it, I would have lost a fortune. Ling Chen couldn't help but say. Indeed. By the way, if you really decide to sell, I can help you make the connection. The process can be expedited by a few days. The funds should arrive within 5 days. Si Kongjin said at this time. Then I'll trouble you, speaker. Ling Chen didn't waste any time and directly took out the purple Oracle Stone and handed it to Si Kongjin. You brat, aren't you afraid I'll embezzle it? This is 200 billion. Seeing Ling Chen so decisive, Si Kongjin was speechless. Trust those you employ, and don't doubt those you trust. Ling Chen said. This made Si Kongjin's mouth twitch. Was this how that saying was used? However, he still put the item away. I'll transfer the funds to you within 5 days. If it doesn't arrive, I'll advance the payment for you, Si Kongjin said. Thank you, speaker. Ling Chen said with a smile. I have to say, as a martial sovereign level powerhouse, the speed of flight is indeed fast. A distance of over 10,000 kilometers was covered in just over an hour. During the journey, they encountered several beast emperors and powerful 5th-tier ferocious beasts blocking the way, but they were all instantly taken down by Si Kongjin from several thousand meters away. Watching these ferocious beasts shatter into blood mist in an instant, Ling Chen gained a deeper understanding of this annihilation attribute. This attribute is a bit terrifying in power. Mainly, it looks quite cool. No, I have to get my hands on it. Imperial Capital University. The highest institution of learning on Blue Water Star, established by the first-generation speaker of Blue Water Star, has a history of thousands of years. Anyone who reaches the martial sovereign level in Blue Water Star must come to Imperial Capital University to serve as a mentor. Not to mention how well they teach, their combat power is definitely top-notch. At the same time, Imperial Capital University is the university that the people of Blue Water Star most want to enter. However, the admission requirements are quite strict. The attributes must be at least blue. In addition, one's cultivation talent must also be strong. During the college entrance examination, the martial arts realm must reach at least the first level of bronze. Just these 2 requirements have made countless people sigh, as these conditions are not low. However, there are many benefits to becoming a student at Imperial Capital University. Not only are there various resource rewards, but there are also purchase discounts. However, aside from ordinary students, the Imperial Capital University has a special class called the Hidden Dragon class. The admission standards for this Hidden Dragon class are even higher. Just looking at the attributes, the minimum requirement is a purple attribute. If it's a blue attribute, the realm must reach Martial King or above before enrollment. Of course, in this era, the Oracle Stones must be purchased with money. Therefore, so-called geniuses are often the offspring of the wealthy. Ordinary people have only one way to enter the Imperial Capital University. That is to awaken innate attributes. Innate attributes are like a talent awakening. A very small number of people can awaken attributes on their own without needing to draw them. These innate attributes do not occupy attribute slots and are also the only opportunity for commoners to rise. Ling Chen's infinite attributes came about this way. Naturally, these innate attributes, like drawn attributes, can vary in level. Some are just white attributes, while others can awaken blue or even purple ones. Thus, this is also the only path for ordinary people to enter the Imperial Capital University or become powerful. Without this path, society would likely have collapsed long ago due to the wealth gap. Under the leadership of Si Kongjin, Ling Chen arrived above a magnificent city. This city spans a diameter of over 700 kilometers. Its population is in the hundreds of millions. In the very center of the city stands a massive academy. From a distance, Ling Chen could see a tall tower. Is that the hidden dragon tower mentioned by Sikong Shuayun? Ling Chen asked curiously. That's right, this hidden dragon tower was built with a staggering investment of 100 trillion. At the time, many 7th-tier formation masters and 7th-tier weapon masters were hired, stuffing a full 100 divine domain spaces into this tower. Your father is the first of this hidden dragon tower, and so far, no one has broken his record. Sikongjin explained. Hearing the figure of 100 trillion, Ling Chen was shocked. With that much money, one could buy dozens of silver oracle stones, right? Of course, if one really bought silver oracle stones, they might end up losing everything, but building this hidden dragon tower has indeed cultivated many powerful individuals. In the long run, the hidden dragon tower is worth far more than its cost. Under Sikongjin's guidance, Ling Chen quickly landed in a manor belonging to the Imperial Capital University. This is the manor for the hidden dragon class students, one for each person. You will stay here for now, and classes will start tomorrow. This is your student token. You can directly choose the martial arts you want in the library. Anything within the 6th tier is fair game. Remember, what suits you best is the best. If anything comes up, someone will notify you. Sikongjin instructed Ling Chen. As he spoke, Sikongjin handed a token to Ling Chen. Okay, I understand. Ling Chen nodded after putting away the token. Once Sikongjin finished his instructions, he soared into the sky and left. Ling Chen glanced at the token, casually tucked it away, and walked towards the manor. You must be student Ling Chen. I am your manor steward and also a guardian. You can call me Old Zhou. Just then, an old man walked out of the villa with a smile, followed by a group of maids. The aura emanating from the old man made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. He was actually a 4th-tier martial sovereign. Goodness, do hidden dragon class students enjoy such treatment? But thinking about it, it made sense. Old Zhou's job should be a steward and part-time bodyguard, serving one hidden dragon class student every 4 years. And these students would at least be martial sovereigns. In the future, there might even be martial venerates among them, and not every steward has such formidable strength as Old Zhou. It seems only Ling Chen gets this kind of treatment. Then, I will trouble you in the future, Old Zhou. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Ah, Ling Chen, you're too polite. By the way, this is the high energy potion Master Lu left for you. It's said to enhance your strength. You can let me know when you've finished it, and I'll go find Master Lu for more. Old Zhou smiled as he handed a purplish-red potion to Ling Chen. High energy potion? So generous? Can I just drink it? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This potion was made from the most refined parts of at least several 6th-tier ferocious beasts. The energy contained in one potion was equivalent to at least 100 high-grade nutritional potions. The cost of one was over 10 billion just to counterfeit. The selling price was even above 30 billion. He couldn't help but click his tongue, so this was the reward that Sikong Shuayun mentioned. This treatment was too good. The energy of this high energy potion is extremely gentle, so even at your martial emperor level, you don't need to worry. However, it may take a long time to digest. Old Zhou said, while also feeling shocked. The high energy potion was definitely the highest grade potion that could be produced on the entire Blue Water Star. To let Ling Chen drink it so casually was unprecedented. When did the Central Council become so generous? I understand. Ling Chen nodded. A month for the purple entry? He estimated he could digest it in 3 days. The digestion speed of the silver entry was 10 times that of the purple one. After finishing this potion, he should be able to elevate his realm directly to martial zone, right? Not just that, he might reach the 3rd level of martial zone. In other words, the purple entry would only take 10 days to reach martial zone. It seemed everything was calculated perfectly. But if I go to get another one in 3 days, won't people think I'm reselling it? Ling Chen felt a bit of a headache. Did he have to expose his silver devouring entry? Forget it, let's just stop here. After I finish this vial, I'll buy the rest myself. Ling Chen wasn't short of a few billion. What he lacked was big money. With that thought, he directly drank the entire high-energy potion in front of Old Zhou. Boom! In an instant, a vast and gentle power began to spread from his abdomen, a power that seemed inexhaustible. However, Ling Chen didn't activate all of his devouring power to refine it. He only used 1/10 of his strength. Even so, his vitality was rapidly increasing. This high-energy potion truly lives up to the master's reputation. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Master Lu was a veteran martial venerable who even the speaker must treat with respect. Plus, with his identity as a 6th-tier alchemist, Master Lu is undoubtedly the highest-ranking person on the entire Blue Water Star. Old Zhou said with admiration. Master Lu was already several hundred years old, and in his eyes, they were merely juniors. Alchemists. are indeed very powerful. I wonder what kind of talent is needed to learn. Ling Yan was a bit curious. If he could become an alchemist, could he hunt ferocious beasts himself, then refine potions for self-consumption? Not to mention now, just think about the future. Once his strength grew, the demand for ferocious beast flesh would surely become enormous. At that time, hiring someone would require a lot of money, not to mention owing favors and asking for help. If he could do it himself, it would definitely save a lot of time. Naturally, to become an alchemist, you need at least 2 entries. One is a fire control entry. The other is a potion refining entry. Of course, just having a fire control entry can also make you an alchemist, but you can only become a low-level alchemist. To become a high-level alchemist, both the fire control entry and the potion refining entry must not be low-level. Take Master Lu for example. Both of his entries are purple, and with his innate talent for alchemy, he has reached the 6th-tier alchemist. Old Joe smiled and explained, I see. I understand now. Ling Chen nodded. In realization upon hearing this. Alchemist entry? It seems he needs to go back and look for it. Once he possesses the golden entry for alchemy along with the golden entry for flame power, reaching a 6th or even 7th-tier alchemist should be quite simple, right? If time permits, he might even become a 9th or 10th-tier alchemist in the future. Of course, being able to concoct these high-level potions is already enough for Ling Chen. By the way, I plan to select some martial arts techniques first. Old Joe, could you please take me there? Ling Chen suddenly remembered this. His biggest shortcoming at the moment was martial arts and techniques. These two are very important for a warrior. If the levels of martial arts and techniques are insufficient, their combat power will be far below that of warriors of the same level. Of course, this is without considering the entries. Although Ling Chen's body refinement technique has reached the 5th tier, it is only useful for body refinement and provides almost no enhancement to his overall strength. Not a bother, young master, please follow me. Old Joe smiled. And then snapped his fingers. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, 2 floating platforms flew over and landed in front of the two. They stepped directly onto them. Buzz. The floating platforms slowly lifted off the ground. Whoosh. In the next moment, amidst a wave of energy, the floating platforms transformed into streaks of light and flew away at high speed. A few minutes later, the two arrived in front of a magnificent building more than 10 kilometers away. The 3 large characters' library seemed to be carved like a sword. Young master, you can go in by yourself. There will be someone to guide you inside. Old Joe said with a smile. Ling Chen nodded and walked in. Upon entering the library, Ling Chen saw many students standing in a white empty room, selecting something from a distance. Buzz. However, as soon as Ling Chen entered the room, a virtual projection appeared before him. This was a projection generated by his biological intelligence brain. Hello, I am the librarian. I have detected your identity as a student of the potential dragon class. All books are open for free. Please enter the martial arts you wish to search for and the type of books. An electronic voice followed. Are there any techniques that cultivate both fire and lightning attributes? Ling Chen asked. The entries he currently had were for these 2 attributes, and if he could combine them, his combat power would naturally be even stronger. Ding. After searching, the following techniques are suitable for you. Please take a look. The librarian directly displayed several introductions of techniques with lightning and fire attributes. The first one surprised Ling Chen a bit. Technique: Thunderfire Body Refinement Technique Level, Lower 6th Tier. Description: A cultivation technique for lightning and fire attributes, requires both lightning and fire entries to learn, divided into 5 stages. After entering, Body Refinement Speed. Asterisk 200%, Proficient, 225%, Master, 250%, Great Success, 275%. Perfected, 300%. Simultaneously cultivating to mastery can convert into Thunderfire Source Power, Power Enhancement, 150%. Great Success Power Enhancement, 200%. Perfected Power Enhancement, 300%. This technique, when cultivated to perfection, can actually triple its power. That is definitely not low. Ling Chen continued to look. Eventually, his gaze was drawn to the last technique. Not for any other reason, but because of the special effect of this technique. Technique: Heavenly Fire Divine Technique Level, Top 6th Tier. Description: A cultivation technique for lightning and fire attributes, requires both lightning and fire entries, and the minimum entry level, Purple. Note, this technique has a special effect: the higher the entry level, the higher the technique level. 1 silver and 1 purple, the technique level upgrades to Middle 7th Tier. 2 types of silver attributes, the cultivation level upgraded to 7th Tier Supreme. 1 gold and 1 silver attribute, the cultivation level upgraded to 8th Tier Medium. 2 types of gold attributes, the cultivation level upgraded to 8th tier supreme. Having 2 types of gold attributes, this cultivation method can actually upgrade directly to 8th tier supreme. 8th tier supreme cultivation, once mastered, can provide a 4-fold increase in combat power, and if cultivated to perfection, it can grant an 8-fold increase in combat power. In the entire human race, probably only the martial emperor is qualified to cultivate it. Of course, the 2 gold attributes are both thunder and fire attributes. Such individuals are likely rare in the entire human race. Therefore, for anyone else, this cultivation method is practically useless. But for Ling Chen, this cultivation method is simply divine. His attributes can upgrade, even to above gold, which means that in the future, Ling Chen won't need to change his cultivation method. At least not in the short term. Moreover, although it has the power of 8th tier supreme, the difficulty of cultivation is only that of 6th tier supreme. Once Ling Chen cultivates his talent attributes to gold, it probably won't be long before he reaches perfection. The Heavenly Fire Divine Sky technique is truly tailored. For me, it's the one. After all, its level is the highest in the entire library. Ling Chen smiled and directly chose this cultivation method. Ding! Detecting that you are about to choose a flawed cultivation method, do you confirm? At that moment, the librarian spoke up. Ha? Flawed? What flaw? Ling Chen was confused. This cultivation method is indeed 6th tier supreme, but its cultivation difficulty is even greater than that of an ordinary 7th tier medium cultivation method. Additionally, its prerequisite cultivation conditions are too difficult, hence it is referred to as a flawed cultivation method, the librarian explained. I see, that's not a big problem, it's not a flaw for me. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen realized that indeed, this cultivation method is trash for those who are not suited for it. For those who are suitable, there are better options. Only for someone like Ling Chen, who can upgrade attributes and cannot obtain high-level cultivation methods in a short time, is it a divine skill. Ling Chen directly chose to download it. Buzz. In the next moment, his biological brain directly connected to the library's core, and a vast amount of knowledge flooded into Ling Chen's mind. This knowledge was specifically about the cultivation of this method, and there were also many explanations from predecessors on how to quickly get started. With this, Ling Chen could cultivate to perfection much faster. Indeed, technology changes lives. No wonder in this world, those with below average IQ are not allowed to learn technological knowledge, those with normal IQ can simply have knowledge directly infused. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. He then began to choose a spear technique. The spear technique didn't have so many twists and turns, he directly chose the one with the highest level and greatest power. Martial technique, Sky Splitter level, 6th tier supreme. Description, spear technique martial skill. Divided into 5 stages. Mastery can enhance spear power by 200%, and thereafter, each stage increases power by 50%. Cultivating to perfection grants a spear power enhancement of 400%. Looking at the introduction, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly chose Sky Splitter. It must be said that these martial skills and cultivation methods cannot be judged solely by their level. One must also consider the difficulty. If you can only reach the entry level, it's better to cultivate a lower level skill to mastery. This way, the combat power enhancement is even higher. Soon, the cultivation method for Sky Splitter also surged into his mind. With his strong comprehension supported by the silver attributes of the spear technique and martial arts genius, Ling Chen surprisingly felt a sense of entry within just a few minutes. It seems this martial technique can probably be cultivated to perfection in a few days. Ling Chen thought to himself, this speed is indeed remarkable. Ling Chen, fully loaded with knowledge, left the library directly and, accompanied by old Zhou, returned to the manor. After all, he needed to quickly refine all the high-energy potions he had consumed. Soon, night fell. However, a piece of news abruptly shattered the good mood of all the students who had just completed their college entrance exams and were looking forward to a summer of fun. Notice: the Imperial Capital University will start classes a month earlier this year, and the admission process has also been moved up to 10 o'clock tonight. All candidates are requested to log in to their admission notification interface as soon as possible to check their admission status. This news was forcibly pushed to all students who took the college entrance exam. Wow! In an instant, the entire Blue Water Star was in an uproar. What the hell, starting classes a month early? Goodness, doesn't that mean tomorrow? Today is the college entrance exam, and tomorrow is the start of classes. What kind of operation is this? Is there a major event at the Imperial Capital University? I don't know, there must be something going on, otherwise, it wouldn't be so rushed. Stop thinking about it, everyone. That's the Imperial Capital University, what does it have to do with us? Who says it has nothing to do with us?
Our city's university also said it would start classes early, claiming to align with the imperial capital.
University. I'm so done. Whoa, me too. I really want all university admissions to be completed today.
It's over, the summer job I just signed up for has a penalty fee of 1,000.
In an instant, the forums of Blue Water Star exploded because of this notice.
Only the most powerful politicians of Blue Water Star knew that. The reason for the early start of classes was because of Ling Chen. Because during the day, Si Kongjin had sent word that Ling Chen would
participate in this year's selection for the chosen one in the divine realm.
At first, they thought either Si Kongjin had gone mad or they had
misheard.
To cultivate Ling Chen to the martial sovereign level in just over 10 days was already absurd, and to give him combat power for
self-defense was simply a cosmic joke.
However, when Si Kongjin mentioned that Ling Chen actually had a purple attribute related to marksmanship,
everyone fell silent.
With this attribute, Ling Chen's combat power, which was already not inferior to the usual silver attributes,
surged even more.
This year, there was indeed a chance. Although the opportunity was slim, experiencing it in advance meant there was definitely a 70 to 80% chance tomorrow. Therefore, everyone unanimously decided to start classes early to serve Ling Chen alone. Daughter, classes are starting early tomorrow. When you get to the Imperial Capital University, you must behave yourself and don't cause
any trouble. In Luoyun City, Zhao family.
Zhao Wu was advising a chubby girl with twin ponytails.
I know, you've said it
several times already. Alright, let's hurry up and set off. Classes start tomorrow morning, and I don't want to be the last one to arrive.
By then, all the good spots in the manor will be taken. Zhao Shuya, hearing her father's nagging, couldn't help but urge him. You girl.
Zhao Wu was speechless but quickly took Zhao Shuya onto the aircraft and sped towards the imperial capital.
Not just them, students. From the Imperial Capital University all over Blue Water Star set off overnight.
Not only were the new students starting early, but the returning students were also in the same boat. Some had just returned home after a day off and were told to go back to school, making
them all furious.
Fortunately, the school covered the airfare and provided subsidies, which alleviated some of their grievances. Early in the morning, Ling Chen, who had refined high-energy potions all night, opened his eyes. He stood up from the ground.
Crack, crack, crack. In an
instant, all the muscles and bones in his body made cracking sounds. The noise was like a violent explosion. If there were ordinary people nearby, their eardrums would have been shattered. At this moment, Ling Chen's blood value had already reached just over 8,000.
Is this the late stage of the martial emperor? It's much stronger than before. Stretching lazily, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of tens of millions of kilograms within his body. Now,
with a single punch, the wind from his fist could destroy a tall building.
By the way, it seems like the new students are registering today. I haven't even checked in at school yet. Suddenly remembering this, Ling Chen walked out of the training room. Young master, do you need to eat something before you go?
Old Zhou had been waiting at the door early.
No need, just take me to see the school. Ling Chen said. Alright, young master. By the way, this is your battle armor for the hidden dragon class. Old Zhou nodded and then handed Ling Chen a black medal. Ling Chen took it and pressed it against his chest. Buzz.
In an instant, the metal rapidly transformed, enveloping Ling Chen in a set of nano battle armor, which was of the 4th tier top grade.
It looked almost identical
to the black martial armor Ling Xian had given him. The only difference was that Ling Chen's black martial armor had some purplish red runes on it, while
this one was purely black. This is modified from the black martial armor. The black martial armor is an ancient civilization armor unearthed from a secret realm of inheritance on my Blue Water Star.
Although this armor is only 4th tier, it is worth $1 billion for a set, and it is extremely popular throughout
the entire Xiantian star system. Speaking of which, the secret realm of inheritance was left on our Blue Water Star after a student from our school broke through.
It is said that he has a master version of the black martial armor. That armor can self-upgrade and is worth more than the usual 7th tier armor. At that time, someone offered tens of billions to Ling Xian to buy it, but he didn't sell.
Old Zhou explained. Master version? What is that student's name? Ling Chen's pupils constricted.
Ling Xian, he was the first student I took under my wing. His talent has surpassed me in just a few years.
Old Zhou couldn't help but sigh. However, after saying this, he suddenly looked at Ling Chen a few times. Now that you mention it, you and Ling Xian do look somewhat alike.
Old Zhou was a bit confused. Ling Chen and Ling Xian shared the same surname.
Ling Xian is my father. Is the master version of the armor this one?
After saying this, Ling Chen directly took off the black martial armor given by the school and then tapped the black glove on his right hand.
Buzz. In the
next moment, a large amount of nano liquid began to envelop Ling Chen's entire body. Soon, a set of black martial armor, which was noticeably more formidable, appeared on Ling Chen, and this armor also had numerous purplish-red runes. However, at that moment, a change occurred. The black martial armor metal was suddenly enveloped by the liquid of the master version of the black martial armor. Subsequently, a large number of purple runes began to spread from the area that was covered. Ding! Black martial armor, beginning upgrade. However, at that moment, a cold prompt sound reached Ling Chen's mind. The master version of the black martial armor began to slowly change, the runes becoming more mysterious, while the details became sharper, and the strength of the armor, as well as the strength of the weapons it formed, increased significantly. It really is the master version of the black martial armor, but it's not the one Ling Xian has, it's a new set. Seeing this, old Zhou was immediately astonished. After all, when Ling Xian left the school, the black martial armor had already upgraded to the 6th tier. It really can upgrade. This black martial armor is now at the 5th tier lower grade. The method of upgrading seems to be devouring ordinary black martial armor to upgrade. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, although it can upgrade, the cost is a bit high. At that time, Ling Xian devoured 100 sets just to barely upgrade to the 6th tier. That's a full 100 billion, you could buy a 6th tier upper grade armor with that. Old Zhou said helplessly. It is a bit expensive. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Perhaps there are other ways to improve as well. Let's just use it for now. Ling Chen didn't mind. A low-grade 5th tier weapon was enough for him at the moment. After all, this was a weapon that only a martial sect master could afford. Subsequently, Ling Chen retracted the black battle armor into his right hand and, under the guidance of old Zhou, headed towards the assembly point of the Qianlong class. Under the Qianlong Tower, a large number of students curiously gathered outside the energy barrier of the tower. Inside the energy barrier, there was a group of students with proud expressions. These students were this year's Qianlong class members. Each one was a future martial sect powerhouse. A few among them could even become martial sovereign level experts. Of course, to be a student of the Qianlong class, it was highly likely that their family backgrounds were extraordinary. After all, a purple oracle stone costs billions, which ordinary wealthy people simply cannot afford. A better oracle stone could cost hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. Even those with only blue entries would not have weak family backgrounds. Weren't they saying that the little madman was coming too? Why haven't we seen them yet? In a corner, a girl with twin ponytails curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her stunning beauty combined with her pure aura immediately stirred the emotions of some young masters present. Lu Xiao, which family is this girl from? I don't think I've seen her before. She's way too beautiful. Much stronger than those school beauties I've encountered. A frail boy looked at Zhao Shuang with shining eyes. However, when he spoke, there was no sound from the side. He looked over in confusion, only to see Lu Xiao staring blankly at Zhao Shuang. Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? He quickly shook Lu Nang's shoulder. Cough cough. What's wrong? Lu Nang came to his senses and hurriedly asked. Holy crap, Lu Xiao, you're not falling in love, are you? Your face is so red. The frail boy was shocked. Lu Nang was known as the Northeast Casanova, sleeping with a different woman every day in high school. Of course, in reality, he was just a pure-hearted virgin, all talk and no action, having never even held a woman's hand. His father was Lu Danning, a top figure in the Northeast, a peak martial sect master. A true prince. And now he was actually in love. Upon hearing this, Lu Nang was instantly energized. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I want this girl. Whoever dares to look at her again, I'll make them pay. Experiencing love for the first time, Lu Nang waved his hand domineeringly. After saying that, he quickly spat and wiped his shiny hair, then revealed a lewd smile as he prepared to approach her. However, someone was already faster than him. Miss, I am Luo Yang from the Luo family in the capital. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight. A round-faced fat man approached Zhao Shuang with a smile, holding a bouquet of flowers he had somehow acquired. Holy crap, Lu Xiao, someone is stealing your girl. The frail boy exclaimed. Cough cough, he's from the Luo family, we can't mess with him. However, upon seeing Luo Yang, Lu Nang shrank back. His father couldn't compete with the other's grandfather, who was a martial sovereign level expert. Wow, Lu Xiao, are you really this timid? The frail boy was speechless, but this was the capital, it was a different concept from other places. Are you talking to me? Zhao Shuang looked around and then asked in surprise. Yes, only a beautiful lady like you is worthy of dining with me. Luo Yang said arrogantly. Is that so? What a pity, you're too ugly, I'm afraid it would ruin my appetite. However, Zhao Shuang's helpless words immediately left Luo Yang frozen. The people around were also dumbfounded. But looking at Luo Yang's chubby face with folds, they deeply agreed with Zhao Shuang's assessment.
You dare to insult me. The expression on Luo Yong's face darkened immediately. Having never been humiliated before. I didn't curse, I was just stating facts. But if it hurt you, then I'm sorry. I'm just a straightforward person. Zhao Shuya quickly apologized. However, her sincere expression combined with her words only made Luo Yong's eyes turn black. What the hell do you call that an apology? You filthy woman, I'll kill you. Luo Yong, completely enraged, swung a fist at Zhao Shuya. After he threw the punch, it suddenly expanded like rubber, transforming into a gigantic fist. This is a giantization type entry. It can enlarge any part of the body. Hiss, I've heard that Luo Yong possesses a purple giantization entry. During the college entrance exam, he transformed into a 10-meter giant. While Jingjing, with just a silver-level entry, could unleash 200,000 kilograms of force with a single punch. This girl is done for. Sigh. Offending the Luo family, even with decent talent, will be tough in the future. In an instant, the other students around looked on with pity as the massive fist descended towards Zhao Shuya. Yet, watching this scene, Zhao Shuya merely extended a slender finger. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, Luo Yong's fist was effortlessly blocked by Zhao Shuya. In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes. Luo Yong's possession of a purple entry was already terrifying, especially at the silver second level. Combined, he was undoubtedly one of the top 3 super geniuses in this year's Qianlong class. However, such a powerful figure was blocked by Zhao Shuya with just a finger. What was up with this girl? Just then, Zhao Shuya flicked her finger. In an instant, a terrifying force swept over Luo Yong's fist. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Luo Yong's fist bones shattered wildly. The bones broke all the way to the arm. Blood erupted from his skin, as the enlarged fist caused blood to spray out like a burst pipe. The surrounding geniuses were so frightened that they quickly retreated. Ah! My hand, my hand! The pained Luo Yong howled as he staggered backward. The gigantic hand rapidly shrank, but that hand was completely ruined. Even if it could heal, it would take a week. Your strength is so weak, Zhao Shuya said with some disdain as she wiped her finger. The onlookers swallowed hard at this scene. Lu Xiao, this girl, I don't think you can handle her. The frail boy spoke to Lu Nang, who nodded in agreement, not wanting to be killed by a punch. Bitch, how dare you lay a hand on me, I'll make you die. Luo Yong roared as he charged at Zhao Shuya. Clang! However, at that moment, a gunshot echoed around the Qianlong Tower. A black spear sliced through the air. Puff! Before Luo Yong could react, the spear pierced through his chest, and he was sent flying by the force of the spear. Boom! Ultimately, with a loud crash, Luo Yong slammed heavily onto the ground 100 meters away, pinned down by the spear. This sudden change caused the other geniuses of the Qianlong class to have their pupils constrict sharply. In the corner, a boy who had been silent with his eyes closed suddenly opened them wide. His gaze turned serious as he looked outside the Qianlong Tower. Die? With this little strength, you think you can kill someone? Who gave you the courage? Just then, a calm voice reached everyone's ears. Following that, a boy walked in through the barrier of the Qianlong Tower from outside. Everyone's gaze turned to the incoming Ling Chun. In an instant, many were stunned. Their first reaction was that he was handsome. How could this guy be so handsome? At a perfect height of 1.85 m, combined with an air of pride and an extraordinary appearance, many talented girls felt their hearts flutter. Upon seeing Ling Chun, Zhao Shuya's eyes instantly lit up. Little madman! Zhao Shuya excitedly ran over and, amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone, jumped onto Ling Chen and clung to him. Little madman, you finally came. That fatso was bullying me. Zhao Shuya had heard from her father just how strong Ling Chen was, so she naturally wasn't afraid of causing trouble for him. After all, according to her father's words, in a few years, even a martial sovereign wouldn't be a match for Ling Chen. Moreover, Ling Chen had Sikongjin backing him up. To be fair, although Zhao Shuya had a lowly appearance, she wasn't short at all, standing around 1.70 m, and her figure was excellent. Especially her chest, which made Ling Chen feel a bit flustered. You little girl, who dares to bully you? Ling Chen was speechless. He quickly lifted Zhao Shuya off him. If she hung on a bit longer, his little brother would protest. I don't care. You promised to marry me, so if someone bullies me, you have to beat him up. Zhao Shuya huffed, and as soon as she said this, a group of male classmates around them felt their hearts shatter. The goddess they had just met was already talking about getting married. How can I beat him when he's already pinned to the ground? I'm afraid if I make a move, he'll meet his maker. Ling Chen was somewhat speechless. This girl was getting more and more violent. That's true, then forget it. Zhao Shuya nodded in agreement upon hearing this. I just arrived a bit late, and why is there a fight? You young people are too impulsive to achieve greatness. Just then, a vague voice floated down from the sky. Everyone curiously looked up. They immediately saw an old man with an ethereal demeanor flying down on a sword. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Ling Chen was also taken aback. He was in a future world, not a cultivation world, right? Soon, the old man jumped down from the sky, and at the moment he landed, the flying sword from the sky pierced through the air and instantly sheathed itself in his hand. Dear students, let me introduce myself. I am Qing Xuanzai, your martial arts mentor. Qing Xuanzai stroked his white beard and smiled as he spoke. So he is Qing Xuanzai. The legends are true. What legends? Who is he? You don't know? Qing Xuanzai's real name is Zhao Xincheng. He was obsessed with cultivation novels in middle school, and later he unexpectedly awakened his talent, a mentalist. And it's a purple entry. Since then, he is dressed like a cultivator, and this so-called sword flight is actually using telekinesis to fly. By the way, I remember he has a move called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, which can summon 10,000 swords to attack. So cool. Moreover, he is the president of our Blue Water Star Cultivation Guild and the strongest mentalist, a martial sovereign level powerhouse. It is said that his combat power ranks in the top 3 across the entire Blue Water Star. He might even be second only to Chairman Si Kongjin. Wow, is he really that strong? Some students from the imperial capital quickly recognized Qing Xuanzai. The people around them, listening to their discussion, also understood the situation. Goodness, obsessed with cultivation novels? And he awakened as a mentalist? Is this what they mean by what one thinks about during the day, the heavens respond to at night? Ling Chen was somewhat amazed. It is said that innate entries have a characteristic: they are likely to manifest as entries based on a person's obsession. In this world, cultivation is naturally impossible, but to others, being a mentalist seems no different from being a cultivator. Put. Just then, the black spear that Luo Yong had stuck into the ground suddenly flew up by itself. The spear then landed in Qing Xuanzai's hand. Young man, don't be too hot-headed. Fighting and killing disrupts the natural order. Cultivating oneself is the fundamental principle. Qing Xuanzai looked at Ling Chen with a serious expression. He then tossed a long spear to Ling Chen. Ling Chen raised his right hand to catch the spear, which instantly transformed into nanomaterial and merged into his glove. What the immortal master says is true. I will definitely restrain myself in the future. Ling Chen replied with a smile. A teachable child indeed. Look at this is a good kid. Upon hearing Ling Chen call him immortal master instead of teacher, Qing Xuanzai felt quite pleased. The students present couldn't help but twitch their lips at this. Alright, today is your first day of school. From now on, we are all in the same class, so let's get to know each other. Starting tomorrow, we will officially begin classes. However, before that, as per tradition, all new students of the Qianlong class must pass through the Qianlong Tower. If you fail to reach at least the 20th floor, you will be kicked out of the Qianlong class. Of course, this does not apply to auxiliary professions. Those of you in auxiliary profession should report to me in advance, or else if you get kicked out, you won't be able to come back. Qing Xuanzai stroked his beard and then began to discuss serious matters. Hearing that they could actually be kicked out of the class, the talented students present immediately narrowed their pupils. Teacher Xianqing, it seems that Luo Yong can't participate. A new subordinate of Luo Yong quickly spoke. Then kick him out of the Qianlong class. Who told him to fight randomly? What kind of nonsense is Luo's teaching? When I get back, I'll have a good talk with him, Qing Xuanzai said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the others were stunned. They were really going to kick him out of the class? Although Luo Yong was the grandson of a martial arts master, being kicked out of the Qianlong class would significantly lower his future achievements. As for whether Luo Yong's grandfather would come to confront Qing Xuanzai, that was naturally impossible. His grandfather was once a disciple of Qing Xuanzai and couldn't defeat him. Anyway. Alright, does anyone else want to upgrade to an auxiliary profession? If not, get in there, I still have to go back to alchemy. Qing Xuanzai urged the group. Upon hearing this, everyone realized he was quite serious about his alchemy, but they didn't dare to say anything and one by one entered the Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower, huh? I wonder how many floors I can reach now. Ling Chen felt a bit curious. Little madman, I'm going in first, let's see who can reach a higher floor later. You better work hard. Zhao Shuya stood on her tiptoes and patted Ling Chen's shoulder, then walked towards the Qianlong Tower with her hands behind her back. This girl, why does it feel like it's not that simple? Does she really just have a purple attribute? Watching Zhao Shuya leave, Ling Chen felt something was off because previously, Zhao Shuya had instantly defeated Luo Yong, and the power she unleashed was incredibly strong, definitely not something a mere silver-level purple talent could achieve. Forget it, I'll ask this girl when we come out. Ling Chen shook his head and then strode towards the towering Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower has a diameter of 1 kilometer and an extremely terrifying height. A full 10,000 meters. Such a magnificent structure could only be built in this era. The Qianlong Tower has a total of 100 floors, but there are very few that exceed the 60th floor. There is only one above the 70th floor, and none above the 80th. So far, the most talented, Ling Xian, has reached the 93rd floor. This is almost a crushing gap compared to the second place. Upon stepping into the Qianlong Tower, Ling Chen immediately felt a dizzying sensation. When he reappeared, he found himself in an endless desert. The surroundings were all sand. It is said that the Qianlong Tower contains 100 small divine realm spaces. This should be one of them, right? Ling Chen wondered. Buzz. However, at that moment, an invisible force enveloped Ling Chen's entire body, and in an instant, he realized he was trapped. It seemed to be scanning his condition. But soon, Ling Chen discovered that his realm was being crazily suppressed. Ultimately, his realm was stuck at the first level of the Bronze Realm. His vitality was reduced to just 10 points. Is this the 7th tier formation? I actually have no ability to resist at all. The 7th tier is indeed terrifying. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Hint. You have entered the first level of the Hidden Dragon Tower, and the challenge is about to begin. You need to defeat all opponents. A prompt echoed through the entire world from the void at that moment. Is it really that simple? I just don't know what level my opponents are. Ling Chen felt a bit curious. Buzz. However, at that moment, a wave of disturbance came from the void. The next moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the void several dozen meters away from Ling Chen, and then a ferocious beast, about 4 to 5 meters tall, fell out of the rift. Roar! As soon as this beast landed, it looked at Ling Chen and roared madly. Ling Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing this beast. Its strength was not strong, just a second-tier 1-star beast. Of course, in front of ordinary people, this was an unparalleled ferocious beast. 7 or 8 ordinary people would probably be no match for it. It seems that the first few levels are just for easy pickings. No wonder they say that if you can't defeat the 20th level, you'll be expelled from the Hidden Dragon class. Ling Chen didn't pay much attention to it, then raised a finger with his right hand. Crackle! A bolt of lightning gathered at his fingertip. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, the lightning shot out for dozens of meters. Boom! Then, with a tremendous explosion, the ferocious beast was blown apart, turning into a sky full of charred remains that fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have passed the first level. A prompt sound came through. Buzz. The next moment, as the surrounding space fluctuated, Ling Chen's figure instantly disappeared. When Ling Chen came back to his senses, he found himself in a forest. Hiss. Suddenly, a snake hiss erupted, and the next moment, a giant python over 30 meters long and as thick as a barrel lunged at Ling Chen. Ling Chen merely flicked his hand. Boom! The giant python exploded, turning into a sky full of charred remains. Second tier 2-star, now this is getting interesting. Ling Chen was genuinely intrigued. This was only the second level. Then, the space fluctuated again. The scene around Ling Chen changed once more. This time, it was a grassland. A yak, standing 5 meters tall, was grazing 100 meters away, and upon seeing Ling Chen, its eyes turned blood red in an instant. Moo! With a low roar, the yak charged madly towards Ling Chen. Second tier 3-star. Could it be that each level increases by 1 realm? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Then he pointed his fingertip, and the lightning arrived in an instant. Rumble! With a loud bang, the yak exploded. The next moment, Ling Chen's figure disappeared again, entering the 3rd level. Next, the opponent on the 4th level was a second-tier 4-star ferocious beast. The 5th level was a second-tier 5-star, and so on. Of course, these ferocious beasts were the most ordinary ones, with no additional power boosts. The combat power of a second-tier 5-star beast was 5 times that of a first-tier 1-star beast. Therefore, Ling Chen roughly guessed that in the first 10 levels, each level's ferocious beast increased its combat power by a factor of 1. By the time he reached the 10th level, the opponent would become a 3rd-tier 1-star beast of the Silver Realm. Just right, the combat power was 10 times that of the first level of the Bronze Realm. He just didn't know what the situation would be like after the 10th level. Ling Chen didn't waste any time and went on a killing spree. Soon, he reached the 10th level. Just as he had expected, the opponent was a 3rd-tier 1-star beast. Then, Ling Chen instantly killed the star beast and his figure directly arrived at the 11th level. However, the number of opponents on this level had increased to 2. Their realm was still at the 3rd stage, 1 star. At the 12th level, there were 3 beasts, and at the 19th level, 10 beasts.
Although the numbers were greater, their realms were not strong, so they were all killed by Ling Chen in an instant.
Soon, the 20th level opened.
This time, the opponents were indeed as Ling Chen had anticipated, their realm had reached the 3rd stage, 2 stars. I see, the potential Dragon Tower indeed doubles the overall combat power of the
opponents with each level increase.
The 30th level would have 30 times the combat power at the 3rd stage, 3 stars. By this logic, the 90th level should be at the 3rd stage, 9 stars.
And the 100th level, wouldn't that be the realm of the Martial Emperor at the 1st level of gold? Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's important to note that Ling Chen's realm was currently suppressed to the 1st level of bronze. To surpass 2 major realms, this assessment could not be considered anything less than terrifying.
So, does that mean my dad's overall
combat power boost was directly over 90 times at the same level? Ling Xian thought to himself, raising his eyebrows.
80 times, keep in mind that a 20 times combat power boost is already equivalent
to an ordinary silver attribute. 80 times is even more powerful than a gold attribute. However, Ling Chen quickly realized that this calculation was not accurate, it also had to account for the boosts
from martial arts techniques. A purple attribute can at least enhance combat power by 10 times. The powerful ones can enhance it by 13 or 14 times. This means that as long as the martial arts techniques provide a 6 times boost, he could reach the 80th level. A 6 times boost means 2 plus 3. He would need to cultivate a 5th grade top tier martial art and technique to perfection, and a 6th grade top tier to mastery. For a college student who has awakened his attributes for less than 4 years, the possibility of achieving both is almost zero. Of course, if one possesses weapon type attributes, or an all attribute type like Divine Martial, even if it's just green or blue attributes, reaching an overall 80 times boost wouldn't be too difficult. However, this is for Ling Chen. For an ordinary person, a purple attribute is already the highest they could achieve. This is why others can only reach a maximum of 50 or 60 levels. Then it seems that clearing this potential Dragon Tower isn't too difficult. Ling Chen smiled. He wanted to clear it and then get a Divine Martial type of attribute to easily pass through. After all, a Divine Martial purple attribute can enhance all attributes by 4 times. What if it were silver or even gold? The boost would definitely be even more terrifying. By then, not to mention 100 times combat power boost, even 700 or 800 times could be achieved. Moreover, Ling Chen's basic power boost was already 20 times. If he added the gun technique boost, it would be a full 40 times. With just these 2 attributes, he could pass through 40 levels. If he added martial arts techniques, combat skills, and other powerful attributes, he could easily clear it now. However, since I'm here, let's see where my limit is using just pure gun techniques. I wonder if I can clear it. Ling Chen smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he directly grasped the air with his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, a long spear appeared in his hand. He hadn't really practiced the gun technique, Sky Splitter. Although he was already at a proficient level, proficiency was not what Ling Chen wanted. He sought perfection, or even to elevate it through his own talent. Now was the time. Buzz! In the next moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred in front of Ling Chen. A 3rd stage, 2-star ferocious beast was directly teleported out. Roar! Upon seeing Ling Chen, the ferocious beast, not knowing what had happened, immediately let out a furious roar and charged straight at Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't waste any words, he simply pushed off the ground and instantly charged out to engage in battle with the ferocious beast using his marksmanship. At that moment, he didn't exert too much strength, merely controlling it to the standard of a normal bronze 1st layer. However, even so, under the enhancement of 20 times the power of his marksmanship, the beast was instantly defeated. Ling Chen didn't even have time to test out his marksmanship techniques. But he didn't mind, he had plenty of time. The next 10 layers were all easy for him, without exception, all defeated in an instant. This was still without using any other attributes aside from his marksmanship. Under the training on the 10th layer and the enhancement of the silver marksmanship attribute, his 6th tier top-notch marksmanship directly evolved to a proficient level, with a combat power increase reaching 300%. The 30th layer, unlocked. Next, Ling Chen began to hone his marksmanship, so the increase in layers actually slowed down quite a bit. At this moment, outside, news spread that all members of the had entered causing a large number of students to gather outside the tower. There were not only 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students, but even graduates who hadn't had time to leave school yet. The entire area outside the barrier of was packed tightly. Of course, as fellow students of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th year students, and graduates directly entered the barrier of able to watch this tower challenge up close. On a huge projection, dozens of names appeared, each followed by a note indicating how many layers they had reached. The one at the forefront was not Ling Chen, as he was honing his marksmanship and his speed.
naturally couldn't match those who could defeat opponents in an instant. However, he was still among the top 10. The fastest was a boy named Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng had already reached the 40th layer. Luo Feng? Is he the genius who awakened the purple attribute of a mentalist this year? I've heard his swordsmanship attribute is also impressive. It seems Ling Chen has met his match this time. I wonder, which of these two can reach above the 50th layer? If a first year can reach above the 50th layer, reaching 70 layers by the fourth year isn't impossible. With one hand behind his back, Xian Qingzi, flying in the sky with his sword, stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. The talent of this cohort was indeed quite remarkable. Suddenly, two students reaching 70 layers. There's even a possibility of someone reaching above 80 layers. After all, both possessed weapon-related attributes along with their combined talents. As for how Luo Feng's swordsmanship and mentalist abilities stack, that's simple. Using telekinesis to control weapons naturally allows for mutual enhancement. The power would even be stronger than direct use. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of a flying sword? I wonder if this kid is interested in learning cultivation from me. If he's interested, I could develop a technique for him called 10,000 Swords in Unison, and with the swordsmanship enhancement, his future achievements would be limitless. Thinking of this, Qing Xuanzi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. And it wasn't just him, the talented individuals below felt the same. Everyone was astonished at Luo Feng's speed in clearing the levels. He's already over 40 layers so quickly. Who exactly is this kid? Could he reach 50 layers in the novice stage? This is a level we could hardly reach in 4 years of college. What kind of attribute does this kid have to possess such talent? Not just him, look at the second place, Zhao Shuang, a girl clearing levels at such speed. It seems she might also reach 50 layers. And that Ling Chen, don't underestimate him. My grandfather said that the reason we started school early this time is because of him. As for the specific reason, that's a secret. What? My vacation was ruined because of this kid? A secret? The rush to start school was all because of this kid. Is this kid's talent even stronger than Luo Feng's? You came late and didn't see. This kid's initial speed in breaking through was much faster than Luo Feng's, only slowing down at the 30th level. He might just be trying to hide his strength. What's going on this year? 3 geniuses have emerged all at once. Reaching above the 50th level before even starting school made many geniuses feel defeated. The 50th level is no small feat. Without extra word entries, they need at least 1 purple entry. They also need to cultivate their martial arts to a 4-fold enhancement level. This means they need to master all 4th tier martial arts and techniques. The 4th tier corresponds to Martial Emperor. Although they have strong talents, by the time they reach their 4th year, no more than 10 people in each cohort can achieve the Martial Emperor rank. They are only cultivating 4th tier martial arts and techniques. If they were to cultivate 5th tier, it might be even worse. After all, mastering 5th tier martial arts and techniques is no simple task. Therefore, the 50th level is a hurdle. Very few can reach above the 50th level each year. The reason Ling Chen could quickly advance in martial arts and techniques is mainly because he possesses a silver talent entry. This type of entry is extremely rare and very expensive. The price of a purple Oracle Stone is comparable to that of a silver Oracle Stone. The owners of blue entries from Blue Water Star are exceedingly rare, let alone purple ones. Under their watch, time passed second by second. Some people were urgently teleported out after being defeated. These individuals were more or less injured, some even on the brink of death, and were quickly taken by the waiting rescue team to the medical vehicle for treatment. However, there were also those who didn't make it in time for an emergency teleport and came out as corpses. Although there were only 1 or 2, it still caused the expressions of those present to change slightly. Since they were freshmen, lacking experience, the same incidents occurred every year. Even in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years, 1 or 2 would die in the Hidden Dragon Tower each year. Finally, after the first hour, Luo Feng reached the 50th level. After another 10 minutes, Zhao Shuang also reached the 50th level. At that moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. Having such talent in the first year, what would happen in the 4th year? Both of them were seedlings for levels above 70. Their levels continued to rise slowly. Eventually, Luo Feng's level got stuck at 57. Clearly, the 7 opponents who were 50 times stronger than him put immense pressure on him. In the end, Luo Feng's name dimmed. Buzz. The next moment, a resolute-looking, black-haired youth was teleported out. Puff. However, as soon as he emerged, Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest had several massive claw marks, deep enough to see bone. Am I first? Luo Feng gritted his teeth and glanced at the rankings. Indeed, he was first. However, he quickly noticed that Zhao Shuang was only 1 level below him. It's that girl from before, her strength is indeed remarkable. Luo Feng's expression grew serious, and then he looked down to see that Ling Chen's name had just reached 49. Instantly, he frowned. Ling Chen gives me an even stronger feeling. Why is he only at this level? Luo Feng felt puzzled. Luo Feng, do you need treatment? At that moment, a member of the treatment team approached and handed him a healing potion. I'll wait a bit, Luo Feng said slowly after drinking the potion. The treatment team, seeing he was fine, didn't bother him further, as there were still many severely injured people close to death. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Zhao Shuya's name finally reached the same level as Luo Feng's. However, to everyone's shock, after more than 10 minutes, Zhao Shuya directly broke through to the 57th level. Luo Feng's pupils instantly constricted. He lost. Lost to a little girl. The sense of defeat made him clench his fists tightly. Following that, Zhao Shuya's ranking continued to rise. Ultimately, it stopped at the 60th level. At this point, everyone was jolted awake. They wondered if Zhao Shuya would be seriously injured. It seemed extremely difficult for her to hold on to this level, and she could possibly die. Buzz. Finally, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, Zhao Shuya was teleported out. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Shuya was actually unharmed. Damn it, I exhausted all my strength. If I had known, I would have held on a bit longer to recover my power. As soon as Zhao Shuya came out, she angrily sat on the ground, sulking. At the same time, she began to recover her stamina. However, as soon as her words came out, the people around her gasped in shock. She actually came out because she ran out of strength. Goodness, if she raises her skill level in the future and has a higher stamina reserve, wouldn't she be able to reach even greater heights? This little girl, does she have the potential to surpass 80 levels? Incredible, if a little girl surpasses us, wouldn't we big men lose all our face? I wonder what her skill is. How could she reach the 60th level so easily? Yeah, could it be two types of stackable purple skills? Could it be that she has a powerful skill that enhances all attributes? For a moment, the disciples of the Hidden Dragon class were all in shock. Is the little madman still here? Suddenly, Zhao Shuya noticed that Ling Chen's name hadn't appeared yet. But his level was a bit low. With his talent, reaching 60 levels would be a breeze. Is he trying to play it cool to attract the attention of other girls? Zhao Shuya instantly guessed Ling Chen's thoughts and couldn't help but scoff. This guy was getting more and more reserved. Then Zhao Shuya remembered how Ling Chen had been a devoted admirer for 3 years and got angry again. He promised to marry her when they grew up, but unexpectedly, he became someone else's admirer. After reaching above the 50th level, Ling Chen's speed noticeably slowed down, as the fierce beasts here could finally engage him in a few exchanges. Subsequently, other classmates were gradually eliminated. The entire Hidden Dragon Tower was left with only Ling Chen. At this pace, his limit was at most the 53rd or 54th level, but what made everyone serious was that Ling Chen maintained a speed of half an hour to advance one level at each stage. The time difference was no more than a few seconds. This guy was completely controlling time. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Was this guy just bored? However, if Ling Chen could continue to clear levels at this speed, it would be terrifying, because at this rate, he could break through 10 levels in 5 hours. What does 10 levels mean? That would already be at the 60th level. Therefore, even though they knew they would have to wait a long time, everyone obediently stayed put. After all, they had witnessed history today, reaching above the 60th level upon enrollment. This achievement was something even Ling Xian hadn't reached back then. Of course, that was because Ling Xian's talent wasn't very strong when he first enrolled. Meanwhile, inside the Hidden Dragon Tower, Ling Chen, holding a spear, was engaged in combat with a group of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts had already reached the 3rd tier 5-star level, far stronger than Ling Chen, who could only use 2nd tier 1-star power at the moment. Of course, this was just physical strength. In reality, Ling Chen didn't even dare to use his full power now. At this moment, he had already raised the proficiency of his skill, Sky Splitter, to the mastery level. The completion of mastery is not far off. With a 300% boost to combat power from proficiency, combined with the pure gun skill attributes, Ling Chen's combat power enhancement reaches 60 times. Moreover, this does not even account for the boost from his techniques. At this moment, his techniques have already been initiated, and due to both thunder and fire attributes being silver, the strength of these techniques has reached the 7th tier top grade level. Therefore, merely having initiated them, the enhancement to his combat power has already surpassed that of an ordinary 6th tier top grade technique mastery. It has reached more than double the enhancement. With this boost, Ling Chen's combat power has now reached over 100 times. He could easily break through this Hidden Dragon Tower. However, since this is a trial, Ling Chen directly ceased the operation of his techniques. He fought purely relying on his basic physical strength. Even so, he effortlessly suppressed and brutally defeated these ferocious beasts. Almost there, my gun skills are about to level up. Finally, after more than 9 hours in reaching the 56th floor, Ling Chen finally sensed the boundary of the perfected sky-splitting gun technique. Suddenly, a sharp gun light burst forth from his eyes. In the next moment, Ling Chen suddenly pushed off the ground with great force. Boom! Then his figure shot up into the sky, directly reaching a height of 100 meters. Sky-splitting! In the next moment, a thunderous shout erupted from Ling Chen's mouth as he thrust the long spear in his hand straight down towards the earth. Clang! In an instant, the sound of the gun echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A powerful aura of the gun erupted, transforming into a spear light several dozen meters long, plummeting towards the ground. Roar! 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 Several ferocious beasts, sensing this terrifying aura, all let out fearful roars. They turned in panic to flee, but it was already too late. Rumble! With a deafening roar, the spear light crashed down onto the earth. The spear light instantly exploded, a tide of destruction spreading outwards. These ferocious beasts were instantly torn apart by the exploding spear light. Simultaneously, the ground was also ripped apart, creating a deep pit in the earth, spanning several dozen meters. After doing all this, Ling Chen also fell from the sky. With this strike, he used all his current strength, and its power was extremely formidable. With a 350% boost from gun skills, plus a 2000% boost from gun skill attributes, the power of this strike was a full 70 times. Just this one strike could penetrate 70 floors. However, this also reveals the difficulty of the 70 floors. After all, this was a strike from a perfected technique combining silver attributes and a 6th tier top grade gun skill. If it were only a purple attribute, even with the boost from techniques, one would need to perfect a 5th tier top grade gun skill. This is far too difficult for most students of the Hidden Dragon class who are merely martial emperors. After reaching perfection, it's impossible to achieve great perfection in a short time. It seems this round of gun skill training has come to an end. After delivering this strike, Ling Chen also realized the difficulty of achieving great perfection. Even with the enhancement of talent type and gun type attributes, it would be hard to break through in a short time. With this time, it would be better to stack the attributes to gold, and then the breakthrough would be much more efficient. Everything would fall into place. With this thought, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly moved to the next floor. He spent just over 20 minutes on this floor, instantly leaving the students outside in shock. Why is Ling Chen so fast? Could it be that he has reached his limit and is preparing to come out? It's possible. After all, this level is already quite challenging. Yeah, we would be satisfied if we could reach this level before graduation. The geniuses of the Hidden Dragon class all felt a surge of emotions upon witnessing this scene. This is what a new life looks like. Are the new ones these days really that impressive? Have I reached my limit? Indeed, this Ling Chen gives me the right feeling. His strength is just a bit weaker than mine. Seeing this, Luo Feng took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. It seems he now has two formidable rivals. His words were met with unanimous agreement from those around him. Buzz. However, at that moment, Ling Chen's name suddenly disappeared the instant he reached the 57th level. Everyone was completely stunned. He got taken out? Ling Chen was taken out? Damn, he must have been taken out. A name disappearing suddenly means he was killed. Of course, it could also happen when someone ranks up, but Ling Chen just reached the 57th level, how could he possibly jump to 50? However, the person's words abruptly stopped. Because Ling Chen's name directly appeared on the 58th level. He passed it in an instant. The 57th level was surpassed by Ling Chen. Luo Feng's face turned pale instantly. He had just said that Ling Chen was a bit weaker than him, and now he was slapped in the face. The man I have my eyes on is weaker than you? Where does your confidence come from? Zhao Shuya said triumphantly to Luo Feng at that moment. Her words made Luo Feng's expression instantly awkward. But what happened next made his face change even more unpredictably. In the gaze of everyone, even Qing Xuanzi was confused. Ling Chen's name began to flicker wildly. Buzz. 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 With each flicker, his name would move up one level. In less than a minute, Ling Chen's name had directly broken through the limit of 100 levels. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. Ding ding ding. Announcement, announcement. Student Ling Chen has successfully cleared the 100th level of the Qianlong Tower. The next moment, a sharp and urgent announcement echoed throughout the entire Imperial Capital University. Even outside the Imperial Capital University, people could hear this announcement. At this moment, all the students and mentors of Imperial Capital University were stunned, looking in disbelief towards the Qianlong Tower. Cleared, cleared? The Qianlong Tower has been cleared? No, did I hear wrong or what? I actually Heard that the Qianlong Tower was cleared. How is that possible? Clearing the Qianlong Tower requires a 100-fold burst of combat power. Who in Blue Water Star can do that? Damn, did I hear wrong or what? Clearing the Qianlong Tower? In an instant, all the teachers and students gasped in shock. How could clearing the Qianlong Tower be possible? And who is this Ling Chen? There must be a mistake, it has to be a mistake. Ling Chen's clearing speed just now must be off. How could it be 1 level per second? Finally, a genius near the Qianlong Tower exclaimed, and as soon as he spoke, everyone present reacted. That's right. It must be a mistake. It looked like the formations program malfunctioned. Exactly, clearing the Qianlong Tower is one thing, but how could it be so fast? This is going to be a joke. A Qianlong Tower built with 1 trillion resources actually has such a low-level error. Ling Chen's talent is indeed strong, but clearing 100 levels of the Qianlong Tower is absolutely impossible. In an instant, a group of geniuses began to discuss. Luo Feng heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a program error, so that makes sense. How could Ling Chen, who had struggled to clear 1 level before, suddenly clear the entire Qianlong Tower? So it was just a program error. That means Ling Chen's final score is still lower than mine. Zhao Shuya, it seems the man you have your eyes on is not as good as me. Luo Feng smiled slightly and then mocked Zhao Shuya in return. Not as good as you? My man cleared 100 levels, and he's not as good as you? You all call yourselves geniuses? But they are just a bunch of cowards who don't even dare to face others' strength. The Qianlong Tower has a program error? Are you implying that what a 7th-tier formation master built is worthless? Each one of you lacks strength yet thinks everyone else is as useless as you. Zhao Shuya was instantly furious upon hearing her classmates' slanders. She placed her hands on her hips and retorted back at them. As soon as she said this, those who didn't believe that Ling Chen could really clear the level turned dark in expression. They were actually scolded as cowards by a junior. Just as they were about to argue back, a wave of energy emanated from the Qianlong Tower. Buzz! In the next moment, a young man was teleported out. The person who emerged was none other than Ling Chen. Upon seeing Ling Chen come out, everyone present fell silent. Just now, I seemed to hear someone barking like a dog. Did I mishear? Why is everyone quiet now? Ling Chen glanced around and then smiled as he asked Zhao Shuya. However, as soon as he spoke, the expressions of all the Qianlong class geniuses changed instantly. Kid, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? A senior stood up directly. Didn't you just admit it yourself? If you're not a dog, why are you barking randomly? Ling Chen countered. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the students outside the Qianlong Tower couldn't help but burst into laughter. In an instant, the senior's face changed dramatically. Kid, don't think that just because you have great talent you can do whatever you want. You should know that you just entered school, while we are already in our 4th year or even graduated. Our talents aren't much inferior to yours, and if it really comes to a fight, any one of us could take you down in seconds. Now apologize obediently, and I can make sure they won't pursue this matter. At this moment, a sturdy young man stepped forward, looking proudly at Ling Chen. It's Senior Qian Yuan, he hasn't left school yet. He's a genius from the 69th floor of the Qianlong Tower, just a little short of the 70th. Moreover, he possesses 2 powerful purple attributes that can stack. His talent is incredibly strong, and it said he's waiting for the opening of the Xiantian Divine Domain this year. Yeah, I heard he has already broken through to the 1st level of Martial Sovereign. His talent ranks among the top 5 in history. Ling Chen has really kicked a hard board, the biggest hard board in the entire Imperial Capital University. Who told him to be so arrogant? Although his talent is strong, he's just a mere freshman, at most a silver realm. Yeah, but it's a good thing for him to learn a lesson. At this moment, the Qianlong class geniuses present all looked excited. Are you planning to stand up for this dog? Or are you the leading dog? Ling Chen looked at Qian Yuan and couldn't help but stroke his chin. As soon as these words were spoken, a glint of killing intent shot from Qian Yuan's eyes. Good. Very good, it's rare to see such an arrogant freshman. Who's interested in teaching this kid a lesson? Qian Yuan smiled coldly. Then looked at the few classmates behind him. Haha, I'll do it, I've been displeased with this kid for a while. He really thinks he's a genius. Who can break through 100 floors just because of a malfunction in the Qianlong Tower? Even if he could break through, he's just a freshman, so arrogant. Just as Qian Yuan finished speaking, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth stepped out from the crowd. It's Slut, the #1 genius of the White Gang. He's also a genius above the 60th floor of the Qianlong list, and he's a graduate. Ling Chen has really provoked someone he shouldn't have. They're all big shots. TSK, just watching the show is enough. It's not often you see a genius young man getting beaten up. Upon seeing Slot step forward, the crowd couldn't help but cheer. It was as if Ling Chen was about to be beaten right before their eyes. Little madman, can you handle this? Seeing that Slot is also a strong warrior at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor, Zhao Shuya quietly asked Ling Chen, "Are you looking down on me? With this level, I can crush you with one hand." Ling Chen was speechless. "Then I can relax and watch the show." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuya immediately laughed and walked aside. "Kid, I'll let you have one move, you can attack freely. If I frown, consider me defeated." Looking at Ling Chen, Slot spoke arrogantly. Boom! The next moment, violent thunder erupted from his body, and blue, raging lightning coalesced around him, forming a suit of thunder armor. Thunder battle armor. This is a top-tier defensive martial skill of the 5th rank. Slot is going all out right from the start. Ling Chen is definitely going to lose. Everyone present gasped at this scene. This martial skill is not bad, quite impressive. Ling Chen nodded slightly. "Are you scared? If you admit your mistake now, I can spare you," Slot said coldly. Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen instantly vanished with a loud sonic boom. This terrifying speed caused the faces of all the 3rd and 4th year students and graduates present to change dramatically, because not a single one of them could see it. Even Qian Yuan's pupils contracted instantly. So fast. A thought flashed through his mind. Boom! The next moment, another loud noise came, and Slot's thunder battle armor shattered explosively while his body shot backward. Boom! Ultimately, with a loud crash, Slot slammed into a stone tablet over 100 meters away from the hidden dragon tower. The towering stone tablet, several dozen meters high, was smashed to pieces by Slot. He, along with the debris, crashed to the ground and was buried beneath it. In the instant he was buried, many people saw his miserable state. His armor was completely shattered. His chest had a deep dent, indicating he was seriously injured. The sudden scene left everyone present utterly shocked. He was taken out in seconds. Slot was taken out. Everyone murmured in disbelief. Slot was one of the top 3 in combat power among this year's graduates. Although he was far from the strongest Qian Yuan, his combat power was unquestionable, and he could even hold the top spot among other not-so-strong cohorts. And such a super genius, who had studied at the Imperial University for 4 years, was actually taken out in seconds by a freshman in his first year. I've seen people show off, but I've never seen anyone show off like this. The main thing is, he has no strength and is still pretending. At this moment, Ling Chen also shook his right hand and couldn't help but mockingly glance at the distant Slot, who had been sent flying. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the entire graduating class darkened. Peak Martial Emperor. Ling Chen is at the peak of the Martial Emperor. Suddenly, a 4th-year genius exclaimed. His entry had a perception-type entry. In the instant Ling Chen fought, he sensed the aura and discerned his realm. During the few hours in the hidden dragon tower, Ling Chen's blood value had already been raised to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm at 9,999. As soon as the perception-type genius spoke, all the geniuses present gasped in shock. Peak Martial Emperor? How is that possible? He's only a freshman, he just turned 18 and awakened his entry for at most a year, right? How could he possibly be at the peak of the Martial Emperor? Peak Martial Emperor, no wonder he could take out Slot, but how could he reach the peak of the Martial Emperor realm so quickly? Could it be the legendary Purple Talent type entry? It's possible. In a year, a Purple Talent type entry can indeed reach the Martial Emperor realm, but reaching the peak of the Martial Emperor is still a bit challenging. I lean more towards a Devouring type entry. Yes, that's right. Only a Devouring type entry can enhance so quickly. Damn it, I was outsmarted by this kid. He actually has a Devouring type entry. Every genius present was a person with strong analytical skills, and they quickly deduced that Ling Chen possessed a Devouring type entry. However, when they considered that Ling Chen had not only a Devouring type entry but also managed to reach the 57th level, their expressions turned serious. The downside of a Devouring type entry is that it can only enhance strength, not combat power. Even a white entry provides a greater boost to combat power than a purple Devouring type entry. Therefore, with just this entry, one could quickly become a high-level, low-combat power decorative pillow, which they generally look down upon. But the fact that Ling Chen could reach the 57th level of the Hidden Dragon Tower meant he must have at least one purple entry, possibly even 2. I didn't expect you to have both a speed-type entry and a devouring-type entry. It seems I underestimated you. However, this only fuels my fighting spirit even more. Today, I will break one of your legs to teach you a lesson. Qian Yuan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ling Chen. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Qian Yuan, a powerful pressure belonging to the martial sovereign realm. The blood red Aura surged around Qian Yuan as his blood energy was unleashed. Although Ling Chen was strong, he still did not regard Ling Chen as a threat. At least, the current Ling Chen was. Definitely not his opponent at the first level of martial sovereign. After all, he was also a genius close to the 70th level. Moreover, his realm was stronger than Ling Chen's. The combination of these factors made Ling Chen no match for him. Unless, of course, Ling Chen could truly break through 100 levels. But was that even possible? With one devouring type purple entry already, how could Ling Chen possibly have extra entries to multiply his combat power by 100 times? Unless, Ling Chen had silver entries. And not just one. I also underestimated you. However, Ling Chen looked seriously at Qian Yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present thought Ling Chen had sensed Qian Yuan's strength. I underestimated your audacity, having graduated with such little strength, you dare to boast in front of me? But the next moment, Ling Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Especially Qian Yuan, who was instantly filled with rage. You have some guts. With a furious shout, Qian Yuan's aura instantly became violent. His entire aura doubled. Frenzied battle, this is a blue combat power enhancement entry. It can increase all attributes by 250%. This is also the main reason why Qian Yuan could reach the 70th level. With this entry, his talent has surpassed that of ordinary silver entry holders. I wonder how Ling Chen will respond. All the geniuses present looked at Ling Chen with curiosity. So it turns out he has a combat power enhancement entry. I was right, trash is still trash, unable to break through the hidden dragon tower even with such an entry. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but smirk in derision. Clang! In the next moment, a black spear appeared in his hand, with intricate purple-red runes coalescing on it. At the same time, his entire body was instantly covered by the black martial armor. He still had to put on a show. If he took out his trump card immediately, it would expose his hand, making it difficult to develop quietly later. The mother version of the black martial armor? However, upon seeing the armor on Ling Chen, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. The number of mother versions of the black martial armor that had appeared so far did not exceed 5 sets. Each set's price had skyrocketed to trillions. Ling Chen actually had a set. Who exactly was this kid? Some teachers who had come to watch the show also changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, some of the older teachers realized that Ling Chen was surprisingly similar to the Ling Xian of their time. Combined with the name of the black martial armor, Ling Chen's identity is self-evident. The son of Ling Xian, he is actually the son of Ling Xian. No wonder his talent is so terrifying. Does that mean he really passed 100 levels? It's possible. It all depends on who wins or loses this time between Qian Yuan and them. If Ling Chen wins, his score of 100 is definitely real. If he loses, then that score is naturally questionable. However, even if there are issues, this kid's performance after reaching his 4th year will definitely not be lower than his father's. The peak martial arts instructors began to discuss among themselves. While they were talking, the battle between Ling Chen and Qian Yuan had already erupted below. Boom! The attacks of the two collided instantly. Ling Chen's spear clashed with Qian Yuan's gauntlet, and the terrifying shockwave from the explosion sent all the talented students of the Qianlong class who had run 100 meters away to watch, flying. Only a few students managed to hold their ground, but they quickly retreated from the barrier of the Qianlong Tower. You really have power-enhancing attributes, combined with speed-enhancing attributes. Your talent is indeed remarkable. However, I'm curious, what other attributes do you have that allow you to reach above 50 levels? Feeling the terrifying power erupting from Ling Chen's spear, Qian Yuan snorted coldly. Everyone watching the battle between the two believed it would definitely be a fierce contest. However, the actual development left everyone astonished. Why don't you try and find out? Ling Chen smiled slightly. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. Qian Yuan's pupils constricted. His attributes were Berserker, a weakened version of Divine Martial. He also had the purple attribute of innate divine strength. With both enhancements, his power was stronger than ordinary silver attributes. However, his speed was not much different from that of ordinary green attribute holders. Although his realm was higher than Ling Chen's, he couldn't detect Ling Chen's presence as he vanished. Puff! The next moment, a spear suddenly pierced through his waist. Qian Yuan's 5th grade mid-tier armor was directly penetrated. If he hadn't dodged in time, his kidney would have been pierced by Ling Chen. Damn brat! Feeling the pain from his waist, Qian Yuan's face darkened. However, before he could locate Ling Chen suddenly appeared beside him and directly wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Qian Yuan's pupils contracted violently. I see you must be used to crushing others with your realm and fighting those clumsy beasts. When facing an opponent with similar strength but all-around enhancements, you don't even have the ability to react. So, you are useless, and you're getting anxious. Ling Chen's mocking voice came through. You're looking for death. Xian Yuan roared, throwing a punch at Ling Chen. However, halfway through, Ling Chen vanished again. Clang! The next moment, a spear suddenly appeared in front of his chest. Although Qian Yuan saw it, he couldn't react in time. Puff! In an instant, the spear pierced through his armor and then through his chest, the excruciating pain causing him to momentarily lose his vision. Then, his body felt light as he was lifted by Ling Chen. What everyone had thought would be a fierce contest ended so effortlessly. From start to finish, Xian Yuan was toyed with like a clown by Ling Chen. Puff! Suspended in the air, Xian Yuan spat out blood frantically. At that moment, his worldview collapsed. Clearly, he was immensely powerful, clearly his realm was superior to Ling Chen's, yet why was he unable to even fight back against him? The ordinary class instructors at the peak of their mastery in the distance fell silent as well. With speed, power, and destructive force all present, how could this combat power be so formidable? It seems that in the future, I need to pay attention to enemies who possess both speed and strength enhancements. If there are geniuses with two types of attributes, they must be well cultivated, their potential is limitless. Indeed, Ling Chen's battle can be considered a textbook case. I've decided that my first lesson will cover this. At this moment, all the mentors were shocked. For ordinary attribute holders, the gap in weakened strength is not significant. However, for those of them who possess attributes of purple grade or higher, any weakness in an attribute is a fatal flaw. This child has the potential for cultivation, he has the demeanor of a cultivator. Ling Chen stood with his gun lowered, looking down at Qian Yuan, his gaze calm and unruffled, as if he had just accomplished something trivial. Ahem. Qian Yuan struggled to get up but found his internal energy surging, unable to muster any strength, and could only weakly lie on the ground. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He felt both ashamed and angry but knew he was outmatched and had nothing to say. Seeing him like this, Ling Chen spoke lightly, "We have no enmity, no grudge, today's event is just a lesson for you." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. In the future, before you step in for someone else, weigh your own strength first. Don't be a pawn in someone else's game while thinking highly of yourself. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan's face turned from green to white, but he dared not retort, only gritting his teeth and swallowing his anger. Ling Chen ignored him further and turned his gaze to the student who had provoked him from the start. That student, caught in Ling Chen's sharp gaze, was instantly terrified, his legs giving way as he sat down on the ground. You just said, which is more important, talent or strength? Ling Chen's voice remained calm but carried an invisible pressure that made the student feel as if he could hardly breathe. I. The student's face turned pale, stammering and unable to speak. Let me tell you, Ling Chen's voice suddenly rose, a hint of coldness in his tone. Having talent and strength means you can do as you please. But you, without strength and without talent, should just obediently keep your head down and behave. Understand? Ling Chen suddenly smiled at him. The student was so frightened by his words that he turned pale, nodding repeatedly but not daring to utter a single word. The surrounding students were all intimidated by Ling Chen's domineering words, falling silent and not daring to discuss anything further. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, not far away, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he looked at the spirited Ling Chen. Could he surpass such a genius? The Qianlong Tower has 100 levels. That is a formidable barrier. Could he really reach it? Reflecting on how he had previously claimed that Ling Chen's talent was second only to his own, he now found it utterly laughable. Achieving Qian Yuan's level in 4 years would already be quite an accomplishment. Buzz. At that moment, Qing Xuanzi also descended from the sky. What are you all doing? A bunch of graduates coming to bully freshmen, don't you feel ashamed? And what about the Qianlong Tower malfunction? That's a powerful treasure crafted by several 7th grade formation masters, how could it possibly malfunction? Qing Xuanzi said sternly. As a staunch fan of immortal tales, he held great respect for masters of formations and alchemy, believing that even if their strength was far below his own, they were still masters in his eyes. Naturally, he did not believe there was a problem with the Qianlong Tower. After speaking, he waved his right hand. Buzz. Instantly, a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted, sending everyone near the Qianlong Tower's barrier flying dozens of meters away. Over 1,000 students from both the ordinary class and the Qianlong class fell to the ground, rolling several times. But how could they dare to be angry? This was Swang Qingzi, one of the most powerful figures on the entire Blue Water Star. Helplessly, the people present could only leave one by one, their heads hanging low. Only Ling Chen and his classmates at this level remained around the Qianlong Tower. Your potential at this stage is quite impressive, no wonder the speaker wanted me to come personally. Alright, classes will officially start tomorrow, and the location will be notified to you, so remember to arrive on time. Swankingzi glanced at Ling Chen and the others but did not say much. He still had to report the situation of the Qianlong Tower. After all, someone breaking through the Qianlong Tower was an extremely important matter. Clang! After speaking, the long sword beneath his feet let out a ringing sound, and then he quickly left, stepping on the flying sword. Is that it? I thought there would be some rewards for breaking through. Ling Chen watched the other party leave and felt a bit speechless. If he had known there were no rewards, he would have preferred to end it sooner. However, he did not leave empty-handed. At this moment, his had already reached great success. With a single thrust, the power he could unleash was terrifying. It's time to go back and enhance the strength of the entries. Ling Chen's gaze suddenly deepened. Hey, little madman, where are you planning to go? You haven't had dinner yet, right? Suddenly, Zhao Shuya walked over and asked Ling Chen. However, when she said this, her delicate little face turned a bit red and she couldn't get the last few words out. Dinner? I'm not eating. I used the high energy potion provided by the school, so I don't need to eat for the next few days. Ling Chen replied with a smile. He knew exactly what the girl meant. She just wanted to spend some time alone with him. This girl usually looked so proud, yet now she even knew how to be shy. Ha! Then I'll go eat by myself. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Zhao Shuya immediately pouted. But, if someone could accompany me for dinner, I wouldn't mind eating a few more meals. I just wonder if she has the time. Suddenly, Ling Chen spoke up. However, as soon as he said this, Zhao Shuya trembled all over. Has Yen Shiyun also come to the capital? Zhao Shuya asked, her little face a bit pale. As soon as these words came out, Ling Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed that Yen Shiyun had become part of his dark history. Of course not, that stupid woman. I had long sent her to prison through the military. I was talking about you, Ling Chen said helplessly. Hearing this, Zhao Shuya looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. What are you looking at, silly girl? Let's go to my house. Ling Chen pinched her tender little face and then walked directly out of the Qianlong Tower. You're the silly one. Zhao Shuya huffed proudly, but the next moment, she smiled and hurriedly chased after Ling Chen. When she reached Ling Chen's side, she hugged his right arm, smiling radiantly. After returning to his estate, the two first had a meal, but who knew that Zhao Shuya would finish eating and refuse to leave, insisting on staying with Ling Chen. Of course, it wasn't cohabitation. She just found the Qianlong class student's estate too big and didn't have any acquaintances. Ling Chen, helpless, could only have the maids prepare a room for Zhao Shuya. After all, the estate was indeed large, even 10 people would find it spacious. Ling Chen then returned to his room early. At this moment, he had a total of 100 billion in his card. This meant he could upgrade the 5 worst entries to gold. Because now, it took 10,000 green entries to increase combat power by 1000%, while upgrading from silver to gold required increasing from 2000% to 4000%. This meant that, if one had a bit of talent, each entry would cost 100 billion. However, in a few days, he could get another 200 billion, and by then, Ling Chen could upgrade several more entries without any problem. Of course, this is under the condition that Ling Chen is no longer creating new entries, but it's naturally impossible not to create new entries. Recently, he has set his sights on quite a few good entries. For the golden entries, I'll first upgrade the talent type entries and the devouring type entries. Enhancing my strength is crucial. Also, there are the marksmanship type entries. As for the rest, I'll just get some new entries for now. With this thought, Ling Chen directly opened the alliance shop and locked his position in the imperial capital. Instantly, a large inventory appeared. As expected of the imperial capital, the stock of all the oracle stones is more than 100 times that of Kaiyun City. Moreover, the time required for delivery from surrounding cities is not long. I must choose the all attribute enhancement type entries this time. This entry is somewhat against the heavens. If I can upgrade it to gold, it will definitely be the most terrifying boost to my combat power. Ling Chen quickly searched. Soon, he found the white all attribute enhancement entry. Fury, you can enter a state of fury, during which all attributes asterisk 130%, but your stamina consumption will significantly increase. Although this entry is only white, its cost effectiveness is very high, actually enhancing strength and attributes by 30%, just like strength enhancement. However, it clearly has a time limit. But Ling Chen has a 20-fold stamina boost, which perfectly compensates for it. Even if this skill is upgraded to gold, Ling Chen's endurance will likely be stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, this entry is not cheap, requiring 30,000 each. Expensive as it is, it's worth the price. After some thought, Ling Chen directly spent 330 million to purchase enough entries to upgrade to silver. Then, he looked for green entries. Rage, you can enter a state of rage, during which all attributes asterisk 160%, but your stamina consumption will significantly increase. The green entries enhancement is not as good as the usual green entries. Therefore, the price is also a bit cheaper, 1 million each. Ling Chen bought 20 billion, which is 20,000 entries. This wave is enough to upgrade this entry to gold. Next are the other entries. Ling Chen looked at his familiar entries and discovered his biggest shortcoming, which is his soul. His physical combat power is extremely strong, but his soul is very weak. I remember that in some divine realms, there are bizarre creatures that are extremely good at soul attacks. These creatures are inherently stronger than ordinary warriors, and with their bizarre soul attacks, they can easily kill enemies of a higher level. If I encounter one, I would probably be taken out by a creature with much lower strength than mine. My soul definitely needs to be enhanced quickly. With this thought, Ling Chen pondered how to increase his soul value. Right, it seems that the introduction of my devouring entry changed after it upgraded to silver. Suddenly, Ling Chen remembered this. He then opened the introduction of the devouring entry. Devour the earth. Silver can devour everything to enhance oneself. Devour everything, enhance oneself, which means if I can devour soul-type substances, can I enhance my soul? Ling Chen pondered. This is definitely worth a try. However, before that, he needs to get a combat-type soul entry. It is said that soul-type chosen ones have three main directions of cultivation. One is the most common mentalist, who can materialize the soul to unleash extremely powerful physical destruction. The other is pure soul attack, also known as the soul annihilator. As for the last one, it's the legendary summoner. There are various interpretations of summoners, including beast tamers, necromancers, and soul masters, etc. Among these three types of entries, for the mentalist, my physical combat power is not weak, so it's unnecessary. The soul destroyer is purely a soul attack, so I definitely have to get it. As for summoners, it seems unnecessary for now. Maybe I can give it a try later. After much contemplation, Ling Chen ultimately chose the soul destroyer. The mentalist also looked impressive, but upon checking, the price of the mentalist's entries was a bit terrifying, actually 10 times that of the cheapest entry of the same level. Ling Chen decisively discarded it, at least for now, he didn't have that kind of money. As for the soul destroyer, high-level entries were even more expensive than the mentalist, and the most outrageous was that he saw a purple soul destroyer entry, which shockingly was worth trillions. This was the price of a silver entry. This soul destroyer is off, how can it be so expensive? Ling Chen was stunned. However, he quickly realized that there was a reason for the high price. Such a high cost indicated that this high-level soul destroyer was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, low-level soul destroyer entries were quite cheap, only twice the price of ordinary entries. What else was there to choose? It had to be the soul destroyer. He only needed 40 billion to possess a powerful entry that surpassed the golden entry. However, if I choose these two entries, I'll only have 40 billion left. If I get two of the worst entries, I'm done. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless at this point. He still had quite a few entries he planned to upgrade. Could he only upgrade to silver first? No, he couldn't upgrade anything else. He had to get the soul destroyer to gold. He wanted to see what the reason was for the purple entry being comparable to the silver entry. Ding! Your account has received a fund transfer, 200 billion. Just then, a notification sound came from his biological brain. This sound instantly jolted Ling Chen's spirit. Soon, news from Sekongjin also arrived. It turned out that one of the martial lords from Blue Water Star had taken an interest in his entry and was preparing to cultivate his offspring. They directly traded privately with Sekongjin. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen immediately smiled. This was truly a timely reign. With this, he could choose freely. He then placed an order for 100 billion for a small talent, and the price for the devouring type green entries wasn't that cheap, costing 600 billion for 300 million each. Next were strength, speed, stamina, and defense, the 4 basic physical enhancements, along with attack speed bonuses. These 5 basic attributes were still cheap. But without money, Ling Chen could only give up for now. Since Ling Chen could now choose entries with 100% certainty, he had to spend money on each entry. Buying them all would cost 100 billion. However, he still chose strength enhancement. After all, with enough strength, everything else would have sufficient power. Then there were the 2 elemental entries, fire control and electric manipulation, each costing 300 million. He could only choose one. So Ling Chen chose fire control. A total of 600 billion was spent. Green entries were indeed a bit more expensive than white ones, but there was no way around it. If he used white entries, it would take over 10 to 20 days to fuse a golden entry. After this round, he only had 200 billion left. If he went for silver entries, he could upgrade dozens. But for gold, he could only upgrade one. Let's see if there are suitable green entries worth 1 million each. If not, I'll choose a few silver entries. Helpless, Ling Chen could only start selecting from the ordinary entries. He filtered out all the green entries worth 1 million and began to check them one by one.
It must be said that there weren't many green entries worth 1 million, they were mostly basic entries.
However, just a few minutes into searching, Ling Chen suddenly spotted an entry that caught his eye. Conceal breath.
Green, you can hide part of your aura, making it impossible for those with less than 20% of your strength to perceive your existence, but it must be used in dark lighting.
At the same time, it allows those whose strength is less than 20% of yours to be unable to detect your power. This attribute is extremely useless, and the point of its uselessness lies in the fact that it can only hide from those who are 5 times weaker than you. In other words, if your strength is at the silver 5th heaven, only those below the silver 1st heaven can be unaware of your realm and location, which is indeed quite useless. Moreover, it requires you to hide in a dark place. Goodness, this thing can't even help those perverted men sneak a peek at women showering in the bathroom, let alone in battle. So the price is quite cheap. However, when Ling Chen looked at it, his purple version was not cheap at all. Merge with darkness. Purple, you can hide all your aura, making it impossible for those whose strength is not more than twice yours to perceive your existence. And they cannot detect your realm. The price of this purple attribute Oracle Stone is 50 billion each, which is not cheap. This is an extremely powerful assassination type attribute. With this, as long as the combined combat power is not more than twice yours, you can launch a sneak attack. The success rate of a sneak attack under the condition of double combat power is extremely high. If it can be upgraded to gold, who knows how much the effect can be enhanced, but it can be assured that it will definitely reach 5 times or even possibly 10 times. Anyway, since it's cheap, Ling Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to purchase. In an instant, the last 20 billion was all spent. Of course, it wasn't all spent. Ling Chen still had over $1 billion left, originally intending to save it for a golden attribute, but who knew his father left him an inheritance. That over $1 billion is enough for Ling Chen to get a bunch of silver attributes, which should be sufficient for emergencies. Ding! Your order has been successfully placed. You have purchased attribute Oracle Stones. Conceal Aura. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 20 billion Conceal Aura. White asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 200 million Talent acceptable. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 100 billion Medicinal Cuisine. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 60 billion Fury. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 20 billion Fire Control. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 60 billion Soul Destroyer. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 20 billion Soul Destroyer. White asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 200 million Great Strength. Green asterisk 20,000 pieces. Value, 200 million. You have spent a total of 300.4 billion. Because the items you purchased are of great value, they will be delivered urgently, with the fastest delivery time being 4 hours and 35 minutes. Please be patient. The Federal Store thanks you for your support. A prompt sound then reached Ling Chen's mind. But speaking of which, will my repeated crazy purchases of Oracle Stones raise any suspicions? At this moment, Ling Chen also furrowed his brows. After all, his talent is inexplicably powerful, and the source of these attributes is unknown, yet he frequently purchases large quantities of low-level attributes, and these low-level attributes are so similar to his high-level attributes. This could easily be noticed as suspicious. It's even possible that someone could analyze that he can stack attributes to upgrade them. Although it sounds absurd, this world is not short of imaginative people, and besides, his situation is too obvious. This time it's still limited to Blue Water Star. When the next golden attribute is upgraded, the number of attributes I need won't be something Blue Water Star can provide. By then, there will be even more people who can guess my situation. It seems that in the future, I can only rely on myself to hunt fierce beasts and other races to obtain Oracle Stones. Thinking of this, Ling Chen also became serious. At least his current strength cannot protect him. However, since he has bought it, he won't dwell on it. Fortunately, the entries he needed could actually be found in many divine realms, and within these divine realms, there were fierce beasts everywhere that possessed these entries. With his luck-based talent, he only needed to hunt frantically, and he would almost certainly obtain green Oracle Stones, and even high-level entries could be easily obtained. At that time, self-sufficiency would definitely be a breeze. Thinking of this, Ling Chen immediately began searching the shop, and soon he found what he might need to enhance his soul value. Soul Crystal, a stone transformed from the remains of bizarre alien races after death, containing mixed soul power. That is difficult to absorb, but can be refined to extract pure soul essence. The soul essence can enhance soul power. The price is determined by its level. The price of this soul crystal was quite reasonable, and the soul power contained within was extremely strong. A 5th level soul crystal was enough for Ling Chen to elevate his soul realm to the 4th level martial emperor. If it were a 6th level soul crystal, once his entries upgraded to golden energy utilization, he should be able to directly elevate to the 1st level of Martial Zone realm. Ling Chen glanced at the price. A 6th level soul crystal was not cheap, costing 1 billion. This price was about twice as expensive as the price of the flesh and blood of the same level fierce beasts. Calculating this way, the price of high energy potions could not be considered cheap either, as one potion required the flesh and blood of several 6th level fierce beasts. The estimated cost would be over 2 billion, with a selling price of 30 billion. It was a great value, and he would need to buy more in the future. After much contemplation, Ling Chen directly purchased a 6th level soul crystal. First, he needed to make up for his shortcomings. For now, he didn't need that much soul combat power. Moreover, he still needed to supplement his soul cultivation techniques and martial skills, which was quite troublesome, and there was no rush. Mainly, he was out of money. After placing the order, Ling Chen began to fully refine the power of the high energy potion. At this moment, his vitality value had been stuck at 9,999 points for a long time, and this time, he needed to break through this bottleneck directly. As he exerted all his strength, the Devour Earth entry burst forth with dazzling silver light. The power of the entry instantly refined 1/10 of the high energy potion, and an incredibly violent force of vitality surged throughout Ling Chen's body. In that moment, he clearly felt every inch of his muscles beginning to tear apart madly. However, despite the tearing, the strength of his muscles began to increase dramatically. The vitality value, which had originally stopped increasing, actually broke through the limit and reached 10,000 points under this wave of violent vitality force. Ling Chen's talent was already extremely powerful. Even without this violent breakthrough, it would only take a day at most. However, Ling Chen seemed too lazy to wait even a day. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the Martial Zone realm. A cold prompt sound came from the void. This was the voice of the Divine Realm's will. Ling Chen was actually quite curious about the origin of this voice and the origin of the entries. Could it be that this was a game world? But this felt too real. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The people of this world could not level up by fighting monsters, and it should just be a world of entries altered by some kind of rules. As for the voice of the Divine Realm's will, it seemed completely normal to the people of this world, as normal as feeling hungry and needing to eat, as if it should exist. After all, since the recorded history of civilization in this world began, this thing had always existed. But just as Ling Chen was pondering, a wave of intense pain suddenly surged through his body, and at that moment, he remembered that his body had been torn apart like a bloody mess. It's really painful after violently breaking through the realm. The pain is real. Ling Chen felt quite helpless. He then closed his eyes and began to slowly absorb the vitality from the high energy potion. This vitality started to gradually heal Ling Chen's bodily injuries. With the enhancement of this vitality, Ling Chen's body quickly began to scab over, and it was estimated that by tomorrow morning, he would be fully healed. The speed of this recovery was nothing short of remarkable, almost 100 times faster than normal. This was also an effect that came with the devouring entry. But I wonder if this recovery speed can be enhanced. If it can be strengthened, combined with my devouring entry, wouldn't that be a game changer? Suddenly, Ling Chen recalled this possibility. There should be such types of entries, right? Young master, the items you purchased have arrived. Just then, an old voice from outside the door interrupted him. Ha? So soon? Ling Chen was taken aback and glanced at the time. It had already taken several hours to heal his injuries in advance. Indeed, time flies when you're cultivating. Ling Chen sighed. He then left the room directly. Young master, your body. However, upon seeing Ling Chen covered in scars at the door, the old man was taken aback. This looked very much like the side effects of some entries that forcibly enhanced combat power. It's nothing, just a small issue. Where are the items? Ling Chen asked. They're all stored in the warehouse, the old man replied. He was also somewhat puzzled about what exactly Ling Chen had bought. There were so many. However, he didn't dare to ask, as everyone has their own privacy. Alright, I'll go take a look myself. Ling Chen nodded, implying that the old man didn't need to follow him, and the old man took the hint and left. Soon, Ling Chen arrived at the manor's warehouse. After locking the main door, he saw a series of large, uniform alloy boxes. Each of these boxes was several meters in length, width, and height, all neatly arranged on the ground. Ling Chen approached the boxes and placed his hand on one of them. B. Gene. Detection successful, identity confirmed. As the box lit up with intricate patterns, the password box slowly opened. Inside, a neatly arranged collection of green oracle stones appeared before Ling Chen's eyes. This box contained 10,000 devouring-type oracle stones. Ling Chen wasted no time and began extracting them. Now he had experience, he simply picked up an oracle stone, chose to extract, and tossed it aside without looking at the results. He then picked up the second oracle stone. This speed was significantly faster than before, taking just over half a second to use one. At this rate, he could upgrade one type of entry to gold in less than 2 hours. Of course, to finish all the entries, it would probably take 2 to 3 days. So, Ling Chen first found a soul crystal, crushed it in one go, and drank it mixed with water. He had to admit, drinking this stuff was truly unpleasant. He wondered if there would be a way to devour with the devouring entry externally in the future. Buzz. The next moment, a cool power began to spread from Ling Chen's abdomen, and this power surged deep into his body. At that moment, Ling Chen's mind felt incredibly clear. Even his thinking speed and other faculties had significantly improved. And this sensation was rapidly increasing. Ling Chen opened his attribute panel and immediately noticed that his soul value was rising quickly at several points per minute. At this rate, within a day, his soul value could reach the martial sovereign realm. At the same time, the enhancement of his soul made Ling Chen feel that everything around him was extremely clear. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the range of several meters around him, and as his soul value increased, this range gradually expanded. This was the legendary divine consciousness. Of course, because there are no corresponding martial arts techniques or talent entries, this feeling is extremely vague. It's like being in a dream. I wonder if the entry for the Soul Destroyer will really achieve the legendary effect of killing invisibly once it is upgraded. Ling Chen felt a bit excited. He then began to quickly extract devouring type entries. Time passed by second. Ding. You have extracted the entry, Medicinal Cuisine. Green * 20,000. The entry has upgraded to Devour Heaven. Gold. Can devour all things in the world to strengthen oneself. More than 2 hours later, the devouring type entries were completely upgraded, and the golden entry Devour Heaven appeared in an instant. The moment it appeared, Ling Chen felt the soul crystal powder and the potency of the high energy potion in his body were being consumed wildly. Boom! Boom! 2 waves of violent heat surged through his entire body, and the injuries Ling Chen had sustained began to rapidly heal. Ling Chen felt that the rate of increase for his physical and soul values had directly multiplied by 10. At this rate, in just a few hours, he would be able to completely refine both powers. Well, I was originally thinking that this high energy potion could last for 3 days, but now it can only last for a few hours. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't possibly suppress the entry upgrade, could he? Forget it, continue. Extract, let's see the Soul Destroyer first. Ling Chen immediately opened all the remaining 10 or so boxes of Oracle Stones. He then found a few white boxes and located the entry for the Soul Destroyer. Soul Destroyer. White can directly use soul to attack enemies, but the strength is too low, only effective against those with soul power less than 10 times one's own. Upon seeing this entry, Ling Chen was a bit stunned. Other entries enhanced combat power based on the original strength. But the Soul Destroyer only had 1/10 of its power, meaning if your soul value is 10 points, it would only be effective against those with a soul value below 1. Although half of the martial artists do not primarily cultivate their souls, as their cultivation progresses, their soul values will increase with their realm. Generally, it is about 1/10 of their physical value. Some who spend time cultivating soul-type techniques can reach about 5 or 6/10. Of course, Ling Chen is an exception. He relies on devouring power to enhance his strength, so without the sediment of time, his biggest shortcoming is his soul value. However, that was before. Now, Ling Chen's soul will become his greatest trump card. Perhaps even without exception. Of course, this white entry for the Soul Destroyer might not even be able to defeat martial artists of the same level, let alone soul-type cultivators of the same level. No wonder the Soul Destroyer is hailed as one of the strongest professions, but the reason the white entry is so cheap. However, after continuing to upgrade, Ling Chen discovered the power of this entry. Soul Destroyer. Green can condense soul power into a void soul blade, directly attacking the enemy's soul. Effective against enemies whose soul value does not exceed one's own. Soul Destroyer. Blue can change soul power at will, directly attacking the enemy's soul. Can enhance the power of soul-type attacks 500%. Upon reaching the blue entry, the effects of this entry became similar to those of other entries of the same level. At this time, it was also the moment for the Soul Destroyer to showcase its true strength. Finally, after upgrading the entry to silver, the white oracle stones were exhausted, and Ling Chen began to use the green oracle stones to continue strengthening. Soon, the green oracle stones were completely depleted. Ding! You have extracted the entry, Soul Destroyer. Green * 20,000. The entry has upgraded to Soul God Master. Golden, the power of the soul is ever-changing, possessing a formidable soul pressure that can enhance soul-type attacks 4,000%. At the same time, it
Significantly increases the comprehension speed of soul cultivation techniques and martial arts. Special effect, soul pressure. Gold. The power of the soul instantly expands to its limit, causing all attributes of everyone within the range to decrease by 50%. In an instant, the entry began to load. Boom! In that moment, an incredibly terrifying soul pressure erupted from Ling Chen's sea of consciousness. This soul pressure began to expand wildly. Wherever it reached, all living beings felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. In less than a few seconds, the entire Imperial Capital University was enveloped by this terrifying pressure. From ordinary people to powerful beings at the martial sovereign level, everyone trembled at that moment, nearly collapsing to the ground. What's going on? What a terrifying aura, where is it coming from? Could it be a martial saint? No, this isn't blood pressure. It's mental pressure. Could it be that Senior Qing Xuanzi has broken through? No, this is the soul pressure of a soul destroyer. This strength should be that of a martial venerable level soul destroyer? A soul destroyer, how could such a powerful being appear on our blue water star? In an instant, all the martial sovereigns at Imperial Capital University turned pale. Even the martial venerable level council members were sweating profusely. This force made them feel an immense threat. If it erupted with full force, it could even shatter their souls. Some martial venerables who had not cultivated soul-type techniques were even more terrified. If this soul destroyer truly acted against them, with just a thought, they would become soulless shells. To put it bluntly, it would be akin to deep brain death. At this moment, they were all in a panic. Fortunately, this aura only lingered for a few minutes before gradually dissipating. For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the entire Imperial Capital University breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a bamboo house atop a high mountain at Imperial Capital University, an elder with an ethereal demeanor was floating in the air, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. What a powerful soul aura! Although the quantity of this soul aura isn't very strong, its quality is extremely solid. Could it be that someone has cultivated an exceptionally powerful soul technique? Or is this a soul destroyer entry of purple grade or above? As the strongest mentalist, Qing Xuanzi naturally sensed the power of this aura. Of course, this strength was not in terms of realm, but intensity. Thinking that it might be a purple or even higher grade soul destroyer entry, Qing Xuanzi felt a bit shocked. It's important to note that high-level soul destroyer entries above blue are even more expensive than ordinary entries of a higher level. A purple soul destroyer entry's oracle stone can reach trillions. The blue ones aren't as exaggerated, but their price is still around 3 to 4 billion. Why? Because of the terrifying combat power that can almost annihilate martial artists in an instant. This price is even worth more than its value. Moreover, high-level soul destroyers can crush even soul cultivators of the same level. For example, if two soul destroyers and mentalists have the same soul value, the same cultivation techniques, and the same martial skill levels, the one who ultimately wins will only be the soul destroyer. Because while the mentalist's mental barrier is strong, how many moves can it withstand? However, the soul barrier of the soul destroyer can endure the bombardment of mental power. Of course, the downside of the soul destroyer is that cultivating their martial skills is extremely difficult. Even a third-tier martial skill is as challenging as an ordinary fifth-tier martial skill. I hope this powerful soul destroyer is just passing by. Qing Xuanzi sighed softly. Such a talent is something Blue Water Star cannot afford to offend, and they wouldn't even dare to trace its origins. If you provoke the other party, life on Blue Water Star will not be easy once they grow stronger. At this moment, Ling Chen also slowly opened his eyes. In that brief instant, his consciousness had already spread throughout the entire school, as if he had activated a god's perspective. He could clearly sense the terror of those powerful figures from the Imperial Capital University upon witnessing his soul destruction power. Soul Destroyer. The golden attribute has even changed its name. This god should not refer to a deity but rather to a soul. However, I must say, it sounds much more imposing. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the soul destroyer. In that moment, he felt he could directly eliminate most of the martial lords from the Imperial Capital University. And it would be without any ability for them to resist. One can imagine the horror of this soul destroyer. It is important to note that although Ling Chen has reached the second level of martial sovereign, killing a martial lord would still be somewhat challenging under full eruption. After all, most martial lords possess purple attributes, and the lowest level of the hidden dragon tower can reach over 50 floors. It is still somewhat difficult for Ling Chen to kill an opponent a whole realm above him. Moreover, once one reaches the martial lord realm, every small realm increase doubles all attributes. The difficulty of killing enemies across levels will only increase. In the future,
However, in this situation, his Soul Destroyer could directly eliminate the opponent. One can only imagine the power of the Soul Destroyer. This is without any soul cultivation techniques or martial arts involved. Once all these attributes are upgraded, I will look for suitable techniques and martial arts. The golden talent attributes should be easy to master quickly, and this Soul Destroyer can even enhance the cultivation speed of soul techniques, something that silver attributes do not possess. Of course, the most powerful aspect is this soul pressure, which can actually reduce the enemy's combat power. That's a bit terrifying. It seems that attributes undergo transformation once they reach gold. For example, this devourer. Ling Chen thought of this and clenched his hand in the void. Buzz. In an instant, a black, flame-like substance erupted from his hand. This was the devourer's innate devouring flame. This is what Ling Chen referred to earlier as external devouring. After devouring something, the flame returns to the body, instantly nourishing all the absorbed nutrients. Now, Ling Chen could truly devour the heavens. As for the previous so-called Earth Devourer, that was just clickbait. How could one devour the Earth? Can it be chewed? Let's continue. I want to see what other attributes can do when upgraded to gold. Ling Chen felt a bit excited. He then took out the fire control attribute and began to extract it quickly. Of course, he also tried to see if he could use the devouring flame to consume the Oracle Stone. It could indeed devour and return power, but consuming a white Oracle Stone was just like devouring a common first-level energy crystal. Of course, energy crystals are still quite valuable, each one costs 10,000. The energy contained within is roughly equivalent to that obtained from devouring a first-level ferocious beast. The energy gained from consuming a green Oracle Stone is equivalent to that of a second-level energy crystal. It is even more than that of a third-level ferocious beast. Moreover, it seems that only someone like Ling Chen, who possesses devouring attributes, can utilize this power. However, this thing does have its uses. In the future, if I go hunt ferocious beasts and explode Oracle Stones myself, I will definitely drop some white and green Oracle Stones that are useless. It's just right to devour them to enhance my power. It's better than leaving them on the ground for someone else to pick up. Ling Chen was also satisfied with this devouring effect. It was almost on par with the energy contained in flesh and blood of the same price. Of course, rare attribute Oracle Stones are naturally out of reach. They can only be compared with the cheapest Oracle Stones. Ding. You have extracted the attribute Fire Control, green * 20,000. The entry upgrades to True Sunfire. Gold. Controllable legendary True Sunfire, capable of incinerating all things. Moreover, the power of the flames increases to 4,000% special effect, can detonate stars. However, the moment this special effect of True Sunfire appeared, it completely dropped Ling Chen's jaw. What the hell? Detonate stars? Are you serious? Ling Chen was utterly bewildered. A star, that's a star. Even the smallest one is extremely terrifying. The diameter of Earth is at least dozens of times smaller. And the larger ones are thousands of times bigger. Currently, the largest star detected in the Milky Way has a diameter of a staggering 1.7 billion kilometers. That's millions of times the volume of the Sun in our solar system. If it detonates, even a war god would die. And this True Sunfire can actually detonate stars. Wait, hold on, this entry is off. It's impressive, sure, but this is basically a death sentence, a life for a life, right? Suddenly, Ling Chen calmed down. Although possessing True Sunfire would definitely give him an overwhelming resistance to flames, that's the explosion of a star, with temperatures that can reach hundreds of millions of degrees in an instant. Even True Sunfire probably couldn't withstand that. So, this entry seems to be just for show. Of course, he couldn't deny its impressive nature. At least there's a chance for a life trade. Other talents don't have this effect. Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt a sense of emotion. Since that's the case, let's continue. Next up is the talent. The green entry for talent is named Talent Acceptable. Green, which can increase cultivation speed by 10 times. It's quite a powerful talent entry. The price is also quite high, 5 times that of ordinary entries. If it reaches the blue entry, the price will rise to 10 times that of equivalent entries. Ding. You have drawn the entry, Talent Acceptable. Green * 20,000. The entry upgrades to Ascend in Broad Daylight. Gold. Cultivation Talent * 100,000 times. Special effect, Epiphany. Gold. Every period, you can have an epiphany once, during which the speed of cultivating martial arts techniques is * 1,000 times. Duration, 1 hour. Charge, 0%. Unlimited entry special effect. Can directly stack talent type entry. Charges. A full charge of the golden entry's epiphany requires 1 silver talent type entry. However, this time, the special effect of the talent type entry made Ling Chen gasp in shock. 1 epiphany, a 10,000-fold cultivation speed.
And that's on top of the original 100,000 times cultivation speed.
Although it only lasts for 1 hour, that 1 hour is equivalent to a full 40 days of regular cultivation. That's over a month.
A golden talent cultivating for over a
month?
Ling Chen calculated.
Good heavens, he could probably cultivate a 7th or 8th tier technique to perfection, right? Moreover, it only requires charging one silver talent type entry to use once. If Ling Chen uses a white one, it would cost 500 million for one use. 500 million, very little, extremely little.
Right now, Ling Chen could completely hunt those powerful beasts with blue entries.
Just one would be worth hundreds of millions.
If luck strikes and he gets a purple entry, that would be at least several billion.
Damn it, I'm out of money.
Otherwise, once I get a suitable soul cultivation technique, I could
use the epiphany directly.
Ling Chen felt a bit helpless.
After all, he was still a poor dog. No way, he needed to go get some money to spend. Or, should he go find a place in the divine realm with the talent acceptable entry to grind monsters?
After all, selling purple oracle stones once or twice is fine, but if it
happens too many times, how would he explain it? That he did it all himself? That he was just that lucky? That his old man left him so much? Did his old man have that much inheritance? Well, that's fine.
Just when I ran out of high energy potions for cultivation, I can also replenish my food while leveling up, Ling Chen thought to himself, having roughly made up his mind. However, he decided to upgrade the remaining few entries first. After all, there weren't many left.
Now, only
the entries for breath restraint, fury, and giant strength remained. He wondered if the special effects of these three could bring him some surprises.
Then, Ling
Chen picked up giant strength and began the lottery upgrade.
Ding!
You have drawn the entry, giant strength.
Green asterisk 20,000. The entry upgrades to strength. Breaking the heavens. Gold. Pure strength entry. Strength enhancement, 4000% special effect, requires gathering all 4 physical body entries to activate. What left Ling Chen dumbfounded was that this special effect couldn't be activated yet.
It could only be activated after gathering 4 entries, which seemed a bit
terrifying.
However, for some reason, Ling Chen had a premonition that if he really gathered them all, it might produce an extremely terrifying effect.
After all, gathering 4 golden entries was an incredibly difficult task.
Additionally, as the strength entry upgraded to gold, his high energy potion was completely refined. And his strength and vitality had risen to 32,000 points, reaching the 3rd level of the martial sovereign realm.
With a 40-fold strength enhancement, his strength value directly broke through to 1.2 billion kilograms. Forget it, let's upgrade the other entries first. Ling Chen thought, not dwelling on this special effect, and directly opened the Oracle Stone box containing the Fury entry. He first used a white Oracle Stone to upgrade the effect of breath restraint to silver. Then he continued using a green Oracle Stone, and as time passed, Fury's level quickly upgraded to gold. Ding! You have drawn the entry, Fury. Green asterisk 20,000 rage. White asterisk 20,000. The entry upgrades to God of Slaughter. Gold introduction, enter the path of killing. Killing intent enters the body. All attributes increase 800%.
During the activation period, stamina consumption asterisk 100 times.
Special effect, kill kill kill. Gold, unleash endless killing intent. Completely lose rationality. All attributes asterisk 400%. This effect will only automatically deactivate when stamina is exhausted or when there are no living beings within the visible range. The stronger the power, the more cautious it must be used, remember. When Fury upgraded to gold, the enhancement effect made Ling Chen feel terrified. An 800% enhancement, that's 8 times. It can be stacked with strength enhancements and all other enhancements. Moreover, the most terrifying part is that there's a special effect. All attributes increase by 400%. Goodness, and it's directly stacked on the original basis. This means this entry can directly increase his combat power by 3,200%. If Ling Chen's previous enhancement was 100 times, now with everything activated, it would be a 3,200-fold combat power enhancement. 1. Can only imagine how terrifying this combat power would become. Yet the prompt for this special effect is to use it cautiously. It seems even the will of the divine realm knows the terror of this entry. Is this what a golden entry is like? Isn't it a bit too terrifying? What kind of horrifying combat power would those from the human race who control other golden entries possess? Ling Chen began to feel curious. However, when it comes to life and death, if it's necessary, it must be used. As long as one is alive, anything is possible. Once dead, there's nothing left. He then directly opened the breath restraint entry and began to stack and upgrade it as well. Ding. You have drawn the entry, breath restraint. Green asterisk 20,000 breath restraint. White asterisk 20,000.
The entry upgrades to merge with
Heaven and Earth. Gold introduction, completely hidden between heaven and earth. Those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800% of yours will be unable to perceive your location. Special effect, shadow kill. Gold, the moment you reveal from stealth, your strongest strike's power asterisk 200%. The appearance of this attribute made Ling Chen raise his eyebrows. This attribute has some significance. Stealth is a measure of comprehensive strength. In other words, this can stack with all of Ling Chen's attributes.
No, it's not just stacking, it's a multiplication effect similar to that of the God of Slaughter.
For example, if Ling Chen is
currently at the 3rd level of Martial Sovereign with a comprehensive explosive power of 100 times,
the enemy would need to have a combat power 800 times that
of the 3rd level of Martial Sovereign to perceive his existence.
Moreover, Shadow Kill is also a terrifying effect that can multiply with Ling Chen's comprehensive combat power.
Ling Chen can completely hide in the shadows, then use the killing intent of the God of Slaughter, combined with the special effect to push his
strength to the limit, and finally unleash a full power strike.
At the moment of appearance, Ling Chen's combat power can also double directly because of Shadow Kill.
One can imagine how terrifying this power is.
A peak combat power boost of a full 64 times. Ling Chen calculated carefully, his current combat power boost
is 40 times. Plus his marksmanship, that's 60 times. And with the martial arts skill enhancement, that's a 12 times combat power boost. This means his base combat
power can reach 700 times. If he then uses the 64 times boost from the God of Slaughter and Shadow Kill, the combat power that can be unleashed in an instant will exceed 42,000 times.
With this strike, even those several major realms stronger than Ling Chen would likely be unable to withstand it. To be honest, these golden attributes were a bit beyond Ling Chen's expectations. And can my body handle a 42,000 times boost? What if I strike and the enemy is gone, but I am too?
Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly tried it, or he might have really ended up killing himself with one strike.
It seems he needs to arrange for life-preserving attributes as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died.
Of course, the power of the golden attributes is because Ling Chen can stack many attributes together. An ordinary person, even with golden attributes, if they have 2 or 3 attributes that
cannot multiply with each other, their combat power increase would not reach such a terrifying effect. Ling Chen then opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Ling Chen race, human level, martial sovereign 3rd level vitality, 32,000 soul, 10,210 technique, heavenly fire divine sky decision, mastered, 8th grade.
Medium, martial skill, sky splitter, great accomplishment, 6th grade supreme, attributes, infinite, only 1 level, same type of attribute can infinitely stack.
And upgrade, unlimited fusion of attributes. God Slayer. Gold, soul strength asterisk 4,000%. Soul pressure, force breaking the sky. Gold, strength asterisk 4,000%. God of Slaughter. Gold, all attributes increase, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill kill kill.
400%, merge with heaven and earth.
Gold, those with comprehensive
strength not exceeding 800% of yours will be unable to perceive. Shadow Kill, 200%, true sunfire.
Gold, flame asterisk 4,000%, stellar explosion, devour the sky. Gold, devour everything to strengthen oneself. Devouring flame, 9 heavens divine thunder. Silver, thunder asterisk 2,000%. Refined gold armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2,000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2,000%. Phantom hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 1,000%. Ascend in broad daylight.
Gold, cultivation speed asterisk 100,000.
Insight. 1h/1000 times. Charge 0%, endless life. Silver, stamina asterisk 2,000%. Child of fortune.
Silver, protagonist like fortune, supreme gun Dao. Silver, gun power asterisk 2,000%. Looking at his series of attributes, even Ling Chen felt a bit dazzled at this moment.
Indeed, it was a bit excessive. However, it must be said that these attributes stacked together had given Ling Chen's combat power a qualitative leap. But what level are the attributes above gold? It's a pity I don't have any money, otherwise, I would definitely want to try. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. This golden attribute was so powerful that one could foresee that attributes above gold would be truly terrifying. Ling Chen began to feel a bit excited. Of course, according to his experience, to upgrade to a golden attribute, even the worst one would probably cost tens of trillions. It might even be higher. After all, that was a level of attributes that had never appeared among the human race. But the higher the requirements, the more challenging it is, right? Moreover, the effects might be even more powerful. Ling Chen smiled at this thought. However, he quickly stopped smiling. Wait a minute, I seem to have spent a long time extracting attributes, right? Suddenly, Ling Chen remembered this. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly opened his biological intelligence brain and took a look at the time. Great! It was already the afternoon of the second day. One attribute took more than 2 hours, and some attributes took 5 hours. Calculating it all, it was exactly a day. He then opened his social media app. Instantly, he saw Zhao Shuya's crazy message bombardment. He clicked to take a look. Little madman is in class, aren't you coming out? Oh no, time is running out, hurry up and come out, the warehouse door won't open. Fine, I'm going first, good luck to you. It's over, Xing Xuanzi called your name, you've been caught skipping class. Seeing this, Ling Chen was speechless. Is roll call still a thing these days? Wait. It seems it's not a big deal, don't come, Xing. Xuanzi said you don't have to come anymore, maybe it's a privilege because of your strong talent. And this last message made Ling Chen's mouth twitch. Are you sure that's what Xing Xuanzi meant? Not telling him to get lost? Forget it, it doesn't matter. With my strength, why would I attend class? Ling Chen quickly comforted himself. With that thought, he directly left the warehouse. Young master. Just as he walked out of the warehouse, old Zhou flew over and landed beside Ling Chen. You've been waiting for me? Ling Chen was taken aback. The other party was a martial sovereign, there was no need to be so diligent, right? It's my duty. Old Zhou smiled slightly. However, soon old Zhou's smile became stiff. Young master, you've broken through to martial sovereign? Old Zhou suddenly asked. Yeah, just broke through, what's wrong? Ling Chen nodded, there was no need to hide this. Was it wrong for him to have powerful devouring attributes? Of course, he only concealed his realm to the first layer of heaven. With his current strength, even if Sikongjin were several times stronger, he wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. After all, a 40,000-fold combat power boost was no joke. Before these golden attributes appeared, Ling Chen's combat power could barely fight against a first-layer martial sovereign. Now, he could probably take down a 6th or 7th layer martial sovereign in an instant, mainly because his combat power doubled after reaching the martial sovereign realm. The combat power of a 6th layer martial sovereign is 32 times that of the 1st layer. The 7th layer is even 64 times. It seems that you and I are still not fated. Your strength has definitely surpassed mine. I, as a guardian, am no longer useful. Just like when I guarded young master Ling Xin back then. In the end, he had to come to save me. Old Zhou smiled helplessly. By the way, you said you were my dad's guardian, does that mean you were very familiar with my dad? Hearing this, Ling Chen also became curious. His old man's secrets seemed to be quite numerous. He originally thought he was just an ordinary martial emperor, but later he learned that the other party was actually the Grand Commander of Kaiyun City, capable of killing 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Even later, he discovered that his father's strength was far from simple on the surface. The more than 90 levels of the Qianlong Tower were the best proof of that. Therefore, he was also very curious about Ling Xian. Of course, there was also his mother. Speaking of which, it seemed that now he only knew his mother's name, and nothing else. From the information provided by Sikong Shuayun, there were only a few notes about Ling Xian, while there was hardly any information about his mother, no place of origin, no details about his parents, nothing at all. All of this was a mystery. Well, I know him fairly well, but I don't actually know many of his secrets. However, there is one thing I've always wanted to tell you. Upon hearing Ling Chen's question, old Zhou suddenly became serious. What is it? Ling Chen was taken aback. Ling Xian is definitely not dead. However, old Zhou's next words made Ling Chen's pupils shrink, and he stood there in a daze. Not dead? How is that possible? Many people saw with their own eyes? Ling Chen couldn't believe it. He wanted to say that many people in Kaiyun City saw him perish together with the 5th-tier ferocious beast. However, as he spoke, he fell silent. Perish together with a 5th-tier beast? Is that even possible? Yes. How could he forget that before graduating from university, Ling Xian was already a martial zong and had even gone to the Xintian Divine Domain? He had been missing for a year after graduation. What exactly happened during that year? Not to mention, had his combat power really dropped to that of a martial emperor? Perhaps not. Even if it had dropped, could a 5th-tier ferocious beast really kill him? What I want to say is not about his strength, but about something else. He has a special ability, and I estimate that no more than 3 people know about it. That ability is a restoration type, capable of quickly healing injuries. I don't know the specific level, but once, when he was still a martial emperor, he and I were chased by a 6th-tier ferocious beast. I saw him use a forbidden ability, instantly sacrificing half of his body.
As a result, he gained extremely powerful combat power and
counterattacked the 6th tier ferocious beast, saving me. I originally thought he was doomed. After all, that was half of his body. And we were in a wild divine domain on a desolate planet where it was impossible to find a way to heal him in a short time. However, as it turned out, I was wrong. Completely wrong. In just an hour, his body had grown back. Old Joe explained slowly, and even now, he was extremely shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen's pupils shrank. Sacrificial abilities, combined with restoration abilities? Damn, was his father really that strong?
Then his more than 90 levels in the Qianlong Tower must have some discrepancies. Perhaps he hadn't even
used half or even a fraction of his strength? So, that 5th tier ferocious beast definitely couldn't kill him? Then where did he go? Ling Chen's brows furrowed tightly. What could have caused his father to leave him, a mere month old, and disappear with his mother? This was definitely not an accident, there had to be a reason. As for that, I don't know. My memory of him only goes up to when I escorted him to the Xiantian star system with the previous speaker. I only know that he successfully passed the assessment of the Xiantian divine domain and entered it. After that, there was no news of him, which is also normal. After all, ordinary geniuses entering the Xiantian divine domain usually don't come out for several years, or even a decade or two. All these years, I thought he hadn't returned from the Xiantian divine domain. It was only after you came that I got his information. He appeared in Kaiyun City less than a year after entering the Xiantian divine domain. If I'm not mistaken, your mother should be from the Xiantian divine domain. In other words, the root of everything began after he entered the Xiantian divine realm. All the great answers may lie within the Xiantian divine realm. This is something you need to figure out for yourself. Old Joe said to Ling Chen slowly. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, disappearing and then returning with his mother, who had no information at all, must mean she was someone who came back from the Xiantian divine realm. Even if she wasn't from the Xiantian divine realm, she certainly wasn't from Blue Water Star. Otherwise, Si Kongjin wouldn't have been unable to find anything. Thank you, Old Joe. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that my parents might still be alive. Ling Chen couldn't help but express his gratitude. It's nothing. I only spent 2 years with Ling Xian, but we have experienced life and death together, so if you can find him, I would be very happy. Old Joe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan also asked Old Joe about Ling Xian. He realized that his estimation was indeed correct. Based on Ling Xian's displayed strength, his combat power definitely exceeded 100 times. He probably didn't want to discourage others too much, which is why he didn't break through the hidden dragon tower. After all, without the talent to break through the hidden dragon tower, it would be extremely difficult to pass the assessments of the Xiantian divine realm. After that, Ling Chen left the manor and went to the library to prepare to find 2 soul cultivation techniques and martial arts. Search for all the highest level, highest combat power enhancing soul destroyer techniques and martial arts. Upon arriving at the library, Ling Chen directly spoke to the librarian. Ding! Starting search. The librarian responded, and in just 1 second, various techniques and martial arts appeared on both sides. Ling Chen first checked the techniques section. Soon, he discovered a decent technique. Technique, 9-turn soul refining scripture. Level, 6 tier top grade. Description, Soul Destroyer, a specialized soul technique for mental cultivators. A total of 9 turns. Each turn of cultivation can increase the strength of the soul by 50%, thereby unleashing even more powerful might. Cultivating to the 9th turn can increase soul strength to 450%. Warning, this technique was originally rated as 7 tier top grade, but the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. It is more difficult than ordinary 8-tier techniques, hence its level has been lowered to 6-tier top grade. The reason it is 6-tier top grade is that, so far, the highest anyone has cultivated it to is 6 turns. Note, soul cultivation techniques are inherently more difficult than body cultivation techniques, so please choose carefully. The introduction of this technique is incredibly impressive, purely a soul enhancement technique. The difficulty is terrifying, but fortunately for Ling Chen, the high difficulty is not a problem at all. He can always use sudden enlightenment. If one time doesn't work, he can just have several moments of enlightenment. Of course, he estimates that with his current talent, he can reach at least the 8th turn with 1 moment of enlightenment. Since I can't get a 7-tier technique in a short time, I'll go with this one for now. Ling Chen thought to himself and then looked at the martial arts section. There were also some extremely high difficulty martial arts. However, this was due to the inherent difficulty of soul cultivation martial arts. These 6-tier top-grade martial arts are almost more difficult than ordinary 7-tier top-grade martial arts. After some deliberation, Ling Chen quickly made a choice. Martial art, Myriad Soul Blades. Level, 6-tier top grade. Description, a martial art for soul destroyers. Can condense the power of the soul into millions of soul blades. 4. Attack. Causes a soul lingering effect on enemies. Not only is the power terrifying, but the pain inflicted is also extremely horrifying. Known as the strongest torture technique of soul arts. At the entry level, one can condense one soul blade. Each blade has a power of asterisk 200%. With proficiency, one can condense 10 soul blades. Each blade has a power of asterisk 250%. After that, for each stage increase, the number of soul blades asterisk 10. Power increases by 50%, and when cultivated to perfection, the number of soul blades, 10,000, power boost, 400%. This myriad of soul blades is indeed the best of the best. The power of this single soul blade may be limited, but when cultivated to perfection with 10,000 blades, it becomes terrifying. In a situation where all blades are unleashed, even a soul cultivator much stronger than oneself would absolutely be unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. I wonder if a single epiphany can bring this to the realm of perfection. It should be about right. Ling Chen pondered, while also looking forward to the effect when he used this move. Without hesitation, he directly chose these two techniques in martial skills. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of memories quickly transmitted through the biological intelligence brain into Ling Chen's mind. With his powerful soul exterminator attributes and golden talents, he merely glanced at them, and after reviewing all these memories, he felt he had gained a lot of understanding of these two techniques and martial skills. If he truly practiced, he estimated he could grasp the basics in just a few hours. It seems it's time to hunt ferocious beasts for attribute drops. Ling Chen began to contemplate. He didn't mind having more attributes, but if he could find a quick way to make money, he wouldn't have to do it himself. Old Joe, if you want to make money, what avenues are there? Besides hunting ferocious beasts and selling oracle stones? Ling Chen asked curiously as he walked out of the library. If there weren't any, he would have to resort to hunting. Of course there are. Old Joe nodded immediately upon hearing this. Young master, what do you think is the most important thing in this world? Old Joe asked Ling Chen. That would naturally be strength? Ling Chen replied. Correct, it is. Strength, and making money to build a big business relies on enhancing that strength. Besides oracle stones and ferocious beasts, what do you think can enhance strength the fastest? Old Joe said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Chen instantly understood. Alchemist. Ling Chen realized, yes, he had wanted to learn alchemy before, mainly to save some money. After all, he spent too much. But with the devouring flame, it seemed he wouldn't need it. He could directly devour the corpses of ferocious beasts and all materials, so he had no plans to learn alchemy. However, Old Joe's words made him realize that while he might not need alchemy for himself, it could be a quick way to make money. Didn't he see how easily Master Lu made money? A casual 6th-tier potion could earn him billions. That's right, it's alchemists, and of course, there are also blacksmiths and formation masters. These professions can also make money. However, all these professions have prerequisites, which are the need for alchemical talent and fire-type attributes. Old Joe said slowly. I understand, I'm going to learn now. Ling Chen, after hearing this, was completely unconcerned and directly headed towards the alchemist building. Now it was Old Joe's turn to be dumbfounded. Ah, not this. Young master, didn't you hear what I said afterwards? Old Joe was speechless. Do you have talent and just want to learn? However, he helplessly hurried after him. Alchemist building. This is an extremely magnificent structure. The students and mentors coming in and out are numerous, and of course, these people are all here to purchase potions. True alchemists can be recognized at a glance, as they all wear corresponding alchemist attire. Young master, do you really want to learn? Although you are from the hidden dragon class, if you don't have talent, the alchemy mentors here won't teach you. Old Joe said helplessly. To Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't care, he naturally didn't have the specialized alchemy attributes. But, won't he have them soon? Old Joe, you can go back and wait for me. I'll come back once I've learned, there won't be any danger. Here. Ling Chen turned back and said to Old Joe. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Old Joe hesitated for a moment but still nodded and left. Ling Chen went directly to the shopping hall on the first floor. Hello, classmate, are you here to purchase potions? A beautiful senior approached him. She must be a part-time sales assistant. Hello, I have an appointment for the Potion Master's domain, in area 1024. Ling Chen said. Alright, please follow me. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the senior led him towards 1024. You can wait here, someone will bring the items to you. After the senior finished speaking, she left. Hello? You must be Ling Chen, right? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a pharmacist's robe walked out. On his chest, there was a silver potion, with a potion emblem engraved on it. This represented his status as a 4th-tier alchemist.
A first-tier alchemist has a bronze potion with 1 emblem. The second tier has 2, the third tier has 3. The fourth tier's potion turns silver, and so on. A 7th-tier alchemist would have a golden potion. Of course, even Master Lu is only a 6th-tier alchemist. The 7th tier is still somewhat distant. That's right, that's me. Ling Chen nodded. You have an appointment for the training in the Potion Master's domain. I am your team leader, Wang Sun. Just follow me. Wang Sun said with a smile. This is Ling Chen, the super genius who broke through the Dragon Tower. He didn't expect him to be interested in the Potion Master's domain, so he was somewhat surprised. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Ling Chen smiled. Indeed, he planned to go to the Potion Master's domain to gather some alchemist entries. The Potion Master's domain is a domain of the gnome race. The gnome race is one that loves to study secondary professions the most. The gnomes in this domain mainly study alchemy. At the same time, this domain is also filled with a large number of rare medicinal materials. However, it also harbors many dangers. The strongest gnomes are already comparable to martial masters, and not just any martial masters. Even the speaker does not dare to act recklessly in this domain. It's no trouble at all. We are extremely honored that you, Ling Chen, are so interested in our alchemist's domain. Besides, I've heard that your strength is quite formidable. My role might just be to guide you. Wang Sun said with a smile to Ling Chen. You flatter me, Teacher Wang, my strength is just average. Ling Chen smiled helplessly. Ha, there's no need for you to be modest, Ling Chen. Let's go now. It will take us another 2 hours to get there. Wang Sun chuckled, and after speaking, he led Ling Chen towards another door. When the door opened, there was a small 5th-tier warplane. After the two boarded the warplane, it roared and shot out of the Imperial Capital University. The speed of the warplane was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown out of the Imperial Capital University's range. During the next 2 hours, Ling Chen was not idle either. Didn't he just obtain the soul cultivation techniques? He began to recall and started his training. In his mind, the method of practicing the 9-turn soul refining technique was not difficult. It involved rotating the soul power in a special way to form a vortex. The so-called 9 turns means that if the soul power rotates once in 1 second, it strengthens to the first turn realm. Don't underestimate just 1 turn per second. This is soul power, the entirety of one's soul, equivalent to a person having to rotate all their body cells into a vortex. The difficulty is evident. However, with his powerful soul destroyer talent and golden cultivation entries, Ling Chen found it quite simple to practice. It was much faster than he had previously anticipated. In just half an hour, he reached the first turn realm. After reaching the first transformation, it became even simpler. The second transformation only took 10 minutes. The third transformation took half an hour. The fourth transformation took an hour. The reason it was so easy is that the difficulty of this technique only reaches the level of an entry-level skill at the fourth transformation. After all, it is a 7th-tier supreme technique. Although it was rated 1 level lower, it is still 7th tier. During this time, Ling Chen also used his will to begin condensing his own soul blade according to the method of the myriad soul blades. After 2 hours, he successfully condensed 8 soul blades. At this rate, in another half hour, he would reach the proficient level of 10 soul blades. Of course, the current number of soul blades was sufficient for the short-term buzz. At that moment, with a loud rumble, the warplane slowly descended into a military base. Ling Chen, we've arrived. Wang Sun, in the pilot's seat, said to Ling Chen. After speaking, he directly took Ling Chen down from the warplane. Instantly, he saw a large number of warplanes parked here. Many people were coming and going, with quite a few dragging the corpses of some goblins. However, many people changed their expressions upon seeing Wang Sun and the others. Especially the 4th-tier alchemist robe on Wang Sun made many people bow respectfully. The status of a 4th-tier alchemist is comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-tier martial artist. This is the entrance to the domain of the alchemist god. Because this place is too precious, it has long been controlled by military force, and it is guarded by a martial artist of the martial sovereign level. Wang Sun explained to Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded. After all, this is a place that can produce alchemist entries, and its preciousness is self-evident. Following Wang Sun, the two directly arrived at a huge square, and in the center of the square, a space passage towering 100 meters came into view. This is the legendary passage to the divine domain. Each space crack leads to an unknown world. Many people were coming in and out here, but Ling Chen noticed that everyone who came out had to hand over a portion of the oracle stones. A full half. If there was only one, it would be disastrous. One would be taken away. Of course, if you didn't take out any, you naturally wouldn't have to pay. This is the price of entry. Of course, these oracle stones are not for any individual but are used as the guarding fee for this divine domain. The military expenses consumed by this base each year are at least 1 billion. And this money can only be deducted from these oracle stones. Of course, if the value exceeds 1 million, the excess is yours. Wang Sun explained. Ling Chen nodded upon hearing this, feeling that it made sense. There are only bronze and silver martial artists qualified to guard these forces, otherwise, the entrance would have long been occupied by the goblin army. Alright, let's go in. After Wang Sun finished speaking, he directly led Ling Chen. Over. Buzz. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, the two entered the crack. Ling Chen felt a flash before his eyes and found himself in a sea of fire. As the heat wave rushed towards him, he focused his gaze and saw that this was a world of red cliffs, with many cracks on the ground seeping out some magma. This world is rich in fire-type ferocious beasts. If you're lucky, you might even obtain high-level fire control entries. Moreover, as long as you search carefully, it's easy to find some fire-type spiritual herbs. As for those goblins, they live in a nearby oasis. The remaining abilities of the goblins are quite strong. Their numbers are vast, so if you want to hunt goblins, just wander near the goblin city. It's best not to go in, as once you provoke the goblin king, it could be dangerous. That goblin king might not even be defeated by speaker Sikongjun. Wang Sun began to instruct Ling Chen. His duty was to bring students here. After all, he wasn't a babysitter. Usually, he would escort several small teams together for training, and if it weren't for Ling Chen being from the Qianlong class, the responsibility of escorting wouldn't fall to him, a martial sovereign of the 5th level. Well, thank you, Teacher Wang. I'll take a look around. I'll contact you when I'm done. Ling Chen casually said, then shot up into the sky, flying towards the distance. Flying in the air, Ling Chen has actually reached the martial sovereign realm. At that moment, Wang Sun, who watched Ling Chen leave, was also shocked. Although he knew Ling Chen's power was terrifying, even the strongest graduate of the Qianlong class, Chen Yuan, was no match for him. He hadn't expected that after just one day apart, Ling Chen had actually leveled up. A first-year martial sovereign, is this the world of geniuses? With Ling Chen's combat power, he could probably take him down in one move, right? Ling Chen flew in the sky, looking down and discovering that this divine realm was extremely vast. According to the map, the diameter of the 6th-tier divine realm was a full 3,000 kilometers. The territory of the Goblin Kingdom occupied over 100 kilometers, with a population of 10 million. One must admit that goblins can thrive. If I were to kill all 10 million goblins, I wonder how many alchemist entries I could get? Ling Chen pondered, feeling a bit intrigued. Of course, he was just thinking, if he really did that, this divine realm would be ruined. Moreover, let alone 10 million goblins, even if there were 10 million pigs on the ground for him to slaughter, it would still take a long time. What's the best method? Naturally, it's to kill the strong. It is said that the Goblin Kingdom is located on a massive mountain. The higher one lives, the stronger one is, and the Goblin King resides at the peak. Generally, as long as one doesn't go above the mountainside. Even if the commotion is great, the Goblin King wouldn't take action. This Goblin King is also a menace, who knows what heinous acts he has committed. If that's the case, it would be better for me to take him down. I wonder what kind of entries he would drop. Ling Chen shamelessly found an excuse for himself. With that thought, he instantly accelerated. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed, and around Ling Chen, who was traveling at several times the speed of sound, a sonic boom cloud had already formed. Soon, Ling Chen had already spotted the so-called Goblin Kingdom. It was a massive mountain, built entirely of mud houses. This mountain covered an area of over 100 kilometers, and its height reached several thousand meters. One could say that neither in his past life nor in this one had Ling Chen ever seen such a tall mountain. The location of the Goblin Kingdom didn't resemble the entrance filled with lava. Here, it was all vegetation. From a distance, it looked quite beautiful. However, Ling Chen didn't stop to admire it. Instead, he flew rapidly towards the mountain peak. Meanwhile, in the Goblin Kingdom, in a magnificent palace at the mountain summit, an elderly goblin, about 1 meter 80 tall, sat on the throne, overlooking the ministers below. Your Majesty, that outsider from the human race is truly going too far. The number of people entering has been increasing year by year, and our goblin population has already decreased by 10%. It's only been 5 years. If this continues for another 50 years, won't our goblin race be exterminated? Yes, Your Majesty, we can't let them be so arrogant any longer. We must fight back. Exactly, Your Majesty, we must make them fear us, otherwise, our goblin race will be in danger in the future. A group of martial sovereign level ministers passionately complained to the Goblin King. These ministers were only about 1 meter 5 tall, but of course, this height was considered giant among goblins.
As for the Goblin King, he was a giant among giants. Ordinary goblins were only about 1 meter tall. The Goblin King listened to their complaints but showed little emotional fluctuation. These humans are indeed too arrogant. The Goblin King slowly spoke. Although the human race is numerous and powerful, they do not only guard our divine domain. Since they want to take action, they must do so with thunderous might to let them know the strength of our Goblin clan. The Goblin King said coldly. He knew the power of the human race, but so what? Does being strong justify slaughtering them? As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin ministers present were all incredibly excited. How many years has it been since humans appeared? It must be several decades by now. The king finally couldn't hold back any longer. Our king is wise. Our king is wise. Our king is wise. A group of goblin ministers cheered excitedly. Oh, there are quite a few humans here. However, at that moment, a young boy's voice suddenly echoed throughout the palace. In an instant, the dozens of ministers who were still cheering fell silent, all of them looking towards the entrance in unison. They saw a boy slowly flying in, landing in front of them. Human martial sovereign. What audacity, daring to run wild in my goblin palace. A peak martial sovereign goblin was instantly enraged upon seeing Ling Chen, and since this person had already heard their plan, he couldn't let him live. Die. With that thought, this peak martial sovereign directly grabbed a giant axe that was several heads taller than him and charged towards Ling Chen with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. However, just as he was about to swing the axe to kill Ling Chen, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. His entire being lost consciousness in an instant, and his rapidly moving body stumbled and fell to the ground. Boom! The powerful inertia caused him to crash into the ground, leaving a long mark that extended right to Ling Chen's feet. Ling Chen also lifted his foot and stepped on the rolling goblin. This sudden scene left all the goblins present, including the Goblin King, with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Dead? The strongest goblin after the Goblin King had actually died just like that. Moreover, they hadn't even seen how he died. Buzz. However, at that moment, a dazzling light erupted from the goblin's body. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the goblins, a blue oracle stone slowly coalesced. Just blue? And there's no alchemist? Trash. Ling Chen took a glance and was instantly speechless. This goblin seemed to be powerful but unable to refine medicine. Soul Destroyer. You are a soul destroyer. At this moment, the Goblin King spoke gravely, slowly standing up from his throne and drawing a giant sword from beside it. Indeed, I am a soul destroyer. Today, I came to collect some alchemist oracle stones, so I would appreciate your sacrifices. Ling Chen said with a smile, looking at the goblins present. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, a terrifying pressure erupted from Ling Chen's body, enveloping everyone present. In an instant, all the goblins felt a deep-seated fear rising from within. Even the Goblin King felt as if his soul might shatter at any moment. At that moment, he, who had been somewhat confident, panicked. He had cultivated soul-related techniques, and his soul value could barely match that of a soul cultivator of the same level. He thought that a martial sovereign-level soul destroyer couldn't harm him, but now he realized just how wrong he was. Spare me, powerful one. You wanted alchemist oracle stones, right? We have 5 purple ones in our goblin treasury, along with a large number of blue ones. You can take them all. The Goblin King shouted urgently. You have so many purple ones? Where did you get them? Ling Chen was puzzled. To report to the strong, our Goblin King has emerged from battles. If either side loses, they will die. Our goblin lineage has been passed down for thousands of years. Over the years, we have accumulated quite a bit. The Goblin King hurriedly said. Their clan actually didn't need this stuff. After all, many were born with full attributes, and they couldn't use it even if they wanted to. Once the attributes were full, they couldn't extract any more. Only a very small portion would have spare attribute slots. This is what sets them apart from humans. Humans all have spare attribute slots, making the human race the most unique among all races. I see. So do you have white and green ones? I want a lot. If there's not enough, I might just take your lives. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Ha! Green and white. As soon as these words were spoken, the goblins present were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Ling Chen meant. Yes, there are more, but the treasury is empty. The Goblin King quickly replied. Empty? Then you can die. Ling Chen was speechless. No, strong one, I can have the people turn them in. They don't need those things, they just use them to prop up their tables at home. If you want, I'll have them all sent over. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Goblin King immediately panicked and hurriedly explained. How long will it take for them to send them over? If it's late, I can't guarantee you'll all still be alive. Ling Chen smiled.
At the same time, the Goblin King felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if it were being sliced by a blade. One day, just one day, and I can gather at least 300,000 white and 30,000 green oracle stones. The Goblin King shouted while enduring the intense pain. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the pain instantly vanished. Alright, then I'll wait for you here for a day. Ling Chen said calmly. Okay. The Goblin King nodded repeatedly. Did you not hear the Strong One's words? Why aren't you all hurrying to mobilize? If you're late, I'll personally take care of you. The Goblin King immediately scolded the ministers present. As soon as this was said, the ministers hurriedly ran off in fear. As for whether they would run away, that was naturally not going to happen. Where could they run? 2. The exit was guarded by humans, and with so many goblins, it would be easy to find them. By the way, take me to see what good things you have in your treasury. Ling Chen said immediately. Yes, Strong One. Please follow me. The Goblin King quickly nodded, then hurried to his throne and pressed a mechanism. Boom! In an instant, with a series of rumbling sounds, the ground behind the throne began to crack open, revealing a passage leading underground. The Goblin King led Ling Chen down. Soon, a massive warehouse appeared before them. What caught the eye was a pile of at least 1,000 blue oracle stones. Of course, not all were for alchemists. There were also fire attribute ones and some miscellaneous attributes. Although they weren't enough for golden attributes, they should still raise quite a few levels. If all these were sold, they would be worth at least several hundred billion. However, they were difficult to handle. Ling Chen then looked around. Suddenly, he spotted a purple oracle stone stored separately, encased in a crystal box, clearly very precious. The appearance of this oracle stone left Ling Chen stunned. What attribute is this? Why is it stored separately? Ling Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Seeing that Ling Chen had noticed this oracle stone, the Goblin King felt a pang of pain. You'll know once you see it. However, he still reluctantly took the oracle stone and handed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took it and immediately his pupils contracted. It can extract attributes. Iron cloth shirt. Blue, defense asterisk 700%. Lightning fast. Blue, movement speed asterisk 700%. Mighty King. Blue. Strength asterisk 700%. Storage space. Purple, can open a space of 1000 by 1000 by 1000 for storing items. Explosive flame. Purple, flame power asterisk 1200%. There are a total of 10 attributes, among which 3 are blue, 1 is purple, and the rest are green. The most precious one is naturally the storage space. A space-type attribute? Goodness, is it really this good? Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Each type of space attribute is extremely valuable. There are many kinds of space attributes, including attack types, teleportation types, and storage types. Storage types are considered the cheapest, but they are still worth much more than ordinary attributes. This one alone is worth 200 billion easily. Ling Chen felt a bit tempted. This attribute could be used by himself. Just right, he was lacking a usable attribute. But it still felt somewhat unworthy. He then opened his biological intelligence brain and began searching. Soon, he found blue and green storage space attributes, but he couldn't find the white one. However, he quickly gave up. After all, upgrading to gold also requires green, so it's better to use green directly. It's only 1/10 the price. How good would it be to sell this purple oracle stone? Where did you get this thing? Are there such attributes among the ferocious beasts here? Or did it drop from killing our human race? Ling Chen casually asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the Goblin King's expression changed dramatically. He thought Ling Chen was going to hold them accountable. No, absolutely not, you misunderstood. We have a type of monster here called the flame slime. It not only has the power of flames but can also store items. This was dropped by a slime king I killed. The Goblin King hurriedly explained. To prove his words, he quickly found a few blue space-type attributes from a pile of blue oracle stones. Look, these attributes are all from the Flame Slime clan. The Goblin King quickly handed a few oracle stones to Ling Chen. Storage space. Blue, can open a space of 100 by 100 by 100 for storing items. Ling Chen took a look and was surprised to find it was real. Although the blue size was not as large as the purple one, it was still acceptable. 1 million cubic meters of space is enough to hold a lot of things, and it can even be stacked and upgraded. Thinking of this, Ling Chen casually used a blue oracle stone. Buzz. In an instant, a blue light surged into Ling Chen's body, leaving the Goblin King dumbfounded. He instantly chose the blue attribute? What luck, is it really that good? But why not use the purple one? If the purple one was chosen, wouldn't it be even better, with 1,000 times the storage space? Of course, he didn't dare to ask more.
Then, Ling Chen waved his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, everything in the vicinity was lifted by Ling Chen. Not only the oracle stones but also those fire attribute herbs and some ferocious beast ability crystals. These things are all good items. If sold, it would easily exceed trillions. I have to say, the Goblin clan is really wealthy. Of course, what Ling Chen cared about was that there were also quite a few 5th and 6th grade pills. Goodness, this wave is a direct windfall. Now he just needs to wait for the alchemist attribute to arrive and then raise his alchemist level. You can go out now, I will cultivate here. Call me when everything is ready. Ling Chen said to the Goblin King beside him. Yes, strong one. The Goblin King hurriedly left the treasury, not daring to say anything. Ling Chen sat cross-legged in the void, his soul power gently lifting him into the air. He then took out a pile of pills from his storage space. All of them were 5th-tier blood chi pills, refined from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. Ling Chen clenched his hand in the air. Buzz! In an instant, black devouring flames erupted from his hand, enveloping the entire pile of pills. The next moment, all the pills were swallowed by the flames and vanished. Then, the flames surged directly into Ling Chen's body. Boom! In that instant, a violent medicinal power emerged from every inch of his cells. This medicinal power began to rapidly strengthen Ling Chen's entire body. This speed was slightly faster than directly consuming them. Moreover, when faced with a large amount of food, there was no need to eat it directly. Ding! Devouring blood chi power, blood chi value +1, ding! Devouring blood chi power, blood chi value +1, ding! Devouring blood chi power, blood chi value +1. At this moment, Ling Chen's physical body rapidly began to strengthen. The devouring fire is indeed impressive. In the future, after hunting ferocious beasts, I can directly devour them for nourishment. By the way, I wonder if I can devour souls. Suddenly, Ling Chen recalled this thought. Previously, he couldn't perceive souls, but now that he had become a soul destroyer, souls were as apparent as a person's physical body. Right, didn't he just kill a powerful member of the Goblin clan? Although he shattered the soul fragments were still there. Thinking of this, Ling Chen immediately spread out his soul power. Soon, he discovered a portion of the goblin's powerful soul that had dissipated. He wrapped it with his soul power and pulled it back. Bringing it before him, Ling Chen frantically compressed the soul power. In an instant, a blue soul orb the size of a fingernail appeared before him. Devour! Ling Chen pointed into the void. The devouring flames erupted again, directly enveloping the soul orb. In an instant, the soul orb was completely devoured. The next moment, a cool sensation floated within Ling Chen's soul. Ding! Devouring soul, soul value +1, ding! Devouring soul, soul value +1, ding! Devouring soul, soul value +1. A series of prompt sounds followed. It really works. It seems that in the future, any ferocious beast can be fully utilized. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he estimated, it wouldn't be long before his strength would reach the martial sovereign realm, right? Of course, the premise was that he had enough ferocious beast corpses. Once I get my hands on the alchemist's oracle stone, I'll go around and see if I can farm more green space entries from that flame slime. Ling Chen planned. By the way, I should test how many blue entries are needed to upgrade the golden entry by 1%. Suddenly recalling this, Ling Chen hurriedly took out the blue oracle stones with fire attributes from his backpack. According to the previous upgrade method, if I switch to blue oracle stones, this golden entry should require 10 pieces to upgrade by 1%. However, once the entry reaches gold, it undergoes a qualitative change, and continuing to upgrade probably won't be that simple. Thinking of this, Ling Chen began to extract. However, after using 10 entries, the golden entry showed no response. As expected, it was pretty much as he guessed. He continued to extract. Ding! You extracted flame control. Blue, *100. True Sun. Fire, strength increased to plus 4001%. Finally, after using 100 pieces, the flames finally showed an increase. How many are needed to truly upgrade to above gold? If it only requires 8000% to upgrade, then it would need 400,000 blue oracle stones. The flame control of the blue oracle stone is worth 300 million. Goodness, that's 120 trillion? Ling Chen's eyes widened at this point. With so much money, one could buy an entire blue water star. Right? However, he quickly calmed down. The price of a golden oracle stone is at least several hundred million or even billions. If one were to directly offer a golden entry, there would surely be big shots willing to pay tens of billions for one. After all, the probability of extracting a golden oracle stone is too low, and there's also a limit on the number of entries. The price for this one that surpasses the golden entry is already considered cheap at just over 10 billion. Moreover, Ling Chen had almost made up his mind. Upgrading his entries above gold would rely on himself. After all, the prices for purchasing them are terrifying. As for blue entries, they generally start at level 5, while my silver luck entry should be able to guarantee a blue oracle stone drop, right? Even if it's not 100%, there's definitely a 50% chance. It's just that these level 5 ferocious beasts can only be found in those powerful divine realms. Ordinary divine realms probably can't yield that many. Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Traveling back and forth to these high-level divine realms would take 7 to 10 days. It seems that being an alchemist is the most stable way to make money. Of course, the oracle stones aren't unsellable, at least the ones he looted from the Goblin King can be sold. As for where he got them? Just tell the truth. His realm has risen to martial sovereign, and with his strong combat power, defeating the Goblin King isn't unbelievable. Of course, it's even safer to say he stole them. At worst, he would expose his stealth-type entries. By then, no one would suspect anything. In any case, he can be cautious, but there's no need to be overly careful. As long as he doesn't casually take out silver or even golden oracle stones, he won't have any problems. Moreover, with these powerful entries by his side, it won't be long before he becomes the strongest among the human race. By then, who would dare to ask? Who would dare to doubt? Even if someone guessed his infinite entries, they would have to keep it to themselves. With this in mind, he took out all the high-quality pills from his backpack and devoured them with the devouring flame. In an instant, his power continued to rise. Meanwhile, while Ling Chen was cultivating, the Goblin Kingdom outside was thrown into chaos. The Goblin army began to frantically scour the Goblin Kingdom. As long as it's an oracle stone, regardless of color, they would take it away. Soon, truckloads of white and green oracle stones were sent to the palace. There were even dozens of blue oracle stones, which were accidentally condensed after some ordinary goblins died. However, the probability was a bit low. The entire Goblin Kingdom had accumulated oracle stones for hundreds of years, and this was all they had. Of course, these were all from alchemist entries. If they were fire attribute oracle stones, there would be even more. After all, the entire divine realm is filled with fire attribute monsters. After the goblins killed these monsters, they would also drop oracle stones. Although oracle stones aren't very useful, they are quite beautiful for building houses. Many goblins would buy some white oracle stones to build houses, but now their houses have all been torn down. Finally, a day's time has come. Crack! As the door to the underground cave slowly opened, the Goblin King and others held their breath. As for running? What a joke! Running in front of the Soul Destroyer? Do they want to die faster? As long as they dare to run, even if they hide in a very concealed corner, as long as they are known in this divine realm, it wouldn't take a few days before they would be found and killed. Respected Soul Destroyer, the items you requested are all prepared. Look, here are 4.2 million white alchemist entries. Here are 120,000 green alchemist entries. And over 100 blue ones. A purple one. This is of the fire attribute, 13 million pieces. And the green ones, 300,000. Plus over 300 blue ones, and 2 purple ones. The Goblin King respectfully said to Ling Chen. Looking at so many oracle stones, even Ling Chen was somewhat shocked. How many does each person have? The Goblin race is truly wealthy. Very good, you all did well. Your lives are spared. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. As a person of integrity, he naturally wouldn't turn against them again. After all, these goblins still have their uses. As soon as he spoke, the Goblin King and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely scared now. For some reason, throughout the day, Ling Chen's aura had become even more terrifying. Find me a few of your strongest alchemists. I'm preparing to learn alchemy. Suddenly, Ling Chen spoke to the Goblin King. Learn alchemy? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Isn't there also alchemists among the human race? And they shouldn't be weaker than theirs, right? However, they dared not say much and quickly nodded. All right, go down. After 5 hours, bring your alchemists back to see me. Ling Chen said. The Goblin King and the others felt as if they had received a great pardon and hurriedly retreated. Once everyone had left, Ling Chen directly picked up a white alchemist's entry. Alchemist Apprentice. White, you possess a bit of talent for alchemy. If developed, you can become an auxiliary alchemist apprentice. The white entry, as always, is disappointing. It can only become an alchemist apprentice after development. What does being an alchemist apprentice mean? It means you can only recognize medicinal materials and sort them out. As for actually practicing alchemy, you can't interfere at all.
However, if one could practice alchemy, this entry would probably be worth over 1 million or even 10 million each. Immediately, Ling Chen began to extract frantically. Ding! Your Alchemist Apprentice entry has upgraded to Alchemist. Green, you possess a bit of talent for alchemy. If fully developed, you can become a second-tier alchemist. As expected, once it reached green, the entry's effect improved significantly. However, although it says one can become a second-tier alchemist, in reality, becoming a first-tier alchemist is already the peak, unless one is someone who studies diligently. Every day, even at 70 or 80, they could reach second-tier alchemist. Ling Chen continued, crazily stacking them up, and soon, the consumption of 10,000 white entries was complete. The entry level has successfully upgraded to Silver. Alchemist Master. Silver, you possess powerful alchemical talent. If fully developed, you can become an 8th-tier top alchemist. If you have a powerful fire entry, you could even become a 9th-tier alchemist. If you also have silver talent type entries, becoming a 10th-tier alchemist is not out of the question. I have to say, the introduction of this silver alchemist is somewhat powerful. Not only can it reach 8th-tier top after full development, but if one has a fire attribute entry, it can even elevate one level. Of course, if there are also talent type entries, one can become a 10th-tier alchemist. Naturally, having all these entries simultaneously is almost impossible. Having a fire attribute entry is already quite good. No wonder they say that having a fire attribute entry is essential to becoming a powerful alchemist. This is developed to the limit. Ordinary people can't achieve this. For example, Master Lu, with only a purple entry, his limit is 6th tier. Theoretically, he might not reach 6th tier even until he dies. However, he has a fire entry, so he has long reached 6th tier, but 7th tier is impossible. After all, it's not feasible to be completely focused on frantically practicing alchemy without doing anything else. And I have all three. The effect of the silver entry is equivalent to that of a golden alchemist entry, and that golden one is like surpassing gold. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. Then he picked up the green entry and began to extract frantically. Ding! Congratulations! Your alchemist entry has successfully upgraded to gold. Alchemist Supreme. Gold, you possess a terrifying talent for alchemy. If fully developed, you could become a top-tier alchemist of the 10th rank. If you can obtain a gold flame entry, you might become an 11th rank alchemist. If you further assist with gold talent entries, you could even become a 12th rank alchemist. As expected, it was just as Ling Chen had guessed. Gold means above the 10th rank. Now that all three major entries were stacked, Ling Chen already possessed the talent of a 12th rank alchemist. Of course, it's still true that reaching the 12th rank is impossible, but the 11th rank is easily achievable. So, becoming a 6th or 7th rank, or even a 7th or 8th rank alchemist would be as simple as drinking water. Ding! The alchemy entry has upgraded to a gold entry, triggering a special effect. Special effect, value. Addition, when you refine any elixir, there is a chance to produce an extra 1 to 10 elixirs. Soon, the special entry appeared. This effect made Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. Damn! Producing extra elixirs out of thin air? Doesn't that mean the value doubles or even increases 11-fold? This entry is a bit terrifying. Ling Chen was excited. After all, it's a hard rule that one batch of materials yields 1 elixir. There's no way to get 2, right? Well, now it's possible. This profit isn't just double. For example, a high-energy potion costs 2.5 billion, sells for 3 billion, and the profit is 500 million. But if it's valued at 2 elixirs, then the profit becomes 3.5 billion. That's a full 7-fold profit. 3 elixirs would mean 13 times the profit. It's a windfall. With this special effect, will I ever have to worry about money again? Ling Chen laughed. The money problem seemed to be solved. Respected Soul Destroyer, I have brought the alchemist you needed. At that moment, the Goblin King respectfully brought an old goblin into the palace. Ling Chen glanced at the alchemist robes on the two of them. Although they were different from the human alchemist rank insignia, he could still tell that the other was a 6th rank alchemist, on par with Master Lu. However, the other party looked at Ling Chen with indifference. It was clear he felt threatened. This strong one, I must say this up front, being an alchemist requires talent. If the talent is lacking, even with my sincere guidance, there won't be much achievement. The old goblin said to Ling Chen, without courtesy. Upon hearing this, the Goblin King turned pale. Strong one, this old fellow is quite stubborn, don't take him too seriously. The Goblin King quickly interjected. He does have a point. In that case, let's start with the most basic first-rank potion. Ling Chen did not refute but smiled as he spoke. You humans have something called technology. You should be quite familiar with pharmacology and materials, right? The old goblin said. Yes. I've downloaded most of it, I just need to practice. You can refine a first-rank potion for me to see.
Ling Chen replied. He had just logged on to the official website of the Blue Water Star Imperial University and downloaded knowledge about materials and basic alchemy methods. Coupled with his powerful alchemical talent, he had already deduced quite a few methods for refining first, second, third, and up to sixth rank potions in his mind. Of course, this was just based on the knowledge he had. Having never seen how to refine potions, he didn't know if he could actually produce a qualified potion. Alright, then I'll show you first. The process of potion refinement. The old goblin didn't mind, just demonstrating, even to learn. It would take a few days, even for a purple entry. Then he directly wiped the ring on his hand, and suddenly, some herbs appeared. This ring, as you know, is a storage ring, which can also be considered a type of magical weapon. The difficulty of refining is not small. It seems that the goblin clan has a master of crafting. Of course, with your own space, you naturally look down on these. The old goblin grasped the void, and in an instant, a ball of flame appeared in his hand, and he began tossing the herbs into the flames one by one. Subsequently, various alchemical runes were infused into the fire. Under the power of these runes, the herbs in the flames began to slowly melt. During the refining process, the same type of herb can undergo countless changes, and the alchemist needs to use different runes to calm these changes, otherwise, the efficacy of the potion may decrease, or worse, an explosion could occur. Of course, changes are inevitable. As long as the efficacy can be maintained at a normal standard, it's fine. After all, if you could truly suppress all changes, you would be able to refine the legendary perfect potion. The old goblin explained to Ling Chen, who nodded. He already knew this. What he needed to observe was how to handle these changes. Soon, he discovered a pattern. The changes were like whack-a-mole. Wherever the mole popped up, you just hit it there. However, for each type of mole, you needed to use a different hammer. The key lay in choosing the right hammer. Some hammers could smash down completely, thoroughly suppressing the changes, while others could only hit halfway. How to choose depended solely on one's experience and skills. This could not be taught, which is why a talent for alchemy is necessary. Once he understood this pattern, the alchemical techniques he had previously deduced suddenly became clear. At that moment, he even wanted to directly try refining a 6th-tier potion. However, he still prepared to learn and observe more. Soon, the old goblin successfully refined a 1st-tier premium potion. This potion was a healing potion. Its quality was excellent, reaching the standard of a premium 1 potion. Weapons and formations also have quality levels, categorized as waste, qualified, excellent, premium, and perfect. The higher the quality, the less poison in the potion and the stronger its efficacy. Poison can lead to mild poisoning or, in severe cases, death if consumed in excess, and it is extremely difficult to expel. Therefore, high-quality potions are not only expensive but also extremely rare. The price of this potion is estimated to be 3 to 4 times that of a common potion. Do you want to give it a try? If you have a purple talent, you should be able to refine a waste-standard 1st-tier potion. The old goblin said to Ling Chen, which was actually a test to see how good Ling Chen's alchemist talent was. If he truly reached purple, he wouldn't mind teaching him well. If not, he was prepared to give up. After all, Ling Chen wouldn't be able to tell. I'll give it a try. Ling Chen nodded. Then, he pointed into the void, and a ball of golden flame erupted instantly. In an instant, the entire palace began to heat up wildly, and the old goblin was so frightened by the terrifying temperature that he quickly stepped back. Fortunately, the temperature dropped to a level that was no longer felt. What kind of flame is this? The high temperature only indicated Ling Chen's powerful strength, but his flame actually trembled in fear the moment it appeared. This was something that only happened when encountering a higher level flame. It should be noted that his flame level had reached purple. Could it be that Ling Chen's flame was the legendary silver tier? At that moment, the old goblin was horrified. Meanwhile, Ling Chen ignored the old goblin's thoughts and pointed into the void again. In an instant, the flame transformed into a large hand, directly wrapping up the leftover herbs that the old goblin had placed on the ground. Seeing this scene, the old goblin's face darkened. Alright, this Ling Chen doesn't have any alchemist attributes at all. He probably thinks that just because his flames are powerful, he can become a strong alchemist. Because anyone with alchemist attributes wouldn't make such a mistake, refining all the herbs together. Does he think he's a 6th-tier alchemist? While having strong flame attributes does make it easier to become an alchemist, without alchemist attributes, the best he could achieve would be a 2nd or even 3rd-tier alchemist, and that's the limit. But that would take an unknown amount of time. With that time, given Ling Chen's talent, he could have already become a martial saint or even a martial emperor, right? Of course, he didn't dare to say much. However, soon, feeling a bit irritated, he gradually became dazed. Because, as the flames enveloped
All the herbs, Ling Chen's hands quickly began to inscribe various alchemical runes.
At first, these runes were a bit clumsy, leading to a few changes not being perfectly suppressed.
But later on, all the changes in the herbs were perfectly suppressed by the runes Ling
Chen inscribed.
All the impurities in the herbs were refined out, and all the herbs transformed into clusters of medicinal liquid, which then began to slowly merge. Eventually, a crystal-clear medicinal liquid appeared in Ling Chen's flames.
However, feeling that
something was missing, Ling Chen continued to inscribe dozens of runes, and soon, the medicinal liquid rapidly concentrated into a
small pill with a diameter of only 1 centimeter. Wow, it's so small? Seeing this small pill, he finally understood why low-level
medicines were presented in liquid form.
This.
However, at this moment, the old earth gnome beside him was already
dumbfounded.
From the way Ling Chen was initially clumsy, it was indeed his first time refining medicine, but he had only just refined 1/10, and his proficiency had already surpassed his own. At this moment, he seriously doubted whether Ling Chen was making a fool of him. He himself was a 5th or 6th tier alchemist.
But was Ling Chen's acting really that good? He looked completely at ease. Master, does this count as a success?
I think the quality seems alright, just a bit of impurity. Ling Chen handed the tiny pill to the old earth gnome, who took a careful look and twitched his mouth.
Was this really just a bit of impurity?
It was practically unnoticeable. Those so-called pseudo-perfect pills were at this level. Pseudo-perfect means that the medicinal toxicity is almost negligible.
But it still exists, hence the term pseudo-perfect. This pill was already not much different from a perfect-grade pill.
Are you sure?
This is your first time refining pills?
The old earth gnome looked at Ling Chen with his aged yet shrewd eyes, staring intently at
him.
Of course.
If I could do it, why would I come to learn from you, master? I'm not just idly bored. Of course, my alchemist attribute level is a bit high, so I learn faster. Ling Chen explained.
This explanation also made the old earth gnome nod in agreement.
It was the only explanation that made sense.
However, with such talent, why wouldn't Ling Chen go out to learn from others instead of doing
it himself? He certainly didn't know that if he went to school to learn, no matter how high his talent was, unless Ling Chen revealed his attributes, he would still have to start from the basics. Now, directly seeking out a 6th tier alchemist to learn from was naturally the quickest way. Your talent has already exceeded my imagination. Since that's the case, I'll demonstrate the refining of a 2nd tier potion. If you can refine it, then I'll see if you can try a 3rd tier potion.
The old earth gnome was now interested. Being able to enlighten a future alchemical master was also a glory for them as alchemists.
Then I'll trouble you, master. Ling Chen nodded in response. He was also extremely polite to the old earth gnome.
The old earth gnome didn't waste any words and directly took out 2nd tier herbs to begin the demonstration. The changes in 2nd tier herbs were a bit more complex, but Ling Chen still
found it simple.
The old goblin had just started not long ago when he picked up a batch of herbs to refine.
This made the old goblin's pupils contract, and without hesitation, he focused intently on his own refining.
However, he soon discovered in horror that Ling Chen's refining speed had already surpassed his own. The speed of refining could be accelerated, but similarly, the rate of change in the herbs would also increase. As long as one could keep up, theoretically, one could refine pills in an instant.
However, achieving a 1st tier potion in an instant was no easier than refining a 6th or 7th tier pill.
The old goblin also pushed his refining speed
to the maximum. Surely, he couldn't be surpassed by a novice, right?
Yet, when he reached his limit, he found that Ling Chen had already
completed his refinement. Moreover, the quality was perfect. A truly perfect grade pill. Boom!
The old goblin, whose mindset had
exploded, directly blew up the furnace.
The loud noise startled Ling Chen.
What the hell, master, are you okay? Looking at the old goblin, who was covered in soot, he was dumbfounded. How did it blow up? Isn't a 2nd tier potion supposed to be simple? Could it be the herbs are the problem? Ling Chen hurriedly asked.
This nearly made the old goblin spit blood. If word got out that a 2nd tier potion had blown up, his reputation as the top alchemist in the Goblin Kingdom would be ruined.
Sigh, I have nothing more to teach you. You've already graduated.
No, wait, this is entirely self-taught, it has nothing to do with me. The old goblin sighed helplessly.
Is this really graduation? Master, are you joking with me? Ling Chen frowned. Could it be that this old fellow didn't want to teach anymore? Was he scared by his own talent? Was he intimidated without even using enhancement? Of course not, I'll prove it to you. Try refining according to this recipe.
The old goblin was straightforward, directly taking out a treasured scroll and handing it to Ling Chen, then preparing some herbs for him.
Ling Chen glanced at the recipe recorded on the scroll. It listed dozens of herbs and their corresponding refining methods. He memorized it all in less than a minute. This pill is 6th tier, right? Ling Chen was uncertain, although he had deduced a 6th tier potion in his mind. That was just his imagination, and there was still a difference from practice. You'll know once you try. The old goblin said nothing more and pointed to the herbs on the ground. Ling Chen didn't hesitate, directly picking up the herbs, and then flames erupted instantly, transforming into a massive alchemical furnace. He tossed in a portion of the herbs first, fearing they would be burned all at once. Fortunately, when the herbs began to change, Ling Chen found himself seemingly at ease. He then tossed in more herbs. The workload surged instantly, but Ling Chen still managed to stabilize himself. Moreover, he discovered that the refining speed could still increase, and as his proficiency improved, the refining speed became faster and faster. 10 minutes later, a crystal-clear purple pill appeared in the furnace. The pill, escorted by flames, landed in Ling Chen's hand. Perfect. Another perfect one. The old goblin beside him widened his eyes, unable to help but murmur. Although he knew Ling Chen could refine 6th tier potions, the fact that even the 6th tier was perfect was somewhat terrifying. He began to doubt, who exactly was Ling Chen? How could he produce such quality pills on his very first attempt at refining? What the hell, it really worked. At this moment, Ling Chen was shocked. His golden attributes were indeed terrifying. Achieving 6th tier on the first try, and he felt he was still at ease. Could he possibly reach 7th tier directly? Reaching 7th tier is possible, but refining a perfect quality pill would be somewhat difficult. Of course, achieving above excellent shouldn't be a problem. After all, with a 12th tier talent, it's not too outrageous. Ling Chen thought for a moment and then felt relieved. That's a 12th tier. The 6th and 7th tier pills in front of him are just like ordinary purple entries facing a 1st tier pill. Moreover, he also has powerful talent entries. And the combination of the two is naturally even more terrifying. Master, you're right, I have indeed graduated, thank you for your enlightenment. Although the old Earth Spirit didn't play much of a role, his explanations and practical demonstrations were already enough for Ling Chen. You've truly humbled me. How could I dare to call you master? Now I want to learn from you, the old Earth Spirit said helplessly. You're joking, master. I just have strong talent, my theoretical knowledge is far weaker than yours. Alright. I've achieved my goal, so please tell the Earth Spirit King that I'm leaving. Also, tell him not to think about taking action against humans. Fortunately, I came this time, you've only lost one person. If you really acted against humans, your Earth Spirit nation might face extinction. Additionally, you can try trading with the human race, after all, they lack oracle stones, and you have no use for them. Having gained so many good things this time, he naturally wouldn't take action against the Earth Spirit nation, as his goals had been achieved. Thank you for the reminder, I will tell the king. The old Earth Spirit nodded quickly. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he flew directly into the air, transforming into a streak of fire that shot out of the Earth Spirit Nation's palace. Seeing Ling Chen leave, the Earth Spirit King, who was guarding the entrance, hurried inside and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the old Earth Spirit was unharmed. You old fool. I told you not to be so reckless, if that strong one had acted, you would have been doomed, the Earth Spirit King complained. The two were of similar age and were the only two 6th tier martial sovereigns, so naturally, they didn't want the other to die. You're still blaming me? You wanted to take action against the human race, do you know how powerful they are? The old Earth Spirit snorted coldly. You already know? The Earth Spirit King's expression changed. That human youth has already informed me. The old Earth Spirit slowly relayed Ling Chen's words. At this moment, the Earth Spirit King also became serious. He had indeed been a bit hot-headed before. After all, so many of his kin had died, and no one would be happy about that. But upon careful consideration, could they really defeat the human race? Definitely not, and the consequence of angering the humans would likely be annihilation. Of course, he had previously thought that he wasn't afraid of death, so he was so bold. After all, his time was running out, why not fight for a chance? After Ling Chen arrived, he realized that he was still very much afraid of death. This time, the gains are truly substantial. Should I go rob some of those powerful races in other divine realms? After putting away the pills in his hand, Ling Chen began to ponder. With his strength, it was easy to kill those below the 5th tier of martial sovereign, and he could also defeat those at the 6th and 7th tiers if they erupted. The strongest divine realms on Blue Water Star were only at this level. First, I need to get that Flame Slime spatial entry. I wonder what special effects the Golden Storage spatial entry will have. Ling Chen felt a bit excited. With that thought, he directly used his biological intelligence brain to pull up a map and flew at high speed toward the location where the flame slime resided. However, at the same time, on the coast of Westsea City on Blue Water Star. Crack! Suddenly, a spatial rift slowly opened. This spatial rift appeared directly above the coast, and its diameter was growing larger. Soon, the height of the rift reached a terrifying 3 meters. What level is 1,000 meters? In the realm of medicine, a divine realm of just 100 meters is already 6th tier. Among them, the most powerful realm has already reached the 2nd tier of martial sovereign. Although this divine realm at a height of 1,000 meters hasn't reached the 7th tier, the ferocious beasts within have definitely surpassed the 6th and 7th tiers. The sudden appearance of this crack was quickly noticed by the people of Shihai City. Upon seeing the terrifying size of the crack, the city was thrown into a state of panic, and an emergency alert was immediately issued. At the same time, they hurriedly sought assistance from the capital. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the crack, and the next moment, a terrifying octopus head, several hundred meters in diameter, emerged from the fissure. Just the head alone was hundreds of meters wide, with a length of at least several thousand meters. Its demonic eyes swept across the distant Shihai City, and the next moment, its head sank back into the crack. Roar, 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 roar! In the next moment, a series of furious roars came from the crack, followed by countless oceanic beasts rushing out. These beasts had evolved the ability to walk on land, led by a gigantic crab that was 100 meters tall and several hundred meters long. The ocean army surged toward Shihai City. Besides the most powerful 6th-tier beasts, there were at least dozens of 5th-tier beasts as well. The military of Shihai City and the powerful members of the Chosen Alliance turned pale upon witnessing such a terrifying army. Shihai City is a 1st-tier city, although there are martial sovereign-level experts guarding it. The number of martial lords is not that many. Moreover, this 6th-tier martial sovereign-level terrifying crab was definitely not an ordinary 6th-tier beast, but a powerful 6th-tier 5-star beast. Its strength was enough to take down the strongest martial sovereign of Shihai City in an instant. Indeed, as the army charged toward the towering city walls of Shihai City, the massive crab raised its gigantic pincers. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the enormous pincers smashed through the city walls. Following that, a multitude of oceanic beasts rushed into Shihai City, beginning a frenzied massacre. In an instant, the screams and wails echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, Ling Chen had already arrived above a sea of lava. Looking down from the sky, he saw blobs of jelly-like, fiery red substances swimming in the lava. At the same time, these creatures were devouring the surrounding lava, and Ling Chen found these miraculous beings quite fascinating. These flame slimes are not low in level, each one is a 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier beast. Who can still say that slimes are the weakest creatures? Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He then slowly extended his right hand, buzz. In the next moment, endless flames began to erupt from his hand. The violent golden flames radiated a dazzling light, growing brighter and illuminating everything within. Several kilometers in gold. The slimes in the sea of lava were all frightened and raised their heads. However, the blinding light in the sky directly scorched their eyes. Gooey gooey. Gooey gooey. Gooey gooey. Gooey gooey. Instantly, cries of agony echoed throughout the sea of lava. At the same time, the temperature of the lava sea rose higher and higher, and even the fire attribute slimes could not withstand the high temperatures of the lava and all fled. Meanwhile, the endless flames in the sky finally coalesced into a gigantic golden hand. Great wilderness prison heaven finger. Ling Chen's inner spirit erupted, and with a loud shout, the terrifying hand, several hundred meters in diameter, pointed down toward the sea of lava below. Under the immense pressure, even 100 meters away from the center of the lava, the powerful aura created a massive pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters. All the slimes within the pit were flattened into a thin puddle under this terrifying pressure. Boom! Finally, as the gigantic finger pressed down onto the ground, a sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. A massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Wherever it reached, all the lava was directly thrown into the air, along with the slimes. However, these slimes were completely torn apart by this overwhelming force the moment they were lifted. The ground trembled wildly, and this tremor spread to the Goblin Kingdom, hundreds of kilometers away. The Slime King, feeling the slight shaking of the entire Goblin Mountain, looked incredulously in the direction of the tremor. Due to the distance, he could only see a dazzling light. What is happening? That seems to be the territory of the slimes. The old goblin was somewhat puzzled. It's that powerful being, he just went in that direction. The Goblin King took a deep breath and said gravely, "Is it him?" The old goblin was immediately shocked. Right, that dazzling golden light seemed to be Ling Chen's flame, the terrifying Fire that made him feel his soul tremble. It seems you've been foolish your whole life, but finally did one thing right. If you really had a confrontation with him, our goblin kingdom would be doomed. Thinking of this, the old goblin couldn't help but express his feelings to the Goblin King. What do you mean, old man? Are you praising me or scolding me? The Goblin King's face darkened, feeling somewhat speechless. Is this the power of a strong evolver? This might be comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? In the sky, Ling Chen was also shocked by his own combat power. At this moment, the entire ground had sunk to a terrifying depth of 100 meters, with a diameter reaching 10 kilometers. To be honest, although he had been continuously enhancing his strength, this was the first time he had acted after reaching the martial sovereign level. It is said that only above the martial sovereign level does one truly begin to be a strong fighter, and this terrifying combat power was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, theoretically, the strength represented by his vitality points should not reach such a terrifying level. Even with his powerful talent, it was still the same. However, he soon realized that this was due to the elemental abilities. The strength of ordinary martial artists lies in their single-target explosive power. For example, Ling Chen's vitality points had now reached 63,000. That is, the realm of the 6th level of martial sovereign. According to the power of 1.1 tons, that would be 60,000 tons. With physical enhancement multiplied by 40, that would be 2.4 million tons. 2.4 million tons is indeed terrifying. With one punch, it could instantly destroy more than a dozen high-rise buildings ahead. But compared to the destruction Ling Chen was causing now, it was on entirely different levels. The main reason lies in the fact that the attacks of elemental ability users are primarily expansive. With this move, Ling Chen's attack was equivalent to bombarding every corner within a radius of several kilometers with 2.4 million tons of force. It was as if tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, each possessing 2.4 million tons of strength, were simultaneously punching down at the ground. The closer to the center, the denser the attack points. This led to such a powerful attack. Of course, this does not mean that elemental ability users are far superior to martial artists of the same level. It can only be said that their destructive combat power far exceeds that of martial artists, but the single-point attack limit is the same for both. Therefore, although elemental ability users can instantly destroy an area that would take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of martial artists of the same level to obliterate, in a real fight, their attacks can only injure martial artists with strong defenses, but cannot kill them instantly. A slight misstep could lead to being killed by a martial artist up close. Of course, if given a choice, aside from martial enthusiasts, few would choose to become a pure martial artist. After all, in terms of status, flair, and overall combat power, ability users are far more terrifying. Back to the point. As the entire sea of lava was completely bombarded into an abyss by Ling Chen, 90% of all the slimes within this range had already perished. Only those far from the edge were flung into the abyss. However, these slimes were all lying on the ground, writhing, clearly suffering significant injuries. But soon, Ling Chen noticed something was off. These slimes actually began to devour the surrounding spilled magma, and after consuming the magma, their injuries were rapidly healing. Right, my previous food supplement talent was obtained from ordinary slimes. These fire slimes should have it too. However, even the green devouring talent, medicinal cuisine, doesn't seem to have such a fast healing speed, right? Ling Chen was indeed curious upon seeing this. He then descended into the abyss. Here, the ground was covered with green and blue oracle stones. Since these fire slimes were quite powerful, combined with Ling Chen's strong fortune, almost all the oracle stones that dropped were green. Ling Chen picked one up and directly chose to extract it. Extractable entries. Medicinal cuisine. Green, can devour food to enhance its own strength, repair. Green, injury repair speed * 30 times, while also increasing death limit. However, it consumes a lot. Great strength. Green, strength * 200%. Storage space. Green, can open a 1x1x1 space for storing items. Fire control. Green, flame power * 200%. However, just a casual oracle stone was a perfect quality oracle stone. Oracle stones also have qualities: inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and perfect. For example, a green oracle stone of inferior quality has only one green entry, medium has 2, superior has 3 or rare entries. Extraordinary has 4 green entries or more than 2 rare entries. As for perfect, it has all green entries, and rare entries are more than 2. This one was definitely a perfect oracle stone. The price of such an oracle stone is 100 times that of ordinary oracle stones, comparable to blue oracle stones. Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was this repair entry. The injury repair speed could reach 30 times, meaning that an injury that would normally heal in a month could heal in a day. As for the explanation of increasing the death limit, a normal person would die if their heart was pierced, but with this entry, they might live a few more days. If it were a blue entry, even if the heart was pierced, it could quickly heal and they could survive. If it were purple, even if half the body was blown off, it could quickly heal. The higher the level, the more terrifying the effect. No wonder these slimes can heal quickly, it turns out to be for this reason. Ling Chen realized. Upon closer inspection, this repair entry was definitely the best for Ling Chen among all entries. After all, combined with the devouring entry, could it be possible for him to achieve immortality one day? I wonder what special effects the golden entry for repair has. I'll extract it first and see. Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly stepped down. Buzz. In an instant, raging flames spread wildly from beneath his feet. The flames transformed into a massive net, quickly collecting all the oracle stones in the deep pit, the quantity exceeding 10,000. There were also hundreds of blue ones. The drop rate was undeniably high. He did not hesitate and directly took out a green oracle stone to begin extraction. Ding. You extracted an entry, repair, *5. The entry upgraded to healing, blue, injury repair speed *100 times, while also increasing death limit. However, it consumes a lot. Ding. You extracted an entry, repair, *50. The entry upgraded to self-healing, purple, injury repair speed *1000 times, while also increasing death limit. However, it consumes a lot. Ding. You extracted an entry, repair, *1000. The entry upgraded to meet white bone, silver, injury recovery speed *10,000 times, while greatly increasing the death limit. Low consumption. Ding. You extracted the entry, repair *10,000. The entry upgraded to life creation, gold, injury recovery speed *100,000 times, while greatly increasing the death limit. Overall consumption is extremely low. As long as the soul still exists, even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be repaired under the condition of 10,000 times increased consumption. Ding. The entry life creation, gold triggered a special entry, eternal will, gold, exchanging the destruction of the physical body for eternal will. In the face of unavoidable death, instantly abandon the physical body and transmit the soul to 1 million kilometers away. Can charge into self-healing type entries, 0%. However, as the entry upgraded to gold, Ling Chen was instantly shocked by the terror of this special entry. Abandoning the physical body to escape? What the hell is this operation? This must be the strongest survival entry. Right? As for the physical body being gone? Who cares? I have the life creation entry, even if the physical body is destroyed, it can be repaired. Invincible, this is truly invincible, immortality is nothing compared to this. Ling Chen laughed immediately. With this entry, he could go wild. A transmission distance of 1 million kilometers could probably send him into outer space. Almost all death threats could definitely be avoided. If this can't be avoided, then even if I were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, I would probably still die. And with the instant fusion of the entry, Ling Chen felt all the cells in his body cheering. The cell activity increased a full 100,000 times in an instant. What does this mean? Injuries that originally took a year to heal could now be completely restored in just a few minutes. Moreover, this was only without devouring any entries. Thinking of this, Ling Chen felt a surge of excitement. He gritted his teeth and directly used the black weapon suit to condense a long knife, then with one slash, he cut off a piece of his own flesh. However, with his pain tolerance, he hardly felt any pain. Yet, the missing flesh began to repair at an extremely fast speed. This repair speed was so quick that it was completely restored in less than a second. My devouring entry hasn't been used yet. Ling Chen was stunned. This repair speed was too fast. Did he really have to cut off an arm or something? Forget it, I'm not a masochist. Ling Chen shook his head immediately. He would know when he needed it. The spatial storage also needs to be upgraded to gold. It seems I can only suffer a bit with this flame slime. Ling Chen smiled, then put away the unused oracle stone and flew directly around. This magma sea was quite vast, with a diameter of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, because the flame slime was continuously melting the ground, the diameter of the magma sea was constantly expanding. It was precisely because of this that a few years ago, the territory of the goblins was partially melted, and the Goblin King was furious and fought with the Flame Slime King, ultimately slaying the opponent. Ling Chen arrived above another magma sea, looking down at the groups of several meters high flame jelly that were frantically fleeing below, but he showed no mercy. Just right, my power is about to overflow, so I'll use you to replenish. Ling Chen thought, and with a sudden grasp of his hand in the air. Buzz! In an instant, the black devouring flame erupted from his hand. The flames expanded wildly. Finally, it transformed into a black Pac-Man with a diameter of 1 kilometer. It was essentially a fiery sphere with a huge mouth. The massive fireball opened its giant mouth and descended from the sky. The flame slimes on the ground were terrified at this sight, all rolling away in a frenzy. However, their speed was no match for this gigantic fireball. Boom! In the next moment, with a loud bang, the earth within a kilometer radius and the fire slimes were all engulfed. The body of the fire slime, along with its soul, was instantly digested. The massive fireball began to move rapidly across the ground, devouring everything in its path, including the earth and the slimes. This is the true meaning of devouring the land. Ling Chen smiled slightly upon witnessing this scene. He controlled the devouring flames to isolate all the oracle stones, otherwise, it would be a loss if they were consumed as well. As for himself, he was in the sky, manipulating the giant fireball while extracting entries from his spatial storage. Ding! You extracted the entry, spatial storage, green, *1000. The entry upgraded to spatial storage. Silver can open up a space of 10,000*10,000*10,000. Ding! You extracted the entry, spatial storage, green, *10,000. The entry upgraded to spatial storage. Gold can open up a space of 100,000*100,000*100,000. Ding! The entry, spatial storage, gold, triggered a special entry, self-contained world, gold, can create a small world. The small world has a diameter of 1,000 meters and can store living beings. After devouring for more than 2 hours, Ling Chen upgraded the entry to gold. The special entry made Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. A self-contained world? Goodness, isn't this a small world from start to finish? Wait a minute, damn, why is this gold entry so powerful? Each one seems a bit beyond the norm. This is the ability to create a small world. Isn't this a power only gods have in novels? Ling Chen was genuinely stunned at this moment. This gold entry was so terrifying, how could others compete? Is this the entry of the top-tier human powerhouses? This is a bit too frightening, right? Now he began to doubt whether this special entry was something only he possessed. However, he was somewhat uncertain, as he couldn't find any information about gold entries. Never mind, maybe I can find out more once I reach the Shintian star system. Ling Chen stopped overthinking. He began to examine the so-called small world. At this moment, he could feel 2 worlds deep within his sea of consciousness. One was a massive storage space with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and the other was a smaller world that seemed to have nothing in it. It was not much different from the previous storage space. However, Ling Chen experimented by throwing a slime into the storage space. The slime instantly froze in place. When he took it out, it was already dead. He then found another one and threw it into the other space, where the slime struggled wildly as if it had entered outer space. It seems this storage space has no flow of time. Even if a world identical to the outside is arranged, animals placed inside cannot move. Ling Chen pondered for a moment, preparing to find some soil and plants to grow. However, after glancing at the surrounding earth, he felt somewhat helpless. After more than 2 hours of devouring, the entire ground had been forcibly consumed by several hundred meters. The produced green oracle stones had already reached a quantity of 100,000, while the blue ones exceeded 1,000. At the same time, Ling Chen's power reserves had reached their limit. He also filled the entries of creation. In case of a fatal blow, he could escape directly. Moreover, after devouring so much earth and slimes, the devouring flames had accumulated immense energy. Ling Chen summoned it back. Buzz! In an instant, the massive black fireball shot up into the sky and directly entered Ling Chen's body. Boom! In that moment, the terrifying energy transformed into pure blood and soul power, surging into Ling Chen's body, beginning to strengthen his physical form. That's why it's said that the growth speed of devouring type entries is extremely fast, and they can easily break through the limits of entry talents. With such abilities, it's impossible for one's strength to grow slowly. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He then opened his attribute panel. Name, Ling Chen. Race, human. Level, martial sovereign. 6th heaven. Vitality, 65,000 soul, 45,210. Profession, alchemist, 6th tier. Supreme, perfect. Cultivation technique, heavenly fire. Divine sky decision, mastered, 8th tier. Mid-grade, 9 transformations. Soul refining scripture, 5th transformation, 7th tier. Supreme, martial skills, sky splitter, great accomplishment, 6th tier. Supreme, myriad soul blades, 20 soul blades, 6th tier. Supreme, entries, infinite, unique level, same type of entry can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of entries. God Slayer. Gold, soul strength * 4000%. Soul pressure, sky breaking force. Gold, strength * 4000%. God of slaughter. Gold, all attributes increase, 800%. Stamina consumption * 100 times. Kill, 400%, merge with heaven and earth. Gold, those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800% of yours will be. Unable to perceive, shadow absolute kill, 200%, true sunfire. Gold, flame asterisk 4001%, stellar explosion, devour heaven. Gold, devour everything to strengthen oneself. Devouring flame, 9 heavens divine thunder. Silver. Thunder asterisk 2000%. Refined gold armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2000%. Illusory hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 1000%. Ascend in broad daylight. Gold, cultivation speed asterisk 100,000. Insight. 1h/1000 times. Charge 0%, endless life. Silver, stamina asterisk 2000%. Child of fortune. Silver, protagonist like fortune, supreme gun path. Silver, gun technique power asterisk 2000%. Spatial storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-contained. World, gold, 1000 diameter endless creation, gold, 100,000 times recovery speed. Will eternal, gold, 1 million kilometers, charge 100% supreme alchemist, gold, 12th tier talent value added, gold, 110 pieces. At this moment, not only had his realm improved, but he also gained 3 additional golden entries. It seems it's time to find an opportunity to upgrade the remaining silver entries. The gap between golden and silver entries is just too vast. Ling Chen thought to himself, and he was not prepared to stay any longer in this divine realm, as the main types of entries had already been plundered by him. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time. He then shot up into the sky and quickly sped away towards the distance. Buzz. A few minutes later, he flew out of the divine realm. He then arrived at the docking point of the previous spaceship. However, he was somewhat speechless to find that Wang Sun and the spaceship were both gone. What the heck, isn't he the team leader? How did he run off by himself? Ling Chen was at a loss for words, but soon he realized he had misunderstood the other party, as they had already left him a message. Buzz. As Ling Chen opened the message, Wang Sun's projection appeared before him. Ling Chen, I'm really sorry, the neighboring West Sea City has been attacked by ferocious beasts. This time, the ferocious beasts are quite powerful, and West Sea City can no longer hold on. I happened to be nearby and went to provide support. If you come out, just send me a message, and I'll come to pick you up right away. The message had been sent a few hours ago. Beast tide? And even a first-tier city like West Sea can't withstand it? Could it be a 6th-tier beast tide? Ling Chen's brows furrowed at this. A 6th-tier beast tide means there would be 6th-tier ferocious beasts and a large number of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Even with a martial sovereign guarding, it would be difficult to resist. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. It's perfect, I can kill some fierce beasts and accumulate energy reserves to enhance my strength. Ling Chen did not hesitate, glancing at the map before soaring into the sky, rapidly flying towards the direction of Shihai City. 3 hours earlier, just a few hours after the fierce beasts landed. In just a few hours, the once bustling Shihai City had turned into a wasteland. The civilian casualties numbered in the millions. Everywhere lay the bodies of humans and fierce beasts, a true hellscape. At the center of the battlefield stood the city's defending martial master, Zheng Tianqian, wielding a long knife, engaged in battle with a 9-nether demon crab. Boom! Boom! Each time the massive crab claw slammed into the ground, it created a gigantic crater spanning 1,000 meters. The resulting tremors further shattered the already ruined city. Ninefold thunder blade. Zheng Tianqian roared, unleashing a violent surge of thunder that erupted from his body, instantly converging onto the long knife in his hand. Slash! In the next moment, with a thunderous shout, arcs of lightning blades stretching hundreds of meters sliced through the air. Boom boom boom. Boom! The thunderous blade energy collided with the armor of the 9-nether demon crab. Clang 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 clang. However, to Zheng Tianqian's dismay, only red-hot marks appeared on the crab's shell, failing to break through its defenses. Damn it, this beast's defense is too high. And it's immune to my lightning attribute. Everyone, how's the situation on your end? Zheng Tianqian's face was extremely grim. At the same time, a projection of a biological intelligence brain appeared on his eye membrane. He was in a video call with other martial masters. Not ideal, martial master. I just killed a 5th-tier 7-star fierce beast, and now another 8-star one has shown up. I'm in a similar situation. There are just too many of them. Not good, Martial Master Zhang from the neighboring city has died. Damn it, at this rate, we're all going to die. Has Lord Si Kongjin and the others not arrived yet, Martial Master Zhang? The group of martial masters all looked extremely grim. They should be arriving soon, logically, they should be here by now. Zheng Tianqian took a deep breath. Swish. Just then, a massive crab claw came crashing down towards him. Crack crack crack. Zheng Tianchen quickly summoned all his thunder power and narrowly dodged the strike.
Fortunately, the 9 nether demon crab was quite slow, otherwise he would have been killed already given the vast difference in their realms. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the 9 nether demon crab. In the next moment, its entire body turned a deep red. Not good, it's enraged. It actually has an all-attribute enhancement type entry. Zheng Tianchen's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Its already formidable strength was now further amplified. He was no match for it. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. There was no point in dying needlessly. That would be the most foolish act. Poof! However, the 9 nether demon crabs suddenly spewed forth a massive column of water. Although the power wasn't very strong, it was unexpected. And Zheng Tianchen had no time to react before being struck by the water column. His entire body was propelled away by the force. He crashed through more than 10 high-rise buildings along the way. Boom boom boom. Finally, he landed several thousand meters away, coming to a complete stop. Boom 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 boom. Before Zheng Tianchen could gather his thoughts, the ground began to tremble violently. He quickly looked up, but in the next moment, his expression changed instantly. The Crimson 9 nether demon crab had raised its massive claw, preparing to smash down on him. It's over. Zheng Tianchen despaired. He could not evade this strike. Boom! However, at that moment, a loud roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Bang! The next moment, the claws of the 9 nether demon crab exploded with a thunderous sound. At the same time, its massive body was hurled into the air by a terrifying force. Rumble! Finally, with a deafening crash, the 9 nether demon crab crashed heavily onto the ground several kilometers away. Roar! It let out a painful howl as its claws were shattered. After a frantic struggle, it finally managed to stand up. However, just as it got back on its feet, it saw a burly middle-aged man with a square face appear before it. At the same time, a hand slowly pressed down on its shell. Collapse! As Sikongjin spoke calmly, the shattering entry erupted instantly. Crack! In an instant, a fissure suddenly appeared on the crab shell. Crack crack crack. The fissure then spread wildly across the shell. Boom! Ultimately, with an explosion, the entire shell of the 9 nether demon crab burst apart. Crab meat and roe flew everywhere. The massive body of the 9 nether demon crab crashed heavily to the ground, completely silent. In the distance, Zheng Tianchen flew up and, upon seeing that it was Sikongjin, he let out a sigh of relief. Chairman, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have had to collect the corpses. Zheng Tianchen said helplessly. Sorry, I wasn't in the imperial capital when I got the news. I still arrived late. Sikongjin said heavily. Looking at the surrounding ruins, his heart was filled with indescribable anger. These were the compatriots of the human race, and so many had died at this moment. If he could have found them sooner, he could have saved many lives. Chairman, this isn't the time to talk about that. Let's clear out the other beasts first. Zheng Tianchen quickly said. Alright, you handle the beasts at the exit of the divine domain, and I'll go deeper into the city to clear them out. Let's quickly deal with the 5th tier beasts first. Sikongjin nodded quickly. There were more of them deeper in the city. After all, the city near the exit of the divine domain had already been mostly destroyed. After saying that, he rushed towards the depths of the city. Zheng Tianchen also quickly flew towards outside the city as instructed. Along the way, he encountered 5th tier beasts and swiftly eliminated them. Soon, he reached the location of the exit of the divine domain. Just then, a 5th tier giant lobster crawled out from inside. You vile creature, I'll have you for dinner tonight. Zheng Tianchen snorted coldly. After saying that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the towering giant lobster. Arriving above the giant lobster, he raised his hand, ready to strike down with a blade. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air rang out. A tentacle, several thousand meters long, shot out from the rift in the divine domain. What? The terrifying tentacle left Zheng Tianchen completely stunned. Before he could react, the massive tentacle had already wrapped around him. Not good, Chairman. Save me! Zheng Tianchen shouted in terror. The horrifying sound waves spread outwards, instantly reaching the entire city. In the distance, Sikongjin, who had just slain a 5th tier beast, and the other martial sect masters looked towards the sound, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. They saw a terrifying octopus, with a head several hundred meters in diameter and tentacles over 2,000 meters long, crawling out from the rift in the divine domain. Zheng Tianchen, who was in its grasp, was directly thrown into its maw below. Crack! The next moment, everyone who was watching Zheng Tianchen on video heard a piercing crunch. Zheng Tianchen, the protector of Shihai City and a 2nd tier martial sovereign, was dead. At that moment, everyone turned pale. Si Kongjin looked at the slowly rising 1,000-meter octopus, his expression grave to the extreme. Mr. Speaker, what level is this beast? Do we have a chance? At that moment, Wang Sun arrived. Peak level 6 beast. Si Kongjin said in a low voice. He didn't elaborate on whether there was a chance, but those few words already represented how strong this beast was. No chance at all. This was not the realm of martial sovereign or martial emperor. It was martial venerable. The gap between the two small realms was exponential. Therefore, the difference between the first and 10th heavens of martial venerable was a full 512 times. Si Kongjin's realm was martial venerable 4th heaven. That was still a difference of 64 times. Although Si Kongjin possessed a purple entry, the opponent's entry was definitely no less than blue. After all, the entries for level 5 and level 6 beasts were blue. Moreover, this beast before him might even possess a purple entry. Coupled with the disparity in strength, how could they fight? It was utterly impossible. Quick, notify everyone to retreat. I will seek help from the surrounding planets as soon as possible. Si Kongjin shouted directly at the people present without hesitation. But it will take at least a few days for help to arrive from other planets. After all, only martial saint level experts have the strength to suppress this beast, Wang Sun said with a grim expression. In these few days, I will gather all the council members to try to stop it. The evacuation of Shihai City will be left to you. Si Kongjin took a deep breath. Organize? What could they use to stop it? Naturally, it was their lives. One could foresee how many people would die on Blue Water Star after this disaster. How many martial venerables, but what could be done? If they let it leave Shihai City, it would be even more dangerous. Hearing Si Kongjin's words, Wang Sun opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. However, he also knew that this was the only way now. The martial sovereigns present solemnly saluted Si Kongjin before scattering to begin the evacuation work. Si Kongjin also directly opened the Central Council chat room. Shihai City currently has a peak level 6 beast, urgent support needed. After sending those words out, he quickly contacted the Xiantian star system. He sent out the request for help, and they would arrange for strong experts to come as soon as possible. After doing all this, Si Kongjin took a deep breath. He connected a video call with Si Kong Shuayun. In the next moment, a pair of gauntlets appeared in his hands. He slowly put the gauntlets on. Old dang. What's up? Si Kong Shuayun's projection appeared before Si Kongjin. Can I just check on you if there's nothing going on? You little brat. With that temper, be careful not to get married. Hearing Si Kong Shuayun's words, Si Kongjin's mouth twitched in silent sarcasm. What's there to see? And if I don't get married, I won't get married. After all, you'll support me. Si Kong Shuayun said nonchalantly. But upon hearing this, Si Kongjin fell silent. He glanced at the enormous octopus charging towards him and smiled helplessly. Dad will eventually die. Si Kongjin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Si Kong Shuayun was taken aback. Wait, Dad, where are you? Why is everything around you in ruins? What exactly are you doing? Si Kong Shuayun finally realized something was wrong. It's nothing, just a little octopus. Alright, remember what Dad said, take good care of yourself. If that kid Lingchen has his eyes on you, why not marry him? Alright, I won't say more, I'm hanging up. Si Kongjin finished speaking without waiting for Si Kong Shuayun to say more and directly hung up the call. Sigh. This girl probably really won't get married. Si Kongjin shook his head, and then his eyes instantly became serious. Boom! Suddenly, his whole body ignited with blood-red flames. Blue entry, Berserker, unleash. Transforming into a blood-colored figure, he charged directly towards the massive octopus. Swish! The octopus made no sound, only a tentacle suddenly smashed down towards Si Kongjin. Si Kongjin responded with a punch thrown through the air. Buzz! In an instant, an endless force of shattering spread out. Boom! With a loud bang, the massive tentacle exploded into pieces. Moo! The next moment, a deep growl erupted from the octopus's mouth. Seeing his attack had worked, Si Kongjin's eyes lit up, ready to continue his assault. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Buzz! The shattered tentacle suddenly surged with a large amount of blood-red aura, and under this aura's cover, the tentacle rapidly repaired itself. In just a few seconds, the tentacle was restored to its original state. Swish swish swish. At that moment, 3 tentacles simultaneously smashed down towards Si Kongjin. A healing-type beast? Si Kongjin's expression grew serious. No wonder he could shatter the opponent's tentacles. It turned out that the opponent was not a combat type entry. If it were a combat type entry, given such a large power gap, he might not even be able to break through its defenses. However, the biggest drawback of a healing type entry is its
Extremely strong sustainability. It would be impossible for him alone to kill it. Shatter. Facing the three descending tentacles, Sekongjin shouted angrily and punched out into the void. Boom boom boom. Again, three terrifying booms sounded as the octopus's tentacles were shattered once more. But soon, other tentacles rapidly smashed down towards Sekongjin again. Sekongjin quickly dodged. The subsequent battle was not very dangerous. Sekongjin spent his time shattering and dodging. As for the octopus, it attacked calmly and unhurriedly. Its tentacle repair was extremely fast, and after more than an hour of fighting, Sekongjin's strength was nearly exhausted, while the octopus remained unscathed. Yet, for some reason, Sekongjin felt something was off in his heart. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, three massive tentacles smashed down towards Sekongjin again. Without hesitation, Sekongjin punched out. Boom boom boom. Instantly, three loud explosions erupted, but what made Sekongjin's expression change was that this time, the three tentacles did not explode, they were merely pushed back 100 meters before smashing down again, and Sekongjin's shattering power had not yet coalesced. Just as Sekongjin was about to be crushed, heavenly fire, gale slash. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Sizzle. The next moment, the sound of air being torn apart was heard as a flame blade several hundred meters long sliced through the air and struck down fiercely on the tentacles. Boom! With the blade's instant explosion, the immense force directly knocked the tentacles off course. Boom! Boom boom! With three loud bangs, the massive tentacles crashed to the ground. Are you alright, speaker? The next moment, an old man engulfed in flames rushed over. I'm fine, old Lee. You came just in time. Sekongjin couldn't help but exclaim, ha, I rushed over as soon as I got your message. Ching Xuanzai and the others should be arriving too. Is this the 6th tier? Peak beast? Old Lee laughed heartily, then stood in midair with a long knife, frowning as he looked at the octopus not far away. The entries he controlled were the flame entry and the wind entry. The combination of wind and fire could unleash extremely powerful combat power. In his youth, he was a genius who could reach the 60th floor of the Qianlong Tower. However, now as a third-tier martial sovereign, he found himself far from enough against this octopus. His full force strike had only pushed the octopus's tentacles back by a few dozen meters. The scars from the strikes healed instantly. It's him, this beast is very strong, and he has been toying with me all this time. Sekongjin's expression turned serious. The sudden outburst from the opponent was clearly not due to a sudden increase in strength. The thought of being treated like a toy for over an hour made him feel somewhat frustrated. However, this also bought him time. Otherwise, even with the berserker, he wouldn't have survived to this moment. Is that so? It is indeed a bit difficult. The intelligence of a creature like the octopus is extremely high, and coupled with its formidable strength, its wisdom is definitely on par with ours. Perhaps, he is not toying with you. Old Lee also grew serious. His words made Sekongjin furrow his brows tightly. He had guessed it too. The opponent's goal was likely to wait for his reinforcements to arrive and then strike them all down together. But even knowing the opponent's intentions, they still had to wait for reinforcements, because without them, they were simply no match. Not to mention waiting for several days. Perhaps, we can talk to him. His intelligence is not low, he should know that our powerful reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Old Lee suddenly spoke up. It can only be this way. Sekongjin said helplessly. He then flew directly forward. The octopus, with its eerie vertical pupils, calmly stared at Sekongjin. It did not attack. Your strength is formidable, but you may not know the power of my human race. Among us, there are not only martial saints and martial emperors, but even martial gods. Your rampant slaughter will lead to your demise when our powerful warriors arrive. Therefore, we can make a deal. Sekongjin said earnestly. Moo. Upon hearing Sekongjin's words, the octopus let out a low roar, a hint of mockery appearing in its eyes. Clearly, it was not interested in any so-called deal. Let me finish. I can provide you with many corpses of 6th-tier ferocious beasts, and I will supply them every year, while all you need to do is to never leave the divine domain again. You should understand, when our human warriors arrive, it will be your end. Why not make a deal and coexist peacefully? It would be good for both you and us. Sekongjin said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of contemplation appeared in the octopus's vertical pupils. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Humans. Weak. Unworthy. Deal. However, soon, a not-so-standard Huaxiao language slowly emerged from its massive body. Swish swish swish. In the next moment, huge tentacles suddenly surged towards Sekongjin. Chairman. Run. Old Lee, not far away, changed his expression drastically upon seeing this scene. Sekongjin's pupils constricted, and the power of shattering erupted wildly. Boom boom boom. The
Shattering force struck those tentacles, but this time, his shattering power had no effect at all. Just as the massive tentacles were about to slam into Sekongjin, 3 invisible giant hands suddenly erupted from the void. The 3 hands directly grasped the tentacles, and a terrifying force erupted, causing the tentacles to come to a halt. Seeing this, Sekongjin quickly fled. Bang bang bang. Just as he had just escaped, those telekinetic hands instantly shattered. The massive tentacles crashed down into the void. It's Qing Xuanzi. This old fellow finally arrived. Seeing this scene, Old Li was overjoyed. Sekongjin also felt something and looked towards the sky, only to see a figure with an ethereal presence descending before the two of them. Do you two friends have any injuries? Qing Xuanzi smiled, stroking his beard. Qing Xuanzi, how did you suddenly become so powerful, able to withstand even the attacks of this peak 6th tier ferocious beast? Old Li asked curiously. You're joking, my friend, I've always been powerful. Qing Xuanzi smiled proudly, but after finishing this sentence, he suddenly turned around and pulled something from his sleeve to wipe his face. A few seconds later, he turned back. However, the bloodstains under his nostrils were not completely wiped clean. It was evident that the recent attack had inflicted considerable damage on his soul. Thank you for your assistance, Dao brother. Sekongjin did not expose him but instead expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. You're welcome. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand casually. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of sonic booms echoed from the horizon. Other martial sovereign level powerhouses had dared to come. Soon, more than 10 martial sovereigns gathered in Shihai City. Where are the others? Seeing only a dozen or so, Sekongjin frowned. Old Wang and the others are still some distance away. As for Old Zhang and his group, they can't come due to other matters. A middle-aged martial sovereign carrying a long spear spoke calmly. He did not elaborate. But everyone present understood that can't come meant they didn't want to come. After all, this was a death sentence. Humph. A bunch of rodents. Sekongjin snorted coldly, but he was too lazy to say more. Everyone, follow me to hold off this beast. Also, be very careful, this beast is very strong, far more powerful than I imagined. Sekongjin then said seriously to those present. No need. I can handle this beast alone. However, while pondering, Qing Xuanzi spoke calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Although Qing Xuanzi was powerful, he was only at the 4th level of martial sovereign. In a real fight, Sekongjin was somewhat stronger than him. Could he really take on a peak 6th tier ferocious beast alone? Dao friend, don't be careless, this is not the time to show off. Sekongjin quickly said. Yes, old Zhao, don't be reckless. If we work together, we might have a chance. Old Li hurriedly advised. However, as soon as he spoke, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. Dao Master is called Qing Xuanzi, not old Zhao. And I said I would go alone. If I can't defeat it, you going up would be useless. Qing Xuanzi hated being called by his original name, it was very out of character, okay? Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, everyone present was puzzled. Did Qing Xuanzi have some hidden card? Then we will trouble you, Dao friend. Do you need our help? Sekongjin could only ask helplessly. No need, just watch. Qing Xuanzi flicked his sleeve and then soared into the sky on his sword. He soon arrived above the giant octopus, looking down at it. The massive octopus also stared at Qing Xuanzi with its eerie vertical pupils, wondering what this old man was up to. In the next moment, Qing Xuanzi pulled out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. Beast, I spent hundreds of years worth of savings to buy this soul-burning pill just for this moment. Today, let you know what the might of a sword immortal is. Qing Xuanzi snorted coldly and directly swallowed the pill from the bottle. Boom! In an instant, a violent surge of soul power rushed into the depths of Qing Xuanzi's sea of consciousness. At this moment, his soul power began to rise wildly. 5th level of martial sovereign. 6th level. 7th level. The terrifying pressure of his soul instantly swept over all the martial sovereigns present. What terrifying soul power! What has old Zhao done? Master Lu, please explain. Old Li's face changed dramatically upon seeing this scene. Beside him was Master Lu, a 6th tier alchemist. The soul burning pill, it's actually the legendary 7th tier pill, the soul burning pill. Has Qing Xuanzi gone mad? After taking this pill, the soul will suffer severe damage. At best, it will regress in realm. At worst, the soul will shatter and become a fool. Master Lu's expression also turned grave. As soon as he spoke, Sekongjin and the others' expressions changed. Qing Xuanzi was prepared to exchange his life for another's. He knew that if everyone attacked together, they would all die, so it was better for just him to perish. Indeed, even if the others fought desperately, they could not harm this ferocious beast. Perhaps he could truly accomplish its At this moment, as his soul realm surged violently, Qing Xuanzai also felt intense pain, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Finally, his realm surged to the 8th level of heaven. He maintained his last bit of clarity, his gaze cold and sharp as he looked down at the octopus below. The creature sensed the somewhat frenzied aura emanating from Qing Xuanzai, and finally became alert after playing around for so long. Mo! A deep roar erupted from the octopus's mouth. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, 5 or 6 massive tentacles wildly lashed out towards Qing Xuanzai in the sky, and on these tentacles, water mist condensed. It was clear that it had been hiding its strength before now. However, Qing Xuanzai merely snorted coldly and waved his large sleeve. In an instant, a psychic handprint with a diameter of a kilometer shot down from the sky, crushing towards the giant octopus. Boom, 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 boom. Several tentacles slammed hard against the psychic handprint, yet they could not shake it even slightly. Instead, they were directly suppressed back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a loud bang, the handprint smashed down onto the octopus's body. The terrifying force directly drove the octopus into the ground, creating a horrific handprint with a diameter of a kilometer in the earth. This shocking power made everyone present gasp in awe. With this move, they all estimated they would die together. However, they all knew that this move would not kill the octopus. Mo! As expected, the giant octopus finally became enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Its flattened body began to rapidly heal. In its calm vertical pupils, endless fury finally emerged. It looked up at Qing Xuanzai in the sky, murderous intent surging. Monstrous beast is just a monstrous beast, only capable of impotent rage. Qing Xuanzai spoke coldly. But he also knew he had to use that move. Chairman, start the live broadcast, the next move I make will be very cool. Qing Xuanzai declared proudly. His voice reached the chairman's ears. Everyone was jolted awake upon hearing this. Si Kongjin did not hesitate and directly initiated a global live broadcast. This matter should be known to everyone. Under the authority of Si Kongjin, the chairman of Blue Water Star, as soon as the broadcast started, all screens capable of displaying images across Blue Water Star began to relay the surrounding scenes. Global live broadcast, the highest authority of the chairman. Did something major happen? Wow, isn't this Shihai City? I see the Outyen Tower. Gasp, what's going on? How did Shihai City become a wasteland? Wow, what a huge octopus, what level of ferocious beast is this? Beast tide, an unprecedented beast tide. Look, that old man in the sky seems to be Senior Qing Xuanzai. Senior Qing Xuanzai is challenging this ferocious beast? Wow, as expected of the president of our cultivators guild. So fierce. There's such a guild? In an instant, countless comments flooded the live broadcast chat. As everyone looked at the comments, they roughly understood the situation. However, when they saw someone analyzing that this octopus might actually be a peak 6th level or even 7th level ferocious beast, everyone was shocked. Could anyone on Blue Water Star withstand a beast of this level? Probably not, right? In an instant, doomsday rumors began to spread across Blue Water Star. However, at that moment, Qing Xuanzai in the footage moved. He formed hand seals with his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible psychic force erupted from the depths of his consciousness. The psychic energy began to spread rapidly in all directions. Under the enhancement of his powerful realm, the psychic force actually enveloped the entire West Sea City. Of course, no one felt this. Many martial artists who were still evacuating suddenly sensed something was off. Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands inexplicably began to tremble wildly. What's going on? Why is my weapon moving? In an instant, many martial artists changed their expressions drastically. They thought they had encountered some strange creature. Clang 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 clang. However, at that moment, everyone's weapons suddenly flew out of their hands and soared into the sky. At the same time, the weapons of all the deceased martial artists in West Sea City also erupted with a series of sword cries and then shot up into the sky. This scene quickly reached everyone's eyes through the live broadcast. In the midst of the vast ruins, weapons soared into the sky like raindrops, densely packed. There were at least several 100,000 of these weapons, and the shocking sight left everyone watching the live stream with their mouths agape. So cool. So cool, how can this old man be so cool? Even Li Lao, who usually liked to mock Qing Xuanzizi, was stunned by this scene. Watching so many weapons rush into the sky and transform into an endless torrent of weapons, everyone was transfixed, staring at the flow. In the next moment, millions of flying swords and flying daggers converged into a giant flying sword. Demonic beast. Come and die with me. Qing Xuanzizi shouted fiercely. The sword pointed directly at the giant octopus below. Clang 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 clang.
In an instant, the sound of swords and knives echoed through the heavens and the earth. The giant flying sword tore through the void, its speed rapidly climbing, while the aura it emitted grew increasingly terrifying. Moo! As if sensing the threat of death, the giant octopus roared in anger. Feeling the power of this attack, it chose not to confront it head-on but instead curled up, protecting its head. Endless water power began to surge throughout its body. At the same time, its form instantly condensed, shrinking several times, but its defensive power increased significantly. Clang! Finally, with a thunderous sword cry, the giant flying sword crashed into the curled-up giant octopus. Boom 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 boom. All the weapons, carrying terrifying power, exploded against the outer layer of the water barrier. The roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, and in the distance, Sekongjun and others couldn't help but cover their ears. Under the frenzied bombardment of the weapons, the water barrier gradually dissipated. Eventually, a gap was blasted open in the barrier, and all the weapons poured down onto the octopus's curled tentacles. Puff 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 puff. The weapon's relentless bombardment directly created countless small pits on the octopus's tentacles. Due to the sheer number, these small pits connected to form larger ones. Gradually, the tentacle layer was penetrated by the flying swords. The flying swords rained down mercilessly on the octopus's head. The octopus writhed in pain, trying to protect its head with its tentacles, but it simply couldn't withstand the bombardment of the weapons. Any tentacle that got close was blown to smithereens. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and excited. They had won. Qingxuanzizi was going to win. It should be noted that at this point, the weapons had consumed less than a third of their power. However, no one noticed that the blood from Qingxuanzizi's 7 orifices was increasing in the sky. At the same time, his eyes began to lose focus, a sign that his soul had reached its limit. And at this moment, the octopus's head had been blasted open. All the weapons were bombarding its brain frantically. Seeing this scene, everyone was certain they had won. Puff! However, a change occurred. Qingxuanzi in the sky spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The terrifying fluctuations of his soul instantly vanished. Although the weapons that were madly falling did not slow down, they had already lost all effect when they bombarded the octopus, even though that was the opponent's most vulnerable brain. The reason these weapons could cause such immense power was that they were wrapped in Qingxuanzi's telekinetic force. The so-called weapon explosion was actually a telekinetic explosion. Otherwise, how could ordinary weapons harm a beast of this level? Not good. Qingxuanzi's soul is at its limit. Everyone, attack together. We must slay the beast and not let him recover. Sekongjun's face changed drastically as he shouted urgently, and then everyone transformed into streaks of light rushing towards the giant octopus. Moo! The giant octopus, which had just returned from the brink of death, was now completely enraged. A strange and earth-shattering roar erupted. In the next moment, the repair of the entries erupted wildly, and its injuries rapidly healed. Its brain was once again protected. Sekongjin and the others had just rushed nearby when they saw this scene, their expressions changing. However, before they could react, the giant octopus moved, its tentacles wildly whipping towards them. Shatter! Heavenly Fire Gale / Meteor Gun Technique! All the martial arts masters quickly unleashed their most powerful techniques. Boom 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 boom! The terrifying attacks directly struck these tentacles. However, the gap in strength was too terrifying, their full force strikes barely inflicted any damage on the giant tentacles. Moo! The octopus growled lowly, and in an instant, endless water swords surged around it. Swish 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 swish! In an instant, hundreds of thousands of water swords shot out at high speed towards the surrounding martial arts masters. All the martial arts masters' pupils shrank at this sight, and without hesitation, they all used their most powerful defensive techniques. Boom 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 boom! In the next moment, the water swords directly slammed into all of them. The terrifying explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth. One by one, the martial arts masters were blasted away by the dense water swords. Boom 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 boom! With each loud bang, all the martial arts masters crashed into the ground dozens of kilometers away. Some of the weaker ones were even pierced through by the water swords, ultimately nailed to the ground. Even the powerful Sekongjin was severely impacted by the collision with the ground, the tremendous force shattering most of his bones. Puff! Sekongjin spat out a mouthful of blood and then struggled to get up from the ground. This monstrous creature had actually learned such a move from Qingxuanzi's 10,000 swords. Returning to the origin. Under his immense power, the might of this move was naturally terrifying. Old Li! Suddenly, Sekongjin's face changed drastically. Old Li was lying in a deep pit not far from him, and his body was riddled with wounds. Sekongjin rushed over to support Old Li's body. Cough cough cough. Chairman, it seems this time I really have to sacrifice myself. If I can survive, remember to choose a good place for me. Old Li coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, smiling as he spoke. However, after saying this, before Sekongjin could say much, his gaze gradually became vacant, completely losing its vitality. Old Lee! Sekongjin roared in grief and anger. This roar instantly spread across the entire planet through global live broadcast. All the residents of Blue Water Star showed sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Flame-mad Blade Li Yuan, a martial arts master who once achieved great military feats for Blue Water Star, was a powerful warrior idolized by countless young people. Yet now, he lay tragically dead in battle against a ferocious beast. However, it was not just Li Yuan. Sekongjin slowly lifted Li Yuan's corpse into the air, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He saw that in the deep pits, all the martial masters who had just fought alongside him were now lying lifeless in the depths. Even those who survived were gravely injured and struggling, completely devoid of any fighting capability. Even the previously divine-like Qin Xuanzi was now kneeling several kilometers in front of the octopus, propping himself up with his flying sword. Even from a distance, the clarity of the live broadcast allowed everyone to see his bloodied face and the vacant look in his eyes. Everyone, except for Sekongjin, had lost the ability to move. This scene was broadcast live for all to see, and at that moment, despair filled everyone's hearts. Blue Water Star. It's over. Dad. In Kaiyun City, at the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance, Sekong Shuiyan trembled as she looked at the blood-soaked Sekongjin on the screen. Tears streamed down her face. Everyone behind her silently watched the scene. Someone slowly raised their right hand, saluting. Then, everyone present stood tall, raising their right hands, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the live broadcast. At the same time, in every corner of Blue Water Star, everyone spontaneously raised their right hands. In Shihai City, all those still evacuating stopped in their tracks and turned to look towards the battlefield. Under the leadership of the martial masters, everyone gradually raised their right hands. Fight! Someone took the lead. The powerful word fight gradually echoed. The voices grew louder and more resonant, until the sound spread throughout the entire Shihai City. The waves of sound gradually stirred the severely injured martial masters to open their eyes. Fight! 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 They couldn't help but whisper along. The human race had a history of tens of thousands of years, experiencing countless life and death struggles. These hardships taught them that only by continuing to fight could humanity survive. Only through unyielding struggle could they protect the future of the human race. Moo! The giant octopus felt a flicker of irritation in its vertical pupils. Upon hearing this sound, it growled lowly, looking around. It wanted to find the source of the sound, but soon realized it came from all directions. The increasingly loud noise made it feel inexplicably agitated. Moo! In the next moment, a deep warning roar erupted. The grand sound transformed into a terrifying sound wave that spread out in all directions. The sound wave unleashed a series of shockwaves sweeping across the area. In an instant, the sound wave had already spread dozens of kilometers away. Everyone was caught in this sound wave. Puff, 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 puff. In just a moment, the eardrums of those weaker ordinary people shattered. Ah! My ears! Ah! In an instant, screams echoed throughout Shihai City. The previously roaring sounds abruptly ceased at that moment. Moo! The giant octopus let out a disdainful low growl. This scene was broadcast live, and many viewers watching the stream closed their eyes in despair. In the face of such a terrifying existence, their strength felt utterly insignificant. Yet even the mere voice of ordinary people makes you so restless. Are you afraid? However, at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. This cold yet proud voice made the despairing person tremble all over in an instant. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at the live broadcast. At the same time, Sekongjin, who heard the voice, also shuddered and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. There, under the dazzling sun in the sky, a figure stood proudly. The blinding light made Sekongjin squint his eyes. However, soon, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, isn't the sun in the west right now? That figure seems to be in the east. He quickly glanced towards the west, and sure enough, there was another sun. So what is behind that figure? The same question instantly appeared in everyone's eyes, as they too saw the two suns through Sekongjin's gaze. Moo! Naturally, the octopus also noticed this. It let out a low growl, its strange vertical pupils fixated on the figure in the sky. Through the intense contraction of its pupils, it finally saw that under the dazzling sunlight stood a human youth clad in black battle armor. The blinding light gradually dissipated. Ling Chen's figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing that it was Ling Chen, Sekongjin's face changed instantly. Ling Chen! It's actually this kid. What is he doing here? He exclaimed in disbelief. This voice was instantly heard by everyone through the live broadcast. Ling Chen! Who is that? He looks so young, probably only in his teens? You guys don't know Ling Chen? Haven't you seen the latest official announcement from the Imperial Capital University? He just enrolled and has already broken through the strongest genius of the Hidden Dragon Tower, hailed as the first genius since the establishment of Blue Water Star. What? Broke through the Hidden Dragon Tower? How is that possible? Wait, so he's just a freshman? What's a freshman doing here causing a stir? But I have to say, this kid is really handsome, second only to my peak self. To the one above, I saw your profile picture, how do you have the face to say that? It's over, thought a strong expert was coming, turns out to be a delusional teenager. The moment the people of Blue Water Star learned that Ling Chen was a freshman, the glimmer of hope that had emerged was extinguished once more. A freshman, no matter how extraordinary his talent, how could he compared to those martial sovereign level experts who had cultivated for hundreds of years? Just my little lapdog, what's he showing off for at this time? In the women's prison of Kaiyun City, Yen Shiyun, dressed in prison clothes, couldn't help but snort coldly upon seeing the scene in the live broadcast. The surrounding guards and prisoners were shocked by her words. This kind of genius is actually this girl's lapdog? However, when they saw that Yen Shiyun was merely a girl with a bit of beauty, they immediately looked down on her. This girl must have a screw loose, how could such a genius possibly take a liking to her? He'd probably find her repulsive even if she stripped and offered herself. Damn Ling Chen, dead Ling Chen, I was just a bit closer to Yi Xiao, and you actually did this to me. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? You just want me to soften and agree to be your girlfriend? Dream on, it would be best if you were killed directly by that octopus. Yen Shiyun was furious. Did she regret it? She had regretted it long ago, ever since Ling Chen destroyed the Wang family. But she still felt she couldn't back down, otherwise, Ling Chen would definitely think she was easy to manipulate. She wanted to wait until Ling Chen couldn't help but come to find her, and then she would proudly choose to forgive him. She just didn't expect that Ling Chen would be so brave, daring to provoke such a powerful beast. If he died, how would she get out of prison? Ling Chen, what are you doing here? Run quickly, you're no match for him. Si Kongjin, having snapped back to reality from his shock, shouted anxiously. Puff. However, just after he finished speaking, a large mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. His body nearly plummeted from the sky. Chairman, just leave the rest to me. Ling Chen glanced around and spoke calmly. Then, his icy gaze fixed directly on the distant octopus. In an instant, a terrifying threat of death enveloped the octopus. For some reason, upon seeing Ling Chen's gaze at that moment, it felt fear, a fear of death. Yet, it could only sense a fifth-tier power from Ling Chen. It must have been mistaken, how could such a weak human possess such talent? Moo! The octopus roared in anger. Swish swish swish. The next moment, massive tentacles shot towards Ling Chen in the sky. However, upon witnessing this scene, Ling Chen merely closed his eyes. Slowly. The next moment, when he suddenly opened his eyes, they had turned blood red. Boom! In an instant, a violent aura of slaughter erupted from his entire being. The blood red flames enveloped him completely. A terrifying pressure instantly covered a radius of 100 kilometers. All living beings in Shihai City felt a deep-seated fear rising from within. The citizens still evacuating all collapsed to the ground under this overwhelming killing intent. The closer one was, the more intense the fear became. Si Kongjin's already pale face turned deathly white in an instant. He began to plummet rapidly from the sky. The fear made his whole body tremble. And it wasn't just him, even the incredibly powerful octopus widened its eyes. Its tentacles that were rushing towards Ling Chen froze in midair. Those watching the live broadcast were left bewildered. Moo! However, the next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the octopus actually retracted its tentacles and turned to flee in panic. Out of sheer terror, its tentacles tangled together several times, causing it to fall and roll on the ground like a dog eating shit. Running away? Go ahead, where can you run to? Ling Chen observed this scene, his tone devoid of any emotion. The next moment, he slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger. Great wilderness. Prison sky finger. Ling Chen spoke calmly. At the same time, his right hand pointed towards the fleeing octopus in the distance. Buzz. In an instant, a towering golden flame erupted, transforming into a terrifying finger of fire several thousand meters in diameter. The moment the fiery finger appeared, the temperature of the entire world began to rise wildly. As the finger descended rapidly towards the octopus, the ground beneath it began to melt into magma. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Simultaneously, its indestructible body emitted a series of charring sounds. Moo! The excruciating pain made the octopus roar in agony. Yet, it did not stop fleeing frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how
Powerful it was, in the hands of Ling Chen, who had already activated the God of Slaughter's entry. It was like an ant. The finger descended with a destructive force, instantly striking the octopus that was about to enter the divine realm. The terrifying might vaporized the octopus's body. Moo! With a painful roar, the octopus's entire body was engulfed in the golden, fiery finger, and that terrifying finger pressed down on the ground, exploding instantly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, a golden mushroom cloud soared into the sky. A wave of destruction spread outwards in all directions. Wherever it reached, the ruins of Shihai City were instantly reduced to dust. The shockwave's frenzied expansion quickly arrived in front of Si Kongjin and the others. It's over. Si Kongjin, still reeling from the shock, saw the terrifying shockwave, towering at 1,000 meters, sweeping towards him. With his current injuries, he couldn't possibly withstand this attack. Buzz! However, at that moment, an invisible wave transformed into a massive barrier that enveloped Si Kongjin and the others. Boom! The shockwave crashed against the barrier, unable to shake it even slightly. At this moment, Si Kongjin realized that the one who acted was still Ling Chen. He extended his right hand to block the shockwave. This shockwave spread for dozens of kilometers. Even the civilians who had already evacuated outside the city were swept away by a gust of wind. Fortunately, the position where Ling Chen's Sun True Fire erupted had already reached the coast outside Shihai City. Therefore, by the time this force reached them, it had weakened considerably. Otherwise, all the survivors of Shihai City would have perished. The terrifying explosion lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Of course, the explosion had ended, but the area within hundreds of kilometers was covered in dust and smoke. As the dust gradually cleared, the world outside the barrier came into view for Si Kongjin. Just one glance left Si Kongjin utterly dumbfounded. He stared in horror, disbelief, and daze at the terrifying pit that was hundreds of meters deep and dozens of kilometers in diameter, unable to utter a single word. This strike, perhaps even an ordinary martial saint-level expert couldn't have achieved it? Not just him, everyone watching the live broadcast on Blue Water Star was stunned, trembling, and confused. Is this damage something a human can inflict? In a second, a single move had instantly obliterated the octopus that had been dominating Si Kongjin and the others. In that moment, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. We won, we really won. However, among the crowd, some still reacted, gasping in disbelief. Boom! In an instant, everyone was ignited with excitement. They had won, they truly won, and they no longer had to leave their homes. At that moment, the entire Blue Water Star was filled with cheers. At the Blue Water Star spaceship port, some powerful martial lords had already boarded departing ships with their families. Yet, as they watched the live broadcast, they all fell silent. These martial lords were the ones who had fled at the last moment. Some felt regret, some relief, and others remained silent. Of course, there were also those who mocked. In their view, had they stayed, they would have been instantly killed like the fallen martial lords. Such fearless sacrifice was merely a waste of life, without any value. Only by living could they slay more beasts and protect more of humanity. Of course, this was just their way of comforting themselves. They fled. They had fled. No reason or excuse could cover up the fact that they had run away. This was also why they chose to leave. After all, even if they stayed, in 2 days, the octopus would be slain by human experts. They left because they knew they could no longer remain on Blue Water Star. The tragic fate of these martial lords and their escape would form a stark contrast. They would forever be despised by the people of Blue Water Star. Looking at Ling Chen on the screen, these martial lords deeply bowed, perhaps because Ling Chen's appearance had lessened their sins. Then, without hesitation, they boarded the spaceship. We won. We won. President, we won. So strong, how could Ling Chen be this strong? Ha ha ha, a martial sovereign-level powerhouse has appeared in Kaiyun City. Not just a martial sovereign, the strength of this octopus can only be defeated by a martial saint-level expert. Ling Chen has definitely reached the combat power of a martial saint. A martial saint, Kaiyun City actually has a martial saint. At this moment, in the Kaiyun City Chosen Alliance, a group of martial king-level experts erupted in excited cheers. Si Kong Shueyun also smiled as she looked at the proud figure of Ling Chen on the screen. Thank you, Ling Chen, really, thank you. Si Kong Shueyun's eyes were red with gratitude. Ah, we won, Ling Chen won. However, at the same time, in the Kaiyun City women's prison, Yan Shiyun suddenly burst into wild laughter. Although the people around her were also happy, they were frightened by Yan Shiyun's sudden madness. 952B, what are you doing? Sit down quickly, do you want to be put in solitary confinement? A nearby guard shouted as he saw Yan Xian excitedly jumping around. Who do you think you are to speak to me, the future martial god's wife? Do you know that with one word, I can make Ling Chen kneel and lick my feet? Now! Immediately contact the higher-ups. I want to get out of prison. I want to see Ling Chen. You must notify him. Yan Shiyun was instantly furious upon hearing the guard's words. She stood on the chair and began issuing orders to the surrounding guards. She's gone mad, she's completely lost it. Damn it, encountering such a lunatic during duty. Several guards' faces darkened immediately. They quickly called for the warden. You are the warden? Hurry up and notify Ling Chen, let him come to take me out, and also have all the martial sovereigns come to welcome me, otherwise I won't leave with him. Seeing the cold-faced middle-aged female warden in front of her, Yan Shiyun spoke arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, the warden's face darkened. She had just been watching the live broadcast, excited, when she heard her subordinates say someone had gone mad, and now it seemed she was seriously deranged. Moreover, she even dared to insult Ling Chen, the savior of Blue Water Star, simply asking for death. Quickly contact the mental hospital, this woman has severe delusions and mania. Also, you few, go tie her up and send her back to her cell, treat her well. Let her know that even if she's crazy, there are some things she can't say, the warden said coldly. A few female guards who had long disliked Yan Shiyun stepped forward and directly restrained her, dragging her towards the prison. What are you doing? I am Ling Chen's girlfriend, the future martial god's wife. How dare you treat me like this? Let me go, let me go. I will make you die, make you die. Yan Shiyun screamed in terror and anger. Slap. However, one female guard couldn't take it anymore and directly slapped her several times, knocking out more than 10 of her teeth. These slaps did not make Yan Shiyun show any restraint. Instead, they pushed her anger to the extreme. Do you not understand human language? Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Yan Shiyun cursed angrily. But before she could say more, she was grabbed and thrown into the cell. Then the cell door slowly closed, and several female guards also slowly turned off their recording devices. Seeing this scene, Yan Shiyun's expression finally changed. What are you doing? This is using extrajudicial punishment, it's illegal. I will sue you, I will report you to the central government, report to the central government. Yan Shiyun screamed in terror. However, her screams were soon replaced by cries of agony. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ling Chen in the sky slowly spat out a mouthful of blood. The killing intent on his body gradually dissipated. He glanced at the terrifying effects he had caused around him, and his pupils slightly constricted. This was far more horrifying than the attacks he had unleashed in the domain of the medicine sovereign. After all, the previous him had not used the entry of the god of slaughter. If I were to activate the special entry of kill kill kill, the entire Blue Water Star might be wiped out by me. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder the introduction of this entry mentioned that the stronger the power, the more cautious one must be when using this special entry. Because the stronger the combat power, the farther one can see. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, one might even be able to see the strong from other planets, and thus, it could lead to becoming a true machine that knows only slaughter. I wonder if there's a way to break this entry. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to use it casually. Ling Chen felt somewhat helpless. He then directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Sikongjin. Chairman, are you okay? Seeing Sikongjin covered in blood and nearly incapacitated, Ling Chen asked knowingly. Cough cough. If I say I'm fine, would you believe me? Sikongjin replied, speechless. At the same time, he was more shocked, astonished by the moves Ling Chen had used earlier, which seemed somewhat like the entries of Divine Martial. But definitely at a level stronger than Divine Martial. And that flame, what was it? A golden flame, dazzling and terrifying like the sun. Of course, he was even more curious about Ling Chen's current realm. What level had he actually reached? He couldn't discern Ling Chen's realm at all. After all, to avoid trouble, Ling Chen had hidden his own realm. Naturally, despite all these questions, he didn't ask, because everyone has their privacy. If Ling Chen didn't want to say, it meant he didn't wish to share. If he pressed for answers, it would seem somewhat impolite. This is a healing elixir, take it first, and I'll see if anyone else is still alive. Ling Chen said no more and directly took out a pill, handing it to Sikongjin. This was a medicinal item he had temporarily refined in his small world using the true fire of the sun when he descended from the sky. The medicinal materials were naturally those he had seized from the treasury of the Earth Spirit Kingdom. Is this a premium elixir? Why does it look so crystal clear? The moment he saw the elixir, Sikongjin was shocked. This was a 6th tier elixir, the revitalizing pill, and he could tell. But the quality of this elixir seemed a bit too high, right? Of course, he didn't dare to think of it as a perfect elixir. After all, no one in the human race could refine a perfect 6th tier elixir. This thing is too precious, I'm not dead yet, I can just buy elixirs when I go back. Sikongjin didn't dare to accept it, such a premium elixir would cost at least several 100 billion. Just take it, I have plenty. Ling Chen said, and with that, he flicked his fingers, and the elixir instantly transformed into a streak of light flying towards Sikong. A force directly opened Sikong Shin's mouth, and the elixir flew into his mouth. And the perfect grade elixir melted instantly upon entry. A pure medicinal power surged into his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, Sikong could clearly feel his body rapidly healing. The speed of recovery was so fast that in just half a minute, most of his bones had already healed. At this rate, in a few minutes, his injuries would be nearly fully healed. What? What level of healing elixir is this? Sikong trembled in shock. It was definitely 6th tier, could he be mistaken? After all, the level of an elixir is easy to discern because ordinary elixirs form pill patterns. A 1st tier elixir has 1 pattern, a 2nd tier has 2, and so on. A pill with 6 patterns couldn't possibly be of any other level. However, such a terrifying speed of recovery is definitely not from an ordinary elixir. Could it be because of the extremely high quality? It is said that the higher the quality of the elixir, the less poison it contains, and the faster its effects take place. Sikong began to ponder. He wanted to ask Ling Chen, but he opened his mouth and still couldn't bring himself to ask. Chairman, take these elixirs and go save those martial sect masters who haven't sacrificed yet. I'll go check if Master Qing Xian is still alive. Ling Chen ignored Sikong confusion and directly took out a handful of elixirs, casually stuffing them into Sikong hands, then flew towards Qing Xian's direction. Upon seeing these elixirs, Sikong trembled all over. They were all flawless elixirs, and after a closer look, he was horrified to discover that these elixirs were not merely high quality, their perfection far exceeded that of premium ones. Could it be that these elixirs are truly the legendary perfect grade elixirs? Sikong was utterly shocked. However, he also knew that this was not the time to think about such things, so he hurriedly took the elixirs and began flying towards the surrounding ruins. After his search, he found that out of 17 martial sect masters, only 5 were still alive. Moreover, each one was severely injured, with only Master Lu seemingly retaining a bit of consciousness. Master Lu had already consumed a 6th grade healing elixir, but because its quality was only excellent, it would take at least a day or 2 for him to fully recover. That was already quite good. After all, he had been on the brink of death before. If he hadn't taken the best healing elixir he could concoct in advance, he would have died long ago at his first level martial sect realm. Chairman, did we win? Or am I just dreaming? He said, struggling to sit up from the ground, trembling. Yes, we have won, but this is not the time to discuss that. Master, quickly take this elixir. Sikong hurriedly took out a perfect healing elixir. However, as soon as the elixir appeared, Master Lu's eyes widened in shock, and he instantly sprang up from the ground. Where did you get this thing? Master Lu, looking rejuvenated, grabbed Sikong tightly. It was given to me by classmate Ling Chen. I think it should be above premium quality, right? Seeing Master Lu's astonished expression, Sikong confirmed his suspicions. Above premium? This is a perfect grade elixir. Classmate Ling Chen? Where is he? Master Lu said excitedly. Over there. Sikong pointed to Ling Chen, who was healing Qing Xian in the distance. Upon seeing this, Master Lu became ecstatic and was about to run over to ask Ling Chen where he got such elixirs. However, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Because not far away, Ling Chen was actually conjuring a golden flame in midair, refining elixirs. Over at Ling Chen. That move of Qing Xian's, Million Swords Return to Origin, is really impressive. I need to find a way to learn it from him, it looks so cool. Ling Chen thought to himself. When he arrived, he had naturally seen the global live broadcast, which had prompted him to speed up. Otherwise, if he had arrived at his previous pace, Sikong would have already died. He then took out the elixirs. He had refined and stuffed one into Qing Xian's mouth. It is worth mentioning that his enhancement talent was quite formidable. Under the boost of his powerful fortune, he had actually refined 11 elixirs in one batch. Such a high yield made him feel no pain in using them. Buzz. Although Qing Xian was already at the end of his strength, most of his injuries were to his soul, and he had almost no physical injuries. Therefore, after taking one elixir, he was completely healed in less than half a minute. However, he did not open his eyes. The soul is too shattered, I can only use a pill to repair it. Unfortunately, the materials I have now can only refine a 4th tier pill. Let's stabilize his soul for now and talk about getting some materials from Sikong and the others when we return. With this thought, Ling Chen directly conjured a flame in the void. He then took out a set of materials and tossed them all in to begin refining. In less than a minute, a batch of pills appeared. He was intentionally showcasing his alchemical skills, so he didn't use any enhancements and directly refined a pill of perfect quality. This way, he wouldn't need to explain the source of the pills and could sell them freely. As
For whether his strong talent would attract envy? Nonsense.
If it were the previous Ling Chen, he might have feared being targeted and assassinated by powerful beings from other races, but after obtaining the eternal will entry, he now felt he had reached a certain level of immortality.
Want to kill him? Almost impossible.
Since that's the case, there's no need to hide his talent, which is why he acted so
high profile this time. After all, he could easily conceal his form. With his strength, even a martial saint wouldn't be able to discern his true identity.
Once the pills were refined, he directly stuffed one
into Cheng Xuanzi's mouth.
Although it was only a third-tier pill, the effects of a perfect quality pill were quite impressive. It wouldn't be long before Cheng Xuanzi woke up, but to completely repair him,
a sixth-tier soul pill would still be necessary. Master, Master, I finally found you, Master.
Just then, a voice filled with joy and despair rang out.
Ling Chen turned around in confusion, only to see an old man suddenly lunging towards him. What the hell?
Ling Chen's expression changed instantly, and he quickly dodged the old man.
Old man, what are you doing?
Looking at the crazed old man, Ling Chen felt
a bit speechless.
Master, please take me as your disciple.
Even if it's just as a medicine boy, I'm willing, Master.
Master Lu, who almost fell flat on his face, quickly turned around and knelt, grabbing Ling Chen's thigh and pleading.
You this.
Ling Chen was at a loss for words. This old man seemed somewhat familiar.
Oh, right, isn't this Master Lu? Master Lu, what are you doing? Let go of Ling Chen. What kind of behavior is this?
Si Kongjin hurried over and pulled Master Lu away.
Chairman, aren't you very familiar with classmate Ling Chen? You quickly help me plead my case. Master Lu's eyes lit up as he eagerly pulled Si Kongjin. Ling Chen, don't be angry.
Master Lu has been obsessed with alchemy all his life and is acting this way because he saw you could refine perfect quality pills.
Si Kongjin explained helplessly.
I didn't mean for you to say that, I meant about the apprenticeship.
Master Lu quickly tugged at Si Kongjin's sleeve, whispering a reminder.
As for the apprenticeship,
forget it.
My theoretical knowledge may not be as strong as yours. The only reason I can refine this perfect grade pill is that I have the alchemy entry. Without that entry, I probably couldn't even refine a first-tier pill right now, Ling Chen said with a smile.
No, Master, you're mistaken.
Who in this world isn't powerful because of their entries? Having a strong entry means possessing a deeper understanding of alchemy, which is the key to your ability to refine powerful pills. After all, entries only enhance talent, they won't teach you alchemy skills out of thin air.
The reason you can refine perfect grade pills is that you possess sufficient theoretical knowledge and practical ability. If we go by your reasoning, wouldn't all alchemists in the world only rely on entries to have their alchemy skills? Hearing Ling Chen's self-deprecating words, Master Lu immediately retorted with righteous indignation.
This made Ling Chen pause for a moment, and then he suddenly realized.
Indeed, the alchemy attribute
only granted him a powerful talent for alchemy. However, to refine high-level elixirs, one must learn and comprehend on their own, and his speed of comprehension and learning was merely tens of thousands or even millions of times faster than those alchemists. Strictly speaking, his theoretical and practical skills indeed far surpassed those of Master Lu at present.
But, it's still not possible. Suddenly, Ling Chen refused again.
Upon hearing this, Master Lu was completely stunned.
Why, Master? You really can do it, you don't need to belittle yourself.
Master Lu thought Ling Chen was afraid of leading his
disciples astray. You misunderstand.
I just think your talent is too poor to learn such profound alchemical knowledge.
Teaching you would take a lot of time.
However, Ling Chen's next words made Si Kongjin,
who was standing nearby, almost choke with laughter.
Master Lu's mouth dropped open, and he stammered, unable to speak.
Put. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, so fragile. Is he really spitting blood from anger?
This shocked Ling Chen. He couldn't be blamed for this, he truly had no time.
Cough, that's not it, he hasn't taken the elixir you gave him yet, he just forced himself to run over.
Si Kongjin awkwardly explained, then quickly shoved a pill into Master Lu's hands.
Sure enough, after taking the elixir, Master Lu's complexion improved significantly. However, he still sat on the ground looking weak and sickly. Of course, I can guide you, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Reluctantly, Ling Chen could only speak truthfully.
As soon as these words were spoken, Master Lu was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher, thank you, teacher.
Master Lu excitedly stood up and bowed. Ling Chen felt helpless but didn't say much. After all, he probably wouldn't stay on Blue Water Star
for many days. Chairman, how many of the surviving seniors are there? Ling Chen asked.
As soon as he said this, Si Kongjin's expression darkened again.
Apart from the 3 of us, there are only 4 others.
The remaining 10 have all perished,
Si Kongjin said with a heavy tone.
Upon hearing this, Ling Chen fell silent as well.
At that moment, he deeply understood that reality is not like a novel, where the protagonist can conveniently save everyone at the last moment. He was able to arrive in time largely thanks to the global live broadcast that alerted him to the urgency of the situation. Of course, he didn't blame himself. There was no need to feel guilty, after all, he wasn't the one who released the ferocious beasts. Why do these divine domains appear? Can't they be completely eradicated? At least, shouldn't the human race be able to eliminate the divine domains on some weaker planets? Ling Chen asked a question that left both Sikongjin and Master Lu silent. Although the human race's strength couldn't clear out those divine domains above the 10th level, it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate those below the 8th or 9th level. But why hadn't they done so? Sigh. This world is like this, divine domains have existed since the emergence of the human race, and it's simply impossible to eradicate them. It's not a matter of strength. Sikongjin sighed deeply. What do you mean by that? Ling Chen was taken aback. You have just begun to grow, so it's normal not to know some things. Throughout the thousands of years of civilization development of the human race, we have tried more than once to eliminate those low-level divine domains to improve the lives of the lower classes. However, when we actually did so, we discovered a major problem. For example, if you eliminate a 6th-level divine domain, 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5 new divine domains will appear within the territories of other human races. There is even a possibility of a 7th-level divine domain appearing. Moreover, as the strength of the human race grows stronger, the newly emerged divine realms will also become more powerful. The most formidable divine realm will always overshadow the strongest of the human race. It's like a rule. An unbreakable rule. Sikongjin spoke heavily. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen's pupils constricted. Could it be that such a thing exists? Does this mean that the human race can never attain true peace? An unbreakable rule, you say? Ling Chen sighed softly. Then what about them, the evolvers, aren't they also bound by the rules? Alright, let's not dwell on this. Thank you for your help this time. Ling Chen. You can leave the rest to us. If you have nothing else to do, you can head back to the Imperial Capital University first. Sikongjin changed the subject at this moment. Ling Chen glanced at the surrounding ruins, realizing that staying wouldn't help much, and nodded. Master Qin Xian's soul is severely damaged. I've only temporarily suppressed it. The Imperial Capital University should have medicinal materials, right? I need to refine a 6th-grade pill to repair his soul injuries as soon as possible. Ling Chen said. Yes, I've already given you the highest authority in the Federal Store of Blue Water Star. You can freely allocate all the resources. Sikongjin quickly nodded. If it weren't for Master Qin Xian this time, they would have all perished before Ling Chen arrived. Alright, then. I'll take him back first. The rest is up to you. After saying this, Ling Chen stopped talking, directly lifting the still unconscious Master Qin Xian and soaring into the sky, transforming into a golden streak of light, flying at an incredibly terrifying speed towards the direction of the Imperial Capital. Watching Ling Chen completely disappear into the horizon, Sikongjin and Master Lu exchanged shocked glances. Could Ling Chen's entry be silver? Moreover, he might have more than one silver entry, at least 3 or more. Sikongjin couldn't help but gasp. The flame entry is 1, the alchemy entry is another, and the all-attribute enhancement entry he used before is also 1. That makes 3. Definitely not just 3, his realm has risen so quickly, he must already be above Martial Sovereign. It's very likely that his devouring type entry is also silver. Furthermore, he must have awakened his entries a long time ago, he's just been hiding it from us. Master Lu said gravely. These 4 silver entries are all extremely powerful existences, and when stacked together, they are even more terrifying than ordinary golden entries. As for why it's said that Ling Chen has awakened for a long time, the reason is simple. To become a martial sovereign level powerhouse in such a short time, it's unlikely that even a silver devouring type entry could achieve that, right? Regardless, Ling Chen is a genius of our Blue Water Star. And he is also a person with a sense of national righteousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually offer such precious pills. Sikongjin said seriously. It's a trivial matter for someone with great strength. To kill that octopus, 9 out of 10 people with such power would probably take action when faced with such a situation. After all, who would refuse something that could bring them glory without any loss? However, producing a perfect quality pill is entirely different. No matter how strong Ling Chen's alchemy talent is, this is ultimately a perfect quality pill, each worth hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions. It's much more expensive than ordinary 7th-grade pills. The pills Ling Chen took out at once could easily fetch trillions in funds. Yet he knew their value and still brought them out. How? Could this not be something only a person with a sense of national righteousness could do? With such a prodigy in our human race, how can we not prosper? Master Lu couldn't help but exclaim. It's a pity. That old Li and the others won't be able to see it. Si Kongjin said quietly from the side. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them fell silent. Although they had won this time, the losses were too great. The Blue Water Star's martial sovereign had almost suffered total annihilation, and those who had not come to battle had likely already fled. Who would protect Blue Water Star in the future? A few hours later, at the Imperial Capital University. In the manor where Ling Chen was located, he conjured a ball of golden flame in the void, then began to refine some medicinal materials by placing them all into the flame. Beside him, Zhao Shuya watched Ling Chen refine the medicine with rapt attention, while old Zhou looked at Ling Chen with a face full of satisfaction. Looking at Ling Chen, Zhao Shuya rested her chin on her hand, looking infatuated. She and Ling Chen had practically grown up together. If it weren't for Wang Anggua's words, Ling Chen might not have been treated as a target by Yan Shiyun for 3 years. After all, with Zhao Shuya's personality, Yan Shiyun would likely have been unable to avoid small skirmishes every 3 days and major conflicts every 5 days. Soon, a total of 11 azure transparent pills appeared in the flames. Because Ling Chen had adjusted the color of the flames to be extremely dazzling and had used the entry that merged with the heavens to conceal all the pills, no one could see what was happening inside. Unless someone's strength far exceeded Ling Chen's by dozens of times, it would be impossible. Ling Chen casually collected 10 of the pills into his storage space, then extinguished the flames. Soon, the pills appeared before him. He flicked a pill with his hand. Wrapped in his soul power, the pill flew directly towards Qing Xuanzi, who was lying in the living room. The pill instantly entered Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Buzz! The next moment, a blue light surged from Qing Xuanzi's entire body. Ling Chen could clearly feel his soul rapidly repairing itself. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying soul force erupted from Qing Xuanzi. Ling Chen frowned and unleashed an even more powerful soul force, instantly confining this pressure within a 3-meter radius around Qing Xuanzi. However, the ground and furniture within the 3 meters were still instantly crushed to dust by this powerful telekinetic force. Ha ha ha! I, Taoist, have succeeded. Suddenly, Qing Xuanzi opened his eyes wide, floated up from the ground, and laughed towards the sky. However, after laughing for a moment, he seemed a bit dazed, looking around as if everything was unfamiliar. His laughter abruptly stopped. In an instant, he realized that he had just been dreaming. Just now, he had dreamed that he seemed to have crossed into a world of cultivation and had become a major figure in that world. Unfortunately, just as he was about to transcend the tribulation and ascend, he woke up. Ahem, isn't this Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya? Where am I? Right, wasn't I just fighting a ferocious beast? A somewhat embarrassed Qing Xuanzi quickly changed the subject while trying to regain his celestial demeanor. However, his disheveled appearance, covered in dirt and blood, made him look more like the leader of a beggar gang. Teacher Qing Xuanzi, this is Imperial Capital University, and that 6th-tier peak. Ferocious beast has already been slain by my fiancé Ling Chen. Zhao Shuya said proudly. Ha? What? Ling Chen killed it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Zhao Shuya's words, Qing Xuanzi immediately exclaimed in disbelief. It was a joke. Although Ling Chen's talent was incredibly strong, he was still young. At this age, how could he kill a 6th-tier peak ferocious beast? Look at this. Knowing that the other party wouldn't believe her, Zhao Shuya directly displayed the previously recorded live video. However, when he saw Ling Chen point into the air and instantly unleash a terrifying golden handprint, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This. He trembled as he looked at the screen, his face filled with horror. He couldn't believe this was real and thought it was fabricated. He quickly opened his social media account, and in an instant, all the exciting clips of Ling Chen's battle appeared. That terrifying large hand appeared before his eyes from various angles. At that moment, he had no choice but to believe this horrifying fact. The demeanor of an immortal, this is definitely the demeanor of an immortal. Qing Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim. With such terrifying strength at such a young age, what else could he be but an immortal? Young friend, would you be willing to cultivate immortality with me? Qing Xuanzi hurriedly approached Ling Chen and asked excitedly. His cultivation guild was in dire need of such talent. As for cultivating immortality, let's forget about that. However, I would like to ask you, Master, if there is a method to practice your 10,000 swords returning to origin. I'm very interested in this technique. Ling Chen said with a smile, revealing his true intention. Although he could simulate this move as long as he had telekinesis, having the corresponding martial skill would greatly enhance its power. Ling Chen didn't want to learn a technique that only looked good but lacked real power. There is, but you must agree to join my cultivation guild. My 10,000 swords returning to origin is a 6th-tier top-grade mentalist martial skill, personally improved by me. Ordinary people wanting to learn it would need to pay 10 or 8 billion, I certainly won't teach it for free, Qing Xuanzi quickly boasted about himself.
Of course, after saying this, he felt his face flush. It wasn't that his martial skill was weak, but that the 10 or 8 billion was completely a bluff. In fact, whenever he encountered a talented mentalist, he would beg them to learn it. However, once they realized the terrifying difficulty of mastering this technique, they would give up. Thus, until now, no one else had mastered it. Wow, Master, you're too shameless. If it weren't for Ling Chen saving you, you'd be dead by now, and you want him to pay to learn your technique? Besides, he's your student, even if it's not free, can't you give him a discount? Zhao Shuya, who was nearby, immediately complained angrily. Not at all, it's not mandatory to pay. As long as you join my cultivation guild, you can learn for free. As for our teacher-student relationship, we just met, right? One thing at a time. Qing Xuanzi quickly replied. However, after saying this, he also felt his cheeks heat up. He seemed a bit shameless for saying such things. But in order to get Ling Chen to join his cultivation guild, he was willing to go all out. He absolutely couldn't let this immortal demeanor slip away. This price is quite reasonable. Ling Chen nodded. In that case, I'll pay. Suddenly, Ling Chen spoke up, and Qing Xuanzi was dumbfounded. No, Ling Chen, you can join my cultivation guild. As long as you join, I'll teach you for free. You can save 10 billion. Qing Xuanzi hurriedly said. His cultivation guild wasn't some dragon's den or tiger's lair. Why would this kid rather spend money than join? Didn't he remember the speaker saying that this kid was the most short of money? Could it be that his offer was too low? No worries, I'm not short on this. Ling Chen replied with a smile. Then let's settle the accounts first. Ling Chen said seriously to Qing Xuanzi. Settle accounts? What accounts? Qing Xuanzi was bewildered. Of course, it's the money I spent when I saved you. Ling Chen shot him a glance. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. What? I have to pay for that? I was fighting for Blue Water Star. Qing Xuanzi exclaimed in shock. The matter of me killing the ferocious beast to save you naturally doesn't count. I can't possibly charge for such a small amount. Don't worry. Ling Chen said slowly. However, this left Qing Xuanzi puzzled. Aside from that, what else did he owe Ling Chen? You used the soul burning pill, and your soul was severely injured. You should know about this, right? Ling Chen countered. It seems there is indeed such a thing. Qing Xuanzi nodded. He still remembered how his soul was riddled with wounds, almost on the brink of collapse before he lost consciousness. Repairing. Your soul is quite a big project. I spent a 4th tier and a 6th tier elixir just to bring you back. Of course, your injuries also required a 6th tier healing elixir, so that counts too. That's 2 6th tier elixirs. And 1 4th tier. Here's the video, take a look for yourself. Ling Chen said, directly opening his personal battle recorder. This is something most martial artists keep on at all times to prevent missing anything. The footage showed him on the battlefield and at home treating Qing Xuanzi. Qing Xuanzi was dumbfounded. It really was true. So my young friend paid such a high price to save me. How much should I give you? Just name a number, I won't be vague. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand. It was just 6th tier elixirs, after all. He still had some savings. Besides, he couldn't let Ling Chen do this for free, could he? Well, then I'll let it go. 1 4th tier elixir will suffice. Since we are teacher and student, consider it a gift. I'm not like some people who just claim to be a teacher and then turned around to deny it. Ling Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Qing Xuanzi's old face turned black and red with shame, and he felt even more embarrassed under the disdainful gazes of Zhao Shuya and old Zhou beside him. If it weren't for the good quality of his shoes, with his strength, it would be a piece of cake to deduct a whole villa, let alone a 3-bedroom apartment. As for the 6th tier elixirs, the healing ones are a bit cheaper, let's say 1,000 billion for you. The soul repair ones are a bit more expensive. At market price, I'll give you a 30% discount, so that would be 2,100 billion. A total of 3,100 billion, but I'll waive the 100 billion, so 3,000 billion. Teacher, are you planning to pay by card or cash? Ling Chen said with a smile as he laid out the bill. However, as soon as these words came out, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? 3,000 billion? Ling Chen, are you planning to rob me? A regular 6th tier elixir is at most 100 billion. Qing Xuanzi jumped up directly. He seriously suspected Ling Chen was joking with him. Teacher, saying that hurts feelings. I've decided, no discounts, it's a total of 4,000 billion. As for the elixir issue, you can directly ask Master Lu. I've sent you this video, let him see how much the elixirs in the video are worth. Ling Chen said with a hurt expression, then directly sent the video to Qing Xuanzi. Seeing that Ling Chen didn't seem to be joking, Qing Xuanzi was startled and quickly opened the chat interface with Master Lu. Qing Xuanzi, old Lu, can you tell me how much these 2 elixirs are worth? Master Lu? Isn't this teacher Ling Chen's elixir? Why are you asking this? Qing Xuanzi, what teacher Ling Chen?
Never mind, that's not important, just tell me how much this elixir costs. Qing Xuanzi was a bit confused. What was going on with teacher Lingchen? Had Lingchen become a teacher at the Imperial Capital University? Master Lu. This healing elixir is a bit cheaper, it should sell for around 1,500 to 2,000 billion. As for the soul repair elixir, that's the 9 turns gathering soul pill. Wow, no wonder it's made by a teacher. It's a pity you ate this elixir, otherwise, I would have spent 5,000 billion to buy it for research. Master Lu's message came quickly. However, as soon as this was said, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. Qing Xuanzi, wow, old Lu, just because I called you old Lu, you start acting all high and mighty, do you really think I'm a fool? Isn't this a 6th tier elixir? The price you gave could buy several 7th tier elixirs. Qing Xuanzi was instantly furious. Master Lu, old man in the city, do you know what kind of elixir this is? This is a perfect grade elixir, perfect grade. Do you know what that means? There are no more than 10 people in the entire human race who can refine a 6th tier perfect grade elixir. The price I offered is the market price. If it goes to the auction house for those alchemists to fight over, the price could easily rise by half. Do you understand? You don't know a damn thing. As soon as Qing Xuanzi finished speaking, he was met with Master Lu's warm greeting. However, the latter part of the words was too vulgar, and the biological intelligence brain directly blocked it. Qing Xuanzi was also left dumbfounded. A perfect grade elixir, is this the legendary perfect grade elixir? How is it, teacher? Did you get that price? Our Lingchen shouldn't have cheated you, right? If he did, you must tell me, don't keep it bottled up inside. Zhao Shuya looked at Qing Xuanzi's expression, which was as if he had eaten something foul, and immediately laughed triumphantly. Ahem, well, that was my mistake, teacher was just joking with you. It's just the method of the 10,000 swords returning to origin, right? No one would want this even as a gift. I'll send it to you right now. Hearing Zhao Shuya's words, Qing Xuanzi quickly put on a smile and flattered Lingchen. Soon, the cultivation method for martial skills was sent to Lingchen. Lingchen. You see, we are teacher and student after all. I really can't come up with 400 billion. How about I pay in installments? 120 installments over 10 years? Qing Xuanzi said somewhat awkwardly. 400 billion was just too high. He wasn't like Master Lu, who was a small-time moneymaker. Making money was too difficult for him. Hey! Teacher Qing Xuanzi, that's not right. Although you and our Lingchen are teacher and student, you just met, right? One thing is one thing. Zhao Shuya finally seized the opportunity to retort Qing Xuanzi. As soon as this was said, Qing Xuanzi's face stiffened. Well, karma really does come back around. The boomerang he threw finally hit him back. Alright, girl. Don't make it hard for the teacher, he was injured for the sake of Blue Water Star, so since that's the case. Lingchen also spoke up at this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, Qing Xuanzi was immediately excited. Indeed, Lingchen was good, able to understand his difficulties. However, Lingchen's next sentence made him realize he had gotten too excited too soon. Since that's the case, let's do it in installments. 400 billion, let's not talk about it, then 300 billion. It's settled. That's 100 billion, I'm giving you a huge discount, you're 10,000. Swords returning to origin is worth at least 100 billion. Teacher, you can take your time to gather the money, just give it to me within these 2 days. Lingchen smiled slightly. As soon as this was said, Qing Xuanzi was left speechless. But looking at Zhao Shuya and Lingchen, he felt too embarrassed to say anything cheap again. After a rather awkward smile, he left in a huff. By the way, teacher Qing Xuanzi won't default on the payment, will he? Zhao Shuya expressed some concern. It's fine, if he can't come up with it, that's alright. I wasn't planning to charge him anyway, but I just can't stand being played by others. Lingchen smiled slightly. The other party was injured for the sake of Blue Water Star. And he hadn't begged him to save him, so he originally wasn't planning to charge. It can only be said that Qing Xuanzi misjudged Lingchen. Although he was short on money, he wasn't the kind of person who would be played just to spend less. Moreover, what he lacked was big money, not this small change of 10 or 8 billion. Although Senior Qing Xuanzi is usually a bit off, he's not the kind of person who would default on a debt. Perhaps he really can gather 300 billion. At this moment, old Joe slowly spoke up. Can he gather it? Then let him gather it. Anyway, my elixir is worth the price. Lingchen replied, and although he didn't know how Qing Xuanzi would gather the money, he didn't care much about it. However, while Lingchen was waiting to collect the money, Qing Xuanzi on the other side was having a tough time. You want a loan of 300 billion? What do you plan to do with so much money? Qing Xuanzi had already found Sikongzhen, who had returned from the battlefield. You don't need to worry about that, I need this money. Just tell me if I can get the loan, worst case, I'll earn money in the divine realm every day. Qing Xuanzi's face turned red, he had already asked the other surviving martial lords when he arrived.
Goodness, aside from needing to pay himself, Ling Chen hadn't asked the other martial lords for money at all. He even had the speaker send them a message telling them not to feel any burden, that those elixirs were considered Ling Chen's personal donation. At that moment, he realized that Ling Chen was only asking him for money because he was unhappy with the way he had tricked him. And how could he have the face to say such a thing? If he did, he would probably never be able to hold his head up for the next few decades. Hearing Qing Xuanzi's words, Si Kongjin also frowned. That's quite a sum. 300 billion is not a small amount. But I can guarantee you, it can still be loaned. As for the interest, let's set it at 3 points. For a loan of this level, that interest is already the lowest. Si Kongjin ultimately nodded. 3 points, that means 10 billion in interest per year. Although it hurt him greatly, Qing Xuanzi quickly nodded in agreement. After finishing, Si Kongjin directly contacted the senior bank of the Xiantian star system through his biological intelligence brain. After explaining the situation, the other party stated that Qing Xuanzi had achieved third-class military merit, and according to regulations, the interest would be waived. They also quickly transferred the money to Qing Xuanzi's account. Once Qing Xuanzi learned of this, he promptly transferred the money directly to Ling Chen. Having no interest was already quite good. Ding. Personal account credited. 300 billion. However, just at that moment, Ling Chen, who had returned to his room to rest, suddenly received a notification from his biological intelligence brain. Wow, did I raise the money so quickly? Or is Qing Xuanzi really that wealthy? Ling Chen was somewhat surprised. 300 billion was no small amount. But thinking of Qing Xuanzi's strength, he felt relieved. After all, he was a martial lord-level powerhouse. So he shouldn't be short on money, right? Little did he know, Qing Xuanzi believed in a carefree lifestyle and didn't value money at all. Moreover, he had recently spent all his money on purchasing soul-burning pills. Otherwise, with his strength, having several hundred billion in assets wouldn't be too difficult, though it wouldn't be effortless either. However, this meant that he would have to work to pay off his debts in the days to come. Selling elixirs is indeed profitable. Since that's the case, I'll put all the elixirs I have on sale in the Federal Store. Additionally, I need to refine more. With this thought, Ling Chen didn't hesitate and directly flashed into his small world. At this moment, a new continent had appeared on the ground of his small world. He had casually dug it up from a certain plane when he returned. Although it was only 1,000 meters in diameter, it was still quite good, providing enough space of 1,000,000 square meters for him to do many things. Then, Ling Chen struck out with a palm in the void. Boom! In an instant, a raging flame transformed into a massive alchemy furnace, standing tall between heaven and earth. He took out a portion of medicinal materials and tossed them into his flame furnace. The next moment, various alchemy techniques were rapidly executed. Ling Chen didn't increase his speed to the maximum because that required extreme concentration, with no room for negligence. That feeling was quite uncomfortable. Even if he slowed down a bit, the total time wouldn't increase much. Therefore, there was no need to push himself since it wasn't urgent. Even without increasing the speed significantly, all of Ling Chen's medicinal materials were refined into 6th grade pills in just half an hour. As for pills below the 6th grade, there was no need for them. The value of 10 or even dozens of pills below the 6th grade was only worth one 6th grade pill. There was no need to waste time. 5 batches of medicinal materials are still too few. It seems I need to buy some more. Ling Chen thought to himself, then opened the Federal Store. He also changed his location from Blue Water Star to the Xiantian star system. This way, he could buy and sell throughout the entire Xiantian star system, but the transportation time would take much longer. Even at the fastest, it would probably take a few days. With this in mind, Ling Chen opened the recycling interface. Instantly, an advertisement popped up. Got a new weapon? Where did the old one go? Of course, it's time to recycle. Recycle pills, equipment, weapons, just come and recycle. Recycle with a spin, the martial master will come to your door. The content of the advertisement made Ling Chen's vision go dark. Damn, has it really been tens of thousands of years, and this advertisement is still running? Can't they change the wording at all? Ling Chen was instantly speechless. He quickly closed the advertisement and then listed all the pills he had refined, along with the leftover pills, on the Federal Store's recycling network. Of course, those materials that could enhance his strength had long been kept by Ling Chen and were not refined into pills at all. After all, his devouring power could even consume pill toxins. If he refined them into perfect grade pills, it would instead lead to losses. However, that didn't mean that defective pills were good for him. The reason they were defective was that most of their medicinal power had been expelled, leaving behind the pill toxins. Although Ling Chen could devour pill toxins, the value of medicinal power was naturally higher. Therefore, for Ling Chen, defective pills were still defective. Perfect grade pills were the best, and even better than perfect grade pills were the medicinal materials. Because medicinal Materials contained all the pill toxins and all the medicinal power. Of course, if he listed these items on the official recycling channel, the price would be a bit lower. But the advantage was the speed of sale, as long as they were evaluated, the goods could be picked up directly, and payment would be made the moment the goods were received, saving a lot of time. Welcome to the Federal Mall. It seems that the pills you are preparing to sell are 6th grade. Pills of at least fine quality. We have matched you with a corresponding potion appraisal master to assess their value. Please open the scanning program to scan all the pills. The prompt from the Federal store followed. Ling Chen began scanning according to the prompt. Ding. After appraisal, the pill is 9 turns gathering soul pill, 6th grade premium, quality, perfect quantity, 10 estimated value, 400 billion each, recycling price, 300 billion. Ding. After appraisal, the pill is Great Shen Rejuvenation Pill, 6th grade premium, quality, perfect quantity, 33 estimated value, 150 billion each, recycling price, 100 billion. Ding. After appraisal, the pill is Blood Fury Pill, 6th grade premium, quality, perfect quantity, 11 estimated value, 250 billion each, recycling price, 200 billion. The introductions of various pills were all displayed. In the end, the total estimated value was around 80 trillion. Looking at such a high price, Ling Chen suddenly felt that selling the Oracle Stones was no longer appealing. After all, high-grade Oracle Stones had a good cost-performance ratio for him, but he could still use them in the future. However, these recovery-type pills were of no use to him. Ling Chen directly chose to sell. Ding. Sale completed. Estimated sale price, 85 trillion. The recycling personnel will arrive at Blue Water Star within 3 days, please stay in contact. Additionally, you can spend half of the recycling price to purchase the items you need. The recycling personnel will deliver them together. If the recovery fails due to your reasons, you will need to pay a certain shipping fee for the purchased items. The prompt sound followed. Hearing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Half of that would be 40 trillion. After a moment of thought, Ling Chen decided to purchase some Oracle Stones for mental practitioners. After all, he was also planning to cultivate the 10,000 swords returning to origin technique. The entry for mental practitioners, 1 green is 10 million. Spending 2,000 billion on 20,000 pieces, but this 2,000 billion was from his own account. Moreover, it was purchased from the Blue Water Star Federation Mall, so it wouldn't take long for delivery. With another 1,000 billion, he could directly buy 5 of the worst entries, upgrade them to gold, or perhaps 2 or 3 good entries. After looking around, he settled on 2 entries, one of which was naturally a luck-related entry. The small fortune required a total of 3 million, which calculated to only 600 billion. The other entry was a lightning-type entry. Just right, the price for lightning control was 2 million each, and upgrading to gold required 20,000 pieces, which was 400 billion. 1,000 billion would be just enough. Mainly, the green-level lightning-type entry was a bit lackluster. Once it reached blue, the price would soar to 4 or 500 million each. By then, the price would naturally rise again. In the short term, it seems difficult to find entries above gold. I might even need to kill monsters myself to obtain them, so let's first upgrade all the remaining silver entries to gold. 40 trillion is more than enough, Ling Chen thought, then directly purchased enough Oracle Stones to upgrade all his remaining silver entries to gold. After buying everything, he had only spent a few hundred billion. After all, there were only 3 physical-type entries left. Calculating, he realized he had almost no chance to spend the 40 trillion. Perfect, I'll use all this 40 trillion to buy medicinal materials. When the recovery personnel arrive with the materials, I just need to have them wait for a few hours, and I can refine all the materials into pills. Then I can sell them directly to them and get the money on the spot. Ling Chen's eyes lit up, feeling like a genius. This way, he could save a lot of time. Without hesitation, Ling Chen began selecting medicinal materials. His money could buy a lot of 7th-tier materials. After some thought, he directly chose to purchase 7th-tier materials, as the time spent refining 6th-tier and 5th-tier pills was about the same. Theoretically, refining 7th-tier pills would take a similar amount of time. However, if he refined all these materials into 6th-tier pills, the quantity would be at least over 1,000. Although the value would be several hundred trillion, it would take at least a dozen hours to refine. If others didn't have time to wait for him, he would have to wait a few more days, but if he switched to 7th-tier pills, he would only need to refine a few dozen at most. This way, the time he consumed would be significantly reduced. At most, it would take an hour. As for whether he could refine them, that was absolutely possible. He was quite adept at refining perfect 6th-tier pills. There was hardly any difficulty, and 7th-tier wouldn't be hard either. As for 8th-tier pills, that was out of the question. It wasn't a matter of talent. It was a matter of strength. As everyone knows, an 8th-tier alchemist is definitely a martial emperor-level powerhouse, but a martial
Emperor-level powerhouse isn't necessarily an 8th tier alchemist.
The main reason is that 8th tier pills require the strength to refine 8th tier materials, and that strength is the martial emperor. Clearly, Ling Chen did not possess such strength. No matter how powerful he was, even using the God of Slaughter entry, he could only barely reach the combat power of a martial saint. This means that he would need to activate the God of Slaughter to refine 7th tier pills. The 8th rank is not even worth mentioning. Fortunately, he only needs the combat power of a martial saint at the first level to refine 7th rank top grade pills, so the time spent won't be too long. He bought a large amount of 7th rank materials in one go, and at the same time, Ling Chen also purchased some blood and flesh of 7th rank ferocious beasts to prepare for devouring. It must be said that Ling Chen began to regret. At this moment, the body of that octopus was definitely excellent devouring material. But he had directly blown it up, leaving not a single scrap behind. What a loss! However, it was not the time to regret now. The energy of the earthen magma that I devoured from the medicine sovereign's space probably wouldn't be enough for me to refine for a day. It seems I can't rest yet. The delivery time is at least 3 days, and 3 days is definitely enough for me to raise my realm to martial sovereign. Ling Chen thought to this point, raising his eyebrows. But the power consumed would need to be more. Spending money was out of the question. The best method was to find a powerful divine domain to devour, but currently, the number of 6th rank divine domains like Blue Water Star was not many. Ling Chen searched through some information. Soon, he discovered that one of the divine domains was most suitable for him. That was the Black Martial Divine Domain. The divine domain that his father, Ling Xian, had conquered back in the day. However, this divine domain was a place of inheritance, somewhat different from ordinary divine domains. Inheritance. Places are generally formed from some lost ancient civilizations, otherworldly civilizations, and so on. Here, there are usually many trials, and passing these trials will yield various materials and resources. The Black Martial Divine Domain is one such place. From the information revealed so far, this inheritance place not only has a large number of trial ferocious beasts but also possesses considerable strength, definitely a 6th rank inheritance place. Moreover, and most importantly, it can also yield Black Martial Battle Armor, which can be used to upgrade his Black Martial Battle Armor prototype. Ling Chen immediately decided to set off once he upgraded the 3 entries to gold. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to fully activate his Devour Heaven entry. In an instant, a continuous stream of power surged into his limbs and bones, and his vitality was also rising at an extremely fast speed. Time quickly passed, and 3 hours had gone by. In just 3 hours, through frenzied devouring, Ling Chen's vitality had already risen to over 80,000. That is, his realm had reached the 8th level of Martial Zone. At this rate, he would be able to break through to Martial Sovereign today. Of course, once he reached Martial Sovereign, the cultivation speed might slow down a bit. However, compared to ordinary people, it would still be incredibly fast. Young master, your package has arrived. Just then, old Zhou's voice came from outside the door. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, felt his own power, and without saying much, directly walked out of the room. A few minutes later, Ling Chen had arrived at the warehouse. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the boxes in the warehouse into his small world. Then, Ling Chen disappeared from the spot. In the small world, Ling Chen picked up a green divine oracle stone and began to absorb it. The first entry, of course, was related to luck. Still at the previous speed, Ling Chen quickly extracted it. It is worth mentioning that this luck-related entry is quite different from many other entries. As is well known, the more important the entry, the more expensive it is, however. Not only is it expensive, but the probability of extracting it is also very low. For example, this small luck entry has only 5. But the probability of extracting it is not 1 in 5. These 5 entries are divided into 5 sections on the lottery wheel. Among them, 4 blocks are ordinary other entries, occupying 95% of the entry board, which means that the probability of drawing this little lucky entry is only a mere 5%. 1 in 20. And this is just for green. If it were a blue luck entry, the probability would be even more terrifying. Only 1%. In other words, while its price is high, the chance of drawing it is almost impossible. You must know that even for a talent entry, which is purple, the probability of drawing it is only about 1 in 20. With that, talent entries are already considered one of the hardest entries to draw. Yet, blue luck entries have only a 1% chance, and purple ones are even lower. At 1 in 300. This is why many people find luck entries, but no one dares to open them. Everyone knows that luck entries are extraordinary. Because even a blue luck entry can almost guarantee that one person will obtain a white oracle stone. Normally, the drop rate for a white oracle stone is less than 1 in several tens. To draw these luck entries, you need to have strong luck yourself. Of course, the only exception is the white luck entries. With a bit of luck, you can draw 4 or 5 to get one. But the effect?
Goodness, it's almost like having none at all.
In other words, these luck entries may seem impressive, but even if you give someone a golden oracle stone containing a golden luck entry, no one would choose to open it.
Instead, they would choose to sell it. Of course, the buyers find it almost useless. The higher the grade, the less useful it is, because buying it is destined to be a waste. To understand how powerful these high-level luck entries are, one can only rely on innate awakening. Of course, with the golden luck entry, Ling Chen's draw for a little luck is different. It's 100% certain to check it out. Therefore, after more than 2 hours, he finished drawing a total of 10,000 little luck entries. Ding! You have drawn the entry, Little Luck. Green asterisk 20,000. The entry upgrades to Heavenly Luck. Gold, you possess Heavenly Luck. The description of this luck entry remains plain and simple, but those who have luck entries know how terrifying the effect of these few simple sentences can be. Ding! Your entry Heavenly Luck. Gold triggers a special entry effect, Blessing of the Goddess. Gold effect, with your reverse Heavenly Luck, you are blessed by the Goddess of Luck. When you encounter risks that even Heavenly Luck cannot avoid, you can choose to activate this effect, temporarily increasing your luck 100 times. The effect requires charging. Each use requires 1 silver luck entry. Charging value 0%. However, at the moment the luck effect appeared, Ling Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, temporarily increasing luck by 100 times? And on top of Heavenly Luck? Goodness, this effect is somewhat outrageous. What does this mean? For example, if Ling Chen now obtains a Super Oracle Stone, even if he uses Heavenly Luck, he would only have a 1% chance of drawing an invincible entry. But with this special effect, he can draw it with 100% certainty. Although such situations are rare, who knows if there's a chance? If such a situation really occurs, having 100 times the luck would definitely allow Ling Chen to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Ling Chen also sighed. These special entries themselves are not powerful, but if combined with golden entries, they can directly elevate the terrifying strength of the golden entries by several levels. At this moment, Ling Chen increasingly suspected that this golden entry might only have special effects for himself. After all, if those golden word owners of the human race also possessed these special effects, how could they be suppressed by the 10th and 9th tier ferocious beasts with only silver words at the same level? However, these things are not important to Ling Chen at the moment. He will understand the situation when he encounters the owners of golden words in the future. After more than 2 hours of unboxing, Ling Chen's vitality value had reached 99,999 points. Let's level up first. I'll continue unboxing after breaking through my realm. Ling Chen sensed that if he wanted to naturally break through his realm, it would probably take him several more hours. But was he the kind of person who would just wait around? Immediately, he activated his devouring word and directly pushed the word to its limit. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying energy contained within the devouring flame was instantly consumed by Ling Chen's body. At that moment, a destructive and terrifying power began to surge through his limbs and bones. Puff 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 puff. As he forcibly broke through, the previous incident happened again. His body began to collapse at an astonishing speed. Fissures appearing all over, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from him. However, this time was different from the last. With the life creation word, Ling Chen's recovery speed had increased by an unknown number of times. These bodily cracks had just appeared, and in the next moment, they were directly repaired. As the word was fully activated, Ling Chen's body stabilized. And on the surface, there seemed to be no problem at all. If one were to slow down the speed by 100 times, they would find that Ling Chen's body was still crazily collapsing. It was just that the moment of collapse was immediately repaired. Because the speed was too fast, it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture the moment of collapse, making it seem as if there was no collapse at all. Boom! Finally, as a terrifying pressure erupted from Ling Chen's body, his realm finally broke through to the martial sovereign realm. His vitality value had completely surpassed the powerful threshold of 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the martial sovereign realm. The voice of the divine domain will echo again. This sudden figure made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. This prompt from the divine domain will is still frightening. Let's continue. I wonder what special effects the remaining 2 words will have. Ling Chen cleared his thoughts and directly began to draw words again. Next, of course, he would first activate the lightning type word. After another 2 hours, the word upgrade was complete. Ding! You have drawn the word Control Lightning. Blue, asterisk 20,000. The word has upgraded to Heavenly Punishment. Gold, you control the Heavenly Punishment Divine Thunder. Lightning skill power asterisk 4,000%. Ding! Your word, Heavenly Punishment. Gold, triggers the special word effect, Heavenly Tao Judgment. Gold, effect, summon the eye of Heavenly Tao to judge all sinful people.
As long as they bear sins, judgment and heavenly punishment can be descended. Can deal 400% damage. A series of prompt sounds followed. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen immediately raised an eyebrow. Judging sinful people? Bearing sins? How many people in this world are without sins? Probably none. Since there are sins, they can be judged, and this special word does not require charging, meaning it can be used freely. At this moment, Ling Chen also summarized the rules. These special words, if they are more ordinary, like this one that increases combat power by 4 times, or have huge side effects, like a stellar explosion that might kill oneself, or a kill that would cause loss of reason, do not require charging, while those with powerful effects and no side effects do require charging. For example, enlightenment. For example, goddess's favor. Of course, this charging is probably the side effect. After all, cooldown time is also one of the side effects. At this moment, Ling Chen's Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision had also upgraded to the 8th tier peak strength. Next is the final Spirit Mind Master White entry. Ling Chen took a deep breath and then directly opened the introduction for the Spirit Mind Master White entry. Spirit Mind Master White can slightly manipulate soul psychic power. However, the strength is too low, only able to exert 1/4 of the soul value's power. As expected of a white entry, the effect is disappointing. 1/4 means that 4 points of soul value can produce 1,000 kilograms of combat power. This effect seems more powerful than the Soul Destroyer, but in reality, it is much weaker than the Soul Destroyer. After all, the Soul Destroyer directly inflicts damage on the soul. Although the white entry is only 1/10, it can still kill some weaker soul warriors of the same level. However, this psychic power can only bully opponents who are significantly weaker. Without hesitation, Ling Chen began to extract the entry for an upgrade. Spirit Mind Master Green can manipulate soul psychic power. Can exert power equivalent to the soul value to attack enemies from a distance. Psychic range, soul value *1 meter. The green entry is much better, although it is only the same level of power. Facing a force that suddenly appears around you, even if you want to dodge, you might not be able to escape. As long as a vital spot is hit, even those several times stronger will die. So this entry is definitely not weaker than an ordinary green one. Spirit Mind Master Blue can manipulate soul psychic power. Can exert power equivalent to 500% of the soul value to attack enemies from a distance. Psychic range, soul value *10 meters. The blue entry is already comparable to an ordinary entry, and then Ling Chen continued to extract. Finally, after all the green and white entries were consumed, the entry finally reached the golden level. Ding! You extracted the entry, Spirit Mind Master. Green *20,000. The entry upgraded to Divine Mind Master. Gold, psychic power is as substantial as reality, psychic enhancement *4000%. At the same time, the comprehension speed of Spirit Mind Master type techniques is greatly increased. Divine Mind range equals soul value *10,000 meters, special effect, Divine Mind law form. Gold, the power of Divine Mind is completely condensed into substance. Transforms into the Divine Mind law form. Law form power, Divine Mind power *400%, with the Spirit Mind Master's level upgraded to gold, the entry name also changed. Divine Mind Master, although it lost a word, it sounds much more prestigious. Moreover, the main point is this special effect. Divine Mind law form sounds quite impressive. Ling Chen was eager to test the power of this move. However, he realized that his small world was a bit too small. What if it exploded? Should I go out and try? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, the previous soul pressure almost scared all the martial lords of the Imperial Capital University to death. If another Divine Mind law form appeared, wouldn't it cause chaos again? There are already enough issues on Blue Water Star. But speaking of which, after the Golden Soul Destroyer upgrades, it becomes the Soul God Master, while the Spirit Mind Master becomes the Divine Mind Master after reaching gold. Is this targeted? Must it destroy the opponent? Ling Chen felt that this name seemed not to be a coincidence. Of course, it should just be a similar name. Then Ling Chen opened his attribute panel. Name, Ling Chen race, human level, martial sovereign first layer vitality, 100,000 soul, 84,000 profession, alchemist, 6th tier, perfect, cultivation technique, heavenly fire divine sky decision, mastered, 8th tier, 9 transformations. Soul refining scripture, 6 transformations, 7th tier, martial skills, sky splitter, great perfection, 6th tier, thousands of soul blades, 124 soul blades, 6th tier, attributes, infinite, only level 1, same type of attribute. Can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of attributes. God Slayer. Gold, soul strength *4000%. Soul pressure, Mind Master. Gold, telekinesis enhancement *4000%. Mind Avatar.
Gold asterisk 400%, skybreaking force. Gold. Strength asterisk 4000%. God of slaughter. Gold, all attributes increase, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill kill kill. 400%, merge with heaven and earth. Gold, those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 800% of yours will be unable to perceive, shadow absolute kill, 200%, true sunfire. Gold, flame asterisk 4001%, stellar explosion, devour heaven. Gold, devour everything to enhance oneself. Devouring flame, heavenly punishment. Gold, thunder asterisk 4000% heavenly. Tao divine punishment. 400%, refined gold armor. Silver, defense asterisk 2000%. Super speed. Silver, movement speed asterisk 2000%. Illusory hand. Silver, attack speed asterisk 1000%. Ascend in broad daylight. Gold, cultivation speed asterisk 100,000. Insight. 1h/1000 times. Charge 0%, endless life. Silver, stamina asterisk 2000%. Fortune overflowing. Gold, goddess's favor. 100 times. 0%, supreme gunmaster. Silver, gun technique power asterisk 2000%. Spatial storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-contained world, gold, 1000 diameter endless creation, gold, 100,000 times recovery speed. Will eternal, gold, 1 million kilometers, charge 100% supreme alchemist, gold, 12th tier talent value increase, gold, 110 pieces. At this moment, Ling Chen's attributes had already seen a tremendous increase, and with the addition of various powerful golden attributes and special attributes, it was unimaginable how much his strength could grow if he pushed himself to the limit. Moreover, Ling Chen's ability to survive was also extremely terrifying. Unless someone was several times or even dozens of times stronger than Ling Chen and had the ability to lock onto his position, it would be nearly impossible to kill him. At this time, Ling Chen also stepped out of the small world and then left the warehouse. The distant sky was gradually brightening. However, today's weather was somewhat gloomy. At the same time, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. Dong! Suddenly, a long bell rang throughout the imperial capital. The bell was extremely prolonged, and its echo spread beyond the imperial capital. Upon hearing this bell, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. He naturally recognized this bell. It was the morning bell for the strong of the human race who had sacrificed themselves. He directly flew up, concealing his figure in the void. Instantly, he vanished from the world. And even peak martial sovereigns would likely not sense his presence. Ling Chen flew out of the imperial capital university and arrived above the imperial capital. He looked down and saw many residents standing on both sides of the street, bidding farewell to the martial sovereigns and martial kings who had sacrificed themselves during this beast attack. At the same time, numerous coffins of martial emperors and martial kings followed closely behind. Ling Chen stood in the sky, watching this scene with a myriad of thoughts in his heart. It had only been a few days since he obtained the infinite attributes, yet his strength had already seen a terrifying enhancement. However, if an 8th or even 9th tier ferocious beast were to suddenly attack, perhaps I would also become one of the sacrifices. It is important to remember that back when I was in Xianfeng City, the martial emperor was the strongest figure that we students admired the most. Yet, during this beast tide, not to mention the martial emperor, even the martial zone were slaughtered like ants, and as for the martial venerable, they could only last a few more moves. That was still when the ferocious beast was just playing. If it had been serious from the start, everyone would have died. My strength is far from enough. Right now, I am still quite a distance away from the top tier powerhouses of the human race. Not to mention those super ferocious beasts that can annihilate humanity. At this moment, Ling Chen had never desired power more than he did now. With this thought, he simply bowed towards the direction where the coffins of the martial venerables and martial zongs had departed, and then instantly transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing into the distance. The Black Martial God domain is the most precious inherited divine domain of Blue Water Star. Therefore, the entrance has long been heavily guarded by the military district. Of course, the military district is only there to prevent any petty spies from causing destruction. Ordinary people can come and go freely as long as they pay a certain fee. Over time, this place has also formed a city, named Black Martial City. Naturally, although one can come and go freely, if someone wants to cause trouble, they must consider their own strength, as there are martial venerable level powerhouses stationed here. Ling Chen arrived above Black Martial City and then directly descended, landing in a vast square. Here, a towering, cloud-piercing spatial rift stood in the center of the square. In front of the rift, there was an energy barrier enveloping the entire rift. This energy barrier not only protected the rift, preventing the ferocious beasts inside from escaping, but also kept ordinary people from entering at will.
Only those with martial venerable level combat power could instantly break through this rift. Ling Chen's arrival naturally attracted a lot of attention. Being able to fly in the air meant he was at least a martial zone level powerhouse. Coupled with his remarkably young appearance, he was extremely captivating. Wait. That person seems to be Ling Chen. Holy crap, it really is Ling Chen, the one who killed that peak 6th tier ferocious beast yesterday. I can't believe we can see him here. Is he here for an assessment too? However, Ling Chen was now the most dazzling star on the entire Blue Water Star. After all, this era worships martial artists, and the strongest naturally becomes the most famous. Moreover, Ling Chen's strength was not just a little bit powerful, he was overwhelmingly the strongest on Blue Water Star. In an instant, the entire square was in an uproar. The martial zone responsible for the entry and exit registration at the energy barrier was taken aback upon seeing Ling Chen, and hurriedly jogged over. Hello, Sir Ling Chen, are you here to train in the Black Martial God domain? I'm in charge of the entry and exit registration. You can just call me Xiao Wu. The middle-aged man smiled respectfully at Ling Chen. Yes, I'm planning to go in for an assessment. Could you please register me? Do I need to queue? Ling Chen nodded. No need, no need. How could someone of your status need to queue? I'll take you right in. Old Wu quickly waved his hand and then respectfully led Ling Chen towards the entrance, with the people in line hurriedly making way, no one feeling it was inappropriate. After downloading a set of notes and introductions about the Black Martial God domain from Old Wu, Ling Chen crossed the spatial rift and disappeared from the spot. Buzz. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Ling Chen's figure appeared on an extremely flat piece of land. The ground seemed to be made of some kind of material embedded tiles. Ling Chen suddenly exerted force under his feet to test it and was taken aback to discover the strength of the ground exceeded his expectations. His foot didn't seem to have any effect at all. Undeterred, he decided to use all his strength and stomp down hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise instantly echoed around him. However, aside from his feet feeling numb, the ground showed no signs of damage. What material is this ground made of? It's incredibly hard. He was somewhat shocked. But soon he began to study the information he had just downloaded. Since the data had already been downloaded into his mind, he only needed to think for a moment to recall it. Before long, he learned that this Black Martial God domain seemed to be a relic left behind by some high-tech civilization. The entire space was enveloped by a very special and powerful alloy. Once, a martial saint-level expert had come to test it, and not a single bit of this alloy was harmed. Initially, the higher-ups of the Xiantian star system thought they had discovered a powerful inheritance secret realm of level 7 or even above. But after more than a decade of research, they found that the best thing produced by this secret realm was merely the prototype of the Black Martial set. Although this item could continuously upgrade, the number of Black Martial armors it needed to devour was terrifying. If there were so many Black Martial armors, selling them all would be enough to buy better armors. Moreover, the strongest fierce beast that had appeared in this inheritance secret realm was only at level 6. Thus, the level was set at 6, and the higher-ups of the Xiantian star system abandoned it. The higher-ups of Blue Water Star, who had initially thought they could get rich relying on this divine domain, were left speechless. Nevertheless, even so, this divine domain had created a huge GDP for Blue Water Star. As for the assessment location, it was right at the center of the entire divine domain. Ling Chen looked far in that direction and immediately spotted a towering spherical metal fortress. This fortress was enormous, with an estimated diameter of several hundred kilometers. Ling Chen didn't hesitate and shot up into the sky, rapidly flying toward this spherical fortress. Upon reaching the vicinity of the fortress, he saw many people directly touching the fortress's wall, only to be sucked inside. He approached the front of the fortress and placed his hand on it. Beep. Detected an assessor. Do you wish to enter the Black Martial Hall entrance assessment point? At that moment, a prompt sound followed. Enter. Ling Chen didn't hesitate. Buzz. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, he was sucked in by a tremendous force, leaving him no ability to resist. Buzz. As his vision blurred, Ling Chen found himself on a massive metal arena. The arena had a diameter of 10,000 meters and was extremely large. Surrounding it was covered in that powerful metal from the outside world. Black Martial Hall entrance assessment? So this inheritance site is merely an assessment for a martial hall from some lost technological civilization? Ling Chen suddenly realized. He just didn't know how the Black Martial set would come about. Beep. Introduction. This venue is the entrance assessment point for the Black Martial Hall. Beep. Detection complete. Your realm is Martial Respect First Layer. Blood value, 100,000. Soul value, 84,000. Starting to match you with suitable fierce beasts. The assessment consists of 10 rounds. Pass all 10 rounds, and based on your performance, you can become a low-level student.
2 prompt sounds appeared in the void, and upon hearing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. According to the records, after the 10
rounds, there would be nothing more, and if one could pass all 10 rounds, they would obtain the prototype set of the black martial armor.
But doesn't that only allow one to become a low-level student? Isn't there an assessment for intermediate and advanced students? Ling Chen felt
somewhat helpless. According to years of evaluations on Blue Water Star, the assessment for low-level students generally only required having
silver combat power to pass.
Of course, even so, the number of people who could pass was still very few. At the same time, after 10 rounds, everyone had become low-level trainees, seemingly without any further assessments to advance to intermediate or advanced levels.
Moreover,
it is said that initially, there was no reward of the Black Warrior battle armor blueprint upon passing the assessment, and it only appeared
after Ling Xian's assessment was completed.
As for the reason, perhaps only Ling Xian knows.
Crack!
However, at that moment, a spatial rift
slowly opened up right in front of Ling Chen.
Roar! Following that, a giant beast over 100 meters tall emerged from the spatial
rift, growling lowly.
This beast was at the 6th stage, 1 star. It could be considered an extremely powerful ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a furious roar towards the sky, and the next moment, it charged directly at Ling Chen. Seeing this, Ling Chen wasted no words and directly extended his right hand, suddenly grasping at the void.
Boom! In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed, and the
giant beast was instantly crushed into a mist of blood by an invisible giant hand. Buzz!
Then, the devouring flame erupted again from Ling
Chen's hand, transforming into a massive mouth that swallowed all the blood mist, which then turned into black light and returned to Ling
Chen's body.
Subsequently, a continuous stream of power surged into Ling Chen's body. Buzz! At that moment, a beam of light began to condense
in the void. It was a blue oracle stone. However, to Ling Chen's surprise, a box appeared on the ground. Crack! The box slowly opened.
And inside was actually a nano core of the Black Warrior battle armor. Isn't the Black Warrior battle armor supposed to be very difficult
to obtain? How did a complete set just pop out all of a sudden?
Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled.
According to the introduction, these boxes
generally contained energy crystal cores or medicinal materials. The most precious item was the Black Warrior battle armor, but it was said that opening hundreds of boxes might not yield a single set.
Could it be that this also depended on luck? He reached out, and the blue oracle stone and the Black Warrior battle armor flew over. The entries on the blue oracle stone were quite good, with 3 blue entries and 2 green ones.
It was considered top-notch, and Ling Chen could use all the entries. He decided to keep it for future upgrades to golden entries. As for the Black Warrior battle armor, it fused into his armor the moment it came into contact with it. Soon, the strength of the armor increased a bit. However, this armor was only of the 5th stage lower grade. Upgrading it to the 6th stage would require over 100 sets. A long road ahead. The first round has passed, the second round begins.
A prompt sound echoed in the void.
Buzz 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 buzz.
However, at
that moment, a series of spatial fluctuations began to arise around him. Then, 10 spatial rifts slowly opened. Roar! 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 The next moment, one after another, ferocious beasts engulfed in raging flames charged out from the spatial rifts in all directions. Their strength was still at the 6th stage, 1 star, but the sheer number indeed surprised Ling
Chen. However, isn't a larger number better?
Thinking of this, Ling Chen slowly raised his right hand.
Crackle! The next moment, purple lightning erupted from Ling Chen's fingertips. The dazzling purple light instantly illuminated the entire space in purple. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, 10 terrifying purple lightning bolts exploded forth. The lightning transformed into 10 thunder dragons, roaring as they charged towards the 10 ferocious beasts surrounding them. Boom 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 boom.
With another series of loud explosions, the 10 ferocious beasts were directly blown into a mist of charred remains.
Then, the devouring flame erupted once more. The powerful flames directly consumed all the charred remains completely.
Then Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and directed the devouring flame towards the ground, preparing to see if it could consume the earth. However, as the flames spread across the entire land, an extremely violent energy surged into the devouring flame. In just a moment, the energy reserves of the devouring flame were completely filled. Damn, it can really consume. Seeing this, Ling Chen's pupils
instantly constricted.
He quickly recalled the devouring flame and saw that dozens of tiles around him had been consumed to a depth of 1 centimeter. Goodness, such a small amount was enough to fill the energy reserves of his
devouring flame.
It should be noted that his devouring flame's energy reserves were 10 times that of all his attributes combined. This meant that as long as he digested this energy, Ling Chen's vitality could reach a whopping 1,000,000. According to the classification of realms at the martial sovereign level, a vitality of 1,000,000 could reach the 4th level of martial sovereign. At that moment, Ling Chen smiled. If such a massive amount of energy was contained in just 1 centimeter of these tiles, then if he continued to hide here and cultivate diligently, consuming the entire inheritance space, his strength could probably increase by several major realms. However, Ling Chen soon felt helpless again. Energy was not something he lacked. After all, the energy contained in the 11 fierce beasts he had just hunted was enough for him to elevate his realm to the 3rd level of martial sovereign. The main issue was still the refining speed. Fortunately, his devouring attribute meant that the stronger he became, the faster the consumption speed, and the quicker his strength would increase. Although the vitality required to advance from the 1st level of martial sovereign to the 1st level of martial saint was a staggering 10,000 times more than what was needed to go from the 1st level of martial master to the 1st level of martial sovereign. However, as his strength increased, the consumption speed also increased, so the time required for Ling Chen to reach the martial saint realm would only increase by a few dozen times at most. In other words, he could reach the martial saint realm in just over 10 days. If the attribute upgraded, the efficiency would skyrocket. Buzz 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 buzz. Just then, several oracle stones began to coalesce in the distance. There were 7 oracle stones, all blue, and surprisingly, 3 of them were purple, which delighted Ling Chen. Moreover, they all contained fire attributes. He discovered that once he reached the golden attribute level, the effects of using blue, purple, or even silver oracle stones were quite similar. 1 purple was equivalent to 10 blue. 1 silver was equivalent to 10 purple. And so on. This meant that to upgrade from gold to a higher level, he would need at least 400,000 blue oracle stones, but with purple, he would only need 40,000. With silver, he would only need 4,000. If he used gold? He had no idea. Maybe 400? Calculating this way, it was naturally very unprofitable. After all, 1 purple could be exchanged for 100 or even several hundred blue. If converted to money and then exchanged for oracle stones, only 2 or 3,000 purple oracle stones would be enough. If it were silver oracle stones, he might only need a few to upgrade the golden attribute beyond gold. Therefore, before high-level oracle stones became necessary to use, the best method was to save them. After all, he could make money with alchemy, so there was no need to sell pills for exchange. High-quality oracle stones would eventually be useful to him. Selling them now would only mean he would have to spend money to buy them back later. Moreover, the speed of making money through alchemy was much faster than that of oracle stones. Of course, unless Ling Chen could obtain silver or higher oracle stones, that would be another matter. Silver and above were so expensive that he wouldn't need them in the short term, so selling them directly would be the most cost-effective. However, silver attributes generally resided in 9th and 10th tier fierce beasts, and Ling Chen currently couldn't defeat them in a single blow. Unless he got extremely lucky. Buzz 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 buzz. Just then, 10 boxes rose from the ground. Subsequently, all the boxes opened. Inside were 10 nano battle armor cores. All black martial armors. Wait, something feels off. Does the drop of black martial armor really depend on luck? Ling Chen was instantly confused. If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to keep getting drops? By that logic, by the end, he could have at least dozens of sets of black martial armor. As he absorbed all the nano cores of the black martial armors, his armor level directly reached the 5th tier upper grade. Forget it, it's a good thing anyway, just keep hunting. Ling Chen thought little of it, stored his items, and directly started the 3rd round. The opponent in the 3rd round was a full 106 tier 1-star ferocious beasts. This made Ling Chen ecstatic. It was like being gifted divine stones and armors. He instantly killed all the ferocious beasts. This time, he obtained more than 30 purple divine stones and over 60 blue divine stones. At the same time, the nano cores from 100 sets of black martial armor directly raised Ling Chen's armor level to the 6th tier lower grade. In an instant, the strength of the armor was 10 times greater than before. Of course, if Ling Chen went all out, this armor would still shatter. This is why, ever since his strength increased, he had been using elemental attacks. His combat power was simply too strong, and the black martial armor couldn't keep up with his abilities. Soon, the 3rd round of the assessment began. The 3rd round still had 100 ferocious beasts, but their strength had increased to 6 tier 2-star. It was still a one-hit kill. Since he could no longer consume them, Ling Chen could only burn the corpses to ashes. This time, the items obtained were similar to the last, with the only difference being that the proportion of purple divine stones was slightly higher, reaching around 40. It seems that when the opponent's level rises to 6 tier 7 or 8 stars, I should be able to get purple divine stones 100% of the time. Ling Chen thought, raising his eyebrows. Such a high drop rate was quite impressive. Of course, these purple divine stones were just the lowest quality. Only one purple entry remained, while the rest were green. As for silver divine stones, unless Ling Chen could kill A-tier ferocious beasts, he really wouldn't be able to obtain them. A-tier, huh? Now, advancing one small realm requires doubling combat power, and one large realm requires 1,000 times the combat power. The gap to A-tier is at least 1,000,000 times, and A-tier ferocious beasts have more than one type of purple entry, making it nearly impossible to defeat them. Perhaps I can try the effect of the goddess's favor. Ling Chen pondered this, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps it was worth a shot. Of course, the cost of using the goddess's favor was not low. It required one silver entry for a single use. Fortunately, Ling Chen could use white entries for charging, which meant 10,000 white entries or 1,000 green entries. 1,000 green entries probably wouldn't take much time to gather. It's a pity I don't have many luck-type entry. Divine stones prepared. It seems I need to buy more specifically for charging when I return this time. Ling Chen thought this through and didn't dwell on it any longer, continuing with the assessment. 4th round. The opponent's strength had risen to 6 tier 3 star. Still 100. 5th round. 6 tier 3 star, the number increased to 300. 6th round. 6 tier 3 star. The number reached 1,000. At this point, even Ling Chen, no matter how foolish, realized that his assessment seemed different from ordinary people's. According to records, everyone's assessment content was different. Generally, those below Martial Sovereign would increase 1 level per round. That is, the first round for Martial Sovereign 1 Heavy Sky would be 5 tier 1 star, the second round 2 star, the third round 4 star. Only by the 10th round could one reach Martial Sovereign 1 Heavy Sky. Generally, having silver attributes means a combat power that can reach the 70 floors of the Hidden Dragon Tower to pass. There have been challenges from those above the Martial Sovereign level, but the gap between each realm of the Martial Sovereign is doubled, so it's naturally impossible to advance one realm each round. Otherwise, by the 10th round, one would have to face an opponent whose strength surpasses their own by 1,000 times, and that opponent would also have purple attributes. How could one possibly win against that? Therefore, the usual approach is to increase the number of opponents. However, the quantity doesn't seem to be as terrifying as oneself. It is said that at most, only 20 to 30 fierce beasts appear in a round. And now, there are suddenly 1,000. Of course, for Ling Chen, this assessment is practically tailor-made for him. The more the merrier, where else could there be so many 6th tier fierce beasts in other 6th tier divine realms? It seems this assessment is a piece of cake for me. My strength should be detected. I just wonder to what extent they have detected my power. Ling Chen was somewhat curious. But since it's a good thing, he decided to continue. All these 1,000 fierce beasts are of the lightning attribute, seemingly because he initially revealed his lightning attribute fierce beast, so they deliberately brought all the lightning attributes for his assessment. Ling Chen naturally did not hold back. He slowly raised a finger, puff. The next moment, a fiery laser shot up into the sky, soaring thousands of meters high. Then, Ling Chen looked at all the fierce beasts rushing towards him from all directions and suddenly swept his right hand in a circle. Wherever the fiery laser passed, the fierce beasts were all bisected. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, all the fierce beasts had fallen to the ground, cut in half, with burn marks at the cut. Ling Chen waved his hand and directly collected all the fierce beast corpses. Although he couldn't use them now, it didn't mean he wouldn't need them in the future. Even selling them would be good. After all, this is 1,000 6th tier fierce beasts. Selling them all would definitely yield trillions. Buzz 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 buzz. However, at that moment, a number of divine oracle stones slowly coalesced in the void. Seeing that half of these divine oracle stones were purple, he waved his hand to collect all the divine oracle stones. Soon after, sets of black martial armors appeared. What was different was that among these black martial armors, there was actually a set that was the prototype of the black martial armor. The appearance of the prototype instantly stunned Ling Chen. Wasn't it said that it could only appear at the end? Could it be that it can also drop under normal circumstances? Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, he didn't mind. After all, it was a good thing. He then absorbed all 1,000 sets of black martial armors, but when he touched the prototype, the black martial armor actually absorbed the prototype as well. In an instant, Ling Chen felt that the black martial armor after absorbing the prototype had significantly upgraded in material. His armor level directly reached the 6th tier upper grade. The material was dozens of times stronger than before. This prototype can also be absorbed? Moreover, this enhancement effect is comparable to 1,000 ordinary black martial armors. What a good thing! I wonder if this assessment can be repeated. If it can, stacking the black martial armor to above the 7th tier would definitely make my combat power explode. Ling Chen was also somewhat delighted. Ding! The 7th round begins.
At this moment, the prompt sound came again. Buzz 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 buzz. However, the next moment, a large number of spatial rifts appeared, still 1,000 rifts. But this time, the opponent's strength had already risen to 6th tier 4 stars. 6th tier 4 stars, with normal combat power already 8 times that of 1 star. Normally, the 10th round would only be at this level. Moreover, the usual 10th round has only one beast, and this time there are 1,000. This is not just surpassing, it's far beyond. This assessment seems to be considerably more difficult than for ordinary people. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. However, the next moment, his flame laser erupted again. All the ferocious beasts were once again bisected. The 8th round followed. However, the number of opponents in the 8th round plummeted. There were only 300 beasts. But the strength of the opponents had risen to 6 tier 5 stars. This pressure was definitely more than double that of the 7th round. Of course, for Ling Chen, it was still simple. This time, the Black Warrior battle armor surprisingly had 2 sets of templates, equivalent to 2,000 ordinary sets. The 9th round. It quickly began. This time there were only 100 ferocious beasts, but their strength reached 6 tier 6 stars. After defeating them this time, the Oracle stones Ling Chen produced were all purple. Unfortunately, the quantity was a bit low. However, the benefit was that the number of Black Warrior battle armors reached 5 sets. Ling Chen was still very satisfied. Soon, the 10th round began. Buzz. A wave of spatial fluctuations slowly approached. This time there's only one opponent? Is the 10th round this hasty? Seeing this, Ling Chen frowned. Buzz. Just as Ling Chen finished speaking, a spatial rift hundreds of meters high directly tore open in the void. This spatial rift was much larger than any of the previous ones. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the rift. Buzz. Then, a massive black dragon over 300 meters tall flew out from the rift. After the black dragon burst out, its wings instantly spread wide. In an instant, its gigantic wings, stretching 1,000 meters, obscured the entire sky. Ding! The 10th round begins. Opponent, Darkwing Demon Dragon. Level, 6 tier 7 stars. Evaluation, purple. A grand prompt sound echoed from the void. As soon as this prompt sounded, Ling Chen's eyebrows instantly raised. Not to mention that this ferocious beast even had a separate introduction. Just talking about this evaluation. A 6 tier 7 star purple evaluation? It should have a purple attribute, right? That's an attribute level only possessed by 7 tier. Ferocious beasts. Ling Chen also directly looked at the opponent's head. Sure enough, a total of 7 attributes were displayed above its head. However, as soon as these attributes appeared, the corner of Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Dragon Clan. Purple possesses a thin dragon bloodline. All physical attributes asterisk 200%. Dark Power. Purple controls Dark Power. Dark type skill power asterisk 1200%. Innate Divine Strength. Purple, Strength. Asterisk 1500%. Indestructible. Purple, Defense asterisk 1500%. Divine Speed. Purple, Movement Speed asterisk 1000%. Endless. Purple, Stamina asterisk 1500%. Rapid Recovery. Purple, Injury recovery speed greatly increased. A full 7 were purple attributes. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's bloodline bonus of all physical attributes increased by 200%, directly upgraded all 4 physical type attributes to silver level. You're telling me this evaluation is purple? Ordinary silver attribute ferocious beasts aren't even his opponents, right? No, they are absolutely not his opponents. After all, with a 3000% bonus after doubling, it's top tier among silver attributes. This Dragon Clan attribute should be a rare racial attribute. It seems that humans can also use this attribute, and before using it, their appearance won't change, only when activated will they transform. Therefore, these racial attributes for humans are transformation type attributes. This purple can double combat power if I can get my hands on it and upgrade it to gold. Ling Chen thought of this and immediately raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit eager. What's going on? Gold attributes, not to mention the bonus, can transform into a dragon clan. What kind of dragon is a golden dragon? Could it be a divine dragon? If it really is a divine dragon, that would be amazing. Let's wait until I get back to try it out. First, let's take down this ferocious beast. But is this Black God martial arts hall sick? How can one fight such a powerful opponent? Even with a few golden attributes, it seems impossible to win. Unless, like me, these attributes can stack with each other and combined with explosive type attributes, can defeat it. At this moment, Ling Chen was truly speechless. This assessment has some issues. The giant dragon's level is 6 tier 5 star, and its basic combat power is already 16 times that of an ordinary 6 tier 1 star. Adding a full 30 times power boost means that a combat power of 5,000 times is needed to defeat this giant dragon. 5,000 times. What kind of concept is that? Even now, without the special effects of special attributes, Ling Chen, through the enhancement of martial skills and techniques by more than 10 times, plus a 60 times boost from basic physical strength and marksmanship proficiency, could barely reach over 10,000 times of combat power enhancement when using the Slaughter God attribute. For an ordinary person to gather these 3 golden attributes and elevate their martial skills to this level seems a bit difficult, right? Meanwhile, the giant dragon was looking down at Ling Chen from a high position. Its gaze was filled with unspeakable mockery. In its eyes, he was just a weak human, although it wasn't fully grown. A single drop of dragon urine could kill Ling Chen. Black Dragon, you'd better use all your strength, otherwise, you might die a bit miserably. Later, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the Black Dragon. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the Black Dragon was instantly furious. Ling Chen was definitely seeking death. His great Darkwing Demon Dragon would use endless dark dragon flames to judge this ant. Roar! In an instant, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the Darkwing Demon Dragon's mouth. The next moment, endless dark power suddenly gathered towards its mouth. Boom! Then, a dark dragon flame with a diameter of several dozen meters transformed into a fire pillar and shot towards Ling Chen, the speed of the flames reaching him in an instant. Clang! Ling Chen did not hesitate at all. With a grasp in the void, the 6-tier top-grade black battle armor instantly transformed into a black spear. Boom! The next moment, endless purple thunder power erupted wildly, the thunder power crazily condensing, and eventually, it transformed from purple to pure black. This is the power of heavenly punishment. Of course, Ling Chen did not use the heavenly Dao judgment. This black dragon wasn't qualified yet. Humph. The next moment, with a loud shout from Ling Chen, he suddenly pushed off the ground and shot directly towards the falling black flames. Tear the sky. Then, with a low growl, Ling Chen moved the spear in his hand thrust towards the sky. Clang! In an instant, endless heavenly punishment power gathered into a terrifying spear light over 1,000 meters long, shooting straight into the sky. Rumble! In just a moment, the heavenly punishment spear light collided with the terrifying dark dragon flame. The dragon flame was instantly torn apart by the terrifying power carried by this spear. Roar! The Darkwing Demon Dragon in the sky changed its expression drastically upon seeing this, and the power of the dragon flame in its mouth surged again. The power of this dragon flame multiplied several times. In an instant, the spear light that tore through the dragon flame and the dark dragon flame of the Darkwing Demon Dragon both froze in the void. Neither side could affect the other. Humph. And Ling Chen once again erupted with terrifying spear intent. In an instant, the dragon flame was torn apart. The spear light shot straight into the sky and slammed into the Darkwing Demon Dragon. Endless heavenly punishment thunder swept over its entire body, directly dissolving it. Roar! The Darkwing Demon Dragon let out a painful roar, gradually disappearing within the spear light. Rumble! With a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, the gunlight crashed violently against the ceiling and exploded completely. Terrifying dark thunder transformed into tens of thousands of tiny bolts, striking wildly across the entire space, dissipating only after several minutes. This Darkwing Demon Dragon is indeed extraordinary, with a 5-level difference. I still have to use so many trump cards to defeat him. If others came to take the assessment at the Black God Martial Arts Hall, who could pass? Did my father really pass such an assessment back then? That seems a bit absurd, right? With such a significant level difference, having just a couple of golden attributes probably wouldn't be enough to win? Ling Chen began to feel a bit curious. However, all of this was a mystery. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Soon, Ling Chen also started to feel a bit of anticipation. Ding! 10th round passed. Starting battle score, starting luck score. Just then, a prompt sound echoed from the sky. This prompt made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. Goodness, a luck score? What's going on? Luck can be scored? Could it be that those previous black armor openings were part of testing luck? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, while others opened energy stones, pills, herbs, and other materials, he had only opened black armors, which definitely felt off. If they wanted to give it, why not just hand it over directly instead of placing it in different boxes? Clearly, this assessment not only tests the Academy's combat power but also evaluates luck. It's a relatively comprehensive assessment. What kind of powerful civilization was the Black God Martial Arts Hall before its destruction? But how was such a civilization exterminated? At this moment, Ling Chen's mind was filled with many questions. Of course, these questions would probably never be answered in a lifetime. Ding! Comprehensive. Scoring completed. Candidate, Ling Chen. Realm, Martial Sovereign First Layer. Vitality, 110,000. Soul Value, 92,000. Attribute Analysis, Thunder System. Gold Physical Body. Gold Talent. Gold Devouring Type. Gold Combat Power Score, Medium Gold. No full attribute enhancement type attributes seen yet, no. Bloodline type attributes seen yet. No soul type attributes seen yet. Luck Analysis, 100% chance of blue attributes exploding at the same level. 30% chance of purple attributes exploding. Superior Treasure Chest Rewards, 100%. Top Tier Rewards, 5% Luck Score, low gold. Just then, a series of analyses were broadcasted. The content of these broadcasts made Ling Chen unable to help but exclaim in admiration. It almost analyzed all the talents he could display. Indeed, how strong a person's attribute talent is can be roughly measured in just one battle. Ling Chen nodded slightly. However, this combat power score was a bit terrifying. His 4 attributes that could stack together were only rated as medium. Does the superior rating require all attribute enhancement type attributes to be included? And what about the top tier? Bloodline type attributes plus all attribute enhancement type attributes? Damn, does that mean even if I fully unleash my power, I would only be a superior? Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp. This damn gold top tier rating was a bit frightening. Similarly, if the purple attribute's top tier rating is considered, wouldn't that mean all stackable attributes need to be combined? Then, at the same level, even a single golden attribute wouldn't be able to compete with someone who has this top tier purple rating, right? But then again, this seems quite normal. If one could stack all the stackable attributes to the max, their combat power would definitely be off the charts. Moreover, it would be overwhelming. It seems one cannot underestimate any low-level attribute holders. If they encounter a genius with such a top-tier rating, they would definitely have the ability to kill high-level attribute geniuses across levels. Ling Chen's expression also became serious at this moment. It seems I need to create a bloodline-type entry myself. Buzz. At that moment, in the sky, a silver oracle stone slowly coalesced where the black dragon had perished. Seeing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Is my luck this good? I actually managed to obtain a silver oracle stone? His eyes lit up. If he could acquire a silver dragon-type entry, he could extract it directly. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Not to mention that extracting it directly would be a huge loss. After all, the price of such an entry's oracle stone would definitely skyrocket once sold. It could fetch at least 100 trillion. With that money, he could sell it and buy oracle stones, allowing him to create over 100 golden entries. Moreover, this is a silver oracle stone. His luck was indeed powerful, but it was only golden. Could golden luck specify silver? That seemed quite mystical. Very mystical. After all, if it could really specify, wouldn't having golden luck mean he could stack all his other entries into stackable ones? Creating a silver top-tier talent would mean his combat power could obliterate ordinary golden entry holders. Therefore, the probability of specifying a silver oracle stone entry is low. Buzz. And this oracle stone slowly landed in Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen raised his right hand, and the oracle stone gently settled into his palm. Upon looking at it, he raised an eyebrow. Dragon Clan. Silver, possesses a thin dragon bloodline. All physical attributes asterisk 300%. Dark Power. Silver, mastery of dark power. Dark type skill power asterisk 2400%. Innate divine strength. Purple, strength. Asterisk 1500%. Indestructible. Purple, defense asterisk 1500%. Divine speed. Purple, movement speed asterisk 1000%. Endless. Purple, stamina asterisk 1500%. Rapid recovery. Purple, significantly increased injury recovery speed. This entry is surprisingly good. 2 silvers, 5 purples. Both silver entries are powerful combat entries. This oracle stone is worth at least 40 trillion. I hit the jackpot. Once I get back, I need to quickly list it in the Federal Store and let those who need it take it away. Ling Chen immediately decided that using it himself would be a huge loss. Selling it is the most cost-effective option. Ding! Is the candidate ready to supplement their entries? If not supplemented, your current talent can only be rated as an intermediate student. If you can supplement with all attribute enhancement entries or bloodline type entries and reach silver or above, you can be upgraded to an advanced student. Just then, a void prompt echoed in the sky again. Is there a difference in rewards between intermediate and advanced students? Ling Chen wondered. Yes. Intermediate students will be rewarded with a low-grade Black God battle armor of the 7th rank asterisk 1. Advanced students will be rewarded with a low-grade Black God battle armor of the 8th rank *1. The prompt echoed from the sky. Hearing this, Ling Chen's pupils constricted. Black God battle armor? Wait, isn't that the Black Martial battle armor? The so-called Black Martial battle armor prototype is actually called Black God battle armor. I have a golden all-attribute enhancement entry. Ling Chen spoke directly. He had to supplement, as the difference in defense between the 7th and 8th ranks is 1,000-fold. 100 sets of 7th rank wouldn't even be as expensive as 8th rank. Crack. However, at that moment, a stone tablet slowly rose from the ground. Please attack this stone tablet with all your strength under the enhancement of all attribute enhancement entries. The prompt followed. Ling Chen didn't hesitate and slowly closed his eyes. Boom! In an instant, an endless aura of slaughter erupted from him. In a moment, a violent killing intent soared into the sky. The blood-red aura shot up hundreds of meters into the air. The entire space turned blood-red. Ling Chen slowly raised the black spear formed by the black battle armor. Tear the heavens! In the next moment, with a low shout, he unleashed a powerful thrust. Clang! In an instant, a thunderous gunshot tore through the heavens and the earth. A massive blood-red spear light transformed into a terrifying stream of light hurtling towards the enormous stone tablet. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire stone tablet trembled slightly, yet it showed no signs of damage. Detection complete. All attribute enhancement. Type entry God of Slaughter. Gold final score, gold high quality. Final assessment result, advanced student. A prompt sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Hearing this, Ling Chen smiled. By the way, if I have a bloodline type talent, can I still improve the score? Suddenly recalling something, Ling Chen hurriedly asked. In this assessment space, the highest level that can be assessed is advanced student. That is, gold high quality talent, dark gold medium quality talent, and the corresponding silver top quality talent. Your assessment level has already surpassed the assessment standard. Even if it could be assessed, you would not be able to receive more rewards. Moreover, with the gold fortune type entry you possess, you already have a talent that surpasses gold high quality talent. However, due to the limitations of this assessment venue, only the highest gold high quality talent can be awarded. Of course, you can showcase it, and the assessment space will provide a more accurate score, but it is for reference only. The assessment space slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, you immediately felt disinterested. Forget it, I don't have any bloodline type entries. Ling Chen was speechless. He was still thinking about taking a gamble if he could obtain it. What if he got the 9th tier Black God battle armor? Unfortunately, there are no what ifs. But speaking of which, is the weight of the gold fortune type entry really that high? Just a gold low quality fortune type entry, which barely reached the gold level, could achieve a gold top quality score. This surprised Ling Chen. However, thinking about it, the difficulty of obtaining fortune type entries far exceeds that of other entries, indicating its extraordinary nature. Ding! Assessment complete, rewards distributed. Seeing that Ling Chen was not assessing, the voice had no further words. Buzz! In the next moment, a box rose from the ground. As the box emerged, it opened, revealing a nano core before Ling Chen's eyes. This nano core bore a mysterious symbol. Ling Chen walked up to the core and picked it up. Ding! Soul binding complete. The Black God battle armor is at your service. Just then, a prompt sound followed. Buzz! In the next moment, this nano core began to spread wildly, enveloping Ling Chen's entire body. The original 6th tier Black God battle armor slowly faded away, transforming into the nano core that fell to the ground. As the Black God battle armor enveloped Ling Chen completely, he clearly felt that his speed of absorbing the surrounding energy had significantly increased. This armor can actually enhance my cultivation speed? Ling Chen was instantly shocked, and the increase was substantial. This absorption speed was equivalent to that of a purple talent type entry. This amazed Ling Chen. However, soon, an even more astonishing event occurred. Several entries suddenly appeared above the armor. Yes, entries. Indestructible. Purple, armor defense * 1000%. Abyssal Maw. Purple, can devour energy substances to enhance armor quality. Also can slowly repair damaged armor. Martial arts prodigy. Purple, cultivation speed * 1000, endless. Purple, armor durability * 1000%. Penetration. Purple, defense of the attack target divided by 200%. A total of 5 purple entries. This directly shocked Ling Chen. How can there still be attributes? Is the Black God set alive? Ling Chen exclaimed. Ding! Definition, item attributes. Item attributes. A special type of item attribute. Some extremely rare items possess special attributes, and the pills, weapons, etc., crafted from these items will inherit these attributes. All low-grade Black God sets of the 8th rank are made using 5 fixed purple attribute items. They possess a series of abilities such as enhancing defense, automatic upgrades, increasing attack power, and boosting cultivation. Speed. The low-grade Black God set of the 7th rank is made using 4 blue attributes. As for your original 4th grade Black God set, it was crafted from materials without attributes. Because items with attributes are extremely precious, only the core of the martial arts hall is qualified to use them. The intelligence system of the Black God martial arts hall immediately reacted to Ling Chen's words. Of course, if it were before, no matter how Ling Chen asked, the other party wouldn't say anything, since now Ling Chen is a senior student. Damn, there's such a thing. Why didn't I hear about it before? Ling Chen was shocked but quickly came to his senses. Even with his golden top-tier talent, he could only possess a set with purple attributes. Ordinary golden talents probably had nothing at all. And among the human race, those with golden talents were mostly the lowest-grade golden talent holders. It was extremely difficult for the human race to obtain attribute items. In fact, attribute items might be one of the most top-secret secrets of the human race. Ordinary strong individuals couldn't even come into contact with them, let alone Ling Chen, who was just an ordinary person a few days ago. But these attributes are indeed good, they can significantly enhance the strength of the armor. Moreover, the Black God armor can also devour energy items to upgrade. Unlike the previous armor, which could only upgrade by devouring the Black Warrior armor. The speed of upgrading should not be slow in the future. Ling Chen was also very satisfied. Ding. Detected that the item has the same attribute as your own. Do you want to consume your own attribute energy to upgrade it? However, at that moment, another prompt sound came, leaving Ling Chen stunned. Wait, what the hell? Consume my attribute energy to upgrade these attributes? Are you kidding me? Ling Chen was shocked and quickly asked the divine domain will in his consciousness. But the divine domain will naturally wouldn't answer Ling Chen. Ling Chen was a bit speechless, but since it could be upgraded, why not give it a try? After thinking it over, he finally gritted his teeth and chose to extract his golden armor attribute to test the waters. After all, he still had many defensive divine stones that he hadn't extracted, and if the level dropped, he could just upgrade it back. Defensive attributes were definitely the most abundant. Ding. Selecting attribute, indestructible. Purple, to begin charging for upgrade. Charging progress, 1001% charging progress, 1002% charging progress, 1003%. Sure enough, the enhancement of the indestructible attribute of the Black God set began to skyrocket. At the same time, the golden armor attribute, which had already reached 2005%, began to slowly decline. The ratio was exactly 10 to 1. Seeing that it could be recharged, Ling Chen immediately stopped the charging. It can indeed be upgraded. If I upgrade these 5 attributes to gold, then wouldn't the strength of this Black God set explode? And it can also devour everything to enhance the armor level? Thinking of this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Upgrading a few attributes to gold wouldn't cost him much divine stone. A set of armor with golden attributes, its power, who knows how strong it could be. At least, the current human race definitely couldn't find a set. Even in the next hundreds of thousands of years, they might not be able to produce one. By the way, do you know Ling Xian? He should have been here 20 years ago. Suddenly remembering something, Ling Chen hurriedly asked. Ding. Ling Xian. Intermediate student of the Black God Martial Arts School. 20 years ago, he passed the intermediate student assessment and ultimately unlocked the low-level permissions of this trial ground. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, a prompt immediately echoed in the void. Intermediate student? Could it be that he also has golden attributes? And not just one? Ling Chen quickly inquired. Ding. No, all of Ling Xian's attributes are purple, representing a purple supreme talent. Thus, he has qualified as an intermediate student. However, the brain's prompt made Ling Chen's pupil's contract a supreme purple talent? Damn, doesn't that mean he possesses bloodline attributes? All attribute enhancement attributes, and also needs weapon attributes, among a series of other attributes? This combined combat power is definitely no less than that of an ordinary golden mid-tier talent holder. No. It's not just comparable, it might even surpass it. The only drawback might be that due to the low level of the attributes, the enhancement to cultivation talent is insufficient. It was previously mentioned that high-level attributes can enhance cultivation talent, and the enhancement of golden attributes is equivalent to that of purple talents. In other words, if a holder of a purple supreme talent also possesses a purple cultivation talent, In a certain sense, his overall talent and combat power would definitely not be less than that of a golden mid-tier talent holder. Of course, some might say, if that's the case, then why don't those with golden attributes stack purple attributes? A golden attribute combined with a purple all-attribute enhancement attribute and a purple bloodline attribute would definitely far exceed a purple supreme talent holder. It's a joke, a person's talent attribute count is limited. For example, if you have 10 attribute slots, that already makes you an extremely talented individual. With 10 attribute slots, if you want to pursue a golden mid-tier talent, you only need 2 of those slots to have stackable golden attributes. For instance, 1 strength enhancement and 1 weapon attribute. These 2 attributes are the most common, and while the probability of drawing them isn't high, it's still several times or even dozens of times higher than other golden attributes. However, if you want to pursue the route of a purple supreme talent with those 10 slots, then you need 1 purple strength enhancement, 1 purple weapon attribute, 1 all-attribute enhancement attribute, and 1 bloodline attribute. The difficulty of drawing all-attribute enhancement and bloodline attributes is extremely high. The probability of drawing purple attributes is already close to that of ordinary golden attributes. You also need to obtain 2 corresponding other attributes. If you miss even 1, your combat power will plummet. There are only 10 chances, and drawing wrong once means 1 less chance. In other words, as long as you have money, pursuing a golden mid-tier talent is definitely the optimal solution. Meanwhile, purple attributes can only be the last resort for those who don't have much money. Of course, if you have a golden luck attribute, it's a different story. You can almost designate all purple attributes. This is why the evaluation of a golden luck attribute can reach that of a golden supreme talent. Because even if you only designate 1 purple supreme talent, it is still significantly stronger than an ordinary golden mid-tier talent. Although it can't compare to a golden upper-tier talent, it is more than enough to be considered a genius. If you're daring enough to gamble, you might even end up with a set of silver supreme talents, at which point your talent would rival that of a golden upper-tier talent. This is why golden luck is so precious. Reflecting on this, one can see just how extraordinary Ling Xian's luck is. A purple supreme talent, there probably isn't a second one in the entire human race. By the way, can I continue the assessment? That is, continue hunting those 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Ling Chen didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xian. In fact, it didn't matter if he couldn't find the other party. After all, he had disappeared not long after birth, and there were no feelings involved. The most important thing is still one's own powerful talent. Ding. Yes. However, the treasure chest rewards will no longer be triggered. This assessment can be started at any time. Do you still want to start the advanced student assessment? The intelligent brain answered directly. By the way, can I specify specific entries for the ferocious beasts? Ling Chen hurriedly asked. Ding. Advanced students have the right to specify, but only for common entries. Rare entries cannot be specified. For example, luck type, fate type, talent type, space type, and other rare entries. Of course, if it's just white or green, that's fine, but blue and above cannot be done. The intelligent brain replied. That's not necessary, I just need some ordinary purple entries. First, give me the defense type entries. Once I gather 400 purple oracle stones, then give me 400 stamina type entries. After that, 400 devouring type entries. Then, let's specify 500 penetration type entries. And 200 speed type entries as well. By the way, it would be best if the number of ferocious beasts could be a bit more. Ling Chen said directly, as the so-called treasure chest rewards were of little use to him now. As for those low-level rare entries, buying them wouldn't cost much. What could be dropped here were all purple oracle stones, so there was no need to waste money on that. Ding. Accepting specified content. Assessment restarting. The first round is about to begin. The intelligent brain responded instantly. Buzz 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 buzz. In the next moment, spatial rifts suddenly appeared around. The first round had a total of 10 spatial rifts. Then, 10 ferocious beasts resembling pangolins charged directly out of this space. Roar! 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 Amidst the sounds of furious roars, all the pangolins charged towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't waste any time and instantly killed all the pangolins. Next came the second round, third round, fourth round, with the number of ferocious beasts increasing in each round. Eventually, the number of ferocious beasts increased to 1,000 and no longer rose, but fortunately, in the later stages, they could all drop purple oracle stones. Plus, with Ling Chen's prior warnings, the number remained at 1,000 until the 9th round, unlike before, when it started to decrease after the 8th round. In this 10th round, the strength of the ferocious beasts was still the same as the previous black dragon, and Ling Chen didn't have time to waste talking with them. He directly unleashed the god of slaughter and killed one with a single shot. Unfortunately, this time luck wasn't as good, only dropping a purple oracle stone with all purple entries of
Course, this kind of oracle stone with all purple entries is also extremely valuable, worth at least trillions. After all, this means that using it guarantees a 100% acquisition of purple entries. Many big shots are willing to spend money to cultivate their descendants. At this moment, Ling Chen had already gathered 400 purple entries: Indestructible, Endless, Penetration, and Abyssal Maw. Purple entries are indeed high-level entries, with one entry able to enhance silver entries by 10%. This means that to upgrade to gold entries, only 200 would be enough. The reason for 400 is mainly because he plans to upgrade his Black God battle armor as well. I can use all my entries freely in front of this intelligent brain. After all, golden top-tier entries seem to be just ordinary talents in the eyes of the other party. But this infinite extraction entry absolutely cannot be exposed. Ling Chen thought to himself and directly stored all the entries into his small world. Of course, to outsiders, it looked no different from storing entries in a spatial storage. The only difference is that Ling Chen can probe his divine consciousness into the small world and extract entries without anyone noticing. Ding. Congratulations, you have extracted the entry, Indestructible. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the entry, Indestructible. Purple. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the entry, Indestructible. Purple. The sound of notifications echoed in Ling Chen's mind. The speed of drawing was simply off the charts. After all, Ling Chen could draw nearly 100 entries in a minute, and in just a few minutes, he could stack up a golden entry. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the entry, Indestructible. Purple * 200. The entry has upgraded to Absolute Defense. Gold Defense * 4000%. Special physical entries require gathering 4 major golden physical entries to trigger. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the entry, Endless. Purple * 200. The entry has upgraded to Perpetual Motion Machine. Gold Stamina * 4000%. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the entry, Godspeed. Purple * 200. The entry has upgraded to God of Speed. Gold Speed * 4000%. Finally, in less than 10 minutes, Ling Chen had stacked almost all the entries to their maximum. At this moment, Ling Chen took a deep breath. The special entry had finally arrived. Ding. Detected that you have successfully gathered the 4 major golden physical entries. The mythic level physical entry, Law of Heaven and Earth. Gold is now activated. Law of Heaven and Earth. An ancient supreme divine ability. A powerful ability that can be activated instantly by consuming a large amount of oracle energy. After use, the body expands to a height of * 1 meter for every point of vitality. All attributes * 1000%. This entry has a tremendous cost. It requires the instant consumption of 1 golden entry from the 4 major physical categories. However, the moment the entry for Law of Heaven and Earth appeared, Ling Chen's pupils constricted violently. Law of Heaven and Earth. Damn, vitality * 1 meter? I currently have 100,000 vitality, so after using it, my body would reach a height of 100,000 meters? And all attributes multiplied by 10? If I stack it with entries like God of Slaughter, then with one punch, I could probably blow up a planet. Ling Chen immediately gasped in shock. No wonder it required 4 golden entries to condense such a special entry. The effect was even more terrifying than God of Slaughter, and there were no negative effects at all. As for the cost of use, compared to its terrifying effect, the cost was indeed justified. For major entries, each golden entry? That means 200 purple entries could be used once. Although it was a lot, it was still manageable. Now that he could draw entries here, Ling Chen could directly fill this entry. Even when he went outside, it would only take 8 billion oracle stones to fill it once. 8 billion for a terrifying effect that provided a tenfold combat power boost was completely worth it. Of course, this thing's ultimate effect was meant for desperate situations. When it came to a life and death struggle, even a slight increase in strength would be incredibly terrifying, let alone tenfold. Therefore, this effect was absolutely worth more than its cost. Such a good thing must be fully charged. It's completely for turning the tide in battle. Thinking of this, Ling Chen was about to ask the AI of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, AI, do you know about special entries? The special entries that can be activated by golden entries. Ling Chen quickly asked, as he had never encountered any human with golden entries until now. Naturally, he didn't know if they had golden entries. However, from the AI's previous words, Ling Chen seemed to have never heard anything about special entries. Did the other party also not know about special entries? Ding. Searching the database. However, to Ling Chen's surprise, the other party did not respond directly. This made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. The lack of a direct answer meant that it was possible that these
Special entries were not common and were much rarer than ordinary golden entries. After all, in the eyes of others, the dark golden entries that surpass the golden entries seem quite ordinary. However, the fact that rare entries still require retrieval naturally means they are not common goods. Could it be that this thing is only possessed by oneself? That seems impossible. The probability of having something solely to oneself is extremely low. I'm not a protagonist in a novel, how could it be that only I have it? Ding! Retrieval successful. Definition: special entry. Description: an ultra-rare auxiliary entry that appears alongside entries of gold or higher. Only a very small number of people can awaken this kind of auxiliary entry, and its appearance. Probability will not be increased by luck-type entries. Completely random. According to calculations, among every trillion gold entry holders, there is a possibility of one special entry appearing. Each special entry is extremely powerful, capable of raising the entry level by at least one tier. Some special entries, which require enormous costs to use, can elevate the entry level by several tiers. According to the highest regulations of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, once a special entry holder is discovered, they will directly become a supreme student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Do you possess a special entry? At this moment, the tone of the intelligence brain became surprisingly cautious. This left Ling Chen bewildered. Wait, among a trillion gold entry holders, there's only a possibility of one special entry appearing. This refers to holders, not entries. A gold entry holder might possess 2, 3, or even 4 gold entries. Yet among so many people, there's only a possibility of one special entry holder. However, it seems like I triggered it 100%. This thing cannot be awakened by luck-type entries, and it's countless times more precious than luck-type entries. What the heck, what's going on? Could it be because of the infinite entries? After thinking it over, Ling Chen could only consider this possibility. However, this seems like a good thing. So, what's the use of being a supreme student? Ling Chen immediately became curious. Ding! Supreme student, the top-tier student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Possesses the highest authority of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. However, I currently cannot contact the Martial Arts Hall headquarters, so I cannot authenticate you. The intelligence brain explained. As soon as these words came out, Ling Chen twitched his mouth. It would be a miracle if you could contact them. Your civilization has probably been extinct for who knows how many years. Then forget it, I don't have a special entry. Ling Chen said, lacking enthusiasm. Then, Ling Chen continued to extract penetration-type entries and devouring-type entries. He extracted 200 devouring-type entries. 200 only increased the bonus by 20%. He casually charged all 20 of this bonus into his Black God set. Ding! Black God set devouring-type entry upgraded. Devour Heaven. Gold can devour all things to enhance the armor level and can also quickly repair damaged armor through devouring. As a black light flashed over the Black God set, the devouring entry of the Black God set directly upgraded to gold. Of course, as long as Ling Chen chose not to display the entry, no one could see that the Black God set's entry had been upgraded. At the same time, Ling Chen discovered that although the Black God set did not have the Flame of Devouring, his Flame of Devouring could directly supply energy to it. This made Ling Chen's eyes light up. He just happened to have an excess of energy, which was perfect for the Black God to devour. Through the connection of the Flame of Devouring, the Black God armor instantly transformed into a voracious beast, crazily absorbing the energy from the Flame of Devouring. In just a moment, the energy that had just been accumulated was completely drained. Yet the armor showed no signs of change. Wow, it can eat so much? Let's see how much you can consume. Ling Chen twitched his mouth, then directly stepped forward. Buzz! The black flame of devouring spread directly towards the ground. In an instant, the tiles on the ground began to be crazily devoured. The energy converted was then transmitted to the Black God battle armor. In an instant, the black flowing light on the Black God battle armor flickered wildly. Beep beep beep. Special entry detected, Flame of Devouring. User. Senior student of the Black God Martial Arts Academy. Reporting student information now. Alert, unable to report, alert. Unable to report. However, Ling Chen's actions immediately triggered a frenzied alarm from the intelligence brain of the Black God Martial Arts Academy. Ha! I said, didn't I use this before? Why is it only alarming now? Ling Chen was confused. But then he remembered that the intelligence brain seemed to have no prior knowledge of special entries. It appeared to have retrieved the corresponding data only after searching. Now that it had the data, it naturally recognized the flame of devouring at a glance. Anyway, since it can't report, do as you please. Ling Chen shrugged it off, then began to extract the penetration entry. Ding! Congratulations, extracted entry, penetration. Purple * 225. Entry upgraded to Pierce the Heavens. Gold defense of the attack target divided by 800%.
This effect was undeniably strong. The defense was reduced by 8 times, meaning that what originally required 100 kilograms
of force to break through now only needed 12.5 kilograms. It was practically like breaking through paper. This effectively increased his combat power 8-fold. This would definitely significantly enhance Ling Chen's lethality. Ding. Pierce the Heavens. Gold special entry. Triggered, true damage. Gold activated. True damage. During the activation of this entry, all damage becomes true damage, ignoring any defensive targets whose strength does not exceed 100 times that of the user. Duration 5 seconds. Limited to once per year. Can be charged with a silver entry to refresh the cooldown. The moment this special entry appeared, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. True damage. And against targets with 100 times combat power. Goodness, if this move was used, even a martial emperor would be injured. In fact, if one wasn't careful, they could even die. Of course, if the opponent noticed, there was no way he could catch up. With 100 times the strength difference, the speed would also be 100 times. However, the idea of being chased by someone 100 times stronger and only being able to run was indeed a bit abstract. As for why he wouldn't counterattack Ling Chen, that was a joke. Ling Chen now had the Soul Destroyer profession, and if he got too close, he would be instantly obliterated. Getting close meant death. What else could he do but run? The entries are getting more terrifying. No, I need to explode more entries to use as energy. At this moment, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Intelligence brain, restart the assessment for me, just like before. I want those few types of ferocious beasts. Ling Chen directly issued the command. Unable to report, attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. However, what left Ling Chen speechless was that this intelligence brain had actually crashed. Buzz. Fortunately, although the response mechanism seemed to have crashed, the commands were still being executed. Soon, a new round of assessment began. Time passed second by second during the assessment. Each round of assessment generally lasted 6 to 7 hours. Over the course of 2 days, Ling Chen had undergone the assessment 7 or 8 times. After charging up those ordinary entries, Ling Chen spent the subsequent time stacking the Soul Destroyer purple entry. This entry could be considered the best purple entry available in this assessment. Space. If purple entries were used to upgrade to gold entries, 10 would only increase the strength by 1%. This meant that at least 40,000 purple entries were needed to upgrade to a dark gold entry. This number was nothing short of terrifying. 40,000 purple entries, if relying purely on purchase, would cost at least trillions. Of course, although this price looks terrifying, it still can't buy a single golden oracle stone. Fortunately, each round, Ling Chen can obtain more than 5,000 purple oracle stones. In the past 2 days, Ling Chen has accumulated a total of 35,000. At the same time, his Soul Destroyer enhancement value has reached a terrifying 7,500%. He just needs this last accumulation to upgrade to the golden attribute. Continue drawing. Looking at the last 5,000 purple oracle stones he just obtained, Ling Chen took a deep breath and directly started the draw. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute, Soul Destroyer. Purple, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute, Soul Destroyer. Purple, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute, Soul Destroyer. Purple, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute, Soul Destroyer. Purple, the attribute, God Slayer. Gold, enhancement has increased to 8,000%. However, when the upgrade ended, Ling Chen did not hear the upgrade prompt for God Slayer. No upgrade? No way, what is the enhancement of this dark gold attribute? Ling Chen was a bit stunned. Smart brain, what is the minimum enhancement multiplier for the dark gold God Slayer attribute? Ling Chen quickly asked. This is a bit excessive. An 8,000% enhancement is still not enough? B. The enhancement multiplier for the dark gold God Slayer attribute is between 100 times to 200 times. The smart brain answered instantly. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. However, after answering, the smart brain fell into a crash again. As soon as this was said, the corner of Ling Chen's mouth twitched 100 times. 1,000%? That means he still needs 20 more times? Alright then, since we've come this far, there's no choice but to continue? Ling Chen was utterly speechless. Smart brain, give me 4 more rounds. All opponents need to be Soul Destroyers. Ling Chen spoke directly. Buzz. The next moment, a new round began again. I have to say, the trial ground of the Black God Martial Hall is unknown for how many ferocious beasts there are. He has already hunted tens of thousands, yet there are still more. Soon, 10 soul beasts were teleported from the surroundings. The moment these ferocious beasts appeared, they all emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. The terrifying soul blades surged towards Ling Chen. Like a storm. This strength, if faced with other martial artists, even those with strong combat power, as long as they are not soul destroyers or mentalists of the same level, they would definitely be doomed. But unfortunately, they were facing an even more powerful Ling Chen. In order to save time, countless soul blades erupted instantly. In an instant, thousands of soul blades swept towards these ferocious beasts like a flood. Puff 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 puff. Wherever the soul blades went, the souls of these ferocious beasts were instantly disintegrated. The next moment, the devouring flames erupted, directly consuming the bodies and soul fragments of the soul beasts. The power transformed from the soul beasts just flowed into the devouring flames and was instantly absorbed by the Black God battle armor on him. Of course, it still left Ling Chen some energy to continue devouring. In just over 2 or 3 days, Ling Chen had already devoured this assessment space to the point of being riddled with holes. The floor was exposed to the ground, not to mention the ceiling, which had already been consumed, and beyond the ceiling of this space was the floor of another assessment space. Fortunately, no one was being assessed, otherwise, they would probably be dumbfounded by Ling Chen's actions. The first round is over, and now it's time for the second round. Ling Chen smiled slightly. The first round only had 10 soul beasts. However, at that moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. Attempting to reconnect. Connecting. The prompt sound of the smart brain in the Black God Martial Hall suddenly changed. This made Ling Chan's pupils shrink. Connection successful. Connected to the main network of the Black God Martial Hall. All information of advanced student, Ling Chen has been reported. Reported to the galaxy. Xiantian star system, coordinates of the blue water star sky. Waiting for a reply. Waiting for a reply. The next sentence from the smart brain made Ling Chen's head explode. What the hell, it's connected. Are you kidding me? Ling Chen's eyes widened. Isn't the Black God Martial Hall an ancient technological civilization that has been lost? Damn it, who spread this news? That guy who gave birth to a son without an anus. Ling Chen couldn't help but complain. Ding. This message is from intermediate student, Ling Xian. To prevent the high-level human race from studying the information of the Black God Martial Hall, which could ultimately lead to the leakage of the galaxy coordinates. After detection, you are indeed the son of Ling Xian, you have an anus, please do not belittle yourself. You are the future esteemed supreme student of the Black God Martial Hall. The smart brain respectfully replied to Ling Chen. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen fell silent. What the hell does he mean he has an anus? Has there been any news from the Black God Martial Hall? Ling Chen took a deep breath. No news has been received yet. According to estimates, it will take at least 1 day to receive news. The Black God's smart brain responded. Then if they receive news, how will they handle my situation? Ling Chen frowned. Ding. Generally, there are 2 methods to deal with the owners of special entries. The first method is to send strong individuals to eliminate them. Erase the civilization of the star system as well. The Black God's smart brain slowly began to speak. What the hell, are you kidding me? Ling Chen immediately cursed upon hearing this. Ding. Of course, this treatment is only for geniuses of hostile forces. Since you are already a student of the Black God Martial Hall, this is naturally impossible. The Black God Martial Hall will send strong individuals to bring you to the headquarters for training and will also send strong individuals to protect your civilization. The Black God's smart brain quickly continued. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that sounds more reasonable. You should just say everything at once in the future, don't take a breath. By the way, if they send someone over, how long will it take? Ling Chen said somewhat speechlessly. Ding. According to estimates, the distance from the Black God Martial Hall headquarters to the blue water star in the galaxy is 48 billion light-years. The fastest can generally arrive within a month. Of course, your situation is special, and it may go through layers of discussions, so it will definitely arrive within a year. The Black God's smart brain explained. The fastest is a month? Ling Chen frowned tightly upon hearing this. Such a distant distance can actually be reached in a month. What kind of technology is this? According to humanity's most advanced spacecraft, it would take at least several decades. The technological level of the Black God Martial Hall is really high. In that case, let's quickly improve my strength and continue to send me fierce beasts. Ling Chen took a deep breath and directly issued the command. Ding. Command accepted. Assessment continues. The next moment, with the response from the Black God Smart Brain, the second round of soul beasts continued to appear. Over the next day, Ling Chen passed through 4 more rounds.
While killing fierce beasts and extracting, he successfully upgraded the entry level of the Godslayer to Dark Gold. Ding! Congratulations, the entry, Godslayer, level has successfully upgraded to Dark Gold. Bonus increased to 10,000%. Ding! Congratulations, the special entry, Soul Pressure, level has been upgraded to Dark Gold. Suppress others with soul power. Causes a 75% decrease in all attributes of the enemy. The prompt sound followed. Looking at this prompt, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. The special entry actually upgraded too? Moreover, its power is still terrifying. It directly reduces the enemy's combat power by 4 times. With this, combined with the enhancement of his other entries, it's equivalent to the enemy becoming weaker while he becomes stronger. This rise and fall, even with a huge gap, can be pulled back. However, when compared like this, the enhancement of the law of heaven and earth is somewhat terrifying. No wonder it's a fearsome special term that requires the consumption of 4 golden terms for just 1 use. A 10-fold enhancement is even more frightening than this dark golden soul pressure. Truly, it is a term derived from ancient divine powers. Ding! Received a message from the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Esteemed Supreme Student, would you like to read it? Just then, the voice of the intelligence brain suddenly came through. Read it. Ling Chen nodded. What was meant to come would eventually come. Reading. Esteemed Supreme Student, this is the headquarters of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. I am the chief person in charge of the current assessment point. We have received all your information, and the Black God Martial Arts Hall is honored to invite you to join us. We will dispatch strong individuals to escort you to the Black God Martial Arts Hall as soon as possible. Please wait for our arrival within the Milky Way. Reading complete. The voice of the intelligence brain made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. Is the treatment for the owner of this special term really this good? Even the chief of an assessment point has to be this respectful? However, it is a high-level civilization beyond the Milky Way. My current talent has likely surpassed all the geniuses in the Milky Way. It's inevitable that it will be a bit boring in the future. Going to the vast universe is just a matter of time. With the guidance of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, it's not a bad thing. At least with a backing, it should be much safer. Ling Chen thought to himself and didn't dwell on it too much. Intelligence brain, continue to get me some fierce beasts, this time I need the 4 basic attributes. Ling Chen pondered for a moment and spoke directly. He was preparing to upgrade the law of heaven and earth to dark gold and see what would happen. Esteemed Supreme Member. Currently, the entire assessment point has a reserve of only 25,000 6th-tier fierce beasts. This has already reached the minimum standard to maintain the operation of the assessment point. Of course, if you need more, you can continue the assessment, but once these fierce beasts are exhausted, this assessment point will not be able to accommodate 6th-tier warriors for a short period. Just then, the intelligence brain's prompt sounded. This made Ling Chen frown. Is that all? So phew, it's not even enough to upgrade 1 term. Yes, each basic assessment point has a fixed reserve of 100,000 fierce beast embryos, which will be artificially cultivated after consumption. However, you have consumed over 70,000 in 3 days. The cultivation speed is far behind the consumption speed. The intelligence brain replied. This left Ling Chen speechless. However, having a total of 100,000 6th-tier fierce beasts is already extremely terrifying. The total number of 6th-tier fierce beasts in ordinary 8th-tier divine domains is probably only this much, right? By the way, what about the 5th-tier fierce beasts? How many are there? Ling Chen quickly asked. There are a total of 1 million 5th-tier fierce beasts. 4th-tier fierce beast reserve, 10 million. However, there are relatively more assessment personnel for 5th-tier fierce beasts, so only about 500,000 are left. There are only over 3 million 4th-tier fierce beasts left. With this data, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow and began to ponder. I can guarantee a 100% drop rate of blue terms from 5th-tier fierce beasts. That's 500,000. For 4th tier, I can only drop green terms and a small number of blue terms. This means that if I add them all up, the number of blue terms I can drop might reach 1 million? Ling Chen frowned as he thought about this. Suddenly, he realized something extremely off. Wait. I hunted over 70,000, almost all of which had the Soul Destroyer term. Are all the fierce beasts you have stored with the Soul Destroyer term? Ling Chen asked in confusion. Ding. Not at all, what we have stored are fierce beast embryos. Although these fierce beasts are already adults, they have not been activated. To activate them, a large amount of soul source liquid needs to be injected, which is extracted only from the soul dot. There are 2 sources of souls, one is the souls of those who have died during the assessment. The other comes from the low-level ferocious beasts nurtured in the low-level ecological cultivation pods. The number
of these ferocious beasts is enormous, but they will not be used for the assessment. As long as a ferocious beast dies, its soul will be collected and automatically refined into soul source liquid, which will ultimately be injected into the ferocious beast embryos to activate them. Only the activated ferocious beasts will awaken the corresponding entries. There are many embryos, with almost every type of 6th tier embryo exceeding 100,000. In total, there are over 1 million. Of course, the souls of the ferocious beasts killed during the assessment will also be recovered. Only a very small portion, like those encountered by you, who devour both the beast and its soul, will be unrecoverable. The Black God's intelligence brain explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly realized. This is equivalent to killing low-level ferocious beasts and converting their souls into high-level ferocious beasts? So, as long as there is enough soul source liquid, these ferocious beast embryos can all be activated? If I kill the remaining 20,000 ferocious beasts and don't refine their souls, how many other ferocious beasts can be activated if you recover them? Ling Chen asked eagerly. Ding! Because it is mechanically refined, the conversion ratio is extremely low, only 1/5 can be converted into soul source liquid. This soul source liquid needs a year of cultivation time to form a soul crystal core. Half of the soul power will be consumed during the formation of the soul crystal. This soul crystal core must be injected into the embryos to activate 2,500 new ferocious beasts. The Black God's intelligence brain replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was completely speechless. As a 6th tier perfect level alchemist, he could naturally improve the conversion rate, and it could even reach 100%. Although forming the soul crystal would consume half, there would still be 50% left, right? As long as he hunted a portion of the 5th tier and 4th tier ferocious beasts, he could accumulate enough soul source liquid to activate at least over 100,000 ferocious beasts. However, the problem is that the 1-year soul crystal condensation period is somewhat frustrating. This means that the assessment space currently reserves 25,000 soul crystal cores, not ferocious beasts. Of course, this speed is too slow for Ling Chen, but in terms of the assessment space, it is definitely sufficient. After all, the assessment space is constantly nurturing. When one dies, there is a new one to supplement, and there is almost always a considerable amount of idle surplus time. If it weren't for encountering him, they wouldn't have lost so many. Forget it, use 20,000 of the remaining 25,000 soul crystals to activate fire-type ferocious beasts. Additionally, activate 90% of the 5th tier and 4th tier ferocious beasts and send them all to this assessment space for me. After pondering, Ling Chen directly issued the command, leaving 10% for the assessment space to slowly assess. The rest he would take away. Although they are only green and blue oracle stones, even if he doesn't open them, he can still devour them and convert them into pure energy for use. Okay, esteemed Supreme Member, your request will be executed immediately. Indeed, being a senior member is impressive. The Black God's intelligence brain showed no hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz, in the next moment, all the teleportation arrays were activated. Of course, there are only 1,000 teleportation arrays, but they are continuously transmitting, with almost 4 to 5 batches coming through every minute. Buzz. Ling Chen looked at the densely packed ferocious beasts that suddenly appeared without any hesitation and directly expanded his telekinetic power to the extreme. In an instant, the telekinetic power enveloped the entire space. Boom! In the next moment, a massive telekinetic hammer smashed down violently onto the entire space. All the ferocious beasts that had just been teleported out were smashed into a pulp. Just a few minutes later, another 10,000 ferocious beasts were teleported out. Boom! Of course, the result was still the same, all the ferocious beasts were smashed into a pulp. The reason for this was naturally to preserve all the energy of these beasts. At this moment, the entire space was enveloped in a thick layer of meat paste. With so many ferocious beasts, Ling Chen's devouring flames could not possibly store all of it. Even though his vitality had reached over 500,000 in just a few days, which was the realm of a martial master at the 3rd level, this amount of meat paste was still a bit too much. However, Ling Chen naturally had his own ideas. Buzz. Suddenly, the true fire of the sun erupted from his body. The flames instantly enveloped the entire space. As the flames rapidly contracted, all the meat paste transformed into a massive meatball with a diameter of several thousand meters, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, under the frenzied forging of the fire's power, the essence of the meat paste began to condense wildly. The enormous meatball, measuring thousands of meters, quickly condensed into 2 spheres. One was a blue ball the size of a basketball, while the other was a blood-red transparent solution. There was also a pure black sphere. These represented the souls and the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts transformed into a solution, along with impurities. The impurities were the most numerous. If mixed into pills, they would be pure pill poison, but for Ling Chen, they were a great supplement. Of course, it hadn't been refined yet. After all, true alchemy had not yet begun. Boom, 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 boom. Next, a series of earth-shattering roars echoed throughout the space. Almost every few minutes, a large number of ferocious beasts were obliterated. After each batch of beasts was killed, their blood, flesh, and souls were sent into the sky, into the raging golden flames, to begin refining. The roaring continued for over 10 hours before gradually coming to a stop. The 3 spheres in the sky had already transformed into a diameter of 100 meters. This was after a rough refinement, otherwise, the entire assessment space wouldn't be able to contain it. It's time to start refining. Ling Chen took a deep breath, then waved his hand, causing the raging golden flames to converge. Ultimately, the flames transformed into a massive alchemy furnace towering 1,000 meters high, appearing in the sky. Buzz, 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 buzz. In the next moment, Ling Chen formed various alchemy hand seals. All these seals were infused into the flames, eventually merging into the 3 gigantic spheres. In an instant, the mass of the 3 enormous pills began to rise rapidly. At the same time, the diameter of the pills also shrank rapidly. Eventually, the liquid gradually solidified. At this point, the volume had shrunk to the size of a basketball. However, this was naturally not the end. The flames erupted with powerful pressure, enveloping the 3 pills, and their diameters began to shrink wildly. Ultimately, the pills were compressed to the size of normal pills. Then, Ling Chen waved his hand. The flames instantly extinguished. Following that, Ling Chen directly tossed the 3 pills into his small world. Buzz. And at the moment all the pills landed in the small world, Ling Chen's entry, Value Addition, burst forth with dazzling golden light. Under the cover of the golden light, the 3 pills actually began to undergo fission. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Ultimately, 33 pills appeared in the flames. Wow! So, this is how Value Addition works. Seeing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had forgotten about the amplification. This was almost a rule-type entry, capable of increasing the number of pills out of thin air. Originally 1 portion of energy turned into a full 11 portions. This was simply a concept-level skill of creating something from nothing. Moreover, even pill poison could be increased in value. That was a bit excessive. However, this pill poison seemed to be a type of pill as well. In any case, it seemed that after Ling Chen killed ferocious beasts in the future, he could refine them all into pills, which would directly multiply the energy he could use by 10 times. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully refined a 7th tier supreme elixir, 11 beast blood pills, 11 beast soul pills, 11 beast poison pills. The alchemist level has been upgraded to 7th tier supreme. At this moment, the notification sound of the divine domains will rang out. Hearing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. This elixir is actually only 7th tier supreme. Alright, the highest grade of the raw materials for these elixirs is only 6th tier 7 stars. The total energy contained in 1,000 6th tier 7-star ferocious beasts is still significantly less than that of a single 7th tier 7-star beast. Generally, to refine a 7th tier supreme blood pill, at least the blood and flesh energy of several 7th tier 10-star ferocious beasts is required. Therefore, the fact that this elixir can reach 7th tier supreme is probably due to Ling Chen's exceptionally high energy utilization rate. Just how much energy does this elixir contain? Ling Chen became somewhat curious. He then took out a beast poison pill and directly tossed it into the devouring flame. Boom! In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted. The energy that had just been drained from the devouring flame by the Black God battle armor was instantly replenished. Moreover, the entire elixir showed no visible changes at all. The energy contained in this elixir should be enough for me to elevate my vitality to the late Martial Saint stage, right? Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He was only at the 3rd level of Martial Venerable now. He wouldn't even be able to use it all. As for his Black God battle armor, after several days of devouring, it had barely reached the 8th tier 2 stars. The main reason was that the current devouring speed of the devouring flame was too slow. The 8th tier is equivalent to the level of Martial Emperor, which is 2 major realms higher than Ling Chen, a difference of a million times. His devouring speed was definitely not comparable to that of the devouring flame. Once I get out, I'll try using the Black God battle armor to see if devouring these elixirs can speed up my advancement. Ling Chen suddenly remembered this. Although the Black God battle armor now had the devouring heaven attribute, he still shouldn't expose it in front of the Black God intelligence. A single special attribute had already shocked him to the point of a system crash. If it were to be exposed, he and even the entire galaxy might face catastrophic disaster. By the way, speaking of which, where did the civilizations in this divine domain come from? How did your Black God Martial Hall's assessment space appear here? Suddenly, Ling Chen recalled this and quickly asked. Could it be that these All divine domain lands do not know where they come from, not even the Black God Martial Hall, only that these divine domain lands have existed since the birth of the universe. The civilizations within the divine domain have been analyzed by some, suggesting they might be projections from other worlds, other planes. Of course, this assessment space is not one of them. The Black God Martial Hall, as one of the most powerful forces in the Taster Star domain, has certain performance requirements under the demands of the Taster royal family. It needs to assist some low-level remote civilizations, like your galactic human race, in development. Therefore, when the number of life planets under human dominion reached 100 million, 100 trial lands were launched. I was sent here as the assessment point for the Xiantian star system. Ultimately, I chose Blue Water Star as my base and occupied this ferocious beast-type divine domain. Because Blue Water Star is located at the center of the Xiantian star system. According to the development of interstellar civilizations, the central location is generally developed as the core area of a star system or civilization. It's just that I don't know why your star system has always guarded the Xiantian main star as the core. Thus, Blue Water Star only harvested its first intermediate student 20 years ago. It opened up low-level permissions. And your appearance now has already opened up intermediate permissions. In the future, those who come to participate in the assessment will have the opportunity to obtain higher-level black martial armors as rewards. There's even a possibility of obtaining a 7th-tier Black God battle armor. Of course, the main function of this trial ground is merely to assist in the development of civilization, so the highest level is only 6. The Black God Intelligence Brain slowly explained. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was speechless. Humanity's life planets had reached 100 million, and that was something from thousands of years ago. At that time, Blue Water Star had only just been established, right? No wonder it was said earlier that the Black Warrior battle armor only appeared after Ling Xian, which means that before that, this trial ground was essentially in a state of neglect. Not making good use of good things is indeed a waste. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although this trial ground only had 6 levels, if used properly, obtaining more 6 and 7-level Black God battle armors from it would absolutely provide tremendous assistance to human development. After all, these were equipment with attributes. This stuff must be extremely precious even in the Xiantian star system. And here, those who possessed golden attributes only needed to take an assessment to get them for free. It was practically a windfall. Can I take all the Black God battle armors with me? Ling Chen asked somewhat shyly. As soon as he said this, the Black God Intelligence brain clearly paused for a few seconds. I'm really sorry. Esteemed Supreme Student. Your authority is very high, but this is a strategic cooperation, so without authorization, I cannot allow you to take these armors. The Black God Intelligence brain said apologetically, its tone trembling as if it feared not being able to satisfy him. I was joking, those armors are useless to me. However, Ling Chen quickly spoke again. Of course, he wasn't being altruistic, he just said that because he saw how terrified the Black God Intelligence brain was. If he could really take them, he wouldn't leave a single one behind. It was a joke, although leaving them could help the Xiantian star system develop. At the previous rate of development, it was likely that in a few 100,000 years, the things in this divine realm would not be valued, so it was better to take them out and exchange them for money, than convert that into oracle stones. However, now Ling Chen had essentially emptied the entire assessment space. Naturally, there was no need to stay. It wasn't like he could devour the entire space, right? I'm leaving. If the people from the Black God Martial Hall come, they should be able to find me, right? Ling Chen asked. Yes, as long as you are within the galaxy and not in the divine realm, they can find you. The intelligence brain replied. However, his words made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. Wait, once I enter the divine realm, they won't be able to find me? Ling Chen asked in confusion. Yes. The space in the divine realm has spatial energy barriers, and as long as there is no physical information transmission tower as a connection, it cannot probe the situation within the divine realm. For example, you can use the biological intelligence brain to connect to the outside world in the divine realm mainly because humanity has connected the two worlds with network cables and placed a base station at the exit. Only then can communication occur. Only a purely physical connection can probe you. And I can explore the outside world only by invading the devices of those who have died in the assessment to search for external information. Upon hearing this, the intelligence brain quickly explained. However, this explanation made Ling Chen's pupils slightly constrict. He suddenly remembered something, his biological intelligence brain could also be hacked. If someone were to see that he had extracted a large amount of oracle stones through the biological intelligence brain, would that cause problems? Damn it, I said technology is unreliable. Ling Chen thought to himself, feeling speechless.
Fortunately, he had learned his lesson and now directly placed things in the small world for extraction, so even a biological intelligence brain couldn't detect it. As for the memories stored in the biological intelligence brain, sizzle. Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes flashed before Ling Chen's eyes. Then he directly plunged his hand into his eyeball and forcibly pulled out a transparent retinal chip from inside. Of course, in that instant, his eye was completely ruined. However, under the powerful healing ability, his eyeball recovered in no time. As for the biological intelligence chip that had been implanted in his brain, it was directly burned to ashes by his formidable soul power. Although the intelligence chip didn't understand why he did this, it didn't dare to ask. Alright, get me out of here. Ling Chen truly didn't want to stay here any longer. In the face of such a high-tech civilization, he really didn't know what they could do to him. Of course, he was also being a bit overly cautious. The biological intelligence chip was designed to use the human brain as its mainframe from the factory. Whether it was storage, thinking, or actions, everything was directed by the person's consciousness. Hacking into it was only possible if the person was dead. This was also why the Black God intelligence could only invade the biological intelligence chips of the deceased, as forcibly intruding was akin to seizing a body in the cultivation world. It would definitely cause quite a stir, even an ordinary person would sense something was off. Not to mention that Ling Chen was a powerful soul destroyer. If the Black God intelligence attempted to invade, it would be detected instantly and blocked. Of course, for safety's sake, Ling Chen decided he would no longer use the so-called biological intelligence chip in the future. After all, its usefulness was minimal for Ling Chen at this point. Buzz. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Ling Chen's figure was sent out of the assessment space. At this moment, looking at the ground beneath him, he realized that below this land was a vast ecological space. In other words, this was the true space of the divine domain. The assessment space was merely a cover for the entire divine domain. Technology, it's just amazing. I wonder when human technology will reach this level. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He then shot up into the sky, transforming into a golden firelight and speeding away into the distance. At this point, his Sun True Fire had already been enhanced to 6,500%. Its power was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, all his attributes had been upgraded to gold, except for his marksmanship. After all, you couldn't expect ferocious beasts to use marksmanship, could you? Of course, aside from the golden attributes previously mentioned, there was only one golden attribute that hadn't been introduced yet. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Phantom Hand. Purple * 200. The attribute has been upgraded to 1000 hands. Gold attack speed * 2000% ding. 1000 hands. Gold special attribute triggered, fission. Gold activated. Attribute activated. Can instantly split attacks into 10. The attack speed attribute itself was already terrifying. With the number of attacks increased to 10, it became even more horrifying. Moreover, this effect surprisingly had no cooldown. This meant it could be used continuously. That was quite frightening. Ling Chen had used it in his small world, and indeed, at the moment the attribute activated, his telekinetic power transformed from 1 into 10. His over 1,000 soul blades surged to more than 10,000. This was equivalent to the number of soul blades reaching the great perfection level. Of course, this was just a regular attack if Ling Chen unleashed his full power now. Even using the law of heaven and earth, a single strike could deal tenfold damage, which would be absolutely explosive. However, the lethality caused by tenfold damage was naturally far lower than that of 10 times damage, but this was a rare attribute that could stack on top of the strongest combat power. Moreover, it had no consumption, making its cost-effectiveness off the charts. Buzz. Soon, Ling Chen burst out of the Black Martial God domain, and without saying a word to those around him, he shot up into the sky, disappearing above Black Martial City. On his rapid flight, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Ling Chen. Race, human level, martial respect, 3rd heaven vitality, 540,000 soul, 480,000 profession, alchemist, 7th tier, perfect. Cultivation technique, heavenly fire divine sky decision, mastered, 8th tier, perfect. 9 transformations soul refining scripture. 7 transformations, 7th tier, perfect. Martial skills, sky splitter, great perfection, 6th tier, perfect. Thousands of soul blades, 1,544 soul blades, 6th tier, perfect. All swords return to origin, 6th tier, perfect. Attributes, infinite, only level 1. Same type of attribute can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of attributes. God Slayer. Dark gold, soul strength * 100 times. Divine soul pressure. - 75%, mind master. Gold, mental power enhancement * 4,000%. Divine mind manifestation. Gold * 400%. God of slaughter.
Gold, all attributes increase, 800%. Stamina consumption asterisk 100 times. Kill kill kill. 400% merge with heaven and earth. Gold, comprehensive strength not exceeding 800% of yours will be unable to perceive, shadow absolute kill, 200%, true sun. Fire. Gold, flame asterisk 4001%, stellar explosion, devour heaven. Gold, devour everything to enhance oneself. Devouring flame, heavenly. Punishment. Gold, thunder asterisk 4000%, heavenly Tao divine punishment. 400%, absolute defense. Gold defense asterisk 4000%, break the sky. Gold. Strength asterisk 4000%, law of heaven and earth. Gold, charging 4/4. 1000%. Perpetual motion machine. Gold stamina asterisk 4000%. God of speed. Gold speed asterisk 4000%. Thousand hands. Gold, attack speed asterisk 2000%. Fission. Asterisk 10 paths, ascend in broad daylight. Gold, cultivation. Speed asterisk 100,000. Insight. 1h/1000 times. Charging 0%, fortune overflowing. Gold, goddess's favor. 100 times. 0%, supreme gun. Master. Silver, gun technique power asterisk 2000%. Spatial storage, gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-formed realm, gold, 1000 diameter life. Creation, gold, 100,000 times recovery speed. Eternal existence of thought, gold, 1,000,000 kilometers, charging 100% supreme alchemist. Gold, 12th tier talent value increase, gold, 110 pieces, pierce the sky. Gold, defense divided by 800% true damage. 100 times. 100%. Looking at the dazzling pile of attributes, Ling Chen felt quite dazzled. But the cost to upgrade the dark gold attributes later is a bit high. Each dark gold attribute probably requires several hundred trillion. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless. Then he remembered that his goods seemed to have arrived today. The blue oracle stones I purchased earlier cost a lot. But it's only a few hundred billion. Just small change. Ling Chen comforted himself. He was already prepared to give up using blue oracle stones to upgrade the gold attributes, as it was just too time-consuming. However, he quickly remembered that returning goods would only incur some shipping costs, or even none at all, since the other party would have to return. Having bought so many things, isn't it reasonable to return a few? Half an hour later. Leisurely, Ling Chen finally returned to the Imperial Capital University. However, just as he arrived, he saw a spaceship over 10,000 meters long docked above his estate. The estate was surrounded by people, curiously looking inside. Ling Chen glanced at the spaceship's insignia and recognized it. This was the spaceship of the Federal Store. Moreover, it was not of low rank, looking to be at least 7th tier. This meant that the delivery personnel this time should be a Marshal Saint level expert. But thinking about it, the pills he sold were worth a staggering 80 trillion. The savings of an ordinary marshal respect would not even amount to that much. Naturally, it required a Marshal Saint level person to escort it. It seems like it just arrived, otherwise, I would have received the news earlier. Ling Chen thought of this and flew directly inside. It's Ling Chen. He's back. Could it be something he bought? It must be, only a Marshal Saint level expert would escort something worth trillions. I wonder what it is. Could it be the silver oracle stone? It's possible. Ling Chen's strength is already extremely formidable. If he gets a silver entry, he'll soar to new heights. Ling Chen's appearance sparked a discussion among many students from the Imperial Capital University. He had already sensed a powerful aura within his estate, so instead of heading to the spaceship, he went straight back to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Sikongjin sitting respectfully on the sofa, chatting with an elderly man. Upon his arrival, both of them turned to look at him. Ling Chen, you're back. This is Elder Wu from the Federal Store. Sikongjin quickly introduced. Elder Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ling Chen smiled, sensing that the old man possessed at least the strength of a Marshal Saint at the 3rd or 4th level. Ah, you must be Ling Chen. I just watched the video of you fighting a peak tier beast at the 7th level. Your strength is already on par with an ordinary Marshal Saint. If I'm not mistaken, your entry should be stackable, right? And you also have silver entries that enhance all attributes. Elder Wu looked at Ling Chen and spoke with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Sikongjin was shocked. Silver entries? Ling Chen indeed had silver entries. Elder Wu, your insight is remarkable, that's correct. Ling Chen decided not to hide it any longer, especially since they were heading to the Xiantian Star system soon, where even owners of golden entries would be present, making silver entries commonplace. This is no small matter. With an all-attribute enhancement entry combined with stackable entries, your combat power surpasses that of ordinary golden entry holders. Moreover, with devouring type entries, your future achievements are limitless. Elder Wu couldn't help but exclaim. In this small place, such a genius had emerged. One that could be considered top tier even in the Xiantian star system. Look at me, I've forgotten the main business. The medicinal materials you wanted are right here, and the oracle stones and beast meat are all in the warehouse. Do you want to take a look? Suddenly remembering the main business, Elder Wu pointed to a dozen or so password boxes nearby. Fortunately, the living room was spacious. No need, I don't need to check. The items from the Federal Mall. Here are the pills I'm selling, please take a look, senior. Ling Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. Buzz 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 buzz. Several porcelain vials appeared on the ground. Space storage type entries? You even have this kind of entry? Seeing this scene, Elder Wu was immediately astonished. After all, very few combat personnel would activate such entries. There's no helping it. I accidentally activated a blue entry when I opened a purple oracle stone. I couldn't just let it go. Ling Chen pretended to be helpless. Ah, then you're quite lucky. Unlike me, when I activated a silver entry, I accidentally got a useless blue entry. I haven't used it much since. Elder Wu chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. He then picked up a porcelain vial to examine it closely. Indeed, dozens of pills were perfect grade. 6th tier pills. This made Elder Wu unable to help but marvel, he had rarely seen such good items. He carefully opened a nearby password box to store the items. By the way, senior, do you have time to wait for me? I have some more items to prepare for sale. It might take a little over 2 hours. Ling Chen quickly shared his original plan. It's fine, I have plenty of time. Ever since I retired, I've been traveling everywhere while delivering goods. It's just right that I let my friend Seacombe take me around Blue Water Star. Old Wu smiled and nodded at Ling Chen's words. Thank you very much, senior. Ling Chen smiled in response. Soon after, Seacombe took Old Wu away. As for Ling Chen, he stored everything into his small world, then his consciousness sank into it. Boom! With the eruption of the true sun fire, a pill furnace appeared. In an instant. The next moment, flames swept over all the password boxes, turning them into nothingness, leaving behind a large amount of rare medicinal materials. All of them were mid-grade 7th tier. Why not? Buy high grade? Top grade? The price of high grade is 3 times that of mid-grade, and top grade is 10 times. He could afford to buy them, but Ling Chen wanted to refine them, and even with the God of Slaughter activated, it would be very slow. So he reluctantly chose the mid-grade ones. After all, the final price would be about the same, and having more quantity could actually save time. I have to say, the prices of these medicinal materials are not cheap. Each one casually costs hundreds of billions. With 4 trillion worth of materials, he could at most refine a dozen mid-grade 7th tier pills. Of course, the selling price of 7th tier pills, for a qualified quality one, is in the thousands of billions. Moreover, refining pills has a probability of failure and is extremely exhausting mentally. Generally, alchemists need to rest for a long time after refining one. It's almost like earning hard labor money. There's no way to avoid it, it's too competitive. However, Ling Chen was different. With 40 times the physical strength, plus the ability to recover stamina crazily with the devouring entry, he had almost infinite energy. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that activating the law of heaven and earth required stamina entries, he wouldn't even bother to level up. Speaking of this, Ling Chen felt a bit of a headache. If he activated kill, wouldn't that mean he would kill until the sky darkened? Either he would be killed, or everyone around him would be killed, otherwise, with the devouring entry, he would definitely be a perpetual motion machine. And if someone wanted to kill him, that would be difficult. With various life-saving entries, it would be hard to die. This, kill, is indeed as described. The stronger the power, the more cautious one must be. And this is still when my current strength isn't very strong. If I reach a level where I can see someone across billions of light years, the entire universe would be pierced through. Just thinking about that scene made Ling Chen shiver. He shook his head and stopped overthinking. Making money is the way to go. This time, with the tenfold increase in quantity and perfect quality, the price was also tenfold or even dozens of times. The profit was directly over 100 times. Wait, if I activate fission, can I refine 10 furnaces of pills at the same time? Suddenly, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, it would save 10 times the time. Without hesitation, he activated fission, and sure enough, the pill furnace instantly split apart, transforming into 10 fiery pill furnaces. However, he quickly discovered a problem. Refining pills is different from attacking. The properties of each medicinal material change completely. Even for the same type of pill, it requires 2 completely different sets of refining techniques.
And fission would only split the same technique, making it impossible to refine 10 different pills simultaneously.
However, this situation inspired Ling Chen. Since this technical matter couldn't be done tenfold, could mechanical tasks be done simultaneously? For example, activating the Oracle Stones. No matter how fast he was, he could only activate 2 Oracle Stones in 1 second. That's the activation time of the Oracle Stones, not Ling Chen's speed. If fission could really be achieved, what would that mean? It would mean Ling Chen could use the same amount of time
to activate 10 times the number of Oracle Stones.
In other words,
he now needed a full 600,000 blue Oracle Stones to upgrade to golden entries.
The value is roughly between 60 trillion to 600 trillion. According
to 10,000 pieces, it takes nearly 2 hours.
That's 120 hours.
A full 5 days. And he has more than a dozen golden entries.
If all are activated, it will take 60 to 70 days. This is almost the reason
why Ling Chen wanted to give up using the blue Oracle Stones. 2 months is just too long. However, if he uses the purple Oracle Stones, although it can save 10 times the time,
the overall cost would be 10 times more. Even dozens of times more. That means a dark gold entry would cost between 1 trillion to 100 trillion. The price is terrifying.
But if he uses fission, it would directly save 10 times the time.
Moreover, if he upgrades the 1,000 hands first, and the 1,000 hands level reaches dark gold, the number of fissions could skyrocket.
By then, the time needed to upgrade other entries would be significantly reduced.
As long as he has enough blue Oracle Stones, he might even be able to upgrade all entries to dark gold within 2 or 3 days.
Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a bit excited. This way, he could save 10 times the money.
And saving money requires time, which means he has saved 10 times the time, right?
He quickly took out 10 blue Oracle Stones from his storage space to experiment. He enveloped the 10 Oracle Stones with his mental power.
And then chose to activate one.
He had tried before, even if he used 10 soul power locks to target 10 Oracle Stones, or even selected 2 Oracle Stones to activate, in the end, only 1 Oracle Stone locked by the
main consciousness would activate.
But this time was different.
With his selection, all the Oracle Stones simultaneously burst forth with dazzling light.
The next moment, the light gradually faded, and 10 entries surged into Ling Chen's body at the same time.
It worked! Haha, it really works. Indeed. To deal with rule-based matters, you must use rules to break them. Seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I don't need to return those blue ones I bought. Ling Chen chuckled. He then began alchemy. Making money is the way to go. As he refined, a furnace of perfect grade 7th tier pills came out. Moreover, due to the appreciation, the quantity directly multiplied by 10. Ling Chen directly took back over 100 pills to reality.
Suddenly, he was stunned. His biological smart brain was shattered. How was he supposed to
sell this? Damn!
I forgot to buy a smart wristwatch.
Ling Chen instantly felt a headache.
Smart wristwatches are only liked by a very few. After all, they can easily get damaged in battle.
However, they have more
functions. After all, with a physical form, they can carry much more hardware. Fortunately, the school has an internal mall, and such things are not expensive. Ling Chen quickly flew to the mall, bought the items, and
returned in less than 10 minutes.
The smart wristwatch perfectly fit the shape of his arm, and it could even be hidden from sight. Moreover, it was made of nanomaterial, allowing for arbitrary changes.
When Ling
Chen wasn't using it, he could directly store it in his storage space, so even when opening Oracle Stones in reality, he wouldn't have to worry about exposure.
Ding! Black God Battle Armor detected a low-level smart brain, beginning analysis and fusion.
Suddenly, a prompt sound came. The gloves formed from the Black God Battle Armor suddenly devoured the entire smart wristwatch.
Analysis complete. Black God Battle Armor. Super Smart Brain activated.
Then another prompt sound followed.
A projection instantly appeared. This was the projection interface of a normal smart wristwatch, but when Ling Chen looked at the memory and operating speed, wow!
The memory reached 700 billion times that of a smart wristwatch. As for the operating speed, it was also hundreds of billions of times.
Wow, this smart brain is pretty awesome. Ling Chen was shocked.
This thing is probably not much worse than the most advanced super smart brains of the human race. Moreover, it should also improve as the battle armor's level increases.
At the same time, if he wanted to
shield the words, he could just take them off along with the Black God Battle Armor and toss them into storage. The Black God Battle Armor is indeed impressive, having so many functions.
It's a pity the number of attributes is too few. If there were 7 or 8, or even 10, upgrading them all would surely make it even more powerful. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Soon, he logged into the Federal Store and opened the
recycling mall.
He then listed all the 7th tier mid-grade perfect elixirs for sale.
With this high-level smart wristwatch, the scanning speed was much faster than before. In just a moment, the scanning results came out. Beep. After testing by the Federal Store, all elixirs are confirmed to be 7th tier mid-grade perfect elixirs. The recycling price ranges from 100 trillion to 350 trillion. Total quantity, 154 pieces. Total recycling price, 28.4 trillion. Would you like to recycle now? If you recycle now, the nearest delivery person will bring it back. The payment will be credited to your account as soon as possible. The prompt from the Federal Store came instantly. Hearing this, Ling Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect the recycling price to be so high this time. It was possibly tens of millions higher than he had anticipated. Could it be that perfect elixirs above the 7th tier are too scarce? But then again, there aren't many people in the human race who can refine perfect elixirs of the 6th tier. The same must be true for the 7th tier. With this thought, Ling Chen directly chose to recycle. Beep. The nearest Marshall Saint level delivery person has been notified, please wait. The mall sent a message. Ling Chen had originally planned to sell the 2 silver oracle stones that had just dropped, but now it seemed unnecessary. Although those silver oracle stones were precious, each was only worth 100 trillion at most. They weren't of much use to him now. Sure enough, Ling Chen didn't wait long. After just over an hour, Si Kongjin returned quickly with Old Wu. Old Wu, you're back so soon. Didn't you say you wanted to look around a bit more? Ling Chen asked curiously. Hearing his words, Old Wu was speechless. Isn't it all your fault? I thought you were selling things worth only a few 100 billion or a few trillion at most. You suddenly sold such valuable items, and the mall urged me to return quickly, even dispatching a martial emperor level expert to assist. Old Wu said helplessly. With Si Kongjin beside him, he couldn't reveal the details of the employer's goods. As soon as this was said, Si Kongjin was shocked. They actually needed to trouble a martial emperor level expert to assist. What on earth had Ling Chen sold that was so valuable? Could it be the legendary golden oracle stone? I see, then I'll trouble you, Old Wu. Ling Chen realized, yes, over 28 trillion, the entire fortune accumulated by an ordinary martial emperor over 1,000 years would probably be around that much, right? Naturally, it needed to be treated with seriousness. He then took out bottles of elixirs and handed them to Old Wu. Old Wu glanced at Si Kongjin beside him. Shall I leave? Si Kongjin suddenly felt a bit awkward. No need, just a few elixirs. Old Wu, you can just inspect the goods directly. Ling Chen said with a smile. Then I'll start. Old Wu nodded, then poured out an elixir, carefully picking up his smart wristwatch to begin scanning. Si Kongjin, seeing this perfect quality 7th tier mid-grade elixir, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Where on earth did Ling Chen get so many perfect elixirs? Right, he just returned from the Black Martial God domain. Could he have obtained them there? No, he already had 6th tier perfect elixirs before going to the Black Martial God domain. Could it be from the Medicine Sovereign domain? I knew those goblins must have some hidden stash. Si Kongjin pondered deeply. As for the elixirs being refined by Ling Chen, how could that be possible? How old is he? Even if one starts learning from the womb, even if one possesses a Silver Alchemist entry, it is impossible to refine a perfect grade mid-tier pill of the 7th rank. Pills of this perfect grade can only be produced in the divine realms. All the pills are fine, TSK. I really don't know where you got such great fortune, my young friend, to have obtained so many perfect grade pills. By the way, do you have any others? If so, I'll take them all at once to save you the trouble of selling them one by one. At this moment, Old Wu was also extremely shocked, while jokingly smiling at Ling Chen. Not at the moment, let's talk about it later. Ling Chen replied with a smile. However, this response left Old Wu confused. He was just asking casually, did you really have some? After chatting for a few minutes, Old Wu hurriedly left. Of course, at this level, a strong figure like Old Wu usually wouldn't be qualified to escort such pills, but this time it was just a coincidence. Moreover, within the entire galaxy, it is estimated that no one would dare to lay a hand on the delivery personnel of the Federal Store. The controller of this Federal Store is the strongest among the human race. At the same time, those martial god-level powerhouses of the human race have shares in it. Once their goods are touched, even the other major civilizations would have to pay a huge price. This is what it means to be fearless. Meanwhile, Ling Chen also directly received over 20 trillion in payment. So much money. If I were to exchange it all for blue oracle stones, it should be enough for me to upgrade most of my entries to dark gold, right? Ling Chen calculated. The most ordinary blue oracle stone costs 100 million each. Needing 600,000 means 600 trillion. The best ones cost around 1 billion. That would be 600 million. trillion, but there are only 3 types of entries. One is the mentalist, one is the soul destroyer, and the other is the talent type entry. These 3 would cost 18 trillion. As for the remaining entries, a trillion might be a bit insufficient, but it should be about right. Ling Chen, we should be about to set off for the Shintian star system. Just. After old Wu left, Si Kongjin suddenly spoke to Ling Chen. The selection for the Shintian divine realm is starting so soon? Ling Chen was taken aback. It hasn't even been 10 days since he enrolled. There are still a few days, but our spaceship needs to fly for at least 5 days. Only after 5 days can we reach the Shintian star system. After that, we will go through the selection before being sent to the Shintian divine realm. He wasn't worried at all about whether Ling Chen could pass the assessment. Ling Chen's strength was top-notch among the other cohorts. Unless he encountered those with golden entries, otherwise, Ling Chen would definitely secure the top spot. True, I forgot about the flight time of the spaceship. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen remembered. When are we leaving? Ling Chen asked curiously. As soon as possible. When do you have time? Si Kongjin replied. I'm fine with any time, so let's say tomorrow morning. I plan to buy some things first. Ling Chen thought for a moment and then said directly. Alright. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. I'll bring along the students from this year's Emperor Capital University who will be participating with you. If you have time then, please guide them. Si Kongjin said with a smile. Ling Chen was instantly speechless. He had just beaten them last time, and now they wanted him to guide them. How awkward, right? However, he didn't mind and just nodded. After Si Kongjin left, Ling Chen directly opened the Federal Store of Blue Water Star. Since we're about to leave, let's see if I can clear out all the blue oracle stones from Blue Water Star. With this thought, Ling Chen opened the Oracle Stone interface and entered all the blue oracle stones he needed. I have to say, this inventory is indeed substantial. Each type has at least several thousand. He then opened the military store. Similarly, each type of inventory has thousands, meaning that each blue oracle stone can be obtained in at least 15,000. With some even reaching 70 or 80,000. Looking at these blue oracle stones, Ling Chen suddenly fell into deep thought. Other oracle stones might be a bit difficult to obtain, but the quantity of blue oracle stones for the 4 basic physical attribute entries is quite large. Almost every blue oracle stone contains one of these types. First, let's fully charge all the entries that can be charged. Charging only requires green oracle stones. Moreover, with the current tenfold speed, I can fully charge 100 entries in just 2 hours. After all, aside from the law of heaven and earth, using a special entry for other golden entries only requires 1 silver entry. Then, I'll buy all the blue oracle stones. The cheaper ones will be used to upgrade the for basic entries, and the expensive ones will wait until I'm on the spaceship to slowly use. After all, I have plenty of time. Even if I encounter an unbeatable strong opponent, I can directly activate the law of heaven and earth. Charging more is definitely the right choice. With this in mind, Ling Chen did not hesitate and placed orders frantically. At this moment, he had no worries at all. Even if someone discovered his stacking entry upgrades, there was no need to be concerned. If someone wanted to harm him, they could try, but if they couldn't, they would just run away and come back when they were stronger. After all, no one could kill him. With his frenzied ordering, a staggering 80 trillion in funds was spent. What does this mean? The entire GDP of Blue Water Star is only about 3 to 5 trillion a year. And now he had just bought several years' worth of revenue for Blue Water Star. At this moment, both the military and federal stores began to pack frantically, and all the staff were called in to work. As for whether buying so many things would leave others on Blue Water Star with nothing to buy, that was, of course, impossible. The military and federal stores generally coordinate their inventory. Now that he had made his purchases, in about 10 days to half a month, goods would be delivered from other planets. There was no need to worry about this at all. Sigh, Blue Water Star is still too small. When I get to the Shintian star system, I need to earn more and buy more to crazily enhance my strength. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, he needed to take some time to say goodbye to Uncle Joe. After this departure, he didn't know when he would return. Young master, are you preparing to leave tomorrow? After leaving the living room, old Joe flew over. Yes, I'm about to head to the Shintian divine domain. After all, it's the most powerful divine domain in the entire Shintian star system. I want to see if there's anything to gain. Ling Chen nodded and said. His main purpose for going to the Shintian divine domain was actually to hear about its immense power. As for finding Ling Xian, that was just a side quest. Whether he found him or not didn't matter. He also thanked all the readers who supported him with their love. In that case, I won't go with you. You know, my strength wouldn't be of any use there. Old Joe said helplessly. Logically,
As a guardian and steward, he should accompany him. However, Ling Chen's strength was beyond his need. Moreover, Ling Chen was in seclusion every day, he was less useful than the attendants on the spaceship. That's fine. By the way, where did that girl Zhao Shuya run off to? Why haven't I seen her all day? Ling Chen nodded and then asked curiously. He hadn't seen her since he returned today. Miss Zhao went to challenge the Hidden Dragon rankings early this morning. She said she wanted to break through the Hidden Dragon rankings this time and then go with you to the Xin Tian Divine Domain. Old Zhou said. Speaking of this place, he was also a bit curious. Although Zhao Shuya was quite carefree, she wasn't the type to boast. Could it be that she really had the strength? Did she really say that? Upon hearing this, Ling Chen immediately raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's exactly what she said. Old Zhou nodded. Could it be that this girl really has some powerful hidden attributes, just as I suspected? Ling Chen was puzzled, but then he didn't think too much about it and directly flew out of the villa, soaring towards the distant giant Qianlong Tower. Wow, she's reached the 90th floor. Zhao Shuya has made it to the 90th floor. Sigh. How is this year's new student so powerful? Lord Ling Chen broke through 100 floors, and his girlfriend is just as strong. She's at the 91st floor already, so fast. Although her speed is a bit slower than Lord Ling Chen's, it's not far off. Exclamations of surprise echoed from all directions. At this moment, the area around Qianlong Tower was already crowded with students. They were all witnessing the history of the Qianlong Tower being broken through. And above the Qianlong Tower, Zhao Shuya's speed was increasing rapidly. Finally, after a few minutes, 100th floor. Break. Announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya successfully broke through the Qianlong ranking 100th floor. Announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya successfully broke through the Qianlong ranking 100th floor. Announcement. Freshman, Zhao Shuya successfully broke through the Qianlong ranking 100th floor. A series of grand announcement sounds resonated throughout the entire Imperial Capital University at that moment. Ling Chen, who was only halfway there, immediately raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. She really broke through. He then accelerated his speed, instantly skyrocketing to hundreds of times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Qianlong Tower. Buzz! At that moment, a girl dragging a large sword was teleported out from Qianlong Tower, her complexion flushed. The aura around Zhao Shuya gradually dissipated, but Ling Chen in the sky instantly sensed her realm. Martial sect, first heaven. At the same time, he keenly noticed that Zhao Shuya seemed to have an aura that suggested she had used some kind of all-attribute enhancement attribute. But it was different from his killing power. This was normal. Any type of attribute, under the same level, actually has many different kinds. For example, blue enhancement attributes not only include divine martial but also frenzy, aeration, and various other types, all of which are all-attribute enhancements but described slightly differently. Ling Chen's golden killing god enhances his combat power through killing power. However, some enhance themselves through the aura of kingship, imperial aura, and some more abstract ones can enhance themselves with sickly power. Those with such attributes are likely to become mentally ill. However, for Ling Chen, who possessed infinite attributes, as long as it was a blue enhancement attribute, no matter what it was, it could be used to upgrade his killing god attribute. This girl really has some secrets, and it seems it's not that simple. Ling Chen smiled, then slowly descended from the sky. Little madwoman, over here. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Zhao Shuya's eyes lit up, excitedly waving her little hand. You girl, if you want to go to the Xintian Divine Domain, you could just say so. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Ling Chen helplessly tapped her forehead. Hee, I was just afraid the instructor would think my strength was lacking. Zhao Shuya smiled shyly. Not far away, Qing Xuanzi, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with black lines. Did he think her strength was lacking? Did he dare? He was pulled here by his beard, and before he could say anything, this girl rushed into the Qianlong Tower and broke through it. Cough, Zhao Shuya, your strength is indeed impressive. I've reported it to the speaker. And he said that if you want to leave with Ling Chen tomorrow morning, that's fine. Also, your talent is remarkable. Are you interested in cultivating immortality with me? Qing Xuanzi coughed, then clasped his hands behind his back and stroked his beard, looking expectantly at Zhao Shuya. Not interested at all. Zhao Shuya quickly shook her head. Alas, a pearl covered in dust. Qing Xuanzi sighed in disappointment, then leaped away, riding his sword. Alright, since you're going, you should at least tell Uncle Zhao, or he'll probably scold me to death for taking you so far. Ling Chen said with a helpless smile. How could he scold you? If you really took me away, he'd be happy.
Zhao Shuya said nonchalantly. She then strapped her large sword to her back, opened her arms as if wanting a hug. What are you doing? Ling Chen was speechless. I can't fly. Yet, are you planning to make me run back? Zhao Shuya said as if it were obvious. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Even more. A martial sovereign who can't fly? Who are you trying to fool? However, he still helplessly spread his arms. Zhao Shuya immediately smiled happily and jumped up, hanging onto Ling Chen's neck. The large object on her chest pressed directly against Ling Chen's chest, making him feel a bit like protesting. However, the large sword on her back poked right into Ling Chen's face, and, speechless, he could only take the sword off and wave it casually. Buzz! In an instant, the large sword disappeared from the spot. This weapon of yours is too low level, get down first, and I'll give you a new set of equipment. Ling Chen said helplessly, letting Zhao Shuya down. Then, a 7th tier Black God Battle Armor Nano Core appeared in his right hand. He had requested this from the Black God's intelligence brain, although he couldn't get all the Black God battle armors from the Black God trial grounds. This 7th tier armor was still acceptable. After all, it wouldn't dare refuse the request of a supreme student. Ling Chen had also upgraded the attributes of this armor to purple. As for the devouring attribute, it was upgraded to silver. This way, Zhao Shuya could use it for a long time. Isn't this the black martial armor? I have one too, but it feels too low level. The weapon it conjures is too light, and the feel is just not good at all. Zhao Shuya said helplessly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sold the black martial armor to exchange for this 5th tier mid-grade large sword. It must be said that the price of the black martial armor is indeed high, much more than an ordinary 5th tier weapon. However, this is a complete set of armor. It's normal for the price to be high. This isn't the black martial armor, it's the Black God armor, which you call the mother version. Just try it, and you'll know. You can adjust the weight of the weapon to whatever you want. After Ling Chen finished speaking, he directly pressed the nano core onto Zhao Shuya's arm. Ding! Soul binding successful. Black God armor, at your service. A prompt sound instantly came through. The next moment, a streamlined nano battle armor wrapped around Zhao Shuya. This armor showcased her curvaceous figure. Looking completely different from when Ling Chen wore it, it seemed this thing changed appearance based on gender. Zhao Shuya curiously grasped at the air. Buzz! In an instant, a black-purple giant sword appeared in her hand. It's a bit light. Zhao Shuya said somewhat helplessly. The Black God armor will match the weight of the weapon according to your realm. You just need to tell it how many times heavier you want it. Ling Chen explained. Oh, then let's start with 10 times? Zhao Shuya said curiously. Buzz! In an instant, the weight increased tenfold. Zhao Shuya's hand only sank slightly, not being pushed down. This scene made Ling Chen raise an eyebrow. To lift 10 times the weight, one would need 10 times the strength, and indeed, Zhao Shuya's strength attribute was purple. Still a bit light, then let's go for 70 times. Zhao Shuya said uncertainly. Buzz! However, the next moment, the weight of the giant sword surged to 80 times its original weight. The terrifying weight pressed directly down on her hand. The tip of the giant sword slammed heavily into the ground, creating a massive pit in the earth. Zhao Shuya had to exert all her strength just to grip the handle. Forget it, 40 times is about right. Zhao Shuya quickly said. The next moment, the weight of the giant sword decreased significantly. Then she slowly lifted the giant sword and swung it a couple of times. It became increasingly easier to handle. Phew, this is much easier to wield than the previous giant sword. Zhao Shuya exclaimed in delight. Of course, this scene made Ling Chen's pupils constrict. This girl can swing a weight of 40 times? Could her strength attribute be gold? Ling Chen was shocked. The weight of the spear he used was only 40 times, and it would only increase in weight when he unleashed his trump card. Is the little madwoman scared? Let me tell you a secret. My strength is only silver, not gold. It seemed Zhao Shuya noticed Ling Chen's shock, and after sneaking a glance around to ensure no one was watching, she cautiously said to Ling Chen, Silver? Then how can you swing it so easily? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. This girl indeed had a silver attribute. I won't tell you. Unless you call me Yaya baby. Suddenly, Zhao Shuya grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Forget it, that's your secret, I'm not that curious. Come on, my Yaya baby. Ling Chen said with a smile, and without waiting for Zhao Shuya's exclamation, he picked her up in a princess carry and soared into the sky. In the sky, Ling Chen used telekinesis to create a streamlined shield around them, flying at an incredibly fast speed, exceeding 1,000 times the speed of sound. This speed had already reached 300,000 meters per second. That is, a speed of 300 kilometers per second. Of course, if Ling Chen fully unleashed his power, this speed could at least increase tenfold or even several dozen times. After a minute, he had crossed over 10,000 kilometers and arrived above Xianfeng City. Are we there already? You're so fast. Zhao Shuya was somewhat shocked. Ling Chen's speed was truly astonishing. However, this made Ling Chen's mouth twitch. Remember, girl, never say a man is fast. It's very hurtful. Ling Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuya immediately reacted, her little face turning red. How would I know if it's fast or not? You should try it on me, she pouted. Ling Chen pretended not to hear. This girl's boldness was getting more serious. Then Ling Chen quickly descended towards Xianfeng City. The Zhao family's villa in Xianfeng City had always been there and was regularly cleaned. Therefore, when Ling Chen suggested that Zhao Wu return, Zhao Wu didn't hesitate for long and almost moved back the next day. In the Zhao family's living room, a group of martial artists at the king level were chatting and boasting with Zhao Wu. Brother Zhao, you don't know, my kid is really infuriating. He keeps saying he wants to become a great benefactor who saves the entire Blue Water Star like Ling Chen in the future. I told him, then why don't you go train? Guess what he said to me? A bearded man said, looking speechless. What did he say? A big man nearby asked. That little brat actually said that if cultivation were useful, I would have already become the strongest in Blue Water Star, so he's planning to go to sleep and dream where everything exists. I was so angry that I directly sent him to train in the divine domain. I wonder if he's dead yet, said the man with a scruffy beard, scratching his chin. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial kings present were left speechless. Throwing his own son into the divine domain? Is that something a father would do? What if he gets torn apart by a powerful beast? Ahem, alright, let's not talk about that. I called you all here to tell you that Xianfeng City needs people. I don't know if you're interested in coming back. I also know that you all suffered because of Wang Angui in those years. But now everything is stable, and those troublemakers have been cleared out. However, Xianfeng City's development needs people. At this moment, Zhao Wu quickly spoke up. His main purpose for gathering these people today was to call back the former subordinates of Ling Xian. As soon as he said this, everyone present exchanged glances and fell silent. They all understood the implication of Zhao Wu's words. He was naturally asking them to come back to protect Xianfeng City. After all, the pests are dead, but those pests were quite strong, and their deaths left Xianfeng City without any protective power. However, they were all forced to leave, and it was impossible for them to say they held no resentment. Moreover, they had already established their own networks and certain statuses in other cities, with some even becoming military captains directly. If they returned, all their efforts would be in vain. Brother Zhao, I'm willing to come back. If it weren't for the commander back then, I would have been dead. Old Zhao, you know my situation. I just got promoted to captain not long ago, and our city's commander has been good to me. If I leave, I'd feel a bit guilty. I'll come back once I find a successor. Sigh, me too. I'm the principal of a high school martial arts academy now, I can't leave casually. In an instant, some agreed to return, while others truly had no choice. However, hearing that half of them were willing to come back, Zhao Wu was already very happy. I know. Everyone has their own difficulties, it's okay, it doesn't matter if you can't come back for now. Xianfeng City has always been your home, and you can return whenever you can. Zhao Wu said with a hearty smile. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt grateful. It was good that Zhao Wu understood them. Oh, so lively. It turns out Uncle Wang, you all have returned. Where's little Wang? Didn't he come back? Is that brotherly? How come after 10 years, you've aged so much? Have you been comforting fallen girls every day? However, just then, a laugh came from outside the door. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief and looked towards the entrance. Sure enough, the person who walked in was Ling Chen, who was bringing Zhao Shuang with him. In earlier years, Ling Chen had indeed rotated living among this group of men. But later, one by one, they were forced to move away. In the end, only Ling Chen remained in Xianfeng City. Although they visited from time to time, it had ultimately been a long time since they had interacted, and their feelings had faded somewhat. However, upon meeting again, Ling Chen had already become the strongest in Blue Water Star. Looking at Ling Chen who walked in, they seemed to see the spirited, invincible commander Ling Xian. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. The scenes of blood battles for Xianfeng City gradually surfaced in their minds. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that when each of them left, their only thought was that they would come back. But now that there was really a chance, they hesitated and even thought about giving up. Old Zhao
I thought about it, in my city there are so many martial emperors and martial kings, having one more martial king doesn't make a difference, and having one less doesn't matter. I don't need to be captain anymore, I'll move tomorrow. Suddenly, old Wang turned around with a smile and spoke to Zhao Wu. As soon as he spoke, the others present raised their eyebrows in surprise. By the way, the vice principal of my school is always thinking about how to usurp power. Since he wants to be the principal so badly, let him have it. I'm moving tomorrow. You all have come back. If I don't return, won't I be isolated by you all? No way, I have to come back. 2. Then, the other martial artists began to speak up with smiles. Seeing his brothers preparing to return, Zhao Wu was moved. These people had put aside all their achievements, gained over more than a decade just to return for the dream they once shared of protecting Xianfeng City together. Welcome home. Zhao Wu simply smiled and spoke slowly. With Ling Chen's return, the entire Zhao family was suddenly bustling with activity. Everyone reminisced about the days they had gathered and fought together. As for Zhao Shuai, she went to the corner with the wives of those martial artists to gossip. I have to say, that little chubby kid from back then has actually become the strongest on Blue Water Star. I told my son I knew this kid Ling Chen, and he didn't believe me. He said, how could I possibly know such a strong person? It made me so mad. Ah, don't mention your son. My daughter also has a look of admiration whenever Ling Chen is mentioned, saying she wants to marry him when she grows up. Well, your daughter better get in line. Ha ha. What can I do? I'm just too handsome. Oh, that little chubby kid actually has the nerve to say he's handsome. Exactly, I still have that photo of you eating your boogers as a kid. Wait until I expose it. Let's see if you still have the face to say you're handsome. Damn, Zhang Gu, if you dare to post that, I'll dare to post the photo of you drunk and falling into the toilet. What? There's this too? How come I didn't know? Show me the photo. No, didn't I buy you off with 3 lollipops? You little rascal actually double-crossed me? The joy of a group of big men is always built on the suffering of others. In their eyes, Ling Chen seemed not to be the invincible strongest on Blue Water Star, but still that little chubby kid. Some even shared embarrassing stories from Ling Chen's childhood. Someone even brought out the video of Ling Chen earnestly proposing to Zhao Shuai in front of old Zhao. On that day, Ling Chen almost faced social death. However, it must be said that this night was one of the happiest days Ling Chen had experienced in recent years. His memories of his parents were almost non-existent, with the most vivid being the images that existed only in the video. Instead, he felt a deep affection for these uncles, as it was under their care that he had a complete childhood. Unfortunately, those childhood companions were all in college or busy with work and had no time to come. Only a few younger ones were around, and the last time Ling Chen saw them, they were still in diapers. Of course, these little kids naturally surrounded Ling Chen, asking all sorts of questions. Suddenly, remembering something, Ling Chen called over a group of children aged 2 or 3, as well as teenagers already 17 or 18. Since today is a reunion, Big Brother will give you some gifts. Who wants some? Ling Chen said with a smile. I want it. Me too. Ling Chen, just give me a signed photo, I'll show it to my goddess. She'll definitely be so impressed. You little simp, at a time like this, you're only thinking about using a signed photo to impress girls. I say you could sell it for at least several million. Ha. Of course, those unruly boys were immediately scolded by their fathers. After smiling, Ling Chen directly took out a pile of purple oracle stones. In an instant, everyone present was shocked to see so many purple oracle stones. There are too many, probably a few hundred. Right? Pick whatever you like. By the way, Uncle Zhao, you should pick a few too. Ling Chen spoke directly. Ling Chen, these things are too precious, quickly put them away. Yes, how can we take your things? That's right, aren't you slapping us in the face? A group of uncles were originally laughing, but upon seeing this scene, their expressions changed. The purple oracle stones, each worth at least 10 billion, and the better ones even reach 100 billion. Although Ling Chen was powerful and wealthy, they couldn't accept it without losing face. Uncles, I've considered you all family since I was young, and your safety is very important to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. Moreover, protecting Xianfeng City relies on you. The stronger you are, the safer Xianfeng City will be. Ling Chen looked at the group of uncles and said with a smile. These oracle stones were the best quality batch he had obtained. They could guarantee at least a blue attribute. For Ling Chen, these oracle stones were no different from the usual purple oracle stones that only had one purple attribute. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved but still reluctant to take them, as they were simply too precious. Of course. If you don't want them, I'll sell them all and use the money to hire bodyguards for you. The effect would be the same anyway. Ling Chen suddenly laughed, and after saying that, he directly opened the federal store and selected the warrior bodyguard. Service. One must say, in this era, there is a service for everything. Seeing this, the people present became anxious.
How can that be? How long can that money buy protection? Besides, if we go out hunting fierce beasts with a bodyguard, we might as well be laughed at. Yes, it's better for us to protect ourselves after using them. You've always liked to present us with choices we can't refuse. A group of martial kings couldn't help but sigh. Alright, come and pick quickly, take whatever attribute you like. Ling Chen interrupted everyone and spoke directly. Hearing his words, they no longer hesitated and brought their wives and children to start picking. However, many were shocked when they opened these attributes and saw the guaranteed blue attributes. Such purple oracle stones were probably hard to find even on the entire blue water star, yet Ling Chen had so many. However, since Ling Chen had already brought them out, they no longer held back. By the way, it's best to choose one oracle stone with a blue attribute that enhances all attributes, and one with a physical enhancement attribute. If both can be opened, your talents will be no less than ordinary silver talents. Ling Chen also reminded them. The all attribute enhancement blue attribute here was rare. After all, such attributes were generally not found in the fierce beasts of the Black God Martial Hall. After all, those fierce beasts were for assessment. They didn't need two powerful all attribute enhancement attributes, otherwise, how could the assessors fight? They simply couldn't win, right? Once this was said, everyone present nodded repeatedly. Although the chances of them opening such attributes were extremely low, if they did, the boost to their strength would be immense. Of course, many of them had already reached the maximum number of attributes. Therefore, they were only choosing for their children. After all, many of the children were still underage, and once they reached adulthood with blue attributes, they could at least become martial kings. If they could open purple attributes, they might even become martial sect masters or even martial lords in the future. Soon, everyone took 2 pieces. This was already a lot given by Ling Chen, otherwise, each person would only take 1 at most. Those who still had attribute slots opened them on the spot. It was unclear if it was because Ling Chen was still present, but among the 4 people with attributes, 2 purple attributes were opened. Instantly, everyone present was envious. Those who had filled their entries early were truly lamenting, but Ling Chen had also given each of them a set of ordinary black weapon gear, something he had in abundance. Over 10,000 sets, to be exact. As for the master version, forget it, that required devouring too many other sets, and without devouring, it was no different from the ordinary black weapon gear. After distributing most of the items, everyone present gradually took their leave. After all, they knew that Ling Chen would be heading to the Xiantian Divine Realm tomorrow, and he probably had a lot to discuss with Zhao Wu upon his return, right? These kids, after all these years, are still as disorganized as before. Zhao Wu chuckled. Uncle Zhao, you should still have some entries left to fill, right? Suddenly, Ling Chen spoke up. At this, Zhao Wu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He had just been about to open one when Ling Chen stopped him. Yes, there's one last one. I was just about to see if this divine weapon entry could be triggered. Uncle Zhao said with a smile. I have a divine oracle stone here that's more suitable for you. Give it a try. Suddenly, Ling Chen grasped the air. In the next moment, a silver divine oracle stone appeared in his hand. This divine oracle stone was the one he had previously obtained from the Darkwing demon dragon. Hiss. A silver divine oracle stone? Where did you get this? Zhao Wu gasped in surprise. Of course, if he saw the entries on this divine oracle stone, he would probably be even more shocked. After all, the other 2 silver ones were all purple entries, simply the best of the best. Naturally, the best would be if all were silver entries, but the price of such divine oracle stones was much higher than that of ordinary golden ones. It was naturally obtained from a drop, it just happens that I have little use for it. I also asked Yura when she came, she said she couldn't use it either. Ling Chen explained. Then you should sell it. Giving it to me would be a waste of such a precious silver divine oracle stone, worth at least trillions. With that money, you could buy a lot of resources for cultivation. Zhao Wu hurriedly said. Look at my balance. Ling Chen said no more and directly revealed his balance of over 20 trillion. Seeing the long string of zeros, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a closer look. Balance, 2565487157442565.35 federal coins. Good heavens, 16 digits. Over 20 trillion. That could buy several blue water stars, right? This. Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. Wow, that can buy a lot of delicious food, right? Little madman, you have to support me. Zhao Shuang leaned over with her little head, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Bang! However, as soon as she said that, Zhao Wu gave her a smack on the head. You little girl, looking for a man to support you in front of your father, do you want me to die? Zhao Wu was speechless. Do you have more money than little madman? Zhao Shuang said matter-of-factly.
Sure enough, as soon as she said that, Zhao Wu was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Alright, Uncle Zhao, stop thinking about that. Use it as soon as possible. I still have some pills specially refined for you. Take them all, so I can leave with Yar in peace. Ling Chen said, as he stuffed the divine oracle stone into Zhao Wu's hands, then took out a safe and opened it directly. One by one, boxed pills were laid out in front of him, each labeled with when to take them. Wait, this many? Zhao Wu was stunned. So many pills? How long would it take for him to consume them all? You brat, you're not planning to take my daughter away and not come back, are you? Zhao Wu was very suspicious of Ling Chen. After all, this many pills would probably be enough for him to eat for years. Not coming back is unlikely, but it might be many years before I return next time. Once you enter the Xiantian divine realm, coming back is not that simple. Ling Chen explained. Of course, when he said he might not come back for a while, it meant he could be taken away by the Black God Martial Arts Hall, and naturally, he wouldn't be back for a long time. Yeah, I heard from the Taoist teacher that usually, once you go, it takes 7 or 8 years to have a chance to come back. Zhao Shuya nodded. What? It takes that long? Zhao Wu was immediately shocked. At the same time, he felt a bit reluctant. After his wife died, he and Zhao Shuya had relied on each other, and as an old father, he naturally couldn't bear to be apart for so many years. Allah, with such a strong talent, the little madman might be back in just a few months. When the time comes, I'll just have him bring me back. If I don't go, and he gets caught by someone else, what will I do? Zhao Shuya quickly smiled to comfort him. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Chen's face darkened. Not to mention his dark history, they were still good friends. True, this kid really has poor judgment. Who would have thought Zhao Wu would nod in agreement? I mean, is it necessary to resort to personal attacks while talking? Wasn't I just bewitched by a ghost? Ling Chen quickly protested. Alright, enough about you, then I won't be polite. Zhao Wu laughed heartily, then changed the subject, picked up the silver oracle stone, and directly chose to open it. However, the moment a series of powerful entries appeared, Zhao Wu's eyes widened too. Silver entries, a whole series of silver entries? Buzz. Before he could come to his senses, the pointer directly landed on a silver entry. Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of silver light erupted from the oracle stone, flooding into Zhao Wu's body. Seeing this, Zhao Shuya and Ling Chen's eyes lit up. They were so lucky. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Wu's body. Feeling this familiar aura, Ling Chen's pupils shrank instantly. Is it this entry? Ling Chen quickly grabbed Zhao Wu, who was enveloped in silver light, and rushed out of the villa. Zhao Shuya hurriedly chased after them. But she found Ling Chen standing alone at the villa's entrance. Where's old Zhao? Zhao Shuya quickly asked. He went to the sky. Ling Chen pointed to the sky. Zhao Shuya looked up and immediately saw Zhao Wu shooting up into the sky at an incredible speed, clearly thrown up by someone. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from Zhao Wu. Boom! In the next moment, Zhao Wu's body began to swell and change wildly. A silver giant dragon, several meters in size, appeared in the sky. And the silver giant dragon began to expand. Crazily. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Soon, Zhao Wu's body directly inflated to a height of 50 meters. With its wings spread, it reached 100 meters. Roar! The giant dragon roared towards the sky, and waves of terrifying pressure spread in all directions. That powerful dragon might directly envelop the entire Xianfeng city. Wu then, an air raid siren echoed throughout Xianfeng city. In the next moment, a firelight shot up from the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance in Xianfeng city. Sure. The firelight transformed into a fire phoenix appearing in front of the silver giant dragon. A giant dragon, it's actually a giant dragon bloodline. Sikong Shuayun's beautiful eyes burst with endless shock upon seeing the silver giant dragon. Dragon clan members, at the very least, possess purple talent. Their strength is generally above the 7th rank. How could such a terrifying existence appear in Xianfeng city? It seemed that this silver giant dragon was just a cub. Its aura was only around the 1st level of Martial Emperor. However, the aura it displayed had already surpassed Sikong Shuayun. No matter what, we can't let this giant dragon harm Xianfeng city. Sikong Shuayun's expression grew serious, and then she clenched her hand, a flame sword appearing in her grasp. Die! Sikong Shuayun shouted fiercely, transforming into a streak of fire as she charged towards Zhao Wu. President Sikong, don't attack. I'm Zhao Wu. However, at that moment, Zhao Wu, finally reacting and flapping his wings, hurriedly spoke up. His form began to shrink and change rapidly. Soon, Zhao Wu returned to human form. Fortunately, Ling Chen had already given him the black warrior armor, so after transforming back, Zhao Wu was clad in the armor and did not expose himself. You?
You are Zhao Wu? Was that a bloodline type entry you just used? Si Kong Shuayun was shocked. Bloodline type entries are extremely rare. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan is even rarer among the rare. After all, many people desire to transform into those powerful and majestic dragons rather than other animals. Therefore, when a dragon entry's oracle stone appears, it is usually snatched up in an instant. It's hard to have any stock left. Now Zhao Wu actually has one, and he has successfully fused with the entry. Yeah, Ling Chen insisted on giving it to me last night, and I couldn't refuse. Zhao Wu said with a helpless smile. Of course. There was a hint of pride in his words. As expected, upon hearing this, Si Kong Shuayun was somewhat speechless. Such a good thing was actually just handed to him. People can really be infuriating. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuang flew up. Uncle Zhao, this entry is pretty good, right? Ling Chen smiled. The silver dragon was indeed powerful. Mainly because Zhao Wu's speed type entry was the strongest, so after transforming, he also represented speed as a silver dragon. That's really great. Moreover, even in my non-dragon form, I still have a significant boost to all attributes. Zhao Wu quickly replied. As soon as he said this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Wait, even in a non-dragon form, there's a boost? Does that mean Zhao Shuang, this girl, could? He glanced at Zhao Shuang. Didn't you want to know? If you call me Yaha darling again, I'll tell you. Zhao Shuang said with a proud smile. Instantly, he understood, this girl indeed had a bloodline type entry. Wait, if that's the case, plus the fact that this girl previously had an all-attribute enhancement entry, it means she very likely possesses a purple supreme talent, or even a silver supreme talent? Hiss, this girl is hiding quite deep. Ling Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, this time Ling Chen also got a bloodline type entry. Once on the spaceship, he would turn it into a golden entry. Let's see how powerful this entry is. Alright, enough with the Yaha darling, aren't you ashamed? Let's go home. Zhao Wu could no longer listen and hurriedly urged Ling Chen and the others to return. President, I'm sorry about tonight's incident, I'll explain it tomorrow. Zhao Wu said with a smile. To Si Kong Shuayun. No problem, Uncle Zhao, your strength increasing is a great thing for my Shinfeng city. Si Kong Shuayun also smiled. President, we'll take our leave now. I'll come find you to catch up when I return from the Xintian Divine Domain next time. Ling Chen also smiled slightly. Let's go, my Yaha darling. Saying this, he directly pulled Zhao Shuang and rapidly descended. Wait for me. Zhao Wu chased after them, speechless. Watching Ling Chen pull Zhao Shuang away, Si Kong Shuyan remained lost in thought for a long time. The next morning, Ling Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the house next door to the Ling family. Grandpa Wu, I'm Ling Chen. Ling Chen rang the doorbell. Creak. Soon, the door slowly opened. Ling Chen walked in, and immediately, a spirited old man emerged from the villa. The old man walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his robust vitality clearly marking him as a formidable martial artist. Upon seeing Ling Chen, the old man smiled affectionately. This man was Wu Lao, a veteran martial king from Xinfeng City, and his longtime companion. Having retired many years ago, he was also Ling Chen's neighbor, and Ling Chen had received much care from him since childhood. Isn't this little Feng? When did you come back? How was the capital? Wu Lao chuckled, stroking his beard as he looked at Ling Chen. Ah, it was just okay, not as good as being at home. By the way, where's Grandma Zhao? Ling Chen replied with a smile. Oh, her? At her age, instead of going to dance in the square, she insists on hunting fierce beasts, saying that no matter how old one gets, they still need to stay active. Wu Lao nodded with a laugh. Speaking of her, you, my child, never come without a reason. Come on, are you planning to leave again? Wu Lao said somewhat reluctantly. His own children were not around, and he had always treated Ling Chen like a grandson. Yes, I need to make a trip to the Xintian star system, and I might not be back for a long time, so I came to see you. Ling Chen said with a smile. After saying that, he directly took out several prepared porcelain vials from his storage space. These are some small pills I refined. This vial is for you to take one a day. This one is for enhancing strength, take one and wait until you digest it before taking the next. Ling Chen explained. My child, these things must be expensive, right? You should save your money for when you get married. By the way, that girl from the Zhao family is quite good. When are you two getting married? I'm looking forward to holding my great-grandson. Wu Lao joked immediately. Ha, then you better eat them, or when I get married and have kids, you won't get to hold them. Ling Chen said, directly stuffing the pills into Wu Lao's hands. You child. Wu Lao shook his head helplessly. Having watched this child grow up, he naturally understood his character. He then carefully put away the porcelain vials. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, why not eat something with me? Wu Lao hurriedly asked. Grandpa Wu, is the little madman around? We should be leaving. Just then, Zhao Shuya's voice came from outside. Shortly after, Zhao Shuya ran in. Upon seeing her, Wu Lao's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. You girl is still as fiery as ever. Wu Lao said to Zhao Shuya with a helpless smile. Grandpa Wu, we can only have a meal next time. Don't forget to take the pills I gave you. Also, wait for me to come back. Ling Chen quickly added. Got it, be careful in the Xiantian star system. You've never been far from home at your age. Wu Lao urged. Understood. I will be careful. We'll be off now. Ling Chen smiled, and after saying that, he grabbed Zhao Shuya and shot up into the sky, flying off into the distance. Wu Lao watched Ling Chen's departing figure, lost in thought. For a long time. This child has finally grown up. I wonder how your father would boast to me if he saw this. Sai, where on earth have you gone? Wu Lao sighed, and after speaking, he turned and returned to his villa. The next day, after bidding farewell to Zhao Wu, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya returned to the imperial capital university. At this moment, a large spaceship, several thousand meters long, was already waiting in the sky above the university. Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya flew directly into the spaceship's hatch. Rumble. With the roar of the engine, the spaceship slowly lifted off, gaining speed until it finally broke through the atmosphere of Blue Water Star, heading deep into the starry sky. Once in the depths of space, the spaceship's speed increased even further. An hour later, the spaceship had surpassed the speed of light. Upon reaching light speed, everything behind the spaceship turned black, while only the dazzling points of light lay ahead. As for the surroundings, they remained filled with countless stars. With the development of technology, science has long proven that while the speed of light is fast, it is not the ultimate speed in the universe. It is quite simple to surpass the speed of light, provided that the material of the object is strong enough. Moreover, the notion that reaching the speed of light can reverse time is utter nonsense. To reverse time, one would need to make all matter in the universe retrace its steps simultaneously, which requires a force far beyond merely achieving the speed of light. Of course, if you were to reach the speed of light, you could, to some extent, observe history. For instance, if you were to move away from Earth at the speed of light, everything before you would turn black because light cannot catch up with you. However, once you exceed the speed of light, you can capture the light emitted by Earth before that moment. To put it plainly, you would be able to see Earth as it was a few seconds ago. If you were to go even faster, time on Earth would appear to be flowing backward in your eyes. In reality, it is just that the light you are capturing is from further back in time. If you were to travel 1 light year away, you would see Earth as it was a year ago. For you, it would be as if Earth had returned to a year ago. If you traveled 2,000 light years away, the Earth you would see would be from 2,000 years ago. For you, it would seem as if Earth's time had flowed back to 2,000 years ago, but in truth, it is merely capturing the light from the past. This might be what relativity aims to express, yet it has been misunderstood by many. Therefore, in the vast universe, optical signals have been rendered obsolete. The network used by humanity has transformed into dark matter signals. For the current human race, this form of communication travels at nearly instantaneous speeds. Even across tens of thousands of light years, a message sent from one side can be captured instantly on the other side. Of course, the speed of dark matter signals is merely fast, not truly synchronous. Just as optical signals once reached Earth instantaneously. Perhaps as technological civilization continues to develop, dark matter signals will become as obsolete as optical signals, becoming slow and cumbersome. However, as of now, dark matter signals are the fastest. As the speed of the spaceship rapidly increases, it ultimately stabilizes after reaching twice the speed of light. Of course, at this speed, it will take at least several thousand years to reach the Xiantian main star. Ding! Speed has reached the transition standard. Space transition is about to begin. Please prepare everyone. A prompt sound at this moment resonated in the minds of everyone aboard the spaceship. Buzz! Suddenly, a cannon at the front of the spaceship erupted with a powerful wave. The wave instantly struck the void ahead. Buzz! In an instant, a massive space rift was torn open. Swish! The spaceship immediately plunged into the open rift. Yet, the rift disappeared in the next moment. From the appearance of the rift to its disappearance, it existed for less than 1/10,000th of a second. An ordinary person's eyes could not possibly capture it. Such a brief moment was necessary to propel the spaceship into it. This is why the spaceship must accelerate beyond the speed of light. After all, if the speed slows down even a little, it would be fine if it was early enough. At worst, the rift would disappear and they could try again. But if luck runs out, and the spaceship enters halfway as the rift closes, it would sever the ship.
The final result would naturally be the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. The spaceship commanded by Sekongjin is a 6th-tier spaceship. At this level, each transition covers a distance of only 10 light-years. Therefore, in the following days, they would need to keep transitioning until they reach the Xiantian star system. Higher-tier spaceships can achieve longer transition distances, and this technology is not particularly difficult. The maximum distance for this 6th-tier spaceship is 100 light-years. However, it is generally too risky to attempt transitions over 20 light-years. Because the farther the jump distance, the shorter the time the spatial rift exists. This means that the speed of the spaceship needs to be faster. The speed of low-level spaceships simply cannot reach that velocity. Only high-level spaceships can increase their speed to a greater extent, thus opening spatial rifts that allow for longer jumps. Of course, this jumping process can be a bit boring. Each jump requires a long accumulation of energy, while the jump itself lasts only an instant. It's hardly noticeable. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya had also arrived in a huge ecological cabin. The environment here was excellent, with various flowers, plants, and trees growing. There were even some docile little fierce beasts. It resembled a small village. To operate this several thousand-meter-long spaceship, the required population was at least over 1,000. Therefore, the living conditions here could not be poor. Of course, it was said that high-level spaceships could be several million meters long. The ecological environment inside was comparable to that of a country. You're here. These are the students from our Blue Water Star who will be taking the assessment in the Xiantian Divine Domain this time. Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya arrived at a control panel, where Sekongjin had been waiting and smiled as he spoke. Standing beside him was Chen Yuan, whom they had seen before, and a boy they had not met. Upon seeing the two arrive, both of them looked at Ling Chen. Especially the boy, who brightened up upon seeing Ling Chen, his eyes filled with endless fighting spirit. Well, another martial arts fanatic. Ling Chen thought to himself. You all know Chen Yuan, and this boy is named Zhou Chuyun. His strength is at the 5th level of martial master, making him one of the strongest geniuses our Blue Water Star has seen in recent years. Sekongjin said with a smile. The strongest genius? Didn't Senior Chen Yuan claim to be the strongest genius in the Imperial Capital University in the past 10 years? Zhao Shuya asked curiously. However, this made Chen Yuan twitch his mouth. His title of strongest was just defeated in one move by your boyfriend. Zhou Chuyun is not from our Imperial Capital University. He went to another planet for further studies in his senior year and just returned. After all, this assessment requires a registration of domicile. It's a good deal for our Blue Water Star, Sekongjin said proudly. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was stunned. What the hell is domicile registration? Zhou Chuyun, this is Ling Chen, you should have heard of him. This is Zhao Shuya. She is also a prodigy of our Blue Water Star. Don't be fooled by her cuteness, she's a genius girl who can break through the hidden dragon tower. Also, she is Ling Chen's girlfriend. Alright, if you're interested, you can chat, if not, go back and rest. There's plenty of time. After introducing, Sekongjin left. Of course, the reason he emphasized that Zhao Shuya was Ling Chen's girlfriend was probably to prevent Zhou Chuyun from having any improper thoughts, lest he get beaten up later. The chairman really thinks things through. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, Zhou Chuyun was not interested in Zhao Shuya. Instead, he was staring intently at Ling Chen. Ling Chen, right? Hello, I'm Zhou Chuyun. Zhou Chuyun suddenly smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Ling Chen. Ling Chen nodded and was about to reach out his hand. Ahem, Ling Chen, long time no see. However, Chen Yuan quickly reached out and grabbed Ling Chen's hand, laughing heartily. This left Ling Chen confused. Are we that familiar? Also, the last time we met, I almost had to send you back for a remake. Okay? Why are you being so enthusiastic? However, Ling Chen soon understood the reason. Seeing that Ling Chen's hand was taken away, Zhou Chuyun frowned. Chen Yuan, if you don't want to be my boyfriend, don't interfere with my flirting, okay? Zhou Chuyun said with a tight frown. As soon as the words were spoken, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuang both widened their eyes. At that moment, Ling Chen recalled Zhou Chuyun's gaze just now. That was definitely not a fighting spirit, but rather the look a boy gives when he sees a beautiful girl. And as for Sekongjin's words, they weren't a reminder to be careful about his girlfriend being stolen, but rather a warning to Zhao Shuang that her boyfriend was being taken. As for Zhao Shuang, she was even less composed. Having a rival in love was normal, but encountering a male rival was a first. Ling Chen, would you be interested in having dinner with me? Zhou Chuyun then smiled and extended her right hand towards Ling Chen. Damn! Stay away from me. I'm not into that. Ling Chen quickly warned, retreating a few meters. Ling Chen, I liked you ever since I saw your video.
Don't be so heartless, give me a chance, okay? Jo Chu-yoon hurriedly stepped forward. Give you a hammer.
However, the next moment, Zhao Shuang shouted angrily, a large hammer appearing in her hand.
Boom! With a loud crash, Jo Chu-yoon was sent flying. Boom!
With another loud crash, she slammed against the wall. Fortunately, the materials of the spaceship were incredibly sturdy, otherwise, if it had been breached, everyone would have been doomed.
Dare to steal my man.
Zhao Shuang proudly put away her weapon.
Thank you so much, Jian Yuan. Otherwise, I might not be able to use this hand anymore. I was wrong about what happened before.
Ling Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Xian Yuan was actually quite nice.
Ahem. No need to be polite.
Xian Yuan coughed awkwardly. He was just afraid that if Ling Chen found out the truth, he might go berserk and blow up the spaceship. After all, he had previously suffered from Jo Chu-yoon's harassment, and just holding hands had led to her frantically caressing him. That feeling still made him a bit nauseous.
There really wasn't much fun to be had on the spaceship.
After wandering around for a bit, Ling Chen returned to his cabin, as he still had a lot to do.
Last night, all the blue oracle stones
he had cleared from Blue Water Star had already been sent to Xianfeng City. Since it was Ling Chen's order, all the cities on Blue Water Star had dispatched the fastest spaceships.
Additionally, some large transport ships were on standby, and finally, everything was coordinated within a night.
Although it wouldn't upgrade all of Ling Chen's entries to Dark Gold, it would significantly enhance
these entries. The most important ones were still the transformation type entries.
Back in his cabin, Ling Chen's consciousness directly entered his small world. At this moment, the ground of the small world was already piled high with oracle stones.
These entries were all transformation type blue oracle stones. Giant Python transformation. Blue. That's right, this entry was not for giant lizard transformation like the dragon type, but for giant python transformation. Using this entry would allow one to directly transform into the giant python clan. The giant python is a race more powerful than the giant boa. The green entry is for giant boa transformation. As for the white one, it is for ordinary snake transformation. Although this giant lizard transformation can reach dragon status at purple, a dragon is just a bigger lizard. This giant python can transform into a divine dragon at a certain level. Our Eastern divine dragon is definitely stronger than a big lizard, right? This was Ling Chen's main thought. Of course, if upgrading to gold still didn't allow him to transform into a divine dragon, he had also prepared the giant lizard transformation entry. At worst, he could have both entries. Although the bonuses would only stack once, being able to freely change between two races was still good. Who knows if there might be powerful special entries? Let's draw first. Ling Chen didn't hesitate and directly selected 10 blue oracle stones in his small world to open simultaneously. Buzz 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 buzz. Instantly, as beams of blue light enveloped the area, the 10 blue oracle stones transformed into a surge of blue light that flowed into the void. In an instant, 10 streams of blue power suddenly emerged within Ling Chen's body, ultimately rushing deep into his bloodline and beginning a frenzied transformation. At that moment, Ling Chen could clearly feel that all the muscles and cells in his body were rapidly strengthening. Is this the power of a bloodline type entry? It really can enhance the physical body, even without transforming. Ling Chen clenched his fist, feeling that his overall attributes had increased by about 60%. Although it wasn't a huge amount, it still represented a significant boost to Ling Chen's strength. After all, his current base attributes were terrifying. A 60% increase meant that his original 4,000% power had been directly enhanced to 6,400%. No wonder bloodline enhancement entries are extremely rare. This is far more powerful than general attribute enhancement entries, as the latter only unleash their potential when used, and come with significant side effects. Either there's a massive consumption of stamina, a loss of sanity, or depletion of vitality, among other issues. In contrast, bloodline transformation only involves normal power consumption. Moreover, it can also enhance one's power in a stable state. Ding! You have successfully extracted the entry, Giant Python Transformation. Blue, *10. The entry has upgraded to a Flood Dragon Transformation. Purple. After transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 220%. Without transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 160%. A normal purple entry offers a 200% enhancement, so this entry isn't the weakest. After all, it only takes 5 blue entries to upgrade to purple. Continue. Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly selected the Oracle Stone to continue extracting frantically. Since he was using the blue Oracle Stone directly, the extraction speed was still quite fast. It only takes 1,000 to upgrade to gold and 100 to reach silver. Ding! You have successfully extracted the entry, Giant Python Transformation. Blue, *100. The entry has upgraded to Chi Dragon Transformation. Silver. After transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 400%. Without transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 200%. The silver entry can directly transform into a Chi Dragon.
Legend has it that transforming a snake into a dragon requires several steps, first becoming a python,
then a giant python. After that, one can transform into a flood dragon, and finally into a Chi Dragon. After the Chi Dragon, there's still the Qiulong. The Qiulong is, in a sense, the true dragon. At this stage, one possesses dragon horns and dragon scales. However, if it evolves further, it can become the powerful Yinglong. If we calculate this, the Qiulong should be a gold entry, while the Yinglong should be a dark gold one. Thinking of this, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was curious about how powerful the Qiulong would be. With this in mind, he continued to extract frantically. After more than 10 minutes. Ding! You have successfully extracted the entry, Giant Python Transformation. Blue, *1000. The entry has upgraded to True Dragon Transformation. Gold, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, one can instantly transform into the Qiulong of the True Dragon clan. After transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 800%. Without transforming, it can enhance all physical attributes by 400%. With the successful upgrade of the entry, a terrifying aura surged wildly into Ling Chen's entire body. In an instant, Ling Chen felt that all the muscles and cells in his body began to strengthen frantically. After sensing the enhancement of his strength, Ling Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. Bloodline type. Entries transform from the deep layers of the bloodline. Therefore, he can stack them with any other entries, even with general attribute enhancement entries. This means that Ling Chen's final combat power has directly surged more than fourfold. If he truly transforms into a true dragon, it could even soar to 8 times his original power. The extent of this enhancement is unimaginable. Next up are the special entries, and I have no idea what this true dragon transformation special entry is. Ling Chen thought with some anticipation. Ding! Detected entry, True Dragon Transformation. Gold, special entry activated, Descendant of the Dragon. Gold, special entry. The Descendant of the Dragon can only be triggered by a very few races that take the True Dragon as their totem. Those who possess this entry will have their Dragon Transformation entries enhanced by *200% before and after transformation. The Divine Dragon's Blessing, active skills can be unlocked. After use, gain Divine Dragon's Blessing, all attributes *200%. Each use consumes 1 silver entry. Boom! The moment this entry appeared, Ling Chen instantly felt another surge of powerful energy. In just a moment, his physical strength actually doubled again. It reached an enhancement of 800%, and this was just the basic condition. If he transformed into a dragon, his combat power could continue to rise. Wow, the Descendant of the Dragon? This entry is something else. Having the True Dragon as a totem actually comes with such benefits. Ling Chen couldn't help but be dazzled. This truly is a blessing from the ancestors. 200% bonuses add up to 400%, right? Goodness, that's quite an increase. I wonder if the giant lizard transformation has any difference compared to the true dragon transformation. Ling Chen, curious, directly tossed all the giant lizard transformation entries from his storage space into the small world and then started activating them. Ding! You successfully extracted entry, Giant Lizard Transformation. Blue, *5. The entry upgraded to Giant Dragon Transformation. Purple, after Giant Dragon Transformation, all physical attributes can be enhanced by 200%. Without transformation, all physical attributes can be enhanced by 150%. The Giant Dragon Transformation didn't have too many highlights. Ling Chen began to activate them quickly. Soon, the entry reached gold. Ding! You successfully extracted entry, Giant Lizard Transformation. Blue, *1000. The entry upgraded to Celestial Dragon Transformation. Gold. Activating the entry allows instant transformation into a Celestial Dragon. After Celestial Dragon Transformation, all physical attributes can be enhanced by 800%. Without transformation, all physical attributes can be enhanced by 400%. Detected entry, Celestial Dragon Transformation. Gold, triggered special entry, Celestial Dragon True Flame. Gold, Celestial Dragon True Flame. Burning. The Celestial Dragon's bloodline, instantly erupting with Celestial Dragon True Flame, can deal a devastating blow of 400% to the burned target. At the same time, the flame cannot be extinguished until the energy is exhausted. Each use requires the consumption of 1 silver entry. The system's prompt sound followed, and upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes slightly flashed. He had to admit, gold entries were never weak.
Although the special entry bonus of Celestial Dragon Transformation seemed not as powerful as that of True Dragon Transformation, a dragon is still a dragon. Its strength is still formidable, and being rated as gold is certainly for a reason. Buzz. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Ling Chen suddenly felt his entire body's muscles and strength slowly increasing. Although it wasn't much, it was still a tenth of an increase. Ding. Detected same level golden bloodline entries. The enhancement effect of Celestial Dragon Transformation is reduced to 1/10. This effect can stack. Each additional type of bloodline golden entry can increase combat power by 10% on top of the True Dragon Transformation. A prompt sound followed. As soon as this prompt came out, Ling Chen was instantly incredulous, his eyes wide open. What the heck? What the heck? This entry effect can actually stack? Ling Chen was shocked at this moment. There were quite a few types of bloodline entries. Transforming into the primate monkey race, transforming into flying bird races, transforming into fish races, transforming into fierce beast races. Almost every major category would have a type of bloodline entry. Adding them up, not to mention hundreds, there were definitely dozens. If I could stack 10 types, it would be equivalent to directly increasing the current 1600% True Dragon Transformation to 3200%. It would mean being able to elevate the attribute level by a small tier, right? Moreover, there would be many more types of bloodline attributes. However, Ling Chen furrowed his brow. The price of these bloodline attributes is a bit steep. They often cost 10 times or even dozens of times more than ordinary attributes. If I were to upgrade 11 attributes simultaneously, the amount of money required would definitely be hundreds or even thousands of times that of ordinary attributes. With that much money, I could directly stack higher level attributes. Ling Chen felt helpless at this thought. Perhaps, one day, when the most powerful attributes in the world can no longer help me elevate my attribute level, or when upgrading an attribute level requires thousands or even tens of thousands of times the price, then this effect would be worth using. But for now, it's still unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, Ling Chen abandoned this idea. After all, the expenditure was too high and not worth it, and there was no need for it. Let's continue opening attributes. I still have a lot of these attributes to work with. These past few days have at least given me something to do. Ling Chen smiled slightly and then directly poured all the oracle stones into the small world, after which he began to open them frantically. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Flame Control. Blue, *10, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Thunder Control. Blue, *10, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Good Luck. Blue, *10, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Excellent Talent. Blue, *10. The sound of notifications echoed in Ling Chen's mind. With this opening, Ling Chen also discovered several attributes that he hadn't seen before. However, many of the effects overlapped with those he already had. If stacked, it would be like spending double the money on one type of attribute, so Ling Chen directly discarded these attributes and chose some others instead. It is worth mentioning that this time, Ling Chen obtained a complete set of formation attributes and blacksmith attributes, 3 types of secondary profession attributes. There are naturally many secondary professions, but for now, Ling Chen only focused on these 3 most mainstream ones. He upgraded each one to gold. Ding. You have successfully drawn the attribute Blacksmith. Blue, *1000. The attribute upgrades to Supreme Blacksmith. Gold, you possess the powerful talent to potentially become a 10th tier blacksmith. If you can have a golden flame attribute, you may become an 11th tier blacksmith. If further assisted by golden talent attributes, you could even become a 12th tier blacksmith. Special attribute. Triggered, item ascension. Gold, each weapon crafted can be upgraded by one small tier. The special attribute of blacksmithing is completely different from that of alchemy, but the effect is equally powerful. An upgrade in level means that if I craft a 7th tier top grade weapon, it can directly evolve into an 8th tier. Inferior 1? Ling Chen raised his brow at this point. This effect is not weak. Upgrading by one small tier becomes increasingly terrifying in the later stages. For example, upgrading a 9th tier top grade item to a 10th tier. The price would increase by more than 100 times. Theoretically, the speed of making money in the later stages would be even more terrifying than appreciation. Next came the Formation Master attributes. Ding. You have successfully drawn the attribute Formation Master. Blue, *1000. The attribute upgrades to Supreme Formation Master. Gold, you possess the powerful talent to potentially become a 10th tier Formation Master. If further assisted by golden talent attributes, you may become an 11th tier Formation Master. If further assisted by golden
Soul attributes, you could even reach 12th tier Formation Master. The Formation Master attributes can also rely on other attributes to enhance their talent. However, it was no longer fire-type entries, but rather soul-type ones, such as Spiritual Thought Masters and Soul Extinguishers. The main point is that formations require powerful soul energy to inscribe the formation runes. To become a Formation Master, it is best to possess soul-type entries. This way, if one has strong control over soul power, it will be easier to manage the inscribing of the runes, allowing for the creation of more perfect inscriptions. Triggering Special Entry Formation Enhancement. Gold, each formation inscribed can increase in power by a small level. The special entries for formation types are quite similar to those of weapon refiners, both enhancing levels. The prospects in the later stages remain limitless. Next up are the weapon type entries for gun techniques.
At this moment, Ling Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He had been preparing to upgrade his gun technique entries but lacked enough oracle stones. Now that he had them, he naturally couldn't forget this crucial entry. After all, gun techniques can also be combined with power-type entries to form a powerful entry. Although it can't stack like the all-attribute enhancements of divine weapons, it's still quite impressive. Soon, Ling Chen took out the gun technique entries and began to activate them rapidly. Before long, all 30,000 blue gun technique entries were activated by Ling Chen. 2,000 had already upgraded to gold, while the rest were used to enhance the entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry gun technique master. Blue asterisk 35,000. Entry level upgraded to Supreme Gun Path. Gold possesses an extremely powerful gun technique talent, can quickly master any gun technique martial art while increasing gun technique power 4,330%. Ding! Detected Supreme Gun Path. Gold entry, triggering special entry gun intent. Gold, mastering the first level of gun intent. Achieving the realm of unity between man and nature, thus increasing gun technique power 200%. With the upgrade of the gun technique entries, a series of prompt sounds followed. Hearing this, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. At this moment, his overall attributes were already significantly stronger than before. If the power of this gun technique could be enhanced, it would elevate his overall combat power. This enhancement is not small. Moreover, this entry has no consumption, allowing for continuous use. This entry is not weak. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. Thus, this round of upgrades was complete. Next, he would spend all the remaining oracle stones to enhance his attributes a bit. Ling Chen then continued to upgrade his entries. Time, under his accumulation, slowly passed by. In less than a day, Ling Chen had activated all the oracle stones, including those obtained previously in the Black Martial God domain. There was no way around it, having such a stockpile in Blue Water Star was already quite a feat. Fortunately, Ling Chen had also bought a considerable number of green oracle stones, which were all for charging purposes. Since he had plenty of time and the prices were cheap, Ling Chen bought enough of each entry to charge at least a dozen times. Of course, except for the Law of Heaven and Earth, as that was too expensive to use. Using it once would consume one of each of the 4 basic physical gold entries. However, if Ling Chen used it directly, he could still use it many times. After all, the quantity of green oracle stones purchased this time was substantial. Almost half of them were for the 4 basic physical types. Each type could upgrade a gold entry with 20,000 pieces, and Ling Chen bought a full 60,000 of each. This means Ling Chen could use it 3 times now. 3 times. With each use lasting an hour, that adds up to enough for 3 hours. If he still couldn't win, then more would be pointless. However, the cost for these 3 uses is equivalent to using other entries 30 times. At the same time, if Ling Chen wanted, he could directly extract the power of the golden attributes for use. However, it would be somewhat uneconomical. It requires a 200% boost from each of the 4 major attributes to use it once. This is also the method ordinary people use for consumable type attributes. As mentioned before, all consumable special type attributes have a cooldown period, often lasting several months or even years. Ling Chen's Law of Heaven and Earth has a cooldown time of a full 10 years. Because it was too long, Ling Chen chose to ignore the cooldown time. After all, he could recharge directly. But others cannot, they can only wait slowly for the cooldown. If they encounter danger, they can only consume their own attribute boosts to rush into the attributes. Ordinary attributes can only be used once with a 10% boost, and using an ordinary golden attribute once drops it below gold. To use a silver attribute once, a 1000% boost is required. This means that using the highest level silver attribute twice will directly drop it to a purple attribute. Only those high-level golden attributes can be used a few more times, but it must be said that using it once incurs a huge loss. As for Law of Heaven and Earth, the cost of using it once is even more terrifying. Using a golden attribute once requires a 200% boost. Even high-level golden
Attributes can't be used many times before they run out. And for Ling Chen, it is also extremely uneconomical. A 200% boost requires infusing 20,000 blue attributes to stack. If recharging directly, 2,000 can recharge to 1 golden attribute. Unless absolutely necessary, Ling Chen would not choose the golden attribute boost to activate Law of Heaven and Earth. Of course, this time the green oracle stones for recharging are mostly for talent type attributes, because he plans to enhance the intensity of his cultivation technique. This time I can finally use the effect of enlightenment. I wonder how strong this enlightenment effect is. It consumes a silver attribute. For 1 hour, I want to see how effective it is. Ling Chen smiled slightly. The effect of enlightenment for 1 hour equals 1,000 hours, which is exactly 40 days. 40 days, according to Ling Chen's talent, a 7th tier top grade cultivation technique can be directly cultivated to great perfection. However, his requirement is not just to reach great perfection, it would be best if he could enhance the level through his own transformation. This time, Ling Chen directly purchased green oracle stones that could recharge a full 300 times. 1,000 can be converted into 1 silver attribute, which means a total of 300,000 green oracle stones. According to Ling Chen's current box opening speed, he could resolve the battle in just a few hours. By then, he could directly achieve enlightenment for over 10 days. The next 4 days would have things to do. Otherwise, it would be too boring. With this in mind, Ling Chen did not immediately start using these green oracle stones. After 10 selections, the speed of opening the oracle stones was almost flying, able to open about 20 per second, which means 1,200 per minute. About 70,000 in an hour. Of course, accounting for some dazed moments and a few minutes of rest, he could definitely open 60,000. At this speed, the battle would end in 5 hours for 300,000. 300,000 green oracle stones are equivalent to 30,000 blue oracle stones. If used to upgrade golden attributes, it can only enhance by 300%. That means 6 million would be needed to upgrade to dark gold. In total, it would take 100 hours, close to 5 days. However, it must be said that this price is quite cheap. Even at a small talent price of 5 times 6 million, would only be 30 trillion. Compared to using blue talent oracle stones at 300 trillion, it is a full 10 times cheaper. It's just that the time spent is too long. I now have 24 entries, and even if I don't sleep or rest, it would take a full 120 days. That's 4 months. TSK. With that time, I could earn so much money. Ling Chen shook his head at this thought. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the entry Some Talent. Green asterisk 300,000. Insight. Gold charging, 300 hours. A prompt sound followed. First, let's cultivate the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision. This technique is currently in 8th tier top grade, but its essence is only 6th tier top grade. I've already cultivated it to great success, and it probably won't take long to reach perfection. This time, I'll directly gain insight for 20 hours and see what level I can reach. Ling Chen didn't hesitate and closed his eyes, entering a state of insight. Ding. Insight activated. Time, 20 hours. Perception of danger will forcibly interrupt the insight. A prompt sound followed. Boom. However, before Ling Chen could react, he suddenly felt his entire mind become instantly active. At that moment, his thinking speed increased to 1,000 times its original rate, and his IQ seemed to have also increased 1,000-fold. With this mutual enhancement, combined with the golden talent boost, Ling Chen's talent exploded at this moment. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision began to evolve in his mind. Countless cultivation experiences surged into his brain. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision was directly broken through to the realm of great perfection. Following that, Ling Chen began to dissect every detail of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision. He also started to improve all the issues with these details. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes later. Ding. The grade of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision has been upgraded to 7th tier. Lower grade. After entry enhancement, the level has been upgraded to 9th tier lower grade. A prompt sound came. However, Ling Chen didn't think much and continued to deduce. Half an hour later, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision was deduced to 7th tier middle grade. The entry enhancement level remained unchanged. It was probably due to the large level gap. An hour and a half later, it reached 7th tier upper grade. The entry enhancement level reached 9th tier middle grade. 6 hours later, the level successfully reached 7th tier top grade. The entry level also remained unchanged. Finally, after 18 hours, the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision was directly deduced to 8th tier lower grade. As the 20 hours ended, Ling Chen also woke up from the state of insight. I must say, during this period of insight, the 20 hours that passed felt like just a moment in the outside world. Technique: Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision Level, 8th tier lower grade description, a cultivation technique of thunder and fire attributes, requires both thunder and fire entries, with a minimum entry level of purple. Note, this technique has a special effect: the higher the entry level, the higher the technique level. 1 silver and 1 purple, technique level upgraded to 8th tier. Middle grade. 2 silver entries, technique level upgraded to 8th tier top grade. 1 gold and 1 silver, technique level upgraded to 9th tier lower grade. 2 gold entries, technique level upgraded to 9th tier upper grade. 1 dark gold and 1 gold, technique level upgraded to 9th tier top grade. 2 dark gold entries, technique level upgraded to 10th tier upper grade. At the same time, the introduction of the technique also followed. Looking at this introduction, Ling Chen was quite satisfied. From 8th tier top grade to 9th tier upper grade, it was almost a significant upgrade. If I were to directly deduce an 8th tier top grade technique, 20 hours would probably be completely insufficient. Next is the 9 transformations of soul refinement. Let's go for another 20 hours. Ling Chen also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Ding. Insight activated. Time, 20 hours. Perception of danger will forcibly interrupt the insight. As soon as he closed his eyes, the insight was instantly activated. In a state of enlightenment, every minute equates to half a day in the outside world. Even more than that. In just a few minutes, Ling Chen, who originally reached the 7th turn of the 9-turn soul refining scripture, directly broke through to the 8th turn. After another 10 minutes, he reached the great perfection of the 9th turn. At this moment, his soul power was directly enhanced by 450%, which could not be said to be weak. Of course, learning is naturally easy, but improving its grade is difficult. However, Ling Chen quickly had an idea for enhancing the 9-turn soul refining scripture. The main cultivation method of this 9 turns soul refining scripture is to transform the soul power of the Sea of Souls into a tornado. Now it's at a speed of 9 turns per second. What if it reaches 10 turns? Wouldn't that break through the level? Ling Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. With the simplest rotation method, this was much easier than the usual 7th grade top-tier techniques. An hour later, Ling Chen successfully increased the rotation speed of the soul tornado to 10 turns per second. The technique level was upgraded to 8th grade lower tier. 5 hours later, it was 11 turns per second. Technique level 8th grade middle tier. 17 hours later, it was 12 turns per second. Technique level 8th grade upper tier. At this time, the enhancement had already risen to 600%. The standard 8th grade upper tier technique could enhance the soul's strength. After that, Ling Chen began to learn martial skills. The first one, of course, was the simplest, the myriad soul blades. Just directly increasing the number of soul blades would do. Similarly, in just a few minutes, Ling Chen raised the number of soul blades to the great perfection level of 10,000 soul blades. After more than 10 minutes, the number of soul blades increased to 30,000. Technique upgraded to 7th grade lower tier. An hour later, soul blades 100,000. Technique level 7th grade middle tier. 12 hours later, the technique upgraded to 8th grade middle tier. The number of soul blades reached 10 million. At the same time, the power enhancement of each soul blade also increased to 550%. If this terrifying power erupted, the souls of millions of beings within the coverage area would be shattered into pieces. After that, Ling Chen began to deduce the myriad swords returning to origin. This move is a skill of the mental cultivator, and its power is also quite remarkable. However, the method of deduction is almost identical to that of the myriad soul blades. With the myriad soul blades as a foundation, the cultivation speed of the myriad swords returning to origin was extremely fast. As the number of controllable flying swords skyrocketed, the level of martial skills also rose sharply, reaching 8th grade upper tier in just 13 hours. The number of mental power flying swords that could be controlled in an instant directly reached 100 million. This Qing Xuanzi is probably adapted from the myriad soul blades to create the myriad swords returning to origin, right? It's simply plagiarism, blatant plagiarism. And he even wanted to charge me 10 billion before? After finishing his studies, Ling Chen felt speechless. This Qing Xuanzi had all the tricks of deception and scheming. Isn't this just like those in the cultivation world in novels, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? Oh. No, it seems like he really let him cultivate into a true immortal. At this moment, less than 3 days had passed. There was only 1 day left until they reached the Xiantian star system. Ling Chen also directly entered a state of enlightenment, this time naturally for the martial skill, Sky Splitter's cultivation.
However, just as Ling Chen was about to enter the state of enlightenment, he suddenly felt a slight tremor. Although it quickly calmed down, it was definitely abnormal. At the same time, he also felt the spaceship's speed rapidly decreasing, and it soon came to a stop. In the next moment, his terrifying divine sense erupted. Like a tide. Everything within a radius of over 10,000 kilometers was now enveloped by his divine sense. Of course, this was not the limit of his divine sense. The main thing he was looking for was within this divine sense range. Interesting, I actually encountered such a thing. Sensing the hidden objects in the starry sky, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile. Just right, after sitting for a few days, I can stretch my muscles. With this thought, he stood up and left the cabin. What's going on? Why has the spaceship stopped? Do you know that such a sudden decrease in speed can easily damage the ship? In the control room, Si Kongjin was angrily scolding the hundreds of operators. Just a few minutes ago, the entire spaceship had suddenly decelerated. Fortunately, the ship had an inertia compensation system, which prevented people from feeling too much discomfort. Otherwise, a sudden stop at twice the speed of light could sink an entire continent with just a stone. Chairman, there's a problem with the spaceship's propulsion system. The ship can't move, the engine operator said anxiously. Nonsense. Even if the propulsion system is scrapped, the ship would still fly at a constant speed. How could it suddenly decelerate? Si Kongjin cursed loudly. Back to the chairman. The reason for the sudden deceleration is currently unknown. It seems there's some external interference. We're not encountering space pirates, are we? Suddenly, the ship's first officer spoke up gravely. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire control room fell silent. Space pirates are reckless beings, constantly hunted by the Human Federation, but the universe is vast, making it nearly impossible to catch them. Moreover, these space pirates are quite powerful. After all, not just anyone can engage in this line of work. It is said that the leader of the most powerful pirate group has even reached the peak of Martial Emperor. Creak. However, at that moment, the door of the control room slowly opened. Ling Chen quickly flew in. Ling Chen, you came at the right time. We might be encountering space pirates. Si Kongjin said gravely to Ling Chen. This isn't any space pirate. It's the Talbans. They're probably after me. I didn't expect to be targeted even before I left Blue Water Star. There are indeed quite a few traitors within our human territory. Ling Chen's tone turned somewhat cold as he spoke. However, upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Si Kongjin and the others present suddenly changed their expressions. The Talbans. The ruling race of the Talban star system, 300,000 light-years away in the Milky Way. This is a humanoid race, relatively tall. Usually around 5 meters. Among the hundreds of star systems surrounding the Milky Way, humanity developed the latest. Therefore, during the process of rising, there were inevitably many frictions with other civilized races, especially since these three major races had often targeted human geniuses when humanity was just emerging. After all, the Milky Way originally had a considerable amount of territory belonging to these civilizations. It was almost a situation of being divided. The difficulty for humanity, as a native civilization, to rise can be imagined. Although humanity ultimately seized the main control of the Milky Way, it also offended many civilizations in the surrounding star systems. However, due to the overwhelming strength of humanity's strongest, the higher-ups of these civilizations dared not act against humanity. After all, they could destroy humanity, but humanity's strongest could annihilate their upper echelons. Of course, large-scale battles were not dared to break out, but small-scale skirmishes were frequent. Assassinations of human geniuses were also the favorite pastime of these races. He just didn't expect that by merely staying on Blue Water Star, he would attract the attention of civilizations hundreds of thousands of light-years away. Ling Chen, don't be angry, they might not be targeting you alone, but all the geniuses entering the Xiantian divine domain this time. You just happened to be selected. And I will definitely find out who the traitor is. Si Kongjin quickly assured. After all, if there was a traitor, it was most likely among his subordinates, as the spaceship's jump distance was changing in real time. To block them, one must know the constantly changing jump data at every moment, otherwise, even a slight error could mean distances of hundreds of millions or even billions of kilometers. In this universe, it would be impossible to catch anyone. In other words, the traitor is definitely in this control room. Because only the people in the control room can access the jump data. No need, Chairman, I've already found it. However, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. Then, his gaze directly fell on the first mate beside Si Kongjin. The first mate's face changed drastically under Ling Chen's gaze. Oldly, is that you? You are actually the traitor. Si Kongjin was instantly incredulous. This was a subordinate who had been with him for decades. It's not me. Chairman, Lord Ling Chen, I don't have the guts for that.
Besides, my whole family is on blue. Water Star, how could I be a spy? The first mate exclaimed in panic. Upon hearing this, Sekongjin frowned. He indeed did not believe it. However, he believed Ling Chen even more. Confess. If you confess, I can give you a quick end. Sekongjin said coldly. I have nothing to confess. Lord Ling Chen, even if you are powerful, you can't just slander someone's innocence out of thin air. The first mate shouted in desperation. Many people looked at Ling Chen with some suspicion. Your soul has already betrayed you. Haven't you heard the saying? Don't lie in front of a soul destroyer. However, as soon as Ling Chen's words came out, everyone's expression changed. Ling Chen was actually a soul destroyer. Wait, you were the one who unleashed the soul pressure at the Imperial Capital University before. At this moment, Sekongjin was also shocked, finally understanding why such a powerful being had suddenly appeared at the Imperial Capital University, but had vanished without a trace since that day. He had worried about it for a long time, not knowing that the person had been right beside him all along. It was indeed me. Now, do you have anything else to say? Do you still want someone to take you to the tribunal for soul searching before you admit it? Of course, I don't have that much time. Whether you admit it or not, you have to die now. Ling Chen spoke calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the first mate's face turned pale. Even if he was innocent, Ling Chen could kill him, and he had no way to resist. Moreover, he was not innocent. You want me dead? Then don't even think about living. Realizing he was exposed, he roared and struck down towards the main control console of the ship in front of him. Puff 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 puff. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that his hand, which he had struck out, was being rapidly sliced into pieces as if cut by billions of blades. What is this? In panic, he quickly retracted his arm, which was now only half intact. But the invisible blades continued to slice towards his body. Chairman, save me, Chairman, save me. I don't want to die, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Watching his body being sliced like a machine, anyone would have a mental breakdown. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged. Unfortunately, Sekongjin only coldly waved his hand. From afar. Bang! In an instant, the first mate was swept away by the force and turned into countless fragments. Still not wanting to die? Being able to give you a quick end is already my mercy. Sekongjin snorted coldly. After all, he had been a subordinate for decades, and Sekongjin did not want him to leave in such pain. Of course, what he did not know was that the first mate was in a worse situation at that moment. Seeing Sekongjin destroy the first mate's physical body, Ling Chen was indifferent. He directly grasped the opponent's soul from the void. Then, thousands of soul blades were instantly arranged. In an instant, screams of souls echoed from the void. Although the people around could not hear this sound, they could feel a chilling aura, as if encountering ghosts. Chairman, look, the Tarban spaceship has arrived. And it's a 7th tier ship. It's over, the Tarban powerhouse coming is definitely at the Marshal Saint level. Just then, a gasp echoed through the room. The faces of everyone present changed drastically upon hearing the words 7th tier ship, and suddenly, the walls of the control room became transparent. The scene in the starry sky was projected out. In the distance, a massive ship, thousands of meters long, was hurtling toward them at several times the speed of light, moving so fast that it would likely arrive soon. Is the engine ready? Can we still leave? Sekongjin quickly asked. We can't start it, the system has malfunctioned and may have been secretly sabotaged by the first officer. It will take at least a few days to repair, and all our communication devices are blocked. We can't even send out a distress signal. A technician said despairingly. At that moment, everyone present turned pale. Were they really finished? Although Ling Chen was extremely powerful, even possessing a Marshal Saint level strength, that was only in comparison to ordinary Marshal Saints. The reason the Tarbans dared to come was that they absolutely knew how strong Ling Chen was. They must have been completely confident in their approach. They truly had no hope left. Chairman, open the spaceship's cabin, I want to see where the Tarbans get their courage to dare to come and assassinate me. At this moment, after completely tormenting the first officer's soul into nothingness, Ling Chen also spoke up. Sai, it can only be this way, we'll go out to buy some time, and you all quickly see if you can repair it. Sekongjin sighed, then directly controlled the spaceship's hatch on the biological brain. After saying that, he flew out of the control room with Ling Chen. Why has the spaceship stopped? What happened to the little madman? Just as they arrived at the square, Zhao Shuya, holding a large pile of snacks, walked over. Upon closer inspection, these snacks were actually concentrated high-energy potions. Clearly, Zhao Shuya also had devouring-type entries. This was why her strength had increased so rapidly. The Tarbans are here to assassinate us, I'm going out to handle it. Do you want to come? Ling Chen casually asked.
As soon as these words were spoken, Si Kongjin was stunned. This was an alien attack, and you still want to bring your girlfriend? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were going on a vacation. What? Tarbans? I want to go. I heard they're all really big. Zhao Shuya's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this, nodding eagerly. Then let's go, let's check it out together. Ling Chen said, then flew directly toward the outside of the spaceship. Zhao Shuya hurriedly followed. As for Si Kongjin, he could only shake his head helplessly. Since they couldn't fight back, they might as well go see. Crack! In the starry sky, the cabin of the blue water starship slowly opened. The three of them flew out of the spaceship and into the starry void. At the same time, the massive Tarban civilization ship had already arrived in front of their spaceship. Then, several giants, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, flew out from the ship. The Tarbans, aside from their height, didn't look much different from humans. The leader was an old man, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He was actually a fire-type entry holder. Blue-black flames surrounded him, radiating a terrifying heat wave. And judging by the entry, it should be a silver entry fire entry. As for his realm, it had reached the 5th level of Martial Saint. 5th level of Martial Venerable? No wonder he can kill a Martial Venerable at the 10th level. The old man, upon seeing Ling Chen, immediately recognized that Ling Chen was not disguising his realm at this moment. However, as soon as this was said, Si Kongjin's eyes widened in shock. What? Damn! 5th level of Martial Venerable? How many days has it been? Humph. Tiny galactic beings, you really have some guts to dare to come out, a powerful Talbo warrior at the 10th level of Martial Sovereign sneered. I see the one with the audacity is you, you're right in front of me and still dare to be so arrogant. However, Ling Chen looked at this Martial Sovereign and calmly spoke. After finishing, he raised his right hand and pointed. Puff! In an instant, a golden flame ignited at his fingertip. Seeing this scene, the Talbo warrior at the 10th level of Martial Sovereign was clearly startled and took a step back in the void. But he quickly reacted. The Martial Saint Taksim beside him was an extremely powerful fire attribute Martial Saint. No matter how strong Ling Chen's power was, could he really be his opponent? Human brat, we are here to kill you this time. Don't think that being a genius gives you free reign. As long as you haven't grown, you are just a weakling. Delba shouted angrily. Puff! However, the next moment, the golden flame at Ling Chen's fingertip suddenly transformed into a fiery laser and shot towards him. Humph! Ignorant child! Taksim, who was calm beside him, immediately scoffed. Even if Ling Chen's flame might also be silver, so what? Was his strength greater? As long as it wasn't, that flame would have to obediently obey him. This is the power of the flame attribute. All flames weaker than oneself would be completely controlled. Thinking of this, he directly focused his mind to try to immobilize the fiery laser. Puff! However, in the next instant, he was stunned. The flame had no effect and instantly pierced through Delba's forehead. The next moment, his body began to burn wildly from the position of his forehead. In that instant, all the Talba Martial Sovereigns present changed their expressions drastically. Impossible, how could I not control this flame? Even Taksim's expression slightly changed. With such strength, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant, still saying that the genius who hasn't grown isn't a genius? In front of the little madman? He has indeed grown, so why is he still so weak? Zhao Shuang, seeing this scene, immediately began to mock with a sharp tongue. In an instant, the faces of the Talba people present darkened. Brat, your flame attribute isn't silver? Could it be gold? At this moment, Taksim looked at Ling Chen with a horrified expression. As soon as this was said, even Si Kongjin's pupils constricted. The conclusion that Ling Chen's flame attribute was silver was reached after he and other martial sovereigns analyzed it. After all, if it were only purple, it wouldn't have been able to cause such tremendous power back then. However, now the other party actually said that Ling Chen's attribute wasn't silver, and if it wasn't silver or purple, could it possibly be gold? Thinking of this, he was instantly horrified. Gold? A golden attribute? That was the most top-tier genius of the entire human race. When did I ever say that my flame attribute was silver? Ling Chen, however, did not hide it and spoke disdainfully. Boom! As soon as this was said, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. A golden talent holder could definitely become a super genius at the martial god level in the future. Such geniuses rarely emerged in the entire Talba civilization each year. Once they appeared, each one was among the top geniuses of these large star civilizations. Yet now, one had actually appeared before them. Why is your attribute really gold? Even Si Kongjin looked at Ling Chen with disbelief. Chairman, you don't believe Ling Chen? What's wrong with my man having a mere golden attribute? Zhao Shuang looked at Ling Chen with admiration, while proudly glancing at Si Kongjin. My flame attribute is indeed gold. But that's not the point.
Ling Chen said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Si Kongjin's shocked mood suddenly became heavy. Indeed, this was not the main point. The main point was that there was a martial saint-level powerhouse right in front of them. What if Ling Chen was a golden attribute prodigy? The level difference was a whole realm, which meant 1,000 times the strength gap. It didn't matter if it was a golden attribute, even if someone above gold came, it would be useless. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the realization hit Taksim, and he burst into wild laughter, looking up at the sky. I never expected that in my lifetime, I would actually have the chance to kill a golden attribute. Holder. Ha ha ha, the heavens have treated me well. Taksim trembled with excitement. With the achievement of killing a golden attribute prodigy, although it wouldn't allow him to break through to Martial Emperor, it would enable his family to produce a few more Martial Saint-level powerhouses. This way, even if he died, his entire family could continue to thrive for thousands of years. Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Chen with a suddenly cold and fierce gaze. Human youth, encountering me today is your bad luck. But don't worry, I will use the merit of killing you to cultivate my family well. A sinister smile appeared on Taksim's aged face. That old dog's face really looks ugly. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some big wrinkled dog, Zhao Shuya said with some disgust. Of course, her words had no effect on the extremely excited Taksim at that moment. Boom! In an instant, a blue-black flame erupted from Taksim's body. The terrifying heat wave from the explosion caused the temperature of the entire starry sky to rise rapidly, and the powerful beings behind him couldn't help but quickly dodge. Young man, close your eyes. Taksim let out a low roar, and the next moment, he raised his right hand, preparing to strike down with a palm. Boom! However, at that moment, countless soul blades erupted in an instant. Millions of soul blades surged toward Taksim and the others like a flood. Taksim and the others instantly felt a terrifying soul fluctuation. A soul destroyer at the third level of Martial Venerable turned pale with fear upon sensing the millions of soul blades. Run! He's a soul destroyer, run! The soul destroyer screamed in terror, then turned and fled frantically. As soon as he spoke, everyone present changed their expressions dramatically. They all understood the terror of a soul destroyer very well. This attack was something Taksim could not withstand. Although it wouldn't harm Taksim, after all, even if Taksim's soul strength was extremely weak, it would still require the soul explosive power of a martial saint to kill him. Moreover, as a martial saint level powerhouse, how could he not cultivate soul-related techniques? Therefore, in their eyes, Taksim would definitely be fine. But they were surely doomed. This soul attack was different from ordinary attacks. Taksim could not shield them at all. Thus, as soon as the soul destroyer spoke, all the martial venerables present were terrified and turned to flee madly. Is he really a soul destroyer? But even if he is a soul destroyer, so what? Could it be that your soul destroyer attribute is also golden? Taksim was furious, and in an instant, endless blue-black flames surged into his hand, ready to strike down. Puff 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 puff. However, in the next moment, endless soul blades swept across his entire body. At the same time, the soul blades swept over the fleeing martial venerables not far away, as well as everyone on the 8th tier spaceship behind them. Everyone was instantly frozen in place. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The only thing moving was the blue-black flame in Taksim's hand. As if losing the support of power, the blue-black flame gradually extinguished. What happened here? Si Kongjin looked at the scene in shock. They all seemed to be dead. Even Zhao Shuya spoke uncertainly. Buzz buzz buzz. As if to confirm his words, Taksim and the surrounding martial masters suddenly radiated dazzling light. The light emanating from the martial masters was almost entirely purple. Meanwhile, Taksim and the first martial master who died, a strong figure at the 10th level, shone with silver light. Under the convergence of this light, oracle stones gradually began to coalesce. Holy crap! They really are dead? Si Kongjin exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing this scene. In an instant, just a moment, a martial saint at the 5th level was taken down in a flash. At that moment, Si Kongjin once again felt the terrifying power of the Soul Destroyer. It must be said that the Soul Destroyer is truly powerful. For instance, if Taksim were to fight Ling Chen without using soul power, with his silver attributes and cultivation of a top-tier 7th grade martial art and technique, his basic combat power would be at least hundreds of thousands of times that of an ordinary martial master at the 5th level. This means Ling Chen would need to unleash combat power hundreds of thousands of times greater to defeat him. All attributes except for bloodline-related ones would have to be utilized. However, when it comes to the Soul Destroyer, it's a different story. Taksim's soul strength is quite decent, as he has cultivated soul-related techniques, so his soul strength is comparable to that of an ordinary martial saint at the 5th level. In other words, his soul power is 1,000 times that of an ordinary martial master at the 5th level.
But because he lacks soul-related attributes and soul defense techniques, Ling Chen only needs to unleash 1,000 times the soul power boost to eliminate him. His soul techniques and martial arts enhancements reached 600% * 600%, which is a 36-fold increase in combat power, plus the 100-fold soul strength boost from the Dark Gold Soul Destroyer, resulting in a total of 3,600 times soul enhancement. Therefore, taking down the opponent is not a problem at all. This is still without Ling Chen using the special attribute that reduces soul pressure by 75%. If he did use it, it would effectively increase his soul attack power by another 4 times. That would mean a solid 14,000 times soul enhancement. Of course, achieving that 14,000 times enhancement becomes difficult. Because whether it's the God of Slaughter or the Law of Heaven and Earth, or any of those bloodline-related attributes that enhance all physical attributes, none can enhance the soul. After all, if one could enhance the soul, facing those who do not cultivate the soul, Ling Chen could even slay a martial emperor. Only special attributes like Shadow Assassination, Divine Thought Manifestation, and True Damage can enhance soul strength. As for bloodline attributes, only those from soul-type creatures can enhance it. This is why the Soul Destroyer is so terrifying, because even if you only have one golden attribute, your combat power can surpass that of an ordinary martial artist with several golden attributes. However, the later stage prices of Soul Destroyer attributes are incredibly daunting. Once it reaches purple, the price is already higher than that of ordinary silver attributes, and silver attributes are much more expensive than golden ones. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating the martial techniques of the Soul Destroyer is several times that of body cultivation, and significantly stronger than that of mental cultivators. This soul cultivation bloodline attribute is completely absent in the Blue Water Star. It seems I'll have to wait until I reach the Xiantian star system to search for one. If I can find a dark gold bloodline from a soul-type creature, my combat power as a Soul Destroyer will surge again. This way, the gap between me and ordinary Soul Destroyers will widen even further. Ling Chen thought to himself with a slight smile. Is the inability to enhance soul value with ordinary attributes a limitation? For other Soul Destroyers, that would definitely be a huge restriction. After all, this means they need to find oracles that are 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more expensive to open those soul cultivation enhancement entries. However, for Ling Chen, who possesses the ability to stack low-level entries into high-level ones, this is not a limitation at all. Instead, it is his advantage. In this way, even the same soul exterminators would be easily killed in front of him. Once he obtains those soul-related bloodline entries and soul enhancement entries, he will become a being that harvests ordinary warriors like cutting chives. A true harbinger of death. Thinking of this, Ling Chen waved his hand. All the oracles in the sky were collected into his storage space. Seeing this scene, Si Kongjin finally came back to his senses from endless shock. He looked at Ling Chen, opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't get the words out. He recalled when he first met Ling Chen, he was just a kid who wasn't even a martial sovereign, and now he could instantly kill even martial saints. How could this person become so powerful? By the way, Chairman, is our spaceship broken? Suddenly, Ling Chen asked Si Kongjin. Yes, it is. It definitely can't be repaired in a short time, so we can only wait to contact support to come pick us up. I hope we don't miss the selection of the Xiantian Divine Domain. Si Kongjin said helplessly. That's fine. Our spaceship is broken, but can't we use the Tarbarian spaceship ahead? Ling Chen smiled and pointed to a huge 7th-tier spaceship not far away. With this spaceship, their speed might be even faster, allowing them to reach the Xiantian star system sooner. Ha! But can we operate their spaceship? Also, what if we get shot down halfway by my own people? Si Kongjin was confused. We can definitely operate it. As for getting shot down, just report in advance, and it will be fine. Ling Chen said. Well, that seems reasonable. Then it's settled, I'll go bring people. Si Kongjin thought it made sense. As long as they reported in advance, the probability of the spaceship being destroyed was extremely low. Moreover, even if enemies suddenly appeared, they wouldn't just attack upon meeting, they would first confirm whether the other party was an enemy. Otherwise, if they acted rashly, what if the other party was a civilized merchant here to do business? That would lead to a diplomatic disaster. Let's go, we need to collect things first. As for Ling Chen, he directly pulled Zhao Shuya and flew at high speed towards the distant spaceship. As they passed by the bodies of Taksim and the others, Ling Chen casually used the devouring flame to consume them all into pure energy. Although he had the 7th-tier top-grade pills he had refined earlier, he couldn't waste these, could he? After devouring them, the devouring flame not only filled him up but also provided a surplus of power, which he infused into the already 8th-tier 4-star Black God battle armor. Soon, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya arrived inside the spaceship. Then, Ling Chen directly used his immense telekinetic power to envelop the entire spaceship. Next, a large number of oracles and corpses were brought into the largest cabin. This spaceship was indeed not small, over 40,000 meters in length. The space was vast, so even with the Tarbarians' large size, the number of crew members inside reached 100,000. Moreover, their strength was not low, all above martial kings. However, now they were all dead, and a large number of blue and purple oracles had fallen around the corpses. It must be said that there is a significant difference between the human race and the fierce beast race. The entries of the human race are generally one level higher than those of the fierce beasts. For example, the entries used by ordinary 5th-tier martial sovereign level experts are blue, but some martial sovereigns already possess purple entries. However, fierce beasts are different. Not to mention 5th tier, even the entries of 6th tier fierce beasts are still only blue. Only a very few 6th tier fierce beasts can awaken purple entries. Therefore, the 100,000 people killed by Ling Chen contributed a massive number of blue oracle stones, reaching over 50,000. There were also more than 600 purple oracle stones. 2 silver oracle stones. Of course, there were also over 40,000 green oracle stones. After all, for Ling Chen, the drop rate for low-level oracle stones was almost 100%. If he had killed beasts of the same level, all the attributes would likely have dropped a tier. These oracle stones will keep me busy for a while. Ling Chen then waved his hand, and the devouring flames erupted wildly, engulfing all the corpses present. The bodies were quickly burned into pure power. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuang also exhibited a strange fluctuation of soul energy. This fluctuation appeared for just a moment, but it was still noticed by Ling Chen. This girl indeed has secrets. Her rapid increase in strength should be due to devouring type attributes. I just wonder what level they are. Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled. Of course, he could directly ask, and Zhao Shuang would definitely tell him, but that would make the mystery-solving process less interesting. However, the information I have now is that this girl has bloodline type attributes, all attribute enhancement attributes, and they should all be silver or above, along with devouring type attributes. This devouring type attribute might even be gold. Goodness, with such talent, she already possesses a top-tier silver talent, and it could even be a top-tier gold talent. Where did this girl get so many secrets? Ling Chen's heart was filled with great confusion at this moment. Wow, master, is this the devouring flame you mentioned? Didn't you say this thing is more precious than dark gold attributes, even red attributes? How come the little madman has it too? At this moment, Zhao Shuang appeared to be snacking, but inside, she was already extremely excited. Deep within her sea of consciousness, a phantom soul quietly observed this scene. That is naturally due to extremely good luck and self-awakening. Moreover, it can be confirmed that this child's talent is definitely above top-tier gold. She possesses quite a few gold attributes. And she is also dual cultivating soul and blood. There are hardly any shortcomings, but unfortunately, she lacks bloodline-type attributes. Otherwise, with this devouring flame, she could also be considered an extraordinary prodigy. The soul emitted a somewhat weak yet extremely cold voice. Soon, the soul gradually coalesced into a phantom figure, a woman in white. The woman's appearance was extremely ethereal, almost impossible to discern, but even the slightest glimpse could leave one in awe. As for who the woman was, Zhao Shuang did not know. She only knew that the other party referred to herself as the Cold Moon Immortal Sovereign. It seemed she was not from this world but a powerful being from a realm of immortal heroes. However, after arriving in this world, her physical body was shattered by the powerful beings of this world, leaving only her remnant soul to drift in the universe for tens of thousands of years before arriving in this remote star system. The reason she took Zhao Shuang as her disciple was that after Zhao Shuang turned 18, she unexpectedly awakened a fortune-type attribute on her own. Moreover, this attribute was not low in level. As for what level, she herself did not know, because she had never seen that color. This is why she could directly open a purple attribute from the purple oracle stone left by Ling Xian. Of course, the Cold Moon Immortal Sovereign took Zhao Shuang not just because of this fortune attribute, but because, due to the fortune attribute, a few days ago when Ling Chen went to the Medicine Sovereign's space, Zhao Shuang was bored and went out for a stroll. She then found a jade stone by the roadside. Inside it was the remnant soul of the Cold Moon Immortal Sovereign. At the same time, Zhao Shuang's talent was quite impressive. With many attribute slots, having already acquired 11 attributes without filling them all. These 11 attributes were all from the Cold Moon Immortal Sovereign, who had once taken Zhao Shuang for a long distance spatial leap. Arriving in a place several million light-years away, within some 12th-tier divine realms. After slaying a few 11th-tier ferocious beasts with the last of her soul power, she obtained the Golden Oracle stones. Fortunately, Zhao Shuya's luck is extraordinarily strong, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to so easily produce so many Golden Oracle stones. With these entries stacked together, Zhao Shuya's combat talent at this moment is nearly on par with Ling Chen.
Of course, this is excluding those special entries. Even though Zhao Shuyas possesses an extremely powerful luck entry, she still hasn't unlocked a special entry, as special entries cannot simply be unlocked by having strong luck.
Naturally, Immortal Cold Moon has also mentioned the terror of these special entries. She comforted Zhao Shuyas, assuring her not to be discouraged, as she would definitely
unlock one in the future. Who would have thought that now she would see Ling Chen actually having one?
However, Zhao Shuyas was not the least bit sad. Instead, she was quite happy.
Ha, master, I told you, the little
madman's talent is incredibly strong. He is the most talented person in this world,
Zhao Shuyas proudly said to Immortal Cold Moon.
Upon hearing this, Immortal Cold Moon was somewhat speechless. Her disciple was great in every way, with an extremely strong combat awareness and an incredibly heaven-defying luck entry. But the only downside was that she was too love-struck.
How could someone so love-struck be reliable? What if she got deceived by Ling Chen in the future?
Not to mention that Ling Chen hadn't even reached the Golden Supreme Talent level. Even if he did, the achievements he would attain would still be far inferior to Zhao Shuyas in her eyes. Because she could sense that Zhao Shuyas had at least 30 entries. Of course, this was just the minimum number she could perceive. Her power consumption was terrifying, and the explosion of those golden oracle stones had left her
in a state where she might not even be able to defeat a martial saint.
Therefore, just a moment ago, she had even encouraged Zhao Shuyas to escape. Unfortunately, the other party refused to leave, saying that with Ling Chen around, a mere 5th-tier martial saint was nothing. This statement made Immortal Cold Moon's head ache to the extreme.
Alright, from now on, don't talk to me in front of Ling Chen. His entries are golden, and he might sense my presence. If he thinks I'm an enemy, his current soul power could directly erase my remnant soul.
After saying this, Immortal Cold Moon concealed herself. She was well aware of the power of a soul destroyer. If it hadn't been for a soul destroyer who was several levels below her ambushing her back then, she wouldn't have been shattered physically, and her soul wouldn't have been so damaged. Fortunately, she had once obtained a powerful soul defense treasure, which was that jade stone Zhao Shuyas picked up, otherwise, she would have truly been obliterated. Unfortunately, she did not expect that Ling Chen had already sensed her presence.
Because his soul destroyer entry was not golden, but dark golden. Not visible anymore? Looks like she's hiding. This soul power, although extremely weak, is incredibly refined, far more so than mine. Could it be that Zhao Shuyas is one of those novel heroines? Carrying around an old grandpa with her? That's just too outrageous. Ling Chen couldn't help but click his tongue.
Of course, he was completely unaware that he was the one who was truly the deadweight. Even with an old grandpa, Zhao Shuyas was still far weaker than others by several levels.
Little madman, why are you looking at me?
Although I look good, if you keep staring at me like that, I might get shy.
You don't want to kiss me, do you?
Seeing Ling Chen staring at her intently, Zhao Shuyas immediately felt embarrassed. After saying this, she fidgeted a bit.
If you really want to, then come on.
She then closed her eyes and said to
Ling Chen.
A look of anticipation appeared on her face, and she leaned in closer. Ling Chen, upon hearing this, was directly speechless and pressed his hand against the girl's face.
Is it because you covet my looks? How did it turn into me again? Alright, I'm off to cultivate.
You should cultivate well too. This time the opponents in the assessment are quite strong, with quite a few martial lords. After saying this, Ling Chen left directly.
Stupid Ling Chen, you smelly Ling Chen. I've been so proactive, yet you still won't make a move on me. Are you really that incapable?
Zhao Shuya opened her eyes and, seeing that Ling Chen had really left, immediately became
furious and cursed.
Buzz. However, just as she finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her.
Startled by Ling Chen's sudden appearance, Zhao Shuya jumped. What do you want? Zhao Shuya's face turned red, looking at Ling Chen with a mix of anticipation and fear. Weren't you saying I was incapable? Let me prove it to you now.
Ling Chen smiled wickedly, then directly pushed her against the wall amidst Zhao
Shuya's scream.
Zhao Shuya's face flushed. She looked at Ling Chen, who was getting closer, with a hint of expectation.
I seem to have come at the wrong time.
Just then, the main door of the cabin opened, and a group of martial artists flew in, led by Si Kongjun. At this moment, even Ling Chen, who had a thick skin, felt his face heat up.
I'm going to cultivate first, Ling Chen said helplessly, preparing to leave. Now that you're here, you say you want to cultivate? Zhao Shuya immediately protested.
She had dreamed of this scene several times, and now it was being interrupted. She grabbed Ling Chen's head, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him.
Directly. Ling Chen's eyes widened in shock.
The group of martial artists who had just entered also stared wide-eyed. After a long while, Zhao Shuya finally released Ling Chen, her face still flushed.
Well, it was just so, nothing special. Zhao Shuya commented reluctantly, then quickly turned and flew away. Just by looking at her stumbling flight, it was clear that the girl was flustered. I was actually forcefully kissed by a little girl? Ling Chen touched his lips, feeling a bit dazed. That was his first kiss, and just like that, it was gone? Moreover, why did he feel like he was the one who got taken advantage of? But this feeling wasn't too bad? Ling Chen then turned and left as well. Youth is truly wonderful. Si Kongjin couldn't help but sigh, which reminded him of his daughter. If only she could be a bit more proactive, he might be able to hold his grandchild sooner. Yeah, I'm so envious of classmate Ling Chen. I don't know when I'll be able to find someone. Qian Yuan also couldn't help but sigh. However, just as he finished speaking, a lewd hand suddenly wrapped around his waist. In an instant, Qian Yuan trembled all over. Classmate Qian Yuan, do you want to experience the feeling of kissing? I can teach you hand in hand. The next moment, a lewd voice came from behind him. Ya meity. On the other side, back in his room, Ling Chen directly entered a state of enlightenment and began to deduce the martial skill. Lietian had already reached the great perfection realm, so this time he only needed to deduce his level. The distance to the Xiantian star system wasn't far, and with the ship's upgrade, the speed was much faster than before. Originally, it would take over 20 hours to arrive, but now they had only taken 13 hours to reach. Fortunately, his level had also been raised to the 8th rank. Middle grade. At the same time, his realm had been elevated to the 6th level of Martial Lord. His blood value and soul value had both reached a terrifying 4 million plus. Name, Ling Chen race, human level, Martial Sovereign 6th heaven vitality, 4.24 million soul, 4.08 million profession, alchemist, 7th tier, perfect, cultivation. Technique, Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Decision, 9th tier, upper grade, 9 transformations Soul Refining Scripture, 12 transformations, 8th tier, upper grade, Martial Skills, Sky Splitter, 8th tier, middle grade, Myriad Soul Blades, 10 million, 8th tier, middle grade, Billion Swords Return to Origin, 8th tier, upper grade, Attributes, Infinite, Unique Level, same type of attribute can be infinitely stacked and upgraded, unlimited fusion of attributes. God Slayer. Dark Gold, Soul Strength * 100 times. Divine Soul Pressure. -75%, Mind Master. Gold, Mental Strength Enhancement * 4650%. Divine Mind Manifestation. Gold * 400%, God of Slaughter. Gold, all attributes increase, 950%. Stamina Consumption * 120 times. Kill. 400% merge with heaven and earth. Gold, comprehensive strength not exceeding 960% of yours will be unable to perceive. Shadow Absolute Kill, 200%, True Sun Fire. Gold, Flame * 4501%, Stellar Explosion, Devour Heaven. Gold, Devour everything to enhance oneself. Devouring Flame, Heavenly Punishment. Gold, Thunder * 4450%, Heavenly Tao Divine Punishment. 400%, Absolute Defense. Gold, Defense * 4880%, Break the Sky. Gold, Strength * 4740%, Law of Heaven and Earth. Gold, Charge 5 times. 1000%. Perpetual Motion Machine. Gold, Stamina * 4770%. God of Speed. Gold, Speed * 4810%. Thousand Hands. Gold, Attack Speed * 2250%. Fission * 10 paths, ascend in broad daylight. Gold, Cultivation Speed * 170,000. Epiphany. 1h/1000 times. Charge 0%, Fortune Overflowing. Gold, Goddess's Favor. 100 times. 0%, Supreme Gun Path. Gold, Gun Technique Power * 4330%, First Level Gun Intent. 200%, Spatial Storage. Gold, 100,000 diameter. Self-Formed Realm. Gold, 1000 diameter Creation of Life. Gold, 100,000 times Recovery Speed. Eternal Will. Gold, 1 million kilometers, Charge 100%, Supreme Alchemist. Gold, 12th tier Talent Value Increase. Gold, 110 pieces, Supreme Artifact Refiner. Gold, 12th tier Talent Weapon Upgrade 1 tier. Gold, Supreme Formation Master. Gold, 12th tier Talent Formation Strengthening 1 tier. Gold, Pierce the Sky. Gold, Defense divided by 800% True Damage. 100 times. 100%, True Dragon Transformation. Gold, all attributes. * 1760%. Descendant of the Dragon. Gold. 200%, Heavenly Dragon Transformation. Gold, all attributes * 800%. True Flame of the Heavenly Dragon. Gold. 200%. At this moment, Ling Chen's attribute table had several more attributes. Moreover, the strength of these attributes was extremely terrifying. If all were stacked together at once, even Ling Chen himself did not know how powerful he could become, but one thing was certain. Among the
martial saints, there were probably very few who could withstand his attacks.
ordinary owners of top-tier golden talents possess extremely
Powerful strength, but compared to me, their strength is still considerably weaker.
mainly because these special attributes are too against the heavens.
Ling Chen's gaze slightly sharpened. With these special attributes, Ling Chen's combat power at this moment was definitely stronger than
that of ordinary dark gold top-tier talent owners, which meant he possessed dark gold strength enhancement and dark gold weapon type attributes. Dark gold physical body all attribute amplification attributes. At the same time, there were also dark gold bloodline attributes. Gathering
these four types of attributes together was almost impossible. Previously, he had also asked the Black Martial Intelligence brain how rare golden top-tier talent owners were. His claim is that among 100 million owners of golden entries, there will be one owner with a top-tier golden talent. However, an owner with a supreme golden talent might not even appear among 1 trillion owners of golden entries. 1 trillion. The total number of golden entry owners accumulated over the 100,000 years since the establishment of the human race is probably less
than 10,000.
In other words, even 100 million galaxies might not yield a single supreme golden entry owner.
As for dark gold, the probability is many times lower. Ding!
The spaceship has arrived near the Xiantian star system.
Please pay attention, everyone, as the spaceship is about to enter the Xiantian star system. Just then, an announcement echoed in everyone's minds.
Hearing this, Ling Chen raised his
eyebrows. Finally arrived?
With that thought, Ling Chen stepped out of his cabin. When he reached the central hall of the spaceship, Sikong, Jin and the others had already been waiting there. Everyone was looking up at the sky, and Ling Chen curiously followed suit.
In an instant,
a magnificent star map appeared before him. The entire surrounding of the central hall was covered by holographic projections, making the spaceship seem almost transparent, allowing a clear view of the starry sky outside. In the distance, a massive red giant star radiated a crimson glow. This star's diameter was at least 100 times that of the Sun, with a volume over 1,000,000 times greater.
Simultaneously, numerous planets surrounded the Sun like a Dyson sphere matrix, all orbiting the red giant star in a regular pattern. Ling Chen took a rough glance. There were at least over 1,000 of these planets.
At the very top of the entire matrix was a gigantic planet with a diameter 100 times that
of blue water star. Countless magnificent buildings adorned this giant planet.
This was the Xiantian main star, the highest administrative
planet in the entire Xiantian star system.
It was said to be a powerful planet controlled by the Xiantian war god. The spaceship was flying at
high speed towards the Xiantian main star.
The closer they got, the more everyone could feel the enormity of the Xiantian main star.
Wow! The starry sky is so beautiful. Don't you think so, little madman? Zhao Shia exclaimed happily, pointing at the sky as Ling Chen approached. Yeah, it really is beautiful. Ling Chen nodded.
Such a splendid scene was hard to imagine even in the 21st century.
DD. Alarm! Alarm! Attack warning received. Emergency stop of the spaceship. Just then, the spaceship suddenly blared urgent alarms. At the same time, the
rapidly flying spaceship came to a sudden halt.
V-room.
In the next moment, a projection towering 1,000 meters appeared in the center
of the entire central hall. The projection showed a young man with a stern expression, dressed in the uniform armor of the Xiantian star systems. Space Command. He calmly scanned everyone in the central hall.
I am Xian Yu from the Space Command.
State your origins, the young man spoke calmly. Sir, we are from Blue Water Star, here to participate.
This is our captured spaceship, which we reported earlier.
Si Kongjin quickly replied to Xian Yu.
The Space Command is the most powerful department in the entire Xiantian star system, capable of mobilizing all
warships in the system.
In times of war, this department is the core of the entire Xiantian star system's combat command.
Judging by the military
rank of the person before him, he seemed to be of colonel level.
At the same time, he pondered, Xian Yu?
How could someone so young hold such
a high position in the Xiantian star system, and with the surname Xian? Could this person be a descendant of the Xiantian war god? Who among you is Ling Chen?
The young man merely glanced at Sikongjin before addressing the people present. However, his gaze was directly fixed on
Ling Chen. I am. Ling Chen also stepped forward. When you come out of the spaceship, my Star Command personnel will come to pick you up.
The rest will enter the Xiantian main star. Xian Yu spoke directly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned.
Si Kongjin also cast a worried glance at Ling Chen. You all go ahead, I'm fine.
Ling Chen was indifferent, not knowing what Xian Yu was planning, but he didn't mind having some fun before the assessment in the Xiantian divine domain arrived.
I'll stay with you. Zhao Shuang quickly said. No need, if you're here, I can't let loose. Ling Chen smiled. As soon as he said this, Zhao Shuang looked a bit worried, but still crack. Just after he finished speaking, the spaceship's cabin had already opened under Xian Yu's remote control. Ling Chen did not hesitate and flew straight out. Soon, the spaceship departed. As for Ling Chen, he waited in the starry sky for the so-called spaceship. Before long, a 30,000-meter-long 8th-tier spaceship flew over at an incredible speed from the distance. An 8th-tier spaceship, exclusive to Marshall Emperor Realm experts? Such a grand occasion? Is it really for me? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit flattered. Ling Chen sneered, hoping it wasn't coming to cause trouble. The spaceship quickly docked in front of Ling Chen. Crack! Soon, the cabin door slowly opened. The young man Xian Yu flew over at high speed and landed right in front of Ling Chen. Peak Martial Saint? Not bad. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Upon seeing Xian Yu's realm, but his soul also sensed Xian Yu's soul lifespan. Over 80 years old. This meant he didn't look as young as he appeared. However, it made sense, a Martial Saint level expert's lifespan exceeds 1,000 years. Being over 80, he definitely wouldn't look old. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Xian Yu looked at him with intense eyes. He had no intention of making a move and showed no hostility. At least, Ling Chen didn't perceive any. There's someone who wants to see you. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Yu spoke calmly. See me? Who? Ling Chen was taken aback. You'll know when the time comes. Of course, if you don't want to meet, I won't force you. Xian Yu smiled slightly. I want to see. Why not? Ling Chen replied without any hesitation. Someone wants to see me and has been waiting for a long time? Goodness, could it be my cheap old man? Could it be that old man has become a powerful expert? Then follow me. Xian Yu said and turned to fly towards the spaceship. Ling Chen also followed without hesitation. Soon, the two entered the spaceship. Crack! The spaceship's cabin door slowly closed. The next moment, the entire spaceship instantly started flying at high speed towards the direction of the Xiantian main star. The spaceship quickly entered the atmosphere of the Xiantian main star. In an instant, Ling Chen felt the surrounding gravity increase 100-fold. Of course, for Ling Chen, it was nothing. The entire Xiantian main star, due to its diameter, had immense weight, so usually only those above the silver rank could survive here. However, theoretically, as long as one had bronze-level strength, it would already be 100-fold ordinary. But the internal strength of bronze-level organs had not reached 100-fold. If one came under such gravity, their organs could easily shatter and lead to death. Therefore, the entry standard for the entire Xiantian main star was above Silver Martial Kings. After the spaceship entered the atmosphere, its speed rapidly decreased. Finally, the spaceship settled on an enormous estate. The spaceship, with a diameter of 300,000 meters, didn't seem very large on the landing pad of the manor. To put it into perspective, what does 300,000 meters mean? A spaceship 300 kilometers long. Docked above Earth, it could directly cover a first-tier city. Of course, the reason this spaceship appeared small was mainly due to the terrifying ship nearby, which stretched several million meters in length. This was the ship of the Xiantian martial god. The Xiantian battleship. It was also one of the top-tier battleships of the entire human race. A 9th-tier battleship. As he descended from the spaceship, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow at the fearsome Xiantian battleship ahead. Could it be that the person waiting for him was the Xiantian martial god? With this doubt, Ling Chen and Xian Yu flew directly into the depths of the manor. Xian Yu's speed was incredibly fast, reaching 10,000 times the speed of sound. However, Ling Chen had already caught up, causing Xian Yu's pupils to slightly constrict. This speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary martial saint-level powerhouse. Ling Chen's strength was indeed as reported by Si Kongjun, capable of slaying a martial saint of the 5th level. Soon, the two arrived in a garden. They then landed on a clear lake. In the center of the lake, a remarkable middle-aged man was sitting in the void, fishing for the fish below. Ling Chen had naturally seen this middle-aged man in various news and videos. He was none other than the Xiantian martial god, the powerhouse who had guarded the Xiantian star system for thousands of years. You're here. Feel free to sit. The middle-aged man looked up, smiled, and spoke after glancing at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Sit? In mid-air? Helpless, he directly crossed his legs and sat in the void opposite the Xiantian martial god. As for Xian Yu, he stood with his hands behind his back, positioned behind the Xiantian martial god. You must be quite puzzled as to why I had Xian Yu come find you, right? The Xiantian martial god said with a smile. Indeed, Lord Martial God and I should not have met before, right? Ling Chen replied, unsure of what the other party wanted from him. However, upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the Xiantian martial god chuckled. We met 18 years ago, but of course, you were just a baby back then. I never expected that in the blink of an eye. You've grown so much, the Xiantian martial god said with a sense of nostalgia. As soon as he spoke, Ling Chen's brows furrowed. He had met the Xiantian martial god? He was still a baby? That couldn't be right. His father, Ling Xian, had returned to Blue Water Star 1 or 2 years before he was born. Could it be that he brought him back to meet the Xiantian martial god? Or perhaps the Xiantian martial god had specifically gone to Blue Water Star to see him? By the way, I forgot to mention. In terms of seniority, you should call me uncle. Suddenly, the Xiantian martial god spoke with a smile. Boom! However, as soon as these words were spoken, Ling Chen's mind exploded. What the hell, uncle? Ling Chen looked at the Xiantian martial god in disbelief. Surprised, huh? The shock is still to come. Xian Yu, call someone. The Xiantian martial god said with a slight smile to Xian Yu beside him. Xian Yu, meet your little uncle. Xian Yu smiled helplessly, then respectfully bowed. Ah. What? You guys aren't joking with me, are you? In that moment, Ling Chen was stunned. Xian Yu was already 80 years old, calling him little uncle? Of course, it's not a joke. Do you know how your father Xian came about? The Xiantian martial god said with a smile. Is it the same as your Xian? Ling Chen was confused. That's right, it's the same. Your father's original name was Xian Ling. He was the fourth child of my Xian family. And you should be called Xian Feng. That's right, it's the Xian Feng of Xian Feng City, the Xiantian martial god said with a smile. Damn, that's too ugly, right? Ling Chen couldn't help but complain upon hearing this. As soon as he said this, the corner of the Xiantian martial god's mouth twitched. Of course, if you don't want to change it back, you can keep calling yourself by the current name. That doesn't matter. Xiantian Wushan was speechless. Wait. Are you saying that my father is your fourth brother? Then who is my grandfather? And how did he go missing? Where did he go? Ling Chen was originally uninterested in these matters, but it was just too dramatic. He couldn't help but be curious. This is a long story. Xiantian Wushan raised an eyebrow. Then make it short. Ling Chen interrupted directly. You brat, your personality is nothing like your father's, but you are just like your mother. Xiantian Wushan was at a loss for words. However, the next moment, his expression became serious. My father, your grandfather, is none other than the strongest of our human race. Xuan Wu. Supreme. Xiantian Wushan said gravely. However, after saying this, he wanted to see Ling Chen's shocked expression, only to find that the kid had a look of realization on his face. I said, who else could be the father of a Wushan? It really is Xuan Wu Supreme. Ling Chen stroked his chin, looking approving. This dramatic plot indeed made sense. As soon as he said this, both Xiantian Wushan and Xian Yu twitched their mouths. Was it really that easy to guess? Then what about my parents who abandoned me and ran away? Did they leave me to enjoy their good life? Ling Chen asked curiously. Let me start from the beginning. This matter is quite complicated. It can't be explained in just a sentence or two. Xiantian Wushan sighed deeply. Your father is the youngest among the second-generation disciples of my Xian family. He is quite a bit younger than Xian Yu. He was born 40 years ago. However, he is also the most talented child of my Xian family. On the day he was born, he awakened the legendary physique-type entry, the 9 turns reincarnation body. This physique-type entry is extremely special, and at the same time, it is also terrifying. Xiantian Wushan said solemnly. Physique-type entry? Ling Chen's eyebrows immediately raised. Physique-type entries and bloodline-type entries belong to the same category. However, they are even rarer than bloodline-type entries. Because with bloodline-type entries, you still need to transform to gain all the enhancements. But physique-type entries do not require that. It is essentially an innate ability. Such entries generally only form naturally, and it is very difficult to trigger them. Therefore, Ling Chen had not paid attention to such entries before. He didn't expect Ling Xian to actually have such an entry. Moreover, it sounds quite impressive. The most special thing about this 9 turns reincarnation body is that it has no entry level. And it requires 9 reincarnations. With each reincarnation, he will completely lose his memory and all his cultivation. At the same time, he will be transported to an unknown place, starting all over again. Of course, after each reincarnation, his talent will improve. As for how much it improves, that is unknown. We didn't know he had this entry at first.
Until that year, when he turned 10. The first reincarnation suddenly erupted. He was directly transported to a city on Earth. By the time we found him, he had already forgotten all of us. Fortunately, after we took out all his belongings from childhood to adulthood, he regained his memory. After this reincarnation, he awakened 10 green entries, all of which were of the type that could stack with each other, with combat power comparable to that of an ordinary silver talent holder. The second reincarnation was when he was 14. This time, he was transported much farther away. He ended up on a human planet several hundred light years away. It took us several months to find him. This time, his talent upgraded to all blue. 10 stackable blue talents. His combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary golden talent holder. At that moment, not to mention us, even my father was shocked. However, when he was 18, the third reincarnation began. This time, he was directly transported to Blue Water Star, 4,000 light years away from Earth. Because after each reincarnation, his appearance, even his genes, would change. Only by seeing him in person could one recognize his soul's aura. Therefore, this time we couldn't find him. Until a few years later, a remarkably talented young man arrived in the Xiantian star system to participate in the assessment of the Xiantian divine domain. Although his talent was only purple, his terrifying strength meant that all the prodigies within the million life planets of the Xiantian star system, even a golden talent holder from back then, were no match for him. When the Xiantian martial god said this, Ling Chen was dumbfounded. What level of physique is this? A purple supreme talent after 3 reincarnations. Does that mean the 4th time is a silver supreme? What about the 5th? Golden supreme? The 6th time, dark golden supreme talent? The 7th time, would it surpass dark golden supreme talent? And what about the 8th and 9th times? There aren't many colors left for him. In other words, his father didn't go missing, he reincarnated? It's a pity that at that time, I didn't see him on the battlefield while fighting against the alien races. Otherwise, you might not even exist. Until later, when I finally saw him, he had already reached the peak of martial sovereign and came out of the Xiantian divine domain. To be precise, he was chased out. I later found out that he had actually snatched the saintess of the heavenly sword sacred land in the Xiantian divine domain to be his wife. The other party was originally engaged to the young master of the most powerful sect in the Xiantian divine domain, the Tontian sacred land. His actions directly caused the entire Xiantian divine domain to explode. The whole Xiantian divine domain was hunting him down. Our Xiantian star system's sect residence in the Xiantian divine domain was blown up countless times. In the end, my father had no choice but to personally intervene, spending 10 golden oracle stones to settle this matter. The Xiantian martial god said this with great pain. So many? Is the Tontian sect and the Heavenly Sword sect really that powerful? Ling Chen immediately questioned. Yes, very powerful. The Xiantian divine domain is the most powerful divine domain within our human race, bar none. Otherwise, my great-grandfather wouldn't have sent my grandfather, his strongest son, to guard this divine domain. Xian Yu said gravely. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen became curious. Is it really so powerful that even the Xuanwu sovereign can't take it down? Ling Chen asked curiously. Although theoretically, the Xuanwu sovereign was his grandfather, he didn't acknowledge this inexplicably appearing relative. The Xiantian divine domain has a total of 10 top sects and 2 sacred lands. The 10 top sects are all guarded by peak-level martial gods. As for the 2 sacred lands, they are even more powerful, possessing beings that surpass martial gods. They are on par with my great-grandfather, although they are not as strong as him. If you add up the 2 of them and the forces behind them, it would be enough to overturn the entire human civilization. They also know we are outsiders, which is why they haven't acted against us, fearing my great-grandfather. But if they are really pushed to the edge, although our human race might win, no one can estimate how many casualties there would be. Xian Yu explained seriously. Damn, that strong? Ling Chen was shocked to hear this. There are 2 beings that surpass martial gods? One alone could establish a galactic civilization, like the Tarba star system civilization. There are actually 2 in this divine domain. One can imagine the power of this divine domain. Oh, so my father has offended 2 sacred lands at the same time? You mentioned that the Xuanwu sovereign personally intervened. It can't be that simple, right? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Naturally, these 10 golden oracle stones are not even enough to exchange for a saintess with more than 1 golden entry. The 2 sacred lands would never let it go easily. The 2 sacred lands are even more unwilling and have even threatened to break out of our galaxy to teach us a lesson. Helpless, your grandfather could only take matters into his own hands and communicated with the ancestors of those two great holy lands.
It was only the next day that they announced the dissolution of the marriage.
Xiantian martial god smiled helplessly. Speaking of which, he was quite fond of this little brother of his. After all, his father had too many matters to attend to. Therefore, Ling Xian was almost raised by his older brothers and sisters.
Some might wonder, why doesn't the most powerful family of the human race hire a nanny for their children? What a joke! Who knows what kind of person a nanny is? Who knows when the assassins from other races will strike?
If Ling Xian were really handed over to someone else, he probably wouldn't
live to see 2 years old. I see, but what happened later? My father went into reincarnation, why did my mother leave as well? Ling Chen casually asked. After your father learned of his identity, he naturally recognized us. However, upon realizing that he would reincarnate every 4 years, he immediately lost the motivation to cultivate.
Thus, the couple returned to Blue Water Star to prepare for 2 years of peaceful
life.
They lived incognito in the current Xianfeng city.
After that, you were born, and we all arrived.
In fact, during that time, we were all on
Blue Water Star.
However, the 4-year reincarnation period eventually came.
The moment your father's reincarnation day arrived, he suddenly vanished before all our eyes. At that moment, we all felt the terror of this constitution.
Yet, just a few days later, news came from the Xiantian
divine realm. Your mother's master suddenly fell.
Naturally, your mother had to return because her master was the one who raised her since
childhood. For your safety, she did not take you with her. Because if you appeared, the entire Xiantian divine realm would come after you. Initially,
we didn't care, convinced that the two great holy lands wouldn't dare to touch you. However, who knew that after she went, she never returned? Your grandfather went in search, but surprisingly, both great holy lands claimed they had never seen her. In response, your grandfather fought
fiercely, injuring the ancestors of the two great holy lands to the brink of death.
Ultimately, they still insisted they hadn't seen her, and knowing they weren't lying, your grandfather could only urge them to find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would challenge them to martial
arts every so often.
However, the Xiantian divine realm did search, but to this day, they have not found her.
Xiantian martial god sighed as he spoke. That's somewhat convincing, I'll take your word for it for now.
Ling Chen nodded with little emotional fluctuation upon hearing
this. I have to say, this story is quite decent. But what then? Did you come to me today just to tell me a story?
Ling Chen's tone had calmed
down. It could even be described as a bit cold.
Upon hearing this, Xiantian martial god laughed.
He understood what Ling Chen meant. Ling Chen, you must be curious as to why we are so powerful yet have never taken care of you, right? Not only did we not take care of you, but we also let you live alone in Xianfeng City. Xiantian martial god pointed out Ling Chen's thoughts. Ling Chen said nothing and simply nodded. But, think back. Have we met before? By the way, I wasn't like this before. Xiantian martial god suddenly laughed. His appearance changed abruptly, quickly, transforming into a middle-aged man with a square face. Boom! However, in that instant, his pupils constricted violently. The person before him was actually the eldest son of Old Wu, whom he had called Uncle Tian since childhood. See chapter 91 for details. Since childhood, apart
from the Zhao family, he had interacted the most with Old Wu's family, and their family treated him like one of their own.
However, he had never
thought that the other party was truly family.
But Ling Chen wanted to say something. You want to ask why we went to such lengths? Then do. You know that your father and our generation actually had 7 siblings, and now only 4 are left. Xiantian martial god directly interrupted him.
As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Chen instantly understood. As the son of the Supreme, no matter how well protected one is at
birth, they will face endless assassination attempts. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Although he was of the younger generation, as long as he appeared, he would still face relentless pursuit. So, forgive us, we don't want this either. Not just you, many disciples of the Xian family have been secretly trained.
Xiantian martial god said slowly. I didn't even know my grandfather was Xiantian martial god before I
reached martial saint.
Xian Yu, who was beside him, also spoke up. At this moment, he wore a helpless expression, as if he were just an ordinary guy who suddenly became the son of a wealthy tycoon one day.
I see. This plot is even more cliché than those third-rate novels. Ling Chen couldn't help but complain. However, he then slowly stood up. Uncle Tian, long time no see.
He smiled and addressed Xiantian martial god.
You brat.
Upon hearing this, Xiantian martial god couldn't help but smile helplessly before dropping his fishing rod.
No more fishing, these dead Fish refused to drink the toast and only want to eat the punishment wine.
Xianyu, find someone to drain the water later, tonight I want a hole.
Fish feast.
After standing up, Xiantian martial god cursed a few words at the water's surface.
Got it, Grandpa. Xianyu replied, speechless. He
had just put the fish in a few months ago, deliberately starving them every day, fearing that Xiantian martial god, who had a big appetite for fish, would come empty-handed, but who knew it would still be empty.
Let's go, the assessment in Xiantian Divine Domain is about to start. You come with me to watch the competition.
After finishing his words, Xiantian martial god flew up directly.
Ling Chen also chased after him. Xiaofeng, you should have been to the Black Martial God Domain, right?
On the way to the assessment location in Xiantian Divine Domain, Xiantian martial god spoke calmly.
Upon hearing this, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow.
Sure enough, Xiantian martial god and the others really knew about the Black Martial God Domain.
Yeah, I've been there.
I passed the certification for advanced students.
Ling Chen replied directly.
Your talent is indeed very strong.
If I remember correctly, advanced students need to have at least a high-grade golden talent, right? After hearing Ling Chen's words, Xiantian
martial god was somewhat shocked. He had known that Ling Chen's talent was powerful, he guessed it might be mid-grade or even high-grade golden, but hearing Ling Chen admit it still surprised
him. Did you awaken a silver or higher luck type entry on your own?
Grandpa only gave you 10 golden oracle stones, and you actually opened at least 4 or 5 golden entries.
Then, Xiantian martial god became curious. Ha? Golden oracle stones? No, when did Grandpa give me those? Ling Chen was taken aback. What?
Are you saying your golden talent didn't come from the golden oracle stones?
Grandpa gave you? Then where did your entries come from? Wait. Damn. Did you not check the 18th birthday gift Grandpa gave you?
Xiantian martial god immediately widened his eyes in disbelief.
Ha? Grandpa Wu gave me a birthday gift?
Ling Chen was stunned, then he pondered for a moment.
Soon he remembered.
When he turned 18, he indeed received an anonymous password box.
But, damn. Ling Chen's eyes widened in shock.
After receiving the password box, he was still curious about which uncle had given it to him. After all, during those days, old Wang and the others had sent him some birthday gifts.
Of course, the anonymous one was the first. However, just as he was about to open it and see what was inside the password box, he was called away by a video call from Yin Shiyun.
The reason was that Yi Xiao and she went to the biggest restaurant in Xianfeng City to eat, and since they ordered the most expensive set meal and had no money to pay the bill, they asked him to settle it.
Afterwards, the
matter of the password box was forgotten, and the items were left in some corner of the house, never to be used. Thinking of this, Ling Chen suddenly felt that his previous self was just a hopelessly pathetic loser. This made Ling Chen even more convinced that he must have crossed over and taken over this pathetic loser, rather than being reborn 18 years later and awakening memories. It had to be like this, no doubt about it. Immediately, thinking of that box made his heart ache. 10 golden oracle stones. Even if he sold the most worthless entries, he could at least make several hundred billion.
Moreover, how could the things given to him by the Supreme Xuanwu be worthless golden oracle stones?
At this moment, he even wanted to go back to Blue Water Star and retrieve those
10 golden oracle stones. As for the Xiantian divine realm,
with the Xiantian martial god as his uncle, whether he could enter or not was just a matter of
a word. Ahem. Just kidding with you, how could I be useless? I was curious about who sent me those.
After all, those are 10 golden oracle stones.
I didn't expect it to be Grandpa Wu.
But he's the only one in the entire human race who could be so generous. Besides, I did awaken a few entries myself.
And they're all golden.
Ling Chen said with a smile.
You brat, you scared me. I thought you had so many golden entries without using any oracle stones. But being able to self-awaken more than one golden entry, your talent is truly terrifying. No wonder you're the son of the fourth brother. Previously, you were buying
those low-level oracle stones every day, and Xian Yu's brother, Xian Ming, even told me that you could fuse oracle stones to upgrade to high-level oracle
stones like in the novels. Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Xiantian martial god couldn't help but exclaim in shock. However, as soon as these words came out, Ling Chen almost fell from the sky. How could that be possible?
I'm not the protagonist of a novel, I don't have such powerful abilities.
I mainly use those
oracle stones to devour. Because I found that devouring those oracle stones refines faster, and the strength increases more quickly.
Moreover, the most
important thing is that the strength gained from this is much more powerful than that gained from devouring other energies.
Ling Chen explained helplessly. This wasn't him talking nonsense.
He had tried it before. The power of devouring oracle stones was indeed easier to refine, and the strength gained was easier to control and more pure. Of course, this was without the devouring flame. Once he had the devouring flame, the effects of devouring other ordinary items and devouring oracle stones were no different. Moreover, the energy obtained from the devouring flame, when used to enhance strength, could make his power extremely pure, allowing for even greater damage under the same vitality. Perhaps this was the special effect of the devouring flame. Otherwise, if it were just an external devouring ability, it would be too weak compared to other special entries. I had deduced this before. Indeed, the energy obtained from devouring oracle stones is more pure. After all, oracle stones are said to be stones condensed from the power of gods. It's just that the cost is too high. I see you've started selling 7th tier perfect level pills. You got these pills from the black martial god realm, right? There are hardly a few people in the entire human race who can refine perfect level pills of this level. You might as well keep them for yourself. I'll transfer you 10,000 star system coins for you to spend first. Use it up and come find me again, the Shantian martial god said slowly. Star system coins? Ling Chen was puzzled. Oh, I forgot. You haven't heard of this. Star system coins are the currency used by the higher-ups of the human race. One is equivalent to 10 trillion, the Shantian martial god casually said. Damn! Isn't that 100 billion? As soon as this was said, Ling Chen immediately cursed. Xiao Qian, no matter what, I am still a peak martial god level powerhouse controlling a mid-level star system, just a mere 100 billion. When you finish spending it, remember to tell me. Seeing Ling Chen so shocked, the Shantian martial god felt delighted. Over the years, watching this kid grow up, he had always thought about how shocked this kid would be once he learned about his identity. Who would have thought that this kid was not surprised at all, leaving him with no sense of accomplishment? Now, he finally saw this kid shocked. Indeed, a child who has gone through hard times can only heal their wounds with material wealth and money. The ancients of the 21st century do not deceive me. The Shantian martial god also decided that he would have to occasionally give this kid a little financial shock in the future. This way, he could maintain the grand image of being his uncle. At this moment, Ling Chen looked at the extra 100 billion in his account and felt instantly happy. He hadn't even finished spending the previous money, and now more had come. Of course, 100 billion was not much for the Shantian martial god, but it wasn't insignificant either. It was probably equivalent to 1% of his assets. Moreover, it was a matter of just asking him for more whenever it was used up. He probably wouldn't be this generous even to his own children and grandchildren. This also touched Ling Chen. But the best part is that my golden entry has finally been accounted for this time, and with my cheap old dad's terrifying talent in front of me, even if I later claim that I have awakened 10 dark golden entries, they will probably accept it quickly. Ling Chen pondered. At the same time, he felt a bit heavy because, indeed, if anyone could trace his crazy purchases of oracle stones, along with the subsequent use of golden entries, they would guess whether he had the ability to enhance his talent using low-level oracle stones. Now, with the 10 oracle stones from Marshall Old and his cheap old dad as a shield, no matter how strong his talent becomes or how many oracle stones he buys in the future, it wouldn't raise any suspicion. This also relieved him quite a bit. Well, although my cheap old dad is gone, he is still quite useful. Just for this, I have to bring you back, Ling Chen thought. However, if calculated carefully, Ling Xian reincarnates every 4 years. He reincarnated for the 4th time in the year I was born. I was 4 years old during the 5th, 8 years old during the 6th, and 12 years old during the 7th, 16 years old during the 8th. And now, it is the 2nd year of the 8th reincarnation. If every reincarnation truly upgrades all entries by 1 level, then the 4th reincarnation would mean all silver, the 5th all gold, the 6th would be all dark gold, the 7th would be above dark gold, the 8th would be above dark gold and beyond. Moreover, it would be top-notch talent. In 2 years, he would probably have surpassed the Xuanwu Supreme by who knows how many levels, right? Thinking of this, Ling Chen was shocked at this moment. Could he catch up to his strength and find him in 2 years? If not, then in 2 years, the other party would have their 9th reincarnation. Their talent would increase again. In 2 years, even with my infinite entries, it's quite uncertain, and who knows if my infinite entries can stack my talent to such a high level. If not, then what's the point? Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh at this thought. It all depended on whether his infinite entries were as powerful as the 9-turn reincarnation body. Previously, Ling Xian had never mentioned the level of this 9-turn reincarnation body, or perhaps, it could be unique like his. Oh, by the way, my 10 golden oracle stones. Suddenly, Ling Chen remembered this matter. He couldn't sell the 10 oracle stones here, he could take them to the Xiantian Divine Domain to sell. The Xiantian Divine Domain is so powerful that it can naturally digest so many golden oracle stones.
Uncle Tian, I forgot to take some things from home. Will I make it back in time to enter the Xiantian divine realm if I go now? Ling Chen directly asked the Xiantian marshal. God. There are still 2 days left to enter the Xiantian divine realm. You can definitely use my spaceship. After the match, I'll have Xuan Yu bring the ship over. The Xiantian martial god nodded. Ling Chen didn't ask what he needed to take. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Ling Chen realized, indeed, the Xiantian martial god Xiantian ship was the most advanced spaceship of the human race. It could jump distances of thousands of light years. A round trip across the entire galaxy in a day was more than enough. It was said that the human race also had an even more powerful spaceship, the Xuanwu, which could jump distances of tens of thousands of light years. The Xuanwu was the ship of the Xuanwu Supreme. With such a spaceship, even if he had to travel to higher-level star systems in the future, it would save a lot of time, right? However, speaking of which, the location of the Black God Martial Hall is really far. Their spaceship level definitely far exceeds that of the Xuanwu, yet it still takes at least half a month to arrive. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh at this thought. Soon, the Xiantian martial god and Ling Chen arrived above the Xiantian Academy. The Xiantian Academy is the highest-ranking academy in the entire Xiantian divine realm. Each year, it enrolls 1,000 students, all of whom are the strongest prodigies selected from millions of life planets within the Xiantian star system. Almost every one of them possesses more than one silver entry. Those without silver entries are also owners of high-quality purple talents. Additionally, every 1 or 2 years, a genius with a golden entry appears. Of course, these golden entry holders are not necessarily the most talented. In fact, many of them fail to make it into the top 10 each year. After all, these are just geniuses with a single golden entry. To have 2 is incredibly difficult. Compared to them, those with medium silver talents are not weaker than him, and those with high-quality silver talents are even stronger. By the way, Xiao Feng, you don't need to participate in this assessment of the Xiantian divine realm. You can just go in directly. Suddenly, the Xiantian martial god spoke. Is that okay? Ling Chen was a bit confused. Of course it's fine. Besides, if you participate, there would be no suspense in the competitions. Champion. Each time the champion of the competition receives a decent quality silver oracle stone from the Xiantian star system. This year is a bit special. There are quite a few geniuses, so the oracle stones have been changed to gold, and the quality is also quite good. This time, there are several dark horses from the lower levels, and it won't be easy for them to obtain good oracle stones. Of course, this thing is useless to you now. The only thing you lack is a bloodline type entry, which is extremely rare. Your grandfather has been searching for over 10 years and still hasn't found one, and the previous ones have already been opened, which is really a pity, said the Xiantian martial god. It was simply that Ling Chen's strength was too formidable. With a high quality golden talent and the strength of a martial venerable at the 5th level, along with the talent of a golden mentalist, participating would feel a bit like bullying others. After all, Ling Chen had even killed strong opponents at the 5th level of martial saint. That's not a problem, whether I participate or not doesn't affect me. Ling Chen replied with a smile. He really didn't need to compete with those ordinary people for such a small amount of resources. Of course, if these thoughts of his were known to those he referred to as ordinary people, they would probably all fight him to the death. They were all the strongest prodigies from different planets. Some were even the first geniuses from their planets in decades to qualify for the assessment. Now, in Ling Chen's eyes, these people were merely ordinary. However, upon careful consideration, it is indeed the case. After witnessing the terrifying genius annotations of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, this genius from the galactic civilization does seem a bit too weak. Only those top-tier prodigies, possessing at least a golden mid-grade talent, can catch Ling Chen's eye. Of course, that's just to catch his eye. Meanwhile, a martial arts arena with a diameter of several hundred kilometers around the Xiantian Academy was filled with powerful beings from the entire Xiantian star system. Everyone was gathered here, watching the center of the arena. At this moment, over 1 million geniuses from various planets stood in the center of the arena. Most of these geniuses were at the 1st to 3rd levels of the martial sovereign realm. Only 1/10 had reached above the 3rd level. As for the martial venerates, they were even rarer, with only a few dozen in total, and all at the 1st level. Of course, there were also some at the 3rd and 4th levels. However, a few of these individuals had very unstable auras, clearly being owners of silver or higher devouring type annotations. I wonder how Ling Chen is doing. He still hasn't shown up. Could something have happened to him? At this moment, Xian Yuan spoke with some confusion amidst the crowd. As soon as he said this, Zhao Shuaying's small face grew even heavier. If that little madman really got into trouble, I would turn the entire Xiantian star system upside down. Zhao Shuaying snorted coldly. Upon hearing
this, Qian Yuan immediately shivered, feeling inexplicably that Zhao Shuang was not joking.
Boom! However, just then, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire arena.
Everyone felt the terrifying pressure and quickly looked up to the sky. In an instant, a middle-aged man radiating a supreme aura landed on the floating podium ahead, hands behind his back.
Upon seeing the middle-aged figure, all the prodigies present were excited. It's the Xiantian martial god. He actually came to visit this year. Are we really this lucky? Could it be that our cohort has a super genius? Of course, I've heard there's more than one owner of a golden annotation. What? So many? Naturally. It's said that there's a prodigy who possesses more than one golden annotation, though I don't know if it's true. Wow, is there really such a thing? No wonder the martial god came in person. In an instant, the audience in the stands and the contestants began to discuss excitedly. But speaking of which, who is the young man beside the martial god? I've never seen him before? Could he be a descendant of the martial god? He doesn't look like it. He might also be a disciple or something, but to be with the martial god, he must have an extraordinary background or immense talent. And soon, Ling Chen, who was beside the Xiantian martial god, was also noticed by everyone. Isn't that Ling Chen? Wow, how did he end up sitting with the Xiantian martial god?
At this moment, Qian Yuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Ling Chen on the high platform.
As expected, he's the man I have my eyes on. This was not said by Zhao Shuang, but by Zhou Chuyun. As long as he's okay. As for Zhao Shuang, she smiled, having lost interest in teaching Zhou Chuyun a lesson. At this moment, Ling Chen, who was tens of thousands of meters away, also spotted Zhao Shuang. And the others from Blue Water Star. He smiled slightly at Zhao Shuang from tens of thousands of meters away. Dawn. Soon, with a loud bell ringing, the Xiantian Divine Domain assessment began. Entering the Xiantian Divine Domain.
The most important factors are strength and talent. Therefore, the assessment is divided into 2 rounds.
The first round is the most basic talent demonstration.
From the ground, a total of 10,000 huge testing devices rose up. These testing devices primarily measure the realm and the strongest explosive power of martial artists. The explosive power is calculated according to their respective levels.
For example, the strength of someone at the martial sovereign
realm is generally 10,000 points of vitality, and their base strength should be 10 million kilograms. Under full force, if they can unleash a strength of 1 billion kilograms, that means their explosive power has reached 100 times.
However, if you
are at the first level of martial venerable with a vitality of 100,000, you would need to unleash a strength of 10 billion kilograms to qualify as 100 times explosive power. The strongest explosive power only needs to be above 100 times to qualify for the second round of combat testing. If one can reach over 500 times, they can directly qualify for entry into the Xiantian Divine Realm, and there would be no need to participate in the second round of combat testing at all. Reaching 500 times is easy to say, but not so easy to achieve. It is easy for those who have full attribute bonuses. Generally, those at the first level of martial sovereign practice techniques of the 5th tier low grade and 5th tier top grade martial skills. These individuals are considered geniuses, although they may not possess silver or purple talent attributes, many have blue ones. Therefore, practicing 5th tier top grade martial skills and techniques is completely manageable. Mastering both can enhance combat power by approximately 500%. Additionally, with a silver attribute, there's a combat power boost of 20 to 40 times. Plus, with a full attribute silver attribute, a 400% to 800% combat power boost. Just taking an average value of this 500 times combat power can be easily surpassed. And this is just for the first level of martial sovereign. The stronger the power, the more powerful the techniques practiced, making it increasingly simple to meet this standard. In other words, as long as you possess the late stage of martial sovereign or even the strength of martial venerable. Generally, those with high-grade purple talents and mid-grade silver, as well as those with a golden attribute and some silver attributes, can reach the standard. However, that said, there are no more than 20 individuals in the entire examination venue who possess this level of talent. And among these 20, it is likely that they will not choose to directly obtain a quota but may opt to strive for the ultimate reward. After all, this year's reward is the Golden Divine Oracle Stone for those among them, aside from a few top super family disciples. If they miss this opportunity, they may never encounter it again in their lifetime. This assessment has indeed stirred some thoughts in Ling Chen. I wonder what level I can reach under full explosive power. If I don't use special attributes, can I easily reach hundreds of thousands of times? Ling Chen pondered, mainly due to his own powerful strength and the high level of the techniques he practiced. Just the enhancement from the techniques alone has reached dozens of times. Coupled with a top-grade golden talent, reaching this standard is naturally very simple. Soon, as the assessment began, a large number of candidates started testing frantically on the testing devices.
However, half an hour later, a huge announcement echoed throughout the square. Congratulations to candidate Zheng Xiao.
Explosive power multiplier reached 768 times.
The massive announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. Over 700 times of combat power. Just how strong is this person's talent?
Ling Chen looked over. This person seemed to be a graduate of the Xiantian Academy and already possessed the realm of martial venerable at the 2nd level.
Having
this explosive power is quite normal. After all, the stronger the realm, the higher the probability of achieving high explosive power.
Congratulations to candidate Jose.
Explosive power multiplier reached 655 soon, another
announcement came.
Then, every 10 minutes or so, another announcement would sound.
Ling Chen didn't pay much attention.
This multiplier was barely acceptable.
Congratulations to candidate Mo Yen.
Explosive power multiplier reached 1258.
Suddenly, another announcement resonated throughout the examination hall. Oh, this year, can there really be a genius with 1,000-fold explosive power? Not bad, not bad. This Mo Yen is much stronger than I imagined. It seems this kid has been hiding his abilities while at the academy.
Xiaofeng, if this kid's level is the same as yours, he might be able to exchange a few moves with you, right? This time, even the Xiantian martial god became interested.
Mo Yen is a sophomore at the Xiantian Academy.
His talent and strength are extremely formidable.
In just 1 year since enrollment, he has already reached the top 5 of the dragon ranking at Xiantian Academy. Moreover, it seems he has never used his full strength.
As for the other top contenders on the dragon ranking, they are also within the scope of this assessment.
Beside the two, there are many high-ranking martial emperors from the Xiantian star system. Upon hearing the Xiantian
martial god's words, they all gasped in shock.
A 1,258-fold explosive power, and he can only exchange a few moves with this young man? What kind of talent does this boy possess? Ling Chen also looked over. Mo Bai is a young man dressed in a
black and white trench coat, estimated to be between 19 and 20 years old. His realm is at the 1st level of martial sovereign, and as for his attributes, after scanning with his divine sense, Ling Chen discovered that he actually
controls silver attributes of both light and darkness, and they are innate awakened attributes.
At the same time, Ling Chen felt that the two types of attributes seemed to have fused together, resulting in effects no less than that of
golden attributes.
Additionally, the all-attribute enhancement attributes and weapon attributes are also silver. This over 1,000-fold explosive power is probably not even his full strength.
His strength is indeed impressive. What a pity, wanting to be on the same level as me in this lifetime might be hopeless. Unless I wait for him to not cultivate for a year or two.
Ling Chen said helplessly. Yeah, this kid's cultivation speed is still too slow compared to yours. Upon hearing this, the Xiantian martial god nodded in agreement. The surrounding martial emperors were bewildered, they couldn't sense his strength at all, so they naturally had no idea what realm he was in. But seeing that he looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, they were even more puzzled.
18 or 19, he must have just awakened his attributes not long ago, right? Could it be that he has innately awakened a golden talent attribute?
Or perhaps he has
awakened some kind of devouring silver attribute? Otherwise, why can't the barely 20-year-old Mo Bai catch up to him?
However, since even the Xiantian martial god agrees with your words, it means your talent is indeed terrifying. Just as the shock of these martial emperors had not yet subsided, another notification echoed throughout the examination hall. Congratulations to the candidate, Zhao
Shuya.
Explosive power multiplier reached 4541.
The huge announcement instantly silenced the entire examination hall.
In an instant, everyone looked incredulously at the broadcast in the sky, where a girl with a lollipop in her mouth walked out from the testing device. The girl's proud figure and doll-like beautiful face made countless young
men's hearts tremble. However, what shocked them even more was the terrifying explosive power of 4,500. Oh no, I accidentally used a bit too much strength. This little madman wouldn't think I'm a violent girl, would she?
At this moment, Zhao Shuya felt somewhat helpless. She has a golden bloodline attribute that provides a 4-fold enhancement to her strength. Coupled with the enhancements from her other 9 golden attributes, her combat power is nothing short of terrifying. Of course, her worries are completely unnecessary. After all, Ling Chen has never seen her as anything but a violent girl.
So strong. Who on earth is she? Mo Bai looked at
Zhao Shuya's score in the sky, utterly shocked. Although he hadn't used his full strength, even if he did, it would be impossible to achieve such a high explosive power.
Boom!
However, at this moment, the entire examination hall erupted.
Millions of candidates looked in astonishment at the seemingly delicate Zhao Shuya in the sky. Such a beautiful Young lady, is she really a super genius capable of unleashing 4,500 times the explosive power? Hiss. 4,500 times? This damn instrument must be broken. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a beautiful girl have such high explosive power? The instrument must be faulty. I bet someone will announce the results as invalid soon. It seems like it's already been a few minutes. If this result is true, what kind of attributes does this girl have? A golden all-attribute attribute? In an instant, everyone was buzzing with discussions, and all the surrounding spectators felt the same. Hiss, how does Xiaoya have such strong talent? Could her talent also be of the golden high grade? At this moment, even the Xiantian martial god was shocked. He naturally knew Zhao Shuai, having visited Blue Water Star no less than 100 times over the past 18 years. Every time he saw Ling Chen, he could almost always see Zhao Shuai as well. They all liked this lively and adorable girl since she was little. I didn't use all 10 golden oracle stones, so I gave her a few. She seems to have some luck-type attributes, so she drew quite a few golden attributes. Ling Chen spoke directly. He sensed a powerful soul fluctuation from Zhao Shuai. Her golden attributes were definitely obtained by her. However, unlike himself, Zhao Shuai's golden attributes were not easy to explain. The best way was, of course, to help conceal it himself. Once this was said, the Xiantian martial god suddenly realized. So that's it, it seems the girl you like the most is still Zhao Shuai. And this girl has actually awakened luck-type golden attributes. Are you two just that lucky? Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Xiantian martial god also came to a sudden understanding. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The implication of his words made Ling Chen's mouth twitch. Wasn't this saying that he still had some brains and wasn't completely captivated by Yen Shiyun? However, he was somewhat speechless. If he had maintained his previous attitude towards Yen Shiyun, if he had really obtained 10 golden oracle stones, he would most likely, if not definitely, have given at least a few, if not all, to her. I really can't figure it out. From my memories, I've never been that kind of fool. Why? Did I lose my mind after seeing Yen Shiyun? At this moment, Ling Chen was also filled with confusion. It must be said that he had been a bit too brainless in recent years, brainless to the point of being abnormal. In his memories from childhood to now, he was quite intelligent and rational. Could there be some problem with that? Wait, could there be something wrong with Yen Shiyun? Suddenly, Ling Chen's pupils constricted. It seems that when I go back to get the oracle stones this time, I need to check on her. I wonder if she has been killed by someone in prison. Ling Chen pondered. At this moment, the first round of assessments had also concluded. A total of 23 people achieved explosive power above 500 times. Almost all of them were at the peak of the martial sect and martial venerable realms. As for Zhao Shuai, due to her golden devouring attribute, she had already reached the second level of the martial venerable realm in the few days since her arrival. It must be said that this devouring attribute is truly terrifying in terms of improving realms. However, Ling Chen calculated that, even with devouring, her speed seemed to be quite a bit slower than his. It seemed to be due to the devouring flame, which could also accelerate the devouring speed. Among those who passed the assessment, only those at the peak of the martial sect, who barely reached 500 times, chose to withdraw from the assessment. After all, they knew their strength and had no hope of obtaining the golden oracle stones. If they were injured or even killed, it wouldn't be worth it. They had no need to risk their lives for something they were destined not to obtain. The second round of combat assessments began smoothly. In the first round, the number of people who reached 100-fold explosive power was only a little over 5,000. One can imagine how difficult it is to achieve this 100-fold explosive power. Moreover, these individuals are all of high rank, with almost none below the 5th level of martial sovereign. This is normal. The main requirement for entering the Xiantian divine domain is strength. If your rank is low, it indicates poor cultivation talent. Although one might have stronger explosive power than many, lacking cultivation talent means that if the opponent is one small rank ahead of you, there is a twofold difference in combat power. If they are 3 small ranks ahead, the difference is fourfold. Even if your rank reaches martial sovereign and your explosive power hits 200 or 300 times, others may have already reached the 4th or 5th level of martial sovereign, and with a single move, they could defeat you. Some are simply younger and haven't improved their rank yet, making it easier. They can just wait a year or 2 before coming back. The Xiantian divine domain isn't going anywhere after this year. Back to the main point. 5,000 people want to determine the final champion. This will require at least 10 rounds of matches. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from the earth. In the next moment, on a vast square with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, platforms with a diameter of 10 kilometers slowly rose. Each platform was enveloped by a powerful energy formation.
These were thousands of small formations derived from an 8th tier formation. Each could withstand the attack power of a 5th level martial saint. Unless Ling Chen appeared, it would be impossible to break these formations. Even Zhao Shuang was no exception. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second round of the assessment, the arena battle. At that moment, an old man's projection appeared in the sky. The old man stroked his beard and addressed everyone present. His name was Wang Yan. He is one of the vice presidents of the Xiantian Academy, a peak martial emperor powerhouse. This assessment is very simple. Using the most basic combat power as the standard, each person will find a platform shortly, and the platforms will randomly match opponents. What you need to do is defeat every opponent and ultimately become the strongest one. Thus, you will receive the ultimate reward this time, a golden oracle stone of all attribute enhancement. Wang Yan said slowly. After he finished speaking, a golden oracle stone slowly flew up from his hand. As soon as his words were spoken, the 5,000 candidates began to breathe a little faster. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. An all-attribute enhancement golden oracle stone? That is the finest among golden oracle stones. Each one is extremely valuable. Many martial god-level powerhouses find it difficult to obtain even one. And now, it is actually being offered as a reward to the winner. Wow, an all-attribute enhancement. Golden oracle stone? Is this the scale of the rewards this time? Ling Chen was also somewhat shocked. If this one were to be sold, it would be worth at least over 100 trillion, right? At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. Originally, this oracle stone was prepared for you when it was set. At that time, you had just killed that peak 6th tier ferocious beast. Your father saw that you hadn't used the all-attribute enhancement entries and thought that you hadn't opened the 3 all-attribute oracle stones given to you. He brought this oracle stone to me to use as a reward. It was only after you mentioned that you had a golden high-grade talent that I allowed you to give up this reward. The Xiantian martial god explained why this all-attribute entry could be issued as a reward. The surrounding martial emperor-level powerhouses gasped when they heard the Xiantian martial god's unreserved words. This golden oracle stone was actually personally assigned by the Supreme Xuanwu? And it was specifically designated for this young man. Moreover, the most important thing is that this young man actually has a golden high-grade talent? What does this mean? Currently, there is only one person among the human race with a golden high-grade talent. That is the Supreme Xuanwu. In other words, could this young man possibly become the second Supreme Xuanwu in the future? This young man is definitely a direct disciple of the Supreme Xuanwu. Moreover, he hails from our Xiantian star system. In an instant, all the martial emperors had this thought flash through their minds. The Supreme Xuanwu hadn't taken in disciples for many years, and every one of his disciples had become a powerful being at the martial god level. Now he was taking in another, and with such extraordinary talent, it was clear he was grooming a successor. At that moment, they all began to think of ways to build a good relationship with Ling Chen. So that's it. I was wondering why something so precious would be put up for sale. Ling Chen realized with a start. It turned out to be because of him. Moreover, he was shocked to hear that the Xiantian martial god said that 3 out of the 10 oracle stones he received had attributes that enhanced all properties. Grandpa Wu truly was generous. He was clearly worried that he wouldn't be able to open anything good. Of course, not being able to open anything was the norm. It was abnormal for someone like him to actually get something. Soon after, over 5,000 candidates arrived at the arena according to their numbers. In the next moment, the arenas began to move, quickly pairing up 2 by 2. Naturally, in such a situation, there would be some who had to sit out. Ling Chen looked and thought, well, the person sitting out was actually Zhao Shuya. However, considering that the other party seemed to have a golden luck attribute, he felt relieved. With a luck attribute of that level, it would be difficult for him to face her anyway. Following that, after each round of assessment, the size of the arena would double. Whenever there was someone sitting out, it would definitely be Zhao Shuya. In an instant, everyone began to speculate that someone must be manipulating things behind the scenes. After all, with Zhao Shuya's explosive power at a staggering 4,500 times in her realm at the second level of martial sovereign, who could possibly be her opponent? If some exceptionally talented individuals encountered her early on, wouldn't they be directly eliminated? Therefore, in this situation, no one found it strange that Zhao Shuya was sitting out. Instead, they thought the mechanism was quite good. No, this is completely random. How come it's always Zhao Shuya sitting out? However, the person manipulating things behind the scenes was completely flustered. There was absolutely no dark box operation. Because of the existence of luck attributes, the higher-ups of the human race almost all believed that luck was part of strength. So if someone was
Truly eliminated early due to bad luck in encountering a strong opponent. That was also a sign of insufficient strength. If you had a green luck attribute, such a situation wouldn't occur. And those with weak luck would often encounter misfortunes and fall prematurely in the future. This is no joke, it is supported by data from the human race over the past 100,000 years. Those with strong luck, although they might not necessarily find good things when they go out, have a 99% chance of making it to the end and becoming the strongest. Similarly, the higher-ups of the human race, who knew there was no dark box operation, were now astonished by Zhao Shuya's immense luck. To be able to be selected from thousands of arenas with 100% certainty, if she were to open an oracle stone, wouldn't that mean she could also open attributes with a 1 in 1,000 probability with absolute certainty? This luck attribute must at least be silver, or even possibly gold. Xiao Feng. This girl, could she really have a golden luck attribute? At this moment, the Xiantian martial god was also shocked. He even used sound transmission when asking Ling Chen. As high-ranking members of the human race, they all knew about the existence of the black martial god domain. After all, there were 100 similar assessment spaces throughout the galaxy. Many of these had gained attention, resulting in numerous intermediate students. Therefore, they were very clear about the classification of talent. Although he had previously heard Ling Chen mention that Zhao Shuya also had a luck attribute, he estimated it was probably just purple, which was already strong enough. After all, the value of a purple luck attribute was equivalent to an ordinary golden attribute. Silver is even more precious than the golden top-tier talent. If it's golden, that would be something extraordinary. It has never appeared in the entire history of the human race. I haven't asked, but it's highly likely, right? Ling Chen pondered for a moment and replied to the Xiantian martial god with his divine sense. As soon as these words were spoken, the Xiantian martial god was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the assessments continued rapidly. With each round of evaluation, finally, the top 100 emerged. The top 100 are the number of individuals who can directly enter the Xiantian divine realm this time. Uncle Tian, if it's only 100 people each time, can our sect in the Xiantian divine realm support that many? Ling Chen was somewhat puzzled. After all, according to the Xiantian martial god, the population in the Xiantian divine realm is extremely terrifying. As one of the top 10 first-class sects, the Xiantian sect naturally cannot have a small population. This is merely the genius of our Xiantian star system. In fact, every year, all star systems have corresponding assessments, it's just that the external declarations are different. The final top 100 will enter the Xiantian divine realm. Every year, there are tens of thousands of geniuses at their level. At the same time, our Xiantian sect also recruits a large number of ordinary disciples and cultivates geniuses locally. Of course, even if those geniuses have talents stronger than mine, the resources required for their cultivation are much less. However, even so, over the years, our Xiantian sect has already become the third top sect, surpassing the two great holy lands among the younger generation, but your grandfather has always kept a low profile, not allowing us to expose his supreme existence. Otherwise, our Xiantian sect would be the third great holy land. The Xiantian martial god explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly realized. So that's how it is, tens of thousands a year, that's hundreds of thousands in 10 years, and they are all super geniuses. With so many people entering the Xiantian divine realm, becoming one of the top 10 sects would naturally be easy. After all, although the fantasy world of the Xiantian divine realm is powerful, its population cannot possibly match that of the galactic human race. Most importantly, it cannot have a populace that practices martial arts on such a large scale and holds elections for geniuses like the galactic human race. Speaking of which, the Xiantian divine realm can also be considered the best place for our galactic civilization's geniuses to evade assassination from other civilizations. Because the entrance to the Xiantian divine realm is always guarded by 10 martial gods. Among them is our human race's divine eye martial god. His golden entry, breaking illusions divine eye, can see through all illusions and disguises. Even if a supreme being from another civilization comes to assassinate, they cannot enter silently. As long as there's any anomaly, your grandfather will arrive to eliminate the target in the shortest time possible. The Xiantian martial god said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was instantly enlightened. Breaking illusions divine eye? Is this entry really that powerful? Ling Chen was surprised that even a supreme being couldn't enter silently. Indeed powerful. With this entry, he can see through everything within light years at his martial god 5th level. He can even foresee the enemy's next move, achieving a preemptive defense effect. Unfortunately, his combat-related entries are only silver, otherwise, his strength would probably rank in the top 10 of our human race. The Xiantian martial god couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. This entry is great. I wonder if I can get one. He quickly opened his federal store. Ding ding ding. Esteemed Supreme Level VIP member, the federal store welcomes your visit. However, as soon as he opened it, Ling Chen was stunned to see such a welcome message. Supreme Level VIP? It seems like it was opened for me by Marshall. Grandpa, I wonder how effective it is. Ling Chen felt a bit tempted. It seems that this time, he could stack all his entries to dark gold before entering the Shintian Divine Realm. Moreover, if possible, he could also try to see if he could get something above dark gold. He then opened the membership introduction. Because your VIP level has increased, your privileges have also been upgraded. Privilege 1, you have a zero-interest loan limit of 100,000 galactic coins in the federal store, with no repayment time limit. Privilege 2, all products are 50% off. Privilege 3, items sold will be redeemed at the highest market selling price, and the funds will be credited instantly. Privilege 4, all goods will be delivered by at least an 8th rank Martial Emperor level spaceship. Goods priced over 10,000 galactic coins will be delivered personally by a 9th rank spaceship with a martial god escort. Looking at these privileges, Ling Chen was instantly shocked. Goodness, the first one is equivalent to giving oneself a billion for free, an unlimited interest-free loan, which is really no different from a gift. As long as he has no shame, he could just not repay it. As for privilege 2, its value far exceeds 100,000 galactic coins. All products at half price means that in the future, if he buys items worth 1 million galactic coins, he only needs to spend 500,000. That's a direct saving of 500,000. Privileges 3 and 4 are also quite good. They greatly save the time Ling Chen spends on buying materials, refining pills, selling them, and then buying materials again to refine pills. Although he has the money from the Shintian martial god, which is not enough to find him, Ling Chen still wants to maintain his basic dignity. Relying on himself to make money, what kind of situation is that, asking elders for money every day? Of course, the 10,000 galactic coins given by the other party in this 100,000 galactic coins loan can be considered as startup capital. With these, he can purchase a large amount of materials and multiply his investment by at least 10 times or even dozens of times in one go. Now I can also refine perfect grade pills of the 7th rank. A pill of this price costs dozens or even hundreds of galactic coins. Once my strength reaches the level to refine 8th rank pills, making money will be even faster. Although he was going to the Shintian Divine Domain, Ling Chen had also asked the Shintian Martial God if he could buy and sell things in the Milky Way after arriving at the Shintian Divine Domain. After all, having the entire Milky Way as a backing allows those geniuses to grow faster. The Shintian Divine Domain is powerful, but not a technological civilization, which makes purchasing items extremely difficult. Ling Chen also closed the introduction and then started searching for the key items he wanted to buy this time. Soon, he found it. Eye of Breaking the Void. Blue possesses the ability to see through all disguises. All disguises of individuals whose strength does not exceed one's own will be exposed. At the same time, it can predict the next attack of individuals whose overall strength does not exceed one's own. This description is indeed similar to that of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, but the effect is considerably weaker. After all, it's a lower level. Ling Chen glanced at the price, which was not high, only 200 million. After the discount, it's only 100 million, which can be considered a low-quality entry among the same level. Just buy 610,000 pieces to start. Ling Chen didn't waste any time and placed the order directly. A mere 610 trillion, just pocket change. Ding. You purchase 610,000 pieces of Eye of Breaking the Void. Blue, total cost, 610 trillion, estimated delivery time, 1 hour. A prompt sound followed. This delivery time is indeed quite short, considering the vastness of the entire Shintian star system. Gathering so many oracle stones is quite easy. Continue buying, this time I need to directly stack my talents to dark gold. With this thought, Ling Chen didn't hesitate and started placing orders for all the oracle stones he needed for his entries. Ding. You purchased 600,000 pieces of immense strength. Blue, total cost, 30.5 trillion ding. You purchased 600,000 pieces of Genius Marksman. Blue, total cost, 90 trillion ding. You purchased 600,000 pieces of Flame Control. Blue, total cost, 120 trillion ding. You purchased 600,000 pieces of Thunder Control. Blue, total cost, 150 trillion. Ding. You purchased 600,000 pieces of Lucky Streak. Blue, cost, 300 trillion, ding. You purchased 600,000, Spirit Master. Blue, cost, 300 trillion. A multitude of notification sounds echoed in Ling Chen's mind. At the same time, his money was rapidly decreasing, but after buying everything, he realized he had only spent a little over 20 trillion. This was still because he hadn't bought the most expensive Soul Destroyer entry.
Having money really makes a difference. I don't even mind the price of this oracle stone. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, if he were to use the purple oracle stone directly, although it would save him 10 times the time, the price would increase to 20 times what it is now. That would be around 500 billion. Alright, I almost forgot about the bloodline entries for soul cultivation and the all attribute enhancement entries. With this soul destroyer, my strength would definitely far exceed that of a martial artist. Ling Chen recalled this. He then began to search. Soon, he found it. Burning Soul. Blue burns mental power at an extremely fast speed to increase soul value by 200%. Description: this entry is very rare, hence the high price. Selling price: 60 billion. The introduction of Burning Soul made Ling Chen's eyes widen. Damn, burning the soul? Isn't that asking for death? Ling Chen was stunned. However, after taking a closer look, he realized it was burning mental power. At this point, he understood that mental power and soul power are related just like a martial artist's body and stamina. When a soul cultivator uses any attack, it consumes mental power, just like a martial artist uses stamina in battle. Mental power can recover quickly after being consumed, just like stamina can recover quickly after being used. If merely enhancing the soul value by 200% required burning the soul, then no one would dare to use this entry. However, it must be said that soul-related entries are expensive. Even a blue one costs 8 billion, almost catching up to the usual purple entries. Fortunately, Ling Chen didn't lack money right now. He bought it directly. Ding. You purchased 600,000, Burning Soul. Blue, cost 240 trillion. Next were the bloodline entries for soul cultivation. Incarnation of the Ghost King. Blue, bloodline entry, Ghost King level bloodline entry. Possessing this entry allows one to directly transform into a Ghost King level powerhouse, achieving a soul value effect of *200%. This entry is extremely rare, generally only obtainable by Ghost Kings at the Martial Saint level. Therefore, the price is extremely high. Moreover, the selection probability is very low, not recommended for ordinary people to purchase. Selling price, 60 billion. This price was even more terrifying. Ling Chen had thought the price of the Soul Destroyer was outrageous. This incarnation of the Ghost King was even more frightening. The price of one blue oracle stone, 60 billion, 6 times more expensive than a usual purple oracle stone. This Ghost King bloodline is a bit outrageous. It's so expensive, and the delivery time takes over a day. It seems it needs to be sourced from other planets in the entire Xiantian star system. Ling Chen couldn't help but be shocked. If he bought this, the price would be a whopping 1.8 billion. Of course, this was because bloodline entries are inherently expensive. The prices of those bloodline entries he bought earlier were many times higher than usual entries. Bought it. The more expensive it is, the stronger it must be. Ling Chen had no hesitation, placing the order directly. Just like with the Soul Destroyer, there's a reason for the high price. Rarity is just one of the reasons. Ding. You purchased 600,000, Incarnation of the Ghost King. Blue, cost 1.8 billion. Ling Chen glanced at his account. He originally had over 20 trillion, then spent 80 trillion, gained 100 billion, plus 10 billion in loans. Now he had spent 240 billion. In one go. In the end, I still have less than 900 billion. Buy all the top-grade 7th tier medicinal materials? But with my current strength, it takes half of it to refine a 7th tier top-grade pill. Even if it appreciates, it will consume quite a bit of time. It's best to buy some extremely rare materials for refining 7th tier top-grade pills. I'm not lacking in alchemy skills, what I lack is strength. Moreover, even if my skills aren't up to par, I just need to comprehend for a few more hours. With this in mind, Ling Chen directly opened the pill sale interface, then selected 7th tier top-grade pills, and sorted them by price from high to low. Naturally, the most expensive 7th tier top-grade pills appeared at the top. Sure enough, according to his operation, the pills that appeared were all rare pills priced several times higher than other pills of the same level, both in terms of the rarity of the materials and the difficulty of refining. Of course, the few most expensive ones, although costly, were expensive due to the scarcity of the materials, which I couldn't buy at all in the Federal Mall. So I just passed. After a long selection, Ling Chen finally chose a pill ranked 15th in price. Pill, 9-turn soul refining pill level, 7th tier top grade efficacy, can release the vast medicinal power contained within the pill in a very short time, thus achieving a rapid enhancement of strength. And can be crushed and consumed directly during promotion to instantly increase soul strength. Description: the 9-turn soul refining pill requires 9 pieces of soul refining grass and 9 soul crystals from 7th tier 10-star soul creatures as materials for refining. The refining difficulty is extremely high, and the minimum quality must be top grade to be considered a successful pill. Therefore, the price is extremely expensive. However, the efficacy is also very strong, generally used by powerful individuals to cultivate their family descendants, so it is in short supply.
Selling price 500 trillion. This price is indeed terrifying.
For ordinary 7th tier top grade pills, even if they are top grade, the price is around 100 trillion. This price has directly multiplied by 50 times. And if it can be refined to perfect quality, the price could increase by 4 to 5 times more. After all, this pill is originally of perfect quality. However, the difficulty of refining is also considerable. Ling Chen looked at the refining method described in the recipe. The refining method is extremely simple, just the ordinary method for refining 7th tier top grade soul refining pills. But it needs to be refined 9 times, meaning first refine an ordinary 7th tier top grade soul refining pill, and it must reach top grade quality.
Then, the materials for the second soul refining pill must be integrated into this one.
After integration, it must also reach above top grade quality. This becomes somewhat difficult.
It should be noted that even if a
pill is top grade after being formed, it will still contain a trace of pill poison. And this pill needs to be refined 9 times, which means the accumulation of 9 instances of pill poison. Therefore, even if the refiner has the strength to refine 7th tier top grade pills of top grade quality, after 9 times, it will definitely drop below top grade quality.
In other words,
to refine such a pill, one needs to possess near perfect refining techniques for 7th tier top grade pills. Although not perfect, near perfect 7th tier top grade alchemists are likely. Only a few top tier 9th tier alchemists in the entire galactic civilization. However, the greatest effect of this pill is its vast efficacy and extremely fast absorption speed. After all, there are 9 portions of materials, and they are all top grade, so the efficacy is naturally remarkable, and the absorption speed is 9 times that of ordinary pills.
It's equivalent to giving someone without a devouring entry a low-level devouring entry. Those powerful individuals naturally wouldn't mind buying it to cultivate their descendants. After all, due to the vast efficacy, one pill can sustain them until their strength reaches the mid-stage of martial saint.
The reason other perfect grade pills are so expensive is that their absorption speed is fast, even reaching 10 times that of ordinary qualified pills. The effects are quite similar to that of the 9-turn soul refining pill. Of course, the difficulty of refining is naturally several times that of the 9-turn soul refining pill. This further highlights the value of the 9-turn soul refining pill. So as long as this thing is available, there's absolutely no worry about selling it. The main point is that the price of the medicinal materials is cheap. A set of 7th grade top tier materials usually costs several trillion, and for 9 sets, that's no more than
50 trillion, almost 100-fold profit. If it's of perfect quality, then it's at least 30 trillion.
Ling Chen didn't waste any time and directly purchased 100 sets of materials.
Ding!
You have purchased 100 stocks of 7th grade top tier soul refining grass and 100 7th grade top tier soul crystals.
Total value 56 trillion. Discounted price 28 trillion. Soon, the notification sound came.
Of course, it wasn't that Ling Chen didn't want to buy more. The main issue was that with his current strength, it took him half an hour to refine 1 set.
Refining 100 sets would take 2 to 3 days.
Moreover, once all 100 sets were finally refined into pills, their value would be at least 30 billion, and if appreciation kicked in, that would be 300 billion. Naturally, selling so many would definitely cause the price to crash, but he could definitely get at least 10 billion. This amount of funds would absolutely be enough for his use in the short term.
With this in mind, Ling Chen directly closed the interface.
The delivery of the medicinal materials was quick, they would arrive in just a few dozen minutes.
Aside from that bloodline-type incarnation of
the Ghost King, he could obtain the other entries in a short time. So he would be able to get everything before returning to Blue Water Star. However, as he looked ahead, he realized that the finals had
already begun. The final match was between Zhao Shuya and Mo Yan.
Both had similar realms.
Unfortunately, although Mo Yan's strength was formidable, in a full outburst, he ultimately still lost to Zhao Shuya.
In fact, the opponent didn't even force Zhao Shuya to unleash her full power. This girl's full power burst is probably in the tens of thousands.
Killing an opponent of a major realm is definitely not a problem. But what exactly is that remnant soul behind her trying to do?
If she doesn't say anything, I can't ask. After all, a strong person who can survive in the form of a remnant soul is definitely
not ordinary.
Ling Chen thought to himself, beginning to ponder whether he could see through the situation after obtaining the dark golden broken illusion divine eye. He hoped that this special entry
would be somewhat powerful.
The end came pretty quickly. Mo Yan's strength is not even close to Xiaoya's. I mean, you're a genius, but where did this Xiaoya get such a powerful talent? At this moment, the Xiantian martial god was also stunned. Zhao Shuya was someone he had watched grow up.
When did she become such a genius? In this world, what's most lacking is talent, right?
Perhaps it's the fortune.
of our galactic civilization. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Yeah, that's true. With your father being that kind of freak, it doesn't seem strange to have some other geniuses emerge. The Xiantian marshal god sighed. Ling Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That 9 turns reincarnation body was indeed somewhat freakish. He just didn't know if there were any entries that could be synthesized. Of course, Ling Chen didn't want such entries, they were purely torturous. Each reincarnation in the 9 lives would cause one to forget a memory, to forget one's family. I wonder if over all these years of reincarnation, this cheap old man has found me a bunch of stepmothers or had a bunch of younger siblings. If so, it would be a bit awkward to meet again. Ling Chen shook his head in speechlessness. Alright, the assessment has ended, and I should go notify the other star system's martial gods to send their geniuses over. I'll have Xian. You bring my spaceship over shortly, and then we'll meet at the Xiantian sect. Seeing that the entire competition had concluded, the Xiantian martial god instructed Ling Chen a few things. As the strongest in the Xiantian star system, he had a lot on his plate every day, especially since he was also the sect master of the Xiantian sect. Running around in both directions means there are even more things to deal with. Well, then we'll meet at the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen nodded slightly. The Xiantian martial god stood up and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing at the horizon. The surrounding martial emperors hurriedly gathered around as they saw the Xiantian martial god leave. Hello, fellow student, I am Situ Xian, the vice president of the Xiantian Academy. If you have any matters in the Xiantian star system in the future, just find me directly. Here's my contact information. The leading elder smiled warmly at Ling Chen. He was also a peak martial emperor. In the Milky Way, as long as one becomes a martial god, no matter how weak, they can manage a mid-level star system, similar to the Xiantian star system. Of course, there are no mid-level star systems as large as the Xiantian star system, the weaker ones only have a few tens of thousands of life planets. The Xiantian star system is already among the largest of the mid-level star systems. Therefore, in the entire human civilization, the number of strong individuals at the martial god level is actually no less than 10,000. Hello? Vice President Situ, I'll be counting on you in the future. You can just call me Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled slightly. This peak martial emperor might break through to martial god at any moment. Moreover, the other party has quite a few connections in the Xiantian star system. So it's young Master Ling. If there's any trouble, just say the word. That's right, and if you need anything, just let us old folks know. Young Master Ling. Indeed, if you lack a guide, you can also find me. I control all the star satellites in the Xiantian star system. Other peak martial emperors also introduced themselves with smiles. These peak martial emperors held significant positions. Some were managers of federal stores, while others were commanders of the Xiantian military. In short, these were individuals whom the star master level experts like Si Kongjin could not meet before. However, now, due to the relationship between the Xiantian martial god and the Xuanwu Supreme, they were building connections with Ling Chen. After dealing with this group of old men, Ling Chen found an excuse to leave. In the conference hall of the Xiantian Academy, over 100 students who passed the assessments sat at the front of the hall, listening to Wang Yan's introduction. Behind these students were tens of thousands of top experts from the Xiantian star system and their family descendants. The purpose of these people coming here was naturally to wait for the meeting to end to recruit others. Each of them was a super genius, destined to become a powerful martial saint in the future. Some of the top ones could even become martial emperors, and the very best had hopes of becoming martial gods. In 2 days, geniuses from other star systems will gradually arrive. At that time, several martial god-level experts will lead you to the Xiantian divine realm. Once there, you won't be able to come out casually. Of course, if you need to purchase anything, you can directly place an order in the Federal Mall. Everything will be delivered to you. Moreover, those who pass the assessment, the top 100 will each receive a reward of 1 trillion in funds. As for the top 10, it's 10 trillion. The first place will receive a reward of 100 trillion in funds. And the previously mentioned Golden Oracle Stone. The funds have already been distributed to you. Now, let's invite classmate Zhao Shuya to come up and receive your Golden Oracle Stone. Wang Yan finished speaking with a smile. Instantly, everyone in the venue looked at Zhao Shuya, who was slowly standing up, with envy. Although they had seen her many times, every time they saw Zhao Shuya, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Of course, they remembered the scene where Zhao Shuya, while eating a lollipop, almost turned the fully unleashed Mo Yen into minced meat. It was terrifying. It was bloody. Classmate Zhao Shuya, this is your Golden Oracle Stone. Wang Yan smiled as he handed the Oracle Stone to Zhao Shuya. Thank you, Dean. Zhao Shuya smiled as she took it, glanced at it, and casually tossed it away. Buzz.
The oracle stone instantly disappeared from its original spot. It was clear that she also had space-type attributes.
Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Wang Yan waved his hand. After saying that, he
stepped lightly, and the surrounding space rippled, causing him to vanish from the spot.
Wang Yan was using a space-type entry.
Of course, it wasn't his most powerful entry, but it could still have a tremendous effect in battle.
Wow, Master, this entry is so cool. We should get one too.
Zhao Shuya couldn't help but say to the Celestial Master of Cold Moon in her mind.
It won't
be possible in the short term. My energy consumption is too great, and I need some soul-type elixirs to recover, the Celestial Master of Cold Moon replied helplessly.
Hee, Master, I just got a golden oracle stone, right? As long as I sell it, I can get as much as I want.
Zhao Shuya waved her hand proudly.
To restore my soul power, I need at least an 8th tier perfect quality elixir, or a 10th tier premium elixir. Otherwise, lower tier elixirs cannot be refined by my soul body. Little did she know.
The Celestial Master of Cold Moon's words poured cold water on Zhao Shuya.
Ha! What should we do?
8th tier perfect soul type elixirs are probably hard to find even 2 in the galaxy, right? 10th tier ones are even more impossible, and they have to
be premium.
Zhao Shuya was stunned.
Sigh, let it be.
There's no rush in the short term.
It's a pity that the divine domain we
found earlier had no civilization, otherwise, we might have found an 11th tier alchemist.
With your talent, you could have
produced golden alchemical oracle stones. If you had a fire type and a talent type entry to assist, you could quickly become a powerful alchemist, the Celestial Master of Cold Moon said helplessly. Unfortunately, she had burned her soul to find that 12th tier
divine domain.
Her soul could no longer sustain her in finding a second divine domain. It was already impressive to have produced so many golden oracle stones.
By the way, what if I sell my golden oracle stone and buy the oracle stones you mentioned?
I already have a talent type, I just need fire type and alchemy type. Suddenly, Zhao Shuya asked in her mind.
Probably not.
We checked your store before, and they haven't released any more golden oracle stones. Although there are silver oracle stones, a complete set of silver oracle stones can only reach a maximum of 10th tier.
With that level of alchemical talent, it's impossible for you to refine 8th tier perfect elixirs.
It's impossible for a lifetime, let alone in the short term, the Celestial Master of Cold Moon said helplessly.
Ha! What should we do? Zhao Shuya was at a loss. Perhaps you could ask Ling Chen, he seems to
have a good relationship with the Xiantian martial god.
Maybe he can buy a golden oracle stone from him? Suddenly, the Celestial Master of Cold Moon said hesitantly.
It was difficult for her to do this due to her pride, but this time, to get Zhao Shuya a golden oracle stone, her soul injury was too severe. If it wasn't repaired soon, it would leave indelible aftereffects even after recovery.
Okay. I'll ask him when the time comes. Zhao Shuya didn't hesitate either.
Her master was injured so severely. For her, she couldn't just stand by,
even if it might trouble Ling Chen. Hello, classmate, I'm Xian Ming. I wonder if you'd be interested in getting to know each other.
Just then, a young man with impeccably styled hair walked over with a smile. The person who originally wanted to win over Zhao Shuya, this super genius, left helplessly upon seeing Xian Ming
in such a public setting.
The other party almost represented the Xiantian martial god himself. If the Xiantian martial god wanted to win over Zhao Shuya, they naturally had no right to intervene. After all, the strongest behind them was merely at the peak of the martial emperor.
And competing for people with the peak martial god? What a joke. Not interested. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was that Zhao Shuya didn't even glance at Xian Ming before rejecting him.
After saying that, she flew up, ready to leave in search of
Ling Chen. Hey! Miss, don't go.
Xian Ming panicked and instantly appeared in front of her, blocking Zhao Shuya. He was the younger brother of Xian Yu, but his talent was lacking, having only reached the 7th level of martial sovereign at over 50 years old. Moreover, he had no interest in cultivation, spending his days playing with a group of 2nd and 3rd generation martial artists in the Xiantian star system. He had come this time merely to scout for a talented fighter for his underground boxing arena. Of course, he wasn't looking for Zhao Shuya to fight. After all, the talents he sought were limited to those with ordinary silver talents. If he dared to touch someone truly talented, his grandfather would kill him. He was completely attracted to Zhao Shuya's stunning beauty. I said I'm not interested in getting to know you, please step aside, or I'll take action.
Zhao Shuya's expression turned cold upon seeing him block her way.
I didn't make myself clear earlier, I am Xian Ming, the grandson of the
Xiantian martial god.
When you saw your classmate, you fell in love at first sight, can we? Xian Ming hurriedly explained.
He
Knew that as long as he revealed his identity, any woman would look at him differently. Crack, crack, crack. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Shuya's entire body was gradually covered by the Black God battle armor. A giant sword appeared in her hand. You really won't let me pass? Zhao Shuya's cold voice came through. Woman, don't be ungrateful. I am the young master of the Xian family, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Xian Ming was instantly furious. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying black aura erupted from Zhao Shuya's body. Destruction power. It's actually a golden attribute of the destruction type. Destruction power. And do you feel it? That's the aura of an all-attribute enhancement type. And at least golden. Hiss, what other trump cards does this girl have? A high-quality golden talent. This is definitely a high-quality golden talent. In an instant, everyone present changed their expressions drastically upon witnessing this scene. Such talent would undoubtedly reach the peak of martial god in the future, and it was even possible she could become the next supreme. Swish. However, before Xianming could think further, Zhao Shuya decisively swung her sword. In an instant, a terrifying black sword energy sliced through the void towards Xianming. The terrifying power contained within the sword energy made Xuanming's face change dramatically. He actually felt the threat of death. Fortunately, he was also a silver talent holder. Guardian Shield. Xianming thrust both hands forward, and a silver shield instantly coalesced. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the massive blade of destruction struck the shield. The terrifying explosion sent the surrounding talents flying. Even Mo Yan's expression changed drastically. This move was far stronger than the one that had nearly killed him. Crack. However, Xianming was just an ordinary silver talent holder, without any enhancement type attributes. Therefore, in an instant, his guardian shield shattered. Boom! The next moment, the shield exploded. The terrifying power of destruction surged towards him. Damn, Lu Lao, save me! Xianming shouted in panic. Suddenly, an old hand reached out from the side and instantly grasped the blade of destruction. Slap! With a forceful grip, the blade of destruction exploded. Classmate, is it really necessary to start with a killing move? At that moment, an old man stepped forward. Aren't you here? Zhao Shuya coldly glanced at the old man, who was at the peak of martial saint. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man had nothing to say. Indeed, anyone with a brain knows that the descendants of the Xintian martial god, especially those of the younger generation, cannot possibly lack strong guardians. Even so, if you directly attack me, shouldn't there be an explanation? Xianming was also furious. He had almost been killed by a little girl, which was simply a disgrace. What explanation do you want, kid? However, at that moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanming's body trembled, as if he had a physiological reaction to it. He quickly turned around and saw Xian Yu approaching with a young boy. Little madman. Upon seeing the boy, Zhao Shuya immediately rushed over in delight, directly throwing herself into the boy's arms amidst the heartbroken gazes of all the other boys. Whoa, if you don't come, I'm going to be bullied. Zhao Shuya clung to Ling Chen, looking pitiful. Xianming, upon hearing this, nearly jumped up. Good heavens, bullied you? I almost got killed by you, alright? However, before he could speak, Xian Yu had already reached him. That cold, piercing gaze was fixed on him. Brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you see that I almost got killed just now? Xianming hurriedly explained. I saw everything. So what? Just because the girl doesn't know you, the young master of the Xian family, you think you can use your family to pressure her? Xian Yu looked at Xianming with icy eyes. In an instant, Xianming panicked, wanting to explain. These years, with dad and mom not around, and me being in the Xintian divine domain, I've let you have a bit too much fun. Xian Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xianming immediately felt that something was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Xianming quickly explained. You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're about to be punished. From today on, you will go to the Starry Sky battlefield. You are not allowed to return for 100 years. If you die, I will personally carry your coffin. Xian Yu said coldly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, not only Xianming but everyone present was shocked. Today, an extra chapter. Also, thanks to Zhetianbang Shangzun. Terrifying support from the generous by Piao Guai. Additionally, if the readers feel unsatisfied, they can check out the author's other book, which can be found in the author's back end. You made the underground cave flat while doing summer work? The Starry Sky battlefield is a place where one fights against other civilizations. A slight misstep could lead to downfall. If Xianming goes, he will definitely be targeted for assassination by alien races, simply because he is a descendant of the Xuanwu Supreme. Although he is useless, having that identity is enough. Xianming slumped directly to the ground. In the lineage of the Xiantian martial god, Xian Yu's authority was stronger than that
of his father and their generation.
Not only was it his talent, but also his character that was favored by the Xuanwu Supreme. His words were second only to the Xiantian martial god in
their lineage.
Lu Lao sent him directly to the starry sky battlefield. Also, I won't hold it against you for messing around with him these past 2 years. You can go to the starry sky
battlefield as well. Xian Yu glanced at Lu Lao indifferently. Understood, young master. Lu Lao smiled bitterly, then helped Xianming up and prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Xian Yu stopped the two. Call someone.
He then pointed to Ling Chen, who was standing aside. Xianming was stunned, and then he looked at Ling Chen. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in
disbelief. LL little uncle? Xianming stammered. Boom. However, everyone present erupted again. Little uncle? Damn, isn't that the grandson of the Xuanwu Supreme? Could he be the son of the Xiantian martial god?
That's right, he was next to the Xiantian martial god before, but judging by their interaction, it doesn't seem like a father-son relationship.
Maybe he is the son of one of the other Xian family martial god adults? Wow, this Xianming wants to pursue his uncle's partner. No wonder young master Xian Yu is so angry this time. Everyone present instantly understood the relationship between the Xian family and Ling Chen. Zhao Shuya also looked at Ling Chen in shock. Xianming, right? My uncle mentioned you before. Luckily, you are a descendant of the Xian family, otherwise, I might have acted just now. Listen to your brother and go to the battlefield to reflect. Ling Chen looked at Xianming and slowly spoke. When he first arrived, he saw Xianming blocking Zhao Shuya's threat, and at that moment, he was ready to take action. Fortunately, he had been emphasizing his identity as a young master of the Xian family. Otherwise, if Ling Chen had acted, someone might have died. After all, at that distance, he could only use telekinesis or soul power. Either one could easily take out Xianming. Got it, little uncle. I was wrong. I didn't know Zhao was my aunt. Aunt, I'm really sorry, I apologize. Xianming quickly stood up, bowing to Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya to apologize. This immediately made Zhao Shuya blush. What aunt? She wasn't even married yet. Ahem, well, since we're all family, let's forget about it. Zhao Shuya quickly stepped out of Ling Chen's embrace and said generously. Hurry up and get lost. Xian Yu coldly shouted. Upon hearing this, Xianming quickly pulled Zhao Lao and ran away. Now he realized that his older brother sending him to the starry battlefield was actually to save him. If his grandfather found out he had acted against his favorite nephew's wife, good grief, his fate would be even worse. Being confined for hundreds of years would be normal. Alright, everyone disperse. This is Xiantian Academy, not your talent market. Xian Yu glanced around at the people and said. As soon as he spoke, everyone hurriedly left. Only those confused geniuses remained. What happened? To the promised 10 dangers and 5 golden resource packs? They just left? They had already agreed to it. The resources they offer at Xiantian sect will give you 10 times more, and you won't need any conditions. Remember, don't sign any agreements before you grow up, you won't even know when you've been sold. Xian Yu also glanced at these geniuses. As soon as he said this, the geniuses suddenly realized, good grief, it turned out to be a scam company. They almost got tricked into signing agreements. A few who had signed quickly were dumbfounded, thinking about their hundreds of years of contracts, feeling hopeless in an instant. Soon, they also dispersed. Zhao, I'm Xian Yu, the nephew of your little uncle. That kid just now is my brother, I apologize for his lack of discipline. Shen. You then looked at Zhao Shuya to apologize. I'm fine, I'm not the one at a loss. Zhao Shuya said nonchalantly. Then who was just now acting like they were bullied? Ling Chen smirked, of course. He was just thinking about it. I'm planning to go back to Blue Water Star to get some things. Xian, you will be responsible for taking us. Do you want to go back too? Ling Chen said. Of course. What? If you run away? Zhao Shuya quickly nodded, then hugged Ling Chen's arm. Why would I run away? Ling Chen was speechless. But he still took Zhao Shuya and Xian Yu out of the conference hall. At the spaceship port of Xiantian Main Star. What? Ling Chen is with the Xiantian war god? And they're laughing and talking? Sikongjin, upon hearing Xian Yuan's animated introduction, couldn't believe his eyes. Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Chuyun, he saw it all. Xian Yuan immediately said. That's true. Alas, it's a pity that this means I can't match up to Ling Chen. Zhou Chuyun looked sorrowful. Hearing their words, Sikong Jin immediately believed it. To have the person he disliked the most confirm his words meant that Xian Yuan was indeed telling the truth. By the way, where's Zhao Shuya? Sikongjin suddenly remembered this matter. Logically, she should have returned after failing the assessment. Could it be that she's with Ling Chen? Zhao Shuya? She's the top of this year, she definitely won't be back. You didn't see it, but the strongest genius, Moen, was beaten so badly by Zhao Shuya. It was unbearable to watch, truly unbearable. Xianyuan couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. Fortunately, when he was beaten by Ling Chen, it was Ling Chen who made the move. If it had been Zhao Shuya, he probably would have been left in ruins. What? First place? Mo. Yen was defeated? Upon hearing this, Si Kongjin immediately screamed in shock. The other people on the nearby spaceship were drawn in by his scream. Oh, isn't that Si Kongjin? How come only 2 geniuses came this year? Are you discussing the final battle too? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, that Zhao Shuya is from our planet. Just then, a proud voice came from not far away. A middle-aged man, only 1 meter 50 tall, walked over with 3 genius youths in tow. What? Zhao Shuya is from their planet? Hiss, I heard Zhao Shuya came from an ordinary planet, but I didn't expect it to be so ordinary, with only 3 geniuses participating. Adding Zhao Shuya makes it 4. That's not too bad. Hiss, I'm envious, they actually produced a genius like Zhao Shuya. While you're still envious, I just added him as a friend. He promised that as long as I transfer him 10 trillion, he'll let Zhao Shuya make a move for our planet once in the future. What? Such a good deal? Can you recommend a friend slot? Is that fake? Their relationship is that good? Of course. He even said Zhao Shuya is the daughter of his cousin. Damn, I want a friend slot too, I'll give you 100 billion for it. Me too. In an instant, the surrounding planetary council members were thrown into chaos. At this moment, the short middle-aged man saw his friend slot flashing continuously and couldn't help but smile with pride. After transferring 10 trillion to the speaker, who had just spoken, the short middle-aged man finally turned to Si Kongjin. MOT? What nonsense are you talking? When did Zhao Shuya become from your planet? Si Kongjin frowned and snorted coldly. This short man was also from Blue Water Star, a few generations older than him. But who knew he had always been suppressed by himself, thus he had never looked favorably upon him. Later, he ran to another planet for development and somehow managed to become the speaker. Nonsense, if she's not from our planet, could she possibly be from your little Blue Water Star? Si Kongjin, don't hold a grudge against me just because I defeated you back then and slander my reputation. MOT immediately snorted and shouted, fearing that Si Kongjin would ruin his business. As for exposure? That was definitely impossible, unless Zhao Shuya personally explained that she wasn't from their planet, or these people went to the planet where Zhao Shuya was and personally found someone familiar with her. Otherwise, the information about such a genius would definitely be classified, and no one could investigate further. As for actually having to fulfill his promise, he could just say Zhao Shuya didn't have time, and as for the money, he had already given it to Zhao Shuya. If it needed to be refunded, he could ask Zhao Shuya to return it. Once this joke was made, even if someone suspected it was fake, who would dare to actually ask for a refund? Hey, short gourd. You know what, Zhao Shuya really is from our planet. Xianyuan jumped out proudly at this moment, but as soon as he said short gourd, Moti's face changed dramatically. Kid, you dare to insult me? You're looking for death. Mot roared angrily and prepared to make a move. However, the next moment, a large hand pressed down on his head. If you throw that punch, just wait to die. Si Kongjin's cold voice came through. That large hand belonged to Si Kongjin. In an instant, Mot was drenched in cold sweat. He was well aware of Si Kongjin's strength. Decades ago, he could have taken him out in a second, and now he was likely even stronger. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Zhao Shuya about you laying hands on me? She's my cousin's niece. Mot was instantly furious. Wait, didn't you just say she was your aunt's daughter? Suddenly, a spectator, the speaker, noticed the inconsistency. Instantly, the faces of everyone who had been making money for Mot changed dramatically. They seemed to have been a bit deceived. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I just remembered it wrong, she's my cousin's niece. The one who had just made the claim quickly stepped forward to explain awkwardly. As soon as this was said, those who had spent money felt a little more at ease, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Si Kongjin, did you see that? Everyone believes me, except for you. You still say you're not jealous of me. Mot snorted coldly, stepping back to escape Si Kongjin's large hand, fearing that the other party might really strike him. Instead of arguing here, you should think about how many years you might get for swindling under the guise of a human genius. Si Kongjin spoke with a cold smile. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the back of the crowd. Isn't that right, classmate Zhao Shuya? He then spoke with a smile. As soon as his words came out, everyone watching turned to follow his gaze. Instantly, the faces of all the students participating in the assessment changed dramatically.
Behind the crowd, Ling Chen stood with Zhao Shuya and a Xianyu. "It's that young man," and Zhao Shuya. "Hiss. That's him, the young man sitting with the martial god Xiantian. He and Zhao Shuya are so close, could they be a couple?" In an instant, upon seeing Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya, all the students recognized them, mainly because Ling Chen had been too conspicuous before. "Speaker. Why are you holding back against such a person? If it were me, I would have just hammered him," Zhao Shuya said to Si Kongjin, exasperated. At the same time, her gaze towards Mot was filled with anger. This little trickster actually dared to use her name to swindle. How despicable. "Sigh, I want to as well, but this is the Xiantian star system, and I can't just act recklessly. It would be troublesome if it implicated Qian Yuan and the others." Si Kongjin was also helpless. Hearing the words of the few people, everyone present was dumbfounded. The swindler had swindled right to the main target. And they had actually fallen for it? Zhao Zhao Zhao. Zhao Shuya? Is she really Zhao Shuya? Mot, pale with fright, asked his three talented companions. The three talents were also stunned. Mot had told them that if they acted with him, they could each get 1,000 billion in funding, which was money they might not earn in their entire lives. Naturally, they agreed, as there was no risk involved. Who would have thought that Mot would randomly find someone to show off and inadvertently attract the attention of the speaker from Zhao Shuya's planet? Classmate Zhao Shuya, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. If I die, they will be finished. Mot quickly knelt on the ground, crying and pleading with Zhao Shuya. Truly shameless. The people around felt a wave of disgust. You're already over 80, yet you say you have an 80-year-old mother? Who are you trying to fool? Zhao Shuya rolled her eyes in disbelief. It was obvious at a glance how old the other party's soul was. Classmate Zhao, don't waste your breath on them. The enforcement team will be here soon to find them. They can't escape. I'll have someone send them to the battlefield to let them make use of their remaining energy. Xianyu also spoke up at this moment. As soon as he said this, some of the speakers around finally reacted. Wait, isn't that the young master of the Xian family, Xianyu the martial saint? Hiss. It is said that he is not very old but has already reached the peak of martial saint. And he is also a colonel of the Starry Sky Command, a real power player. In an instant, the faces of the speakers present changed dramatically. A peak martial saint, soon to become a martial emperor. Such a level of powerhouse, even without a background, was not something they could provoke. His words had already pronounced the death sentence for Mot and the others. How long could they survive on the battlefield with their strength? After all, those sent there and those with resources were not treated the same. Those sent were merely cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Mot immediately rolled his eyes and fainted from fear. The other three students and that attendant also collapsed in fright. We also need to go back to Blue Water Star to get something. Xianyu will take us. You all come along too. Another plea for love-powered support. If the esteemed readers are enjoying this, please give a little click, thank you. At this moment, Ling Chen casually explained a bit to Si Kongjin. After speaking, he directly led Zhao Shuang and Xianyu towards Si Kongjin's spaceship. Ha! Going back together? Si Kongjin and the others were stunned but quickly brought Qian Yuan and Zhou Chuyun to follow. A few minutes later, the spaceship took off. After the spaceship burst out of the Xiantian main star, it was soon enveloped by a massive tractor beam. Then, to the astonished gazes of Si Kongjin and the others, the spaceship was pulled into a terrifying ship that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, larger than Earth itself. In front of it, their spaceship looked like an ant, and on the ship, the two characters Xiantian were larger than the diameter of the moon. This was the most powerful spaceship in the Xiantian star system, the Xiantian. This spaceship ranked among the top 10 in the entire galaxy. After all, the Xiantian martial god was the son of the Xianwu Supreme and was himself a peak martial god powerhouse. V-Room. With a terrifying wave, the spaceship instantly activated. Soon, the spaceship accelerated to the speed of light, then to twice the speed of light, 3 times the speed of light, 10 times, 100 times the speed of light. Boom! Finally, with a burst of terrifying energy, a spatial rift appeared in an instant, and the spaceship rushed into it, while the rift closed immediately. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see the scene with the naked eye. Inside an independent cabin of the spaceship, Ling Chen glanced at his storage space. At this moment, his space was already filled with a mountain of blue oracle stones. Aside from the oracle stones that transformed into the Ghost King, he had gathered all the other oracle stones. In total, there were already over 10 million. According to my current unpacking speed, I can unpack 20 per second. That's 70,000 in an hour. 700,000 in 10 hours, 7 million in 100 hours. If I unpack all of these, it will take at least 300 hours.
Altogether, that's a full 15 days. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows at this, but then he smiled. However, once I upgrade the fission level to dark gold, the number of attack fissions will definitely skyrocket. At least, it should increase by 3 to 4 times, right? That way, it will only take 4 to 5 days. This is why Ling Chen purchased all the blue oracle stones. Logically speaking, even if he bought all the purple oracle stones, not counting the transformation into the Ghost King, the money he spent would only increase by about 20 times, which was enough for him. But it was completely unnecessary. With fission, why spend that extra money? Remembering this, Ling Chen directly pulled out all the speed attack related entries from the oracle stones. Then he placed everything into his small world and started unpacking. Ding. You have obtained the entry Quick Attack. Blue, *10, ding. You have obtained the entry Quick Attack. Blue, *10, ding. You have obtained the entry Quick Attack, blue, *10. In an instant, a series of notification sounds echoed in Ling Chen's mind. At this speed, he could finish opening them all in a few hours. Moreover, this process of opening entries did not affect Ling Chen's other activities, except, of course, for the inability to achieve enlightenment. After all, enlightenment meant entering a deep state of cultivation where not a single distracting thought would exist. As for other activities, they were unaffected. Ling Chen could even fight while multitasking. Let's refine some pills first. The 9-turn soul refining pill is a bit more laborious to make. With this thought, Ling Chen directly struck out with a palm into the void. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying sun true fire erupted, and the dazzling golden flames transformed into a massive pill furnace. Ling Chen then tossed in a soul refining herb and a crystal core. God of Slaughter, activate. The next moment, with a low shout from Ling Chen. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from his body, and endless blood red flames surged around him. Under the cover of this aura, his strength surged 8-fold. Feeling the terrifying energy within his body, Ling Chen began to strike out intricate alchemical inscriptions with both hands. Under his refining, the medicinal materials began to melt at an astonishing speed. The speed of this refining seemed to be much faster than Ling Chen had anticipated. Originally thinking it would take half an hour to refine one, at this rate, even for a pill that was 9 times more complicated than usual, Ling Chen would only need about 10 minutes to complete one. Oh right, I almost forgot, I gained a bloodline type entry since my last refining. Moreover, with the addition of the True Dragon transformation and the Dragon Heirs bonus, it's equivalent to me having a golden bloodline type entry activated at all times. With this boost in strength, refining a 7th tier top grade pill has naturally become much simpler. This is still due to the complexity of the 9-turn soul refining pill. If it were an ordinary pill, I could finish one in 3 to 4 minutes. In fact, I might even be able to directly refine an 8th tier pill now. With this thought, Ling Chen's lips curled up slightly. After selling all 100 furnaces of pills upon returning, he would be able to purchase materials for 8th tier refining. Oh dear, how should I talk to the little madman about this? At this moment, at the entrance of Ling Chen's cabin, Zhao Shuang was anxiously pacing back and forth. She was naturally concerned about the matter of the Golden Oracle Stone. This was her first time asking Ling Chen for help. Creak! Just then, the door to Ling Chen's cabin slowly opened. Who? In an instant, a wave of heat rushed towards her. However, upon seeing the scene inside the cabin, Zhao Shuang was immediately shocked. She saw Ling Chen standing in front of a massive golden pill furnace refining pills. Ling Chen could actually refine pills? Girl, what are you doing wandering at the door for so long? If you have something to say, just come in. At that moment, Ling Chen spoke without turning his head. Zhao Shuang's face flushed red, and she hurriedly walked in. When did you learn to refine pills? Zhao Shuang looked at Ling Chen with curiosity. Of course, it was recently. What's up? Do you need my help with something? Ling Chen asked with a smile. He had noticed her pacing at the door. I do need to trouble you a bit. I need golden oracle stones for alchemy and fire-type golden oracle stones. I can exchange these few oracle stones for them. Could you help me ask Xin Tianwushan and the others? Zhao Shuang quickly took out a full attribute amplification oracle stone and a few golden oracle stones that her master had dropped but not used up. So many? What do you need alchemy oracle stones for? Do you want to learn alchemy too? If you want to refine pills, come to me. Free processing. Hearing Zhao Shuya's words, Ling Chen was puzzled. At the same time, seeing so many golden oracle stones in her hand raised his eyebrows. He roughly understood her intentions. That remnant soul was so weak, it probably couldn't hold on much longer. Yes, the elixir I want to refine is a bit difficult. It has to be at least a perfect quality elixir of the 8th rank or above. Zhao Shuya said helplessly. This was clearly a doubt about Ling Chen's alchemical abilities. A perfect quality of 8th rank or above? Does it really need to be that high? Ling Chen also raised his eyebrows, surprised that the soul quality of this remnant was so high that it could only use 8th rank or above. He then pondered for a moment. The 9-turn soul refining pill had two major effects, one was high quality and fast absorption, and the other was a large quantity. Theoretically, all his energy reserves combined had already reached the level of low-grade 8th rank. Take a look at these elixirs and see if they are useful. If the level is not enough, I can buy some herbs to refine 8th rank elixirs for you. You shouldn't waste your oracle slots. As Ling Chen spoke, he suddenly grasped the air. Buzz! In an instant, a handful of elixirs appeared in his hand, all of which were perfect quality elixirs of the 7th rank. Zhao Shuya was immediately shocked, her mouth agape. However, Ling Chen had already placed the 10 elixirs into her hands. These are all refined by you? And you can really refine perfect elixirs of 8th rank or above? Zhao Shuya exclaimed. These elixirs have already reached the level of 8th rank, they are enough for me. At the same time, the voice of the cold moon immortal sovereign echoed in Zhao Shuya's mind. Ling Chen, however, did not explain, just grasped the air again. Buzz! In an instant, the flame alchemy furnace trembled, and a crystal clear elixir flew out from the furnace. See, now do you believe it? Ling Chen smiled slightly. He casually tossed the elixir to Zhao Shuya, who hurriedly caught it, afraid it would fall. Ling Chen actually possesses a golden alchemist oracle slot, along with fire and talent oracle slots. How many oracle slots does he have? At this moment, the cold moon immortal sovereign was also somewhat astonished. How could such a small star system civilization produce two such talented individuals as Zhao Shuya and Ling Chen? Can it be used? Ling Chen casually asked, then took out a material and tossed it into the alchemy furnace. At the same time, he focused his mind and stored away the 10 enhanced elixirs hidden in the furnace. Yes, absolutely. How much are these elixirs, Ling Chen? I'll pay you. Also, I might need a lot. Zhao Shuya exclaimed with delight. Without waiting for Ling Chen's agreement, she directly stuffed a full attribute enhancement oracle stone and several other oracle stones into his hands. Giving me so many? How much do you actually need? Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Usually, the weakest golden oracle stones ranged from 1 trillion to 100 billion. Moreover, they could only be purchased by applying in advance with the martial gods of each star system. As for the precious full attribute oracle slots, they could exceed 100 billion. Based on the price of his elixirs, these oracle stones could sell for over 100. The more, the better. If I could have 100, that would be best. This is all I have, if it's not enough, I might have to sell myself to you. Zhao Shuya said somewhat shyly, her pretty face turning red. She had just heard her master say that these elixirs were much more expensive than ordinary low-grade 8th rank perfect elixirs and were easier to absorb. Ling Chen was speechless upon hearing this. Selling yourself? As if I'm some kind of villain. Alright, I'll take the items first, here are 300 elixirs for you to hold. Ling Chen shook his head in disbelief, then waved his hand. One by one, elixirs appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Without these 300, the remaining pills could still be sold for hundreds of billions, enough for his own use. After all, once his devouring entry upgrades, his realm would quickly reach the martial saint level, and he would then be able to refine 8th grade pills. It would be much simpler to gather money then. As for these golden oracle stones, he might as well keep them for now, they would come in handy when he upgraded to higher level entries in the future. Ah! This, so many, they're overflowing. Zhao Shuya quickly took out a small basin to hold the pills. However, the words she uttered left Ling Chen speechless. Don't you have a storage space? Can't you just put them in there? Ling Chen was at a loss for words. Oh, it seems that's the case. Zhao Shuya suddenly realized upon hearing this. Then, with a thought, all the pills were collected. Well, I'm off. You keep busy, little madman. Zhao Shuya smiled happily, then stepped forward on her toes and gave Ling Chen a quick peck on the cheek before slipping away. This girl. So fiery, I wonder if she'll get tricked by someone. Ling Chen shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps, once he had the dark golden soul cultivation bloodline and the dark golden void-breaking divine eye, he could take a good look at that soul's information? With that thought, he continued to refine pills. The 9th grade spaceship flew at an incredibly fast speed, and in just a few jumps, it accurately arrived above Blue Water Star. After bidding farewell to Sikongzhen and the others, Ling Chen directly took Zhao Shuya into the atmosphere and flew towards Rainbow Cloud City. After returning to Rainbow Cloud City, Zhao Shuya went home. Ling Chen also returned home. Before coming back, he had received news from the Xiantian martial god, saying that the Xuanwu Supreme had already gone to the battlefield, as some alien races were restless. He would return to the Xiantian divine realm to find him once he was done. Ling Chen returned home and found the anonymous password box in a corner. At that moment, he realized something was off about this password box. The material of this box was extremely formidable, using the devouring flame to consume it was surprisingly slow. This material is quite impressive. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He then directly activated the Black God set. Buzz. Instantly, the black gloves on his hands transformed into black liquid, enveloping the password box. Soon, the password box was completely devoured. Only 10 golden oracle stones fell out. Ding! Black God battle armor level upgraded to 8th grade upper tier. A prompt sound followed. Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. 8th grade upper tier was equivalent to the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm and above. It had increased by 3 levels compared to before. He then opened the entries of these 10 oracle stones and took a look. Sure enough, 3 of them are all attribute entries, while the rest are physical enhancement types. Ling Chen gazed at these oracle stones, unable to suppress his emotions. If he opened all 10, just getting any one of them would be quite good. Of course, even with 10, the probability of getting a golden entry was still very low. However, fortunately, the lowest level of the golden oracle stones had purple entries. There were also 2 silver entries. At the very least, he could get a full set of purple entries. If he was lucky enough to get a high-quality purple talent, his combat power would be comparable to that of a golden entry. Naturally, if it were a high-quality purple one, it would be even more powerful. What a pity, these oracle stones were discovered too late. Although I can use them now, they no longer hold much allure. Ling Chen felt quite frustrated. If he had discovered these 10 oracle stones earlier, he could have grown rapidly. But thinking about it, it seemed he had only spent a little over 10 days to reach his current level. Cough, cough, it seems there's not much difference in increasing this speed. Ling Chen quickly let it go. However, thinking about why he missed these 10 oracle stones, a hint of confusion appeared in his gaze. Yanxi definitely used some method back then, otherwise, even without the memories of my past life, I couldn't possibly be such a sycophant after crossing over. However, to figure out what exactly happened, I first need to get my broken illusion eye sorted out. Ling Chen thought to himself, and then his consciousness turned to his small world. At this moment, all the attack speed-related oracle stones had dwindled down to just a few hundred. In less than a few seconds. Ding! You have obtained the entry Quick Attack. Blue, *600,000. The entry has upgraded to Myriad Mysterious Hands. Dark Gold, attack speed *5000%. Ding! Myriad Mysterious Hands. Dark Gold, special entry triggered, Super Fission. Dark Gold, activated. Entry activated. Can instantly fission attacks into 100 strikes. A prompt sound instantly echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Seeing that the fission had indeed upgraded, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. The number of fissions had terrifyingly increased tenfold, reaching an attack quantity of 100. If he were to unleash his full power to trigger a special move, he could instantly increase the number of special moves 100-fold, making the destructive power incredibly terrifying. Of course, up until now, Ling Chen had never successfully used his full power even once. He really wanted to give it a try. However, this means that my speed in using the blue oracle stones to upgrade the golden entries has increased by more than 10 times. Previously, 600,000. Required 8 or 9 hours, now it takes less than an hour. Ling Chen smiled slightly at this thought. Since that's the case, he wouldn't hold back. He then directly opened his storage space and tossed all the blue oracle stones from the broken illusion eye into his small world. For the next hour, Ling Chen kept activating the entries of the broken illusion eye. Ding! You have obtained the entry, Broken Illusion Eye. Blue, *1000. The entry has upgraded to Broken Illusion Divine Eye. Gold, can see through the disguises of enemies whose strength does not exceed 800% of one's own, and see through the hidden attributes and effects of various items. Ding! Broken Illusion Divine Eye. Gold, additional entry triggered, entry manifestation, activated. The additional entry of the Broken Illusion Divine Eye has no level, does not require upgrading, and can level up together with the Broken Illusion Divine Eye. Can see through the hidden entries of any person or item. In just a few seconds, the entry had directly upgraded to gold. However, this time the special attribute obtained made Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. He could actually see through the entries carried by others and items? This entry manifestation was quite impressive. This is an additional entry, and its effect is the same as that of the Broken Illusion Divine Eye. This means that Ling Chen can see through the entries of anyone whose strength does not exceed 800% of his own maximum strength. Given Ling Chen's current combat power, even a peak martial saint would not be able to hide from him.
After all, this maximum combat power refers to Ling Chen's full explosive strength under the enhancement of all special entries.
Even an ordinary martial emperor would not be able to conceal themselves before Ling Chen.
Continue upgrading, this effect can definitely be enhanced.
Ling Chen did not stop and continued to activate frantically.
Finally, after more than 40 minutes had passed.
Ding! You have obtained the entry Broken Illusion.
Blue, *600,000. The entry has upgraded to Broken Void Divine Eye. Dark gold, can see through the disguises of enemies whose strength does not exceed 1600% of one's own, and see through the hidden attributes and effects of various items.
Ding! Broken Void Divine Eye.
Dark gold, special.
Entry triggered Broken Void Divine Light. Dark gold, activated.
Simultaneously, it comes with Broken Void Divine Light.
Can instantly unleash
a powerful eye technique attack, dealing 400% destruction type damage to all enemies within the visible range. However, soon, the dark gold effect of the Broken Void Divine Eye appeared. This effect surprised Ling Chen a bit. Finally, there were other soul type attack methods.
Moreover, this Void Breaking Divine Eye could be used infinitely, as long as his mental power was sufficient. With the devouring entry, Ling Chen's mental and physical strength was nearly limitless.
Naturally, he didn't have to worry about consumption.
Ding! Entry upgrade complete, starting to load. At that moment,
the voice of the oracle will echoed again.
Boom!
In an instant, Ling Chen felt an endless mysterious power surge into his forehead.
In a flash, a
vertical eye slowly unfolded at his brow. Of course, this was not a physical eye, but a void-breaking eye formed from the condensation of endless mysterious rules.
Buzz! Instantly, a terrifying wave erupted from the void-breaking divine eye.
At that moment, his eyes transformed into a fusion
of X-ray vision and farsight, piercing through the starry sky hundreds of billions of kilometers away.
In that moment, everything within the entire star system was laid bare before him.
So this is the void-breaking eye? The divine eye that shatters the void? Truly lives up to its name. At the same
time, Ling Chen recalled that the light of the void breaking was within his visual range, and now his visual range had reached hundreds of billions
of kilometers.
Moreover, this was just his current strength. As his power grew stronger, the attack range of this move would become even more terrifying. Once he reached the martial god realm, perhaps with just a glance, he could destroy everything within several light years.
If he became even more powerful, the might would be even more horrifying. An ultra-wide range attack? What a good entry! Ling Chen couldn't help but praise. As for the special
entry that had previously manifested, it had already merged with the void-breaking divine eye. This meant that this entry had two special entries.
Perhaps in the future, his other entries could awaken even more special entries? If I can see through entries, then maybe I can really figure out
what kind of soul is within Xiaoya's body. Ling Chen's eyes flashed. Naturally, he was far from the opponent's peak strength.
However, now that the opponent was in a remnant soul form, perhaps he could see through it. With this thought, Ling Chen directed his gaze towards Zhao Shiya's house. Buzz!
In an instant, endless power surged into his forehead, and a void-breaking divine eye slowly unfolded.
In a flash, Ling Chen's gaze penetrated
through walls and directly saw the Zhao family, simultaneously entering Zhao Shiya's room.
Puff! However, just as he looked, Ling Chen immediately spurted out blood from his nose.
Because at that moment, Zhao Shiya was taking a shower. Her graceful figure and fair skin, along with her proud curves,
made Ling Chen instantly spring to attention. Ahem, mistake.
Why is this girl taking a shower? Ling Chen's face turned red, and after a few glances, he reluctantly shifted his gaze away. It seemed that he would have to wait until tomorrow to check on that remnant soul's condition.
Let's go check on Yan Shiyun first.
With this thought, Ling Chen directly made a phone call.
Buzz! In an instant, Sikong Shuiyun's projection appeared before Ling Chen. Ling Chen? I heard you all came back. Seeing Ling Chen, Sikong Shuiyun asked with some surprise. Yes, I came back to get a few things.
Also, I promised to treat you to a meal before. I wonder if you have time to grace me with your presence?
Ling Chen smiled slightly and then directly stated his purpose. Of course, finding Yan Shiyun was
simple for him. A single thought could envelop the entire blue water star, but he just happened to give Sikong Shuiyun a call.
Ling Chen was still very grateful for the help she provided him at the Wang family. He just hadn't had the time to thank her properly. Now, of course, I have time. I wonder if this counts as you asking me out. Then I must dress up a bit. Upon hearing this, Sikong Shuiyun immediately joked with Ling Chen. I guess so, then I'll pick you up in half an hour. Ling Chen nodded
with a smile upon hearing this.
Alright, I'll be waiting at home. You have to come.
After saying this with a smile, Sikong Shuiyun hung up.
Waiting at home?
Why does that
Sound a bit strange. Ling Chen was a bit confused. He then shook his head and tossed the other oracle stones into his small world, starting to open them frantically. Half an hour later, Ling Chen arrived punctually at the door of Sikong Shuiyun's house. Just then, a figure in a flowing blue dress appeared. Sikong Shuiyun, with her silver hair dancing in the wind, stepped out. Her proud figure and stunning beauty left Ling Chen momentarily dazed. Sikong Shuiyun's appearance was nothing like that of the rough Sikong Jun. Compared to Jia Shuya's, she was equally impressive, yet the two had completely different vibes. One exuded a mature charm, while the other leaned Taoa. It's simply disgusting. That's impossible. I recently discovered something. During those 3 years I spent with Yan Shiyun, I seemed to be a bit off, as if I had been cursed or trapped in an illusion. So I need to figure out what this woman did to me. Ling Chen said seriously. As soon as he spoke, Sikong Shuiyun raised an eyebrow. From the rumors about Ling Chen, it was clear he wasn't acting normally. It didn't seem like something he would do. That woman is still locked up in the mental hospital, but I don't know why the director of the hospital has been coming to me every day for the past 2 days, wanting to release Yan Shiyun. I refused him. He seems a bit off too. Sikong Shuiyun's brow furrowed. Hearing Ling Chen's words, she felt something was wrong. There's this too? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. In that case, shall we go take a look? Ling Chen smiled slightly. Sure, I also want to see what kind of woman can make you so infatuated. I'll learn from her then. Sikong Shuiyun nodded with interest. However, this nearly made Ling Chen fall over. This dark history of his would probably follow him for life. The first mental hospital in Xianfeng City. In a luxurious ward, a middle-aged man was apologizing to Yan Shiyun with a face full of regret. Shiyun, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to rescue you. But you know, Ling Chen is currently the strongest in the entire Blue Water Star, and no one dares to provoke him. I've already begged the commander and the president, but it was completely useless. Also, you asked me to find a man who could talk to you, but I tried, and everyone I approached kicked me out when they heard it was you who wanted to see them. The middle-aged man was the director of the mental hospital. You can't even handle this little thing, you're really useless. If I had known, I wouldn't have contracted you, this waste. If you can't find someone, why not just lie? Why did you honestly say it was me who wanted to see him? Yan Shiyun was furious and scolded him. The director trembled and didn't dare to reply. Contract? Yan Shiyun, I didn't expect you to really pull a trick on me back then. Just then, a cold voice came from the balcony. Upon hearing the voice, Yan Shiyun turned around in disbelief. The next moment, she saw Ling Chen and Sikong Shuiyun landing on the balcony. Ling Chen's gaze towards her was filled with coldness. However, upon seeing Ling Chen, Yan Shiyun showed no fear at all. Instead, she was filled with endless joy. Wow, it's so bright. Yan Shiyun looked at Ling Chen excitedly. Bright? What's bright? Sikong Shuiyun frowned. She thinks she has found a good prey. Unfortunately, this hunter is too weak. Ling Chen sneered coldly. At that moment, a vertical pupil appeared on his forehead, which was a manifestation of rules that ordinary people couldn't see. In an instant, all of Yan Shiyun's information was laid bare before Ling Chen's eyes. Name, Yan Shiyun race, human realm, black iron triple heaven description, an extremely selfish person, everything she does is driven by self-interest. Entries, dog tamer. Silver, a rare charm type entry. Can charm any opposite sex to become their dog, but the target's entry level must not exceed the level of the dog tamer entry. If the charm is successful, the other party will unconditionally become a dog and can do anything, but they will refuse if it involves life-threatening situations. It can reveal the investment value of an opposite sex, which will be reflected in the form of light points on the opposite sex. However, each binding can only select one person. Defense enhancement, green giant strength, green status, enchanted. Seeing Yan Shiyun's entry, Ling Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This was actually a silver charm type entry. Yan Hian actually managed to get this entry. It seems she must have awakened on her own. No wonder I felt clear-headed after my memory awakened. It wasn't that I became clear-headed, but rather that the infinite entries directly isolated the enchanting effect. After all, one cannot enchant someone whose entry level is lower than their own. Moreover, this refers to entry levels, not strength, which means that theoretically, Yan Hian could enchant someone whose strength reaches the martial saint level, as some martial saints only have silver entries. Thinking of this is somewhat terrifying. Buzz. Sure enough, at that moment, an invisible wave directly enveloped Ling Chen, who could now clearly feel this power. This power was quite obvious. Anyone at the martial venerable level could easily perceive it. Unfortunately, Yan Hian probably didn't know this. After all, she had never had the strength or qualifications to interact with such high-level experts before. Why am I here? What Was I just doing? However, at this moment, the dean suddenly woke up. Of course, he hadn't lost his memory, he just couldn't believe that he had been so submissive to Yanhian before. Lingchen, you finally came. Hurry up and come over here to massage my feet. Yanhian thought she had successfully enchanted him again and immediately scolded Lingchen. However, Lingchen just stood there, relieved and smiling.
So it turns out I'm not a sycophant, I was just enchanted by your enchanting entry.
Damn, looking back on these 3 years makes me feel nauseous every day. Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. How did you wake up again? Impossible, what went wrong? How? Could you break free from my enchantment again? Could it be that your entry level has reached gold?
At this moment, even Yanhian, no matter how foolish, realized she had failed again. Lingchen is currently considered the strongest genius of our human race. Do
you think he has a gold entry? Sikong Shuayun scoffed. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Yanhian's eyes widened in disbelief. The strongest of the human race? How could that be possible? I'm curious, you have a silver enchanting entry, you could easily go to the Imperial capital and find a genius to enchant. Why do you have to cling to me? At this moment, Lingchen also spoke up. Just squatting at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, he could easily find some super geniuses.
As long as he found one, he could have them take him into the Imperial Capital University to find those super geniuses to enchant, like Shen Yuan and others.
Yanhian, no matter how foolish, couldn't possibly not understand this. Do you think I haven't looked for them?
I went, but those people's investment potential is like fireflies compared to you. I still remember there was a fool named Shen Yuan who pretended to be very impressive, claiming to be a super genius that appears
once in decades at the Imperial Capital University. Who knew his investment potential was only 1/10,000th of yours? I came back, just waiting for the day you became successful, but who knew you would awaken a gold entry as soon as you succeeded? By the way, I also met the former president Yu. If it weren't for Lingchen's overwhelming potential, I would have long become your stepmother.
At this moment, Yanhian also stopped pretending. She looked at Lingchen with reluctance. At the same time, she regretted her decision regarding Sikong Shuayun. Although Sikongjian couldn't compare to Lingchen, he was still the speaker of Blue Water Star. Unfortunately, she chose to give up after seeing that the other's potential was still far inferior to Lingchen's. Otherwise, she would now be the highest-ranking person on Blue Water Star. Speaking of which, the reason she had such a miserable time in the women's prison before was that it was filled with women, not a single man. She had no one to enchant. Fortunately, later on, she pretended to be crazy and got herself into a mental hospital. That's right, she did it on purpose. No matter how foolish she was, it was impossible for her to be that dim-witted, clearly having guessed that Lingchen might have already woken up yet still believing that the other party would come to save her. However, upon hearing this, Sikong Shuayun was instantly stunned, realizing that the gossip had turned into her own predicament. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Sikong Shuayun was so furious that she cursed loudly, and after finishing, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush over to tear Yen Shiyun apart. It's not worth it. Why are you so eager for a dead person? Seeing Sikong Shuayun like this, Lingchen quickly held her back. Dead person? You want to kill me? You can't kill me, murder is against the law. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Yen Shiyun's face changed dramatically. Are you even human? Killing you is not against the law. Ling Chen immediately smiled coldly. Alright, there's no need to say any last words. After all, no one is listening. After saying this, Ling Chen walked over to Yen Shiyun with a smile. Then, he slowly extended his right hand. No, don't touch me, otherwise Brother Yishao won't let you go. Yen Shiyun screamed in terror. Boom! However, as soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying flame erupted from Ling Chen's hand. Yen Xian didn't even have time to scream before being directly consumed by the terrifying flames, turning into nothingness. This woman is really loyal to that Yi Xiao. Even when facing death, she still thinks about being saved. Sikong Shuayin couldn't help but shake her head. But that Yi Xiao is not a good person either. However, upon hearing this, Ling Chen sneered. At this moment, he recalled that the last status displayed in Yen Shiyun's introduction was enchanted. This was definitely problematic. Not a good person? What do you mean? Sikong Shuayun was taken aback. Wait and see. Ling Chen smiled slightly, then turned his gaze forward. Buzz. Just then, at the spot where Yen Shiyun had died, a golden light gradually gathered. Eventually, this golden light coalesced into a golden oracle stone. This scene instantly left the dean and Sikong Shuayun in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Golden oracle stone? Yen Shiyun actually exploded a golden oracle stone? Even trash has some use after dying. Ling Chen smiled coldly and casually collected the Golden Oracle Stone. Taking a look, there was indeed a golden enchantment type entry inside. Master Servant Contract. Gold can forcibly contract any target with an entry level not higher than its own level, making them its servant. The target's entry level cannot exceed gold. If necessary, can make the target die for itself. Can see the potential of any person. This entry was indeed impressive, forcibly contracting. It meant that even if the other party was a genius with the same golden entry, Ling Chen could forcibly make them a loyal servant. However, similarly, the strength of the other party's entry could not be stronger than his own. For example, if Ling Chen only had one master servant contract, he could only contract a genius with a golden entry. If Ling Chen had a mid-grade golden talent, he could contract a mid-grade golden talent, but not a top-grade talent. And so on. Moreover, the other party could not reach a dark gold entry, which meant that Ling Chen already possessed more than one dark gold entry, but he could still only contract one owner of a top-grade golden talent. Of course, the ability to see the potential of the other party was also quite good. By seeing the potential of the other party, one could almost determine their overall talent, thus inferring their entry level. It was clear that this master-servant contract entry was extremely rare. Ling Chen directly logged into his federal store. His store was connected to the martial god store, where he could directly purchase golden oracle stones. He could also see all the inventory of the human race's golden oracle stones. There were quite a few golden oracle stones. It was almost at the 10,000 level. However, purchasing still required an application, even for a martial god. Of course, for Ling Chen, the application would naturally pass in an instant. Yet, among these more than 10,000 oracle stones, there wasn't a single entry similar to a master servant contract. Similarly, among the silver entries, such entries were also extremely rare. One can imagine how high the value of this entry is. Of course, in comparison, the entry display function of his broken void eye was naturally more powerful. After all, this entry could clearly see all the descriptions of the entries. Ling Chen stored this golden oracle stone into his small world and opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the entry Master Servant Contract. Gold, you can forcibly contract any target whose entry level does not exceed your own Master Servant Contract level, making them your servant. If necessary, you can make the other party die for you. You can see anyone's potential. Ding! Master Servant Contract. Gold triggered the Special Entry Contract Appreciation. Gold, a public special entry for contract type entries. It can directly increase the number of contracts from 1 to 10 copies. However, the appearance of this entry instantly brightened Ling Chen's eyes. 10 contracts? Doesn't that mean he could contract 10 servants? And they would be servants with golden supreme talents? Moreover, if he didn't like a servant, he could dissolve the contract with them. He could then choose another with an even more powerful talent. A servant with a golden supreme talent would be significantly stronger than an ordinary dark golden upper grade talent. If he could gather 10, that would naturally be excellent. Unfortunately, entries of this type were too few. Of course, Ling Chen began searching for lower level entries. For example, blue ones. Sure enough, he really found one. Servant Contract. Blue, this entry can sign an equal contract with a warrior of the same talent and strength. Once the contract is established, the other party will become your servant. However, signing this contract requires the other party's consent. This entry was also not bad, but unfortunately, it required the other party's consent, which was extremely difficult. After all, the most troublesome part of signing a contract is getting the other party's agreement, while the master-servant contract can forcibly contract. The terrifying aspect of this type of contract is that no matter how powerful the other party is, as long as the entry level does not exceed theirs, the contract can be successfully established. Of course, this effect is not too terrifying for ordinary people. After all, this master-servant contract is an extremely rare golden entry, and its acquisition difficulty is greater than obtaining a golden upper-grade talent on your own. If you have a golden upper-grade talent, you could become a supreme-level powerhouse yourself. Why would you need to enslave others? Moreover, with only one master-servant contract, you can at most enslave one lower-grade golden talent holder, ultimately achieving nothing more than being a martial god. Calculating this way, using this entry is actually quite a loss. For example, if Yin Shiyun awakened any silver entry, she could become a martial saint-level powerhouse in the future. With that strength, controlling dozens of life planets would be easy. There would be no need to end up with the death of a high school student like Ling Chen due to enslavement. Therefore, this entry is almost useless for anyone. Of course, it would be great if given for free. But if there were a choice, everyone would probably choose other entries of the same level.
However, for Ling Chen, it was different. As long as he upgraded the entry to Dark Gold, he could easily enslave holders of Dark Gold.
Supreme talents in the future. A powerhouse of this level, when grown to the limit, could at least become a super powerhouse surpassing 2 levels beyond Supreme. Moreover, he could possess countless entries. Having one more entry is completely harmless, and the biggest advantage is that if I encounter an unbeatable opponent in the future, I can almost directly enslave them. After all, unless I run into some super prodigy whose entry level far exceeds Ling Chen's, ordinary strong opponents, even if their strength is several levels above Ling Chen, can still be directly enslaved by him. However, I have to say, the price of this entry is surprisingly high. It's not much different from the previous Soul Cultivation Bloodline entries. Fortunately, the Xiantian star system has stock. Forget it, I'll buy it first and upgrade it when I return to the Xiantian star system. Ling Chen looked at the price, feeling somewhat speechless. Of course, it's not expensive because the item is good, but because it's too rare. Its value, let alone compared to Soul Cultivation Bloodline entries, is probably even less than that of an ordinary fire control talent. As for its rarity, Ling Chen glanced at the description, mainly because this entry can only drop from a very special race. This race is called the Guardian Spirit Clan. People of this race are born able to contract with other races. Of course, they are on the side of the servants. This is their way of survival. The number of guardian spirits is extremely scarce, and there isn't even a unique divine domain where this race resides. Therefore, it's quite normal for their numbers to be low, and the probability of dropping this contract type entry is also very low. However, rare as it is, gathering 600,000 blue oracle stones is still possible. Without further ado, he directly spent 20 trillion to purchase 601,000 of this entry's oracle stones. Of course, upgrading to dark gold is probably the limit, as the purple form of this entry is too rare. It's even scarcer than Soul Cultivation Bloodline entries. As for the delivery time, he looked and was instantly speechless. It would take 7 days. Moreover, it requires sourcing from around the Xiantian star system to gather them. 7 days is manageable. Anyway, the gold ones are completely sufficient for Ling Chen in the Milky Way and surrounding star systems. Of course, his inquiry only took a few seconds. So, do you know where Yi Xiao is, Xueyun? Ling Chen curiously asked Sikong Xueyun. It seems he got into Xianfeng University. But because he was in too much debt, he was expelled and recently joined the military's fire brigade, Sikong Xueyun said, clearly aware of any little detail she knew about Ling Chen's matters. The fire brigade is not a good place. It's almost like a suicide squad. After all, outside the entire Xianfeng city, there are vast primitive forests filled with fierce beasts, and a slight misstep could lead to a fire. Their main role is to extinguish fires. Found him. As soon as Ling Chen heard this, he immediately locked onto Yi Xiao, who was sleeping straight in the fire brigade, with his mental power. Buzz. In the next moment, a wave of mental force instantly enveloped Yi Xiao. What's going on? Yi Xiao suddenly felt his body being lifted. He opened his eyes wide and instantly realized he was actually flying, then burst out of the fire brigade and into the sky. Telekinesis? Yi Xiao was shocked. Did I awaken the entry of a mental master? Yi Xiao was instantly excited. He quickly opened his attribute panel. In an instant, he was dumbfounded. There was no entry for a mental master on the panel. You awakened as a mental master? What are you daydreaming about? However, at that moment, a speechless voice came. Yi Xiao heard this familiar voice and looked over in disbelief. Instantly, he saw that the person was indeed Ling Chen, along with Sikong Xueyun, the president of the Chosen Alliance. What do you want, Ling Chen? I've almost paid back the money I owe you. You're restricting my personal freedom. I'm going to sue you. Yi Xiao quickly said coldly to Ling Chen. However, Ling Chen was too lazy to pay him any mind and directly summoned the Broken Void Divine Eye. Name, Yi Xiao race, human realm, Black Iron 4th Heaven description, an extremely narcissistic person. Believes everyone revolves around him. Entry, rebound. Green, can rebound all damage and curses inflicted by those whose combat power is less than 50% of his strongest power. Speed. White strength. White endurance. White iron skin. White status, terrified, angry. However, upon seeing this rebound entry, Ling Chen was instantly stunned. What? Damn, what? A green entry? Rebounding all damage and curses? Ling Chen cursed out loud. Beside him, Sikong Xueyun also understood what Ling Chen meant. Just moments ago, Ling Chen had told her that Yan Shiyun had a silver charm type entry. Now, hearing Ling Chen's words, she instantly understood. In other words, Yi Xiao had a green rebound entry. It unexpectedly rebounded Yan Shiyun's charm effect. Of course, Yi Xiao might not know this and might think it was his overwhelming charm that made Yan Shiyun so infatuated with him.
But, can this green entry really rebound charm? Effects? Isn't that a bit overpowered? Sikong Shuayun gasped. And Ling Chen quickly realized the reason. Restraint, this is the legendary entry restraint. This rebound entry can reflect all damage and curse effects, but its effect is extremely weak, only able to rebound those with power at half of his own. He remembered that Yan Xian and Yi Xiao met when they were both in their second year of high school. At that time, Yi Xiao had just transferred in. He had already been infatuated with Yan Xiyun for a year. No, it was being charmed for a year. Yi Xiao was extremely proud and had a sour face towards everyone. Naturally, he was the same with Yan Xiyun. How could Yan Xiyun tolerate that? After all, with her charm entry, she could charm almost everyone. Therefore, she directly severed her contract. With Ling Chen wanting to contract Yi Xiao, making this kid kneel and lick her shoes. Who would have thought that the reason Yi Xiao was accepted as a special transfer student was that he awakened a green entry? Although it was just a passive entry, it was still quite good. Yan Xiyun's strength was inferior to his, and she was directly rebounded by Yi Xiao's charm. Since it was a charm directed at him, it did not count against the limit of those who could be charmed. However, similarly, Yan Xiyun could not dispel the charm effect. Perhaps she could, but she chose not to. After all, those who were charmed would be absolutely loyal. But thinking of this, Ling Chen suddenly recalled Yan Xiyun's introduction. An extremely selfish and self-serving person. He also remembered that he had given her a blue oracle stone. And logically speaking, a charmed person would absolutely give their best things to the other party. Just like he did back then. But Yan Xiyun actually used the blue oracle stone for herself. This self-centered personality can actually reach the strength to counteract entries. It's obvious that giving the blue oracle stone to Yi Xiao was more painful for Yan Xiyun than killing her, which is why she remains unaffected. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Yan Xiyun was indeed a talent. Forget it, I thought you had some powerful entries, but it's just a trash entry, so I won't stoop to your level. At this moment, Ling Chen also lost interest. After saying that, he waved his hand casually. Buzz. In the next moment, Yi Xiao plummeted to the ground like a missile. Boom! Instantly, he crashed onto the fire. Brigade Square, smashed to a pulp, his life uncertain. The reason Ling Chen did this was that he remembered how this dog had charmed Yan Xiyun and flaunted himself in front of him. If it weren't for his good temper, this kid would be dead. At the same time, he felt a bit speechless. I thought that Yi Xiao also had some kind of charm-related or extraordinary attribute. I didn't expect it to be attribute restraint. However, I must say, this attribute restraint is somewhat terrifying. If Ling Chen unknowingly used a master-servant contract on a super-strong individual with a rebound-type attribute, wouldn't he also risk being rebounded? Of course, in the current situation, this is largely non-existent, since I can see the other party's attributes. But this complicates things. The broken void divine I can only see through the comprehensive strength of those within 16 times my own. This means that for those stronger than this, I cannot see their attributes. Once I use the master-servant contract, there's a possibility of being rebounded. Although the probability is extremely low, if it happens, it would be a devastating blow to me. Ling Chen frowned. It seems that this master-servant contract can only be gambled on when it truly comes to life and death. Usually, it seems I can only enslave some not so powerful super geniuses. Indeed, this attribute is just as I initially evaluated it, useless, tasteless, and regrettable to discard. Ling Chen sighed instantly. TSK, I didn't expect you, Ling Chen, to have such a complicated love triangle at your young age. At this moment, Sikong Shuayun also sorted out the situation. And couldn't help but exclaim. I was forced into it, okay? Ling Chen said helplessly. He didn't want to be charmed. Who could have imagined such a thing? Even Old Wu and the others probably didn't expect that he would be charmed by Yan Xiyun, right? Otherwise, they would have acted long ago to eliminate Yan Xiyun. They probably thought he was just a naive youth attracted to a white moonlight. Perhaps when he gets a bit older and sees more beautiful women, this flaw will improve. After resolving the matter with Yan Xiyun, Ling Chen considered this a heartache completely eradicated. After sending Sikong Shuayun back, Ling Chen returned home. The next day, early in the morning, Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya returned to the Shintian spaceship to set off again. However, every time he saw Zhao Shuya, Ling Chen thought of a white, blooming expanse. His old face instantly flushed. Little madman, why are you blushing? Zhao Shuya asked curiously in the cabin of the Shintian starship. Cough cough, it's nothing, maybe the air conditioning is too high. Ling Chen coughed lightly and made up an excuse. You're not secretly watching some adult videos, are you? However, Zhao Shuya squinted her eyes, somewhat suspicious. What? Am I that kind of person? I'm a gentleman. Ling Chen immediately defended himself. By the way, do you have enough of those pills? Ling Chen quickly changed the subject. For now, it's enough. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuya stopped dwelling on the previous matter and nodded happily with a smile. Her master's soul had recovered to the level of being able to instantaneously defeat a mid-stage martial emperor after a night of restoration. Of course, strength wasn't the key was that the injuries had improved a little, at least not worsening. That's good. Ling Chen nodded upon hearing this, then discreetly activated the broken void divine eye. Instantly, his gaze penetrated through Zhao Shuya's clothes. Once again, it was a white, blooming expanse. Put. Ling Chen sprayed blood again. Little madman, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shuya immediately panicked and rushed over. However, in Ling Chen's eyes, Zhao Shuya was not wearing any clothes. That proud pair was right in front of him. Buzz. Just then, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Zhao Shuya's entire body. Ling Chen's probing was instantly cut off. At that moment, Ling Chen's pupils constricted. Damn it, I got caught peeping. His face darkened. If that soul told Zhao Shuya, wouldn't his glorious image be ruined? Of course, at the same time, he was taken aback. The other party's strength was actually able to sense that he had used the void-breaking divine eye. That power was definitely far beyond an ordinary martial emperor. Cough, I'm fine. I've just been overtraining these past few days and I'm a bit overheated. I'll head back to rest for a bit, call me when you arrive. Ling Chen quickly found an excuse and slipped away. This little madman, why is he getting weirder and weirder? Could it be that he has someone else outside? Zhao Shuang was immediately alarmed. Suddenly, Zhao Shuang sniffed the air. Wait, why does he smell like someone else's perfume? This scent seems to be Yan Shiyun's. Suddenly, her small face changed dramatically. Although there were scents from more than one woman, Yan Shiyun's scent was particularly clear to her. Oh no, the soul is in trouble. If I had known, I shouldn't have given so many soul pills yesterday. What a miscalculation. Ling Chen was speechless. Who would have thought the other party would refine the pills so quickly? If he had thought of that, he would have acted like a lecher last night just to see through the soul situation. Boom! However, at that moment, the cabin door was kicked open. The loud noise startled Ling Chen. The next moment, he saw Zhao Shuang walk in with red eyes. Well, Ling Chen, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhao Shuang's small face was filled with sorrow, as if she were a hurt little girl. You already know? I didn't mean to. Ling Chen awkwardly smiled. Didn't mean to? How could this not be intentional? You're just lying. To me, you damn liar. Wow. Zhao Shuang immediately burst into tears. No, I really didn't mean to peek at you while you were bathing. Ling Chen panicked and quickly defended himself. But as soon as his words came out, Zhao Shuang was instantly stunned. What did you say? You peeked at me while I was bathing? After Zhao Shuang finished speaking, her pretty face instantly turned bright red. Wasn't that what you just said? Ling Chen was dumbfounded. Who told you about this? I smelled Yan Shiyun's scent on you and thought you came back to get something as an excuse, mainly to meet up with an old flame. Zhao Shuang complained, her face flushed. I forgot to tell you, Yan Shiyun awakened a charm-type entry before. I was charmed by her for 3 years, and it was only after awakening the golden entry that I became clear-headed. I dealt with her humanely last night. Ling Chen explained helplessly. What? Charm-type entry? Zhao Shuang's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Here, this is the video from last night. Ling Chen said, pulling out the video from last night. The reason he recorded this was to prove to the world that he, Ling Chen, was not a simp. Not. Zhao Shuang's eyes widened as she watched. This entry was terrifying. However, this entry also has its limitations. If by chance it is used on someone with a rebound-type entry, even if the other party only has a blue or green entry, they could end up contracting you instead. Ling Chen casually explained. That's too useless, right? But little madman, do you have a rebound type entry? Zhao Shuang asked curiously. I don't have one, why? Ling Chen was taken aback. That's good. When I get a golden or even dark golden charm type entry in the future, I'll make you be my simp for 2 years. Zhao Shuang grinned wickedly. Bang! However, as soon as those words were out, Ling Chen gave her a light knock on the head in exasperation. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Zhao Shuang cried out, holding her head. I could never be a simp in my life. Never! Ling Chen said seriously and solemnly. Alright, then let's talk about you peeking at me while I was bathing. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Zhao Shuang finally remembered this matter. Well, I have something to do, goodbye. As soon as Ling Chen heard this, he took a quick step and bolted away, disappearing from Zhao Shuya's sight in an instant. Oomph, just a little boy, still captured by my beauty. Oomph. Watching Ling Chen flee, Zhao Shuya felt no anger but rather a sense of pride. Your little boyfriend has quite the talent, having a dark gold probing ability. The mental barrier I set up can block golden talents from probing. But it couldn't stop him, he might have been trying to find me just now. Fortunately, I quickly sealed you off when I saw a flaw in your body. However, he probably already knows of my existence. At that moment, the Cold Moon Immortal spoke gravely to Zhao Shuya. Ha? A dark gold probing ability? What is this little madman doing with that ability? Does he enjoy spying on others? Zhao Shuya immediately got angry upon hearing this. The Cold Moon Immortal was almost infuriated. Thinking, is this the main point? You little brat, can you stop being so love-struck? Have you been charmed by him too? The Cold Moon Immortal scolded angrily. Hee, sorry, master, you're talking about serious matters, so what should we do now? Zhao Shuya smiled awkwardly. Charmed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Since he has noticed, I will go meet him in person. Otherwise, this kid might worry about you, and after this incident, if things aren't clarified, he might not give you any more pills. Once he becomes powerful, I estimate that I will become his primary target. The Cold Moon Immortal said helplessly. Without Ling Chen's pills, she couldn't recover her strength at all, and once Ling Chen, who knew of her existence, became powerful, the first thing he would likely do is capture her. It would be better to clarify things in advance. Okay, I believe that as long as we clarify things, the little madman definitely won't harm you, master. Zhao Shuya quickly said. Then I'll go. After saying this, the Cold Moon Immortal transformed into a pure soul force and rushed out of Zhao Shuya's body. That soul has discovered me probing her, she won't come to kill me, will she? Ling Chen frowned at this moment. He then glanced at his own realm. At this point, he had reached the 7th level of Martial Sovereign. However, he was still far from the mid to late stages of Martial Emperor. Of course, he had many means to save his life, so he wasn't afraid of being killed by the other party. But Zhao Shuya might be in danger. Who? Suddenly, Ling Chen's expression changed, and he turned around sharply, unleashing a terrifying 1 billion soul blades that surged towards his back. Puff 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 puff. However, the next moment, all these soul forces were directly devoured by a soul barrier. With the profession of soul destroyer, Ling Chen instantly saw a stunning white-clad fairy standing in the void. Her cold eyes looked at the young man before her. A dark gold-level soul destroyer, Ling Chen was increasingly shocked by her. You are the soul within Xiaoya's body, right? Senior, are you really here to kill me? I just wonder if your soul state can actually kill me? Ling Chen smiled coldly. I didn't expect that. In this small galaxy, besides Xiaoya, there would be someone as talented as you. Your talent is considered top-notch even among those ordinary star domain civilizations. The Cold Moon Immortal slowly spoke. Then what level of civilization do you belong to, senior? Ling Chen asked. Above the star domain. Of course, I came to find you not to kill you, but just to clarify that I am not your enemy. The Cold Moon Immortal did not elaborate further. Just casually said. Purpose? Ling Chen inquired. Restoring the soul and reshaping the body, Xiaoya's talent is the strongest prodigy I have ever seen. Although you are not bad, to be honest, your talent is like that of an ant compared to hers. Even if you have a dark gold supreme talent, it is still the same. The Cold Moon Immortal said calmly. Is that girl really that strong? Ling Chen was somewhat shocked upon hearing this. A dark gold supreme talent, if it were in the Black God Martial Arts Academy, would definitely be the top prodigy. After all, a gold supreme talent is already a top-tier student. She is indeed that strong. As long as she grows, I can easily restore my physical body. Of course, if she doesn't have my help, she won't be able to grow. And you know her feelings for you. You wouldn't want her talent to be limited, would you? The Cold Moon Immortal looked at Ling Chen and said softly. Of course not, but how can I trust that you are truly harmless to Xiaoya? You are strong, no doubt, but in your current state, how much help can you provide her? A few golden oracle stones? Sorry, I have more. Here. In fact, it won't be long before I can get dark gold oracle stones. And you, do you have that ability? Moreover, you are clearly in this state because of an enemy, and you can't provide much help to Xiaoya while you have a very powerful enemy. What use are you to me? Ling Chen scoffed. However, every word he said left the Cold Moon Immortal speechless. The speed at which she was recovering made it uncertain how long it would take to obtain dark gold oracle stones. Similarly, her enemy's strength was incredibly terrifying, capable of annihilating the galaxy countless times with just a flick of a finger. Ling Chen's words rendered her completely at a loss for words. Buzz. Just as she was lost in thought, the void-breaking divine eye suddenly erupted. A terrifying scanning power enveloped the entire body of the Cold Moon Immortal. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Name: Cold Moon Immortal. Race: Human. Realm: Peak Martial Saint. Combat Power: Peak Martial Emperor. Description: an extremely proud person, although cold. Once she recognizes someone, she will wholeheartedly dedicate herself to them. Thus, she was backstabbed by her best friend of many years and reduced to a remnant soul. She was deeply hurt by someone she trusted. Now, her only thought is to cultivate her disciple into a talent. As for herself, she has become somewhat indifferent. Entry: the entry level exceeds the void-breaking divine eye by 2 levels, making it impossible to probe. Status: remnant soul. The information scanned made Ling Chen's pupils shrink. Exceeding the dark gold void-breaking divine eye by 2 levels? Goodness, is this talent really that terrifying? A peak martial saint possesses the combat power of a peak martial emperor, and this is in the state of a remnant soul. If she had a body, how terrifying would her combat power be? After all, it was clear that she was not a soul annihilator or something similar, whose combat power would absolutely plummet when only their soul remained. However, from her description, it could be inferred that she was a trustworthy person. Cold Moon Immortal, right? I didn't expect such a powerful senior. My probing, I only caught a glimpse of some information. However, being backstabbed by your best friend is quite tragic. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh. Are you mocking me? She was so angry that her soul trembled. This was the greatest humiliation of her life. At this moment, the Cold Moon Immortal finally understood why Ling Chen had provoked her earlier. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have let me probe. Ling Chen smiled slightly. Now that you've seen it, are you planning to help or what? The Cold Moon Immortal snorted coldly. Well, Ling Chen fell silent. Although he had seen her description, it seemed that she would not harbor any malice towards Zhao Shuang based on that description. However, who knows if this description could be modified? Although it is said that modifying the description of the oracles is nearly impossible, one cannot rule out the possibility that high-level disguise-type entries might have such effects. I can help you for now. But I will only assist you if your strength is suppressed to a certain extent. In other words, I won't provide any help if your power surpasses mine. Anyway, your current soul condition is considered healthy. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Ling Chen spoke to the Cold Moon Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Cold Moon Immortal fell silent. Ling Chen's meaning was clear. He wanted to keep himself within a controllable range for the other party to offer him some assistance. Sure. The Cold Moon Immortal did not hesitate at all. Ling Chen's growth rate was also extremely fast, and he could still seek resources for recovery with Zhao Shuya. It was already quite good that she wouldn't act against him and could provide help. In that case, let's help each other from now on. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen extended his right hand. The Cold Moon Immortal was taken aback, unsure of what he was doing, but still reached out her right hand to shake hands with Ling Chen. A few minutes later, inside Zhao Shuya's cabin, the Cold Moon Immortal had already flown in. How did it go, Master? Zhao Shuya asked anxiously. It's settled. Ling Chen temporarily trusts me, the Cold Moon Immortal said, then recounted the details of their transaction. Wow, the little madman actually tricked you, Master. No wonder he's the man I have my eyes on. Of course, Zhao Shuya's focus was always on the novelty, which made the Cold Moon Immortal, who felt a bit defeated, unable to resist giving the girl a light tap on the head with her slender right hand. Ouch, Master, why did you hit me? That hurts. Zhao Shuya hugged her head, feeling a bit speechless. It's nothing, just found you annoying. I'm leaving. Don't call me for a while. After saying this, the Cold Moon Immortal transformed into a wisp of soul light and surged into Zhao Shuya's body. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was also examining his backend inside the spaceship. After more than 10 hours overnight, he had upgraded over 10 entries to dark gold. The speed of this upgrade after 100-fold fission was terrifying. According to previous estimates, it would have taken at least 5 days to upgrade an entry to dark gold in 100-fold time. Since the first entries he opened were devouring type. Ling Chen's realm had already upgraded from the 6th level of Martial Venerable to the peak of Martial Venerable in just these hours. His vitality directly surged to 99,999,000. It wouldn't take long to reach Martial Saint. As for the devouring flame, it seemed that the energy storage limit had increased from the original 10 times to the current 100 times. At the same time, the condensed energy was more solid than before, meaning that with the same vitality and soul value, the power enhanced by the devouring flame was much stronger than that cultivated. It was at least 10 times stronger than the power obtained directly through the devouring entry. The other effects remained unchanged. But just these 2 points were already powerful enough. Let's take advantage of these last few hours to open the remaining entries. By the time we arrive, I should be able to finish them all. Ling Chen thought to himself, then sank his consciousness into the small world to continue opening the oracle. Stones. This time, he opened the soul-burning entry from the 2 new entries he had purchased. The incarnation of the Ghost King would only arrive after returning to the Xiantian star system. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the entry soul burning. Blue asterisk 100 ding. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the entry soul burning. Blue asterisk 100 ding. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the entry soul burning. Blue asterisk 100 ding. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the entry soul burning. Blue asterisk 100. A series of alert sounds echoed wildly in Ling Chen's mind. Finally, after more than 40 minutes, the entry upgrade was complete. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Burning Soul. Blue, asterisk 600,000. The entry level has been upgraded to Spirit Flame Burning Heaven. Dark Gold, Mental Power Burning Speed asterisk 1000 times. Thus gaining 1600% soul enhancement. The dark golden entry appeared, and the content did not surprise Ling Chen too much. A 16-fold enhancement of the soul was similar to other physical attribute. Entries. Coupled with the terrifying effects of the Soul Destroyer, Ling Chen began to doubt whether a single skill could now instantly kill an ordinary peak martial saint. It should be possible. Right? I just don't know what this special entry is. The basic entry burns mental power, so the special entry can't be burning the soul, right? Ling Chen was somewhat curious. Ding. Spirit Flame Burning Heaven. Dark Gold, triggers special entry, Soul Annihilation. Dark Gold, burning soul power, increasing soul strength by 800% on the original 16-fold basis. Note, the soul is extremely important, a slight mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Soon, the introduction of the special entry appeared. As expected, it was similar to Ling Chen's guess. It indeed significantly enhanced combat power at the cost of burning the soul. Moreover, this enhancement effect was a full 2 times that of ordinary Dark Gold. Entries. I wonder if my devouring entry can devour souls to repair the soul. If it can, this entry would indeed have considerable use. Ling Chen was also caught up in curiosity at this moment. Why not give it a try? After all, this entry can be turned off at any time. After pondering, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to activate the Spirit Flame Burning Heaven effect. Boom! In an instant, blue flames erupted from Ling Chen's entire body. The flames burst out of the entire cabin, instantly enveloping the entire spaceship and the surrounding starry sky for dozens of kilometers. Mental flames can penetrate any physical matter. Many powerful beings felt an extremely terrifying mental pressure. In an instant, everyone felt their souls begin to tremble. What kind of power is this? Such a powerful soul fluctuation. In the control room, Xian Yu suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. He was a mid-grade golden talent holder and a peak martial saint with extremely powerful strength, yet at this moment, amidst this powerful soul fluctuation, he actually sensed the breath of death. It was as if the other party could erase his soul with a single thought. It seems to be my uncle's soul aura. Hiss. Could this be the legendary golden entry that amplifies soul attributes? Xian Yu couldn't help but gasp. No one among the human race had ever controlled such an entry. Why not? Because to produce a golden entry, at least a powerful beast of tier 10 or above was required, and the human race's golden oracle stones either came from incredibly lucky drops from low-tier beasts or from the timely killing of tier 10 beasts by the supreme Xuanwu under lucky circumstances. Among these oracle stones, the soul enhancement type had appeared no more than 3 times in 100,000 years. Each time, it was never drawn. Now, Ling Chen actually possessed it. No wonder Grandpa said that fourth uncle is not an ordinary person. His child is definitely not an ordinary person. Xian Yu couldn't help but sigh at this moment. With Ling Chen's Golden Soul Destroyer entry and the Golden Soul Amplification type entry, he would be unmatched at the same level. Among the entire human race, there were hardly any peers in the surrounding galaxies who could withstand his soul attacks at the same level. This is the power of the Soul Destroyer. What is this kid up to again? A Dark Gold Soul Enhancement type entry? How does he even have such an entry? At this moment, the recently fallen asleep Han Yu Xianzuan was abruptly awakened by a terrifying wave of soul energy. She was hiding within Zhao Shuyasel, too afraid to show herself. Who would dare? She wasn't a soul cultivator, although she possessed an extremely powerful entry that surpassed 2 levels beyond Dark Gold. However, facing the combination of a Dark Gold Soul Destroyer and Dark Gold Soul Enhancement entries, how could her weak remnant soul possibly withstand it? Is this kid trying to show off to me? Han Yu Xianzuan felt quite hurt, hadn't they just reached a consensus a second ago? Now there were threats. Didn't that make her seem like a bad person? Of course, if Ling Chen knew, he would definitely be speechless. Which good person hides in someone else's soul? Boom!
However, at that moment, an even more terrifying soul pressure swept in instantly.
The original blue soul flames transformed into dazzling silver in an instant.
The powerful soul pressure knocked
out anyone on the entire spaceship who couldn't withstand it. Soul burning? Is this kid crazy? Is he trying to throw his life away? Hanyu Xianzuan was immediately alarmed. Master, what is soul burning? What do you mean throwing his life away? Is the little madman in danger? Zhao Shuya suddenly panicked. Soul burning means using pills or various techniques to ignite the soul directly, which will enhance the soul's strength to a certain extent. However, the consequence is a massive depletion of the soul. It could even lead to the soul scattering. I once escaped into that jade pendant using this technique. But you can see the result. Moreover, once soul burning is initiated, it won't stop unless it burns out completely. If lucky, it just heavily injures the soul. If unlucky, it could mean burning oneself to death. Hanyu Xianzuan said gravely. Ah, so dangerous? Did the little madman get ambushed? How could he use such a method without any reason? Zhao Shuya suddenly became anxious and was about to rush out. Buzz. However, at that moment, the terrifying soul pressure dissipated at an astonishing speed. Is it over so soon? Hanyu Xianzuan's expression slightly changed. How could it end so quickly? Is the little madman alright, master? Zhao Shuya suddenly asked. He's fine, his soul aura is extremely stable, not like someone who has been burned. Did I misjudge just now? Hanyu Xianzuan frowned. That burning speed isn't fast, even if it's just 1/10 of the soul, it would be enough for me to fight for several hours. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, feeling his soul was not significantly damaged, raised an eyebrow. He then activated the devouring flame to start infusing himself with pure soul power. In just a moment, the depleted soul was restored. This recovery speed is even faster than my depletion speed. As long as the stored soul power is sufficient, I can essentially activate this move infinitely. This is way better than any technique like Law of Heaven and Earth. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. After all, the consumption of Law of Heaven and Earth was terrifying. Right, I just need one more speed enhancement for Law of Heaven and Earth. Let's see the effect. Ling Chen recalled this and took out all the speed enhancement Divine Oracle stones. Ding. You have obtained the entry, Speed Enhancement. Blue, *100, ding. You have obtained the entry, Speed Enhancement. Blue, *100, ding. You have obtained the entry, Speed Enhancement. Blue, *100. Ling Chen activated them at an astonishing speed. Ding. The entry, Speed Enhancement, has successfully upgraded to God of Speed. Dark Gold, Speed Enhancement. *100 times. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully gathered the 4 major dark gold entries of the physical category. The special entry, Law of Heaven and Earth, has upgraded to Dark Gold, Law of Heaven and Earth, Ancient Supreme Divine Abilities. A powerful divine ability that can be activated instantly by consuming a large amount of oracle energy. After use, the body expands to 10 times the current vitality value. All attributes *3000%. This entry has an extremely high cost. It requires an instant consumption of 4 types of golden entries related to the physical body, 10 of each. A prompt sound instantly rang out. However, as soon as this prompt appeared, Ling Chen's eyes widened in shock. What the hell, 30 times enhancement? At that moment, Ling Chen was completely stunned. Cough, I take back what I just said. At this moment, Ling Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had just said that the Dark Gold Soul cultivation entries were impressive, and now he was slapped in the face. Indeed, ancient divine abilities are still ancient divine abilities, they are just that impressive. As for the cost of use, it amounts to consuming 20,000 blue oracle stones of each type of physical body entry every time. In total, that's 80,000 blue oracle stones for one use, equivalent to 80 trillion for 1 hour of the Law of Heaven and Earth. Now, Ling Chen's money could be used thousands of times. It was merely a small issue. I need to recharge it a few times. This entry is a super entry that can defy fate. Thinking of this, Ling Chen directly took out the physical body entries he had prepared earlier and started activating them. He had suddenly remembered after purchasing that many entries needed to be recharged, so he spent several trillion to buy a considerable amount of blue oracle stones for recharging. Among them, the most were physical body entries. He originally thought that using a dark gold Law of Heaven and Earth would require 600,000 of each blue entry, meaning 1 dark gold entry for each type of physical body entry, but it turned out that only 10 golden entries were needed. This was completely not a problem. The recharging speed was extremely fast. In just 10 minutes, all entries had been recharged. With 10 golden entries, having gained one opportunity for use, Ling Chen did not stop and continued to recharge. Who knows if it would be needed later. Time flew by.
A few hours later, the spaceship had once again arrived at the Xiantian star system. However, the spaceship did not enter the Xiantian main star but hovered directly in the starry sky. Ling Chen went to the observation deck and looked out into the starry sky. At this moment, a large number of ninth-tier spaceships had gathered in the starry sky. The number was immense, reaching hundreds. These were the spaceships of the martial god level, powerhouses of the human race, bringing their respective geniuses from their planets. Each spaceship had at least 100 prodigies. Among them, the number of prodigies with golden entries was unknown, but there must be dozens, right? Of course, it would be good if there was even one golden mid-grade entry each year. By the way, I need to sell all the pills in my hand and have the federal store deliver all the entries I need. Ling Chen suddenly remembered this, and then opened his shopping interface. He then directly listed all 809 turn soul refining pills. Originally, considering the appreciation, it should be 1,100, but after giving Hanyu Xianzuan 300, there were only 800 left. Ding! All pills scanned successfully. 7th tier top quality perfect grade. Pill, 9 turn soul refining pill. Quantity, 800 pieces. Because you are a Supreme VIP member, they will be purchased at the highest market price, 2,000 star coins each. Total price, 1.6 million star coins. A prompt sound followed. Sell it. Ling Chen said directly. Ding! All sold, your account has been credited, 1.6 million star coins. A prompt sound instantly rang out. 160,000 star coins was actually a lot. Even a planet the size of Blue Water Star would have only this much in total funds. For a powerhouse at the level of Xiantian martial god, the total worth would only be a few million star coins. Of course, this was still thanks to his supreme VIP status, so the price was not lowered due to the large quantity. Otherwise, at most, I could only earn a few 100,000 star coins. Next, to upgrade the attributes to dark gold or above, I need to purchase purple oracle stones. I don't even know how many I'll need. But for now, let's upgrade all the attributes to dark gold first. With this thought, Ling Chen directly chose to receive the goods. Soon, a spaceship flew out from the Xiantian main star, and in less than half an hour, it had completed docking with the Xiantian starship. A few minutes later, an elderly man in the late martial emperor stage entered Ling Chen's cabin with a storage ring. Young Master Ling, we meet again. Here are all the goods you requested, all in this storage ring. The old man was Elder Feng, a martial emperor whom Ling Chen had met during the assessment in the Xiantian divine domain. Thank you, Senior, for making the trip. The items are correct. Ling Chen took the items and, seeing that they were indeed the blue oracle stones for soul cultivation transformation, he immediately smiled. Not a bother at all. If young Master Ling needs anything in the future while in the Xiantian divine domain, I will deliver it. You can contact me directly if you need anything. Just my business card, Elder Feng said with a smile, showing his friend card. I see, that I suppose I will have to trouble you often in the future. Ling Chen also smiled and nodded upon hearing this, then added the other party as a friend. Of course, since that's the case, I shall take my leave. After saying this, Elder Feng did not delay any further. His purpose was merely to establish a connection with Ling Chen, the future martial god, or even a supreme. With his goal achieved, he felt it inappropriate to disturb Ling Chen any longer. After seeing Elder Feng leave, Ling Chen tossed all the items from the storage ring into his small world and began to open them. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute, Transformation into Ghost King. Blue, *100 ding, congratulations, you have obtained the attribute, Transformation into Ghost King. Blue, *100 ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute, Transformation into Ghost King. Blue, *100 ding, congratulations, you have obtained the attribute, Transformation into Ghost King. Blue, *100. With each prompt sound, the level of this bloodline attribute skyrocketed. In less than a minute, it had already reached gold. Then, the level continued to rise. At this moment, Ling Chen also opened the descriptions of the other attributes after upgrading. Mind Master. Dark Gold, Telekinesis Enhancement *100 times. Mind Law Avatar. 800%. The enhancements for the two special attributes, Soul Annihilation and Mind Law Avatar, were the same, both reaching 8 times. Moreover, both could stack with each other. This meant an explosive output of 64 times telekinetic power. At the same time, the Soul Annihilator could reduce the enemy's overall attributes by 75%, leaving only a quarter. If the enemy weakens, it's equivalent to making oneself stronger. This means that at this moment, even without considering the soul cultivation bloodline attributes, I could enhance my power by a full 260 times. Adding the 100 times base enhancement, that totals 26,000 times. Additionally, including the soul cultivation Techniques and martial skills both provide a 6 times boost. That's 36 times. In other words, Ling Chen's current soul enhancement could reach an astonishing 900,000 times. 900,000 times, this value does not even account for the bloodline enhancements. With this thought, Ling Chen looked at his transformation into Ghost King. Ding! Congratulations, the attribute, Transformation into Ghost King, has successfully upgraded to Hell Ruler. Dark Gold, Soul Cultivation Bloodline. Attribute. After use, can transform into the incomplete form of the Hell Ruler, King of the Underworld. Soul Strength * 1600%, a prompt sound. Followed. Hell Ruler, King of the Underworld? This prefix is quite impressive. And just the incomplete form is already dark gold. What level would it be if I were to obtain the complete form in the future? Ling Chen was somewhat astonished. However, with this substantial 16 times power enhancement, Ling Chen's soul cultivation combat power will reach an astonishing 14 million times. Moreover, it is the strength of a soul destroyer. Theoretically, at his peak as a martial venerable, he can unleash his full power to slay a peak martial emperor. Even a martial god is not out of reach. However, it's not that simple. Warriors who reach the martial emperor realm and above will cultivate soul-related techniques and defensive martial skills. They will also purchase some powerful soul defense weapons. At the very least, they can enhance their soul strength to dozens of times its original state. Therefore, a martial god is out of the question. However, there is a chance to kill a martial emperor at the 7th or 8th level who is not focused on soul cultivation. If it involves soul cultivation, it becomes difficult. Ding! Hell Ruler. Dark Gold successfully triggered the special entry, Gates of Hell. Dark Gold, open the Gates of Hell. All undead strength * 400%. Additionally, as long as the corpses are thrown into the Gates of Hell, they can be instantly refined into undead. Soon, the special entry appeared. However, this special entry left Ling Chen momentarily stunned. Undead strength increased by 400%? In other words, this is a special entry for undead mages? Undead mages also belong to the soul cultivation lineage, specifically the summoning type. I didn't expect this incarnation of the Hell Ruler to specialize in the undead. Could it be that the undead type is very strong? Ling Chen felt a surge of curiosity. He had never encountered the undead type before. He then began to search for information. However, he was taken aback when the information appeared. In the video, an emaciated old man holding a staff stood against the starry sky, waving his hand. In an instant, countless powerful beast skeletons surged out from a massive spatial rift. These beasts frantically attacked every enemy in sight. And their opponents were the galactic human race. Among them were dozens of martial gods, including the Xuanwu Supreme. However, the Xuanwu Supreme appeared in the footage as a handsome young man, likely having just achieved the status of martial god not long ago. Behind them, a large number of martial emperors and martial saints rushed forward, desperately consuming these undead beasts. Finally, after sacrificing more than a dozen martial gods and an unknown number of martial emperors and martial saints, all the undead were cleared. The old man was ultimately killed by the combined efforts of dozens of human martial gods. This is the battle of our human race against the undead Grand Mage of the Cult Galaxy, a mid-level star system within the galactic realm, 70,000 years ago. The Cult Galaxy is not powerful, with only one martial god at the 7th level. Yet this battle nearly led to the extinction of our human race, which was still a mid-level star system civilization at the time. Since then, high-level undead types have been referred to as the strongest summoning type. Their combat power is no less than that of soul destroyers. This is a description of that battle. 70,000 years ago, the human race had only over 3 million life planets. The strongest was a peak martial god, who was also the master of the Xuanwu Supreme, a super strong being with a golden mid-grade talent. In other words, to defeat the undead Grand Mage cult, the human race nearly mobilized all their forces, and in the end, they barely won? The most important thing is that this cult was only a martial god at the 7th level, which is somewhat absurd. Unless he had a golden top-grade talent back then, it would be impossible to achieve such powerful combat strength. Ling Chen was astonished at this thought. The undead type is surprisingly powerful, but why does it seem that there are no reports of undead mages among the human races strong? Even some capable warriors are absent. He quickly searched for other records about undead mages. Soon, he understood the reason. Undead mage, a powerful profession that turns any corpse into an undead, but this profession has certain drawbacks. The lowest level necromancer can only exert 10% of the original combat power after turning corpses into undead. Only necromancers with silver tier attributes can unleash the full combat potential of the undead. Moreover, The production process is extremely complicated and tedious, and repairing them after damage is incredibly difficult.
Often, a 9th tier necromancer takes decades or even
centuries to create a 9th tier undead, but after just one battle, it can be destroyed. Once damaged, it can take years or even decades to repair.
The resources consumed
in the process are also substantial. Additionally, the combat power of necromancers themselves is quite weak, making them easy targets to be killed once a necromancer dies. All their undead dissipate. Under these conditions, the combat power of ordinary necromancers is very weak. Only those who are powerful themselves and possess strong attributes can have formidable combat strength. Looking at this introduction, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Complicated production? It seems that his Hellgate can directly transform. As for being weak, there are no restrictions above silver tier attributes. If he can obtain dark gold tier, wouldn't he be even stronger? Plus, the Hell Gate adds 4 times the combat power of the undead. This means all undead can achieve at least double their combat power from when they were alive. The only troublesome point is that the level of undead he can summon is limited by his own realm. But his combat power is off the charts, summoning undead of a level only similar to his own. Seems a bit weak, doesn't it? Forget it, let's give it a try. I can't waste such a special attribute. What if it has other special effects? With this thought, Ling Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly opened the shop to place a frenzied order. Ding! You have purchased Necromancer. Blue Oracle Stones * 1000000. Cost 12,000 star coins. A prompt sound instantly came through. As for why he bought 1 million, it was naturally to have extras for charging or upgrading to the next level. This price is almost on par with that of Soul Destroyers. It's worth noting that the price of a Soul Destroyer, after discount, is 20 billion per piece. Calculating for 1 million pieces, it comes to just about 2 trillion, or 20,000 star coins. Adhering to the principle that expensive things are good, Ling Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. The Necromancer attribute is not scarce, and there are quite a few of them. 1 million pieces were delivered quite quickly. Ling Chen directly opened 600,000 pieces. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the attribute Necromancer * 600,000. Level successfully upgraded to Necromancer God. Dark Gold, Undead attribute, can directly contract any attribute level not higher than gold, and corpses with a realm not higher than 5 levels above oneself is undead. All undead's power is enhanced by 400%. A prompt sound followed. However, when the effect of this attribute appeared, Ling Chen's eyebrows immediately raised. Undead can enhance combat power by 400%? It's known that a gold tier attribute enhances combat power by 200%, which generally can match the combat power of dark gold tier undead of the same level. Of course, they are definitely weaker, but not by much. However, from the perspective of rarity, finding a dark gold tier corpse is far more difficult than finding a gold tier corpse by over 1,000 times. Moreover, it doesn't say that the highest gold tier attribute can only be one gold tier attribute. He can completely create an undead with a top tier gold talent. Furthermore, if the realm is 5 levels higher than his own, it means these undead can be enhanced to the 4th level of Martial Saint. Combat power increases by 32 times. Adding the 400% from the Necromancer God and the 400% from the Hellgate, that's a total combat power enhancement of 500 times. If it also has a gold tier attribute, it can further enhance combat power by 40 times. That would make him a powerhouse of 20,000 times. By the way, the special attribute of this attribute hasn't appeared yet. That Hellmaster is a special bloodline type entry. Suddenly recalling this, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. Ding! Detected special entry Gate of Hell. Dark Gold and entry Undead Mage. Dark Gold successfully triggered the ancient supernatural entry 4th calamity. Dark Gold, during the existence of the Gate of Hell, as long as there is sufficient energy, all undead can infinitely resurrect. At the same time, the enhancement of the Gate of Hell increases from 400% to 1000%. After injecting enough energy, the realm of all undead will be locked at a level 5 realms, higher than that of the entry holder. It will increase as the entry holder's realm increases. However, at that moment, a prompt sound suddenly came. Damn! Another ancient supernatural entry. Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but curse. 4th calamity. Infinite resurrection? Isn't that equivalent to endless? This undead entry is so terrifying? No wonder the Hellmaster specializes in undead entries. This is more powerful than anything else, right? Not only does it enhance combat power, but it can also infinitely resurrect. Does this mean people don't need to live anymore? At the same time, it can actually lock the strength of the undead at a level 5 realms higher than oneself. That is Martial Saint 4th Heaven. This means that any being below Martial Saint Fourth Heaven, once killed by Ling Chen, will appear on the battlefield at the realm of Martial Saint Fourth Heaven plus a 40-fold enhancement. Even if this being is a super genius with a top-quality golden entry, it would still be the same. A super genius with a top-quality golden entry is many times stronger than an ordinary dark gold top genius. And it can also infinitely resurrect. If on the battlefield, it would be even more terrifying, not to mention whether you can exhaust that many undead. Just think about it, you suddenly find that your teammate, who was originally just a martial emperor or even a martial king, instantly becomes an undead after death. And their realm skyrockets a million times, directly becoming a martial saint. By the time it reaches the end, all you can see with the naked eye are your teammates, and they are all super enhanced versions. How desperate would you feel at that moment? When Ling Chen's strength reaches martial god, doesn't that mean that casually slaughtering a planet's worth of people could create countless martial god level undead? Of course, the premise is to have enough energy. But this is definitely worth it. After all, the martial gods he creates are 40 times stronger than ordinary martial gods of the same level. Controlling a million martial gods, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Ling Chen couldn't hold back any longer upon seeing this. He quickly opened his federal store. I wonder if there are any corpses of golden entry holders below Martial Saint Fourth Heaven in the human stock. If I can get the body of a golden entry genius, then combined with their own talent, the combat power would be enhanced by another 40 times. I could directly smash the martial emperor. I'm only at martial venerable Fourth Heaven now, and even without taking action myself, the undead could directly smash the martial emperor. This is simply an anti-heaven entry. Who says the undead system is weaker than the soul destroyer? It's much stronger than the soul destroyer. Okay? Ling Chen then directly checked, such golden entry holders must be available in the martial god store. Ling Chen searched directly. Sure enough, there really were. And not in small numbers. Ling Chen looked, and they were all geniuses from other races who had been slain, their bodies directly sold in the martial god store. Moreover, because they were dead, even golden entry holders were not priced high. However, upon seeing this, Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Wait, if I help others open golden entries, can I let the other party directly choose the golden entry? Ling Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. If possible, he could completely exploit a bug, cultivate a weak golden top talent holder, then kill them and refine them into undead. Although it's inhumane, it's definitely something to do against enemies. If it were really possible, the power boost from a golden supreme talent would be at least hundreds of thousands of times. Plus, with a 40-fold undead boost, and a realm that is 32 times higher than my own. If it really came to a fight, I'd probably have to go all out just to keep up. But that might not work. Although the luck attribute is powerful, even if it's dark gold, it can't reach the specified golden level. The specified silver level is possible. But that's only for myself. If I'm helping someone else, it's probably out of the question. Perhaps, activating the goddess's favor attribute might help someone else achieve a specified silver, but don't even think about gold. Ling Chen quickly dismissed this thought. If a dark gold luck attribute were that amazing, then every civilization would have a dark gold luck attribute holder, and wouldn't everyone be able to achieve a silver supreme talent? Assigning attributes to others would definitely be greatly discounted, and the discount would be terrifying. After all, every supreme talent above purple is extremely powerful. A purple supreme talent's individual rotation boost is even stronger than a golden attribute. However, Ling Chen possesses the goddess's favor. Perhaps there really is a chance to cultivate a silver supreme talent holder. At that time, although the other party's combat power wouldn't compare to Ling Chen's, without using the law of heaven and earth, their combat power would probably be about the same. I'll give it a try. Once I reach the Xiantian divine domain. For now, I'll buy some corpses first. After that, Ling Chen began placing orders. These alien prodigies with golden attribute corpses were not weak, with only a few dozen below the martial saint realm. Moreover, they had been dead for thousands of years without anyone buying them. After all, they were just corpses. Even with a golden attribute, they were useless, and the price was very high. Each one casually costs over 1,000 star system coins. The most expensive 3 golden mid-tier talent alien corpses even reached 100,000 star system coins. However, what surprised Ling Chen was that most of these alien prodigies were actually in the Xiantian star system. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly speechless. Alright then, all produced in the Xiantian divine domain. Does this Xiantian divine domain really have that many geniuses? Ling Chen complained. He then bought all these prodigies. It only cost a total of 130,000 star system coins. Next, I need some fierce beast corpses for charging. Ling Chen then turned his attention to the fierce beast corpse section. As for turning fierce beasts into undead, Ling Chen thought better of it.
Fierce beasts below the 4th level of Martial Saint only have purple attributes, and it would be better to buy some silver high-tier talent alien prodigies instead. Fierce beasts are only fit to become my energy. After that, Ling Chen searched and locked onto 2 fully stocked peak Martial Emperor fierce beasts. Ling Chen pondered for a moment and began searching directly. An 8th tier peak fierce beast, although not cheap, was much cheaper compared to those so-called geniuses. Fierce beasts of this level have already reached a height of 1,000,000 meters. That's a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. If they really went all out, they could easily destroy some stars in an instant. The cheapest one of this level costs a terrifying 10 trillion. At the peak of Martial Emperor, there are only a few strong individuals and the Xiantian Martial God in the entire Xiantian star system who can kill them, and each one is an extremely important strategic resource. So, the stock is limited. However, according to Ling Chen's estimation, at least one could allow him to cultivate tens of thousands of 4th level Martial Saints. Even if his strength increases to the peak of Martial Saint, one could help him cultivate hundreds of 4th level Martial Emperor undead. Forget it, I'll buy them all. Also, buy a 9th tier 1-star fierce beast. Ling Chen thought this through and placed the order directly. These are almost all the high-level fierce beasts in the Xiantian star system's inventory. Ding! Congratulations on purchasing 30 alien low-tier golden talent prodigy corpses. A mid-grade golden celestial body *1. Consumption, 130,000 star system coins. The celestial body will be delivered in 10 minutes. Congratulations on purchasing the corpses of 12 8th tier peak ferocious beasts. 1 9th tier 1-star ferocious beast corpse. Total expenditure, 35,000 star system coins. Due to the enormous size of the ferocious beasts, the delivery time is longer, requiring at least 10 days. If you do not wish to wait, you can go directly to the frozen star of the Xiantian star system to pick up the goods. Soon, a prompt sound followed. Frozen star of the ferocious beasts? Where is that? Ling Chen was puzzled. Right, let me ask Xian Yu. Ling Chen thought of this and directly contacted Xian Yu. Buzz. In an instant, Xian Yu's projection appeared. Uncle. You called for me? Upon seeing Ling Chen, Xian Yu quickly bowed. Previously, it was because of Ling Chen's identity, but now it was not just about identity. That terrifying strength was also something Xian Yu respected. Xian Yu, where is this frozen star of the ferocious beasts? Ling Chen asked directly. It's at the edge of the Xiantian main star system. Because it's far from the sun, it remains frozen all year round. The federal store of the Xiantian star system is used to store high-grade ferocious beasts. Uncle, are you planning to pick up the high-grade ferocious beasts you purchased? Xian Yu asked curiously. Yes. That's right. Is it convenient for you to take me there now? It should still take a few hours to reach the Xiantian divine domain, right? Ling Chen nodded. Of course. I'll control the spaceship right away. Xian Yu said with a smile. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship that had been docked in the starry sky slowly started up. Buzz. The next moment, the spaceship began to accelerate instantly at an incredible speed towards the edge of the star system. Since they were still within the star system, there was no need for spatial jumps. Just increasing the speed to light speed, the spaceship began to decelerate. Once the speed decreased, a massive ice planet appeared in the starry sky. This celestial body was extraordinarily large, much larger than an ordinary sun. The only one comparable to it was probably the gigantic red giant star surrounding the Xiantian main star. From a distance, Ling Chen could see the corpses of ferocious beasts scattered everywhere. At the same time, there were numerous mechanical arms operating to disassemble them. These mechanical arms were terrifyingly long, reaching thousands of kilometers. If one of them fell on Earth, it would probably split the planet in half. Crack! Ling Chen directly had Xian Yu open the spaceship's hatch, then swiftly flew towards the ice planet. At this moment, Ling Chen was also moving at an incredible speed, quickly reaching a terrifying velocity of 1,000,000 meters per second. In less than a few minutes, he had already plunged into the frozen star. He then contacted the personnel at the federal store, indicating that he was there to pick up the goods. Soon, a contact projection appeared instantly. Young Master Ling, we meet again. Are you planning to purchase ferocious beasts to refine pills? The person who appeared was still Old Feng. After all, he was in charge of this, and such a large order could only be handled by him. That's right, I'm here to pick it up now. I'm about to head to the Xiantian divine domain and don't have time to wait. Ling Chen said. Okay, I'll control the mechanical arms to bring it to you right away. Hearing Ling Chen say this, Old Feng quickly nodded. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, huge mechanical arms began to work. However, the speed was making Ling Chen, who was watching from the sky, a bit of a headache. Because the planet's gravity was too high, combined with the weight of the mechanical arms, they moved incredibly slowly, and all the ferocious beasts were frozen, needing to be thawed first. By the time he finished everything, it would take at least a day. Forget it, this is too slow. I'll do it myself. Ling Chen quickly called off Old Feng's operation. After saying that, he directly flew above a dismembered ferocious beast. He then slowly extended his right hand. Boom! In an instant, a black flame erupted directly from his hand. This black flame was not the flame of devouring, but rather a strengthened flame that emerged after the sun's true fire upgraded to a dark golden color. Destruction Black Flame. Dark gold, a powerful flame containing endless destructive power. It possesses a destruction attribute in addition to the fire attribute, making it easier to incinerate anything. Black Hole Explosion. Dark gold, an upgraded version of stellar explosion, capable of collapsing stars and any large celestial body into a black hole to trigger an explosion. It can cause terrifying effects that annihilate everything. Both the Destruction Black Flame and the Black Hole Explosion were terrifying in their own right. If used well, the Black Hole Explosion could slay enemies far beyond his level. Under the cover of this powerful flame, the solid ice surrounding the ferocious beast melted instantly. At the same time, the massive carcasses of the beast began to slowly rise into the sky, eventually being swept away by Ling Chen's hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the beast's corpse within the black flames was rapidly incinerated, as these beasts were already dead. Moreover, with Ling Chen's flames carrying destructive effects, the burning was extremely simple. Soon, one beast's corpse was refined into a massive blood sphere. As the flames dissipated, a blood sphere with a diameter of only 10 meters appeared in the sky. He then waved his right hand. The enormous blood sphere was stored in his storage space. At this moment, his storage space had also upgraded to dark gold. Space storage. Dark gold can open up a space of 10 million * 10 million * 10 million meters. Ding. The entry space storage, dark gold triggered a special entry self-contained world. Dark gold can evolve into a small world. The small world has a diameter of 100,000 meters and can store living beings. The dark golden space storage reached a diameter of a full 10,000 kilometers. It was almost equivalent to placing the Earth inside. Not to mention that the ferocious beast was refined into a blood sphere. Even if it were still alive, it would be easy to store. At the same time, with this entry upgrade, even the small world reached a diameter of 100 kilometers. At this point, the small world finally resembled a small world. Let's see how to charge this Hellgate. Ling Chen thought to himself, directly activating the talent of the Hellgate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The next moment, Ling Chen's small world began to tremble wildly. A crack in space slowly tore open. Then, a bronze door engraved with countless strange runes slowly rose from the crack. The height of the door was exactly 100,000 meters. Creak. The next moment, the door slowly opened. In an instant, endless blood-colored flames surged out from the door. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen also felt a chill rising from the small world into his body. Is this the gate to hell? Ling Chen frowned. Hell, the place where it is said people go after they die, but doesn't this world have souls? If the souls transformed after death are not strong, wouldn't they just dissipate? So is hell really the place people go after they die? Ling Chen was puzzled. Forget it, let's just try to see how to charge it. Ling Chen stopped overthinking and, with a thought, instantly tossed the blood sphere of the ferocious beast into the Hellgate. Buzz. After the blood sphere entered the Hellgate, endless blood-colored flames surged forth, sealing the Hellgate. Buzz. The next moment, a surge of blood energy erupted, and the runes on the entire Hellgate began to glow. However, it only lit up a tiny bit. It is clear that a massive amount of energy is required to fully ignite the gates of hell. However, from the feedback received, Ling Chen discovered that simply resurrecting the undead would allow this amount of energy to resurrect the undead of the martial saint's fourth heaven at least 1,000,000 times. This number of resurrections roughly corresponds to 1% of the energy needed to enhance a martial saint's fourth heaven undead. That's quite little, considering that in actual combat, these undead would kill even more ferocious beasts and enemies. The energy, theoretically, would only increase. Roar! Just then, a low growl echoed, and the blood-red aura of the gates of hell dissipated. A gigantic skull emerged from the gates, followed by a ferocious beast towering 10,000 meters high stepping out from the gates of hell. In the hollow eyes of the skull burned an endless flame. Buzz. At that moment, Ling Chen instantly felt a mysterious connection. On the other side of the connection was an extremely bloodthirsty consciousness. Within that consciousness was only slaughter. Of course, Ling Chen felt that he could manipulate this consciousness at will. Moreover, the strength of this consciousness was incredibly powerful. Did they actually turn the ferocious beast refined into blood pills into undead? Damn, it's already turned to water and can still be made into undead? Then can things like blood mist and dregs also succeed? Ling Chen thought of this and immediately felt relieved. He was afraid that in a real battle he would encounter a situation where he could only kill an equally matched opponent but could not preserve their complete corpse. Now, he naturally didn't have to worry about that issue. Although this ferocious beast's strength had been reduced to the 7th rank, 4 stars, with a 40-fold enhancement in combat power, even a typical late-stage 7th rank ferocious beast would not be his opponent. Since that's the case, let's collect all the remaining ferocious beast corpses. Ling Chen thought of this and directly went to the other ferocious beast corpses, collecting them one by one and tossing them into the gates of hell. Then, he found that 9th rank, 1-star ferocious beast, although it was even larger, it was much easier to store due to its fragmented state. As Ling Chen's storage space was nearly full, this originally 1,000-kilometer-long massive ferocious beast was completely stored away. Following that, the fragments of this 9th rank ferocious beast's corpse were naturally all thrown into the gates of hell. Sure enough, this time the energy of this ferocious beast was denser than that of several previous ones combined. At the same time, a new undead contract also appeared. However, its strength seemed to be more than just a single degree stronger than the others. Ling Chen then looked at the information of this ferocious beast in its lifetime. Ferocious beast, dark sky treading tiger level, 9th rank, 1-star attributes, dark control. Silver, dark sky treading tiger. Purple, all attributes. Increase 200%, strength enhancement. Purple, speed enhancement. Purple, defense enhancement. Purple, beast king fury. Purple, all attributes increase 200%. Seeing the attributes, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. This was actually a ferocious beast with purple bloodline attributes and purple all-attribute enhancement, equivalent to a purple top-tier talent. It was even stronger, as dark control was silver. However, ferocious beasts at this level almost all have bloodline attributes, but it's rare to see one with both bloodline and all-attribute enhancement attributes. Ling Chen pondered. This is also why it is so difficult to kill high-level ferocious beasts, because their bloodlines have already reached the level corresponding to their realm. This was just a weak ferocious beast. If it were a 9th rank, 7 or 8 stars, the bloodline attributes would definitely reach silver. It's a pity that after becoming a martial saint of the 4th heaven, its strength is only comparable to an ordinary martial emperor. Forget it. Anyway, I don't expect these ferocious beasts to kill those powerful enemies for me. At the peak of martial arts, I possess the combat power of a martial emperor's undead. Even the most talented geniuses of the human race at the same level are no match for my undead. Ling Chen thought of this and no longer dwelled on the strength of the fierce beasts. These undead were incredibly useful. Ling Chen summoned them mainly to cleanse those divine domains, thereby obtaining divine oracle stones. After upgrading to dark gold, he took a look at the purple divine oracle stones and found that the stock of purple divine oracle stones was indeed plentiful. However, according to the previous calculation method, to upgrade a dark gold attribute to a higher color level, at least 1 million purple divine oracle stones were needed. Relying on his own purchases, the money wasn't an issue. The problem was that the human race couldn't gather that many rare attributes. For example, Soul Destroyer, Undead Mage, Bloodline-related attributes, and several soul cultivation-related attributes couldn't be gathered in such quantities. In this case, the only solution was to rely on his own drops. This time, all my attributes have been upgraded to dark gold. I don't know when the next upgrade will be. First, I'll go to the Xiantian Divine Domain to take a look. After all, it's the most powerful divine domain within the Milky Way. The number of various rare attributes should also be considerable. After thinking this, Ling Chen looked at the other attributes. Now, all attributes had been upgraded to dark gold. All attribute enhancement types had been upgraded to a 1600% boost. The nouns also had some subtle changes. Killing Sovereign. Dark gold, all attributes increased 1600%. Stamina consumption asterisk 1000 times. Kill. 800% the effect of the god of killing after enhancement had also seen a huge improvement, but this kill was even more terrifying. It wasn't just the terrifying boost, it was that now Ling Chen possessed the void-breaking divine eye. He could see light years away. Coupled with infinite stamina, once activated, he would truly kill until he was killed or until everyone else was wiped out. Merge into the void. Dark gold, those with comprehensive strength not exceeding 1600% will be unable to perceive. Shadow absolute kill, 400%, next were the concealment type attributes. It was almost impossible to sense Ling Chen's existence, even for a martial god. Devour the firmament. Dark gold, devour everything to enhance oneself. Devouring flame. Heavenly punishment of all realms. Dark gold, thunder asterisk 100 heavenly Tao punishment. 800%, absolute defense. Dark gold defense asterisk 100 break the firmament. Dark Gold Strength * 100 Law of Heaven and Earth. Dark Gold, charge 5 times. 3000%. Perpetual. Motion Machine. Dark Gold Stamina * 100. God of Speed. Dark Gold Speed * 100. Supreme Gun Path. Dark Gold, Gunpower * 100 Dual Gun Intent. 400%, Thousands of Mysterious Hands. Dark Gold, Attack Speed * 5000%. Super Fission. * 100 Paths. As for the ordinary enhancement type attributes, there wasn't much to say, they were all similar. It's worth mentioning Luck and Cultivation. Ascend in Broad Daylight. Dark Gold, Cultivation Speed * 1 million. Epiphany. 1h/10,000 times. Charge 0%, the cultivation speed of cultivation type attributes has now increased tenfold, and the effect of Epiphany has also improved tenfold. However, using it once now requires a golden attribute. Of course, if the two are combined, the effect is equivalent to 100 times that of before. So the price of a golden attribute isn't considered expensive. The main advantage is saving time, and after reaching certain levels, it's not just about stacking time to break through, talent must be enhanced to break through the bottleneck. Heavenly Luck. Dark Gold, Goddess's Favor. 1000 times. As for luck, there isn't much to say. The name hasn't changed, but the effect of the Goddess's Favor has increased tenfold. Creation and Transformation. Dark Gold, 1 million times recovery speed. Eternal Will, 1 health point /10,000 kilometers. The repair type attributes have indeed become much stronger. Not only has the repair speed increased tenfold, but the transmission of Eternal Will has also escalated from a fixed 1 million kilometers to 1 health point for 10,000 kilometers. Based on Ling Chen's current health value of 100 million, he can teleport 1/10 of a light year. The stronger the power, the farther this distance becomes. If he reaches the peak of the Martial Emperor, that would be 100,000 light years. Pharmaceutical Supreme, Dark Gold, 14th tier talent value increase, gold, 330 pieces. Weapon Refining Supreme, Dark Gold, 14th tier talent weapon upgrade 2 tiers. Formation Supreme, Dark Gold, 14th tier talent formation strengthening 2 tiers. The 3 major professional attributes have been upgraded to 14th tier talents. At the same time, the number of value increases has also tripled. Divine Dragon Transformation. Dark Gold, all attributes * 4800%. Descendant of the Dragon. 300%, Dragon Emperor Transformation. Dark Gold, all attributes * 1600%. Dragon Emperor's World Destroying Flame. 400%. As for the 2 major bloodline attributes, the effects are quite similar, but the Descendant of the Dragon is a bit terrifying. It directly enhances the strengthening effect by 300%. This means that in its normal state, Divine Dragon Transformation can boost Ling Chen's combat power by 24 times. If he transforms into a Divine Dragon, it can directly enhance his combat power by 48 times. The effect of this attribute is simply off the charts. One can only imagine what level of combat power Ling Chen can reach in his current state of full attribute explosion. Even ordinary martial emperors at the 4th or 5th level would be crushed before him, right? What a pity, there isn't a martial emperor around to kill me, Ling Chen said with a hint of sarcasm. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from the depths of the starry sky. Feeling the aura, Ling Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He suddenly looked up, and in an instant, the void god eye appeared on his forehead. In a moment, a soul handprint with a diameter of several hundred kilometers was crushing down towards him. Damn, Soul Destroyer. And it's a Soul Destroyer at the Martial Emperor level. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but curse. He didn't have any attributes that would jinx him, right? Alert, alert, Soul Destroyer aura detected, aura level, Martial Emperor 3rd layer. An alarm echoed throughout the Xiantian ship. What? Soul Destroyer? Martial Emperor 3rd layer? Upon hearing these 2 terms, even Xian Yu's face changed dramatically. The several martial emperors behind him also turned pale. A Soul Destroyer at the Martial Emperor 3rd layer, with the lowest attribute level being silver. A Soul Destroyer of this level could erase all of them with a single thought. This was a terrifying existence they simply could not withstand. Not good, his target is my uncle. How could my uncle's itinerary be exposed? Xian Yu cursed loudly. He quickly activated the soul detection radar. However, in an instant, his face turned ashen. He saw on the radar display a terrifying soul handprint already crushing down towards Ling Chen. This terrifying soul fluctuation would instantly erase their souls even if they were hit. Let alone Ling Chen, who was only at the martial respect level. He could only hurriedly mobilize the Shen-Tian starship's annihilation cannon to start searching for the Soul Destroyer's location, but by the time it was locked on, Ling Chen would definitely be doomed. Not good, something happened to Ling Chen.
On the other side, the cold moon immortal also felt this powerful soul fluctuation and her expression changed immediately.
What? What happened to the little madman? Zhao Shuang exclaimed in shock.
A soul destroyer at the Martial Emperor 3rd layer, attribute level, silver.
Moreover, he has cultivated extremely powerful soul techniques and soul skills. The cold moon immortal took a deep breath. What? Martial Emperor 3rd layer? Master, didn't you say you could defeat an ordinary Martial Emperor at the peak?
Hurry up and save the little
madman, Zhao Shuya said anxiously.
The opponent is not a martial artist, but a soul destroyer with a silver entry. I don't have any entries related to soul destroyers, I'm not his match.
The cold moon immortal sighed. This level of soul strength could easily erase her. Although Ling Chen's soul strength was formidable, it was only powerful in relation to martial artists.
This silver entry soul destroyer, having cultivated an 8th tier soul technique and soul skills, could easily unleash a soul explosive force of 300 to 400 times. His strength could slay an ordinary peak martial
emperor with a single soul attack.
Ling Chen is strong, but how could he possibly reach such a level?
Even possessing bloodline-related soul cultivation entries and soul amplification entries might not be enough, not to mention that these two types of entries are extremely rare. Very rare.
As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Shuya's expression changed.
However, the next moment, she didn't hesitate
and rushed straight out of the cabin.
Buzz.
But in an instant, she suddenly felt darkness before her eyes and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground.
Alas! Silly child, even if you go out, it's just a death sentence.
The cold moon immortal sighed helplessly.
She then looked at Ling Chen outside the spaceship.
I hope you have some powerful trump cards left, although it's unlikely. Watching the descending giant handprint of soul, Ling Chen also smiled coldly.
Dare to make a move against me? Then let's see if you have that strength.
Ling Chen snorted coldly and activated refined soul burning heaven.
Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying blue mental flame erupted, enveloping an area of hundreds of kilometers. The next moment, the blue flames grew even more vigorous, transforming directly into silver flames. Soul annihilation activated.
In that instant, Ling Chen's soul attributes surged more than 100-fold.
Coupled with the
attributes inherent to the soul destroyer, that was a full 10,000 times.
However, this was just the beginning. The 12th transformation. 9-turn soul refining scripture surged instantly.
The soul flames swelled several times.
Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Ling Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and in an instant, the Hell Ruler activated. Buzz. In that moment, an endless blood-colored soul aura spread from Ling Chen's body.
The originally silver soul flames instantly transformed into blood red.
The soul flames enveloped Ling Chen entirely. At the same time, the blood flames surged even more violently, directly covering an area of hundreds of thousands of meters.
At this moment, the giant handprint of soul in the sky had also descended above the flames.
Just at that moment,
a finger with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters slowly extended from the flames, instantly colliding with the giant handprint of soul.
Boom! In an instant, an invisible rumble echoed through the void.
This blood-colored finger, etched with endless strange runes, was less than 1/10 the size
of the giant handprint, yet it shattered the giant handprint in an instant. What? How is this possible? Bloodline-related soul cultivation. Entry? Dark gold? What kind of finger is this?
This terrifying scene instantly left the cold moon immortal, who was watching the battle from afar, with her eyes wide open in disbelief.
This.
Meanwhile, Xian Yu was utterly horrified at this scene.
Though martial
emperors behind him were completely dumbfounded.
What is happening? The attack of a third-tier martial emperor's soul destroyer was shattered?
In the void, a young man enveloped in soul energy, unable to be locked onto, also changed his expression upon seeing this scene.
As a soul destroyer, he could clearly sense how terrifying
the soul contained within that blood-colored finger was.
Boom!
However, at that moment, an invisible force suddenly descended upon him.
Puff!
Before he could react, the young man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, his aura plummeted to a mere quarter of its original strength.
What kind of entry is this?
How can there be such terrifying
soul pressure?
The young man's face turned pale.
Run!
Without any hesitation, he turned to escape this unsettling place. Something was definitely off.
However, a blood-red finger
from the crimson flames pointed directly at him in the void.
Annihilate!
In the next moment, a whisper that seemed to come from the depths of hell enveloped the entire starry sky.
Buzz!
Instantly, a tidal wave of soul blades, formed from hundreds of billions of soul edges, surged toward the soul exterminator. Feeling his soul tremble, the young man turned back in terror. However, that glance brought an endless despair to his face.
In the next instant, the overwhelming tide of soul blades swept over his body. Puff 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 puff. The sound of invisible slicing echoed through the void. This sound could only be heard by soul cultivators. After the tide passed, the young man's expression remained one of terror, but his entire being had already lost all vitality. His heart gradually stopped beating, his blood ceased to flow, and his brain no longer functioned. His lifeless body drifted away into the starry sky. Meanwhile, within the blood-red flames, the blood-red finger slowly retracted. The flames gradually converged. And Ling Chen's figure also appeared within the crimson flames. With my current entry level, I can only summon a finger of the Hell Master. But just a finger is so powerful, I can't imagine how strong it would be if I could transform into the Hell Master in his prime. Ling Chen felt a bit excited. After all, this power was terrifying. Buzz. At that moment, the corpse of the young man not far away also burst forth with waves of light. Seeing this, Ling Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly activated the goddess's blessing. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible holy light enveloped Ling Chen's entire body, and then the holy light transformed into a stream of light that shot directly into the young man's body. The corpse, which had begun to emit a silver glow, instantly transformed into gold. Soon after, a golden oracle stone condensed above the corpse. Wow, it really works. Ling Chen was immediately thrilled at this sight. He then waved his hand in the void, and the corpse along with the golden oracle stone were rapidly pulled back from tens of thousands of kilometers away by his powerful telekinesis. Before long, Ling Chen opened the entry of this oracle stone. Soul Exterminator. Gold, Power Enhancement. Silver, Speed Enhancement. Silver, Soul Ignition. Purple. A total of 10 entries, 2 silver and 1 gold, which could be considered a good oracle stone. The price would definitely be considerable. Moreover, this was a Soul Exterminator entry. The value of silver was comparable to that of ordinary gold entries. Wouldn't this gold one be comparable to other dark gold entries? The oracle stone will be useful later, so I'll keep it for now. Also, this Soul Exterminator's corpse is not bad, I'll take it. Ling Chen thought for a moment and directly stored both items. He tossed the corpse into the gate of hell he had opened in his small world. Buzz. In an instant, the power of the gate of hell increased slightly. However, the next moment, a young man with pitch-black eyes stepped out from the gate of hell. The young man was the Soul Exterminator who had just been killed. At this moment, aside from his black eyes, he was no different from before. Right, it seems I can read the memories of the dead. I might as well see who wanted to kill me. The Soul Exterminator seems to be from the galactic human race. Definitely not from the surrounding star systems. Ling Chen thought to himself and began to read the young man's memories. Soon, he was completely stunned to find out that the other party was from the Shen-Tian Divine Domain. Moreover, he was the young master of the most powerful Tongtian Sacred Land. What the hell? Isn't this my mom's former fiancé, Tianji? Ling Chen was utterly bewildered. From the memories of the other party, Ling Chen learned the backstory. Just a day ago, Tianji suddenly received a message. The son of Ling Xian, who had once stolen his wife, had appeared, and he even provided all of Ling Chen's information. The level of detail in this information left Ling Chen speechless. It almost laid out every experience he had from childhood to adulthood. Whoever managed to obtain this information was definitely a high-ranking member of the human race or an insider from the Ling family. Moreover, this information did not mention the relationship between Ling Chen, Ling Xian, and the Xuanwu Supreme. At the same time, Ling Chen also realized that Tianji was unaware of the identity of the person who had taken his fiancé. He also didn't know what agreement his family's ancestor had reached with the Xuanwu Supreme. All he knew was that his wife had been taken away, and now there was even a child. Furthermore, that person had become incredibly powerful, and at that moment, he could no longer hold back. He directly followed the method recorded in the information and slipped out during the time when the 10 martial gods had almost all come to the Shen-Tian main star to pick someone up. The target was none other than Ling Chen, and on the way, he even received a message saying that Ling Chen had already arrived at the planet storing the ferocious beasts. Good, 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 this means that every piece of my information is under their complete control. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh. A cold, mocking laugh. To be so precise, there were only a few candidates who could have leaked his whereabouts. But who could it be? I hope it's not who I think it is. Ling Chen's gaze turned icy. He then turned to look at the Shen-Tian starship. However, his pupils constricted as he saw the terrifying Star Destroyer cannon, hundreds of kilometers long, aimed directly at him. Boom! In the next moment, the Star Destroyer cannon of the Shen-Tian starship erupted. A beam of terrifying light capable of destroying large stars sliced through the starry sky. In an instant, the 9th tier energy, enough to obliterate ordinary martial gods, slammed into Ling Chen.
The terrifying force vaporized Ling Chen's body instantly, and in a mere moment, he had vanished into the void of space. This scene left everyone in the control room of the Xiantian starship completely dumbfounded. Who fired the shot? Xian Yu roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. He cast a cold, sharp glance around. His gaze then locked onto a martial emperor named Lu Tong standing nearby. Upon meeting Xian Yu's furious gaze, Lu Tong's face changed dramatically. Young Master Xian Yu, it wasn't me. How could I have fired? Lu Tong hurriedly explained. Only 2 people can fire the Star Destroyer cannon on the entire Xiantian starship, besides me, it's you. What? Are you implying that I can't do it? Xian Yu instantly grabbed Lu Tong by the neck. The terrifying force made Lu Tong choke. Yet, the originally terrified Lu Tong suddenly turned sullen. After being grabbed by the neck. So what if I fired? Ha ha ha, does your Ling family think no one knows about Ling Chen's identity? Ha ha ha. Does the Ling family really think the galactic civilization belongs solely to you? Lu Tong couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. What? Lu Tong, is it really you? Why did you do this? Have you been bought off by an alien race? Damn it, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. At that moment, the martial emperors present were shocked. Lu Tong was the most valued subordinate of the Xiantian martial god. Being entrusted with the launch program of the Star Destroyer cannon was enough to indicate his status, yet he turned out to be a spy. You deserve to die. Xian Yu let out a furious roar and directly flung Lu Tong out. Boom! With a loud crash, Lu Tong slammed against the control room wall, creating a terrifying deep pit in the wall made of 8th grade superior alloy. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood spewed from Lu Tong's mouth. I just. Lu Tong painfully lifted his head. Puff! However, in the next moment, a spear pierced directly through his head. Lu Tong died instantly. The one who acted was none other than Xian Yu. Young Master Xian Yu, you killed him too quickly. He should have been sent back to extract the mastermind from his mouth. A martial emperor sighed. I acted impulsively. Xian Yu also felt a bit regretful. Now, finding the mastermind was impossible. Xian Yu then glanced at the starry sky, his expression changing. Sigh. He sighed and ultimately connected with his grandfather's contact. Xiao Yu. What's the matter? The projection of the Xiantian martial god appeared. However, upon seeing Xian Yu's grim face, the Xiantian martial god immediately became serious. What happened? Tell me. The Xiantian martial god shouted angrily. Hearing the Xiantian martial god's words, Xian Yu trembled all over. He stammered a few times but couldn't speak. You brat, say something. Are you mute? The Xiantian martial god scolded angrily. Just now, someone attacked my uncle. It was a martial emperor of the 3rd heaven, a soul destroyer. And at least a silver tier soul destroyer. Xian Yu said softly. What? Impossible. How could a soul destroyer of that level dare to come to my Xiantian star system? The Xiantian martial god shouted in anger. It's not an alien, it seems to be one of our human race. Xian Yu replied. Human race? Upon hearing it was the human race, the Xiantian martial god widened his eyes in disbelief. A soul destroyer of the 3rd heaven from the human race? That was a prodigy of the human race. How could they defect? It should be noted that although they were only silver-tier soul destroyers, in battle, they were not a match for ordinary golden-tier warriors. Wait, there are no soul destroyers of that strength within our human territory, and the people on the spaceship are not his match. How can you still be on video with me? Where's your uncle? The Xiantian martial god asked urgently. How could the defector let Xian Yu and the others go? Hearing the Xiantian martial god's words, Xian Yu felt a chill in his heart. Did his grandfather only care about his uncle? That soul destroyer attacked my uncle outside the Xiantian spaceship, but my uncle's strength was even greater, so he was killed in retaliation. Xian Yu said softly. As soon as these words came out, the Xiantian martial god stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Retaliation? Retaliation? Xiao Feng killed a soul destroyer of the 3rd heaven? How is that possible? Wasn't he just at the martial sovereign level? The Xiantian martial god exclaimed. However, he quickly reacted. Wait, since the enemy was killed in retaliation, why do you look like this? Also, I've been asking you about your uncle's situation, and you haven't said anything. What exactly happened? Where's Ling Chen? Have him come see me. The Xiantian martial god finally sensed something was wrong and his tone became stern. Uncle. He's dead. Xian Yu took a deep breath and said sadly. Boom. In that instant, the Xiantian martial god felt as if his head had exploded. Dead. Dead? Ling Chen is dead. How could this be? How could he die? Even the soul destroyer of the 3rd heaven was killed. Who could touch him? Except for a martial god?
Say it again, he rasped. Uncle is dead. The Xian spaceship had already locked onto that soul destroyer, but before the annihilation cannon could be activated, that soul destroyer was killed. But just as my uncle went to retrieve the oracle stone that the slain soul master had revealed, Lutong activated the annihilation cannon, and my uncle died beneath its fire. Xian Yu quickly recounted the events simultaneously, uploading the recorded footage. Seeing in the video that Ling Chen had indeed completely vanished under the attack of the annihilation cannon, even in slow motion, the details of Ling Chen's flesh and blood dissolving, leaving only bones, and then those bones dissolving and disappearing into the starry sky were all clearly recorded. Furthermore, the soul radar showed that Ling Chen's soul had been utterly destroyed. He was dead, completely dead, with no possibility of any accident. Impossible, how could this be? Lutong, where is he? Where is he? Xian Tian, the martial god, murmured, his tone growing increasingly furious. His brother's only heir had died under his protection. He had personally brought out the Xian Tian starship for Ling Chen's safety, yet Ling Chen had barely stepped outside the ship when he was killed by the enemy. There had to be a traitor. However, he absolutely refused to believe that. The traitor was Lutong himself. Lutong was his trusted confidant, someone he had nurtured himself. How could someone who would die for him betray him? I couldn't hold back and accidentally killed him. But I have the video here, and the martial emperors present can testify that Lutong has already admitted it. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu quickly played the video of him killing Lutong. Watching Lutong's unfamiliar face and vengeful expression in the footage, Xian Tian fell silent. He stared intently at the screen without saying a word. Wait for me to return, he whispered, then abruptly ended the communication. Young Master Xian Yu, what should we do now? A group of martial emperors behind him felt a sense of dread at Xian Tian's furious demeanor. They all sensed that they might be in serious trouble. Under their protection, Ling Chen had actually been killed by one of their own. This was a major dereliction of duty. Although Xian Tian bore significant responsibility as well. After all, it was he who had granted launch authority to a spy, a traitor, which led to this incident. Don't worry, this matter is not our fault. Even if Grandpa loves my uncle, he won't vent his anger on us. Alright, everyone, just do what you need to do. Let's return to the Xian Tian star system and wait for Grandpa to come back. Xian Yu sighed. He then turned and flew towards his cabin. Seeing this scene, the martial emperors present couldn't help but sigh as well. They had all witnessed Ling Chen's terrifying talent. If he could survive, he would undoubtedly become the heir to the Xian Wu Supreme. He would become the next prodigy to protect the human race, and now, he was dead. At this moment, they began to understand why the Xin family had protected Ling Chen so well. Look, he had only been exposed for a few days and had already faced several assassination attempts, ultimately falling. Even if he escaped this time, what about next time? What about the time after that? Sooner or later, Ling Chen would fall because he couldn't escape. However, at the same time, in a silent starry sky 10 trillion kilometers away from the Xian Tian starship, buzz! A soul suddenly emerged from a rift in space. The soul quickly coalesced into a handsome young man. Apart from his somewhat ethereal appearance, it was impossible to tell that this was a soul. This soul was, of course, Ling Chen. How ridiculous, to be killed by my own people. Indeed, one cannot trust others. If it weren't for the intention to persist, I would probably be dead. At this moment, Ling Chen laughed. A self-deprecating laugh. Buzz! In the next moment, violent energy surged into his soul, and then his blood vessels and bones began to rapidly regenerate. Soon, his bones were fully restored, followed by his flesh and organs. In just half a minute, Ling Chen's body had completely healed. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the life-giving creation and the devouring flames. With these two, even a soul more fractured than that of the cold moon immortal could be restored. Moreover, this time using the eternal thought, he discovered something. The description of eternal thought states that one sacrifices their physical body for the preservation of thought. In other words, even if one suffers a soul attack and their soul is instantly destroyed, as long as they sacrifice their body, their soul can escape. Just like the annihilation cannon from before, which is a 9th-tier technology, even an ordinary martial god would not survive being hit. This attack can also target the soul, and if Ling Chen were at the martial emperor level, he would naturally be fine, but he was only at the peak of martial sovereign. His soul could not withstand that attack. Therefore, Ling Chen truly died in that moment, but the remarkable thing is that even though he was completely dead, with his soul extinguished, the eternal thought saved him. This was no longer just an escape, it was a form of complete resurrection in a certain sense. It seems that the condition for sacrificing the physical body is that no matter how it is done, as long as the body is completely gone, one can be resurrected. And of course, the main requirement is to fill the entry. Just a single golden entry can grant a life. This entry is absolutely invincible. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, this entry was terrifying only for Ling Chen. For those without restoration or devouring entries, losing their body not only greatly diminished their strength but also made restoration a distant hope. Moreover, they had to constantly hide, for if a powerful being discovered them, they could be enslaved, sealed, or even directly refined into a soul pill. In any case, the outcome would be tragic. Take the Cold Moon Immortal, for example. Her strength was formidable, right? But without a body, she could only hide within a young girl's body, hoping that the other could grow strong enough to revive her. So it wasn't that this entry was invincible, but rather that all of Ling Chen's entries combined forged his invincibility. However, this means I can't go to the Xiantian star system for now. I need to hide for a while, and once I find the person behind the scenes who wants to put me to death, I'll return. Ling Chen used the void integration to hide himself deep within the void. At this moment, even an ordinary martial god might not be able to detect his presence. Buzz. The next moment, the core of the Black God battle armor appeared in his hand. At this point, the core was already covered in cracks. Buzz. As a massive amount of power surged into it, the devouring entry of the Black God battle armor activated, and in the next moment, the entire armor began to repair itself at an astonishing speed. In just a moment, the armor's core was completely restored. Black God, hijack an account from a galactic civilization, then send a message to Yer. Ling Chen commanded. Ding. Hijacking. Successful. What content should be sent? The Black God battle armor replied. Cold Moon. Ling Chen said calmly. Message sent successfully, the Black God battle armor responded. Instantly. Activate the space jump function. Lock coordinates, Xiantian divine domain. Ling Chen continued issuing commands. Activating space jump function. Coordinates. Locked. Preparing to jump, please prepare, Master. The Black God battle armor responded immediately. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the armor's core directly surged with a large amount of nanomaterial, quickly forming a suit of armor that enveloped Ling Chen's entire body. Soon, the armor began to rapidly transform, with the position of his legs merging into a single thruster. Puff, puff, puff. Then, the armor's hands expelled scorching flames to adjust their position. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, the thruster erupted with terrifying flames. The immense thrust propelled Ling Chen out at an incredible speed. Ding. Accelerating, speed per second, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The sound of prompts echoed wildly in Ling Chen's mind. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. The battle armor continued to accelerate. The speed of acceleration rivaled that of an ordinary 7th-tier spaceship. In the vacuum environment, there was no resistance, otherwise, the energy consumed would be an astronomical figure. Beep. Reaching 10 times the speed of light, preparing. To initiate the jump, please get ready. Another prompt sounded. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the center of the battle armor's forehead, striking the distant starry sky. In an instant, a rift opened in the starry sky. Whoosh! The Black God battle armor instantly plunged into it and disappeared. The rift closed at the same time. Meanwhile, in a cabin of the Xiantian starship, Ling Chen, Zhao Shuya exclaimed, suddenly sitting up from her bed. Buzz. Then, the figure of the Cold Moon Immortal flew out from her body. You're awake? Upon seeing Zhao Shuya, the Cold Moon Immortal's expression was somewhat cautious. Master, where is Ling Chen? What about that soul destroyer? Zhao Shuya hurriedly asked. The soul destroyer was killed by Ling Chen. The Cold Moon Immortal said slowly. Although she had witnessed it with her own eyes, she still couldn't believe it. Ling Chen actually possessed the legendary Dark Gold special entry. Such a level of special entry, even at her peak, she had rarely seen. Yet, this super genius had died at the hands of their own. If Ling Chen were to grow, he could definitely elevate the galactic human civilization to several levels. What a pity! Truly a pity. What? Killed by Ling Chen? Then where is he? Zhao Shuya's face lit up with surprise. He's dead. However, the Cold Moon Immortal's next words instantly froze her. Smile. Dead, dead? Impossible, how could this be? How could he possibly be dead? Zhao Shuya murmured in disbelief. He is dead, killed by the annihilation cannon of the Xiantian starship. That is a 9th-tier weapon, it obliterated even his soul. The Cold Moon Immortal sighed softly. Boom! At these words, Zhao Shuya felt as if struck by lightning. The light in her eyes vanished, replaced by despair. Beep, beep. Just then, a message suddenly arrived on Zhao Shuya's smart wristwatch. Like Ling Chen, she had dismantled her biological intelligence brain. Upon hearing the sound, her eyes instantly sparkled with hope. It must be Ling Chen, he definitely isn't dead. Zhao Shuya excitedly opened her smart wristwatch. Xiaoya, please accept my condolences, a person cannot be brought back to life. You. Seeing Zhao Shuya's demeanor, the cold moon immortal sighed, preparing to offer some comfort. It really is Ling Chen, I told you he wasn't dead. However, the next moment, Zhao Shuya burst into excited laughter. At this, the cold moon immortal was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Ling Chen's elders sent a message to Zhao Shuya using his account? Were they afraid Zhao Shuya would be heartbroken? If that were the case, she needn't expose it. Perhaps Zhao Shuya would gradually come to accept the reality. Really? That's wonderful. It seems I misjudged. The cold moon immortal quickly put on a surprised expression. Master, your act is too fake, Ling Chen really isn't dead. Just look. Unfortunately, her actions were met with an eye roll and a sarcastic remark from Zhao Shuya. She then directly displayed the message content to the cold moon immortal. Upon seeing the words cold moon in the message, the cold moon immortal's pupils constricted sharply. Only Zhao Shuya and Ling Chen in the entire galactic civilization knew her name. No one else could possibly send this to Zhao Shuya. This meant that the probability of Ling Chen still being alive was at least 90%, even higher. How is this possible? I watched his soul dissipate with my own eyes. The cold moon immortal was completely shocked. I told you, the little madman is the strongest person in the world. You just wouldn't believe it, but now you do, right? Zhao Shuya smiled proudly. Once these words were spoken, the cold moon immortal, who had always thought it was just a love-struck statement, fell silent. If Ling Chen could really survive, then his ability was somewhat against the heavens. But what level of ability could allow someone to survive after their soul had dissipated? Even the cold moon immortal found it hard to comprehend. After all, the special entry of eternal thought is not a simple entry. Even if someone possesses this entry, they cannot speak of it, as it is a life-saving ability. Once the details are known, others could lie in wait around the teleportation point to ambush. Therefore, very few people are aware of this entry. However, since he hasn't returned, it means there is still danger. Also, you need to be more low-key from now on, you don't have his powerful escape ability. The cold moon immortal solemnly advised Zhao Shuya. I know, master. I will wait safely for Ling Chen to come back. Zhao Shuya said earnestly. When he returns, the upper echelons of the entire human civilization will probably undergo a major purge. The cold moon immortal said with a hint of meaning. Xiaoya, are you there? It's Uncle Tian. Just then, the voice of the Xiantian martial god came from outside the cabin. Upon hearing this voice, the cold moon immortal immediately hid deep within Zhao Shuya's soul. Creak. Zhao Shuya opened the cabin door. Then, she saw the Xiantian martial god enter with Xianyu. Of course, he looked just like he did back on Blue Water Star. Does the Xiantian martial god have something to discuss? Zhao Shuya's expression turned extremely cold. The tears on her face had not yet dried. This scene made the Xiantian martial god sigh. Almost everyone on the Xiantian starship knew about Ling Chen's death. After all, everyone had been watching the battle at that time. Ling Chen was essentially killed by his own people right under everyone's noses. I came to talk to you about Ling Chen. The Xiantian martial god sighed. He's already dead, what's there to say? The little madman joked before that geniuses like us would inevitably be hunted by alien races in the future. But since we are human, we must be prepared for this. However, we never expected that those who wanted to kill us would not only be aliens but also our own kind. What, is the Xiantian martial god here to kill me in silence? Me? Zhao Shuya smiled coldly, her gaze towards the Xiantian martial god extremely frigid. At the same time, she glanced at Xianyu. Ling Chen had been attacked by the Xiantian starship, and the two people before her were the master and controller of the Xiantian starship. How could she not be furious? As her words fell, the Xiantian martial god opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Having watched Ling Chen and Zhao Shuya grow up, he naturally understood their feelings for each other. This matter was my fault. I shouldn't have trusted the wrong person. I never expected that the person I painstakingly nurtured would ultimately turn against his own kind. I still don't understand why he did this. The Xiantian martial god took a deep breath, his expression pained as he spoke. At this point, tears even streamed down his eyes. After finishing, his expression instantly turned cold and stern. Xianyu, tell me, why did he do this? The Xiantian martial god said coldly without looking back. Xianyu, who was suddenly called out, was taken aback for a moment. He must have been corrupted by the alien races, otherwise, I can't think of any other reason that could drive him to such madness. Shen! You said with a face full of sorrow. Humph. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the Xiantian martial god let out a desolate laugh. Xian Yu and Zhao Shuya were both momentarily stunned, unsure why the Xian Tian martial god was laughing. The resources I provided him are the very best in the entire human race. Moreover, he has the most powerful family, the Xian family, backing him. How could he be corrupted? It's impossible for him to be corrupted. He must have other reasons for doing this. Don't you think so, Xian Yu? The smile of the Xian Tian martial god gradually faded, and then he turned his gaze to the starry sky, speaking calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Xian Yu trembled all over, looking at the Xian Tian martial god in disbelief. Xian Tian martial god, what good is it to find reasons now? Shouldn't we be uncovering the mastermind behind all this and making him pay the price he deserves? Zhao Shuya frowned immediately and asked coldly. You're right. Finding any reason now is useless. In that case, Xian Yu, come here and kneel. The Xian Tian martial god nodded in agreement, then spoke calmly. Boom! As soon as these words were uttered, Xian Yu's mind exploded. Even Zhao Shuya looked at him in shock. What? Do you want me to take action? The Xian Tian martial god turned back indifferently. The disappointment, sorrow, and endless killing intent in his eyes were impossible to hide. Grandpa, what do you mean? Xian Yu stammered. What do I mean? Do you really think that a mere manipulation type entry could keep me from knowing what you did to Lu Tong? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong person. I trust Lu Tong more than I trust you. Your little tricks can fool others, but they can't fool me, nor can they fool your great-grandfather. He is already on his way here. You better explain yourself well, and I'll give you a quick end, otherwise, when your great-grandfather arrives, you'll know what it means to wish you were dead. The Xian Tian martial god said to Xian Yu in a cold tone. Xian Yu was the most talented descendant of his lineage. With a mid-grade golden talent, he was destined to inherit his legacy. Moreover, this child even possessed a golden cultivation talent entry. He had a 70% chance of becoming a supreme being in the future. Of course, this entry was known only to him, the Xian Wu Supreme, and Xian Yu himself. Over the years, he had kept Xian Yu by his side, even allowing him to act independently while giving him his Xian Tian ship and strictly instructing him never to leave the Xian Tian ship. However, this genius, regarded as the future of the human race by both himself and the Xian Wu Supreme, had actually killed his own uncle. How could this not cause him pain? How could you know? How could you possibly know? Upon hearing the words of the Xian Tian martial god, Xian Yu completely broke down. He believed he had hidden it well, and most importantly, with his identity and talent combined with his performance over the years, no one could suspect him. But why? Why was he exposed so quickly? Was it you who killed the little madman? Zhao Shuya, upon hearing this, instantly understood what was happening and glared at Xian Yu in fury. That's right, it was me who killed him. Xian Yu no longer pretended. Since he had been exposed, there was no need to keep up the facade. Grandpa, before I die, I just want to know, how did you know it was me who did this? Xian Yu looked at the Xian Tian martial god with burning eyes. When did I confirm it was you? Didn't you admit it yourself? The Xian Tian martial god said calmly. Boom! Upon hearing this, Xian Yu's mind exploded. You tricked me. Xian Yu instantly collapsed. I can't say it was purely tricking you. I have extreme trust in Lu Tong. The moment you said he betrayed us, I felt something was off. When you sent me the video, the more I watched, the more I realized something was wrong. I understand your character very well, you have always been very composed. Although Ling Chen's death might excite you, you would never lose your rationality and directly kill Lu Tong. Your actions resemble more of a murder to silence him. Moreover, the angry expression Lu Tong showed before you killed him fits perfectly with someone who has been schemed against. So I have reason to suspect that my most valued grandson is the very murderer who killed his uncle. Bringing you to see Xiaoya was merely to push your tension to its peak, to expose your flaws. I originally thought you would hold on for a while, but who knew you would admit it so quickly. It seems that in your eyes, I, your grandfather, am quite formidable. Xian Tian Wushan said calmly. However, there was a hint of self-mockery in his last sentence. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu fell silent instantly. Although Xian Tian Wushan did not confirm it outright, even if he did not admit it, the truth would eventually come to light. After all, there were indeed many oversights in everything he did. He should have killed Lu Tong in an instant, yet he foolishly manipulated the situation. The saying the more you say, the more mistakes you make is precisely this principle. Now, tell me, why did you go after Ling Chen? He shouldn't have any enmity with you, right? Or, as you said, have you already been corrupted by the alien race? Xian Tian Wushan said coldly. Humph. At this, the silent Xian Yu laughed. A disdainful laugh. Why? Do I even need to say? As a hidden genius of the family, what treatment does he get, and what treatment do I get? Since I was little, my parents raised me on a desolate planet. No one cared, no one was concerned, I only found out I had parents when I turned 18. Alright, I started working hard to earn their recognition, and after much effort, I grew to become the strongest prodigy on the entire planet. I even passed the assessment of the Xiantian Divine Realm and was preparing to enter it. Who would have thought that at this moment, they would come back to tell me that my family is the most powerful race of the galactic human race, and I am the biological grandson of Xiantian Wushan. At that moment, all my efforts became a joke, as if everything I achieved was given by the Xian family. But, have I ever met you? I have not even seen my great-grandfather 10 times until now. But Ling Chen? He was pampered by all of you since childhood, and you would take time every year to reunite with him. Compared to me, he seems more like your real grandson, right? Xian Yu said coldly, his tone filled with self-mockery. Upon hearing this, Xiantian Wushan showed no emotional fluctuation. He just continued to listen. I can endure all of this, but what I cannot tolerate is that all these years, you have been grooming me as the supreme successor. But once Ling Chen arrived, everything changed. In your eyes, there was only him. His talent terrifies me. Don't even mention the same level, he can easily kill me now. In the future, he is destined to be the leader of the human race, while I, the former supreme successor, will only become a stepping stone for him to rise above the supreme. Perhaps, in the future, history will record me, Xian Yu, as the nephew of the human supreme Ling Chen. At that moment, I laughed. Why should that be? Just because he has a good father, good talent? Because of your concern for him? Isn't he a genius? A fallen genius, can he still be called a genius? As Xian Yu spoke towards the end, he laughed in a sickly manner. Yet, Xiantian Wushan remained silent, watching this scene. Alas! I didn't expect your great-grandfather's words to come true. Finally, Xiantian Wushan sighed in pain. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu frowned, unsure of what his grandfather meant. Your great-grandfather once told me that your talent is powerful, but that composed nature is merely superficial. Deep down, you are very insecure and selfish. Moreover, no matter how much you are tempered, it is hard to achieve great use. I don't believe it. I think you're quite good, so I've been training you with all my might, often instilling in you the idea that you are the future supreme of the human race, aiming to correct your feelings of inferiority. At the same time, letting you come into contact with the star command of the Xiantian star system is also to allow you to personally experience the crises of the human race, to understand that to become supreme, one not only needs to be powerful but also must have the mindset to sacrifice at any moment. And this is what will correct the selfishness that you have hidden so well. It's a pity that it was all in vain. A person's character is destined from birth and cannot be changed in a lifetime. The Xiantian martial god looked at Xian Yu with disappointment. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu was stunned. It turned out that his great-grandfather had never thought highly of him and had never considered giving him the position of supreme. It was all just an illusion created by the Xiantian martial god. And this illusion ultimately led him to extremes. But even so, how can you be sure that Ling Chen will successfully become a qualified supreme of the human race? Xian Yu still shouted in frustration. Who said he would become the supreme of the human race? However, the Xiantian martial god directly denied Xian Yu's words. Xian Yu's head buzzed. He didn't understand what the Xiantian martial god meant. His talent, his achievements, are destined not to be limited to this small galaxy. The supreme of the human race? To him, the galactic human race is far too small. This is perhaps a truth that you, a frog at the bottom of a well, will never understand. The Xiantian martial god sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu trembled all over. Yes, such terrifying talent, could it really be constrained by the galaxy? Alright, there's no point in saying more, after all, we're all going to die. Why say so much to you? Now, are you not going to reveal who the soul destroyer that assassinated Xiao Feng is? Also, thanks to all the readers for their support. I continue to seek a wave of rewards, a wave of support. If it's convenient, please click a bit, I would be very grateful. The Xiantian martial god calmly finished speaking, then looked coldly at Xian Yu. Will you speak? If I say it, can you let me go? Since you can't, why should I say it? If you're going to act, then act. If I blink, then I'm not a descendant of the Xian family. Xian Yu scoffed. He then slowly closed his eyes. Is this accepting fate? If you struggled a bit, or violently attacked, I might think more highly of you. But you only show off in front of your own people. I fear that if you encounter a foreign race, you'll kneel on the ground begging for mercy, right? Just as your great-grandfather said, a waste is just a waste. You won't amount to anything. Seeing this scene, the Xiantian martial god snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Xian Yu trembled. All over. This was a heart-wrenching blow. However, even knowing that the other party was deliberately provoking him, Xianyu still felt desolate inside. It turned out that, in his grandfather's eyes, he was just a spineless coward? It seemed he was not as perfect as he imagined. From beginning to end, he had been scheming against Ling Chen for an unfounded position. He had just said that Ling Chen relied on the Xian family, relied on his father, but now that he thought about it, those words actually applied to himself. He too relied on the Xian family, on his grandfather, to have his current achievements. On the contrary, Ling Chen had not accepted anything from the Xian family up to now. If he had said earlier that Ling Chen had used the golden oracle stone given by the Xuanwu Supreme. But when Ling Chen truly unleashed all his combat power, he realized that those golden oracle stones might make no difference to Ling Chen, because he was using the methods of the Soul Destroyer. What about regret? Naturally, he regretted. Upon careful reflection, it seemed he had no need to envy Ling Chen. Of course, perhaps it wasn't true regret, but rather he knew he was going to die. The Xiantian martial god showed no hesitation, suddenly slapping his right hand on Xianyu's head. Buzz! In an instant, the surrounding space twisted, and Xianyu's body was torn into pieces, which then vanished into nothingness. Buzz! Following that, a silver oracle stone slowly emerged from the void. Master, is Xianyu dead? Zhao Shuya asked her master in her mind. Feeling uneasy. Dead. This is the power of shattering, a force of the space system. He's dead beyond recovery. Unless he has means like Ling Chen. The words of the cold Moon Immortal Master came through. She had already known after Xianyu made his move that he was the true culprit. However, for her, it was uncertain who the real culprit was. What was certain was that after being betrayed by her so-called family this time, Ling Chen probably wouldn't trust anyone from the Xin family again. Xiaoya, all the responsibility for this lies with me. The Xin Tian martial god wanted to say something more to Zhao Shuya. The person is dead, I don't want to hear any explanations. I just want you to leave quietly. Zhao Shuya still wore a cold expression, her gaze towards the Xian was supreme filled with hatred. Since Ling Chen chose to conceal the news of his survival, she naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it upon witnessing this scene. Sigh. The Xian Tian martial god sighed, looking much older as he turned and walked out of the cabin. Master, do you think there's any connection between the Xian Tian martial god and Ling Chen's death? It seemed that Zhao Shuya was now suspicious of everyone after being stimulated by Xianyu's incident. From his soul fluctuations and other circumstances, there's no connection. If he could evade my probing, then his strength would have long surpassed that of his father. The Cold Moon Immortal Master said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuya nodded. Indeed, the Xian Tian martial god was different from Xianyu, there was no conflict of interest between them, and he had always treated Ling Chen very well since childhood, so he had no motive. Moreover, if there really was a connection, there would be no need for such theatrics in front of her. In that case, at least the little madman has some psychological comfort. But Xianyu, I used to think he was a good person, I never expected him to be this kind of person. It infuriates me. If he hadn't been killed by the Xian Tian martial god, I would have wanted to take action myself. Zhao Shuya spat a few times in the direction where Xianyu had died. So now you need to cultivate diligently. Only strength can isolate all possible threats. As for Ling Chen, if I'm not mistaken, he's most likely gone to the Xian Tian divine domain. If he wants to find you there, you two will definitely meet. The Cold Moon Immortal Master said. Is that so? Then I need to cultivate well. I'll protect the little madman in the future. Zhao Shuya immediately felt invigorated. Buzz. Meanwhile, after a space leap of 1,000 light-years, Ling Chen had appeared in an unfamiliar star domain. In the distant starry sky, several ninth-tier spaceships simultaneously emitted various powerful energies to seal a massive space rift. That space rift was the entrance to the Xian Tian star domain. This entrance is guarded by a martial god, and there's also a martial god with the shattering eye. It won't be easy to sneak in. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Although his integration with the world could hide his aura, it was impossible to evade under the scanning of the shattering eye. After all, the opponent's shattering eye was also golden, and while his integration into the void had some suppression due to the entry level, it wasn't much. Overall, his strength would have to be about 4 to 5 times weaker than the opponent's to barely hide. Looks like I need to raise my realm first. Anyway, the energy is sufficient now, so there's no need to rush. As Ling Chen thought of this, he directly concealed himself in the void, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to fully refine the pills he had previously concocted. Speaking of which, the precious corpses of those prodigies he had spent a fortune to buy had not even been harvested before they were slain, which made him a bit angry. However, he quickly calmed down. Oh ho! I haven't even given them my pills, and I've gotten a bunch of beast corpses for free. Ling Chen immediately laughed. His pills were still in his possession. There aren't many who can act against me on the Xiantian starship, just Xian Yu and one of the martial emperors arranged by the Xiantian martial god. Each of these people is a high-ranking figure in the Xiantian star system, and any one of them acting against me would be catastrophic. It seems that the high-ranking figures of the human race, or perhaps someone from the Xian family, don't want me to live. As Ling Chen thought of this, his expression turned cold and stern. No matter who it was, once his strength became powerful enough, the time of their demise would come upon his return. Moreover, Ling Chen's suspicion was directly locked onto Xian Yu, because it was absolutely not simple for someone to emerge from the heavenly extremity. Ling Chen checked his memories and found that the moment the other party emerged coincided with the time when those martial god-level powerhouses from the Xiantian sect came out to receive people. He had mixed in among those spaceships. At that time, each spaceship had at least hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, the soul aura of the people from the Xiantian divine domain was exactly the same as that of the galactic human race. In a mixed situation, unless one checked each person individually and knew the identity of almost everyone, it would indeed be difficult to detect. Although the breaking evil divine eye could see through any hidden person, it would only pay attention to those above the martial god level. After all, those below the martial god level wouldn't stir up much trouble. However, for the other party to mix in, they would need to be very clear about the timing of when these spaceships came out. This was not something an ordinary person could access. Even those martial emperors probably wouldn't know the news, and the only one who would know was Xian Yu. Theoretically, with the outbreak of the annihilation cannon, if his soul were to scatter, the identity of Tianji would also become a mystery. If it really was Xian Yu, it would be impossible for anyone to suspect him. At that time, he could find a scapegoat, and it would be foolproof. And himself, perhaps he would die in vain. After all, the Xian family probably wouldn't act against such a super prodigy as Xian Yu for his sake. Break through first. With this thought, Ling Chen didn't think much and directly urged all his energy to instantly impact his martial saint bottleneck. Boom! In an instant, as his body shook, all his muscles, meridians, and even his dantian were shattered. His blood value instantly surged from 99,999,000 to 100 million. And his realm directly reached the first level of the legendary martial saint. His injuries were also instantly healed. The next moment, the speed of his devouring flames absorption increased significantly. His strength enhancement speed was multiplied several times. The dark golden devouring heaven and earth could almost increase his blood value by tens of thousands every second. This meant that in a day, he could increase his blood value by several hundred million. At this rate, in just a few days, he could reach the 5th or 6th level of martial saint. By then, it would be much easier for him to evade the breaking void divine eye. With this thought in mind, he continued to cultivate. Time passed minute by minute. He soon saw several spaceships arriving at the Xiantian divine domain from over 10 light-years away. Subsequently, the Xiantian martial god and a group of martial god-level powerhouses brought Zhao Shuang and tens of thousands of other top prodigies into the spatial rift of the Xiantian divine domain. However, Ling Chen did not notice Xian Yu coming out of the Xiantian starship, and another person who could control the annihilation cannon inside the Xiantian starship was also missing. It was very likely that both of them had been captured for questioning. However, Ling Chen didn't care about any of this. To hell with those damn family members, only strength is the true path. In the following days, the entire Xiantian divine domain was very quiet. However, no one knew that Ling Chen, more than 10 light-years away from the Xiantian divine domain, was practicing frantically. Such a distant separation, combined with Ling Chen's continuous use of merging into the void, meant that even the one possessing the breaking abyss divine eye could not detect him. While cultivating, Ling Chen also activated his enlightenment function, crazily deducing his martial arts. Currently, the speed of his enlightenment deduction had increased 100-fold. Although the consumption had risen, he had long anticipated that he might need enlightenment, so he had purchased many talent-related entries. Of course, he had previously been worried that buying items from the Xiantian star system to the Xiantian divine domain would be somewhat troublesome. So he chose to buy them in advance, not expecting that he would actually use them now. During his enlightenment, the level of his martial arts rapidly increased. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality value has successfully increased to 3.2 billion. Your realm has reached Martial Saint's 6th layer. However, at this moment, a prompt sound also echoed in Ling Chen's mind. His eyes slowly opened. It should be about time. Feeling the surging realm within his body, Ling Chen's lips curled slightly. At this moment, even the heavenly extreme realm within his Hellgate had already recovered to Martial Emperor 1st layer. Moreover, his strength was nearly 10 times stronger than before at Martial Emperor 3rd layer. At this point, when he unleashed his full power, he could even threaten a martial god. Simultaneously, all his
Martial arts had reached the 9th tier pinnacle during his enlightenment. He had almost reached the maximum level achievable by the human race. The 9th tier pinnacle 9 transformations soul refining scripture had reached 18 transformations. It could enhance soul strength by 900%. Other techniques like sky splitting and myriad soul blades had also reached the 9th tier pinnacle with a 900% enhancement. However, as he progressed further, the increase in the number of myriad soul blades and 10 billion swords returning to origin became increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the power remained unchanged. When unleashed, each could achieve extremely powerful attack power. After merging, it could also reach a peak combat power of 900%. The main body of the Heavenly Fire Divine Sky technique barely reached the 9th tier lower grade. However, with the presence of Dark Golden, Lightning and Fire entries, the level of the martial arts skyrocketed to the 11th tier lower grade. The enhancement to combat power reached a terrifying 14 times. Ling Chen then directly opened his attribute panel. Name, Ling Chen race, human level, martial saint 6th layer vitality, 3.2 billion soul, 3.2 billion profession, alchemist, 7th tier pinnacle, perfect. Martial arts, Heavenly Fire Divine Sky technique, 11th tier lower grade, 1400%. 9 transformations soul refining scripture, 18 transformations. 9th tier pinnacle, martial skills, sky splitting, 9th tier pinnacle, myriad soul blades, 1 billion, 9th tier pinnacle, 10 billion swords returning to origin, 9th tier pinnacle, entries, infinite, unique first level, same type of entry can infinitely stack and upgrade, unlimited fusion of entries. Entries will be listed separately later, there are too many. Looking at his current attribute panel, Ling Chen's gaze turned towards the distant entrance of the Shintian divine domain. It's time to go in. With this thought, Ling Chen completely merged his form into the world, then flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. More than 10 light years, a spatial leap, and he arrived in an instant. Because he had completely concealed the fluctuations generated by the spatial leap. Even a few million kilometers away, the powerful being with the breaking abyss divine eye did not perceive Ling Chen's existence. Of course, the main reason was that Ling Chen himself possessed an even more powerful breaking void divine eye. Under the suppression of entry levels, the effectiveness of the opponent's breaking abyss divine eye was greatly diminished. Otherwise, even a late stage or peak martial god would naturally be able to see through Ling Chen's existence. Buzz. Before reaching the energy barrier, Ling Chen directly enveloped himself in the devouring flame, instantly consuming the energy that swept over him. This energy was like a waterfall. As soon as Ling Chen passed through, the energy barrier closed behind him. Of course, this was because Ling Chen had devoured all the energy. If he hadn't, the intensity of the power released by this energy would be comparable to a full-force strike from an ordinary martial emperor at their peak. However, it must be said that this energy was truly immense. If he weren't afraid of being discovered after a long time, Ling Chen would have wanted to absorb more power here to upgrade his Black God battle armor. After rushing into the barrier, Ling Chen flew directly towards the spatial rift of the Shintian divine domain. Buzz. As his vision blurred, the next moment, he found himself in the center of a valley surrounded by towering mountains. The entire spatial rift was obscured by these mountains. At the same time, Ling Chen sensed extremely powerful fluctuations from a formation here. This formation is probably at the 9th tier. Damn it, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, are they playing nesting dolls with me? Ling Chen was speechless. Looking around, with the entire valley shrouded in a 9th tier formation, it was nearly impossible for him to get out. Moreover, outside the formation, he sensed many powerful auras, one at the martial god level and many at the martial emperor level. Unless he could elevate the formation to the perfect 9th tier, sneaking out silently would still be quite difficult. Fortunately, I had the foresight to raise the formation master's entry level to dark gold. With a few hours of enlightenment on the 14th tier formation talent, I should be able to reach the 9th tier. Thinking of this, Ling Chen boldly sat down on the ground. Then, he began to deduce various formation knowledge in his mind. His Black God armament came from a high-level civilization, so after merging, the intelligence of the Black God brain was much stronger than that of an ordinary human brain. Disguised as an ordinary smart wristwatch, even if the higher-ups of humanity discovered something was wrong with this brain, they wouldn't be able to tell it was being used by Ling Chen. So he directly and openly downloaded various formation-related materials. Ling Chen imported all this data into his memory using the biological memory import function. This data only included formation memories from the 1st to 6th tiers, anything higher would require purchase. Regular downloads were fine, but if it involved encrypted currency programs, Ling Chen avoided them due to the high probability of being discovered. Besides, this memory was already more than sufficient. As long as he grasped the basics, he could rely on deduction for the rest. With this in mind, Ling Chen activated his enlightenment ability. Boom! In an instant, the 10,000-fold cultivation effect was activated.
In a moment, Ling Chen's formation level began to rise rapidly. Formations were different from alchemy, while alchemy required various practical operations. The level of a formation generally wouldn't vary much from what was deduced. In just a few minutes, Ling Chen's level had already reached the 6th tier. By the 10th minute, he reached the 7th tier. By the 23rd minute, he reached the 8th tier. By the 2nd hour and 4 minutes, he reached the 9th tier. After that, Ling Chen deduced for another 3 hours, directly elevating his formation level to the peak of the 9th tier. In total, it took 5 hours to reach the peak 9th tier formation level. Of course, this was just the level. Similar to alchemy, his alchemy level had already reached the peak of the 8th tier or even higher. However, because he hadn't practiced it, and building an 8th tier formation required martial emperor strength, while the 9th tier required martial god strength, and it had to be with mental power as well. Mainly, building formations and refining pills generally required materials. For building formations, one usually needed items containing powerful energy as the foundation. The foundation of a 9th tier formation consists of energy crystals like 9th tier beast cores. Only those with a martial god level soul power can inscribe the required formation runes on such soul crystals. Currently, Ling Chen needs to exert all his strength to construct a top tier 9th level formation. However, breaking it is much simpler. Ling Chen exited the deduction state and then flew to the edge of the valley. Buzz! With a wave of energy, the void god eye at his brow opened. In an instant, all the weaknesses of the formation appeared before his eyes. It seems I overestimated these formations earlier. To break it, one only needs the strength of a low-grade 8th tier formation. Ling Chen smiled as he looked at the numerous flaws in the formation. He had forgotten that most other formation masters only built formations of acceptable quality, with excellent ones being rare. Meanwhile, he had raised the formation level to perfection before starting to study the next tier. The higher the perfection of a formation, the fewer the flaws and shortcomings. This formation was still decent, reaching excellent quality. However, in Ling Chen's eyes, it was still riddled with flaws. He found a point of weakness, then quickly formed a seal with his right hand, instantly condensing a breaking formation rune in the palm of his hand. Ling Chen then slowly pressed the formation against the point of weakness. Buzz! In an instant, a crack in the formation appeared, towering as high as a person. Ling Chen flew out directly. As he flew out, the entire formation was instantly repaired. Normally, the operator of the formation would definitely sense such a crack, but unfortunately, Ling Chen's methods were far beyond their capabilities. Ling Chen rapidly ascended. He wanted to see what this so-called Xiantian sect was like. As he flew higher, the situation below came into view. He saw that the valley was surrounded by 10 terrifying mountains, each towering hundreds of thousands of meters high. Yet these so-called mountains were merely a few mounds of earth atop a mountain that reached millions of meters in height. This mountain was filled with numerous buildings. All these buildings had an ancient style. Coupled with the abundant auspicious clouds swirling among the mountains, it resembled a fairyland. This towering mountain, reaching millions of meters, was the residence of the Xiantian sect. It spanned a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Such a terrifying size was equivalent to the total surface area of thousands of Earths. Moreover, there were 2 gigantic characters larger than Earth itself, Xiantian. Upon seeing this, Ling Chen realized that this was indeed the legendary Xiantian sect. The Xiantian divine domain was also far larger than he had imagined. At this moment, he had flown to an altitude of several million kilometers, yet he still could not see the boundary of the divine domain. One must know that a person standing on top of a 100-meter tall building can see several dozen kilometers away. If he couldn't see the boundary from such a height, then the diameter of the entire Xiantian divine domain must be at least over 1 billion kilometers. However, since his eyes couldn't discern it, Ling Chen's lips curled slightly. Buzz! In an instant, the void god eye emitted a mysterious light. In that moment, everything in the Xiantian divine domain was visible to his void god eye. It was a continent suspended in the void. The edges of the continent were surrounded by endless nothingness. This so-called nothingness is a place that does not exist. Just like the world outside Ling Chen's small world. Even Ling Chen's eyes could not reach it. This was also a characteristic of all divine domain lands. The size of this divine domain was indeed vast, with a diameter of over 15 billion kilometers. Moreover, the space here was different from that of the Milky Way. It was not as stable and could not use spatial jumps. If one were to forcefully use it, they would be instantly torn apart by spatial rifts. Of course, this was something Xian Yu had told him before. Buzz! However, just as Ling Chen continued to watch, 2 powerful auras suddenly struck from at least several billion kilometers away, crashing into Ling Chen's broken void divine eye power. In an instant, the original perspective was shattered. So these are the two supremes of the Xiantian divine realm?
Quite strong, Ling Chen chuckled upon seeing this. He didn't mind that his reckless scanning could be sensed by powerful martial gods. After all, this kind of prying sensation is akin to an ordinary person being scanned by X-rays, evoking an inexplicable feeling. However, it is quite difficult to pinpoint the source. These two supremes might be able to sense the direction of the source, but once they see it's from the direction of the Xiantian sect, they probably wouldn't care anymore, at most just jotting down a note about the Xiantian
sect and the Xiantian martial god.
This world is not actually called the Xiantian Divine Realm. Xiantian Divine Realm is merely the term
used by the galactic civilization.
In this world, they refer to the continent they inhabit as the Tianjian continent.
Yes, it is indeed the Tianjian of the Tianjian sacred land.
Originally, the entire continent had only one sacred land, the Tianjian sacred land, which has been passed down for millions of years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Tianjian sacred land cultivated two disciples, the elder brother Tiantong and the junior brother Tianjue. Both were unparalleled geniuses of the Tianjian clan.
Moreover, both had the potential to become supremes. However, there was no way around it. There could only be one leader of the sacred land. One became the
leader, while the other could only become the Grand Elder. Although their statuses were theoretically similar, in reality, the Grand Elder was considered inferior. In the end, Tianjue was favored by the previous ancestor and became the ancestor of the Tianjian sacred land, while Tiantong, as the elder brother, naturally was not pleased and directly established his own sect, creating the Tongtian sect.
As Tiantong grew, he became the first supreme-level powerhouse. However, Tianjue suffered a foundational injury during a battle, rendering him completely hopeless of becoming a supreme. But the Tianjian ancestor was already advanced in age and found it difficult to cultivate a second supreme in his lifetime. This allowed the Tongtian sect to grow immensely, directly becoming the second sacred land of the Tianjian continent. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, once the Tianjian ancestor passes away, the Tongtian sacred land will become the only sacred land on the continent. The Tianjian continent might even have to be renamed to Tongtian continent. After all, the name of the Tianjian continent came about in a similar manner. Ling Chen's mother was a super genius discovered by the Tianjian sacred land decades ago. The one who picked her up and adopted her was none other than the leader of the Tianjian sacred land, Tianjue. It was only after Tianjue's death that his mother returned to the Tianjian continent, and now the leader of the Tianjian sacred land has naturally changed. As for me, I won't be returning to the Milky Way for now.
Not to mention whether this matter is related to the Xian family or not. Even if it isn't, it means
that someone among the human high-ups wants me dead. The best course of action now is to wait until my strength increases before going back. With the vastness of the Tianjian continent, it will be absolutely easy to enhance my power. After thinking this through, Ling Chen felt he had mapped out the path ahead. His current realm had already reached the 6th level of Martial Saint, and if he unleashed his full power, he could easily defeat an ordinary peak Martial Emperor. After all, an ordinary peak Martial Emperor is only about 10,000 times stronger than an ordinary 6th level Martial Saint. Generally, a normal 6th level Martial Saint's attribute is Silver, which can enhance combat power by about 20 times, while mastering a 7th tier technique or martial skill can increase combat power by about 3 times, resulting in a total enhancement of 9 times. Calculating it out, the combat power enhancement of a typical 6th level Martial Saint is around 180 times. Of course, there are also some blue and purple enhancement type attributes, so if the total combat power enhancement exceeds 300, that would be the standard for a genius. Moreover, the peak of the Martial Emperor is 1,000,000 times stronger than the 6th layer of the Martial Saint. For a Martial Saint at the 6th layer, defeating an ordinary peak Martial Emperor without any attribute or martial skill enhancements is extremely difficult. After all, the gap in strength between the two is actually quite large, at least 1,000,000 times. This is also the main reason why it becomes increasingly difficult to kill opponents of a higher level as one progresses. However, 1,000,000 times enhancement is still achievable for Ling Chen at this moment. If he uses the method of law of heaven and Earth, he could even reach tens of millions of times enhancement. Therefore, in this heavenly sword continent, his strength cannot be considered weak. Only the very top individuals are stronger than him. This heavenly sword continent is so vast, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain purple or even silver attributes. But relying solely on myself makes it challenging, Ling Chen said with some helplessness. After all, the number of purple attributes needed to upgrade his dark gold attributes is almost astronomical, which would have taken little time back in the Milky Way. However, since he is in a state of temporary death now, returning to the Milky Way is not an option. There are two best methods. One is to join the most powerful sect in this world to collect the oracle stones with the sect's strength. With this method, I could also check the whereabouts of my cheap mother at the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. But to obtain enough oracle stones, I must demonstrate sufficient strength. Otherwise, in this world where strength is paramount, revealing too many valuable items could easily attract covetous eyes. Ling Chen thought of this and felt helpless. According to previous calculations, upgrading dark gold attributes requires at least 1 million purple oracle stones. Each one is worth over 10 billion. 1 million would amount to over 100 billion. Moreover, some rare oracle stones, like those from soul extinguishers, require even higher values. Calculating this, the amount of federal currency he needs is at least several trillion or even more. With so much money, even the ancestors of the sacred land might not be able to provide it. After all, this world is not like the technological world of the Milky Way. Additionally, the population is far less than that of the Milky Way, making this path unrealistic. Even if he could gather the funds, he would still attract the attention of mid to late stage martial gods or even the supreme. Therefore, the best method is still to rely on himself. This way, he can also accumulate more undead and simultaneously enhance his strength. When the time comes to conquer the entire Heavenly Sword continent, wouldn't the oracle stones be plentiful? With this thought, Ling Chen no longer hesitated and stepped into the void beneath his feet. Buzz! With a wave of energy fluctuations, Ling Chen's figure swiftly darted away into the distance. Along the way, he scanned the area below and saw the general situation of the entire Xiantian sect. The core disciple residence of the Xiantian sect is entirely populated by the human race from the Milky Way. Their living area is also protected by a more powerful ninth-tier peak formation. Ling Chen sensed that there are many geniuses from the Milky Way in the Xiantian sect, totaling over 1 million. Yes, that's over 1 million people. These are the talents accumulated by the Xiantian sect over the past few decades. The Xiantian sect generally trains these human geniuses until they are 100 years old. Before reaching 100, they can leave whenever they want. However, after turning 100, they must return to the Milky Way and guard a territory. Most of them are even sent to the battlefield. Of course, less than 30% of these geniuses will ultimately reach their peak. This is already the result of the protection of the human race. If they were not under the protection of the Xiantian sect, only about 10% would be able to grow in the Milky Way. The development of the human race over the past 100,000 years has been nothing short of arduous. The surrounding alien races have killed many of our people. Once we grow stronger, we will annihilate these surrounding civilizations, Ling Chen thought, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He is not particularly concerned about the internal assassinations within the human race because he still has great faith in the Supreme of the Black Tortoise. The other party could never possibly lay a hand on him. As long as he returned, they would definitely protect him. However, from this incident, Ling Chen realized two main points. One was that he had indeed been a bit too high profile before this. Although being high profile had its advantages, allowing for rapid growth, it also came with endless threats. He had anticipated this, but he never expected that the first attempt on his life would not come from an alien race, but rather from his own human race. Moreover, it could even be from someone within the Xian family. This made Ling Chen understand that he was not as safe as he had imagined. This time, unless he grew strong enough to resist the entire galaxy and even dozens of star civilizations, he was not planning to leave. With this thought, Ling Chen instantly dashed out of the Xiantian sect's territory. As for the so-called ninth-tier formation, in Ling Chen's eyes, it was merely a decoration. In an instant, he dismantled it. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian galaxy, the aged Xuanwu Supreme watched the scene of Ling Chen being killed and disappearing with an incredibly calm expression. However, the terrifying aura that began to surge from him made the Xiantian war god beside him tremble slightly. He knew his father was very angry. Father, after Xiaofeng died, no divine oracle stone was revealed, so I began to suspect he wasn't dead. After all, a genius of his level and strength, even with the worst luck, should be able to produce a purple or higher divine oracle stone, the Xiantian war god quickly said to Xuanwu Supreme. However, Xuanwu Supreme let out a cold snort. In an instant, a terrifying force slammed directly into the chest of the Xiantian war god. Put! The Xiantian war god was instantly knocked back, spitting blood from this powerful force. Xiaofeng could not have died so simply. My anger is not because of him, but because of you. Xuanwu Supreme coldly turned back and glared at the Xiantian war god. The Xiantian war god was immediately startled by that gaze.
I, Xuanwu, have protected the human race for tens of thousands of years, punishing countless traitors and remnants of the human race. I never expected that my own descendant would assassinate the future of our human race. What a mockery! Xuanwu Supreme looked at the Xiantian war god with disappointment. Father, this matter is also my fault for not believing your words. I just didn't expect that brat Xianyu would be so insane as to even target his own people, the Xiantian war god. Quickly explained. Isn't he like this because of you? After all these years, have you really not noticed anything wrong with him? When Ling Er was assassinated at the Xiantian sect before he recognized his ancestors, do you not remember who made the move? However, Xuanwu Supreme coldly looked at the Xiantian war god. As soon as his words came out, the Xiantian war god's expression changed. He recalled the incident when Ling Xian had shone brightly at the Xiantian sect and was ultimately assassinated and went missing. The Ling Xian from that time was so similar to the current Ling Chen. Both were assassinated, and everyone thought they were dead, only to return alive in the end. However, it was precisely because of this assassination that Ling Xian was able to find Ling Chen's mother. Is it really him? The Xiantian war god said in disbelief. At that time, he had only suspected. Besides him, which of those war gods could control Ling Er's whereabouts at any time in the Xiantian divine domain? You already have your suspicions and still let him take care of Ling Chen. Could it be that you are the one who wants Ling Chen dead? Xuanwu Supreme immediately snorted coldly. In an instant, a terrifying pressure directly crushed down on the Xiantian war god. This terrifying force made the Xiantian war god kneel on the ground. Father, this is unjust. Ling Er is my own flesh and blood, how could I harm his only son? I just wanted them to cultivate their relationship. After all, you know that Xianyu is the only one of my lineage with a bit of talent. I also want him to clearly understand the gap between him and true geniuses, to put away his petty thoughts. Who would have thought he could be so foolish? At that time, Ling Chen's strength was already on par with his, and I believe Xianyu would find it impossible to defeat Ling Chen. Who could have imagined he would dare to collude with foreign races? Xiantian Wuxian quickly explained. At this moment, he had roughly guessed another reason why Xianyu targeted Ling Chen. Back at Xiantian sect, Xianyu was considered the strongest genius among the public. Who would have thought that in the second year he would lose the title of strongest genius to a junior from such a small place as Ling Xian? Although Xianyu appeared unaffected on the surface, he was already completely mad inside. He directly attempted to assassinate Ling Xian. From that point on, Ling Xian went missing. When he returned months later, he came back with a wife. Later, he once asked Ling Xian who had attacked him, and Ling Xian just smiled and said it was someone from another sect who had already been killed. However, Xiantian Wuxian was not a fool and naturally knew there was something wrong. There were also several speculations, but he just didn't dare to believe them. He originally thought that Xianyu's assassination attempt on Ling Xian was simply because he didn't know the other party's identity. Now that he knew Ling Chen was one of their own, he certainly wouldn't act against him again. Unfortunately, he underestimated the malice of his grandson. It's too late to say anything now, the urgent matter is to find Ling Chen as soon as possible. I will handle this personally, I don't trust you with it. Also, if we find him and he is unwilling to forgive us, you know what the consequences will be. Xian Wuzhizun snorted coldly and, after finishing, turned around and stepped out, disappearing before Xiantian Wuxian. After watching his father leave, Xiantian Wuxian was left dumbfounded. What consequences? I don't know, Dad, you should clarify before you go. Typing is done with just one hand on a phone, so updates can only guarantee 3 updates a day normally. Of course, if there are rewards and support for the author, it will be remembered, and additional content will be added after being discharged. Xiantian Wuxian shouted in panic towards the direction where Xian Wuzhizun had left. Meanwhile, after flying for a full hour or two, Ling Chen had arrived above an endless forest. The trees here were almost hundreds of meters tall, with some terrifying giant trees reaching thousands of meters. Ding, location analysis, Wangu Forest. The prompt sound from the Black God Intelligence brain rang out at this moment. Buzz. In an instant, a powerful wave erupted from the center of Ling Chen's brow. In a flash, his void-breaking divine eye enveloped the entire Wangu Forest. At this moment, Ling Chen clearly saw how many ferocious beasts were in this forest. Among them, there were at least 100 9th-tier martial god-level ferocious beasts. The number of 8th-tier martial emperor-level beasts was even more terrifying, reaching tens of thousands. As for the 7th-tier martial saint level, it was even more horrifying, numbering in the millions. As expected, this is one of the most powerful forests. It actually has over 100 9th-tier ferocious beasts and so many 8th-tier beasts. It seems this time I can obtain quite a few divine oracle stones. 6th tier mid to late stage beasts can drop purple divine oracle stones, and 8th tier mid to late stage can drop silver ones.
I can also accumulate some silver divine
oracle stones for the next upgrade. With this in mind, Ling Chen directly locked onto the nearest 8th tier 4-star ferocious beast and flew over at an extremely fast speed. In the Wangu forest, a terrifying ferocious beast towering 30,000 meters lay sleeping on a meadow. Roar! Suddenly, this ferocious beast sensed a powerful aura approaching it at high speed. It quickly raised its head to look at the sky. Clang! However, a piercing gunshot echoed through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying spear light, thousands of meters long, instantly smashed down towards it. Roar! The fierce beast instantly erupted in rage, its entire body unleashing endless thunder at that moment, transforming into a thunderball that enveloped it completely. In the next instant, a massive spear of light pierced through the thunderball. However, at that moment, the thunderball seemed to have lost all its defensive power. Puff! The spear swiftly penetrated the enormous thunderball. The thunder gradually dissipated, revealing a beast with a pierced head slowly emerging. Its eyes widened in disbelief, and then it lost all its strength, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the beast's corpse created a pit in the earth. Buzz! At this moment, a young boy also slowly descended from the sky. This entry that pierces the heavens is quite useful. I barely exerted any effort and was able to take down this fierce beast in an instant. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the beast on the ground. He then waved his hand. Buzz! In an instant, a black long spear shot up from the ground into the sky. Clang! With the sound of a gunshot, the spear instantly landed in Ling Chen's hand. The previous spear light was merely an aura derived from the Black God spear. Just then, a silver radiance slowly blossomed from the corpse of the beast. Following that, a silver oracle stone appeared in the sky. Not bad luck. I actually managed to obtain a silver oracle stone. Luo Xiao was surprised. After all, the price of a silver oracle stone is more than 100 times that of a purple one. Even for personal use, it holds 10 times the value. Ling Chen then waved his hand again, collecting both the oracle stone and the beast's corpse into his small world. The corpse was directly thrown into the hellgate that had opened in the small world. Buzz! In just an instant, the hellgate refined the beast's corpse, transforming it into pure energy. Roar! At the same time, with a deafening roar, a 10,000-meter beast charged out from the hellgate. Its strength had already dropped to the first level of the martial emperor realm. However, its overall power was several times stronger than before. Ling Chen then took a step, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped away into the distance. Over the next 10 hours, Ling Chen successively slaughtered more than 50 fierce beasts ranging from the 5th to the peak of the martial emperor realm, obtaining over 50 silver oracle stones. 8th tier 5-star beasts could now guarantee a 100% drop rate for silver oracle stones. Of course, it seemed like getting so many silver oracle stones in just 10 hours was quite rare. After all, that only equated to 500 purple oracle stones. However, these 10 hours were merely a period of accumulation. The real slaughter was about to begin. With the energy from the previous dozen or so beasts, I have enough to create hundreds of first-level martial emperor beasts. For now, this is sufficient. Since that's the case, I can activate the undead cleansing mode. Ling Chen looked at the vast amount of energy collected in his hellgate, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he took out the hundreds of 7th and 8th tier beast corpses he had prepared and stored, then threw them all into the hellgate of his small world. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant, waves of violent undead fluctuations erupted from the hellgate. Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly waved his hand. Sizzle! The next moment, a massive crack several 100,000 meters long suddenly opened up in the ground ahead. Boom! Following that, a terrifying aura erupted from the crack. The hellgate, emanating a deathly aura from another world, slowly rose from the fissure. In an instant, a bloody stench spread out. Even Ling Chen felt a slight discomfort from this aura. At the same time, as he watched the terrifying hellgate grow to a height of millions of meters, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The hellgate, huh? I wonder what lies on the other side. Ling Chen felt a curiosity in his heart. However, his innate talent vaguely reminded him that he should definitely not go to the other side. Although he didn't know why, he knew to trust his instincts. He must not do anything foolish. If he were to end up transforming into a spirit that was neither human nor ghost, that would be troublesome. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, earth-shattering roars erupted from the hellgate. Upon sensing the ferocious beast's roars, Ling Chen's mind stirred. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant, massive ferocious beasts charged out from the hellgate. Each beast had reached an extremely powerful level of martial Emperor First Heaven, with a combat power 40 times that of beasts of the same rank.
This was equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary martial emperor's sixth heaven. As for Ling Chen, he instantly activated his void-breaking divine eye. In a moment, the void-breaking divine eye locked onto the positions of all ferocious beasts above the 7th rank in the vicinity. Only these beasts could drop the purple oracle stones. Of course, late-stage 6th rank beasts would also suffice. However, Ling Chen was still unsure if his luck could connect him with his spirits. If he couldn't connect, his plan to gather a large number of oracle stones would be in vain. Buzz. The next moment, Ling Chen directly transmitted the locations of these ferocious beasts into the minds of the spirits. After you slay these beasts, bring them back to me, and do it quickly. Ling Chen calmly issued the command. Roar, 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 roar. In an instant, all the spirits roared in unison, then spread out in all directions at the fastest speed. Ling Chen also slowly closed his eyes to sense the situation of these beasts. Some with speed-type talents were assigned to more distant locations. Soon, feedback came in that the first 7th rank 7-star beast had been slain. This beast was only over 300 kilometers away from him. Moreover, it successfully dropped a purple oracle stone. Seeing this, Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief. As expected, these spirits were his and inherited his luck. However, he still didn't know how much they had inherited. Then he turned his gaze to Tianji, whose spirit form was naturally the strongest. The Silver Soul Destroyer Oracle Stone was even more powerful than the Golden Oracle Stone when it came to slaying beasts. No wonder a mere Silver Oracle Stone was hailed as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sacred Land. His strength indeed warranted that title. Now, with even greater power, he was assigned by Ling Chen to hunt 8 rank 5-star and above beasts. With his strength, he could actually slay ordinary 9th rank beasts. However, Ling Chen wasn't in a hurry. He planned to see how much luck the spirits could inherit from him. Before long, Tianji had found the first beast, an 8th rank 7-star. It was 30,000 kilometers away from Ling Chen. With a single glance, Tianji instantly killed it. At the same time, a silver oracle stone slowly coalesced. Can it actually condense a silver oracle stone? Seeing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly. An 8th rank 7-star dropping a silver oracle stone meant that the luck level had already reached the standard of dark gold. Golden luck could not achieve this. Golden luck could at most ensure that beasts of 9th rank 5-star and above would drop silver oracle stones 100% of the time. However, it might just be luck. Ling Chen continued to let Tianji hunt. As for the corpse of this beast, other spirits would go to transport it. In the next hour or so, Tianji hunted no less than 5 8th rank 7-star and above beasts. However, the probability of dropping silver oracle stones was only 40%. Seeing this, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. 40%? This value is already quite good, but Ling Chen always felt that something was off. Wait, the ferocious beasts that dropped the silver oracle stones are all within 1,000,000 kilometers of my position. And those that didn't drop are beyond 1,000,000 kilometers. Could it be related to distance? Ling Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He then began to have Tianji hunt ferocious beasts at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. Not just 8th tier, but also 6th and 7th tier. Sure enough, once the distance reached 1,000,000 kilometers, the luck level was reduced to only the golden level. Golden luck is also quite good. It can drop purple oracle stones from 6th tier 5-star and above ferocious beasts. I just wonder what the coverage range of golden luck is. Is this range fixed, or will it increase as my strength improves? Ling Chen began to feel curious. Having dark golden luck within 1,000,000 kilometers is already impressive. This means he can lead a group of top-tier ferocious beasts to clear any 8th tier 6-star and above ferocious beasts within 100 kilometers, achieving a 100% drop rate of silver oracle stones. A further range would allow other undead to clean up 6th tier 5-star and above ferocious beasts. He could easily create some 7th tier 1-star undead. Producing 1,000 of them would consume only the energy needed to create a single 8th tier 1-star ferocious beast. Clearing low-level ferocious beasts would be incredibly easy. Let's first test the effective range of golden luck. With this in mind, Ling Chen quickly distanced himself from Tianji. At the same time, Tianji flew away from Ling Chen, starting to hunt ordinary 6th tier 5-star ferocious beasts in the process. Whenever he couldn't achieve a 100% drop rate of purple oracle stones, it would mean he had left the coverage range of golden luck. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. Therefore, they quickly extended the distance to 100,000,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the Eternal Forest is vast. Otherwise, such a distant area would be 100,000,000 times the surface area of the Earth. Once the distance exceeded 100,000,000 kilometers, the luck level dropped directly to silver. Feeling this, Ling Chen raised his eyebrows. The coverage range of golden luck actually extends to within 100,000,000 kilometers? With such a vast range, I hardly need to move to cover almost 1/10 of the eternal forest. With this thought, Ling Chen began to estimate. The number of ferocious beasts above 6th tier 5-star is quite substantial, reaching tens of millions. If he could capture them all, excluding the overlapping entries, he could stack almost all ordinary entries to Dark Golden. As for those rare entries, like Bloodline or Soul cultivation types, that would be impossible. However, with these ordinary entries, plus a large amount of ferocious beast energy converted into undead, he could advance throughout the entire Tianjian continent. With this in mind, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly issued the second command. That was to have these ferocious beasts quickly bring back some ordinary 7th tier ferocious beast corpses. The entry levels of 7th tier and 8th tier ferocious beasts, and the quantity reaching nearly 100 times. This would definitely be enough to build an undead army. As his command was issued, a large number of ferocious beast corpses were transported back by these undead. Soon, these corpses were transformed back into undead, and they were even more powerful undead spreading out in all directions. For sustainable development, Ling Chen only converted these ferocious beasts into undead without raising their levels. However, even so, with 2 special entries and the enhancement of 1 Dark Golden ordinary entry, the strength of these undead was a full 40 times that of their living selves. To accelerate the spread of the undead, Ling Chen also began to use the Gate of Hell to release undead everywhere. The growth rate of the undead became increasingly terrifying. The number of 7th tier undead reached 100 in 1 hour, but in 10 hours, it had already reached 10,000. After all, the more ferocious beasts there are, the more beasts are hunted every minute and second. With the Hell Gate in his possession, Ling Chen could instantly forge the undead while ensuring they remained immortal and indestructible. Each undead creature bore a soul mark within the Hell Gate. As long as they were erased, there was no need to recover even their bones to recreate them. Thus, the speed at which these undead improved naturally accelerated. Alongside this, another factor was the purple oracle stones. In just 10 hours, the number of purple oracle stones had reached 160,000. Moreover, now the hourly increase in purple oracle stones had reached 50,000. At this rate, it won't be long before I clear out all the 6th tier and above ferocious beasts in the eternal forest, right? After calculating, Ling Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At this moment, his Hellgate had accumulated an enormous amount of energy. This was still under the condition that he had already raised many undead to the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. Indeed, Ling Chen's realm had also improved. At the current rate of enhancement, it wouldn't be long before he reached Martial Emperor himself. By then, at least 100,000 of his undead would reach the 6th level of Martial Emperor, with combat power comparable to that of Martial God level ferocious beasts. At that time, he could take action against those Martial God level ferocious beasts. I wonder when my actions will be discovered by this world and the Xin Tian sect. But by the time they find out, it will probably be too late, Ling Chen thought, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, he would be even stronger by then. Subsequently, Ling Chen directly flashed into his small world. As for that Hellgate, he had left it in the very center of the eternal forest. His small world was connected to the Hellgate. As long as the ferocious beasts sent items into the Hellgate, they could be directly transported to his small world. Inside his small world, Ling Chen began to sort through all the oracle stones. The worthless purple oracle stones were all used to extract the 4 basic physical attributes. The remaining usable ones were categorized by him. Out of more than 100,000 purple oracle stones, only a few thousand were good. Almost all were the most worthless, only suitable for refining the 4 basic attributes. This is the downside of exploding oracle stones. I have so many worthless purple oracle stones, I don't even know what to do with them later. Forget it, I'll just open them all later. After all, they're just sitting there, Ling Chen thought helplessly. He then began to activate the 4 basic attributes. Ding! You have activated the attribute Innate Divine Strength. Purple asterisk 100 pieces, strength enhancement attribute bonus plus 1%. Sure enough, as Ling Chen had calculated before, the number of purple oracle stones required to upgrade to dark gold and above was indeed 1 million. Fortunately, the attribute fission had now reached a 100-fold fission. So, 1 million stones were equivalent to the time needed to initially activate 10,000 stones. That is, just a little over an hour. I wonder if upgrading the fission attributes to dark gold and above will allow the fission quantity to increase. If it can increase, even if just by a few times, upgrading an attribute would only take 20 minutes or so. Would I still be able to use blue oracle stones for upgrades? Then, Ling Chen thought, feeling a bit curious. After all, it was far too easy to explode blue oracle stones. However, there was also the possibility of encountering the same situation. As when white oracle stones upgraded to gold oracle stones, where the number of white oracle stones used was a full 100 times that of green oracle stones. Although this would be slightly cheaper in terms of price, the time spent would be too long. It wouldn't be worth it to save just a little money. Quickly enhancing strength is the way to go. If it weren't for the scarcity of fierce beasts, I would even consider using the silver oracle stone to upgrade my power. Forget it, I'll stick with the purple ones. With this thought, Ling Chen no longer hesitated. Instead, he continued to activate the oracle stones. His activation speed was still quite fast. Soon, he had finished opening the oracle stones for the 4 major attributes. After that, he opened all the other tens of thousands of oracle stones as well. Only 10 minutes had passed. However, he didn't waste any time and directly closed his eyes to activate the enlightenment function, beginning to comprehend his techniques and martial arts. Currently, using enlightenment required consuming 1 golden attribute. However, 1 golden attribute only needed 200 purple talent type attributes. Among the pile of oracle stones he just opened, there were several thousand. Enough to comprehend for dozens of hours. Moreover, he had already recharged several hundred hours of enlightenment, and he had only used a small portion of it before. With his eyes closed, Ling Chen fell directly into enlightenment. Meanwhile, his Hellgate continued to produce powerful undead. At the same time, a large number of oracle stones were being transported into his small world. Various ores and rare herbs were also sent over. Ling Chen no longer paid attention to these. He was completely absorbed in his enlightenment. However, while he was not paying attention, the entire Tianjian continent began to stir due to his actions. In the Wangu Forest, one of the 8 great forests of the Tianjian continent, countless powerful fierce beasts roamed. Therefore, it had always been a training ground for disciples and elders of various sects and the 2 great holy lands. Here, not only could one find a large number of herbs and rare materials, but the flesh and blood of these powerful fierce beasts were also the best materials for martial artists to nourish themselves. However, just 2 days ago, various sects received reports from their disciples. There were signs of battles everywhere in the Wangu Forest, and they often saw large, powerful skeletal undead. In the Tianjian Holy Land, ever since the previous sect master, Tianju, mysteriously disappeared 18 years ago, the entire Tianjian Holy Land had once again fallen under the control of the Tianjian ancestor. However, the Tianjian ancestor had already lived for over 40,000 years. The limit of 50,000 years for the Supreme Realm was not far off. If a successor could not be found within this time, the Tianjian Holy Land would completely decline. Originally, Tianju had an extremely powerful talent, but due to an accident, his talent was damaged. Later, he finally found a more powerful successor in Tianlinger, but who would have thought she was abducted by outsiders? That was one thing, and he didn't mind it too much, as he knew Tianlinger's character. She would definitely return after her breakthrough. Moreover, with Tianju holding down the fort, the sect could at least maintain its position as a top-tier sect. Fortunately, both master and disciple later went missing. He had inexplicably been beaten up by the Xuanwu Supreme and had yet to recover. But there was nothing to be done. After all, he had promised to betroth Tianlinger to the other party to bring back his eldest disciple, Tian Tong. If he hadn't made that promise, there would have been no need for her to elope with Ling Xian. With Ling Xian's talent, he would likely become a supreme in the future. Every time he thought of these things, the Tianjian ancestor would be so angry he couldn't sleep. And today, yet another troubling matter arose. Back to the first day the undead were unleashed. Are you saying that skeletal beings have appeared in the Wangu Forest, hunting fierce beasts everywhere? And those skeletons are dozens of times stronger than fierce beasts of the same level? The Tianjian ancestor looked at the elder reporting below with a furrowed brow. At this moment, he felt that the elder was making a fool of him. The Tianjian continent was a fantasy world. Naturally, they had never seen a profession like a necromancer from a magical world. There are indeed similar cases, such as the evil corpse sect of the Demon Gate, which possesses secret techniques to control corpses, but there are no corresponding entries. Therefore, while the strength of the controlled corpses is greater than that of ordinary undead, their numbers are extremely limited. They hardly possess any formidable combat power. Yes, Ancestor, this matter is absolutely true. I have personally confirmed it. I also asked some friends from the Zhuantiangong, and they, being outsiders, refer to these bones as undead. They are created by a powerful being known as a necromancer. However, it seems that the combat power of the undead is much weaker than when they were alive. They have never heard of undead that are dozens of times stronger than they were in life. The Grand Elder hurriedly shared everything he knew. Necromancer? Outsiders know about this? Could it be that the Zhuantiangong is behind this again? Also, how many of these undead are there? How many fierce beasts have they killed that you are in such a hurry? The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword looked at the Grand Elder with aged eyes. I don't know if it's the Zhuantiangong's doing.
But there are many undead, conservatively estimated to be at least tens of thousands, and all are above the 7th rank. Moreover, it is said that their numbers are increasing. If this continues, I fear the number could reach hundreds of thousands or even over 1 million. The Grand Elder said gravely. What? Only tens of thousands? Then why are you so anxious? Just a mere tens of thousands, any first-rate sect could handle that. Is this such a trivial matter that you need to report it to me? I think you are just idling around. The ancestor of the heavenly sword immediately scolded the Grand Elder, who ran away in shame. However, just 1 day later, the Grand Elder returned. This time he brought back shocking news that even the ancestor of the heavenly sword found astonishing. The originally tens of thousands of 7th rank undead had now reached a terrifying hundreds of thousands. In just 1 day, the number had multiplied by more than 10 times. Moreover, what was initially encountered by only a few sects was now faced by disciples from all sections. In just 1 day, how did the numbers increase so much? Where did these undead come from? The ancestor of the heavenly sword asked the Grand Elder with a furrowed brow. Our people tracked them and discovered that a huge, ancient bronze door had inexplicably appeared in the central area of the Wangu forest. After these undead sent the corpses of fierce beasts inside, those corpses quickly transformed into new undead. Furthermore, after becoming undead, these fierce beasts became 30 to 40 times stronger. Our people attempted to attack this bronze door, but unfortunately found that it seemed to be illusory. Apart from those undead, no one else could approach it. The Grand Elder solemnly relayed all the information he had gathered. It must be said that Ling Chen was very high profile this time, and thus the terrifying nature of his Hellgate was quickly discovered. But what of the discovery? The Hellgate was merely illusory, completely unassailable. It also could not be closed. The only thing they might be able to do is to prevent these undead from sending the fierce beasts back. What? The corpses are sent in and quickly transformed into new undead? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the heavenly sword's expression finally changed. The transformation speed was so fast, and they became even stronger. If the strength of these undead increased further, wouldn't that mean they could turn even martial gods into undead? Have you inquired with the Zuantianyang? Is this yet another scheme of those outsiders? The ancestor of the heavenly sword asked the Grand Elder. I inquired, and it's not them. Moreover, I also found that their people are researching this matter. They even asked our people if a powerful necromancer has appeared in our heavenly sword continent. I suspect that this is indeed not their doing. The Grand Elder replied helplessly. Not them? Then who could it be? And what do they want with so many undead? Are you trying to overturn my Tianjian continent? The Tianjian ancestor furrowed his brows tightly. By the way, there's another important matter. After these undead slay the fierce beasts, it seems they can all drop oracle stones corresponding to the beasts' levels. Moreover, they can even drop higher level oracle stones. This situation can only occur with extremely powerful luck type attributes. But I don't know what this level is. However, one thing is certain, it definitely surpasses gold. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke with gravity. What? Luck type attributes that surpass gold? How is that possible? The Tianjian ancestor was immediately astonished. There had once been a genius in Tianjian continent with silver luck attributes, rumored to have had a smooth journey since birth. Ultimately, he grew into an extremely powerful supreme being, ruling over Tianjian continent for tens of thousands of years, and eventually obtained a large amount of longevity-enhancing herbs, living for over 80,000 years before passing away. At his last moment, his strength was on the verge of breaking through to above supreme. This was just a silver luck attribute, which had already far surpassed those of them with mid-grade golden talents. If it were gold, how terrifying would that be? No one dared to imagine. Yet such a powerful being had now appeared in their Tianjian continent. Moreover, it seemed the newcomer was not friendly. This matter is extremely serious. I will handle it personally. You quickly gather the strong from our Tianjian sacred land to prepare for battle. We must not let these undead continue to develop. I will go meet that brat Tiantong. The Tianjian ancestor stood up and spoke gravely. After finishing, he transformed into a beam of swordlight and sped towards the location of the Tiantong sacred land. Meanwhile, at the Xintian sect, in a grand hall, a massive projection displayed a battle. The scene showed a talented young man from the Xintian sect fighting against an undead. Both had similar realms. However, the outcome of the battle was something that everyone present found hard to accept. This talented young man actually lost. Yes, he lost. If it weren't for the timely arrival of a strong Xintian sect warrior who shattered that undead, this genius would have died. Is this really an undead?
How could an ordinary undead possess such powerful combat strength? A martial god couldn't help but exclaim. There were 10 martial god-level experts stationed at the Xiantian sect, and all were present at this moment. Naturally, the one at the top was the Xiantian martial god. Looking at this scene, their thoughts mirrored those of the cursing martial god. According to the images transmitted by our Tianjin satellite, the number of 7th-tier undead in the entire Wangu forest has reached 780,000. The number of 8th-tier undead has exceeded 10,000. The one just now was merely the most ordinary and weakest among them, yet its strength has already surpassed that of our galaxy human races. Ordinary geniuses. Furthermore, the number of these undead is rapidly increasing. If we do not stop this, I estimate that within 3 days, all fierce beasts above 7th tier in the entire Wangu forest will be transformed into undead. Additionally, one extremely important point is that these undead, after killing fierce beasts, can drop corresponding oracle stones and even higher-level oracle stones. It is evident that the entity controlling them has a very high luck level, possibly a luck-type attribute that surpasses gold as mentioned in legends. A peak martial emperor respectfully reported to the 10 martial gods present. At the same time, the grand figure of the Hellgate also appeared in the projection. This door seems to be a special product that can be summoned by a high-level undead-type attribute. The specific level is unknown, but it can be confirmed that it might also be something that can only be summoned by undead attributes above gold. Moreover, it has no physical form. It could be a phantom, or perhaps this entity doesn't exist in our dimension, which is why it can't be touched. The martial emperor continued to explain. Hiss! What the hell? Surpassing gold? How is that even possible? In an instant, 10 martial gods exclaimed in unison. Even the Xiantian martial god stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could there be a possessor of a fortune-type entry that surpasses gold? Where on earth did such a powerful being come from? Could it be that a genius from some advanced civilization has entered our Milky Way and casually found this divine realm to train? Or perhaps, the Sword of Heaven continent has connected to another divine realm? The Xiantian martial god pondered deeply. However, he soon had a sudden realization. Wait, Xiaofeng? A fortune-type entry that surpasses gold. Moreover, it seemed to emit a similar aura to that of the mysterious soul destroyer who killed Ling Chen before he was slain. The image of Ling Chen instantly appeared in the Xiantian martial god's mind. This kid really didn't die, he just came here. But where is he? The Xiantian martial god furrowed his brows tightly. What made him even more serious was the thought of what Ling Chen intended to do with so many undead. Could it be that he was disillusioned with humanity after being assassinated and planned to wipe out the human race alone? Damn it, Xian. You, this wretch, I was too lenient on him back then. If he really forces Xiaofeng into an antisocial personality, then humanity is truly doomed. The Xiantian martial god panicked, really panicked. Ling Chen had just been assassinated, and now he came here to gather so many powerful undead. It was hard not to overthink it. Alright, this matter is of great importance. I have already informed my father. He will arrive as soon as possible. Also, keep an eye on the movements of the other 2 holy lands. If they plan to deal with these undead, notify me immediately. The Xiantian martial god spoke seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, the other martial gods present were stunned. Brother Xiantian, shouldn't we take some action to prepare in advance? Yeah, the development speed of these undead is so fast, if we don't resolve it quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. The other martial gods hurriedly spoke up. At the very least, they should kill a batch of these undead to slow down their growth. No need to worry. In my Xiantian sect, no one is allowed to act against these undead. We will discuss everything once my father arrives. They are just 7th or 8th tier undead. Even if they are powerful, you and I could destroy tens of thousands of them with one hand. Moreover, you all know how difficult it is for undead to recover. Let them develop. Besides, if we don't act, the other 2 holy lands will. The Xiantian martial god said calmly. Once these words were spoken, the martial gods present could only nod helplessly. Indeed, although these undead were powerful at the same level, their ranks were not high. They were just a bit worried. If their ranks were low now, would they become higher in the future? If they become higher later, could they still fight them then? However, since the Xiantian martial god had spoken, they no longer said anything more. TSK, my master actually has the leisure to come find me? What? Is it because of those damned undead? In the holy land of Tongtian, a remarkably imposing middle-aged man sat high above, looking down at his former master. Tiantong, I know you're still sulking over the past. But now things are a bit troublesome, and it may concern the survival of our Sword of Heaven continent. I hope you can stop throwing a tantrum.
The old ancestor of the Sword of Heaven sighed helplessly.
Throwing a tantrum?
If I were throwing a tantrum, do
you think you could see me?
Back then, it was clear that my talent was far greater.
You're something else, actually passing the location. To him. Are you planning to let him inherit the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? The ancestor of Tong Tian snorted coldly. Indeed. But I had no choice.
You know how powerful the Xiantian sect has become over the years, and how strong the foreign Xuanwu Supreme is.
The reason I
did this was to divide the strength of our Heavenly Sword sect and to sever ties with you, allowing the other party to lower their guard. Otherwise, once 3 beings with supreme talent appear in our Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, do you think they would tolerate you and Tenjue?
Surviving? I'm merely protecting you two in a roundabout way. Moreover, that kid Tianjue's talent isn't as strong as yours. Without the
resources of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, he absolutely cannot become a supreme. As your senior brother, you'll just have to endure a bit. Over the years, the establishment of the Tongtian Sacred Land has also received considerable help from our Heavenly Sword Sacred Land.
Otherwise, do you think it's that easy to establish a major sacred land?
Now, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land is in a precarious situation. And I hope you can take over the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword spoke softly.
After all these years, he finally had the chance to express his heartfelt concerns.
If he didn't say it now, he might never have the opportunity again. His time was running out, and Tianjue was missing. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land cannot be without a supreme-level powerhouse.
Indeed, upon hearing
his master's words, Tianton finally felt moved.
What do you mean? Are you preparing to hand the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land over to me?
He was somewhat puzzled.
That's right.
The inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land has lasted for so long, I don't want it to end
in my hands. Moreover, if it weren't for the emergence of the Xiantian sect, it would have originally been yours. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword nodded slowly.
This time, he came to explain to Tianton because of the undead incident.
If you give it to me for free, I naturally will take it.
I just wonder if those old geezers will have any objections.
Tianton smiled coldly. If they have objections, just kill them.
The decision of a supreme cannot be questioned by these ants. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword said calmly.
Upon hearing this, Tianton immediately understood.
His master was serious.
Then I won't be polite. By the way, master, I wonder what brings you here this time? Oh, right, it's about the undead, isn't it? Those are just 7th and 8th tier undead.
Although there are quite a few of them and they are stronger than ordinary undead, they are not to be feared.
Seeing the potential benefits, Tianton was much more enthusiastic this time.
This made the corner of the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword's mouth twitch.
Do not be careless, right now, they are only 7th and 8th tier. We cannot guarantee that there won't be powerful 9th tier undead appearing later.
If that door can produce 9th tier undead, then our Heavenly Sword continent is not far from destruction.
Think about it, if there are a few hundred or a few thousand beings that are 3 to 40 times stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts?
The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Tianton also furrowed his brows tightly. It was indeed the case. The number of martial god-level powerhouses in his Heavenly Sword continent was not small, but altogether, there were only 2 to 300. If they encountered these powerful undead that were 3 to 40 times stronger, even 100 of them could wipe out all the martial gods in his Heavenly Sword continent. Although there were still him and his master who knew what level of strength the hidden existence had reached, according to their records. About undead mages, the undead summoned by such mages are much weaker than themselves, which means that the undead mages' realm and strength are at least at the peak of the 8th tier, or even the 9th tier. If they could summon 9th tier martial god level ferocious beasts, it was very likely that the other party was also a supreme level powerhouse.
Although the information given by the Xiantian sect stated
that the undead mage himself was very weak, far weaker than martial artists of the same level, but even if he was weak, he was still a supreme. This matter is indeed a problem.
What is the attitude of the Xiantian sect regarding this? Tiantong asked.
Just received news that the Xiantian sect has withdrawn all its members and is preparing to let things develop on their own.
These outsiders are indeed unreliable. Even if the Tianjin continent is destroyed, they can just leave, but we are different. Without the Tianjin continent, we have nowhere to go. The ancestor of Tianjin snorted coldly.
I said it before, we shouldn't conspire with these youngsters.
Tianton also snorted coldly. By the way, where is that brat Tianji?
He is a soul destroyer and might be able to locate that necromancer.
As long as we find the necromancer's true body, resolving this wave of undead will be much simpler. If we deal with the necromancer in Advance, the undead will collapse without a fight. The ancestor of Tianjian suddenly remembered this point. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for a few days. That kid rushed out the other day and hasn't returned. I don't even know where he went. Over the years, he has been cultivating with the hope of one day reaching the peak of martial god and then venturing into the outer realms. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to go out. Tian Tong said helplessly. Let him clear his mind. I initially thought that the good water shouldn't flow to outsiders. Who would have thought that a Ling Xian would emerge? Well, since we can't find that necromancer for now, let's first send the disciples and elders of the sect to eliminate these undead. We can't let them develop. The ancestor of Tianjian said solemnly. Alright, I'll notify them. Also, this matter isn't just between our two holy lands, other sects must contribute as well. If we send people, and the Xiantian sect doesn't dispatch troops, their status in the eyes of the people on the Tianjin continent will surely decline. After Tiantong finished speaking, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the Tongtian Holy Land and the Tianjin Holy Land jointly issued a statement to gather an army to exterminate the undead. All sects must contribute manpower and effort. At the same time, they spread the terrifying growth rate of these undead throughout the Tianjin continent. Other sects received the news and quickly gathered their strongest members to head towards the Wangu forest. The weakest among them were using 8th-tier flying boats. Although flying boats couldn't perform spatial jumps, their normal flying speed was still very fast. Unlike spaceships, which could reach speeds of at least 10 times the speed of light and perform long-distance spatial jumps, flying boats had a rapid acceleration to light speed in just a few seconds. With so many powerful flying boats in operation, distances of hundreds of millions or even billions of kilometers could be covered in just a few hours. This time, they did not summon those sects below the 7th tier. After all, the strongest among those sects were merely a few 7th tier martial saints. Although they were numerous, they might not even be able to slay the weakest undead, and it would take them several days to fully gather. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. As the flying boats from various sects arrived one after another, the entire area around the Wangu forest was shrouded by tens of thousands of flying boats. There were also over 100 powerful 9th tier flying boats. Each flying boat contained a large number of strong individuals. Soon, these strong individuals gathered in the sky. However, everyone quickly noticed that no one from the Xiantian sect had come, not a single person. What's going on? Where are the people from the Xiantian sect? Why hasn't anyone come? Do they not care about the life and death of the Tianjin continent? The Xiantian sect is becoming more and more unreasonable. They are just outsiders, how much do you expect them to care about the survival of our Tianjin continent? Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. After this, if anyone in our sect dares to form a marriage alliance or befriend the Xiantian sect, they will be expelled from the sect at the first opportunity. In an instant, those powerful martial god-level experts couldn't help but curse. Some 8th-tier sects were bewildered. Outsiders? What is that? The Xiantian sect is made up of outsiders? Although they had long noticed that the core disciples of the Xiantian sect were different from ordinary people, often producing some extremely special magical treasures, they merely thought it was a characteristic of the Xiantian sect and didn't think much of it. They never expected that they were actually outsiders. Moreover, it seemed that those 9th-tier sects were already aware of this matter. If it weren't for the recent major incident involving the undead, these 8th-tier sects probably wouldn't have learned this news. Everyone, at that moment, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land slowly flew out. He was a powerful figure at the 9th level of martial god. Although he was considerably weaker than the ancestors of the other top 9 sects, he represented the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. The Grand Elder of the Tongtian Sacred Land was only at the 8th level of martial god, and his status and strength were not on par with him. Naturally, his words carried the most weight. As soon as he spoke, everyone present fell silent. This undead incident is of great importance. I hope there won't be any internal strife. Our goals are only two. One is to do our utmost to slay those undead. At the same time, we must find the location of the undead mage. As long as we locate the other party, report it immediately, and the Heavenly Sword Supreme and the Tongtian Supreme will personally take action to eliminate them. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword said solemnly. Once these words were spoken, the powerful figures present nodded in agreement. Alright, I wish everyone a safe return. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword slightly cupped his hands to everyone. In an instant, everyone hurriedly returned the gesture. The next moment, everyone returned to their flying vessels, heading towards the positions assigned to them upon arrival. Those martial god-level experts also dispersed throughout the ancient forest, beginning their search for the powerful undead. This time, many martial gods were dispatched. There were over 200 in total. The two major sacred lands contributed 70 to 80 of them. There were also quite a few martial emperor level experts, totaling over 30,000. The martial saint level experts were even more terrifying, with all the major sects combined, reaching 1/5 of the entire Heavenly Sword continent's martial saints, which amounted to over 2 million. Of course, martial saints and martial emperors were nothing compared to Ling Chen's undead. After all, his 7th tier undead had already reached 1 million within the few hours they had gathered. The 8th tier undead had also reached 17,000. Moreover, they were all terrifying existences with their strength enhanced by 40 times. The main force was still those martial gods. However, unfortunately, although martial gods were powerful, their numbers were too few. In such a vast ancient forest, they ended up killing the least number of undead. Nevertheless, even so, the number of undead in the entire ancient forest began to sharply decrease. Almost every hour, it could drop by 20 to 30,000. Within the Tongtian sacred land, the Tongtian and Heavenly Sword ancestors, who were monitoring the incoming intelligence in real time, were extremely satisfied. Not bad, very good, in just 3 hours, we've already slain 500,000 undead. At this rate, it will only take another 7 or 8 hours to eliminate all the undead. Tongtian was exceptionally pleased. It's a pity that there is no news about that undead mage, otherwise, if we could kill him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. The Heavenly Sword ancestors sighed. These people were the backbone against the outsiders. He was well aware of the outsiders. In just a mere 100,000 years, they had developed to a level far beyond that of the Heavenly Sword continent, which was already terrifying. If the Heavenly Sword continent suffered heavy losses again, no worries, my son, Tianji, possesses the demeanor of a supreme. He still has 2 entry slots left. Over the years, I have been searching for good soul enhancement entries or bloodline entries for him. As long as he manages to obtain any one of them, he will easily be able to slay that old thing, Xuanwu, once he becomes supreme. Tian Tong couldn't help but smile with pride. This is the value of the Soul Destroyer entries, in that case, very good. The Tian Sword ancestor, with his innate talent, was also extremely satisfied. As time passed second by second, finally, after 7 hours, all the undead were completely cleared. However, this time, the powerful beings of the entire Tian Sword continent also paid a huge price. A large number of martial saint-level experts fell during this wave of undead. The number of 7th-tier martial saints who died exceeded 500,000, and over 7,000 8th-tier martial emperors also perished. Finally, after all the undead were cleared, everyone gathered in front of the Hellgate. We have slaughtered so many undead, yet the necromancer hasn't shown up. Could it be that, as we imagined, the necromancer's strength is only that of an ordinary martial god? So he dares not come out? Tian Tong Supreme frowned. Perhaps, but we must not let our guard down. These undead are very powerful, and if they come back, we won't have the strength to endure such encounters again. The Tian Sword ancestor said gravely. These undead are not strong individually, but if they increase in number, eliminating them will only be possible through sheer manpower. They already lost 500,000 martial saint level experts in one go. If this happens a few more times, the entire Tian Sword continent's martial saints might be wiped out. Yes, I will send several martial gods and a large number of martial emperors to guard here. Once those undead appear again, we will strike them down with overwhelming force and absolutely not let them spread. Tian Tong Supreme nodded solemnly. After this battle, he also witnessed the terror of these undead. Fortunately, they did not leave empty-handed. They obtained quite a few purple and silver oracle stones. Although these oracle stones are not enough to make up for the losses, they still count as some gain. Buzz. Suddenly, at that moment, the entire Hellgate began to tremble. The next moment, the spatial rift below started to fluctuate, and the massive Hellgate slowly sank into the ground under the astonished gazes of all the powerful beings on the Tian Sword continent. Finally, the spatial rift closed, and the Hell Gate completely disappeared. But they could only watch this happen, unable to stop it, because they could not touch the Hell Gate. Did the necromancer retreat? Maybe, all the undead have been killed, how could he dare to come out? But if he hides and comes back again, we might not be able to stop him. At this moment, all the powerful beings began to discuss among themselves. The expressions of the Tian Sword ancestor and the others also turned grim. They did not expect such a massive bronze ancient gate could be taken away at any time. Does that mean the other side can open this great door anywhere at any time? If that's the case, how can they defend against it? This is troublesome. The Tian Sword ancestor sighed deeply. Tian Tong Supreme beside him also looked serious. Master, what should we do now? Tian Tong Supreme asked. I don't know, but at least for the short term, the other side cannot come out. After all, it would take several thousand years for millions of undead to recover. Unless, the information that Xuantiangong gave us is false. The Tian Sword ancestor sighed. If it really takes thousands of years, then he would have already fallen, and the affairs of the world would have little to do with him. Since that's the case, I'll arrange for more powerful individuals to patrol the entire Tianjian continent. Once anything seems off, gather everyone as quickly as possible. The Supreme of Tiantong was quite proactive. After all, once his master was gone, he would be the sole ruler of the Tianjian continent. Naturally, he had to protect his territory well. After saying this, the powerful members of all sects did not rush to leave. Instead, they prepared to guard the Wangu forest for a while. They would only leave once they confirmed that the enemy did not emerge. A day quickly passed. However, the next noon, a piece of news instantly changed the expressions of all the strongest individuals in the Tianjian continent. What? You say that the Great Door has gone to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the number of undead might be even greater than before? The ancestor of Tianjian was taken aback by the report from a martial emperor within the sect. Yes, ancestor, this is the recording stone sent back by our sect's disciples, you can see for yourself. Though martial emperor, now drenched in sweat, took out the recording stone. A group of martial gods had come over. Sure enough, the stone revealed an image, and in that image was the previous bronze ancient door, but this ancient door was not only larger than before, but the countless runes carved on it were also illuminated more than ever. Originally, only 1/10,000th was lit up, and now it was almost 5/10,000ths. There was also a video of undead slaughtering fierce beasts. However, what changed their expressions the most was that in this image, there were many powerful individuals from the Tianjian continent, all of whom had been refined into undead. Moreover, their strength had become even greater than when they were alive. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. What on earth is going on with this door? How can there be so many undead, and they even turned our people into undead? This is simply despicable, too despicable. It's a demon, it must be a demon. Who else would be so ruthless? Damn it, what does he want to do? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. They weren't afraid of death, but they feared being turned into undead after death, then being controlled to slaughter their own kind. The ancestor of Tianjian and the Supreme of Tiantong also had serious expressions. Everyone, board the 9th tier flying boats and head to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The ancestor of Tianjian decisively issued the order. Although everyone hesitated a bit upon hearing this, they were somewhat frightened. Could the undead be endless? However, they quickly boarded the flying boats. Soon, one flying boat after another sped towards the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In less than an hour, the flying boats had crossed over 10 billion kilometers to reach the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 10,000 Great Mountains were also an extremely vast forest, but the terrain was more complex, with numerous high mountains. Some of these mountains reached heights of several million meters. The surface area of a single mountain was comparable to that of Earth. Therefore, the number of fierce beasts living here was also greater. Moreover, they were even more powerful. However, finding them was naturally more difficult. In a certain depression of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a massive hellish door was situated within a spatial rift. From the rift surged a large number of undead. These were all resurrected undead. At this moment, they had been scattered all over the 10,000 Great Mountains by Ling Chen. Ling Chen's mysterious eye. In the center of his brow emitted a strange divine light, scanning the individuals from the Tianjian continent who were rushing from billions of kilometers away. These people are really persistent. I haven't even actively controlled the undead to kill them, and they still come to seek death. If they get killed, they can't blame me. Ling Chen sneered coldly. The reason he left with the undead was that many fierce beasts in the Wangu forest had been killed. Secondly, the doors were all blocked. If he were to resurrect the undead, no matter how many he brought back, they would be killed by those martial gods, wasting energy for nothing. It was better to change the battlefield. After all, he only needed one person to run away. However, moving from the Tianjian continent required everyone to flee together. At the same time, just because he did not actively attack the Tianjian continent did not mean they could freely attack his undead. All the undead had been given his orders. As long as someone attacked, they would retaliate with full force. Those killed would be brought back directly to be made into undead. After all, hunting fierce beasts was the most important thing. It must be said that the undead created by these humans were indeed powerful, significantly stronger than ordinary fierce beast undead. After all, among the martial saints, humans generally had silver attributes, while fierce beasts had at most purple ones. Naturally, after becoming undead, they became even stronger. At the same time, more than a day had passed. Ling Chen's realm had risen 2 small levels. Again, reaching the 9th level of martial saint. Among the human undead, 30,000 had been elevated to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. Now, with surplus energy, after accumulating enough energy to resurrect 10 times, the rest was used to upgrade the human undead. The more human undead there were, the stronger the combat power. At this point, he had almost stopped converting high-level fierce beast undead, focusing all his energy on supplying the human undead. As the most powerful Tianji, killing fierce beasts at the 1st and 2nd levels of martial gods was now a piece of cake. However, Ling Chen still felt it was somewhat insufficient. The enhancement type attributes and bloodline type attributes for the Soul Extinguisher class here are only purple at most. Using purple for Tianji feels like it would ruin his talent. Ling Chen also knew that Tianji still had 2 attribute slots available, but giving him purple attributes felt like a waste. However, he did not have any silver attribute oracle stones. The purple attributes he had were ones he had bought when he saw there was stock before, and there were very few, only a little over 100. However, after thinking for a moment, Luo Xiao ultimately decided to give him the purple attributes first. If both the bloodline and enhancement types reached purple, all attributes could be increased fourfold. The combat power could rise by 2 small levels. That was already quite good. To defeat this combat power, Ling Chen would have to use some means. Buzz. The next moment, with a wave from the massive gate of hell beneath his feet, Tianji's figure flew out from inside. Tianji, I greet my master. Tianji respectfully bowed to Ling Chen. Ling Chen then directly threw out 2 purple oracle stones. One was for bloodline type, and the other was for all attribute enhancement type. It must be said that obtaining these 2 types of attributes in the Milky Way was countless times easier than on the Tianjian continent. There were quite a few ghost domain divine regions within the Milky Way. Among them, there were countless ghost kings, ghost emperors, and ghost sovereigns. However, on the Tianjian continent, ghost cultivators were rare. After all, in a world that revered martial arts, the Yin energy was extremely scarce. It was not easy to form a large ghost domain, thus making it impossible to give birth to powerful ghost cultivators. Without powerful ghost cultivators, it was naturally even more difficult to produce corresponding powerful oracle stones. That was why the Tiantong Supreme had not been able to obtain a single silver bloodline oracle stone for so many years. Of course, silver soul cultivator bloodline oracle stones in the Milky Way were priced higher than gold oracle stones, and the Tiantong Supreme could not buy them from the Milky Way humans. Naturally, purple ones were abundant, but the quality was too poor. If he couldn't obtain these 2 types of attributes, he would only end up with a trash attribute. This would diminish Tianji's powerful talent. However, it was completely different for Ling Chen. Open these 2 oracle stones. Remember, silently wish for the best soul cultivator attributes, Ling Chen said directly. Yes, master. Tianji respectfully nodded at Ling Chen. After speaking, he directly activated 2 oracle stones. Although he was undead, he could still use the oracle stones. In this world, as long as it was an entry bar, one could activate the oracle stones, even if you were just a stone. Of course, if you were truly a stone, the prerequisite was that you had to possess your own consciousness. Otherwise, you could only rely on the innate awakening of entries. Buzz. In an instant, 2 dazzling beams of light burst forth from the 2 purple oracle stones. At this moment, Ling Chen did not waste any words and directly activated the goddess's blessing. After all, the rarity of this entry had already surpassed that of ordinary silver entries. He had no idea whether his dark gold fortune entry could be specified. After all, it wasn't activated by him personally. If it couldn't be specified, that would be troublesome. In an instant, a mysterious and profound power enveloped Tianji. The next moment, the colors of the 2 purple oracle stones changed rapidly, and finally, 2 beams of purple light instantly burst forth from the oracle stones. The purple light transformed into a stream of light that surged into Tianji's body. Boom! In an instant, the already extremely powerful soul power fluctuations of the soul destroyer Tianji doubled at that moment. That terrifying soul power began to sweep out in all directions. At the same time, green ghostly energy began to surge around him. The next moment, his body started to become ethereal and expand. Ultimately, Tianji transformed into a gigantic evil spirit towering 10,000 meters high, and at this moment, he also had 2 purple entries above his head. Mental Storm. Purple incarnation of the Ghost Emperor. Purple. The 2 entries directly boosted his combat power to more than 5 times its original level. It seemed that these 2 entries were not the weakest purple enhancement entries. Tianji had struck gold. Not bad, this momentum already possesses some aura of a Ghost Emperor. Ling Chen looked at the massive ghostly figure and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. However, unlike himself, the other party's power consumption after using 2 entries simultaneously was quite terrifying.
Fortunately, the other party was undead. Ling Chen could continuously supply power through the Hell Gate. Moreover, the consumption of the Hell Gate was minimal. After operating for several hours, the consumption was estimated to be about the same as reviving once, which was just 1/10 of the energy consumption to enhance an 8th tier 5-star undead. Buzz. The next moment, Tianji's appearance rapidly restored, ultimately returning to his original form. The terrifying ghostly energy around him also completely retracted. The Hell Gate transforms undead into two forms, one is the skeletal form, and the other is the flesh form. There is no difference in combat power between the two, the only difference is the appearance and the energy consumption during transformation. For other human undead, Ling Chen refined them into skeletal forms. So, it was easy to tell. They were undead at a glance. However, Tianji was the first in flesh form. Aside from his black eyes, he had no other differences from an ordinary human. His soul, aura, DNA, or any detection method all indicated he was the same person. Those who didn't know would only think he had cultivated some powerful technique or had some special entry that turned his eyes black. In fact, these eyes could also return to their original state. However, there was no need. Of course, if he were to restore his eyes, there would only be one way to distinguish whether he was undead. It would involve bisecting him. If he survived a fatal injury inflicted by a human, he would naturally be undead. If he died after sustaining a fatal injury, then he would be a living person. Of course, this verification method would be awkward if it turned out he was indeed a living person. After all, the person would be dead. Therefore, theoretically speaking, as long as Ling Chen wanted to disguise the undead, unless one possessed a transcendent ability beyond Ling Chen's undead level, such as the void-breaking divine eye. Moreover, this broken void divine eye must possess a special entry to see a unique entry on the undead. Undead. Dark gold, only then can one know they are truly undead. However, special entries are not something everyone can have, and they must be dark gold, which is simply impossible. By the time Ling Chen encounters such a gifted individual, his entry level will have risen even higher. I wonder what reaction the Supreme of the Heavenly Sacred Land will have when he sees his son attacking his own people. Ling Chen chuckled, finding it somewhat amusing. He then waved his hand. The Heavenly Extreme instantly received his command, and the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing into the distance. The speed was so fast that the Heavenly Extreme soon vanished from its original spot. A few hours later, everyone from the Heavenly Sword continent had arrived at the location of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Heavenly Eye, take a look at the situation here. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword shouted to a middle-aged man not far away. Understood, ancestor. The middle-aged man immediately stepped out of the crowd. Break the illusion. Open. With a low shout from the middle-aged man, silver light burst forth from his eyes. The light instantly spread out, enveloping the 10,000 Great Mountains over a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. In an instant, he had a rough understanding of the situation within the mountains. Hiss. However, the middle-aged man immediately gasped in shock. What's going on? The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword frowned. Ancestor, the number of 7th tier undead has already reached 3 million, and the 8th tier undead is about to exceed 50,000. The middle-aged man said with a terrified expression. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present erupted in an uproar. How is that possible? 3 million? Didn't we just kill a batch of undead? How can there be so many left? Damn it, wasn't it said that creating undead is very difficult? What's going on now? Yeah, if it's so difficult to create, who would make so many? Clearly, the information from the Xintian sect is false. Their hearts are worthy of punishment, their hearts are worthy of punishment. In an instant, all the powerful individuals were cursing. But the undead still had to be dealt with. Everyone, although there are many undead. It is absolutely true that creating them is difficult. After all, if it were easy, even the weakest undead mage could raise an army alone, which is clearly impossible. So it's likely that this undead mage has just accumulated a large number of undead. As long as we eliminate all these undead, I don't believe he can create more. At this moment, the Heavenly Communication Supreme spoke coldly. As soon as he said this, those from the sects were somewhat reluctant. After all, their lower tier sects would have to pay with lives. What are you hesitating for? If we let these undead continue to develop, we'll all be wiped out before we can even fight back. Now is the best time. Once the undead become a major force, do you think hiding will help you escape? Seeing their hesitation, the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword immediately scolded. Their disunity made him tremble with anger. Hearing his reprimand, the sect members had no choice but to comply. After all, compared to the undead, defying the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword and the Heavenly Communication Supreme might lead to a quicker death.
Also, don't just kill indiscriminately, you can lure these undead together and then let powerful martial emperors or even martial gods take action to eliminate them all at once. This way, casualties will also decrease significantly. Seeing them like this, the ancestor of the heavenly sword also began to soothe them. As soon as he said this, the sect members' eyes lit up. Indeed, why hadn't they thought of this? If they couldn't fight, could they not run away? Alright. Everyone, start according to the plan we set when we arrived. Everyone, board the flying boats and set off as soon as possible. The ancestor of the heavenly sword shouted. In an instant, all the sects hurriedly summoned their strongest members to quickly head towards their assigned areas. It was clear that this time it was not as easy as before. Moreover, they discovered that among these undead were mixed some human undead, whose strength was even greater. Not only was each one at the 4th level of Martial Emperor, but their combat power reached around the 9th level of Martial Emperor. There were also as many as 30 to 40,000 of them. With so many late-stage Martial Emperors, the battles against the people of the Sword Continent were almost entirely one-sided massacres. Only peak Martial Emperors and Martial Gods could slay the opponents. Fortunately, they were not foolish. Upon encountering such undead, they knew to run away immediately. And these undead did not pursue them. As long as they were not attacked, they would not take the initiative to attack. When many people realized this pattern, they breathed a sigh of relief. Those martial gods stopped doing anything else and specifically hunted these human undead. As time passed, the reports of the number of slain undead received by the Sword Supreme increased more and more. The number quickly reached 2 million. Meanwhile, their losses of martial saint level experts also exceeded 800,000. The martial saints they originally brought had been reduced to half. Fortunately, they had already gathered the remaining martial saints on the continent. They replenished with over 200,000 martial saint level experts, which, when calculated, was significantly more than the previous number of martial saints. With this ebb and flow, everyone's pressure drastically decreased. It's almost done, almost cleared out. I refuse to believe there are more of these undead. Sword Supreme snorted coldly. Adding to the undead they had already slain, the total number had now reached over 3 million. If they killed the remaining ones, they would be close to 5 million, and they were all at the 7th tier. Just thinking about this number made his heart race. This number was almost comparable to half the number of martial saints on the Sword Continent. What a pity, if only these undead could all gather together. We could conduct a large-scale slaughter. Sword Supreme sighed helplessly at this moment. With so many martial saints gathered together, it wouldn't be enough for him to kill them all alone. Give him an hour, and he could definitely wipe them all out. However, the problem was that these undead were too widely distributed. With such a vast distribution, relying solely on them and a few hundred martial gods, the speed of killing was not keeping up with the speed of their growth. Ancestor, it's cleared. 18 hours, finally cleared. Just then, a surprised voice came from the side. It was the voice of the powerful figure with the silver broken illusion eye. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Sword Ancestor couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the next moment, he could no longer laugh. This is impossible, how could this be? Suddenly, a terrified voice came through. What happened? What is impossible? Tian Tong Supreme shouted. It's Tian Ji, he's crazily slaughtering the experts of our Sword Continent, so strong, a second-tier martial god was killed in an instant, the middle-aged man said in fear. What? Tian Ji? Tian Tong, what's going on? Is this undead mage your son? Hearing this, Sword Ancestor was instantly furious. This shouldn't be. When did this kid become so strong? Did he get a golden undead mage entry? This undead mage seems to be a branch of soul cultivation. It doesn't seem impossible for a soul destroyer to awaken, right? Tian Tong Supreme was astonished, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. At this point, you still have the face to smile? He's killing the experts of our Sword Continent. Without their assistance, no matter how strong he is alone, what does it matter? Sword Ancestor immediately rebuked angrily. Who said that? If he is truly my son, look how powerful he is, he can suppress all the strong ones of the entire Tianjian continent by himself. Having these people or not makes no difference. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Tian Tong Supreme, who had already begun to believe that this necromancer was indeed his son, started to argue. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on the face of the Tianjian old ancestor turned grim, but what he said was indeed a fact. However, the other sect leaders and ancestors present all looked displeased after hearing the words of the Tian Tong Supreme. A soul destroyer entry is already against the heavens, and now another necromancer entry, possibly a golden one? Tian Yen. Is the strength of this Tianji also at the martial emperor fourth heaven? The Tianjian old ancestor looked at the other sect leaders who were about to explode and quickly asked Tianyan.
Although he hoped the other party was indeed Tianji, the situation seemed off. As soon as this was said, the
Tiantan Supreme's heart sank.
It was said that the level of a necromancer was the strongest level of the undead.
Wasn't his son just at the martial emperor third heaven?
And he had just recently advanced.
Could he really advance to the martial emperor fourth heaven so quickly? If he
was only at the martial emperor third heaven, the sudden surge in strength could only mean one thing: he had also been refined into an undead. Others also realized this and looked towards Tianyan.
Yes, he is at the martial emperor fourth heaven. Fortunately, Tianyan's words instantly made the Tiantan Supreme smile.
Ha, I said my son has the demeanor of a supreme, and now it seems to be true.
Tiantan laughed proudly.
You are too early to be happy. Your son is also at the martial emperor fourth heaven, which only indicates that he has an absolute connection
to this necromancer incident.
Right now, he is either the necromancer himself or has already been refined into an undead.
Who says he must be the necromancer?
But he hadn't laughed for long before being scolded by his own master. As soon as these words were spoken, Tiantan panicked.
Wait, I forgot to tell you all, young Master Tianji looks human, not like an undead. He has flesh and blood. His appearance is no different
from that of the human race. He looks completely different from those undead.
Suddenly, Tianyan said.
As soon as these words were spoken, the previously panicked Tiantan straightened his back again. Ha, I said my son has the demeanor of a supreme. Now master, what else do
you have to say? Tiantan immediately laughed triumphantly.
As soon as this was said, the few remaining strong ones from the Tongtian Holy Land
all burst into laughter. The Tianjian old ancestor also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only the strong ones from other sects looked at the Tiantong Supreme with fiery eyes.
First, send a message down to let everyone evacuate. Do not attack the undead.
The Tianjian old ancestor sighed helplessly.
At this moment, these strong ones finally remembered this point and quickly sent messages to their people to evacuate. The people from these sects had long been terrified by the undead and rushed over as soon as they received the sect's message. In less than a few hours, everyone returned to the assembly point.
Everyone, I apologize.
This necromancer is my son himself.
We didn't know before, which is why this misunderstanding occurred.
This matter is the responsibility of my Tongtian Holy Land. I sincerely apologize. The Tiantong Supreme, in a great mood, smiled at the less than 10,000 martial emperors and 300,000 martial saints present.
Boom!
As soon as he spoke, the entire venue erupted. This necromancer turned out to be the holy son of Tenji. And in an instant, endless rage began to spread.
Since this is the holy son of Tianji, why did he attack the people of my Tianjian continent? Yes, so many of us have died, and you Tongtian Holy Land just say sorry?
At this moment, several peak martial god level first-rate sect ancestors could no longer hold back and began to question.
Boom! However, in the next moment, a terrifying
aura slammed directly onto these people.
Puff 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 puff.
In an instant, the questioning martial gods were sent flying, spitting blood, and after a hard struggle to stop, their bodies began to crack.
Who gave you the audacity to question a supreme? Moreover, if it weren't for your attacks on the undead, would the undead attack you? I was wondering
why these undead didn't actively attack people. It turns out it was all because of my son. Now, your people attack my son's undead and get killed by him, and you turn around
to say he's a murderer? What kind of logic is that? The Supreme of Tianton sneered with extraordinary pride.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left speechless. They wanted to say that if it weren't for your two supremes forcing them, would they willingly go to their deaths? But seeing the state of those peak martial gods, they couldn't
find the words. If the peak martial gods could survive, their ordinary martial gods would have been killed in an instant. So it's the Holy Son. I was wondering who
could have such powerful talent.
Yes, indeed, a great thing, a tremendous blessing.
Congratulations to the Supreme of Tiantong, truly a tiger father has no dog sons.
In an instant, many began to flatter.
Originally, there was one supreme, and now there was another holy son who could contend against the entire Tiankong continent by
himself.
If they continued to dwell on the matter of their sect members being killed, they would truly be seeking death.
This Xuantiangong must not have told us everything about the undead mages.
I even suspect they knew this was the holy son of Tiandi long ago. They just didn't tell us, wanting the holy son to kill each other with us,
and then sit back and reap the benefits, occupying our world. One martial god couldn't help but curse, shifting all the blame onto Xuantiangong. Yes, that's right, it's because of Xuantiangong.
Upon hearing this, the Supreme of Tiantong was instantly delighted, casting a satisfied glance at the martial god who spoke.
Nonsense. With your little piece of land, would my Xuantiangong even look at it? However, as soon as these words were spoken, an angry rebuke rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone quickly turned to look at its source. They saw that it was the Xuantiangong accompanied by powerful figures above the martial emperor level from Xuantiangong. Xuantiangong, you indeed know that this Tiandi is the undead mage. My son has caused such great slaughter, and you Xuantiangong don't give us an explanation? The Supreme of Tiantong was instantly furious. If it weren't for the powerful Xianyuan Supreme behind the other party, he would have long since wiped out this damned extraterrestrial clan. Ha 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 ha. An undead mage is at the heavenly level? What a joke. You old dog, think with your pig brain. Any profession must be judged by the entry level, right? This undead mage's entry level is clearly at least golden or even above golden. The most powerful undead mage I've seen among the galaxy human race only had silver talent. And even that almost exterminated my galaxy human race. You think you can produce one from your little Tiancong continent? Dream on. The Xuantiangong immediately retaliated against the Supreme of Tiantong. The constant calling of old dog made everyone present's skin crawl. Goodness, has the Xuantiangong broken through to the Supreme? No, how could he be so bold? Was he not afraid that the Supreme of Tiantong would become enraged and directly crush him? Unless he has backing. Boom. Sure. Enough. An extremely terrifying power enveloped an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Even Ling Chen, deep in the 10,000 great mountains, felt this powerful aura. Moreover, this aura had an extremely familiar feeling. Old Wu. Ling Chen suddenly stood up, his gaze directed towards the source of the spreading aura. The expressions of the Heavenly Sovereign and the Heavenly Sword Ancestor darkened as they sensed this aura. At the same time, they instinctively took a step back into the void. This was fear, a fear that originated from the depths of their hearts. The sudden movement of the two frightened the 8th and ordinary 9th tier sect experts, causing their faces to change dramatically. With both sovereigns retreating, could this aura's power possibly far exceed theirs? In that moment, they finally understood the weight of the term sovereign from beyond the realm. Is it you? Wanting an explanation from me? However, at that moment, a cold voice echoed from the void. The next instant, an old man shattered the void and appeared before everyone in an instant. We pay our respects to the Xuanwu sovereign. Disciples of the Xiantian sect. We pay our respects to the Xuanwu sovereign. Paying respects to the Xuanwu sovereign. All the members of the Xiantian sect respectfully bow to the void. Xuanwu. Why is he here? The Heavenly Sword Ancestor and the Heavenly Sovereign looked at Xuanwu with grim expressions. As for the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, he was even more furious. Theoretically, they were in-laws. After all, his disciple's adopted daughter had become the other party's daughter-in-law, yet the other party had beaten him several times. Heavenly Sovereign, was it you who just asked for an explanation from me? Xuanwu Sovereign glanced coldly at the Heavenly Sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Sovereign snorted coldly and said nothing more. Xuanwu, didn't you say you wouldn't take action before? Why are you here now? What? Are you planning to lower your face and attack the juniors of my Heavenly Sword continent? The Heavenly Sword Ancestor coldly snorted and spoke up. Attack this necromancer? Why? Would I attack him? Unfortunately, as soon as he spoke, the Xiantian martial god immediately smiled coldly. Aren't you here to assassinate my son? Then what are you doing here? The Heavenly Sovereign snorted coldly. Naturally. Xuanwu's sovereign smiled. Slightly. However, the next moment, his smile turned icy. To kill you. Then, an extremely cold voice exploded in everyone's minds. At the same time, a terrifying power erupted from Xuanwu Sovereign's hand. Xuanwu Sovereign slapped towards the Heavenly Sovereign. Endless earth power condensed into a massive handprint that fiercely pressed down towards the Heavenly Sovereign and all the powerful beings around him. Xuanwu, are you crazy? The Heavenly Sword Ancestor's face changed dramatically as he roared. The Heavenly Sovereign's face turned pale as he and the Ancestor quickly unleashed all their power to counter the massive handprint crashing down from the sky. Heavenly Sword Technique, / the heavens. Sky connecting body. Open. A punch to shatter the heavens. Both unleashed terrifying combat power at the sovereign level. A wave of terrifying sword energy and a massive fist shadow shot up into the sky towards the descending handprint. Boom! In an instant, the three attacks collided, and a terrifying force that could destroy the heavens and the earth erupted, sweeping out in all directions. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt were the powerful beings on the Heavenly Sword continent. These martial saints and even martial emperors had no time to react before being shattered into a mist of blood by the powerful aftermath. Meanwhile, those at the martial god level all spat blood as they crashed down to the ground. Boom boom boom.
With each earth-shattering roar, the ground was directly smashed by these martial god-level experts, creating hundreds of terrifying deep pits several dozen kilometers deep and tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. The power of this impact, if unleashed on Earth, could instantly shatter the planet into pieces. Not to mention these martial gods, even the Heavenly Sovereign and the Heavenly Sword Sovereign were both knocked to the ground by this terrifying shockwave. However, both could still stand, albeit with surging blood and blood trickling from their mouths. Clearly, they had suffered significant internal injuries. After all, the two of them were the closest to the attack, absorbing 99% of it. Otherwise, even if only 1% remained, all the martial gods of the Tianjin continent would be wiped out. Xuanwu, are you crazy? The ancestor of Tianjin was frightened by Xuanwu's madness and quickly shouted at him. Damn it, old Xuanwu, what exactly do you want to do? Didn't we agree to coexist peacefully? What good does it do you if we die? Tian Tongzun was somewhat afraid. Am I crazy? You should have thought of this outcome when your son went to assassinate my grandson. He is the only bloodline left by my son. Shenling in this world, Xuan Wuzun said coldly. Boom. However, as soon as these words came out, both Tian Jianzun and Tian Tongzun felt their minds explode. Thinking of how Tianji had been absent during this time, Tian Tongzun's face turned pale. To prevent his son from seeking revenge, he had kept Ling Xian's identity hidden, fearing that the other party would cause trouble for the Xian Tian sect. Who would have thought he actually went and directly found Ling Xian's son? Tian Tong, where did Tian Ji disappear to recently? At this moment, the ancestor of Tianjian was also furious. They had agreed not to provoke anyone from the Xian family. How had this kid raised his son? I don't know, he just suddenly went out, and I really don't know anything else. Look, I didn't even know he became a necromancer. Tian Tongzun was also panicking. They all knew how strong Xuanwu's power was. If the other party really wanted to kill them, it would be effortless. Still daydreaming here, your son Tianji was already killed by my nephew when he tried to assassinate him. This necromancer is my nephew, not your son. The son you see now has probably already been turned into a necromancer by my nephew. Ha 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 ha. However, as soon as Tian Tongzun's words came out, Xin Tianwu Xin couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, the other martial gods who came with him gasped in shock. They had already learned through satellites about the terror of this necromancer. Such a terrifying existence turned out to be Ling Chen. After all, they had already received news about Ling Chen. As the latest announced descendant of the Xian family, Ling Chen's talent was undoubtedly the strongest. Boom! But as soon as this was said, it directly caused Tian Tongzun's head to explode. Impossible, my son is a soul destroyer. How could he die at the hands of the son of Ling Xian and Tian Linger? How old is his son? Just 18, right? Tian Tongzun shouted in disbelief. As soon as this was said, everyone from the Tianjian continent present was dumbfounded. Tian Linger? Wasn't she the last saintess of the Tianjian sacred land? Wasn't it said that she was killed for fleeing from marriage? So, she married someone from outside the domain? And even had a necromancer child? The ancestor of Tianjian opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After thinking it over, this necromancer could be considered his descendant. Moreover, speaking of which, Tian Linger was much closer to him than that rebellious Tianji. Her son was naturally closer to him, even though he was from outside the domain. But breaking bones still connects the tendons. The other party shouldn't attack the Tianjian sacred land, right? After all, her mother was the saintess of the Tianjian sacred land. Thinking this way, it seemed he wasn't losing out at all. At least, it was better than having nothing to do with it. My grandson has unparalleled talent. What is your son, that waste, worth? Xuan Wuzun said proudly with a smile. Wait, since it was your grandson who attacked the people of our Tianjian continent, shouldn't you give an explanation? His grievances with Tianton's sacred land are our business, and have nothing to do with others, right? Tian Tongzun quickly said with righteous indignation. Boom! However, at that moment, a terrifying aura transformed into a Xuanwu statue and directly slammed into Tian Tongzun. Puff! Before Tian Tong Supreme could react, he was blasted and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who gave you the audacity to question a supreme stronger than you? Moreover, if you hadn't attacked the undead, would the undead have attacked you? Now your people attack the undead of my grandson and then turn around to say he killed? What kind of logic is that? Xuanwu Supreme said coldly. In these past few days, there had been almost no rewards, and the author felt like they were starting to play solo. Each person can vote 3 times a day to support their love and
An author can earn a dime. If everyone has time, please spend a few minutes to vote 3 times, I would be immensely grateful. After hearing this, for some reason, all the living people in Tianjin continent felt a bit of dark pleasure. Wasn't this exactly what Tianton Supreme had scolded them with before? Moreover, coming from Xuanwu Supreme, it was evidently more fitting. You. Puff. Suffering a heavy blow and having his line stolen, Tianton Supreme was instantly furious and spat out another mouthful of blood. Alright, since you dared to lay hands on my Xian family, be prepared to die. Tianjian, are you going to make a move? If you do, you can only accompany him to the grave. Xuanwu Supreme then calmly glanced at Tianjian old ancestor. Xuanwu, this matter was solely done by Tianji and has nothing to do with my disciple. He didn't even know. Can you, Tianjian old ancestor? Helplessly stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Master, step back. There's no need for you to plead. However, at this moment, Tiantong Supreme spoke out in anger. Since my son is dead, then everything is meaningless. Xuanwu old thing, I ask for nothing else. Since you have killed me, you cannot kill anyone from my Tongtian sacred land. Tiantong Supreme coldly stared at Xuanwu Supreme. Only now you say it. Too late. However, Xuanwu Supreme merely smiled coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Tiantong Supreme and the others changed their expressions. Too late? What do you mean too late? Tiantong Supreme's face changed drastically. Buzz. At that moment, a technologically advanced spaceship broke through the sky. The next moment, several peak martial gods and over 100 martial gods flew down from the spaceship. Reporting to Lord Xuanwu, the Tongtian sacred land has been completely annihilated, not a single survivor. We are currently using satellites to lock onto all individuals from the Tongtian sacred land. As soon as anyone using the Tongtian sacred land's techniques appears, we will dispatch enforcers to slay them. The leading dark martial god respectfully reported to Xuanwu Supreme. Boom! In an instant, the heads of all the people in Tianjin continent exploded with a loud noise. Annihilated? The Tongtian sacred land was completely destroyed? How could this be possible? How could this be possible? You, how ruthless. Puff. Tiantong Supreme was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of old blood. He nearly fell from the sky. Ruthless? I warned you long ago, even kindly offering you 10 golden oracle stones as a trade, which was already quite sincere. Otherwise, my son and Tian Linger would have fallen in love without needing your consent. Enough talk. Old man Tianjian, if you step back, your Tianjian sacred land can still survive. If you continue to block, don't blame me for being merciless. Xuanwu Supreme snorted coldly. Sigh. Tianjian old ancestor sighed deeply, glancing at the martial gods on the ground whose eyes were filled with fear. He knew that Xuanwu Supreme was finally serious this time. If he continued to be stubborn, death awaited him. He directly stepped aside. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force of the earth erupted from Xuanwu Supreme's body. This terrifying force of the earth transformed into a shadow of Xuanwu. The snake-headed Xuanwu suddenly unleashed 2 beams of earthy yellow light from its eyes. Puff! In an instant, the beam of light pierced directly through the forehead of the Supreme of Tiantong. Following that, the body of the Supreme of Tiantong fell rapidly towards the ground. A generation of supremacy had thus perished. The martial gods behind him gasped in shock. They all knew that the Supreme of Xuanwu was extremely powerful among the Supremes, but they never expected him to be this strong. The Supreme of Tiantong, who was also at the Supreme level, had no ability to resist before him. After completing all this, the Supreme of Xuanwu helplessly looked towards the center of the 10,000 Great Mountains. His gaze fell upon the location of Lingchen, billions of kilometers away. Xiaofeng, since you're still alive, why not come out and meet? The Supreme of Xuanwu sighed softly. Lingchen naturally knew that the other party could sense him. After all, to see the situation here from such a distance, he could only use the power of the broken void divine light. Although he could see everything clearly, Lingchen still did not appear. His current strength was insufficient. Only when he had enough power would he reveal himself again. And after a long time without sensing Lingchen's aura, the aura of the Supreme of Xuanwu seemed to have aged considerably. Father, does Xiaofeng not want to forgive us? Though martial god of Xiantian hurriedly said. From growing up until now, the first time he was assassinated was actually by his own family. If it were you, what would you do? The Supreme of Xuanwu only retorted without answering. Upon hearing this, the martial god of Xiantian opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Then, he solemnly bowed in the direction where his father had just looked. Xiaofeng, whether you can hear me or not, uncle is here to apologize to you. Xian Yu has already been executed by my own hands. It's all because of my lax discipline that such a monster was raised. If you hate someone, then hate me. This has nothing to do with your grandfather or your aunt, the martial god of Xiantian said with guilt. Alright, let's go. Staying here will only bring trouble to Xiao Feng. After saying this, the Supreme of Xuanwu took one last look in the direction of Lingchen before turning to leave. The martial gods behind him were also shocked upon hearing this. Xian Yu, the young master, was executed? Goodness, this is explosive news. Moreover, what did the Supreme of Xuanwu mean? Assassinating Lingchen? Xian Yu? Hiss, what on earth is going on? But who would dare to ask? They could only hurriedly follow behind the Supreme of Xuanwu and leave. Soon, all the members of the galactic human race had departed, leaving only some severely injured martial gods and the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword continent. This time, they could be said to have suffered heavy losses. And it was indeed very severe. All the powerful beings who came this time, except for a few strong martial gods, had perished. Even one of the Supremes had died. At this moment, they also had a new understanding of the power of the extraterrestrial races behind the Xiantian sect. Moreover, the grandson of the Supreme of the Xiantian sect was currently rampaging through the entire 10,000 great mountains, slaughtering fierce beasts. Whether the other party would turn their hands against the Heavenly Sword continent was completely unknown. At this moment, everyone sighed deeply in their hearts. Was the Heavenly Sword continent really going to face extinction after this? Let's go, staying here is of no benefit to us. The ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sighed, and after speaking, he turned to leave. However, he did not have much emotional fluctuation in his heart. He was already close to death. Moreover, he had never married and had no descendants, so he naturally did not need to worry about his descendants being exterminated after his death. Originally, he was just unwilling to see the decline of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land after his death. Now it seemed that since things were beyond his control, there was no need for him to seek unnecessary troubles. It would be nice to rest well in the final moments of his life. The strong ones from other sects exchanged glances, looking down at the deceased elders and disciples below, yet no one chose to collect the bodies. Instead, they all hurriedly left. The Supreme Sword had already departed, and if they stayed here, who knew if they would be caught off guard and wiped out by the experts of the Xiantian sect? Although the likelihood was slim, they dared not take the risk as long as there was even a slight chance. Moreover, the deceased were all martial emperors, martial saints, and martial gods, and the number of such deaths was extremely low. Collecting their bodies would yield little reward, and it was unnecessary to risk their lives for such a trivial amount of wealth. As for leaving their fellow sect members' bodies to rot in the wilderness, that was far too common in this world. Nearly 99% of people died outside their sections. If they had to recover every single corpse, the entire sect would have nothing else to do. Thus, the term bodies left to rot in the wilderness did not exist in this world. Have they all left? So, no one is watching me now? Ling Chen, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing this scene. He had long anticipated that his grand actions would attract the attention of the Supreme Xuanwu, which was why he had been hiding in the small world. As long as he did not emerge, no matter how powerful the Supreme Xuanwu was, it would be impossible for him to sense Ling Chen's location. However, he did not expect that the first thing the other party would do upon arrival was to slay the Supreme Tiantong. Right, it seems the bodies of those strong ones from the Tiancong continent are still left behind. Can I refine all these corpses into undead? Suddenly, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. It was known that over 70% of these martial god-level experts possessed golden attributes. The Supreme Tiantong even had a mid-grade golden talent. If they could be transformed into undead, they would undoubtedly become a group of super undead with strength comparable to the heavens. With this thought, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly activated the super lightspeed flight mode of the Black God battle armor. A few minutes later, Ling Chen arrived at the spot where the Supreme Xuanwu had just unleashed his aura. At this moment, the ground was riddled with terrifying deep pits. Each of these densely packed pits contained the remains of a martial saint or martial venerable expert. Of course, these remains were so mangled that they had turned into flesh mud. Some of the flesh mud barely qualified as such, having been pulverized into a large amount of blood mist that merged into the soil by that overwhelming aura. Forget it, just throw everything into the gate of hell. After pondering for a moment, Ling Chen did not hesitate and directly summoned the gate of hell. Shula! As the space above the ground tore apart, a towering bronze ancient door, reaching millions of meters high, slowly rose from the rift. In space. Rise! Ling Chen wasted no words and unleashed all his telekinetic power, instantly enveloping the ground below. Buzz 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 buzz. In the next moment, storage rings shot up from the ground into the sky. These people were so afraid of being silenced by Old Wu that they didn't even dare to collect their storage rings before fleeing. Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh. As for the people of the Xiantian sect not collecting them, it was naturally not because they looked down on them. It was likely that Old Wu had left them for him. Since that was the case, he would not be polite. He then began to sweep with his telekinetic power, collecting all the storage rings back. Storage rings were incredibly strong in terms of defense. However, aside from their strong defense and ability to store items, they had no other effects. They were designed to prevent the contents from being damaged during battles. But this easily benefited someone like Ling Chen. Soon, all the densely packed storage rings appeared before Ling Chen's eyes. Ling Chen's soul power erupted in an instant. In a split second, his soul split into millions of strands, directly crashing into these storage rings. With the God-slaying master title, Ling Chen's soul is so powerful that there are very few living beings who can match him, let alone mere fragments of their souls. Therefore, all these soul imprints were shattered. After being shattered, millions of small spaces appeared in Ling Chen's perception. Ling Chen communicated with his storage space and threw everything from these small spaces into his storage. In an instant, towering piles of resources appeared in Ling Chen's storage space. He began to categorize these items. There were categories for oracle stones, medicinal herbs, refining materials, and various weapons. Among them, the most numerous were surprisingly the oracle stones. These individuals were all martial saints and above. What does it mean to be a martial saint? In the Milky Way, it refers to a powerful being capable of governing at least hundreds of planets. Although there aren't that many territories in the Sword Heaven continent, there are still resources from several planets. With millions of martial saints storage rings here, it naturally equates to having resources from tens of millions of planets. Moreover, this world lacks the large corporate management scene in the Milky Way. Resources are almost entirely distributed by these powerful beings level by level. Thus, the resources in their hands are nearly indistinguishable from those held by martial saints in the Milky Way. Among them, the white and green oracle stones are the rarest, as this level cannot possibly contain such oracle stones. Some have been dropped but not yet sold. The quantity of blue oracle stones is immense. A full 100 billion. That's right, 100 billion. The purple oracle stones are also plentiful, with as many as 400 million. Of course, the number drops significantly after silver. However, there are still several 100,000 silver oracle stones. Currently, only 2 gold oracle stones have been discovered. Therefore, the most valuable are still these purple oracle stones. Martial saints can just about kill 7th tier ferocious beasts, and the highest drop from 7th tier ferocious beasts for ordinary beings is the purple oracle stones. Of course, the main reason is that the consumption of these oracle stones is quite high. After all, there are quite a few geniuses in this world, so having 400 million is normal. Ling Chen thought to himself, feeling immensely satisfied. 400 million, this number is something he couldn't gather even if he wiped out all the ferocious beasts in a forbidden area. He would need to eliminate several to achieve that. Of course, these oracle stones were likely accumulated by these powerful beings over thousands of years. Moreover, most of them have already been used. However, 400 million is definitely enough for Ling Chen's current needs. Among them, he has oracle stones for 90% of the titles he primarily cultivates. The main rare titles are special ones, such as bloodline types and several soul cultivation types. However, there are also plenty of other types of titles that can be sorted out later for use. It seems I can leave the Sword Heaven continent ahead of schedule. First, I'll convert the bodies of these martial saints and martial emperors, Ling Chen thought, and his mental power erupted once more. In an instant, terrifying mental force transformed into a massive shovel. The shovel plunged into the ground, directly scooping up a huge chunk of earth spanning thousands of kilometers. The size of this chunk was comparable to that of Earth. Yet, among it, there were only a few mixed bodies of powerful beings. Ling Chen tossed all the earth into the ancient bronze door. Buzz! In an instant, a large amount of blood mist surged from the bronze door. All this earth was refined into pure energy. It seems this hell gate also has devouring type titles. Anything can be directly refined into energy for charging. This effect is not weak. Ling Chen nodded secretly at this scene. At this moment, he had already broken through to the first level of Martial Emperor early this morning. His strength was many times greater than before. However, the people from the Sword of Heaven continent had been continuously obstructing him. Ling Chen felt quite helpless. If he were to fight them, he wouldn't be able to win for the time being. But if he didn't fight back, these people would keep bothering him while he was refining the undead. He had originally decided to launch a full counterattack once he reached the 3rd level of Martial Emperor, at which point he would annihilate everyone below the Martial God level who dared to attack him on the Sword of Heaven continent. Unexpectedly, before he could Make a move. The Supreme Xuanwu took action first. This actually saved Ling Chen a few days' time. Since I can digest the soil, then let's use Super Fission. Ling Chen smiled slightly and instantly activated the entry. Super Fission. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the shovel formed by his psychic power began to split wildly. Within moments, it had split into a full 100. Then, these 100 massive shovels directly dug into the ground. A large amount of soil was frantically excavated and then all stuffed into the Gate of Hell. If the Lord of Hell knew that Ling Chen was using his Gate of Hell to do such things, he would probably be furious. Fortunately, the Gate of Hell refined this soil almost instantaneously. So, it wasn't just 100 times the attack, even 1,000 times, or even 100,000 times, could be refined in an instant. Seeing this, Ling Chen naturally continued to urge his psychic power to crazily stuff soil into the Gate of Hell. At the same time, in Ling Chen's perception, one after another, Martial Saint level and Martial Emperor level undead were being frantically transformed. Time passed, second by second. Finally, after Ling Chen had excavated a terrifying abyss over 100 kilometers deep across a battlefield spanning more than 1,000,000 kilometers, he finally stopped. At this point, 7 or 8 hours had passed. In his perception, the surrounding soul fragments had been completely absorbed. As long as the Gate of Hell transformed an undead, it would collect the scattered soul fragments from the world and inject them into the undead. Of course, if there were no soul fragments at all, it would consume energy to condense a new soul for it. This was the terrifying aspect of the Gate of Hell. As long as you were dead, even if your soul had been obliterated, as long as there was a bit of your body left, it would be refined into an undead by Ling Chen and enslaved for life. Since there are already undead in human form, there's no need for those beast undead. Having them is just a waste of energy. While pondering, Ling Chen instantly formed a hand seal and struck the nearby Gate of Hell. Boom! In an instant, the Gate of Hell erupted with a dazzling wave of blood energy. The next moment, within a radius of 100 million kilometers, the beast undead that were still killing ferocious beasts and collecting their corpses erupted with blood-colored flames. The flames converged into streams of blood-colored light that shot up into the sky. Then, they all gathered towards the Gate of Hell. As the blood-colored flames left their bodies, the auras of these beast undead all unified and dropped to the 7th rank, 1 star. This energy converged into a blood-colored torrent rushing towards the Gate of Hell. Boom! The next moment, the torrential flow crashed into the Gate of Hell. The engraved scale on the Gate of Hell slowly rose. Eventually, the scale increased by about 3 times. Gate of Hell, inject all power into the human undead. All human undead with silver low-grade talent will be upgraded to the 1st level of Martial Emperor. All undead with silver mid-grade talent or above will be upgraded to the strongest. Ling Chen directly issued the command. Buzz! In an instant, the Gate of Hell erupted with a burst of blood light. Then, the blood-colored flames on the door began to surge wildly, and the energy scale at this moment also rapidly decreased. Soon, the scale was reset to 0. It wasn't enough. Seeing this, Ling Chen frowned. Then he suddenly remembered something. He waved his hand decisively. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, all the energy crystals from the storage rings were taken out. These energy crystals converged into a torrent and were infused into the Gate of Hell. The energy scale began to rise rapidly at this moment. It must be said that the total energy from the energy crystals in the hands of these human powerhouses far exceeded the energy he obtained from hunting ferocious beasts by 10 times or even more. As all the energy crystals were consumed, all the undead were fully enhanced. The number of those at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor reached 3,000. Each one possessed the strength to battle a martial god. That meant 3,000 terrifying existences at the martial god level. Meanwhile, the 1st level of the Martial Emperor reached over 200,000. There were also over 200,000 undead without silver talent, which Ling Chen only raised to the 8th level of the Martial Saint. However, even so, this batch of 8th level Martial Saints had combat power comparable to ordinary 2nd or 3rd level Martial Emperors. 200,000 Martial Emperors. If they were unleashed, it would be enough to slaughter the entire Tianjin continent. Of course, this was under the premise that those above Martial God did not intervene. Otherwise, 200,000 would not be enough to withstand even one strike from the ancestor of Tianjin. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz. As all the undead completed their upgrades, the Gate of Hell surged with waves of blood-red energy. In the next moment, powerful undead flew out from the Gate of Hell. Leading them was the Supreme of Tianton, a powerful being with a mid-grade golden talent. His strength was extremely formidable. Although he was only at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor, ordinary 4th or 5th level martial gods were no match for him. However, in this realm where martial prowess was revered and soul cultivators were rare, it was his son, the undead of Tianji, who possessed even greater combat power. Under the eruption of Tianji's strength, an ordinary 4th
or 5th level martial god could be instantly killed if they were not careful. As for those at the 6th or 7th level, they had to be extremely cautious. A moment of carelessness could lead to endless soul attacks, damaging their souls, resulting in a decline in strength, and the outcome for them would naturally be death. This combat power was undeniably terrifying. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. All the undead knelt respectfully on the ground and saluted Lingchen upon seeing him. You continue to hunt ferocious beasts. I have other matters to attend to. The human undead mainly hunt those at the martial god and martial emperor levels. The ferocious beast undead will hunt at the martial saint level. Lingchen directly issued the command. There was no need for him to keep watch here anymore. He had also experimented, the luck sharing of the undead centered around the gate of hell. It was not him. However, it made sense, as his connection with these undead was also reliant on the gate of hell, so their luck was naturally the same. After giving Tianji the authority to move the gate of hell, Lingchen left directly. Once the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 mountains were completely cleared, Tianji would lead the other undead to continue the cleanup in other ferocious beast forests until all the ferocious beasts were eradicated. This time, without the people of the Tianjian continent lurking, Lingchen directly activated the repair function of the gate of hell. As long as any undead died, the gate of hell would instantly consume energy to resurrect that undead. After completing all this, Lingchen transformed into a bolt of lightning and sped away madly into the distance. Xiantian sect. Dad, this time Xiaofeng didn't come out. Does he suspect us too? Xiantian martial god looked at Xianyuan Supreme helplessly and said, perhaps he knows us well. He is extremely sensitive and cautious. He originally had doubts about us, after all, a family member who suddenly appears is the same for anyone. And after this encounter with Xianyu, his suspicion towards us has only increased. Xianwu Supreme said helplessly. Ha? Is he really planning to take action against our human race with all these undead? Xiantian martial god's expression changed upon hearing his father's words. What are you thinking? That kid would only kill you, he wouldn't dare to act against the human race. Xianwu Supreme shot Xiantian martial god a glare. No. Why would he kill me? Xiantian martial god was at a loss for words. Who does the Xiantian ship belong to? Who sent Xianyu to protect him? If I didn't know you didn't have the guts, I would suspect you were the mastermind behind this. Xianwu Supreme snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiantian martial god felt embarrassed. What should we do then? This kid won't really grow strong enough to kill me, will he? Xiantian martial god felt a bit anxious. Lingchen's growth rate was truly terrifying. In such a short time, he could kill beings like Tianji that even peak martial emperors wouldn't dare provoke. Now that a few days have passed, hasn't his strength become even greater? If he continues to develop like this, good heavens, he might really be killed by Lingchen in the near future. Then you better pray for yourself. I can't help you. However, to his confusion, his father stroked his beard and turned to leave. Of course, Xiantian martial god also knew that Lingchen probably wouldn't take action against him. After all, the other party wasn't unreasonable. Xianyu had been personally killed by him, and the matter indeed had nothing to do with him. However, if the other party truly wanted to take action out of anger, he would have nothing to say. After all, if it weren't for his arrangements, Xianyu wouldn't have had the chance to act against Lingchen. At this moment, Lingchen was completely unconcerned with this matter. For him now, strength was the only path. This time he came to the Tianjian continent for two reasons. One was to increase his strength and obtain enough divine oracle stones. That goal was almost accomplished. Now, it was time to complete the second task. That was to find out how his cheap mother suddenly went missing. Missing, after all, must have a reason. After checking Tiantong's memories, he found no issues. He was completely unaware of these matters. However, from the memories of the other party, he discovered that although Tiantong didn't know, the Tianjian ancestor seemed to know something. Therefore, his purpose for coming this time was to find the Tianjian ancestor. At this moment, he was wearing the Black God battle armor. The level of the Black God battle armor had already reached the 8th tier of the highest quality. Moreover, it was crazily devouring a 9th tier supreme sword. This sword belonged to Tiantong Supreme. After he was killed, his storage ring was left on the ground, and of course, others thought it had been taken by Xianwu Supreme. However, it was clear that the other party had indirectly left the items behind. Thus, all of Tiantong Supreme's powerful weapons and various resources were in the storage ring. Naturally, these items were all devoured by Lingchen and the Black God battle armor. The Hellgate only consumed the scraps. True strength comes from oneself. The undead could only be considered a means for Lingchen to collect divine oracle stones and carry out genocide.
After all, a person's power is limited, and he couldn't trust others. It must be said that the matter with Xian Yu had significantly increased Ling Chen's suspicion of others. A few hours later, outside the Tianjin sacred land, Ling Chen's figure appeared in an instant. Looking at the majestic palaces. Standing among the continuous mountains ahead, Ling Chen sighed, the Tianjin sacred land truly deserved to be the most powerful sect in the entire Tianjin continent. The area of the sect's residence alone reached a diameter of several million kilometers. Such a vast area is almost 10,000 times the habitable area of Blue Water Star, yet the population is only about 100 times that of Blue Water Star. That's over 1 trillion. Moreover, nearly 99.9% of them are servants serving the disciples of the heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Only a very small number are disciples of the sect. After all, as a sacred land, the standards for recruiting disciples are extremely strict. Even the most mediocre outer disciples must possess at least one purple attribute or a blue high-grade talent. Inner disciples need to reach a purple mid-grade talent. Core disciples require a silver mid-grade or purple high-grade talent. This means that even the most mediocre outer disciples will eventually emerge as mid to late-stage martial sect or even martial venerable level experts. Such experts can already rank among the top 100 in a place like Blue Water Star. And there are at least hundreds of millions or even billions of such beings in the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. If there are so many talented disciples in the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, what if I annihilate the entire Heavenly Sword Sacred Land? Wouldn't I obtain at least a billion purple oracle stones? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the distant Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Of course, he was just thinking about it. The people here in the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land are all flesh and blood. He is not a murderous maniac who must wipe them out. Going to other 9th-tier divine realms would yield similar results. Moreover, he has already gathered all the attributes he needs on the Heavenly Sword continent. Those he doesn't have, no matter how many people he kills, he won't be able to collect. So after inquiring about his mother's situation, he planned to head to other divine realms. At the very least, he must visit the soul cultivation type of divine realms. I wonder if the Heavenly Sword Ancestor will take action against me. If he does, I won't show mercy like this time. After glancing at the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land below, Ling Chen completely concealed his aura and form. He then flew directly towards the depths of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land is enveloped by a 9th-tier great formation. Similarly, this 9th-tier formation was like a mere decoration in front of Ling Chen. He instantly penetrated it silently. Ling Chen's movements went unnoticed by anyone, but they could not escape the notice of the powerful Heavenly Sword Ancestor. Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Heavenly Sword Peak. This is a towering peak shaped like a sword, reaching a height of 10,000 miles. The upper half of the mountain is carved to resemble a giant sword thrust into the high mountain. Even from tens of millions of miles away, this terrifying giant sword can be seen. Such exquisite craftsmanship is said to have taken thousands of years of effort from martial god and martial emperor level experts of the Heavenly Sword sect to carve and polish. It can be considered the most magnificent wonder of the entire Heavenly Sword continent. To put its size into perspective, one could imagine carving the earth into the shape of a base and a sword. Of course, if this project were handed over to the galactic human race, it would only take a year to complete. After all, the current galactic human race is a powerful technological civilization, capable of transforming planets even larger than the sun. Today, not long after returning to the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, the Heavenly Sword Ancestor slowly opened his eyes. What's meant to come will eventually come. The Heavenly Sword Ancestor sighed softly while sitting in the position of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Divine Hall. Whoosh! In the next moment, a youth, clad in black armor, suddenly appeared. As the youth landed, he stirred up a violent whirlwind, causing a storm to sweep through the entire Heavenly Sword Divine Hall. Clang! However, in the next moment, a powerful sword aura erupted, instantly suppressing the terrifying storm. You must be Ling Chen, right? You and your father really look alike. And you resemble Ling Er as well. Looking at the youth, the Heavenly Sword Ancestor slowly spoke. On this extraordinarily handsome youth, he saw the shadow of his granddaughter, Tian Ling Er. If it weren't for his earlier misjudgment, perhaps Tian Ling Er would have already achieved the martial god realm by now? Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly. Ling Chen looked at the Heavenly Sword Ancestor above and was not surprised. He directly used his mental power to condense a chair and table, sitting down on it. Then you should know the purpose of my visit. Right? Tian Linger, how did you go missing? Only you should know the answer on the entire Heavenly Sword continent. Of course, you can choose not to speak.
I won't force you, but once my strength grows, I will come looking for you again.
Ling Chen said calmly, while sitting in the void. This statement was tantamount to a threat.
However, the Heavenly Sword ancestor did not seem to care. At all. What a joke. I'm already half in the grave, do I still fear death? No matter how strong you are, can you really search my soul like a soul destroyer, the Heavenly Sword ancestor said with a laugh. But just as his words fell, the atmosphere changed. Instantly, boom! Suddenly, trillions of soul blades surged like a tide, crazily enveloping him. This terrifying tide of souls caused even the Heavenly Sword ancestor's expression to change drastically. He was not shocked by the power of these soul blades. After all, even if he did not cultivate soul power, as a supreme-level expert, his soul power was still formidable. What shocked him was that Ling Chen truly possessed the entry of a soul destroyer, and the level of this entry was clearly far superior to that of Tianji. Humph. The Heavenly Sword ancestor snorted coldly. In an instant, a violent force crashed down on the tide of souls. All the soul blades dissipated in an instant. Now you should know how Tianji died. If you don't speak, I can only wait a little longer. With my talent, it won't take long to eliminate you. So, you might as well say it now, Ling Chen said nonchalantly. This strike was not meant to genuinely attack. After all, even at full strength, he could not harm an old supreme. Your talent is truly extraordinary. Even your father back then was far inferior to you. Looking at him, the Heavenly Sword ancestor couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Ling Chen's mouth twitched. He seemed different from Ling Xian, who was born with a cheat. He was a late bloomer. And whose cheat was stronger was still uncertain. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you. Anyway, even if I don't tell you, you might find out soon enough. The Heavenly Sword ancestor sighed deeply. This matter must start from your mother's background. As he said this, the Heavenly Sword ancestor's expression became serious. I once had two disciples, one named Tian Tong and the other Tianju. Both had exceptional talents, each possessing supreme potential, but Tianju's talent was slightly weaker. However, due to your Xin Tian sect's arrival, I had to prepare for Tian Tong to leave the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land and establish his own sect. This was to make your Xin Tian sect lower its guard. But perhaps all my schemes were merely for my own amusement. Your grandfather, the Xuanwu Supreme, has always been aware but never took us seriously. At this point, the Heavenly Sword ancestor's face turned bitter. You understand that the Xuanwu Supreme possesses a golden top-tier talent, and his level is high, let alone 2 Supremes, even 3 or 5 Supremes would not be in his eyes. Moreover, the stronger the Heavenly Sword continent, the more geniuses there are, making it increasingly challenging for the prodigies of the galactic civilization within the Xian Tian sect. Of course, the situation is different for the alien races from other star systems. The human race's stronghold is right outside. Therefore, the Xuanwu Supreme could not allow the strong from other star systems to develop unchecked. Unfortunately, Tianju originally had supreme talent, and with the cultivation of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, he should have become a supreme. But 40 years ago, an alternate space leading to other worlds appeared in the North Sea of the Heavenly Sword continent. Our Heavenly Sword Sacred Land was the first to receive the news. As the sect master, Tianju naturally went to investigate at the first opportunity. 10 martial gods entered with him, but in the end, only he came out. At the same time, he brought back a little girl, and that girl is your mother. In other words, your mother is not from my Tianjian continent. The Supreme of Tianjian said solemnly. He looked at Ling Chen's face, hoping to see a hint of shock. However, your face only showed boredom. Well, this plot is quite cliched. So what next? Did he not mention what was on the other side of the rift? Ling Chen complained somewhat speechlessly. This remark instead left the Supreme of Tianjian helpless. How could this kid not follow the script? When Tianju first told him about this matter, he was shocked for a long time. Unfortunately, that space seemed unable to allow anyone above the Supreme Realm to pass through. There was nothing he could do. He didn't say, all his memories of entering the other side of the rift disappeared. Moreover, due to entering this spatial rift, his foundation was damaged, making it much harder to break through to the Supreme Realm. Fortunately, the child he brought back has exceptional talent. The golden oracle stone given to her can almost produce golden entries. It's just a pity that our Tianjian continent lacks bloodline-type golden entries, otherwise, her talent would reach the level of a golden supreme talent. By the time she grows into a supreme, even your grandfather wouldn't be her match. Who knew she would later be taken away by your father? A few years later, your grandfather inexplicably came to say that your mother had returned to Tianjian continent and had gone missing, and he beat me and Tiantan up. The old ancestor of Tianjian couldn't help but snort coldly. It Was clear that in his eyes, the Xuanwu Supreme, who had beaten him a few times, was extremely detestable. At his age, and considering they were practically in-laws, why couldn't he just ask properly instead of resorting to violence? He was so angry at the time that he concealed this matter, and the other party couldn't really kill him. Memories disappearing? Interesting? So, Tian Linger's disappearance could possibly be because someone from the other side of the rift took her away, or she left on her own? Ling Chen suddenly realized upon hearing this. That's right, and I suspect that my disciple Tianju was also taken away by someone from the other side of the rift, which is why he went missing. The old ancestor of Tianjian said seriously. Now that's interesting. Where is that rift? I want to take a look. Ling Chen immediately became interested. Are you sure? That place can erase even martial gods. Maybe you should wait until your strength reaches the peak of martial gods before going? Upon hearing your words, the old ancestor of Tianjian became concerned instead. After all these years, he had come to regard Tian Linger as a granddaughter. The whole matter of chasing after Ling Xian and Tian Linger was complete nonsense. At that time, Ling Xian was merely a holder of a purple entry and an outsider. In his eyes, that was no different from a yellow-haired kid riding a ghost fire and causing trouble on the streets. Which family wouldn't be angry if their granddaughter was taken away by a yellow-haired kid? Moreover, this granddaughter was the hope of the entire family, having just returned from studying for her doctorate at Harvard and even engaged to a scion of another wealthy family. Who knew they wouldn't catch the person the ghostfire yellow-haired kid suddenly transformed into? A top-tier heir of a wealthy family, with both capability and looks. Furthermore, the other party's parents came with a hefty sum to apologize. This was what calmed him down. As for the Tiantong Supreme, he was completely subdued. If he didn't agree, not only would he be destroyed, but the Tiantong Holy Land would also be annihilated. After all, theoretically, he had no relation to Tian Linger. Being able to apologize to the Tiantong Supreme was already giving face to the old ancestor of Tianjian. I have my own decisions, just tell me the location, Ling Chen said directly. Sigh. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the old ancestor of Tianjian said no more and simply pointed into the void, instantly sending a message rushing towards Ling Chen. A coordinate location appeared in his mind. By the way, I have a deal for you, see if you need it. Suddenly, Ling Chen spoke up as if he remembered something. Oh? A deal? What kind of deal? Hearing Ling Chen's words, the Heavenly Sword ancestor asked in confusion. Ling Chen then waved his hand in the void. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant, a large number of pills, weapons, and so on appeared from his storage. Ring. Seeing these weapons, the Heavenly Sword ancestor's mouth twitched. Good heavens, aren't these the weapons of the divine warriors, divine emperors, and divine saints they encountered? I picked up some things in the 10,000 Great Mountains and plan to exchange them for some oracle stones, just the purple and silver ones. Are you interested? Ling Chen said with a slight smile. His face calm and heart steady. He indeed found them. What kind of attributes do you want? Although the Heavenly Sword ancestor was speechless, he still asked. After all, these items were of high value, while oracle stones were quite the opposite. Many oracle stones were almost in surplus. After all, a person could only possess a few attributes. Moreover, Ling Chen only wanted purple and silver, which wasn't a big problem. If it were gold, that would be another story. All attribute enhancement types, as well as dragon bloodline types and all soul cultivation attributes. Ling Chen pondered for a moment and directly asked. There are many types of spatial attributes, such as void, teleportation, spatial fragmentation, spatial storage, and so on, each a powerful attribute. In total, it is said there are 10 types of spatial attributes. Ling Chen only had one type of spatial storage, which became extremely powerful after awakening his special attribute. If he could gather all the spatial attributes, who knows what unexpected gains he might have. These types are quite a lot. Yes, but very few. You know, according to your galactic civilization's saying, our world is a fantasy world. Here, we mainly have martial arts attributes. After hearing Ling Chen's words, the Heavenly Sword ancestor said helplessly. I see, then give me as many as you have. Ling Chen thought for a moment and didn't mind. All right. The Heavenly Sword ancestor responded without hesitation, waving his hand. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant, a large number of purple and silver oracle stones appeared in the void. The quantity of these oracle stones was not small. However, distributed among each type, the purple ones only numbered in the hundreds of thousands at most. The soul cultivation bloodline types were even scarcer, with only a few hundred. But altogether, they were close to 10 million. Thank you, I'll use this part for exchange. Ling Chen roughly estimated the price of these items and then swept the corresponding weapons and pills.
All the items transformed into
a torrent and flew towards the Heavenly Sword Ancestor. The Heavenly Sword Ancestor accepted everything without hesitation.
"All right. Old man, see you again when there's a chance."
After Ling Chen finished speaking, he turned and shot up into the sky, transforming
into a black lightning bolt and rapidly fleeing into the distance.
Watching Ling Chen leave, the Heavenly Sword Ancestor smiled helplessly. This child has such talent, I wonder if he can find Linger in the others. The Heavenly Sword Ancestor sighed. After leaving the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, Ling Chen flew rapidly towards the coordinates given by the Heavenly Sword Ancestor.
The North Sea Underworld. Located
above the North Sea, it is a place filled with black mist and miasma. In this underworld, it is said that there exists a life form known as the Underworld Clan.
This life form is born with void attributes, almost formless and shadowless.
To kill it, one can only do so when it reveals its physical form at the moment it
attacks you. Therefore, its combat power is extremely strong. And this type of void attribute is a spatial attribute. There are many types of spatial attributes,
such as void, teleportation, spatial fragmentation, spatial storage, and so on, each a powerful attribute.
In total, it is said there are 10 types of spatial attributes.
Ling Chen only had one type of spatial storage, which became extremely powerful after awakening a special entry. If he could gather all the spatial
entries, who knows what unexpected gains he might achieve.
Thus, this was another purpose of Ling Chen's journey. After flying for several hours, Ling Chen finally arrived at the extreme north, the North Sea of the Underworld, located at the edge of the world. From a distance, he saw a black miasma enveloping the entire
sky and earth.
It reached millions of kilometers high into the sky and extended deep into the ocean below. The entire boundary of the extreme north, spanning billions
of kilometers, was shrouded in this miasma.
It was said that the number of the Underworld clan here was terrifying, possibly even greater than the population
of the Tianjian continent. However, they rarely left the North Sea of the Underworld.
Otherwise, with their formidable combat power, the entire Tianjian continent
would be annihilated.
The North Sea of the Underworld was also a place where disciples of the Xintian sect often came to train.
However, due to the high
danger level, only those disciples with great strength could come. Upon reaching the edge of the boundless miasma, Ling Chen found that his vision could barely
penetrate a few kilometers into the black miasma. As expected, this is the most terrifying forbidden area of the Tianjian continent. Even I can only see a few dozen kilometers. Ordinary warriors probably can't even see 100 meters, Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
However, in the next moment, he wasted no time and
directly activated the void-breaking divine eye. Buzz!
In an instant, golden light burst forth from his forehead. The third void-breaking divine eye slowly
materialized. In a moment, the boundless miasma was pierced by his void-breaking divine eye.
At the same time, he was astonished to discover that the miasma had
no effect on his void-breaking divine eye at all.
With just one glance, he had already seen through the endless miasma. Here, he discovered a large number of creatures formed from condensed black oil.
These creatures were the void underworld. There are so many of them, and the weakest among them is at least 4th rank. With the void entries, the strength of these void underworlds must be extraordinary. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at this sight. He also noticed a large
number of warriors from the Tianjian continent and disciples of the Xintian sect training in this endless underworld.
Why is that girl here too? Suddenly,
Ling Chen raised an eyebrow as he saw Zhao Shuya fighting an 8th rank void underworld deep within the endless underworld.
An unusual soul aura surged around
her, clearly indicating that she was possessed by the cold moon immortal.
Is this girl planning to explode the void entries? Ling Chen wondered. However, seeing
that she was not in any danger, he paid it no mind. I'll also see how powerful these void entries are. With that thought, Ling Chen wasted no time and charged
into the endless underworld, directly locking onto the nearest 8th rank void underworld and flying towards it at high speed.
A few minutes later, he arrived
near the void underworld.
It was a massive black liquid sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Its shiny exterior made it look like a ball of oil
floating in the air. Ling Chen directly pointed at it. Boom!
In an instant, thunder erupted from his fingertips. The black thunder struck the massive liquid
sphere directly.
However, the thunder instantly penetrated its body.
So it really can't be hit? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow at this scene. Buzz! The commotion
naturally awakened the massive black liquid sphere. A huge vertical pupil opened atop the liquid sphere.
That indifferent gaze swept over Ling Chen. Perhaps sensing
the powerful strength emanating from Ling Chen, the black liquid sphere chose not to attack but instead stared intently at him.
Isn't it said that this thing has a strong desire to attack? As long as it encounters someone, it will find a way to kill them? Is this rumor false? Ling Chen was speechless. If it didn't attack him, he couldn't hit it either. At the same time, Ling Chen's Void God Eye also saw through the attributes of the Void Nether Beast in front of him. Race, Void Nether Beast Realm, 8th stage 7 stars entry, Voidification. Purple, Dark Control. Purple, description, a race born from the Void. Possesses extremely powerful Void and Dark talents. Status, cautious, serious. The Void Nether Beast generally only has these two types of entries, with only a very small number awakening other attributes. However, having two attributes is already quite good. If it suddenly lunges out from the void to attack you, even a purple high-grade talent of the same level might not be its opponent. If it doesn't attack, I can't hit it either. It seems I need to activate the Void-type entries first. Thinking of this, Ling Chen directly tossed all the Void-type entries from his storage space into the small world. This Void Nether Beast was so massive that there were naturally quite a few Voidification-type entries. Even though the difficulty of obtaining the Voidification entry was extremely high, usually being Dark Control, this time the Xuanwu Supreme had killed so many martial gods and martial sovereigns, so he naturally acquired quite a few Voidification-type entries. Ling Chen directly activated the fission. Just by activating 200 entries, the entry level immediately rose to gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the entry Voidification. Purple, asterisk 200. The entry has upgraded to Void. Gold, you can control the power of the Void, allowing you to conceal yourself within the spatial layers, immune to any attacks. Additionally, all Void-type skills power increases, 4000%, ding. Detected that you simultaneously possess the entries, Void. Gold, merge into Void. Dark Gold, if you upgrade the Void entry to Dark Gold, it will directly upgrade the special entry, Shadow Kill. Dark Gold, to Void Instant Kill. Dark Gold. The Shadow Kill entry, infused with Void power, can conceal itself deep within the Void and, upon appearing, inflict 800% damage on the enemy. At that time, the concealment effect infused with the Void will be directly enhanced to completely hide your form in front of any existence not exceeding 3200% of your own strength. Soon, a series of prompt sounds followed. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. These two different types of entries can actually trigger a more powerful special entry simultaneously? Impressive! Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, even the concealment effect infused with the Void had become stronger. But thinking about it, it made sense. Merge into Void. Void Control. These two entries clearly had a connection. It seems that many entries can merge and enhance each other as long as their descriptions have similarities. The methods of using entries are far more than I imagined. However, this required both entries to be upgraded together. Fortunately, he had plenty of Oracle Stones for the Void-type entries. Ling Chen directly began to activate them frantically in his mind. Upgrading a purple Oracle Stone to a gold entry only required 60,000 pieces. At his speed of 200 pieces per second, it would only take 300 seconds, or about 5 to 6 minutes. And during this time, he would first deal with this oil monster in front of him. With this in mind, Ling Chen clenched his right fist tightly. Buzz! In an instant, endless Void power began to gather on his fist. The massive Void Nether Beast saw this scene, and its huge eye instantly shrank in madness. Buzz! The next moment, the Void Nether Beast shot up into the sky, transforming into a black light and fleeing at high speed. Unfortunately, it was too late to run now. Buzz! Ling Chen punched in the direction the Void Nether Beast was escaping. In an instant, the surrounding space began to tremble wildly. These ripples transformed into a massive wave-like fist shadow. The fist shadow rushed directly towards the Void Nether Beast at high speed. In just a moment, the fist shadow had already struck the Void Nether Beast. Buzz! Following that, amidst the violent tremors of space, the Void Nether Beast shook uncontrollably, and in the midst of this shaking, it was ultimately torn into countless black fragments by the surrounding spatial fluctuations. The killing method of this Void power is indeed quite peculiar. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. It didn't possess overwhelming might, yet its power was by no means weak. One must admit, it truly lived up to being of the space category. Moreover, this seemed to be one of the weaker types among the 10 elements of the space category. The most powerful among them was the shattering type entries. The power of these space shattering entries was extremely terrifying. As long as something came into contact, it would be instantly torn into pieces by the space. Its might could even rival that of a soul destroyer. However, similarly, this type of entry was also exceedingly rare. There might not be many in the human stock, and at most, it could elevate Ling Chen's entry level to Dark Gold. To surpass Dark Gold, he could only rely on himself. Buzz! At that moment, a silver Oracle Stone also appeared at the spot where the void nether beast had just perished. Ling Chen directly collected it. At the same time, he arrived at the location of the void nether beast's death and gathered the soul fragments. Using the powerful soul force of the soul destroyer, as long as he injected them into the gate of hell, he could transform them into powerful void-type undead. Even if these void-type undead were merely purple entries, their combat power would be comparable to that of ordinary silver entry experts. They would be most suitable for assassination and such. Let's upgrade these void-type entries to dark gold or above first. There are plenty of void nether beasts around here. It shouldn't be a problem to gather enough purple oracle stones. With this in mind, Ling Chen used the void-breaking divine eye to lock onto the surrounding 7th and 8th tier void nether beasts. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards these void nether beasts at an incredible speed. The reason these void nether beasts were so difficult to kill was twofold. One was the surrounding miasma, which was nearly impossible to find. The second was that even if they were found, as long as they hid in the void and did not attack you, you would be unable to attack them. Thus, the void nether beasts were known as a type of ferocious beast with immense strength. However, facing Ling Chen was entirely different. Possessing the void-breaking divine eye and the power of the void, he completely ignored the two major trump cards of the void nether beasts. As long as he spotted them, a single shot infused with void power could instantly take down a void nether beast. Moreover, aside from the miasma, there were no other obstacles. Therefore, Ling Chen's hunting speed was extremely fast. He could almost kill an 8th tier void nether beast every minute. All the corpses of the slain void nether beasts were instantly refined into black blood pills and stored in his storage space. Once he transformed all these void nether beasts into undead, their combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. After pondering for a moment, Ling Chen suddenly clapped his hands together. Boom! In an instant, a blood-red aura erupted from his entire being. At the same time, far away in the 10,000 great mountains, billions of kilometers away, all the undead suddenly shattered into countless fragments. A large amount of blood-colored energy surged forth from their bodies. This blood-colored energy quickly converged into a sky full of blood-red light points, rushing at high speed towards the gate of hell located in the central area of the 10,000 great mountains. Rumble! The gate of the hell prison slowly sank into the spatial rift, after absorbing the frenzied blood-red power, completely disappearing from sight. This is the method of recovery for the gate of hell. Forcibly recovering it would consume a significant amount of necromantic power, equivalent to 1/3 of what is needed to resurrect a single undead. In other words, forcibly recovering it 3 times would be like having all the undead die once. Although it is wasteful, it saves time. At the same time, the blood-red aura around Ling Chen was growing increasingly vigorous. Gate of hell, open! With a low shout, the blood-red aura surged out of his body and roared towards the North Sea. Zzzzz. In an instant, a massive spatial rift tore open above the North Sea. Buzz! Then, a towering ancient gate rose directly from the spatial rift. However, what surprised Ling Chen was that as soon as the ancient gate appeared, the inscriptions around it suddenly emitted endless fluctuations. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from the gate of hell. In the next moment, the boundless black miasma around was being crazily absorbed by the gate of hell at an astonishing speed. In no time, a gigantic vortex was formed. The inscriptions on the gate of hell were also rapidly lighting up. This black miasma can actually be absorbed by the gate of hell? But then again, my devouring power seems to be able to absorb it too. Just at a much lower concentration, so it's unnecessary. Ling Chen was astonished at this scene. The suction power of the gate of hell was immense, and its size was enormous, capable of absorbing a terrifying amount of black miasma every second. According to Ling Chen's estimation, the energy absorbed in a minute would be enough for all his undead to resurrect once. If he could absorb all the black miasma from the entire North Sea of the underworld, he could probably upgrade all his undead to the martial god realm. Of course, it would take a long time to drain it completely. After all, the entire underworld North Sea was too vast. This Xintian divine domain is indeed a great place. I didn't come here by mistake. Let the gate of hell continue to absorb, and I'll leave the remaining void underworld beasts to the undead. With this thought, Ling Chen casually tossed all the black blood pills refined from the previously slain void underworld beasts into the gate of hell. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, as the gate of hell surged, one after another, void underworld beasts enveloped in blood-red runes flew out from the gate. The difference between these undead void underworld beasts and the original ones was the addition of blood-red runes, making them appear even more sinister and powerful. Buzz 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 buzz. After all the void underworld beast undead rushed out from the gate of hell, they flew madly in all directions. These void underworld beasts had reached the 6th level of the martial emperor realm, with a 40-fold enhancement in strength, even ordinary 9th-tier void underworld beasts might not be their match. Not only that, but Ling Chen also dispatched all the remaining human undead. In an instant, a dense swarm of human undead surged out from the gate of hell. These undead also spread out across the entire North Sea of the underworld, surrounding any void underworld they encountered and waiting for the opponent to attack. Once the opponent couldn't help but strike, they would be instantly slain. The slain void underworld beasts were all transported back to the gate of hell. Fortunately, as described, the attack desire of these void underworld beasts was extremely strong. Especially when encountering undead, which exuded an inherently ominous aura, their desire to attack became even more terrifying. They would almost ambush as soon as they saw them. Although the phasing ability of the void power was particularly special and powerful, as long as a flaw was caught once, they would be instantly slain. As time passed, the number of void specters under Ling Chen's command continued to grow. Similarly, the energy absorbed by the Hellgate became increasingly vast. This energy was all stored within the Hellgate. The energy gauge of the Hellgate had already lit up 1/10 in just a few hours. This was absolutely unprecedented. It's time to see what this so-called space leading to another world is all about. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He then transformed into a streak of light, flying at an incredible speed towards the coordinates given to him by the Supreme Sword. In his void-breaking divine eye, that spatial rift was completely invisible. This was also what surprised him. He couldn't understand how the people from the Sword's sacred land had found it. However, it was foreseeable that if this spatial rift truly existed and he couldn't perceive it with his void-breaking divine eye, then the world on the other side of the rift would not be so simple. However, while Ling Chen was on his way, another figure had already arrived near the spatial rift ahead of time. This person was Zhao Shuang. Master, is the spatial rift you mentioned right here? Zhao Shuang was now standing in front of the spatial rift. This rift was quite small, only a little over a person's height. Finding such a high spatial rift in the vast North Sea netherworld was indeed a very difficult task. That's right, it's here. I came to this place through this spatial rift back then. The other side leads directly to the Black God Star domain. The ethereal figure of the Cold Moon Fairy slowly materialized. Looking at the spatial rift before her, the Cold Moon Fairy said solemnly, "Black God Star domain? Is that the Black God Star domain of the Black God Martial Hall?" Zhao Shuang was astonished. Yes, that's the Black God Star domain. This star domain is a mid-level star domain civilization, which is quite good. If you go through this place, you can get in touch with the star domain civilization in advance, and then you will be able to activate an account I have in the Black God Star domain. This way, you can purchase oracle stones of dark gold grade or above. The Cold Moon Fairy nodded slightly. The Milky Way was too small. If Zhao Shuang wanted to grow quickly, she needed higher grade dark gold oracle stones. After all, she had no idea how many entry slots she had left, so it was best not to waste any. Similarly, by activating her previous account, she could also purchase some high-level soul restoration elixirs. By then, she wouldn't have to rely on that cautious kid Ling Chen anymore. What? The place this rift leads to is the Black God Star domain? Then what am I wasting my time for? Just then, a speechless voice came from behind. The moment Zhao Shuang heard the voice, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Ling Chen! She turned around in surprise, and sure enough, Ling Chen had appeared behind them without her noticing. Seeing that it was really Ling Chen, Zhao Shuang rushed over and plunged into his embrace. Ling Chen! You really didn't die. Looking at Ling Chen, the Cold Moon Fairy's pupils slightly contracted. The aura emanating from Ling Chen was even more obscure and powerful than before. At the same time, she recalled the soul-repairing bloodline entry Ling Chen had used when he annihilated the celestial extremity. The power and noble aura radiating from that finger, summoned after the transformation, were still fresh in her memory. That was definitely the finger of a deity. A deity who could obliterate a high-level star domain with just a single finger. Ling Chen was actually able to transform into one of their fingers. What exactly was this kid? Of course, I can't die. But you, where do you plan to take Yar? Ling Chen looked at the Cold Moon Fairy, his tone unfriendly. As soon as these words were spoken, the Cold Moon Fairy became furious. What do you mean by taking her away? I am going to take Xiaoya to a more powerful civilization. In a small place like the Milky Way, a golden supreme talent is the limit, but Xiaoya's talent is very strong, destined to become a dark golden, or even a red supreme talent owner in the future. The Cold Moon Immortal Master snorted coldly and said proudly, is it for Xiaoya or for your own resurrection? Ling Chen, however, did not believe it at all. A remnant soul that hides in someone else's soul every day, who knows what her true purpose is? Is it to seize a body later, or is it really just to cultivate an heir? Ling Chen, my master is not that kind of person. Zhao Shuang quickly defended her master. Whether she is that kind of person or not is no longer important. Cold Moon Immortal Master, right? Your strength has almost recovered. And you have also found a spatial rift that can lead to the Black God Star domain, so can't you part ways with Xiaoya? After all, Xiaoya can grow up without relying on you. You seem to have no need to continue entangling. Ling Chen directly interrupted Zhao Shuaying's words and then looked coldly at the Cold Moon Immortal Master. He had 1,000 doubts in his heart about these so-called rings that came with grandpas and grandmas. Especially since Zhao Shuaying's talent was so powerful. If the other party really had the intention of seizing a body, once the other party's strength recovered a bit, he would find it hard to resist their powerful abilities. As soon as these words came out, the Cold Moon Immortal Master frowned. Ling Chen's words did make sense. It was indeed difficult for an unknown person like her to be trusted. Especially now, with a genius like Ling Chen around, her role might have already diminished. Although she had brought some golden oracle stones for Zhao Shuaying back then, even without her, Ling Chen could still get them for Zhao Shuaying later. She was just a bit ahead of time. Ling Chen. She is my master, I believe her, you don't need to worry about me. However, at that moment, Zhao Shuaying spoke seriously. Her extremely serious demeanor warmed the Cold Moon Immortal Master's heart. Hearing this, Ling Chen also stopped saying more. You just take care of yourself, Ling Chen said. Then his gaze turned to the spatial rift. Since this leads directly to the Black God Star domain, why is it that when people from the Heavenly Sword continent go in, they come out with all their memories erased? Then, Ling Chen looked at the Cold Moon Immortal Master and asked. At the same time, why could Tian Ju bring back a girl from the other side? That's normal. The other side of the rift is not some other place, but the headquarters of the Black God Martial Hall in the Black God Star domain. Millions of years ago, when the assessment system of the Black God Martial Hall opened the passage during the reign of the Tis civilization over the Milky Way, it was used to transport geniuses from the Milky Way. But after the Tis civilization was destroyed, this passage was hidden away. Even the surrounding Black Martial miasma was used by the Black God Martial Hall to conceal this passage. Although this place has always been hidden, if someone really goes over, they generally won't be difficult. At most, they will erase their memories and send them back. And both Xiaoya and you are senior students of the Black God Martial Hall, so you will receive appropriate treatment once you go over. The Cold Moon Immortal Master said slowly. The Milky Way to civilization? I didn't expect this passage to have been left over from that period. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen suddenly realized. The Tis civilization was the last ruler of the Milky Way. Unfortunately, the Tis civilization was ultimately destroyed by the surrounding star systems, and the Milky Way was also divided. It was not until the emergence of the Xuanwu Supreme, a super powerhouse, that the control of the Milky Way was snatched back. The destruction of the Tis civilization happened 300,000 years ago. Wait, since there is a spatial rift here that leads directly to the Black God Star domain, why did the intelligence brain of the Black God Martial Halls assessment space say it would take at least half a month, or at most a year, for someone to come to pick me up? Suddenly, Ling Chen frowned. It's normal, the Tis civilization and the Galactic civilization have been separated for millions of years. Within the Black God Star domain, they are probably considered two different civilizations, so the records regarding this teleportation rift have not been updated. In other words, they have likely forgotten about this spatial rift. Back then, I also randomly found a spatial rift to teleport after escaping to the Black God Star domain. Who would have thought I would end up in the Milky Way? The Cold Moon Immortal explained. She had actually teleported here from the other side of the universe through layers of teleportation arrays. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape so far. If she hadn't escaped so far, she would have probably been captured by her enemies long ago. I see. I understand now. After hearing this, Ling Chen nodded in realization. However, he still had doubts about what was going on with his cheap mother. Could it be that Tianju went to the Black God Star domain and stole a child back? That couldn't be the case, right? But according to the words of the Sword Ancestor, Tianju returned only after a full century of entering this spatial rift. What happened during that century, he probably knew best himself. Ling Chen, I'm planning to go take a look around, do you want to come? Zhao Shuya asked curiously. Of course I want to go, but before that, I need to wait for a while. Ling Chen replied. He planned to raise his entry level to red before proceeding. After dark gold comes red entries, and each red entry possesses extremely powerful abilities. Once he had red entries, he would be more secure going over. Then I'll wait for you, Zhao Shuya said without hesitation. That's for sure, I wouldn't feel at ease if you went alone. Ling Chen nodded. The Cold Moon Immortal was speechless. Go alone? Wasn't she a person too? This kid was getting more and more infuriating. By the way, these are some soul pills I've recently refined, take them to enhance your strength. Ling Chen then took out a pile of 9th grade soul pills, which he had casually refined. After collecting the souls of the 9th grade martial god level beasts he had killed. At this point, refining perfect grade 9th grade lower pills was a breeze for him. He could even refine perfect grade 9th grade top pills, but it would take a lot of time. Looking at the pills in Ling Chen's hand, the Cold Moon Immortal was shocked. Perfect grade 9th grade lower pills? Could it be that Ling Chen's alchemist entry was also dark gold? And he also had dark gold fire type entries and dark gold talent entries? This was already the talent of a dark gold top tier alchemist. Are you sure you want to give these to me? Aren't you afraid that once I become stronger, I might turn against you? She looked at Ling Chen uncertainly. Although Ling Chen's realm had become much stronger than before, once her realm reached the martial god level, her combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Ling Chen might not necessarily be able to defeat her. However, despite saying that, she still took all the pills. No worries. I've poisoned these pills, if you dare to attack me after taking them, I can destroy your soul, Ling Chen said nonchalantly. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the Cold Moon Immortal's hand trembled slightly. She looked at Ling Chen in disbelief. Ling Chen, are you serious or joking? Zhao Shuya was also stunned. Of course it's a joke. Am I that kind of person? Just trying to scare her, Ling Chen rolled his eyes. However, his words did not convince the Cold Moon Immortal at all. This kid was not that kind of person? He was exactly that kind of person. Alright, if you two have nothing else, just go back to the Xiantian sect and wait for me. If nothing unexpected happens, I will come to find you in a few days, Ling Chen said to the two. Alright, but you have to come early, I'll be waiting for you, Zhao Shuya said seriously to Ling Chen. Okay. Ling Chen nodded. Seeing Ling Chen like this, Zhao Shuya then left with the Cold Moon Immortal. Watching the two leave, Ling Chen turned his attention to his storage space. The 4 basic attributes and the fire and lightning attributes can be upgraded, but the other special attributes can only be found in other divine realms. First, let's upgrade these attributes and the void attributes to red. With this in mind, Ling Chen directly began selecting the 4 basic attributes to open them quickly. With 100-fold speed for opening stones, it would only take a little over an hour to finish opening 1,000,000 pieces. However, the 4 basic attributes did not upgrade to red. What's going on? The bonus has reached 200 times, why hasn't it upgraded yet? Ling Chen was a bit confused. Could it be that the bonus for red attributes is not just 200 times? Ling Chen wondered. Since it wasn't 200 times, he continued to open. After all, he had tens of millions of purple divine stones for the 4 basic attributes. Even with a 1000 times enhancement, he could still upgrade. Fortunately, although it wasn't 200 times, it also wasn't 1000 times. The enhancement for the 4 basic attributes reached 400 times before successfully upgrading to red. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute Innate Divine Power. Purple * 3 million. The attribute upgrades to Sky-Shattering Power. Red, Power Enhancement, 400 times, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute Divine Speed. Purple * 3 million. The attribute upgrades to God of Speed. Red, Speed. Enhancement, 400 times, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute Indestructible. Purple * 3 million. The attribute upgrades to Absolute Defense. Red, Defense Enhancement, 400 times. Ding. Congratulations, all 4 basic physical attributes have been upgraded to red. The attribute Law of Heaven and Earth upgrades to red. Law of Heaven and Earth, an ancient divine ability. After use, the body size increases to blood value * 100 meters. At the same time, all physical attributes are enhanced 100 times. This attribute has 3 levels. The first level enhances the body by 10 times, no consumption. The second level enhances by 30 times. Requires 10 golden attributes of each type. The third level enhances by 100 times. Requires 10 dark golden attributes of each type. A prompt sound then echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Hearing this prompt, Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. 100-fold peak physical enhancement? Plus the original 400 times all attribute enhancement, which means that just the 4 basic attributes can increase his combat power by 40,000 times. This doesn't even count other bonuses. Even the weakest first level can enhance by 10 times. And the consumption has already returned to 0. This means that he can now casually use a 10 times physical enhancement. Perhaps if someone learned about the effect of this attribute, they would complain that 10 times is too weak. Other golden attributes have a 40 times bonus. This 10 times still requires consuming 4 golden attributes. But the attribute is enhanced by an additional 10 times on top of the already enhanced basis. It's equivalent to directly increasing the original golden attributes 40 times strength enhancement to 400 times. Common dark golden attributes are only 100 times. Red attributes only provide a 400 times bonus.
400 times has already reached the standard for red attributes, but at the first level, it was merely a golden attribute.
This is the terrifying aspect of special attributes. Their enhancement seems small, but their enhancement is built upon the existing attributes.
However, this consumption is not small. The 100 times enhancement at the third level consumes 600,000 purple divine stones every time it's used.
Fortunately, there are many basic 4 attributes. I have over 80 million pieces in hand, all containing the 4 basic attributes. If I can use one for every 2.4 million pieces, then I can use it directly 40 times, right? Thinking of
this, Ling Chen felt a deep sense of emotion. This time, the Xuanwu Supreme slaughtered so many powerful beings from the Tianjian continent, probably to pave the way for himself. But I originally thought 1 million pieces would be enough. Now it seems I need 3 million. But that's normal. The enhancement from gold to dark gold is 2.5 times.
The gap from dark gold to red is naturally even greater. A 4-fold difference is also normal. I wonder how many times it is above red. If it's 5 times, then that's a 2,000-fold enhancement in strength. Ling Chen pondered.
However, although it seemed terrifying, upon reflection, 3 million pieces isn't much.
This is a red talent after all.
The total of all the purple oracle stones in the Milky Way can easily upgrade most of my attributes to red.
And what does the Milky Way represent? A galactic civilization that doesn't even have a single dark gold attribute. Oh no. If they can upgrade to red without even having dark gold, then what about those even more powerful civilizations? For instance, what about the mid-level star domain civilization like the Black God Star domain? Upgrading 2 or 3 attribute levels above red should be a piece of cake, right? Let's continue. Upgrade everything that can be upgraded first. Ling Chen didn't think too much and continued to pick up other attributes to look at. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute Flame Control. Purple, *3 million. The attribute upgrades to Golden Crow Divine Fire. Red, in legend, only the Golden Crow clan can control this flame. With this attribute, one can control a trace of Golden Crow Divine Fire, capable of burning everything in the world. Flame intensity increased to 400 times. Ding. Congratulations, you have mastered the attribute Golden Crow Divine Fire. Red. Triggered a new special attribute, Golden Crow Divine Body. Red, Golden Crow Divine Body, an ancient divine bloodline.
Although the red attribute only contains a trace of Golden Crow bloodline, it already possesses immense power.
Flame. Intensity increased 1000%.
At the same time, it can absorb all heat in the world to rapidly restore its own strength and injuries. With the flame talent
upgraded to red, the attribute once again made a qualitative leap. At the same time, a new special attribute was added. Golden Crow Divine Body? This can't be a bloodline type attribute, right?
It seems somewhat similar, but it appears to specifically enhance flame intensity.
Moreover, it can absorb all heat in the world to restore its own strength. This effect seems to overlap somewhat with stamina attributes and devouring type attributes. Could it really be a perpetual motion machine?
Ling Chen felt a bit helpless upon seeing this. However, regardless of anything, the power of this attribute is beyond doubt. This attribute enhancement is a full 10 times. And it doesn't require any consumption. That means my flame intensity bonus has become a permanent enhancement of 4,000 times. Even if the red attribute requires a 10-fold enhancement after upgrading, this attribute has already reached the standard at its current level. No wonder a special attribute owner of gold would be called a supreme level member by the Black God Martial Hall. This special attribute owner is truly too powerful. Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. However, because the attributes now require 3 million pieces to upgrade, the few attributes that could originally be upgraded now also lack enough oracle stones. Damn it, all the good attributes from the Tianjian continent have been used up, and what I've snatched are just some leftover basic 4 attributes. There aren't many with elements. Don't even mention the others. Ling Chen felt a bit speechless. The attributes he mainly used were almost all those relatively rare ones. When his strength was weak before, he didn't feel it much. At worst, he just had to spend a bit more money. Now that my strength has grown, I realized that I need more, and then I found that the number of these attributes is too few. For example, the talent type, luck type, and soul cultivation type only have a few 100,000. However, correspondingly, there are quite a few attributes that Ling Chen originally did not have this time. For instance, weapon-related attributes like sword mastery and blade mastery. At the same time, there are elemental types such as water control, wind control, ice control, and
A whole series of elemental attributes that are also quite numerous. Even reaching 1,000,000 is barely enough, let alone 3,000,000. Forget it, I'll open them all. After all, my attribute slots are infinite. Having more means of attack isn't a bad thing. With this thought, Ling Chen began to frantically open all the weapon-related attributes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the attribute, Sword Path Mastery. Purple, asterisk 3,000,000. The attribute has upgraded to Sword Path Divine. Red, Sword Power 400 times. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the attribute, Sword Path Divine. Red. Triggered a new special attribute, Triple Sword Intent. Red, master the Triple Sword Intent. Sword power increased by 1000%. The special attributes of weapon-related attributes are all about enhancing the realm. But I remember that this realm seems to be something that can be comprehended by oneself. It's just that comprehending it is extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, there is still hope. The special attributes of these weapon-related attributes really don't have much value. Ling Chen couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing this. After all, as long as one can obtain something through their own efforts, its value is greatly diminished. In the Tianjian continent, the most common are sword cultivators and blade cultivators. Therefore, the number of attributes for these two types is not small. As for common skills like spear techniques, staff techniques, and fist techniques, they barely add up to 3,000,000. However, for some niche weapons, such as dual blades, axes, and other weapon proficiencies, it's a different story. These attributes are hardly cultivated by anyone. Ling Chen spent 7 or 8 hours upgrading enough attributes to red, and those that were insufficient were upgraded to dark gold. If still not enough, they were upgraded to gold. However, just as he upgraded all the weapon-related attributes to gold, an anomaly occurred. Ding! Detected that the proficiency level of all weapons has been upgraded to gold. At the same time, 5 or more attribute levels have been upgraded to red. Triggered the Ancient Divine Ability attribute, Divine Weapon. Red, Ancient Divine Ability. The supreme divine ability born from the fusion of all weapon realms in the world, summon the spirit of the ancient weapon. God. All realm powers increased by 100 times. Using it once requires consuming 10 dark gold attributes of any weapon type. Duration, 1 hour. This time, the fusion of attributes produced an Ancient Divine Ability attribute. Ancient Divine Ability, Divine Weapon? A 100 times enhancement of realm power? This is on the same level as the attribute of Law of Heaven and Earth, right? No wonder it requires so many attributes to fuse it out. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing this. Moreover, the consumption isn't as outrageous as the Law of Heaven and Earth, which requires 10 dark gold attributes of each physical type. This attribute only requires consuming 10 dark gold attributes of any weapon type to use once. Without a second thought, Ling Chen directly opened a portion of the weapon-related oracle stones in his backpack. He charged this divine weapon attribute a full 10 times at once. The consumption was merely 600,000 purple oracle stones. Moreover, he still had several million sword-type oracle stones. It was far too many. He wouldn't run out anytime soon. It's a pity that weapon-related attributes and physical attributes only stack rather than multiply. But it's already quite good. If both are upgraded to red after stacking, the increase in combat power could reach 40,000 times. After stacking, it would be an 80,000 times combat power boost. This is just the most basic level, without the enhancements from bloodline or all attribute amplification entries. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at the terror of these ancient entries. However, since this weapon and physical entries have ancient divine abilities, could it be that elemental entries do as well? Ling Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow. As for whether there are soul-type entries, Ling Chen was unsure. There are quite a few types of soul entries. After all, summoners, necromancers, and other special professions are all considered soul-type. The main focus of the Heavenly Sword continent is martial arts, and there are hardly any soul cultivators. So verifying this is nearly impossible. However, elemental entries can definitely be tried. But it seems there are even more types of elemental entries: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, ice. That's already 10 types. There are also space type, destruction type, life type, and other special elements. The difficulty of mastering all these techniques is definitely much higher than that of soul-type entries. To merge all the elements in the Milky Way is probably not feasible. After all, many special entries I haven't even heard of, let alone merging them into gold. It seems I can only try once I reach the Black God Star domain. Just reaching gold shouldn't take too much time. With this in mind, Ling Chen made a plan. As for implementation, it would depend on the situation. Then, Ling Chen activated all the elemental entries available. There aren't many elemental entries. In the martial arts world, not many people awaken elemental entries. Ling Chen only upgraded the water element and earth element to red. The rest were upgraded to dark gold and gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the entry Earth Control. Purple asterisk 3 million. The entry has upgraded to God of Earth. Red, Earth-type skill power increased by 400 times. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the entry God of Earth. Red. Triggered a new special entry Earth Pulse. Red, Earth-type energy intensity increased 1000%. Additionally, as long as you stand on the ground, you can continuously absorb the power of the Earth, significantly enhancing your defense and recovery abilities. The Earth element didn't have many highlights. However, having one more means of attack is still a good choice. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the entry Water Control. Purple asterisk 3 million. The entry has upgraded to Power of the Sea God. Red, water-type skill power increased by 400 times. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the entry Power of the Sea God. Red. Triggered a new special entry Source of Life. Red, water-type energy intensity increased 1000%. Additionally, as long as you absorb the water power from the heavens and earth, you can quickly recover your energy consumption and heal your injuries. The enhancement of water power is quite similar to that of fire power, leaning towards healing. Ling Chen wasn't surprised by this. Elemental entries are almost all quite similar. However, the more elements I master, the stronger my adaptability in any environment becomes. Better than nothing. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do right now. After seeing this, Ling Chen didn't pay much attention. He then checked the time. The time spent opening these oracle stones had already exceeded 20 hours. At this point, the number of void-type undead had reached several million above the 7th rank. Meanwhile, in Ling Chen's storage space, several million had already piled up. Additionally, the energy storage of the Hellgate was already full. However, it was still crazily absorbing.